Yiye traverses into the Pokémon world, activating the most formidable trainer system. The system shop unlocks various powerful training items, such as the Devil Fruit, Mage Evolution Stone, Dynamax Band, Z-Ring, and Z-Crystal. Consequently, a plethora of monstrous Pokémon emerges in the Pokémon world. The self-healing ability of the Fire King rivals that of the Phoenix, showcasing the Immortal Bird Fruit ability of the Charizard. The Desert Tyrant, immune to fighting damage, boasts the Sand Fruit ability of the Tyranitar. Transforming into the Azure Dragon, it faces off against the Sky Sovereign, wielding the Azure Dragon Fruit ability of the Gyarados. The Shadow Mage toys with Mewtwo, employing the Shadow Fruit ability of the Gengar. "I find this man's Pokémon utterly unreasonable," remarks the Dodrio champion after the competition. "How can there be a ghostly Tyranitar that disregards fighting attacks?" exclaims fighting King Shiba, his heart shattered post-champion challenge. "Why does the Gyarados possess a land combat ability surpassing that of the mage Mega Garchomp?" queries Cynthia, perplexed. Chapter 1. Graduation. Pallet Town Pokemon School. Coo coo coo. The punctual cooing of the Pidgey resonates as Yiye sits in his seat, gazing vacantly at this familiar, yet foreign environment as his classmates depart the classroom. Within those clear, bright eyes lies an inexplicable expression, leaving observers uncertain of his contemplations. The sun shines brightly today, the temperature pleasantly warm, presenting an exquisite day. Having resided in this world for over 3 years, it is astonishing that the time for graduation has arrived so swiftly. Indeed, Yiye is a transmigrator. Upon his arrival in this world, he discovered that his predecessor's parents had tragically succumbed to an accident at work, leading to his predecessor's profound sorrow, resulting in an eternal slumber that allowed Yiye to occupy this world. Just as Yiye grappled with the lack of the predecessor's memories and sought to comprehend this world, a pink, egg-shaped creature appeared before him, waving its diminutive arms and emitting a joyous sound. "Lucky!" the Chansey exclaimed. "Have I truly arrived in the Pokémon world?" Convinced of Chansey's benign intentions, Yiye embraced the creature tightly, beginning to explore this new realm under its affectionate guidance. Upon confirming his transmutation into the Pokémon world, he pondered how to venture out when Professor Oak arrived at his doorstep. With Professor Oak's enthusiastic assistance, Yiye gradually unraveled his lineage. Both of his parents were archaeologists with a close relationship to Professor Oak, who tragically perished in an archaeological incident. However, they left behind a Pokémon caretaker, Chansey, and a magnificent estate, which is the luxurious villa he currently inhabits, complete with a sprawling garden measuring in hectares. Additionally, they bequeathed a substantial fortune, as their research royalties would be entirely allocated to Yiye. Subsequently, with Professor Oak's aid, Yiye returned to school. After 3 years, he finally began to understand this familiar yet unfamiliar world, adapting to his identity here. Unlike the original narrative, in this Pokémon world, trainers are officially registered at the age of 16, coinciding with the graduation from Pokémon school. Tomorrow marks the day he will receive his starter Pokémon from Professor Oak's laboratory. However, not everyone can acquire these starters. It requires the payment of a 10-year special Pokémon training tax before embarking at the age of 16, a burden most families cannot bear, as the annual tax equates to an entire year's income for an ordinary household. Simultaneously, new trainers who have paid the Pokémon training tax will receive an opportunity to select a starter Pokémon from their respective regions, along with a unique Pokédex for their identity. The starters come with a 2-stage evolution, allowing these novice trainers to gain a significant advantage over the majority of common trainers from the outset. Furthermore, Pokédex holders are entitled to complimentary medical treatment at Pokémon centers, free accommodations, and discounts at most stores under the Pokémon League. However, for common trainers, should their Pokémon sustain injuries or approach death, if they cannot afford medical expenses, they must rely on time to heal or seek loans for Pokémon medical care provided by the Pokémon League. Due to his predecessor's background, Professor Oak has taken great care of Yiye over the years, even covering the Pokémon training tax for the past 3 years. Therefore, upon learning that Professor Oak often neglects cooking due to his research commitments, subsisting mostly on instant noodles, Yiye volunteered to prepare meals at the laboratory for him. Professor Oak, however, initially rejected this offer. At first, this was indeed the case. Yiye's unfamiliarity with the seasonings of this world led to frequent culinary mishaps. However, after some time, his culinary skills from the Dragon Kingdom delighted Professor Oak, leaving him yearning for more. This experience at Professor Oak's lab deepened Yiye's understanding of this world. His identity as a transmigrator enabled him to propose innovative perspectives and research directions in relation to Professor Oak's studies, which are often validated as correct. Over time, Professor Oak recognized Yiye's remarkable potential as a researcher, though this was not solely due to Yiye's culinary prowess. As Yiye reminisced about his experiences over the years, a somewhat flamboyant voice from outside the window pulled Yiye back from his reverie. Yiye, what on earth are you daydreaming about? You are the only one left in class. Following the voice, Yiye observed a young man leaning against the classroom window frame, arms crossed. The boy possessed short, deep brown hair and an air of arrogance about him. He wore a sharply tailored purple sleeveless turtleneck and adorned his neck with a delicate silver necklace, emanating an aura of elitism. The newcomer was none other than Professor Oak's grandson, Shigeru. Shigeru is Yiye's classmate and has been his closest friend over the past 3 years, as well as his fiercest rival, a fact he believes wholeheartedly. Tomorrow is the day of departure. You aren't afraid of losing, are you? After saying this, Shigeru struck a pose with his right hand, narcissistically flaunting his stance. I've had Grandpa meticulously prepare a Squirtle specifically to counter you. Yiye chuckled softly, as he had already established a clear plan regarding his choice of starter Pokémon. The reality of being a trainer on the road necessitated functionality over mere attribute selection. Air superiority, naval dominance, land tanks, field medics, scouts, and battlefield control. This was Yiye's strategy for his future 6 primary Pokémon, and naturally, they had to be visually appealing. As for type advantages, these could easily be compensated for through training and tactics. For Yiye, the optimal choice for a Pokémon with aerial capabilities was undoubtedly the Mega Charizard after its 3rd evolution. Thus, upon learning that Yiye intended to choose Charmander, Shigeru, as his strongest rival, promptly selected Squirtle, aiming to gain a type advantage over Yiye. How could I possibly lose? Your battle record against me at school is abysmal. Observing Shigeru, who was lost in thoughts of victory for tomorrow's battle, Yiye couldn't help but deliver a blow to his confidence. Hearing this, Shigeru's hair bristled with indignation as he quickly retorted, "That's different. The Pokémon chosen at school randomly can't compare to those I raise myself." In response to Shigeru's rebuttal, Yiye, with a smirk, replied mischievously, "What if I choose Bulbasaur? Wouldn't you explode?" After a moment of silence, Shigeru eventually realized Yiye's jest. Yiye, there's no way you would choose Bulbasaur. Just wait and see. Tomorrow's battle will end with my Squirtle defeating you. All right. Let us defer tomorrow's matters until the morrow. For now, let us head to the Research Institute. Professor Oak is likely famished. Yiye dismissed the topic, and promptly, the two of them made their way towards Professor Oak's laboratory in Pallet Town. The new batch of Pokémon has already arrived at Grandpa's Research Institute this year. Why don't we pay them a visit today? Xiao Mao could hardly contain his excitement. A premature glimpse of Charmander? It certainly seems plausible. Chapter 2. The Encounter. Squirtle, Turtwig, Charmander. In the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory, Shigeru and Hikari observed the lively antics of 3 diminutive figures before them. A pale blue Pokémon, resembling a small turtle, was retracting its head and limbs while spinning rapidly on the grass, akin to a high-velocity top. It frolicked with unabashed joy, occasionally emitting a few tiny bubbles from its mouth, which refracted the sunlight into a spectrum of colors. Did you see that, Hikari? It's that Squirtle. Shigeru's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed at the most vivacious of the turtles, his voice brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm and pride. Look at its energy. Clearly, it's a feisty one. You've lost for sure. Hikari, however, disregarded Shigeru's boastful claims and swiftly scanned the 3 Pokémon. In stark contrast to the exuberance of Squirtle was a tranquil Pokémon. It boasted a blue-green hue, with a massive green seed adorning its back. Its stout limbs firmly planted on the grass as it basked in the sunlight, squinting its red eyes and seemingly indifferent to Squirtle's ruckus. Exuding an aura of calm and composure. This Bulbasaur has an admirable disposition, truly a remarkable specimen from the league, both in temperament and appearance, Hikari mused. His gaze eventually settled on the final Pokémon. It was a diminutive, entirely red creature resembling a dinosaur, with a cream-colored belly and wide, curious eyes. Most striking was the cluster of flames at the tip of its tail, which burned steadily and vibrantly, pulsating with each breath, suffused with vitality. Charmander, Hikari thought to himself. This was to be his future partner. As if sensing the attention of the two, the 3 Pokémon simultaneously halted their activities and turned to face them. Squirtle tilted its head, its round, curious eyes gleaming with interest. It seemed intrigued by Shigeru's exuberant confidence, even waving its short arms in greeting. Hey, did you see that? It's waving at me. Shigeru beamed with pride, energetically waving back at Squirtle, eager to rush forward and embrace it. What a Pokemon I've chosen. My instincts are spot on. Bulbasaur merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction before resuming its sunbathing, seemingly uninterested in the two unexpected visitors. Meanwhile, Charmander stood quietly, neither as enthusiastic as Squirtle nor as aloof as Bulbasaur. Instead, it fixated its bright eyes on Hikari, its tail flames flickering with heightened enthusiasm. Uff, what a lackluster Charmander. What's so special about it? Shigeru scoffed, following Hikari's gaze with a dismissive pout. Squirtle is clearly the strongest. Hikari smiled, choosing not to retort. He understood that Charmander was not lackluster. It was merely observing. Just then, Charmander took a step forward, confidently striding towards Hikari. Its eyes locked onto him as if he were the sole object of its attention. As Charmander approached, Hikari felt a surge of delight and instinctively extended his arms to embrace the little creature. Squirtle. Charmander grasped Hikari's garment with its tiny claws, nuzzling its head into Hikari's embrace. Feeling the gentle gesture, Hikari's heart swelled with happiness, signifying a profound initial connection between them. Shigeru, witnessing the interaction between Hikari and Charmander, was not to be outdone and sought to foster a bond with Squirtle. He stepped forward, arms extended, only to be met with a spray of water from the startled Squirtle. As Hikari and Shigeru frolicked with the three Pokemon, Professor Oak arrived in the laboratory's backyard, observing the two with a smile. It seems you two can hardly contain your excitement, he remarked. Hikari, slightly embarrassed, released his hold on Charmander. Indeed, Professor Oak. How about giving me Charmander's Pokeball in advance? Professor Oak paused momentarily before chuckling. While it is true that Rimiko has already chosen Bulbasaur, there is no need for you to wait for the next batch of Pokemon. However, rules are rules. You may only officially receive your Pokédex and new Pokemon's Pokeballs tomorrow when you embark on your journey. Rimiko, a classmate of Hikari and Shigeru, had long aspired to be an exceptional Pokemon breeder. Thus, in the selection of her new Pokemon, she deemed the gentle Bulbasaur to be the most fitting choice compared to the lively Squirtle and the more combative Charizard after evolution. Seeing no other option, Hikari sighed and addressed Professor Oak. I shall prepare an extravagant feast to win over Charmander's heart. Indeed, Pokemon can consume human food, though most human fare lacks the necessary nutrition for Pokemon growth. Shigeru, still damp from the earlier antics, disregarded the need to change and exclaimed with enthusiasm, that sounds splendid. It's been ages since I've savored your culinary skills, Hikari. None of the restaurants in town can replicate your flavor. Squirtle, Squirtle. The bewildered Squirtle at Shigeru's feet stared in confusion, unable to comprehend why the human who had just played with him was now so elated. Professor Oak, equally pleased, knew he was fortunate to enjoy Hikari's cooking at the laboratory, yet the opportunity for Hikari's grand feast was a rare delight. I eagerly anticipate your magnificent meal. Now, let me return these three little ones to their Pokeballs. With that, Professor Oak retrieved 3 small Pokeballs from his pocket. Pressing the white button at the center of the Pokeballs, they expanded to their normal size. He then aimed the Pokeballs at the 3 little Pokemon, gently returning them within, a process in which they complied obediently, save for Charmander, who displayed a hint of reluctance. As Hikari and Professor Oak made their way to the kitchen, they engaged in conversation, during which Professor Oak shared recent advancements in Pokemon research. Hikari, you were right. The other 2 evolutionary forms of EV have indeed been discovered. Leafeon and Glaceon have successfully evolved through evolution stones. Hikari continued to speculate on potential future evolutions for Pokemon, sharing his thoughts with Professor Oak. Now that we have Vaporeon, Flareon, Jolteon, Leafeon, and Glaceon, could other types also evolve EV? Perhaps a Psychic-type EV, Dark-type EV, Fighting-type EV, Ground-type EV, Rock-type EV, or Dragon-type EV, among others? Professor Oak pondered this possibility deeply. The scene astonished Shigeru, who trailed behind. Although he often interacted with Hikari at school and knew of Hikari's frequent visits to seek guidance from his grandfather, he was surprised to see the esteemed professor, renowned in the Pokemon academic community, seriously considering Hikari's insights. If other Pokemon researchers were to witness this, they would surely be astounded. Chapter 3. The System. Charmander. Charmander was startled, shooting sparks into the air. Huff, huff. Both Shigeru and Professor Oak were equally affected, perspiring and offering occasional commentary. Though each bite of the dishes was imbued with a fiery heat, they were irresistibly delicious, truly a feast beyond compare. As he gazed at the 2 individuals, drenched in sweat yet incessantly wielding their chopsticks, alongside the insatiable Charmander, A profound satisfaction enveloped him. The dishes he had meticulously crafted for Charmander were a spicy feast. And though they were intended for human consumption, the delight radiating from Charmander signified that the flavors resonated with its palate. This assured Yi that he could tailor future nutritional meals, and even the energy cubes yet to be discovered in alignment with this delectable taste. Meanwhile, Squirtle and Bulbasaur, having taken but a single bite, were left questioning their very existence, retreating to a corner in a state of gloom. "Truly exquisite," exclaimed Shigeru. "Still indulging in the sumptuous fare, why not accompany me on my journey? Although you are my fiercest rival, I could reluctantly allow you to be my travel companion." Shigeru, lost in fantasies of embarking on adventures where he could relish Yi's culinary creations daily, mused aloud. No, you should remain with me as a researcher. If you venture out, I'll be condemned to a life of instant noodles once more. Professor Oak also realized that once he set forth on his journey, the gourmet delights he had enjoyed over the years would vanish, and he needed to persuade Yi to stay. Yi chuckled lightly at their banter. "My ambition is to become the most formidable Pokémon trainer. How could I not embark on my journey?" Shigeru, with food still in his mouth, brightened at this declaration. "Yi, we can travel together. I'll cover all expenses, and you need only to prepare the meals." Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. He was acutely aware of Shigeru's notion of travel, luxuriating in a sports car accompanied by a bevy of beauties, a far cry from the true essence of exploration. He set down his utensils and addressed Shigeru. "Then you must accompany me on foot, without the aid of transportation. That is what true training entails." Upon hearing this, Shigeru promptly abandoned the idea of journeying alongside Yi, unwilling to endure unnecessary hardships. He silently resumed clearing the table of remnants of their feast. Observing Shigeru's silence, Yi understood he had relinquished his aspirations and turned his attention back to the ecstatic Charmander, occasionally reaching out to pat its small head. Charmander, in turn, reveled in the dual pleasure of the delectable food and Yi's gentle caresses. After a prolonged observation, Yi, increasingly fond of Charmander, could not help but speak. "Charmander, tomorrow we shall officially become partners, with the goal of becoming the mightiest trainer in Pokémon. Do you possess the confidence?" Charmander's face lit up with a newfound sense of assurance, responding in kind while tapping its tiny paw against its chest, eliciting a chuckle from those present. The following day marked the departure of the new trainers from Masera Town. Early in the morning, Yi, Shigeru, and Rika had gathered at the entrance of Professor Oak's laboratory. "Where on earth is Satoshi? Has he overslept?" Rika expressed her concern as she gazed anxiously toward the direction of the road, embodying her gentle and attentive nature. "Humph, quite likely," Shigeru crossed his arms, his expression one of inevitability. "That guy is notoriously late. It's entirely in character for him to arrive tardily on such an important day." Yi merely smiled, choosing not to comment. Satoshi's habitual lateness was a well-known narrative. After all, it seemed to be his destiny. Yet, Yi pondered. Why had he not seen that legendary Pikachu at the laboratory yesterday? Could it have been delivered today? Before long, the doors of the laboratory swung open, and Professor Oak emerged. He surveyed the trio before glancing at his watch. "The time is upon us. Since Satoshi has yet to arrive, we shall commence without him." "No need to wait. Professor, is it truly all right not to wait for him?" Rika hesitated. "Fear not. I am well aware of that boy's situation." Professor Oak reassured with a comforting smile, leading the three inside the laboratory. The process of formalities unfolded smoothly. Forms were filled, and identity information was recorded. With a crisp beep, 3 brand new red Pokédexes sprang to life. Subsequently, Professor Oak guided them to the laboratory housing the Pokémon. He retrieved a delicate box from a temperature-controlled chamber and gently opened it, revealing 3 Pokeballs nestled on a soft velvet cushion. "Now, the moment you have eagerly anticipated has arrived," he announced, clearing his throat, and lifted the first Pokeball, pressing the button. A flash of red light illuminated the room, and Charmander materialized before them. Charm. Upon its emergence, Charmander's eyes sparkled upon seeing Yi, and it scampered over, affectionately nuzzling against Yi's pant leg. Yi knelt to stroke its small head, warmth flooding his heart. This is the fire-type Charmander, known for its fiery spirit, destined to evolve into the formidable Charizard. Capable of flight, Professor Oak elaborated, a smile of contentment gracing his face as he observed the bond forming between Charmander and Yi. Next was the second Pokémon, Tada. Upon its arrival, Bulbasaur calmly settled on the ground, its seed vibrant under the lights. It glanced at Rika and emitted a gentle call. This is the grass and poison-type Bulbasaur, known for its calm demeanor and proficiency in powder-based moves, making it an excellent companion for breeders. Rika's eyes sparkled with affection as she beheld Bulbasaur, clearly enamored with her prospective partner. Lastly, Professor Oak released Squirtle. Squirt. The moment Squirtle appeared, it spotted Shigeru and excitedly unleashed a small bubble, which flew straight toward him. Hey! Shigeru, taken by surprise, was struck by the bubble, prompting laughter from the onlookers. Ahem. Professor Oak stifled a chuckle as he continued. This is the water-type Squirtle, known for its lively nature and impressive defensive capabilities. With the introductions complete, Professor Oak turned to the trio. Now, it is time for you to make your choices. Yiye and Shigeru, having already made their decisions, confidently approached their chosen companions. Just as Rika was about to step toward Bulbasaur, she hesitated, concern etched on her face. Professor, but there are only these 3 initial Pokémon. If we take them all, what will happen to Satoshi? Shigeru scoffed, muttering under his breath, that's his own fault. He was the one who was late. Professor Oak, however, wore a mysterious smile and waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry, you may choose first. As for Satoshi, I have already prepared a special Pokémon for him. At the moment he successfully obtained Charmander's Pokeball, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding! The strongest trainer system has been activated. Chapter 4. The Marketplace, Interface, and Devil Fruit System. Ding! The strongest trainer system has been activated. Yiye paused in his motion of grasping the Pokeball, surprise flickering in his eyes. Though it was swiftly concealed, he discreetly held Charmander's Pokeball, its texture not that of cold metal but rather warm, as if imbued with a hint of life. Noticing Yiye's peculiar expression, Professor Oak attributed it to the excitement of acquiring a beloved Pokémon, offering a warm smile without further thought. Congratulations. From this moment forth, you are officially recognized as new trainers. Professor Oak looked at the vibrant trio before him, a sense of nostalgia filling his gaze, reminiscent of his own youthful days. The Pokédex and Pokémon are now entrusted to you. Go forth and embark on your own journey. The townsfolk are likely waiting at the entrance to bid you farewell. In this world, the day one turns 16 and becomes a trainer also marks the day of adulthood, a momentous occasion indeed. 3 individuals emerged from the research institute, greeted by a bustling crowd at the entrance. The mayor of Masera town, accompanied by numerous neighbors, was preparing to hold a modest coming-of-age ceremony for them. Thank you so much, great uncle, and to all the uncles and aunts. In the center of the throng stood Shigeru, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement and pride. Indeed, the mayor was Shigeru's great uncle, the elder brother of Professor Okido. The Okido family held a significant position in Masera town. Even the town's name was changed from Shirogane town to honor Professor Okido's great-great-grandfather, Okido Masera. As Shigeru basked in the well wishes of the crowd, Rika embraced her family warmly in farewell. Yet, beside Hikari, there was only a pink figure. A Happiny cradled a beautifully wrapped gift, tears of joy glistening in its eyes. As it gently presented the box to Hikari, uttering words of blessing, lucky, lucky. Just as the lively coming-of-age ceremony was nearing its conclusion, a flustered figure stumbled forward from a distance, clad in a mismatched set of pajamas. Wait for me. I want to receive my Pokémon too. Satoshi panted as he squeezed into the crowd, arriving fashionably late. Is that you, Satoshi? Shigeru's gaze quickly zeroed in on the pajama-clad figure, and he seemed to be triggered by something, his temper flaring instantly. You're late on your very first day, Shigeru? Satoshi still appeared somewhat drowsy, scratching his messy hair with a look of surprise. Call me young master. Shigeru's voice ascended in pitch, utterly irked by Satoshi's nonchalant demeanor. On such an important day? How could you be late? What on earth are you doing? The crowd erupted in good-natured laughter, accustomed to the antics of these 2 children since childhood. Hikari watched this classic scene unfold, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. She had no intention of intervening, her gaze shifting from Shigeru to Satoshi's green and white-striped pajamas. The opening scene felt remarkably authentic. However, she was too preoccupied to appreciate any iconic moments. The notification in her mind rendered her restless. The system? After 3 years of transmigration, she had almost convinced herself that her life as an ordinary rich second-generation trainer was all there was to her existence, never anticipating that the golden finger would arrive late. She glanced down at the Pokeball in her hand, where a Charmander rested quietly inside. An unprecedented sense of anticipation and urgency surged within her. She needed to find a quiet place immediately to unravel the mystery of this strongest trainer system. Lucky, Happiny sensed the subtle shift in Hikari's emotions and tugged at his clothing with concern. Hikari snapped back to reality, offering a reassuring smile to Happiny as she gently patted its rounded body. Let us go home. She no longer paid heed to Shigeru, who was still bickering with the tardy Satoshi, leading Happiny as she turned towards her home. Shigeru caught a glimpse of Hikari's departing figure and paused momentarily. What else with him? Why did he leave without a word? We didn't even have our promised battle? However, he quickly dismissed this fleeting curiosity and redirected his focus on Satoshi. Humph, even Hikari can't be bothered with you, you latecomer. On the other side, Hikari quickened her pace, almost breaking into a jog as she returned to the familiar luxurious villa. She closed the door behind her, completely shutting out the external clamor. The living room was now just her and Happiny. System? Hikari silently mused. Ding. The strongest trainer system has officially activated. A translucent blue panel, visible only to her, unfurled before her eyes. Lucky. Happiny tilted its pink head, observing its master's dazed expression directed at the air, its round eyes filled with confusion. It reached out with its short arms, gently tugging at Hikari's clothing. I'm fine, Happiny. Hikari took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Reaching out to affectionately stroke Happany's head, then focusing her gaze on the panel before her. She began to scrutinize it closely. Before long, Hikari had grasped the essence of this long-awaited golden finger. The system's functions were divided into two sections. System Store. With a gentle thought, she activated the store interface, and an array of dazzling items filled her view, causing her breath to catch. Mage Evolution Stone, 100,000 points. Master Ball, 100,000 points. Dynamax Band, 100,000 points. Z Ring, 50,000 points. Z Crystal, 50,000 points. These treasures, revered throughout the world and even deemed legendary items, were now laid bare before her in the system store. If these were to be revealed, they would likely send the entire league into a frenzy. In addition to these top-tier items, there were also various standard goods, including berries, healing sprays, and evolution stones of all types, readily available. Hikari's heart raced. Merely possessing these items would make becoming a regional champion merely a matter of time, and attaining the status of the strongest trainer was no longer a mere dream. However, her points still stood at 0, rendering the system store currently a mere visual feast. She suppressed the urge to continue exploring the store and shifted her focus to the other section. Pokemon panel. With a thought, she set the observation target to the Charmander within the Pokeball. A detailed data panel promptly materialized. Pokemon, Charmander. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Level, 5. Learn moves, Scratch, Growl. Ember, Dragon Dance. Inherited move. Strength assessment, Novice level. Potential, Champion level, Beginner. The data on Charmander was clear at a glance, including the noted inherited move. Not only had Charmander learned Ember at an early level, but it also possessed the inherited move Dragon Dance, indicating that its parents were also top-tier Pokemon. Hikari was pleasantly surprised by the data panel. The champion-level potential of Charmander was even more thrilling. According to Hikari's understanding, the typical cap for initial Pokemon after their second evolution generally aligned with the strength of gym leader-level trainers, which was below champion potential. After all, champion-level trainers, according to the original animation, could capture even second-tier legendary Pokemon. However, with Charmander's initial potential being champion level, it could further enhance its potential upon evolution with proper training. Hence, as an initial Pokemon from the Kanto region, she had indeed drawn an SSR. Truly, the carefully nurtured starters of the league were of exceptional quality. Just as she was about to close the panel, her gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a faint tree-like pattern in the corner of the panel. The pattern was small and easily overlooked at a cursory glance. What is this? Curious, Hikari clicked on it. In the next moment, a brand new interface appeared, showcasing a bizarre tree, its trunk adorned with spiral patterns, occupying the entire screen, with hundreds of peculiar fruits, also spirally patterned, hanging from its branches. Hikari's pupils dilated in astonishment. What an intriguing form. He hastily glanced at the descriptive text on the interface. Devil Fruit System. Points can be consumed to activate a Devil Fruit and select a Pokemon for fusion, granting it the corresponding abilities of the Devil Fruit. Note: Pokemon fused with Devil Fruits by the system will incur no side effects and will not lose their swimming capabilities. Yiye's mind buzzed, momentarily blank. Feeding a Devil Fruit to a Pokemon? What kind of divine operation is this? Countless wild thoughts flashed through his mind. If he fed a Phoenix Fruit to Charizard, would that not equate to creating a man-made Ho-Oh? If he gave a Azure Dragon Fruit to Gyarados, would it not become a synthetic Rayquaza? Furthermore, what if he were to give a Sand Fruit to Tyranitar? Ignoring its quadruple weakness to fighting-type moves, it would become a terrestrial tank. And what if he used it on a legendary Pokemon, like the Earthquake Fruit on Groudon? Yiye shivered, hesitant to ponder further. The prospect was too beautiful. It was akin to a walking artillery. The Pokemon world was about to undergo a transformation. Chapter 5. fusion of the devil fruit. While Yiye was lost in his musings, a shimmering gift icon suddenly popped up on the system panel with a big sound. Ding! The novice gift package has been delivered. Would you like to activate it? Yiye's spirits lifted, and he quickly recited in his mind. Activate. Activate immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received one lottery draw from the devil fruit system. Yiye's eyes lit up. Just moments ago, he was troubled about how to gather points to initiate this miraculous devil fruit system, yet the novice gift package had directly bestowed him one. This system truly knows its business. Will the host proceed to draw the lottery? Draw wait. Yiye abruptly hit the brakes. This was the inaugural draw concerning the fate of his future companions. He could not afford to be careless. He shifted his gaze from the virtual panel and enveloped the nearby, still worried about whether he had a fever, Chansey in his arms, burying his face deep into its soft body and inhaling deeply for a dose of good fortune. Lucky, still unsatisfied, he scooped up the recently released Charmander, who was equally bewildered, and buried his face into it as well, inhaling once more. Clutch. Chansey and Charmander, two pink heads, nestled together, gazing at Yiye's eccentric ritual with a plethora of questions in their eyes. Their master seemed to be a bit unhinged. Charmander even began to doubt whether it had mistakenly chosen the wrong person yesterday. All right. After completing this ritual, Yiye felt an overwhelming surge of lucky energy coursing through him. Finally satisfied, he commanded the system, draw for me. Give me the best one. No sooner had he spoken than the devil fruit tree before him was enveloped in dazzling light, with multitudes of luminous streams spiraling around the trunk. Ultimately, all the brilliance converged at the treetop, illuminating a peculiar fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the animal-type devil fruit, bird fruit, mythical species, phoenix form. Please select the Pokémon to be fused. Phoenix. Yiye's heart skipped a beat. The fleeting thought that had just crossed his mind was now on the verge of realization. A Charizard in phoenix form. Would that not be a man-made ho-oh? He suppressed his overwhelming joy and decisively issued the command in his mind. Select Charmander for fusion. Please have the host directly contact the Pokémon to be fused. Without hesitation, Yiye tightly embraced the still-dazed Charmander. Clutch. Startled by this sudden embrace, Charmander instinctively attempted to squirm away. But a wave of warm and potent energy surged from Yiye's body, continuously pouring into it through their touching palms. Charmander gradually calmed down, feeling the strange power flowing within. Ding! Animal-type devil fruit, bird fruit, mythical species, phoenix form fusion complete. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. And only then did Yiye slowly release Charmander, his eyes brimming with anticipation. How does it feel, Charmander? Clutch. Charmander scratched its head with a tiny paw, appearing somewhat perplexed as it scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Yiye immediately understood its actions, slapping his forehead in realization. He had almost forgotten. They were still in the living room. Let's head to the backyard for a test. He swiftly led Charmander and Chansey through the villa to the expansive backyard. In the corner of the yard lay a massive testing rock. Yiye pointed at it and issued his first command. Charmander, you scratch on that rock. Clutch. Charmander responded with a chirp, scampering over with determination. Its claws grazed the rock, leaving 3 distinct, yet shallow scratch marks. The power was decent, but within expectations. Yiye took a deep breath and commanded again. Excellent. Now, try to harness the power of the devil fruit and strike once more. Clutch. Charmander was unsure of what the devil fruit meant, but could vaguely grasp the essence of the power that had been infused into it. It concentrated, once again aiming its claws at the rock. Just as its claws were about to make contact, a wisp of azure flame suddenly ignited from the tips of its claws. Hiss! A piercing sound of friction rang out, and the sturdy rock shattered like tofu under the force. The massive stone broke into several pieces with that single strike. Yiye's eyes brightened. Such destructive power was something even a well-trained fire-type Pokémon could hardly achieve. Suppressing his excitement, he continued to direct his commands, pointing at a nearby withered target tree. Charmander, use Ember on that tree. Charmander opened its mouth, and several orange-red sparks shot forth, striking the dry tree and leaving behind charred pits. Now, harness that power and do it again. Charmander understood and opened its mouth once more. This time, what it unleashed was not mere sparks, but a barrage of fireballs enveloped in azure flames. The azure flames collided with the dry tree, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The entire tree was violently uprooted, its upper trunk reduced to a flurry of wood shavings cascading down. The sheer force rivaled that of a newly evolved Charizard unleashing its most powerful flamethrower. Delight. It was an overwhelming joy. With the power of the phoenix fruit, The potency of fire-type moves had escalated far beyond that of physical attacks. However, Yiye noticed that Charmander collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily after executing the attack. But it made sense. Utilizing the abilities of the Devil Fruit primarily drained stamina. Even though Pokémon possess physical qualities that far exceed humans, Charmander had only recently passed its juvenile phase, and being able to channel the Eternal Flame to unleash Ember was already impressive. It seemed that Pokémon fused with Devil Fruits would need to focus on stamina training, otherwise. Possessing the capabilities of an overwhelming Devil Fruit, but only being a fleeting fighter would be unacceptable, particularly for Charmander, which would require exceptional stamina, as the most formidable aspect of the Phoenix Fruit was not its destructive power, but its near-immortal healing abilities. A Charmander with monstrous stamina would be the true Ho-Oh in Yiye's vision. Moreover, with the acquisition of the Phoenix Fruit, Charmander might even take on the role of a team medic in the future, though one can only speculate. At this thought, Yiye once again summoned the Pokémon panel, revealing that Charmander's data had been remarkably transformed. Pokémon, Charmander, Phoenix Fruit integrated. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Level, 5. Learn skills, Scratch, Growl, Ember. Dragon Dance, inherited skill, not yet mastered. Devil Fruit development level, Beginner. Strength assessment, average level, Beginner. Potential, champion level, Beginner. The strength assessment had escalated directly from novice level to average level, Beginner, which was quite reasonable. Although Charmander's utilization of the Devil Fruit's power could achieve destruction comparable to a high-tier average level, its lack of stamina was a significant drawback. Should it fail to resolve the battle after using its abilities, it would be left vulnerable. As for Charmander's potential, it had soared from elite level to champion level. This was the true beginning of its ascent. With champion-level potential and the extraordinary capabilities granted by the Devil Fruit, even the mightiest of phoenixes would soon witness what a true immortal bird could achieve. Chapter 6. Capturing Happiny. In the backyard of the Yiye family villa, after a whirlwind of thoughts, Yiye regained his composure, gazing at the scene of utter chaos before him. Shattered rocks and a decimated tree stood as stark reminders of the terrifying power of the Devil Fruit, which had bestowed upon a freshly emerged novice Pokémon destructive capabilities rivaling those of an evolved form. He glanced down at Charmander, who was gradually recovering from its exertion. The recent strike had been immensely powerful, yet equally draining. The road ahead for Charmander was still long. With that in mind, he returned Charmander to its Pokeball. Turning around, he found himself face-to-face with Happiny, its round, concerned eyes filled with worry. Lucky. Its pink form swayed slightly, its petite arms gesturing helplessly as it glanced between the shattered boulder and the severed tree, before finally locking its gaze onto Yiye, its expression brimming with concern for his well-being. Since his arrival in this unfamiliar world, the first creature he had encountered was this very Pokémon. For the past 3 years, Happiny had assumed the role of a caretaker, tending diligently to every aspect of his life. Consequently, Yiye had never considered subjecting it to formal training as a Pokémon trainer. "I am fine, Happiny." Yiye snapped back to reality, extending his hands to gesture a sign of reassurance. "However, starting today, I am officially a Pokémon trainer." With that, Yiye approached Happiny, squatting down to meet its gaze. Lucky. Happiny observed Yiye's serious demeanor and let out a soft, anxious sound, its pink form quivering slightly. A heartfelt smile blossomed on Yiye's face, his clear eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness and anticipation. "Happiny, do you wish to become my true partner, to embark on a journey together, to grow stronger, and to witness the wonders of this world?" Lucky. Happiny was momentarily taken aback, its large eyes brimming with moisture. It had likely awaited this moment for an eternity. Overcome with joy, Happiny began to dance exuberantly, its little arms flailing in the air. With a smile, Yiye retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket, freshly obtained from Professor Oak, still unregistered. He pressed the button, gently tapping the Pokeball against Happiny's forehead. A soft white light enveloped them, and Happiny offered no resistance, willingly being drawn into the Pokeball. It did not even shake. The central red light flickered momentarily before emitting a crisp sound, signaling the successful capture. Yiye picked up the Pokeball and immediately released Happiny once more. Lucky. Upon reappearing, Happiny could no longer contain its emotions and leaped into Yiye's embrace, affectionately rubbing its cheek against him. Yiye chuckled as he calmed it down, while mentally accessing Happiny's Pokémon panel. Pokémon, Happiny. Type, Normal. Ability, Natural Cure. Level, 21. Learn skills, Pound, Growl, Tail Whip, Egg Bomb, Double Slap, Healing Bell, Inherited skills mastered. Strength assessment, Average level, Beginner. Potential, Gym level, High tier. Upon viewing the panel's data, the last remnants of Yiye's doubt dissipated. He had assumed that the Happiny left behind by his parents possessed only mediocre potential, and he had planned to train it earnestly. To his surprise, he discovered that what his parents had bequeathed him was not merely a caretaker, but a top-tier medic endowed with exceptional inherited skills. Healing Bell. This was indeed a miraculous skill. In battle, a single healing bell could instantly cure the entire team's status ailments, and its strategic value could sometimes eclipse that of a powerful offensive move. Such an ability was certainly not something a mere Happiny could possess. His parents must have gone to great lengths to acquire it. Level 21 was not unexpected. Over the past 3 years, he had spared no expense in providing Happiny with an array of luxurious Pokémon nutrition items and berry treats, effectively elevating its level through sheer financial means. Although its potential was only gym level, which paled in comparison to Charmander's abnormal champion level, it was already an exceptionally impressive qualification for a Happiny. Moreover, who said potential could not be enhanced? With careful nurturing and the opportunity to evolve into Blissey, paired with the right devil fruit, Happiny might well ascend to champion level in the future. Lucky. Happiny tilted its head, puzzled by Yiye's sudden burst of joy. Happiny, you truly are a treasure. Yiye extended his finger to gently pinch Happiny's rounded cheek, feeling elated. Gym level potential is merely your starting point, not your ultimate destination. He had already begun to envision Happiny's future. First, he planned to acquire various technical machines for Happiny to learn skills like Toxic, Light Screen, Protect, Mystical Shield, Shadow Clone, and Thunder Wave, among other supportive abilities. Then, depending on the situation, he would supplement its repertoire with offensive moves such as Fighting-type Aura Sphere, Ice-type Ice Beam, Grass-type Solar Beam, and Electric-type Thunderbolt, as the battles in this world placed no restrictions on the number of skills one could employ. Having a diverse skill set was undoubtedly advantageous. Once Happiny evolved into Blissey, renowned for its exceptional stamina, the combination of its formidable bulk and diverse skills would drive most opponents to despair. Finally, he would select a suitable devil fruit for it from the system, a nearly indestructible mobile fortress capable of inflicting negative status effects on its foes, while simultaneously providing healing and alleviating status ailments for the entire team. Yiye could already envision the expression of sheer bewilderment on his opponents' faces when confronted with such a Blissey in the future. Rest assured, Happiny. Yiye patted its shoulder, his voice brimming with confidence. When the time comes to fuse you with a powerful devil fruit, champion level will merely be a trivial matter for us. Lucky. Though the concept of devil fruits eluded him, Yiye could sense the anticipation and trust emanating from his beloved Chansey. With great joy, it waved its tiny arms, as if envisioning a future where it would grow stronger. Having captured 2 immensely promising initial companions, Yiye felt an unparalleled sense of elation. He returned to his room with Chansey, beginning to pack the essentials for his journey: a hiking tent, change of clothes, specialized nutritional supplements for both Chansey and Charmeleon, berries, insect repellent, and more. As for the scattered stones and wood in the backyard, Yiye planned to have Professor Oak contact professionals to clear the debris after he set off on his adventure, transforming the backyard into a dedicated training ground for his Pokémon upon his return. Chapter 7. An unexpected visitor, just as Yiye was preparing to embark on his journey. Donned with a brand new travel backpack and accompanied by Chansey, who was clutching a large parcel, a deafening roar of an engine approached. A striking crimson convertible executed a flawless drift and came to a halt at the entrance of Yiye's villa. The car door swung upward, and Shigeru, clad in sporty attire and sporting sunglasses, emerged from the vehicle. "Hey Yiye, where do you think you're off to?" Shigeru exclaimed, removing his sunglasses, his tone laced with irritation. "We had a battle planned. Are you afraid of losing to me and planning to flee?" In that moment, Yiye recalled that he had been so engrossed in studying the system and the devil fruits that he completely forgot about the battle he had arranged with Shigeru. This was bad. Charmeleon had just expended a tremendous amount of energy in the backyard and was currently recovering in its Pokeball. If a battle ensued now, he wouldn't just lose, he might collapse before reaching the halfway point. His heart sank, but he managed to maintain a calm facade, patting his backpack nonchalantly. "Flee. I was just giving Charmeleon some special training. As for our battle, I'll have Charmeleon finish off your Squirtle in one move, leaving you in tears on your very first day as a trainer." "Huh, such audacity," Shigeru retorted, his excitement palpable. "I've done my homework. Grandpa says that during its infancy, my Squirtle often triumphed over that lethargic Charmeleon." With that, he confidently retrieved a Pokeball, readying himself for the confrontation. "Come on, Yiye. Let us make our first battle as trainers right here and now. I'll show you who the strongest newcomer in Masera Town is." Seeing Shigeru's eagerness, Yiye felt a bit cornered. He glanced at Chansey beside him, pondering if he should let it take the stage. Luck. Chansey sensed Yiye's gaze and waved its short arms, indicating its willingness. Yet, Yiye hesitated. That would be unfair, and even if Chansey won, Shigeru wouldn't accept it. He needed to buy some time. His mind raced, and an idea struck him. Wait a moment, Yiye interjected, interrupting Shigeru's fervor. What's wrong? Are you finally scared? Shigeru raised an eyebrow. Yiye crossed his arms leisurely, tilting his chin towards the grand entrance of his villa, and said in a slow, deliberate manner, "We are aspiring to be the strongest trainers. How can we approach such a significant first battle so recklessly?" Shigeru paused, confused. What do you mean? First, Yiye held up a finger, without a referee. No matter how fiercely we battle, we won't be able to determine a clear victor. You. Shigeru's face flushed red. Yiye ignored him and raised a second finger, first pointing at Shigeru's flashy new car, then gesturing towards his own house. Second, battling right in front of my house. Just look at your new car in my house. What happens if something gets damaged during the fight? He regarded Shigeru with a hint of amusement. Damaging something wouldn't be a concern. But what if someone loses and refuses to acknowledge it? You're talking nonsense. How could I ever deny a loss? Shigeru protested, but upon glancing at the deserted surroundings, his confidence wavered slightly. Yiye shrugged, giving a knowing look. So, for the sake of fairness, we must find a proper battle venue and enlist a prestigious referee. What do you think? Shigeru was momentarily speechless, finally managing to utter, You make a fair point. So where shall we battle, and who will referee? Perfect. Ye's heart rejoiced at the success of his delaying tactic. If they were to battle, it had to be a grand affair. With a smile, Yiye continued, I've already considered the location and the referee. Oh. Shigeru's interest peaked as he raised an eyebrow. In Masera Town. The only suitable location was the backyard of Professor Oak's research facility, spacious and sufficiently professional. Yiye paused for emphasis, and as for the referee, who could be more fitting than Professor Oak himself? After a moment of contemplation, Shigeru conceded, finding the reasoning sound. He opened the car door, gestured for Yiye to enter, and said, Get in, I'll drive you there. However, Yiye shook his head, patting his new travel backpack. From today onward, I have embarked on the path of training. His gaze was resolute. A true trainer must commence their journey with the very first step on foot. Utilizing a vehicle does not constitute traveling, it is mere sightseeing. Chansey, seemingly understanding, nodded vigorously, clutching its large parcel, its pink face serious. Luck. Shigeru was momentarily taken aback by Ye's words, his expression a mixture of disbelief and intrigue. He glanced from Ye's earnest demeanor to his own flashy convertible, suddenly feeling as though he was already cheating at the starting line. This sensation left him quite unsettled. Don't give me that. You're just trying to buy time. Shigeru exclaimed, his frustration mounting. Yiye remained silent, inwardly thinking that if he accepted a ride, he would lose the opportunity to allow Charmeleon to regain its strength. Fine. Very well. Shigeru gritted his teeth, returning to the driver's seat, slamming the car door shut. I'll wait for you at the research facility. Don't take all day. With a thunderous roar, the engine revved, and the crimson convertible kicked up a cloud of dust as it sped away, leaving behind a solitary figure. Yiye, accompanied by Chansey, strolled leisurely towards Professor Oak's research facility, taking his time while calculating the minutes, hoping Charmeleon would recover as much as possible. Before he even reached the entrance, the cacophony of voices reached his ears. A throng of people had gathered outside the research facility, with the most conspicuous being a group of girls in short skirts, energetically waving pom-poms and chanting slogans. Master Shigeru is the strongest. Master Shigeru will surely win. In addition to Shigeru's dedicated cheer squad, there were many familiar faces from the neighborhood, including Ash's mother, Hanako, who wore a worried expression. Yiye found it peculiar. The coming-of-age ceremony had already concluded, so why hadn't this crowd dispersed? He pushed his way through the throng to discover the epicenter of the commotion. Shigeru stood with his arms crossed, chin held high, in a face-off with Ash, who was clad in his pajamas. At Ash's feet, a yellow electric mouse turned its back to both boys, its tail flicking impatiently, as if to say, Stay out of this. Shigeru, you despicable guy. Ash's face flushed a deep crimson, his fists clenched tightly as he challenged, If you have the capability, confront me as a true trainer. Let us engage in a proper duel. It appeared that once again, it was Gary's sharp tongue that had stirred up trouble. Gary scoffed disdainfully, surveying Ash and then casting a glance at the unruly Pikachu. With a Pokémon that disobeys you, what do you think you can use to battle against me? Ash, rendered speechless by anger, turned to Pikachu for help, only to receive a sharp thump on the back of his head from the little rascal. At that moment, Gary's peripheral vision caught sight of Leaf in the crowd. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as though he had discovered a more worthy stage to boast upon, his voice ascending an octave. Besides, my first battle as a trainer has long been scheduled. He deliberately paused, relishing the attention of the crowd, before pointing directly at Leaf. Behold, Leaf shall be the first to fall under my command. This is a true showdown between genius trainers. Chapter 8, The First Battle. Outside Professor Oak's laboratory. Behold, Leaf shall be the first to fall under my command. This is a true showdown between genius trainers. Gary's voice, though not loud, was sufficiently clear for every ear present, including the enthusiastic cheerleaders still waving their pom-poms. In an instant, all eyes, including those of the cheerleaders, converged upon Leaf. This fellow seemed to have suffered greatly from his previous encounters at school, and now he had seized upon an opportunity to regain his dignity, eagerly calling upon the world to witness. Under normal circumstances, his Charmander would indeed have slim chances against Squirtle. Setting aside type advantages, Squirtle possessed superior base stats, exhibiting greater resilience and stamina. Moreover, the initial Pokémon carefully nurtured by the League boasted exceptional qualities. Both Gary's Squirtle and his own Charmander had already mastered their respective types' offensive moves before embarking on their journey, one with Bubble and the other with Ember. The disparity between water and fire was palpable, as fire-type moves would inflict reduced damage on Squirtle, while water-type moves would double the damage against Charmander. Given this clear advantage, it was no wonder that Gary brimmed with confidence. However, Leaf now possessed a system, and his Charmander had assimilated the essence of the Phoenix fruit. Gary's plans were destined to flounder. The leisurely stroll from the villa to the laboratory was neither too long nor too short, providing ample time for Charmander to recuperate. Furthermore, the destructive power of his Charmander surpassed that of an ordinary Pokémon. Even if it had not fully regained its vigor, it was more than sufficient. The gap between novice and ordinary levels was not merely bridged by type advantages. Moreover, his Charmander's capacity for destruction had far surpassed the ordinary. You're not seriously afraid, are you? Gary, noticing Leaf's silence, assumed he was feeling guilty, and his confidence swelled further, prompting him to press his advantage. He stepped forward, proclaiming, "If you concede now, I can graciously postpone our battle until after we earn our first badge, so you won't suffer such an embarrassing defeat on your first day." At this, Leaf finally responded with a slight chuckle. What's the rush? His gaze swept over the cheerleaders energetically waving their pom-poms, then regarded the onlooking neighbors of Pallet Town before returning to Gary. I was merely contemplating the spectacle. If you lose after making such a grand announcement in front of so many acquaintances, how will you face them afterward? He paused briefly before shifting the topic. Also, have you discussed your role as referee with Professor Oak? What? Ash, who had been sidelined for too long, could no longer contain himself. He looked at Leaf, then glared at Gary, his expression radiating frustration. Leaf, are you really going to battle him? I thought he was just making excuses to avoid fighting me. Ash clenched his fists and loudly declared to Gary, just wait. Once I get Pikachu to listen to me, I will challenge you again, and I will defeat you. I certainly will. Gary was about to retort when a calm yet authoritative voice emerged from the laboratory. Professor Oak, clad in a white lab coat with his hands clasped behind his back, stepped out with a warm smile. As the most promising new trainers of Pallet Town, how could I miss this momentous first battle? He surveyed the gathered crowd with a glance of satisfaction, ultimately resting his gaze upon Leaf and Gary. Come, follow me. The battle arena in the backyard has been prepared for you energetic youths. With a grand gesture, Professor Oak beckoned, and the crowd excitedly followed. Gary's cheerleading squad ran alongside, fervently waving their pom-poms and chanting loudly, "Gary is the strongest. Squirtle will prevail." Ash trailed behind the crowd, kicking at the pebbles beneath his feet, muttering under his breath, "What is so great about it? Once Pikachu listens to me, I'll be the first to defeat you, Gary." Next to him, Pikachu seemed to understand, turning its head to make a face at him. In the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory lay a smooth patch of yellow earth designated for battles. Unveiled before the eager crowd, Gary was nearly the first to dash to the opposing trainer's zone, gripping his Pokeball with enthusiasm, his gaze fixed intently on Leaf, his face clearly conveying an eagerness for the battle to commence. "Leaf, what are you stalling for?" Leaf approached his designated spot leisurely, removing his travel backpack and handing it to the nearby Chansey. Lucky, Chansey cradled the backpack and obediently retreated to the sidelines, her round, expressive eyes filled with encouragement. Professor Oak stepped into the center of the arena, cleared his throat, and the entire gathering fell silent. As the witness and referee, I hereby declare, the first battle between Pallet Town's new trainers Leaf and Gary begins now. Squirtle, I choose you. Gary's voice brimmed with excitement as he effortlessly tossed the Pokeball into the air. A vibrant Squirtle emerged, full of energy, calling out cheerfully as it waved its tiny fists at the audience, brimming with determination. "Come forth, Charmander." Leaf's movements were far more subdued, merely tossing the ball gently. Charmander appeared, the flame on its tail flickering steadily. Yet in stark contrast to the spirited Squirtle, it exhibited signs of fatigue and stood somewhat listlessly. The disparity in the Pokémon states immediately sparked murmurs among the onlookers. Why does Leaf's Charmander look so lethargic? Indeed, compared to Gary's Squirtle, it lacks the same vigor. With such a disadvantage in type and condition, how can he possibly compete? Professor Oak, noticing the situation, adjusted his glasses and cast a concerned glance at Leaf. "Leaf, your Charmander seems to be in poor condition. Has it perhaps overexerted itself during training? The battle can be postponed. The health of your Pokémon is paramount." Hearing this, Gary's expression swelled with triumph, yet he feigned magnanimity as he interjected, "Exactly. Leaf, if you concede now, it would still be acceptable. Don't use Charmander as an excuse." Yiye shook his head, calmly gazing at the boy opposite him, who seemed to wear the words "I am destined to win" on his face. "It's all right, Professor Oak," he replied confidently. This approach would suffice to deal with him. Chapter 9, Instant Defeat. In the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory, the dusty battlefield awaited. Since the contestant Yiye has no objections, the match officially begins. Professor Oak observed the confidence radiating from Yiye, stirring a hint of doubt within him. Nonetheless, adhering to his duties as the referee, he announced the start of the match with a booming voice. All eyes immediately focused on the arena. The cheers from Little Mouse supporters intensified, as if they feared others might not recognize whom they were backing. "Victory! Victory! Young Master Little Mouse." As the match commenced, Yiye did not hastily command his Charmander to attack, but instead silently recited a phrase in his heart. "System." In the next moment, a blue panel appeared before him, visible only to him, clearly displaying Squirtle's data. Pokémon, Squirtle. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Level, 5. Learned moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Bubble, Water Cannon. Inherited move not mastered. Strength evaluation, Novice level. Potential, Champion level, Initial stage. Upon seeing the last move, Yiye's eyelids involuntarily twitched. Water Cannon. The inherited move of this Squirtle was Water Cannon, a formidable water-type attack with astonishing destructive power. Professor Oak truly favored his grandson, providing him with such a high-quality Squirtle. Yiye inwardly marveled. Fortunately, this inherited move was not one that the current Squirtle could wield. Squirtle used Bubble. Although Little Mouse felt confident of victory, he did not act rashly. He intended to adopt a steady approach with ranged attacks to secure his win. Engaging in close combat would merely provide Yiye an opportunity for a comeback, a lesson he had learned through bitter experiences at Pokémon School. Yiye, recognizing Little Mouse's strategy, silently praised him for maintaining composure and not letting his advantage cloud his judgment. "Charmander, evade." Yiye responded promptly, and for the two diminutive creatures, the spacious battlefield provided ample room for their combat. Thus, Squirtle's bubble attack posed little threat to Charmander. With a slight sidestep, Charmander effortlessly dodged the barrage of oncoming bubbles. Little Mouse furrowed his brow. Such quick reflexes. The audience murmured, initially expecting the seemingly sluggish Charmander to struggle in evasion. Watching Charmander skillfully avoid the attack under his command, Yiye continued to issue orders. "Charmander, move closer." A sense of urgency gripped Little Mouse. So, he really intends to close the distance? I won't fall for that again, he thought. Dream on. "Squirtle, use Bubble continuously. Don't let it approach." Squirtle puffed up its cheeks and unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of bubbles, encircling Charmander and forming a shimmering barrier in the air. "Use Ember to clear the bubbles ahead and continue advancing." Yiye's response was swift. "Got it," Charmander affirmed, unleashing a small burst of orange flames. The sparks collided with the cluster of bubbles, producing a series of crackling sounds as fire met water, instantly creating a gap in the bubble barrage. Seizing the opportunity, Charmander dashed through the opening, maintaining momentum as it closed in on Squirtle. Darn it. Little Mouse watched in frustration as his offensive was easily neutralized. Charmander's figure looming larger and more imposing. Rapidly formulating a plan, he thought, if the distance is too far to hit, then I'll close in. After all, Squirtle had the advantage in defense and stamina, and its type was naturally superior. Even in a direct clash, as long as he could trade blows, he would surely emerge victorious, unless, of course, Charmander could defeat Squirtle in a single strike. How could that be possible? "Squirtle, let us close the distance." Little Mouse commanded with newfound resolve. The atmosphere of the battlefield shifted dramatically. An orange-hued little dinosaur and a pale blue turtle, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, charged towards each other with fervor. Seeing Squirtle and Charmander reach a precarious distance, Little Mao decisively seized the fleeting opportunity. Now, Squirtle, use Bubble to hit its face. Yet, in the face of this nearly point-blank attack, Yiye revealed an inscrutable smile. Charmander, he called clearly, his voice resonating throughout the arena. Show them your true strength. Charge straight ahead. Got it. Charmander roared with fervor, raising its tiny arms in front of itself. As Squirtle's bubble attack surged towards it, Charmander did not exhibit the slightest inclination to dodge. Instead, it accelerated, crashing directly into the bubbles. What? Little Mao was taken aback by Yiye's command and Charmander's audacity. Is Yiye out of his mind? Taking a water-type move head-on? Isn't that courting disaster? As the spectators gasped in surprise, unseen by all, a flicker of azure flame ignited on Charmander's forearm just as it was about to make contact with the bubbles. The moment the blue flame met the bubbles, rather than erupting in a violent explosion, it silently evaporated them. With a hiss, a thick cloud of white mist erupted, completely enveloping Charmander's form. We won, cheered Little Mouse supporters, believing the advantage of type matchups, combined with the reckless charge, would surely lead to victory. The onlookers shook their heads, seemingly resigned to the outcome. Little Mouse stared intensely at the white mist, though reason told him victory was assured. His past painful encounters with Yiye kept him on edge. Just as the crowd murmured, convinced the outcome was settled, an orange figure burst forth from the mist, unscathed and without a scratch. The cheerleaders, who had been jubilantly waving their pom-poms, froze in midair, their smiles frozen in disbelief. How? Is that possible? Little Mouse's pupils dilated in shock. It had taken a water-type bubble attack head-on and emerged unscathed? What sent shivers down his spine was that Charmander's speed seemed to have increased after passing through the mist. It transformed into a blur, instantly dashing before the still-anchored Squirtle. Charmander, you scratch, but hold back your strength. Yiye's command reached Charmander's ears just in time. Got it. Charmander responded, extending its right claw towards Squirtle. Squirtle, quickly dodge. Little Mouse snapped back to reality, reacting with urgency. But it was too late. Squirtle had no time to react, instinctively retracting its body, attempting to shield itself with its hard shell. Just as Charmander's claw was about to make contact with the shell, the azure flames flickered again at its claw tip. Boom. The diminutive body of Squirtle was struck by an overwhelming force, sending it hurtling several meters away before it tumbled across the dusty ground, ultimately landing on its back with its four limbs in the air, its eyes swirling in a hypnotic spiral. A single blow, a swift annihilation. The entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared in astonishment at the small Charmeleon, who was panting softly, then shifted their gaze to the distant Squirtle, now incapacitated. At this moment, Professor Oak adjusted his glasses, his eyes glimmering with curiosity as he fixated on the Charmeleon's claws, the very spot where the azure flames had just appeared. What could this be? This was not a capability one would expect from an ordinary Charmeleon. Could it be that Yiye's parents had left him some ancient treasure? Squirtle has lost its ability to battle. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure and clumsily announced the outcome of the match. The victor is contestant Yiye, along with his Charmeleon. Chapter 10, Professor Oak's Collection. In the backyard of the Oak Lab in Pallet Town, on the dusty battlefield, the announcement of the victor echoed, allowing the spectators to recover from the shocking turn of events. What had just transpired? The professor's voice acted as a switch, instantly igniting the crowd's excitement. One move? Just one move? This must be a trick. That was Squirtle. After all, water counters fire. How could it be defeated in a single strike by Charmeleon? I had said that Yiye would undoubtedly become the future star of Pallet Town. The beautiful cheerleaders supporting Shigeru lowered their pom-poms limply, their smiles vanishing as they exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. Shigeru himself seemed struck by lightning, unable to accept the reality for a long while. He rushed onto the field, carefully cradling the unconscious Squirtle, gazing into its eyes, which were now spiraled. A wave of immense defeat washed over him. How could this be? Why? Why was his meticulously prepared, attribute-advantaged Squirtle defeated in a single blow? Just as Shigeru wallowed in failure and self-reproach, an excited voice emerged from the crowd. That was so cool. Yiye. Charmeleon was absolutely magnificent just now. It was Ash, clad in pajamas, his eyes sparkling as he squeezed to the front. Completely oblivious to Shigeru's dazed expression, his demeanor exuding overwhelming enthusiasm. Your command was incredible. I must learn from you in the future. At first, Yiye did not think much of Ash's heartfelt admiration. However, as he reflected on Ash's words and recalled Ash's various unreasonable comeback victories in the anime. A ludicrous thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that this kid's innate talent for absurd comeback strategies was ignited by his own Charmeleon? The potential emergence of a future master of attribute-defying battles in the Pokémon world was inadvertently set in motion by my very own hands? Yiye felt a twinge of discomfort, observing Ash's face illuminated with enlightenment. He cleared his throat and humbly replied, "It was merely a stroke of luck. A fortunate opportunity that I seized." After a moment's thought, he added earnestly, "I believe you will achieve it too in the future." "Yes." Ash nodded vigorously, as if he had made an immensely sacred decision. At that moment, Professor Oak approached, gently placing a hand on Shigeru's shoulder, who stiffened but did not pull away. "Shigeru, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. This is merely the beginning of your journey." Professor Oak's voice was gentle yet firm, soothing his grandson before turning to the gathered crowd, his gaze lingering on Yiye and Charmeleon for a moment. Yiye's command had indeed been unexpected, but all they saw was the outcome. He paused, as if having uncovered a hidden treasure. What I observed was that when Yiye issued that seemingly reckless command, his Charmeleon did not hesitate for a moment, choosing to trust him completely. This extraordinary bond was the key to unleashing its ultimate power. The neighboring onlookers nodded in realization, finding his explanation both reasonable and inspiring. Yet Professor Oak himself understood that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. His gaze returned to the Charmeleon, now calming its breath. The bond was undoubtedly significant. However, Charmeleon's ability to effortlessly breach the barriers of water-type moves could not be solely attributed to this bond. The fleeting azure flame was no ordinary fire. It bore a striking resemblance to an ancient legend from the Unova region. At that moment, a notification chime echoed in Yiye's mind. Ding. Host has achieved victory in the first battle, earning 200 points. Ding. Host has accomplished the newcomer first win achievement, earning 500 points. Yiye's heart leaped with joy. It turned out that points could be earned not only through successful battles, but also by completing specific achievements. Moreover, the rewards for achievements surpassed those granted for mere victories. This time I lost. Shigeru finally emerged from his despondency, recalling Squirtle. His eyes filled with a complex mixture of emotions as he looked at Yiye, the indomitable spirit rekindling within him. But I will definitely win back next time. With that, he pushed through the crowd without a backward glance, determined to provide intensive training for Squirtle. Well then, since the battle has concluded, everyone may disperse, Professor Oak declared, clapping his hands cheerfully. As for Yiye, as the victor, he was surely entitled to a reward. Follow me to the lab. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to disperse. Ash dashed home, his face alight with excitement, mumbling about setting off quickly. Yiye followed Professor Oak into the depths of the lab's collection room. Inside the collection room, shelves displayed an array of ancient artifacts unearthed from archaeological digs, alongside a select few exquisite items unavailable in the market. For instance, Professor Oak possessed a complete set of perfect quality evolution stones. There were also several dragon scales and dragon fangs, which could enhance the potential of dragon-type Pokémon, items typically valued beyond measure, which seemed to be of considerable quality. Countless other items here were unattainable, even by those with wealth. Yiye gazed at these treasures, his heart ablaze with excitement. Anything worthy of being housed in Professor Oak's collection was far from ordinary. Though he had access to a system shop where these rare items could be procured with points, he still faced a shortage of points. The Mega Evolution Stone for Charizard alone required a staggering 100,000 points, and he had yet to obtain the Devil Fruit belonging to Chansey. Until he completed these essential upgrades, he could not afford to squander points frivolously. "What should I give you?" Professor Oak mused, pacing back and forth in the collection room with his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced at the items on the shelves, shaking his head. He then cast a look at the set of evolution stones, still shaking his head. Finally, as if having made a resolute decision, he approached a seemingly inconspicuous section of the wall and pressed a few times on a corner. The wall slid open silently, revealing a safe embedded within. After a series of complex password entries, the safe clicked open, revealing only a small wooden box inside. Professor Oak carefully lifted the box, his expression akin to that of someone handling a priceless treasure. "Why so mysteriously, Professor?" Yiye's curiosity was piqued. Yiye, you must understand that this item is quite extraordinary." Professor Oak opened the wooden box, revealing a single feather lying serenely within. The feather shimmered with an array of colors, as if it encapsulated all the hues of the earth, dazzling in its brilliance. "This feather is something I stumbled upon during my early research." Professor Oak's tone grew serious. "To this day, I have yet to uncover its precise origins, but I can assure you that it harbors exceptionally high levels of fire-type energy, and it may even originate from a legendary Pokémon. He extended the wooden box towards Yiye, his eyes glimmering with a hint of expectation. The value of this item far surpasses that of any other artifacts in my collection. Normally, I would never part with it. However, I have faith in you. Professor Oak gazed at Yiye with a sense of nostalgia. Consider this an early investment from this old man. Take it and use it for your Charmander. Do not let me down. Let the name of Pallet Town resound throughout the world. Yiye accepted the wooden box, carefully examining the feather that Professor Oak held in such high regard. The shape, the luster, could it be the fabled rainbow wing? Chapter 11. The Rainbow Wing and the Pokémon Egg. In the depths of Professor Oak's laboratory, within the collection room, Yiye held a small wooden box in his hands, its weight feeling substantial. This was no mere trophy. It represented a profound expectation. Thank you, Professor, Yiye said earnestly, securing the box safely before looking directly into Professor Oak's eyes. I will not disappoint you or the people of Pallet Town. Ding. Host has obtained a special item. Would you like to conduct a scan? Almost the instant his fingers brushed against the box, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Scan, Yiye silently commanded, maintaining a facade of respect towards Professor Oak. The professor nodded in satisfaction and turned to attend to matters within the lab, muttering, You, my boy, are far more composed than that rascal Green. Just don't let me lose on this investment, all right? Hearing Professor Oak's playful musings, a smile tugged at the corners of Yiye's mouth. At that moment, the system's scanning results cascaded into his consciousness like a waterfall. System scanning, energy source analysis. Legendary level fluctuations confirmed. Rainbow Wing, a token of the mythical Pokémon Ho-Oh, containing the primal forces of life and flame. Effect 1. Passive long-term, where will gradually enhance the potential and affinity of fire-type Pokémon. Effect 2. Active can be absorbed once, significantly boosting the potential of a single fire-type Pokémon, with a high probability of aiding it in breaking through to the elite level. Yiye's breath caught in his throat as he read the final line. Breaking through to the elite level. The value of this feather was immeasurable. Countless trainers within the league only approached the threshold of the elite level, and even fewer managed to cross that divide. Many exceptionally talented trainers and their powerful Pokémon regrettably remained stuck at the quasi-elite level, unable to advance further in their lifetimes. And now, a key that could reliably unlock that barrier had been casually gifted to him by Professor Oak. Snapping back to reality from the system interface, Yiye formally bid farewell to Professor Oak. Without excessive sentimentality, he informed the professor and, with his Togepi in tow, slung his travel backpack over his shoulder, ready to embark on his journey. As Yiye reached the entrance of Professor Oak's lab, a sudden gust of wind swept down from above. Whoa! Yiye instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, while Togepi was nearly blown off balance, clutching its bundle tightly. Looking up, he spotted a majestic Pidgeot folding its wings as it descended gracefully onto the clearing before the lab, stirring up a cloud of dust. And from the back of the Pidgeot, a dashing figure leapt down. Reina! Yiye exclaimed in delight. Reina? What brings you back? Professor Oak, also startled, stepped outside, his face reflecting surprise. Weren't you busy with special training in the Chengdu region for the Silver Conference? The newcomer was Reina Joy, a senior from Yiye's class. Though she hailed from the Joy family, she had lived with her father due to various circumstances and was a talented trainer who had also emerged from Pallet Town. Last year, she had just concluded her first year of travels, achieving an impressive top 8 finish in the Quartz Conference qualifiers in the Kanto region, and was now a certified elite trainer with a burgeoning reputation across Kanto. Brushing off the dust from her clothes, Reina smiled and explained, Professor, I specifically skipped training to come back for Yiye's coming-of-age ceremony. I couldn't possibly miss it. Removing her goggles, Reina revealed a bright and spirited face. She approached Yiye, sizing him up with a teasing smile. Not bad. You look much more reliable than when you were in school. If you hadn't come soon, I might have actually left, Yiye joked, feeling relaxed around Reina. Then you'd have to trouble the professor to send my gift to me. At least you know what's good for you, Reina replied with a smug huff. Then, as if performing a magic trick, carefully produced an object from her backpack. It was a Pokémon egg. The shell bore a rocky, greenish hue, covered in variably deep speckled patterns, and even while resting in Reina's hands, Yiye could sense the vibrant life force within. Here, your departure gift, Reina said, unceremoniously thrusting the Pokémon egg into Yiye's arms. Ding! High potential life form detected. Pokémon egg unhatched. Lineage analysis in progress. This unit contains special rock-type energy fluctuations. Lineage source, Tyranitar, Bastiodon. Potential assessment, elite level. Yiye stood momentarily stunned, cradling the warm Pokémon egg. "Senior, this is far too precious," he stammered. He was no novice. He understood that an egg of such remarkable lineage held a value that could eclipse even some rare items. "Take it as my early investment in you," Reina said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Her tone turned serious. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have discovered that Electabuzz could evolve further. Without Electivire, I wouldn't have achieved my top 8 finish in the Quartz Conference qualifiers." Professor Oak approached, adjusting his glasses as he examined the egg closely, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. "This egg is teeming with vitality. The patterns are indeed quite unique. Reina, you've really outdone yourself this time." "Of course. It's for my most promising junior," Reina replied, winking at Yiye with a mischievous smile. "I believe that with your abilities, you will surely surpass me, achieving a top 4 or even a top 3 finish in this year's Quartz Conference qualifiers." Upon hearing this, Professor Oak turned to Yiye and proudly introduced, "Yiye, you ought to learn diligently from senior sister Ling Nai. She is the only genius trainer in the past decade from our pallet town who, in her very first year of travel, achieved an impressive top 8 finish in the Quartz Conference qualifiers. Unlike the original narrative, in this world, the Quartz Conference is not a singular event. The Quartz Conference qualifiers?" Yiye keenly seized upon this pivotal phrase. "Indeed," senior sister Ling Nai continued, "the regional tournaments organized by the league are far more complex than you might imagine. They hold the qualifiers twice each year, a veritable crucible where newcomers like yourself, fresh out of the gate, find themselves amidst seasoned trainers fiercely vying for a coveted spot." She paused, her tone shifting to one of gravity. "Securing a top 8 finish in the qualifiers is the most conventional path to becoming an elite trainer certified by the league. Of course, you might also choose to tackle perilous Pokémon disaster missions, but most prefer to test their luck on the battleground." With this, Yi began to comprehend. "And what of the actual Quartz Conference?" he inquired further. "Ah, that is where the true spectacle lies." Senior sister Ling Nai's face lit up with yearning. "Held once every 4 years, only elite trainers are eligible to register. Following registration, one must endure the ruthless group stage elimination, where only the most formidable stand upon the battleground for the knockout rounds." However, she shifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze as she looked at Yi. "If you can claim the championship in the qualifiers, you will receive a golden ticket, allowing you to bypass the group stages of the 4-year main event and directly enter the knockout phase." Chapter 12, The Invitation. At the entrance of the Oak Laboratory, the Quartz Conference qualifiers champion Yiye silently repeated this goal in his mind, a surge of fervor igniting within his chest. During his time at the Pokémon Academy, he had already held his own against senior sister Ling Nai in private battles, often emerging victorious. Now, with the support of the system and his Charmeleon having fused with the Phoenix Fruit, his strength had evolved beyond measure. If he could not secure even a championship in the qualifiers, what hope did he have of claiming the title of the strongest? "Then I shall graciously accept this little fellow." Yiye carefully placed the precious Pokémon egg into the incubator within his backpack, solemnly expressing his gratitude to senior sister Ling Nai. The value of this gift was considerable, even with her achievements in the Quartz Conference. It was not something she could easily afford. "Now that's more like it," senior sister Ling Nai nodded in satisfaction. Then, as if recalling something, rummaged through her pocket and produced a finely crafted letter embossed with the League's emblem. "Oh, and the rest this." Yiye gazed at the letter, noticing a unique crest composed of the King's emblem and a laurel, distinctly different from the League's standard insignia. "An invitation?" he speculated hesitantly. "Indeed," senior sister Ling Nai confirmed as she handed him the letter. "This is an invitation to the Champion Program, a super elite training initiative spearheaded by the League, with the support of the Joy and Kunsa families, specifically designed for the most promising newcomers in the Kanto region. The Champion Program." The mere mention of those 4 words caused even the knowledgeable Professor Oak to shift his gaze. "Ling Nai, you managed to obtain this?" His tone was tinged with astonishment. "As far as I know, the threshold for the Champion Program is exceedingly high. Even within the League, the number of spots allocated each year is minuscule. Those who gain entry are truly the creme de la creme. I, too, only secured a spot last year after reaching the top 8 in the qualifiers and, with my family's assistance, barely passed the stringent evaluations," senior sister Ling Nai explained, a hint of pride on her face. "Once a formal member, I will receive a recommendation quota each year. I've specifically reserved this one for you." She looked at Yiye, her eyes glimmering with mischief. "What do you think? Am I generous enough for a senior sister?" This letter, if taken to the black market, could incite fierce competition among the scions of prominent families. Yiye was acutely aware that its worth far surpassed that of the previously mentioned Pokémon egg of legendary potential. This was akin to a direct ticket into the core resource circle of the league. As Yiye gazed down at the letter in his hand, the insignia of the king's emblem and laurel felt as though it bore a weight of 1,000 pounds. The earlier Pokemon egg had already placed him in a considerable debt of gratitude to senior sister Ling Nai, and now, the significance of this invitation overshadowed the egg. He was not one to be ungrateful. The value of this item transcended any monetary measure. Senior sister, I cannot accept this. Yiye raised his head, returning the letter with utmost seriousness. However, senior sister Ling Nai seemed to have anticipated his reaction. Rather than accepting it, she crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, bemused. What is it? Are you dissatisfied with the gift I've bestowed? No, it's not that, then take it, she insisted, her tone brooking no argument. Do you think this is given freely? I'm not that generous. She poked his chest with a finger, her expression turning earnest. Successfully recommending a talent like you will earn me internal credits sufficient to trade for something I've long coveted. So, for the sake of my reward, put in the effort to pass the evaluations. Her rapid-fire words left no room for the multitude of refusals Yiye had prepared. Observing this, Professor Oak stepped forward and gently patted Yiye on the shoulder, remarking, Yiye, accept it. Ling Nai is right. This is both an opportunity and an investment. Even without her, your talent would attract invitations from others. Accept it. Do not disappoint her or anyone else. At this juncture, further refusal would seem pretentious. Taking a deep breath, Yiye ceased his objections and solemnly secured the invitation. I understand, his gaze firmed. I will not let you down, senior sister. Ling Nai snapped her fingers in satisfaction. This was the Yiye she recognized. Now, how do I utilize this invitation? He posed the crucial question. It's quite simple. Senior sister Ling Nai replied as she removed her backpack from Pidgeot and prepared to depart. Just find any Pokemon Center in a city. Place this letter on the desk of any of my cousins, and they will know exactly what to do. All right, I've given everything I needed to. It's time for me to leave. With a swift motion, she slung her backpack over her shoulder, exuding an air of decisiveness. The Silver Conference in Chengdu won't wait for me. She whistled, and Pidgeot immediately understood, spreading its wings and gradually lowering itself. Senior sister, wait. Yiye wanted to say something, but as words formed, they felt painfully inadequate. Stop that, Ling Nai interrupted, seemingly aware of his intentions, turning partially to face him. Don't give me that sentimental look. You weren't like this at the academy. She paused, her expression suddenly serious. When we meet next, I hope it will be on the battlefield of the Quartz Conference. With a powerful flap of its wings, Pidgeot unleashed a gust of wind that stirred up a cloud of dust, causing Yiye and Chansey to squint. Senior sister, wishing you great success. Yiye shouted against the wind. In response, he received the sight of senior sister Ling Nai gracefully waving back, accompanied by the resounding cry of Pidgeot slicing through the sky. As the wind subsided, stillness returned. At the entrance of the Oak Research Institute, only Yiye remained, accompanied by a Jigglypuff clutching a hefty parcel. This girl, as spirited as ever. Professor Oak approached, patting Yiye on the shoulder, his gaze brimming with approval. He had high hopes for you, Yiye. Put in the effort, and do not let this expectation go unfulfilled. Yiye nodded earnestly. He cast a glance at his backpack, where lay quietly a rainbow-colored feather imbued with legendary power, an egg of immeasurable potential, and an invitation to the inner circle of the Pokemon League. The expectations from family and friends weighed heavily upon him, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure. Yet alongside it, a fierce flame ignited within his heart. Lucky, Jigglypuff tugged at his pant leg, its round eyes filled with inquiry. Yiye snapped back to reality, reaching down to stroke its plump head, a confident smile returning to his face. Let us go, Jigglypuff. He straightened his posture, his gaze fixed upon the road leading to the next town, his eyes clear and resolute. Our journey is just beginning. Chapter 13, Departure. In a corner of the Viridian Forest, towering ancient trees obscured the sky, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through the foliage. The air was humid, and the incessant cacophony of insects was disconcerting. This cursed place was a far cry from the gaming experience where one encountered monsters with every step and reached the next town in mere moments. Yiye wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing at Jigglypuff beside him, who, despite its cumbersome load, walked steadily, providing him with some comfort. As evening approached, the two finally found a suitable campsite by a stream. Yiye deftly set up the tent, then retrieved a canister of golden spray from his backpack, meticulously applying it around the tent's perimeter. The golden spray was indeed an essential item for affluent travelers, he mused, a touch of self-deprecation in his thoughts. This concoction could repel most weak wild Pokemon, its effects long-lasting, yet its price was enough to make a novice trainer wince in pain. However, he certainly did not wish to be feasted upon in his slumber by a horde of famished Rattatas or Ekans. Come out and get some fresh air, Charmeleon. The Pokeball opened, and Charmeleon emerged, curiously surveying its surroundings. Come, lend me a hand and start a fire. Yiye set up a pot and pointed to some dry twigs below. Kana. Charmeleon eagerly obliged, unleashing a small burst of sparks from its mouth. The flames easily ignited the kindling. Yiye nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the fusion with the Phoenix Berry had significantly enhanced Charmeleon's control over fire. He pulled out a map, glancing at it in the firelight, and couldn't help but sigh. Having departed from Pallet Town, they had traveled an entire day, yet had barely progressed a fifth of the way. What had Ash done, outfitting his bicycle with a rocket booster? Or was he himself a Pokémon? Yiye couldn't help but scoff. How absurd that Ash could traverse from Pallet Town to Viridian City in a single day. Fortunately, with a pre-prepared dinner and the companionship of his partner, the fatigue of the journey dissipated considerably. After finishing dinner, the campfire crackled, casting a warm glow on Yiye's face. He observed Charmeleon, who was curiously poking at the embers with its tiny paws. A thought sparked in his mind. The power of the Phoenix Berry should not merely augment flames and provide a simple boost in physical prowess. That would be a tremendous waste. Charmeleon, come here. Yiye beckoned, his expression turning serious. Do you remember that Azure power within you? Try to concentrate it entirely into your right claw. Yiye patiently guided, instructing not to ignite flames, but to reshape the form of its claws using that power. Change form. Charmeleon looked perplexed, its understanding as a Pokémon seemingly limited. It tentatively raised its right claw, and a wisp of azure flame erupted, distorting the surrounding air. No, not like that. Yiye shook his head, urging it to withdraw the flames and feel the flow of that power, imagining it as a lump of clay to be molded into the desired shape. Focus, concentrate more. This description was indeed a challenge for a newly hatched Charmeleon. It strained, puffing its cheeks, its face flushed with effort, the azure flames fluctuating wildly, indicating its struggle to control this newfound power. Kana. Charmeleon spun anxiously, even using its left paw to swat at its unruly right claw, creating a comical yet endearing sight. Do not rush, calm yourself. Yiye's voice was steady, soothing Charmeleon. Remember the sensation of battling Squirtle, that sharp feeling of tearing through everything. Upon hearing Squirtle, Charmeleon's expression shifted instantly. The memory of that battle flashed before its mind, the exhilarating sensation of a decisive victory resonating within it. This time, the azure flames seemed to take on substance, rapidly contracting and coalescing upon Charmeleon's right claw. A soft crackling sound emerged from its bones, and enveloped in flames. A sharp, elongated claw resembling that of a crane gradually replaced its originally rounded paw. Yes, just like that. Maintain it. Yiye's eyes sparkled with delight. Kana. Charmeleon gazed down at its transformed right claw, utterly astonished. Is this my claw? It cautiously moved it, the crane-like claw slicing through the air with fierce precision, radiating power. Go, strike that rock and test your might. Yiye pointed to a boulder by the stream, towering to half his height. Charmeleon took a deep breath, scampering forward with determination. It swung its freshly morphed claw down upon the rock with great force. Contrary to expectations, there was neither a thunderous crash nor the sharp sound of friction. The newly formed claw merely swept through the hard stone, slicing it silently, while Charmeleon's face lit up with disbelief under the flickering flames. This destructive power splendid. Yiye erupted in joyous laughter, strolling over to ruffle Charmeleon's head. From this day forth, this move shall be called Phoenix Strike. The claw of the Phoenix truly deserves such a name. Watching Charmeleon excitedly wave its original paw, occasionally urging forth flames to transform it back into the crane-like claw, Yiye couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, he was acutely aware that, no matter how strong in close combat, one must possess ranged capabilities as well. The image of the target tree in the backyard split in half, and the azure fireball enveloped in flames flashed through his mind. Charmeleon, having claws is not enough. Yiye crouched before Charmeleon, gazing into its eyes, his expression turning grave. Do you remember that azure fireball you unleashed? Kana? Charmeleon paused its play, tilting its head as if in recollection. Inspired by the previous owner of the Phoenix Berry, Marco, Yiye felt a mischievous urge and said to Charmeleon, that move shall henceforth be known as Azure Flame Goose. Kana. While Charmeleon did not quite understand why the name Azure Flame Goose seemed disconnected from the fireball, it earnestly responded to its master. Observing the serious demeanor of the Charmander, Yiye couldn't resist reaching out to gently ruffle its small head, This was a secret sign solely between them. Kana, the Charmander, seemed to comprehend the intent behind his words, letting out a jubilant cry. As night gradually descended, Yiye, accompanied by his Happiny and Charmander, retreated to their tent to rest. The following day, as Yiye ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, he noticed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The woods had fallen into an eerie silence, with even the most common caterpies and weedles having vanished from sight. Lucky, Happiny halted, tugging at Yiye's attire with a sense of alertness, its pink form taut with tension. In an instant, Yiye understood, placing a hand upon the pokeball at his waist. Rustle. Before him, the underbrush trembled, and a massive silhouette emerged. It was an Arbok, its size far surpassing that of its kind, coiling almost 3 meters in length, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Its cold, vertical pupils fixated on Yiye, its forked tongue hissing ominously. An invisible pressure enveloped the air, a manifestation of its intimidate-ability. Hiss. The Arbok emitted a threatening hiss, coiling its body in readiness to strike at any moment. A typical novice trainer would likely have quaked at such a display, but Yiye merely narrowed his eyes, silently invoking the system. The blue panel materialized before him. Pokémon Arbok. Type: Poison. Ability: Intimidate. Level: 29. Moves: Bind, Glare, Bite. Poison, Sting, Screech, Acid. Strength Assessment: Average, Advanced. Potential: Gym Level, Intermediate. 29. Upon reviewing the data, Yiye raised an eyebrow. The evolution level for Arbok was 22. Yet this formidable specimen had surpassed that by 7 levels without evolving. Its gym level intermediate potential indicated that it possessed ample aptitude. The sole explanation was that it was consciously suppressing its evolution, choosing to accumulate experience through battle to fortify its foundation for evolving into an even more formidable Ekans. A snake with ambition. Such Pokemon are often far more challenging than their peers at the same level. However, the monotony of the long journey called for a thrilling battle to break the tedium. This encounter was fortuitous. Far from feeling fear, Yiye's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He removed the Pokeball from his waist and released Charmander. Unfortunately for you, your luck has run out. Today, you've crossed paths with me. Let us see how my Charmander measures up against you. He once again summoned Charmander's panel, and following its encounter with Squirtle, the data had subtly transformed. Pokemon Charmander, fused with Phoenix Fruit. Type: Fire. Ability: Blaze. Level: 8. Moves: Scratch, Growl, Ember, Dragon Dance. Inherited move not mastered: Phoenix Strike, Azure Flame. Held item: Rainbow Feather. Devil Fruit development level: Beginner. Strength assessment: Average, Intermediate. Potential: Champion level, Beginner. Following the battle with Shigeru, Charmander had engaged in several skirmishes at the forest's edge yesterday, culminating in its elevation to level 8. Its strength assessment had also progressed from beginner to intermediate. Moreover, after a night of rigorous training, the moves Phoenix Strike and Azure Flame had been recognized by the system and added to its repertoire. Although its level and strength assessment paled in comparison to the Arbok before him, Yiye felt an unwavering sense of calm within. Little did others know, he was acutely aware of his Charmander's extraordinary nature. Hiss. The Arbok, incensed by the human's apparent nonchalance, was thoroughly provoked. In this forest, it was the undisputed ruler. Its massive body reared up, towering over Yiye and Charmander, its gaping maw unleashing a piercing hiss, a foul wind sweeping towards them. Lucky, Happiny, startled, shrank back behind Yiye but bravely peered out, keeping a vigilant eye on the foe. The battle was imminent. The colossal Arbok, clearly short on patience, coiled its body tightly, and in the next moment, it lunged like a black-purple arrow, mouth wide open, aiming to strike the petite Charmander. The biting attack bore an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, in the face of this ferocious assault, capable of cleaving through an ordinary starter Pokemon, Yiye remained unfazed, calmly issuing commands to allow Charmander to probe the opponent. Charmander, evade with Ember. Kana. Understanding the command, Charmander unleashed an astonishing agility, propelling its small form sideways with a powerful push against the ground, narrowly dodging the Arbok's forceful strike, which crashed into the earth, sending up a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment of the Arbok's brief immobilization, Charmander adjusted its stance and unleashed a small burst of orange sparks directly at the creature's vital spot. However, the ensuing spectacle left even Happiny wide-eyed. The sparks, capable of scorching rock, merely fizzled out upon striking the metallic sheen of Arbok's purple scales, leaving no discernible mark. Only a few embers that extinguished almost immediately. The Arbok slowly lifted its head to regard Charmander, its serpent eyes betraying a raw disdain and mockery. It didn't retaliate immediately, merely shaking its body as if to suggest that the prior attack had been nothing more than a trivial scratch. Kana. Charmander, frustrated at its ineffective strike, flared its tail flames and emitted a defiant growl from its throat. Don't fret, Charmander, Yiye's voice rang out, soothing its spirit. He understood all too well that a level disparity of over 20 was no trifling matter, not even Ember. Nor even if Charmander learned Flamethrower without utilizing the powers of the Devil Fruit, would it merely tickle the scales of this great serpent. It seemed that ordinary attacks were futile against an opponent of this caliber. Hiss. The Arbok, losing patience to toy with its prey, was incensed by the audacity of this mere Charmander to act so brazenly on its territory. With a powerful coil, its tail whipped out like a steel whip, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, sweeping towards them. This assault was swifter and broader than the previous bite. Charmander, no need to hold back any longer. Yiye's voice remained calm, unaffected by the Arbok's fierce onslaught. Let it witness what true power entails. Charmander, charge forth and use Phoenix Strike. Kana. Charmander responded. Its spirit ignited with fervor. It faced the formidable tail capable of shattering stone, advancing boldly rather than retreating. A tremendous force surged forth from the little fire dragon, enhanced by the powers of the Devil Fruit, leaving behind a blurred afterimage as it darted past the attack of the Arbok with an astonishing speed that far surpassed its rank. Almost simultaneously, a swirl of azure flames enveloped its right claw, reshaping it at an imperceptible pace. With a sizzling sound, the transformed claw cleaved through the air, imbued with the azure flames of immortality, delivering a heavy blow to the side of Arbok's face. A piercing cry, shrill and distorted, suddenly echoed through the silent forest. The massive body of Arbok writhed in agony, its colossal tail thrashing wildly, smashing the surrounding underbrush into smithereens. The strike from the little fire dragon had carved a deep wound across half of Arbok's face, and it could feel a searing sensation emanating from the injury, as the heat from the wound steadily eroded its very being. This was the burn effect of the Phoenix Fruit. With a successful hit, the little fire dragon promptly retreated. Establishing a safe distance from the writhing Arbok, its gaze firmly fixated on its opponent, awaiting Yiye's next command. Chapter 14. The Evolved Arbok. Deep within the depths of the Tokiwa forest, Arbok, scorched by the immortal flames, let out a tortured roar, one that transcended its comprehension of pain. In its eyes, directed at the little fire dragon, there was a palpable blend of terror and wariness. Enduring the excruciating pain, it swiftly adjusted its stance, a glint of cold ferocity flashing in its slit pupils. Without any warning, Arbok's jaws suddenly gaped wide, unleashing a barrage of densely packed purple poison needles aimed directly at the little fire dragon. Dodge. Yiye had anticipated this move. The little fire dragon's azure flames flickered beneath its feet, and with the power of the Devil Fruit, it burst forth with remarkable speed, narrowly evading the rain of poison needles. Well done. Yiye's lips curled into a smile, generously offering praise before issuing the command. Now, unleash the azure flame goose. The little fire dragon understood, halting abruptly in the midst of its evasion and opening its mouth. After a brief moment of charge, a volley of fireballs enveloped in azure flames surged toward Arbok. Arbok, witnessing the formidable fireballs, felt its pupils constrict in terror, momentarily forgetting the burn on its face as it frantically twisted its serpentine body in a desperate attempt to evade. But the fireballs were far too swift. Boom. The first fireball struck true, erupting with a thunderous roar against Arbok's massive form. In an instant, the azure flames exploded, engulfing half of its body. A chilling scream, distorted and anguished, reverberated through the air. The little fire dragon, which had struggled to breach Arbok's defenses moments before, now dealt a devastating blow under the influence of the Devil Fruit. Following that, the second, the third. A relentless series of explosions resounded. As the ground was pockmarked with charred craters, the violent shockwaves kicking up a cloud of dust that enveloped Arbok's enormous body. The forest fell into a hushed silence, with only the sound of the little fire dragon's panting breaking the stillness. As the smoke lingered, both Yiye and the little fire dragon remained vigilant, their eyes locked on the direction of Arbok, unwilling to let their guard down. He knew all too well that a Pokémon stifled by ambition, on the verge of evolution, would not easily succumb. Indeed, just as the dust began to settle, a blinding white light erupted from within. An aura several times more potent than before surged forth. Yiye's eyes widened slightly, a thought flashing through his mind, eliciting a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Could it be a breakthrough at the last moment? Amidst the white light, Arbok's form underwent a tumultuous transformation, its body elongated and its features becoming increasingly menacing. It had turned the pressure of a life-and-death situation into a catalyst for evolution. As the light dissipated and the dust settled, a figure nearly 4 meters long, exuding an oppressive presence, materialized in its place. It was the evolved form Arbok. Yiye gazed at the grotesque visage emblazoned on its abdomen, along with the half-burned face still ablaze with immortal flames, and slowly uttered its name. Now, there was a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The bad news was that Arbok had evolved. Undoubtedly, the ordinary, high-tier, Arbok had ascended to the elite level. The good news was that the wounds it bore had not healed through evolution, leaving it in a critically weakened state. Yiye quickly opened Arbok's panel in his mind. Pokémon Arbok. Type: Poison. Ability: Intimidate. Level: 31. Skills: Bind, Glare, Bite, Poison Sting, Screech, Acid, Coiling. Strength Evaluation: Elite, Initial Stage. Potential: Gym Level, High Tier. With its level increased by 2, its strength evaluation had officially crossed into the elite tier, having also mastered the coiling technique, a skill that fused offense and defense. The suppressed potential had erupted entirely at the brink of life and death. Arbok's crimson slit pupils were fixed firmly on Yiye. Its plans for accumulated potential shattered by a little fire dragon far beneath its level, leaving it consumed by humiliation and fury, which drove it into a state of irrationality. It opened its cavernous jaws, expelling a torrent of purple-black venom that shot straight towards Yiye. Dodge! Yiye reacted swiftly, rolling to the side just in time to narrowly evade the corrosive liquid. The venom splattered onto the ground, sizzling ominously, and the earth was instantly transformed into a charred puddle under its spread. Lucky. Seeing this, Chansey placed its bundle on the ground, clenched its tiny fists, and prepared to join forces with the little fire dragon to defeat the unscrupulous Arbok. 2 against 1. Yiye glanced at the not-so-healthy Arbok and then at the spirited Chansey, deeming it a conservative choice to prevent any potential mishaps with the little fire dragon. However, just as he was about to issue a command, the little fire dragon positioned itself protectively in front of him and Chansey, letting out a determined roar directed at Arbok. It was resolute in its desire to personally defeat this adversary. Yiye understood the fire dragon's fighting spirit in its roar, and the flicker of conservatism in his heart was instantly ignited by this resolve. He smiled. Then go forth, little fire dragon. With his approval, the little fire dragon's fighting spirit peaked. Azure flames flickered beneath its feet once more, and in no time, it arrived at Arbok's flank, with the immortal flames coalescing at the tips of its claws. However, this time, its speed advantage was not as pronounced. Arbok did not turn around. Instead, it used its thick tail to strike at the little fire dragon, the rapid movement cutting through the air with a whoosh, precisely intercepting the little fire dragon's path of attack. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the little fire dragon was sent flying by the tremendous force, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. A deep imprint marred the spot where Arbok had struck. The little fire dragon let out a pained cry before lying motionless on the ground, as Yiye prepared to retrieve the little fire dragon with a pokeball. Intending to make a hasty retreat with Chansey, the rainbow feather adorning the little fire dragon suddenly began to glow. Under the power of the iridescent feather, the little fire dragon seemed to regain its strength, its entire body igniting with undying flames, which gradually enveloped the scar inflicted by the brutal strike of the Arbok. Then, under the influence of the devil fruit's power, the little fire dragon shook its slightly dizzy head, struggling to rise once more, its eyes reflecting an unwavering resolve. Well done, little fire dragon. Yiye was pleasantly surprised. The little creature had withstood an attack several levels above its own. Do not engage in close combat. Employ the Azure Flame Goose and wear it down from a distance. The little fire dragon's voice was somewhat lacking in strength, yet it dutifully responded to Yiye's command. The Azure Fireball was unleashed once more, but this time, Arbok retaliated with a powerful spray of corrosive liquid, which collided with the fireball in midair, resulting in a resounding explosion that neutralized both attacks. So this is the power of the elite level. Yiye thought with a shiver. Watching videos in school or matches on television had never allowed him to truly grasp such a disparity in power across levels. Little fire dragon, heed my command and create distance. Seeing that the little fire dragon's attack was ineffective, Arbok ruthlessly pursued, unleashing a barrage of toxic spikes in an attempt to predict and block the little fire dragon's movements. Fortunately, the little fire dragon, being small in stature and enhanced by the phoenix fruit, narrowly evaded this lethal assault. That's right, keep circling around it and wear it out. Yiye calmly directed the little fire dragon to utilize the terrain to its advantage and continuously outmaneuver Arbok. The current physical prowess of the little fire dragon paled in comparison to that of Arbok. It could not withstand damage head-on, so it had to wait for an opportunity. Arbok, still wary of the little fire dragon's spark attacks, hesitated to approach directly, intending to exploit its level advantage to exhaust the little creature. It coiled its body defensively, occasionally unleashing toxic spikes to harass the little fire dragon. However, as the little fire dragon gained speed, Arbok's ranged attacks were rendered ineffective. Time passed gradually, and Arbok, thoroughly enraged by the little fire dragon's incessant tactics, felt the burn wounds steadily sapping its strength. Finally, it gathered its energy, lunging towards the little fire dragon with its massive body, aiming to conclude the battle with its sheer size. Here it comes. Yiye had been waiting for this opportunity. Arbok had exposed a significant opening in its approach. Little fire dragon, now is the time. Unleash the Azure Flame Goose with all your might. Yiye timed his command perfectly. Chapter 15, Capturing Arbok. Deep within the Tokaway Forest, the little fire dragon heard Yiye's instruction and took a deep breath. Its tiny chest visibly swelled, azure undying flames gathering in its mouth. A fireball, far larger than usual, rapidly formed within its jaws. In the next moment, a fireball nearly the size of a basketball was expelled from the little fire dragon. Wherever the fireball passed, even the air warped due to the intense heat. As Arbok lunged forward, its serpentine eyes reflected the ever-growing azure fireball, instilling in it a fear it had never before experienced. It was impossible to evade in midair. A primal instinct for survival prompted Arbok to make a desperate final effort. It coiled its body tightly, toxic energy surging as it attempted to counter the fireball with its poison abilities. However, it was too late. The fireball collided with Arbok almost instantaneously after its reaction. With a sizzling sound, the azure undying flame erupted, completely engulfing Arbok's massive form. Moments later, a tremendous explosion followed, sending shockwaves radiating from Arbok's center, creating a charred crater in the ground. The sheer force lifted Arbok's bulk high into the air before it crashed heavily back down, twitching twice before falling silent. Its grotesque patterns now charred beyond recognition. The battle was over. Yiye and the little fire dragon remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the motionless Arbok in the pit. Only when they confirmed it had truly lost its fighting capability did Yiye exhale in relief, retrieving an empty pokeball from his waist. He gazed at the formidable Arbok in the pit, a wave of trepidation washing over him. It was a close call. Had it not been for the little fire dragon rising again under the power of the Phoenix Fruit, Yiye might have faced dire consequences. If he hadn't previously weakened Arbok and inflicted burn damage, encountering a fully powered elite-level Arbok would have meant a hasty retreat for even his little fire dragon. Now infused with the Devil Fruit's power, he pressed the button, flicking his arm as the pokeball sailed through the air, landing solidly on Arbok. A flash of red light signaled the capture of the defenseless creature. The pokeball shook gently on the ground. Once, twice. Just as it was about to shake a third time, the red light at its center flickered and dimmed, signaling a successful capture. Ding. Host has defeated elite-level beginner Arbok, earning 1,000 points. Ding. Host has achieved the feat of challenging beyond their level, earning an additional 1,000 points. The system notifications echoed in Yiye's mind, elevating his spirits further. He approached and picked up the pokeball, feeling its weight in his hand. This battle had been perilously close, yet ultimately victorious. An elite-level combatant with the potential of a high-tier gym Pokémon, a wild Arbok like this would fetch a handsome price from elite trainers specializing in poison types. If sold on the Alliance's trading platform, the resources gained would be sufficient to elevate the little fire dragon and Chansey to elite levels. Kana. Upon witnessing the successful capture of Arbok, the little fire dragon finally relaxed, its limbs giving way as it fell backward onto the ground with a muffled thud. Gasping for breath, Lucky, Chansey, who had been anxiously watching from the sidelines, exclaimed and hurried over on its short legs. It reached the little fire dragon's side, bringing its small hands together, and conjured an egg radiating life energy, presenting it to the little fire dragon. Yiye was startled and quickly rummaged through his backpack for healing spray, rushing over. He knelt down to examine the spot where the little fire dragon had been struck by the snake's tail. It was already swollen and red, a painful sight. The spray made contact with the wound, eliciting a pained cry from the little fire dragon, yet it gritted its teeth and endured, its bright eyes fixed on Yiye, brimming with determination. Still trying to be brave, Yiye found it both curious and amusing, adjusting his touch to be gentler. Remembering that it was still just a child, As he treated the little fire dragoness wound, he affectionately patted its head. Well done, as expected of my ace. After a pause, he decided to reward the little fire dragon. Tonight, I will personally cook for you and provide an extra meal. Kana. Upon hearing of the delicious reward, the little fire dragon chirped joyfully, its tail flame dancing with newfound exuberance. Under the dual healing of the Happany's skills and Yiye's excellent healing potion, the weariness that enveloped Charmeleon finally surged forth like a tide, causing its eyelids to grow heavy. Yiye smiled gently, retrieving it into its pokeball to allow it a well-deserved rest. Once he had attended to this matter, he finally had the opportunity to examine his recent rewards. Defeating the Arbok had garnered him 1,000 points, and achieving the over-level challenge accomplishment earned him an additional 1,000 points. Thus, he had amassed a total of 2,000 points, which, combined with the previous 700, brought his overall total to 2,700. Yiye gazed at this figure, his mind calculating. He was still far from the 100,000 points required for the Mega Evolution Stone of Charizard. However, the recent battle had also sounded an alarm within him. Relying solely on Charmeleon for damage output was too perilous. Should Charmeleon fall, he and Happiny would become easy prey. It was imperative to enhance the overall strength of his team swiftly. His gaze fell upon Happiny, who was diligently organizing its belongings nearby. Yiye silently recited in his mind and opened the Devil Fruit system. With a touch of anticipation, he issued a command. System, initiate a Devil Fruit lottery. Ding. Host's points are insufficient. Each draw of a Devil Fruit requires a consumption of 10,000 points. 10,000 points. Yiye took a deep breath. Obtaining Happany's Devil Fruit was indeed a daunting task. Subsequently, accompanied by Happiny, Yiye tidied up the battlefield, striving to fill in the craters left by the explosions and restore the forest to its original state. This was the most fundamental quality expected of a trainer. After completing all this, the duo continued their journey. Perhaps the Arbok truly was the ruler of this area, for the ensuing path was unexpectedly smooth. It was not until dusk that the vista opened up before him. A pristine lake appeared, glimmering under the golden rays of the setting sun, its beauty akin to a painting. This shall be our campsite for the night, Yiye mused. Just as he prepared to select a flat patch of ground to set up his tent, a commotion erupted nearby, accompanied by the frantic shouts of a girl. Damn it, don't even think about escaping. Get back here. Curious. Yiye approached the source of the noise and beheld a girl with an orange-side ponytail straining to haul in a fishing rod. Her clenched jaw indicated she had hooked something substantial. The creature on the other end was putting up a fierce struggle, threatening to drag her entire body into the lake. Do you need assistance? Yiye inquired politely. The girl turned abruptly, her vibrant face flushed from exertion. Quick, come help me, she urged. No sooner had she spoken than the creature below made another powerful lunge, causing her to stumble and fall into the water with a startled cry. Chapter 16, Misty. Deep within the depths of the evergreen forest, an unnamed lake shimmered. The girl was evidently exerting all her strength, fiercely tugging at the fishing rod. You get back here. Do you hear me? She shouted at the water, as if sheer volume could subdue whatever was beneath the surface. However, the creature below was clearly unfazed by her bluster. The fishing line suddenly slackened, and an immense force surged from the depths, catching her off guard. The damp earth beneath her feet lost its grip. With a short, piercing scream, she was yanked forward, plunging into the lake like a stone cast into water, creating a massive splash. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that Yiye barely had time to react. He tossed his backpack to the ground and called to Happiny, watch over my things. Without hesitation, he plunged into the lake, the cool water surprisingly brisk as he waded closer to the flailing orange figure. The girl seemed to possess reasonable swimming skills. Yet in her current state, she was floundering, gasping for breath while attempting to grasp the rod being pulled toward the lake's center. Is she out of her mind? Yiye furrowed his brow, seizing the straps of her overalls and hoisting her out of the water like a chick, dragging her toward the shore. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go? She protested, still struggling, her words muffled as she spluttered. My fishing rod. My Gyarados. I was about to catch it. Gyarados? Yiye paused, momentarily taken aback. Did she truly believe she could catch a Gyarados with that flimsy fishing rod? That was a Pokémon that, upon evolution, would boast elite-level power. He disregarded her frantic claims, intensifying his efforts as he pulled her back to safety in a few swift motions. Cough, cough. The girl was set down on the grass, gasping for air, her face flushed, leaving her uncertain whether it was from anger or from choking. As she propped herself up, her first reaction was not to assess her own condition, but rather to gaze mournfully at the center of the lake, where her fishing rod had vanished without a trace. "Are you all right?" Yiye inquired, observing the girl, who appeared as if she had lost her spirit. In the next moment, she whirled around, her bright green eyes glaring at him. "This is all your fault." Her voice was sharp yet melodious, brimming with indignation as she pointed an accusing finger at him, seemingly oblivious to her own disheveled state. "If you hadn't startled me, I would have caught it long ago. My Gyarados. I was so close. I startled you? Catching a Gyarados?" Yiye surveyed the girl, then glanced at the now missing fishing rod, feeling a sense of disbelief. He remained silent, simply observing her. The girl felt unsettled under his gaze, yet refusing to back down. She puffed out her chest, attempting to maintain her bravado. "What are you looking at? You owe me a Gyarados. Are you certain that was a Gyarados?" Yiye finally spoke. "Wasn't it the very creature that nearly dragged you into the lake and almost drowned you?" The girl's cheeks flushed crimson, her words caught in her throat. She yearned to retort, to assert her competence in swimming, claiming it was merely a tactical fallback. Yet, when she beheld Yiye, equally drenched from rescuing her, the rebuttal died on her lips, especially as she finally calmed down and scrutinized his face. His features were refined, and his deep, tranquil black eyes exuded a remarkable composure, entirely unlike a mere novice setting out on an adventure. Furthermore, he was rather handsome. The girl's bravado visibly deflated, her fingers sagging as the remnants of her earlier ire dissipated. She averted her gaze, focusing on her sodden trousers, her voice barely above a whisper. Well, perhaps it was just an exceptionally large Magikarp. This was the greatest concession she could muster. Observing her capitulation, Yiye refrained from pressing further, though he instinctively felt she looked somewhat familiar. He turned and walked over to Happiny, where a fire had been kindled. "If you don't mind, come over and dry your clothes. Otherwise, you might catch a cold by tomorrow." The girl stared blankly at his retreating figure, and as the cold breeze from the lake swept over her, she shivered involuntarily, finally becoming acutely aware of her damp attire. Biting her lip, she was engulfed by a whirlwind of emotions. This individual, having rescued themselves, was met with a torrent of reproach, yet bore it with grace, extending an invitation to warm by the fire. In stark contrast, her earlier demeanor appeared rather discourteous. A wave of shame washed over her. With her head bowed, she trailed behind Yiye like a child who had misbehaved, making her way towards the cozy glow of the campfire. She began softly. "Yes?" Yiye turned to face her. "Thank you for saving me." A faint blush crept onto the girl's cheeks. "My name is Xiaoxia, and you?" "Xiaoxia?" Yiye repeated her name in his mind, glancing at her distinctive orange side ponytail and her fiery, indomitable spirit. A familiar figure suddenly merged with the image of this drenched girl before him. So it was indeed her. He maintained his composure, saying, "I am Yiye." "Oh," Xiaoxia replied, instinctively averting her gaze, the blush on her face resurfacing. The evening breeze by the lakeside was particularly brisk, prompting her to hug her arms and shiver involuntarily. "My tent is over there. You must have brought a change of clothes as well." Yiye gestured towards the campsite he had already set up nearby. Only then did Xiaoxia notice that while she had been lost in her thoughts, Yiye had efficiently assembled a functional campsite with the help of his Happiny. Wait, is that a Happiny? In the Kanto region and indeed within the global trainer community, the name Happiny was almost inseparably linked to another surname, Joy. Happiny, along with its evolved form, Chansey, symbolized the Joy family, beloved companions to them. While stray Happinies were not unheard of, each was as rare as a legendary Pokémon. Unwritten rules within the league stipulated that any trainer not belonging to the Joy family who possessed a Happiny must report it to both the league and the Joy family. Who exactly is this person? She pondered, yet refused to show any weakness. With a huff, she rummaged through her belongings and pulled out a tent, clumsily setting it up on the opposite side. A moment later, clad in a dry short-sleeved shirt and shorts, Xiaoxia awkwardly returned to the campfire, draping her wet clothes near the flames to dry. Her gaze was irresistibly drawn to Yiye. He moved with deftness, retrieving cooking utensils and ingredients from his backpack, his skills suggesting he was not the novice he appeared to be. Happiny, ever helpful, assisted in passing him items, while a small Charmeleon sat by the fire, its tail flame flickering in rhythm with its owner's movements, a scene that evoked a tinge of envy within her. "You seem quite capable." Xiaoxia finally broke the silence. Unable to contain herself, her somewhat awkward compliment made her own cheeks warm. However, her praise went unanswered by Yiye. Chapter 17. Camping in the Wilderness. Deep within the evergreen forest, at an unnamed lake, dusk began to settle. Xiaoxia's shy compliment elicited no reaction from Yiye, as dinner had reached a crucial moment. The pot emitted bubbling sounds, rich aromas of meat mingling with the scent of berries wafted towards Xiaoxia's nose. Instinctively, she swallowed, pulling a dry piece of coarse grain from her backpack and taking a bite, finding it rather tasteless. Glancing at Yiye's culinary creation and then at her own meager fare, she felt a surge of indignation, just as her stomach betrayed her with a rumble. The sound echoed clearly in the stillness of the lakeside. Xiaoxia's face flushed crimson, wishing she could vanish into a crevice in the ground. Yiye pretended not to hear, approaching her with a bowl in hand, offering it to her. Inside was a bowl of meat porridge, garnished with diced orange berries, its presentation exquisite. Give it a try. Hot porridge will ward off the chill, he said, his tone laced with concern. Xiaoxia gazed at the steaming bowl and then at her dry morsel. Her internal conflict waged for a fleeting moment. Since it was already prepared, I might as well begrudgingly help you taste it to avoid waste. She accepted the bowl of porridge, her words still teasing, yet her eyes betrayed her eagerness as they fixated on the food. She scooped a small spoonful and carefully brought it to her lips. The meat melted in her mouth, the tart sweetness of the berries perfectly balancing the richness. A warm wave cascading down her throat, instantly dispelling the lake's chill and the fatigue of the day. This is delicious. Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled, and without a hint of restraint. She polished off the bowl in no time, even licking her lips in delight. As night fell and both had their fill, the atmosphere around the campfire became much more relaxed. Observing Yiye as he meticulously fed his Pokémon, Xiaoxia contemplated and then retrieved her own Pokeballs. Come out and get some fresh air. She tossed 3 Pokeballs into the air. Come forth, Goldeen and Stereo. With a flash of white light, a Goldeen and a Stereo splashed into the lake. Both were relatively common water-type Pokémon. However, when the third light emerged, Yiye's gaze sharpened slightly. And you, Starmie. As the glow faded, a Starmie, notably larger than its counterparts, appeared near the Stereo. A Starmie. This is not a Pokémon one would expect from a novice trainer. Yiye silently acknowledged, and the system panel unfolded before his eyes. Pokémon, Starmie, type, water, psychic, ability, illuminate, level, 35, learn skills, rapid spin, water gun, light screen. Rapid spin, strength rating, elite, beginner, potential, gym level, advanced, and elite level Starmie. Yiye raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Xiaoxia shifting dramatically. The Hualan Gym. Is this the caliber of a gym level trainer? A novice trainer embarking on their journey possesses an elite level Starmie? What do you think of my partners? Xiaoxia inquired, feeding the Goldeen and Stereo specially formulated food, stealing glances at Yiye, her tone laced with a hint of pride. Well trained, Yiye assessed the trio. The Goldeen's scales shimmered brightly, its tail fin spreading gracefully, a clear sign of ample nutrition. The Stereo's angular form was striking, and the central gem radiated a vibrant red, full of vitality. As for the Starmie, it floated serenely on the lake's surface, its larger gem reflecting the campfire's glow even in the dimness of night, emanating a subtle energy wave. The aura of this Starmie was distinctly different from the other 2 water types. Yiye's response was somewhat understated, leaving Xiaoxia feeling slightly irked. What does well-trained even mean? A typical novice trainer would be astonished at the sight of an elite-level Starmie. She felt a bit defiant, puffing out her chest. Raising her voice, is that all? This is a Starmie, a rare dual-type water and psychic Pokémon. Indeed, quite rare, Yiye replied. Yiye casually echoed a remark. Then, as if recalling something, added, moreover, your Pokémon must have undergone rigorous systematic training, right? The pride on Xiaoxia's face instantly froze. Yiye paid no heed to her expression and continued speaking. The luster of its core gem is quite subdued, indicating excellent control over energy reserves. When it hovers, the axis remains remarkably stable, clearly suggesting specialized training in high-speed rotational techniques, skills that cannot be honed haphazardly in the wild. With each word he uttered, Xiaoxia's eyes widened in astonishment. These were precisely the professional details her elders emphasized during her training at the dojo. How did he discern them so effortlessly? This was not the keen perception one would expect from a novice trainer. How do you know? Xiaoxia gaped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Yiye. Just a guess. Yiye replied nonchalantly, deftly steering the conversation away. They conversed for an indeterminate length of time until fatigue overwhelmed Xiaoxia. Her earlier battle against the Pokémon in the lake had drained her significantly. Hence, the two returned to their respective tents to rest. The following day, as dawn broke and the morning mist lingered in the forest, Xiaoxia emerged from her tent, bleary-eyed, only to find that Yiye had already packed all his belongings, leaving even the ashes from last night's campfire meticulously cleared away. Observing Yiye's methodical and seasoned demeanor, she felt inexplicably deflated. Was this truly a fledgling trainer just setting out on his journey? Here, Yiye said, handing her a rice ball wrapped in leaves, sprinkled with crushed nuts. Xiaoxia's stomach betrayed her with a growl. Her cheeks flushed as she snatched it from him, mumbling, "Well, at least you have some conscience." She devoured the rice ball in a few bites, watching as Yiye prepared to shoulder his backpack and set off. Finally, she could no longer contain herself. I want to go to Shurjima City too." To mask her embarrassment, she added, "My fishing rod fell into the lake. It would be pointless to stay here. And it's on the way." On the forest path, Yiye walked ahead with steady strides, while the Jigglypuff followed closely behind him. Xiaoxia, on the other hand, was awkwardly pushing her bicycle, its wheels occasionally snagged by tree roots, producing a clattering sound. The silence weighed heavily on her, and her curiosity felt like a restless kitten scratching at her insides. "Hey Yiye," she finally blurted out. How did you figure out the details about the Starmie yesterday?" Before she could finish her question, a sudden commotion erupted from the forest behind them. Chapter 18, Ash. In the heart of Shurjima Forest, on the main path, just as Xiaoxia was about to inquire how Yiye had discerned the secrets of the Starmie, a ruckus suddenly erupted from behind. Initially, it was the sound of leaves rustling violently, followed by a cacophony of sharp bird calls, merging into a piercing wave of sound. "What is that noise?" Xiaoxia's expression shifted dramatically. In the next moment, a boy clad in a blue jacket and red cap came tumbling out of the woods, shouting, "Help!" Yiye's lips twitched involuntarily upon recognizing him. Ash, clutched tightly in his arms, was a wounded Pikachu, its condition dire. Hot on their heels was a massive swarm of Spearows, darkening the sky like a moving storm cloud, relentlessly pursuing them. Each Spearow's eyes glinted with ferocity, radiating an aura of menace. "Run!" Xiaoxia cried in terror, grasping her bicycle in a bid to escape. However, Ash, in a panic, stumbled into their path, nearly losing his balance. Yiye's gaze sharpened, and he stepped forward to steady him. In that instant, the frenzied Spearows found their outlet for aggression, shrieking as they dove towards the trio. "Charmeleon!" Yiye shouted, releasing a pokeball. A flash of white light revealed Charmeleon, which landed firmly, staring down the horde of Spearows descending like a dark cloud. The flames on its tail surged dramatically. "Fire spin now," Yiye commanded. Charmeleon, without time to charge, released a flurry of azure fireballs, each the size of a fist, straight into the swarm of Spearows. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions resonated. A scorching wave of heat intermingled with singed feathers bursting into the air. The first wave of Spearows wailed as they plummeted from the sky, engulfed in smoke. This sudden counterattack caused the frenzied Spearow assault to falter. Xiaoxia, clutching her bicycle and momentarily frozen in place, was taken aback, her emerald eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the petite Charmeleon. Was this the Charmeleon she knew? This year in Hualan City, novice trainers had also received Charmeleons. Yet they were nowhere near the match for her Starmie, which had only just passed its juvenile stage. Charmeleon could barely handle Caterpies and Rattatas. Against water-type Starmies, ground-type Sandshrews, and rock-ground dual-type Geodudes, it would be utterly powerless. Charmeleon's true strength was unlocked only upon evolving into Charizard, acquiring flight capabilities and agility, thus transforming it into a true mobile cannon. But what was this Charmeleon? Why did its flames burn blue? What was this blue flame technique? As a water-type specialist, Xiaoxia's mind went blank, her understanding shaken to its core. Meanwhile, Ash, sheltered behind Yiye, was equally dumbfounded. So amazing. However, the brief silence was abruptly shattered. Caw! A sharp, high-pitched cry, distinctly different from the other Spearows, rang out from the flock. As if responding to an unseen command, the previously chaotic Spearows quickly regrouped, preparing for a second charge. "Hey, I'm joining in too." Xiaoxia snapped back to reality. This was no time for dawdling. Despite being awed by Charmeleon's azure flames, her innate competitive spirit flared to life. No way. She was the heir of the Hualan Gym. She couldn't remain in someone else's shadow. Determined not to be outdone, she hastily set down her cumbersome bicycle and grasped her pokeball. "Go, Starmie!" With a flash of white light, a large Starmie, its central gem gleaming with radiant red light, materialized beside Charmeleon, exuding a formidable aura that momentarily halted the Spearow's advance. The pressure of its elite status was unmistakable. "Charmeleon, maximum power, fire spin." Yiye's expression turned grave. The threat posed by this massive Spearow swarm far exceeded that of yesterday's elite-level Arbok. "Starmie, let's go. Water gun," Xiaoxia declared defiantly. Charmeleon inhaled deeply, its chest visibly swelling as it unleashed a basketball-sized azure fireball, the searing heat distorting the air around it. The core of the gem starfish emanated a brilliant ruby glow, swiftly followed by a high-pressure water jet, significantly thicker than an ordinary water gun. Boom! The azure flame goose erupted amidst the dense swarm of fire sparrows, its azure undying flames spreading forth and instantly engulfing 30 to 40 of the fire sparrows, which fell to the ground as flaming orbs, shrieking in agony. Immediately after, the high-pressure water column precisely pierced through the gap created by the explosion. The tremendous force scattering the chaotic flock of fire sparrows, causing over 30 more to plummet from the sky under this overwhelming power. However, the sheer number of fire sparrows was staggering. Dozens of fearless fire sparrows continued to breach the fiery and aqueous barrier, charging directly at the front where the little Charizard and gem starfish stood. Crack! The little Charizard, having just exerted all its strength to unleash the azure flame goose, found itself momentarily winded, unable to launch another major attack in quick succession. At that moment, the gem starfish, a Pokémon meticulously nurtured by a water-type gym leader, transformed into a rapidly spinning top without waiting for Misty's command, launching a flurry of water blades that formed an impenetrable curtain of water before it. The claws and beaks of the fire sparrows collided against the water curtain. Some were knocked down, others rebuffed, but none could penetrate the barrier. Occasionally, a few cunning fire sparrows attempted to flank the curtain, seeking to launch a surprise attack. Phoenix Strike. The azure fire ignited in the little Charizard's eyes as its right claw morphed into a sharp, crane-like talon, which swiftly struck down one of the fire sparrows. Meanwhile, the often overlooked Chansey unexpectedly emerged as an unforeseen line of defense. Lucky, its seemingly soft pink hands shimmered with white light as it unleashed a flurry of slaps, sending the approaching fire sparrows reeling, dazed and disoriented. Caw! Frustrated by their inability to penetrate the defenses and suffering heavy losses, an angry and defiant screech resonated from the fire sparrow swarm. At that moment, Yiye finally caught sight of a notably larger Spearow, its size distinctly surpassing that of its kin. It fixed an intense gaze upon Yiye, as if etching his visage into its memory. Then, with a sharp call, the surviving fire sparrows retreated like a receding tide, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 19, The Ho-Oh in the Rainbow After the Rain. In the depths of the evergreen forest, amidst the lingering echoes of the Spearow's anguished cry, the surviving fire sparrows withdrew in mass. The aftermath of the battle was starkly evident. Charred feathers and unconscious fire sparrows littered the ground, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of singed plumage. Yiye remained vigilant until he confirmed that the larger Spearow had no intention of returning for a counterattack, at which point he finally relaxed. The brilliance of the gem starfish dimmed significantly, slowly drifting towards Misty, clearly exhausted. However, Misty's attention was not on the gem starfish, but rather on the little Charizard nearby, which was panting heavily. After the battle, her previous thoughts began to resurface. Her emerald eyes were filled with astonishment at the extraordinary capabilities displayed. What manner of Charizard could bring down dozens of fire sparrows in a single blow? Was this truly a mere starter Pokémon that had just passed its juvenile stage? She had sent several Charizards from her cerulean gym. Yet those little creatures could barely hold their own against her starfish, let alone fight alongside the elite gem starfish. Pika! A weak whimper pulled Misty back to reality. She turned to see the boy in the red cap kneeling on the ground, cradling the barely conscious Pikachu in his arms. Ash's face was streaked with tears and guilt, his voice trembling. "I'm sorry, Pikachu. It's all my fault. Stop crying. Tears won't resolve anything." Yiye interjected, hastily moving to Ash's side. He skillfully retrieved a healing spray from his backpack and applied it to the most severe wounds on Pikachu. Lucky, Chansey, with its small legs, approached, its hands coming together as light coalesced into an egg radiating a gentle life energy, which it cautiously offered to Pikachu's lips. The warm energy seeped in, steadying Pikachu's breathing, though it remained extremely weak. The external injuries had been temporarily stabilized, but the depletion of energy was critical. Immediate transport to a Pokémon Center was imperative. Yiye made this assessment with a serious expression. The nearest Pokémon Center was in Pewter City. Misty exclaimed, realizing the urgency. But Pewter City is quite far. Ash gazed desperately at Pikachu in his arms, nearly on the verge of tears. Observing his pitiful state, Misty glanced at her beloved bicycle parked nearby, a wave of frustration and inner turmoil washing over her. That was her most treasured bicycle. Yet hey, she finally couldn't help but shout at Ash, exasperated, "Use my bicycle. Don't waste time here." "Really? Thank you so much." Ash's eyes lit up as if he had found a lifeline. He wasted no time, carefully placing Pikachu in the bicycle's basket, then pedaled with all his might, propelling himself forward. "You fool." The direction is wrong. Pewter City is that way. Watching Ash plunge deeper into the forest, Yiye covered his forehead, unable to contain his exasperation. Misty, infuriated, jumped up and pointed at Ash's retreating figure, her voice piercing the air. "Ah, you idiot." From deep within the woods came the frantic screeching of brakes, followed by Ash darting out from another direction, frantically heading in the right way, leaving behind a fleeting apology carried off by the wind. Unbeknownst to Yiye and Misty, a fire sparrow, concealed among the canopy of a massive ancient tree, had quietly followed Ash as he rode his bicycle toward Pewter City. The forest fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by the heavy breathing of the little Charizard. Misty stood there, dazed, glancing at her own gem starfish, which she had nurtured since its infancy in the gym, before finally fixing her gaze on Yiye's little Charizard. The Azure Flames, and the move known as Azure Flame Goose. Could this truly be within the grasp of a Charizard? Had this year's League Dispatched starter Pokémon quietly evolved with moves she was unaware of? Yiye Misty opened her mouth to inquire about how Yiye had nurtured his Charizard. But realizing the confidentiality of such secrets, she could only muster, "Your Charizard has been raised quite well." Yiye gently patted the little Charizard's head in encouragement, then checked to ensure it had sustained no hidden injuries from the tumultuous battle. Satisfied, he returned the little Charizard to its Pokeball for rest. He then turned to Misty. "Is your gem starfish all right? If it is, we should hurry to Pewter City." "Oh, gem starfish, are you okay?" Misty suddenly snapped back to reality, showering the gem starfish with concern. After confirming its condition, Yiye, Chansey, and Misty began their trek in the direction Ash had vanished. The trio made their way through the forest, the passage of time indeterminate. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened ominously, and without warning, large raindrops began to fall, quickly transforming into a torrential downpour. "Cursed luck," Misty grumbled, hastily following Yiye into a massive tree hollow for shelter. Boom! The thunder rolled, and the deluge poured down. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, a radiant golden light, more dazzling than lightning, erupted from the distant horizon, followed by a resounding boom that was entirely unlike thunder. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The torrential downpour ceased abruptly. The heavy clouds dispersed at a visible pace, and as the rain gave way to clear skies, a magnificent rainbow arched across the heavens. Xiaoxia was left utterly speechless, while Yiye trembled all over. This scene, this sensation, he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the rainbow, where he beheld a colossal and resplendent avian figure nearby. It unfurled its multicolored wings, gracefully gliding across the sky, with a golden crest and a pure form. Even from afar, it emanated an indescribable aura of pressure and sanctity. It was the Phoenix King. Instinctively, Yiye reached for the Pokeball containing his Charmander at his waist. "Come forth, Charmander." A flash of white light revealed Charmander on the ground, seemingly sensing something amiss as it gazed upward in confusion. At that moment, the iridescent feather that had been worn closely by Charmander unexpectedly radiated a warm and gentle glow, resonating with the figure in the sky. In Charmander's eyes, the sacred golden figure was reflected, awakening a power that stirred deep within its very essence. The azure flames of immortality surged forth from its body, enveloping its diminutive form. The immortal flames no longer merely flowed over Charmander. They began to take shape, faintly outlining a pair of ethereal flaming wings behind it. The distant Phoenix King appeared to sense something, its massive head tilting slightly as it cast a fleeting glance in this direction. That gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, landing upon the Charmander bathed in azure flames. Yiye had no time to ponder. He hurriedly fumbled in his pocket for his Pokédex. "I must capture this moment." He frantically pressed the shutter button, aiming at the retreating silhouette of the Phoenix King. Chapter 20. The transformation of Charmander. The Phoenix King's figure vanished beyond the horizon, and the brilliant arc across the sky gradually faded. The forest resumed its usual vibrancy, filled with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. The azure flames of immortality surrounding Charmander slowly receded, as if losing a connection. The ethereal flaming wings flickered once before dissolving into countless azure specks, akin to fireflies, which re-entered its small body. With a low growl, Charmander's voice resonated louder and steadier than before, and it seemed to have grown taller. It lowered its gaze to inspect its claws and flicked its tail, eyes filled with bewilderment and curiosity about its transformation. Yiye, witnessing this scene, suppressed his excitement and silently recited in his mind. The system, an azure panel unfolded before his eyes. Pokémon, Charmander, fused with the Immortal Bird Fruit. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Level, 14. Learn skills, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Dragon Dance. Inherited move not mastered. Dragon Breath, Flame Fawn. Phoenix Strike. Azure Flame Goose. Equipped item. Iridescent Feather. Devil Fruit development level. Intermediate. Power assessment. Ordinary level. High tier. Potential. Champion level. Intermediate. After a series of battles and resonating with the Phoenix King, Charmander's level skyrocketed to 14. It was now but 2 levels away from evolving into a Charmeleon. Moreover, the development level of the Devil Fruit surged to intermediate. Yiye's breath quickened. He had clearly observed that the fiery wings that had appeared behind Charmander were no mere illusion. Could it be that his Charmander had unlocked the ability to fly before evolving into a Charizard? If this were true, it would be nothing short of a miraculous fortune. He never anticipated that the iridescent feather gifted by Professor Oak could trigger such an extraordinary chemical reaction with the Immortal Bird Fruit within Charmander. Following its upgrade, Charmander had also acquired the formidable moves of Dragon Breath and Flame Fawn, diversifying its attack methods. Once it had some time to rest, and with a bit of guidance based on its understanding of the Immortal Bird Fruit, Charmander could develop entirely new fusion skills with the Devil Fruit. Its power assessment had risen to high-tier ordinary level, and even its potential had slightly increased. Now, facing the elite level Arbok it had captured, even in peak condition, it would undoubtedly possess the strength to battle and perhaps even secure victory. Just as Yiye reveled in Charmander's remarkable enhancement, a trembling voice interrupted from nearby. "Why your Charmander?" Xiaoxia pointed at Charmander, her face a canvas of astonishment. It just evolved into a Charizard. No, wait, why has it reverted? She abruptly turned to Yiye, her emerald green eyes wide with disbelief, as if verifying whether he was merely disguised as a Pokémon. And what was that flew past the rainbow? When Charmander emerged, it seemed to glance our way. Why does it appear taller after reverting? A barrage of questions left Xiaoxia feeling as though her worldview had been shattered. The Pokémon knowledge she had built over 16 years was being dismantled in mere hours by Yiye and his Charmander. First, a seemingly unremarkable Charmander unleashed Azure Flames she had never witnessed before, executing the move Azure Flame Goose, which displayed destructive force rivaling that of her elite-level Starmie. Now, right before her eyes, she had witnessed a bizarre spectacle of instantaneous evolution and rapid devolution. The subtle aura surrounding Charmander, a pressure emanating from a higher plane of existence, felt utterly foreign to her. Even her grandmother's Dragonite, revered as the guardian of the Azure, possessing the might of the champion level, had never imparted such a sensation. As Yiye remained unfazed by Xiaoxia's rapid-fire inquiries, he recalled Charmander into its Pokeball with calm composure. His nonchalant demeanor almost left Xiaoxia breathless. "Hey, don't act coy," Xiaoxia fumed, stamping her foot, pointing at the Pokeball in his hand. "The wings. The Azure Flame wings. Don't tell me you didn't TC them." "I did," Yiye nodded, responding matter-of-factly. "Then what?" "That was a new direction I wanted Charmander to explore," Yiye replied casually. "A form of control over fire-type energy that isn't very stable, but I didn't expect to achieve a breakthrough today." "Form control? Are you joking?" She, raised in a gym environment, had a deeper understanding of Pokémon than most. Skills could compress energy or release it, but to directly shape it into the form of wings, that surpassed the normal realm of Pokémon capabilities, akin to legendary Pokémon. "You're lying," Xiaoxia exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Yiye, disbelief reflected in her verdant eyes. "That is simply impossible. Besides, I remember you only set out the day before yesterday. How could you have given Charmander the time to master such an advanced ability?" Yiye found himself exposed, feeling a twinge of embarrassment within, yet his countenance remained unchanged. The more he maintained this composure, the more frenzied Xiaoxia became. "And another thing," Xiaoxia shifted the topic. "What with the color of the flames your little Charmeleon breathes?" Yiye had already prepared his response. "The special talent possessed by Charmeleon has been awakened by me." "Is that so? Then what was that thing that flew past us from the rainbow?" "It glanced our way when Charmeleon emerged." Here, Xiaoxia's tone became resolute. "If my memory serves me correctly, the blurred silhouette that Yiye just captured should be the legendary Pokémon, Ho-Oh." "Ho-Oh?" Xiaoxia was struck dumb. A legendary Pokémon? One that only exists in myths and ancient texts. Had she truly witnessed it? And Yiye had even managed to capture it on film. But soon, she seized upon a loophole and pressed on. "Wait a minute. Why did Ho-Oh look at us? Was it because of your Charmeleon? Perhaps you misinterpreted the situation. At that distance, it merely glanced in our direction without necessarily observing us." Yiye chuckled lightly. Yet internally, he recognized that the rainbow wing was Ho-Oh's token, and it was entirely plausible for Ho-Oh to react upon sensing its presence. After speaking, Yiye slung his backpack over his shoulder, preparing to continue on his journey. "Don't go." She darted in front of him, extending her finger to gesture at her waist before pointing to the ground. And you're Charmeleon. I distinctly remember it only reaching my height before. It has definitely grown taller. Don't even think of denying it. Observing her earnest demeanor, Yiye paused, scrutinizing her intently. Then, with utmost seriousness, he replied, perhaps the fresh air after the rain has improved your vision. Xiaoxia's expression froze, her mind momentarily failing her. Improved vision? What an absurd excuse. Are you trying to make a fool of me? Her face flushed with indignation, rendering her speech almost incoherent. Yiye resumed his stride, heading towards the city of Masera. Hey, you impudent Yiye. Stop right there. The only response was the receding figure of Yiye and the rhythmic footsteps of his accompanying Happiny. That infuriating fellow. Full of secrets. Xiaoxia fumed, stamping her feet in frustration as she waved her fists at his retreating back. Ultimately unwilling to concede, she huffed and quickened her pace to catch up. Chapter 21, Masera City. Masera City, situated in the western region of Kanto, serves as a vital hub connecting various towns. Thanks to the vast expanse of the Masera forest behind it, this city has successfully nurtured numerous exceptional trainers specializing in bug and grass-type Pokémon, earning a modest renown within the Pokémon League. By the time Yiye and Xiaoxia finally appeared at the city's entrance, night had already descended. The 3 days of roughing it in the forest had left Xiaoxia feeling utterly exhausted, and as she gazed at the city lights before her, tears of joy nearly brimmed in her eyes. At last, we have arrived. I need to find a place to take a proper bath. She sighed deeply, then cast a reproachful glance at Yiye, attributing her delay to the blundering fool from Shinshin Town, which had caused her to be late on her bicycle. However, upon stepping into the city, an unusual atmosphere enveloped them. The streets were sparsely populated, and the ambience felt particularly oppressive. In the distance, they could see police barricades and flashing lights, the air thick with tension. What is going on? The ease on Xiaoxia's face vanished in an instant. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows around the corner, blocking their path. Halt! The newcomer was a Miss June Xia, her expression serious, her eyes betraying visible fatigue yet remaining sharp. Please present your identification. Additionally, within the city limits, please return your Pokémon to their Pokeballs. The latter part of her statement was directed at Happiny. Understood. Yiye reacted promptly, producing his Pokédex. Happiny, who had been curiously observing the city, was also swiftly returned to its Pokeball. Xiaoxia, seeing this, reluctantly retrieved her own Pokédex. Miss June Xia accepted their devices, scanning them with specialized equipment, and information quickly materialized. Name, Yiye. Age, 16. Place of birth, Kanto region. Shinshin Town. When she mentioned Shinshin Town, she glanced at Yiye with a somewhat peculiar look. Name, Xiaoxia. Age, 16. Place of birth, Kanto region, Huahuan City. Miss Junsh's expression softened slightly as she returned their Pokédexes. You must be novice trainers, just starting your journey. Yes, we are heading to the Pokémon Center, Yiye replied. Upon hearing the mention of the Pokémon Center, Miss Junsh's demeanor changed abruptly. Don't go there. She shook her head. The Pokémon Center was attacked a few hours ago and is now sealed off. You should find a hotel to stay in instead. What? Xiaoxia exclaimed, incredulous that anyone would dare to assault a Pokémon Center. Are they out of their minds? To her, attacking a Pokémon Center was akin to declaring war on the League itself. Miss June Xia sighed, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. In any case, the city is not safe tonight. You both should stay in a hotel and avoid wandering around. With that, she turned swiftly to leave, clearly preoccupied with more pressing matters. Left standing there, Yiye and Xiaoxia exchanged glances. Hey Yiye. Xiaoxia suddenly recalled something, her expression paling. That blundering fool. He wouldn't happen to be here, would he? She scarcely dared to think further. That was her most treasured bicycle. Yiye's brow furrowed as well. An attack on the Pokémon Center, at this time and place, could only be attributed to that group. Team Rocket, let us find a place to stay, Yiye stated calmly. Xiaoxia's mind was in turmoil, but hearing his composed demeanor somehow grounded her, and she nodded in agreement. They searched several hotels only to find them fully booked. The tense atmosphere in Masera City had caused many traveling trainers to become stranded there. Finally, at a small roadside inn, the front desk attendant yawned and informed them that the last double room was available. A double room? Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia's pitch rose in disbelief. Yiye glanced at her and understood her reluctance. If that's the case, you can continue searching for another hotel with vacancies. I'll take the double room by myself. After stating this, he turned to the front desk attendant. I'll take that last double room, please. Wait. Xiaoxia grabbed his arm, her face flushed. Given the current situation, if they couldn't find accommodation, would they really have to sleep on the streets? Weighing her safety against the discomfort of sharing a room with him didn't seem so intolerable after all. Gritting her teeth, she finally managed to utter, "Since it's so late, I'll begrudgingly share the room with you for one night." The room was small, but relatively clean. The moment Xiaoxia entered, she dashed into the bathroom at lightning speed, slamming the door shut behind her, and soon the sound of running water filled the air. Yiye shook his head, not particularly concerned. He set down his backpack, first releasing Charmeleon and Happiny, carefully checking their conditions before feeding them some berries. Kaka, Lucky. The two little ones, having had their fill, affectionately nudged against him. Once the Pokémon were settled, Yiye took a seat at the edge of the bed and opened the system panel in his mind, reviewing the messages he had previously overlooked. Ding. Host has achieved the feat of overcoming the odds with fewer numbers, earning 2,000 points. Ding. Host has witnessed a legendary Pokémon for the first time, earning 5,000 points. Previously, he had accumulated 2,700 points. After triumphing over the flock of Spearows, the system awarded him the accomplishment of overcoming the odds, granting an additional 2,000 points. Then, with Ho-Oh, he achieved yet another milestone, receiving 5,000 points. He now found himself just 300 points short of drawing a new Devil Fruit. Yiye pondered whether there were any alternative routes to swiftly bridge this gap. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open with a flourish, revealing Misty, wrapped in a towel, her head peeking out, her face still flushed with steam, glaring at him fiercely. No peeking. With that, she retreated back inside. Yiye could not help but chuckle softly. The next day, as dawn broke, Yiye was already awake. He glanced over at Misty, who was sleeping soundly on the other bed, occasionally smacking her lips as if lost in delightful dreams, and quietly got out of bed. The caution tape on the streets had been removed, and the tense atmosphere of Tokiwa City from the previous night seemed but a distant dream. Following the map of Tokiwa City, he soon arrived in the commercial district. It was even more bustling than he had anticipated. In addition to the official Alliance friend shop, there was a massive open-air market nearby, with a myriad of stalls lined up, trainers bustling about, and the sounds of haggling and Pokémon cries filling the air. Yiye did not rush to peruse the market. Instead, he entered the friend shop first. The store was clean and orderly, with shelves brimming with an array of goods, from various healing potions and Pokeballs to expensive Pokémon nutritional supplements and trendy Pokémon apparel. After a brief exploration, he purchased several boxes of Moo Moo milk and selected some suitable berries for Fire-type and Normal-type Pokémon. While checking out, Yiye casually inquired, "Excuse me, do you sell any TM, technical machines here?" The receptionist, a sweet-smiling young woman with short hair, paused momentarily at his question, her professional smile faltering as she regarded him with surprise. "Sir, TMs are classified as high-regulation items and can only be obtained through the Alliance Certified Trainer Association, either by passing assessments or exchanging merit points." Her response was impeccable, mirroring exactly what was outlined in the official manual. However, as he prepared to turn away, the receptionist suddenly lowered her voice, gesturing subtly toward the raucous market outside. Sometimes, some unofficial goods trickle out into the market, but their quality and safety are not guaranteed. Chapter 22, The Pokémon Market. Tokiwa City, Pokémon Market. Yiye emerged from the pristine friend shop, carrying several boxes of Moo Moo milk and a bag of berries, stepping into an entirely different realm. In stark contrast to the immaculate official store, the outdoor market was a chaotic melange, with the air thick with the mingling scents of various berries, potions, and the distinct aromas of Pokémon. The cacophony of vendors shouting, Pokémon screeching, and trainers haggling created a vibrant atmosphere brimming with the essence of urban life. Yiye took his time, storing his purchases in his backpack before slowly venturing deeper into the Pokémon market. His gaze flitted across the various stalls until it was drawn to a corner piled high with old parts and CDs. The stall owner was a gaunt middle-aged man sporting a pair of thin mustaches, his eyes darting about shrewdly. Upon noticing Yiye approach, he instantly donned a warm smile. "Young man, looking for something? I've got all sorts of treasures here. Don't let the appearance fool you. These are antiques excavated from ruins." Yiye's attention fell upon the stack of CDs, which were precisely what he sought, TMs. He was acutely aware that TMs in such a place were likely to be inferior imitations. Genuine TMs were strictly controlled strategic resources by the Alliance, each with a unique identification number to trace their origin. Utilizing counterfeit items could result in anything from failed learning to severe disruption of a Pokémon's internal energy, potentially causing permanent damage. "How much for this one?" Yiye casually picked up a TM marked for flamethrower and inquired nonchalantly. The stall owner's eyes lit up, and he leaned closer, whispering, "Young man, you have a keen eye. This is a hot commodity. Since I like you, I'll offer it at a special price of 80,000 Alliance coins. If you tried to buy this at the Trainer Association, you wouldn't get it for less than 800,000. 80,000. Yiye scoffed inwardly, while the price wasn't outrageous. The authenticity of the item was another matter entirely. Just as he was deliberating, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. System. He silently invoked, System, scan this TM. Ding. Scanning complete. Almost instantaneously, a line of blue text materialized in his vision. Inferior Flamethrower TM, learning success rate 0.3, core coding compromised, energy guiding structure disordered. Note, high likelihood of causing energy control failure in the user, leading to organ burns. Just as he suspected, it was indeed shoddy merchandise, with significant side effects. Anyone daring to use this TM was essentially endangering their Pokémon's well-being. Yiye's expression grew colder as he set down the CD as if discarding a piece of trash. What's wrong, young man? If the price isn't to your liking, we can negotiate. The stall owner, sensing Yiye's disinterest, grew anxious. No need, Yiye replied flatly, turning away from the stall. As he walked away, he made a mental note. It seemed that acquiring a legitimate TM would necessitate a visit to the Trainer Association. To purchase or exchange there, he would first need to elevate his trainer rating. Currently, his profile indicated that he was merely a novice trainer. With limited access and only able to undertake basic tasks like finding lost pets or using rudimentary training equipment. Only by passing the assessment and becoming a certified trainer could he unlock the full range of the association's functions. While contemplating his next steps, a surge of raucous voices ahead jolted him from his thoughts. Go for it, Badaku. All my pocket money this month is riding on you. Charge in, Sandshrew. Don't embarrass me. Can't you even defeat a mere moth? The source of the commotion was a makeshift Pokémon battle arena, surrounded by a throng of spectators. Several imposing men in matching uniforms were maintaining order, preventing overly passionate bettors from causing a scene. Yiye raised an eyebrow and squeezed through the crowd. The arena was modest, marked by white lines on the ground, where two Pokémon faced off while the surrounding crowd vocally cheered for their favored competitors. Yiye stifled a laugh. This was not a battle, but rather a farcical display of incompetence. The Sandshrew in the arena had a young shell, clearly indicating it had been recently captured, with a strength rating that barely reached the ordinary level. Observing the anxious boy behind it, nearly drenched in sweat from his bug-catching hat, confirmed that he too was a novice trainer. Before him stood a majestic Butterfree, its wings adorned with rich scales of powder, evidently cultivated with care, boasting a prowess that hovered around the intermediate level of the ordinary tier. Its trainer, a middle-aged man casually chewing on a toothpick, wore an expression of nonchalance. This was nothing short of a foregone conclusion of a crushing defeat. As anticipated, the insect-catching youth, in a fit of desperation, shouted, Sandshrew. Use Harden. The Sandshrew obediently curled up, its defenses fortified. However, the man opposite merely scoffed, leisurely discarding his toothpick. Butterfree, use Sleep Powder. With a subtle flutter of its wings, a shimmering cloud of powder wafted gracefully through the air. The Sandshrew barely had time to evade, inhaling the sleep powder. It wobbled momentarily before collapsing onto the ground, soundly asleep. Sandshrew is unable to battle. The victor is Butterfree, proclaimed a burly man acting as the referee. Damn it. Not again, lamented those who had wagered on Sandshrew, pounding their chests in frustration. Meanwhile, those who bet on Butterfree jubilantly waved their bills, calling for another match with the middle-aged man. The insect-catching youth, dejected, retrieved his Sandshrew and, amidst the jeers of the crowd, slinked away into the throng. Just then, the referee stepped into the center of the arena, clearing his throat until his voice resonated above the clamor. Ladies and gentlemen, the preliminary rounds are concluded. Now, the main event. He clapped his hands, and one of his subordinates approached, carrying a locked metal briefcase. Today, as champion, Nidoqueen follows the usual rules, win 3 consecutive battles. And this briefcase containing 100,000 league coins will be yours. Before the burly man could finish, a man clad in a black jacket, with a scar across his face, strode into the arena with an icy demeanor. Come forth, Nidoqueen. In a flash of white light, a Nidoqueen, far more robust than its peers and exuding a fierce glint from its eyes, appeared. Its spine stood erect, and its purple skin gleamed ominously under the sunlight, suggesting it was a battle-hardened veteran. A blue panel quietly materialized in Yiye's vision. Pokémon, Nidoqueen. Type, Poison. Level, 25. Power rating, Ordinary, High Tier. With its High Tier Ordinary rating, this Nidoqueen could easily dominate in this chaotic marketplace. It was likely the trump card of the scarred man. Almost immediately, another man emerged from the crowd, brimming with confidence, evidently a challenger well prepared for this encounter. Come forth, Golem. Pokémon, Golem. Type, Ground Rock. Level, 25. Power rating, Ordinary, Intermediate. A golem freshly evolved from a Geodude, its four-stout arms still acclimating to its new form, moved with a hint of clumsiness. While Golem's power rating was slightly inferior to that of Nidoqueen, the ground-type attacks held a distinct advantage over poison types, thus justifying the man's courage to challenge. In an instant, the onlookers divided into two factions, cheers and jeers mingling in a cacophony. Yiye silently observed the unfolding drama, his mind racing with calculations. The allure of 100,000 league coins was tempting, yet his primary concern lay with the points. He was merely 300 points away from the coveted Devil Fruit lottery. He pondered whether victories in battles within this marketplace would earn him the system's recognition for point rewards. Chapter 23, Trainer Association. In the poke market of Tokiwa City, the duel between the scarred man and the challenger was on the verge of igniting. Golem, crush it! The challenger bellowed with unwavering confidence. Golem slammed its four arms against the ground, producing a deep thud as rock-type energy began to coalesce. Foolish. The scarred man, known as Nidoqueen's champion, smirked disdainfully. The referee's hand fell decisively. Battle commence. The trainer of Golem clearly aimed for a swift victory, promptly issuing the command, roll out. Golem curled into a massive stone ball and barreled towards Nidoqueen. However, Nidoqueen was far more agile. Dodge and use horn attack, commanded the champion. Nidoqueen deftly sidestepped Golem's charge, then lowered its body, gathering energy at the tip of its horn, which glowed with a brilliant white light. It then thrust its horn into the exposed flank of Golem as it passed. Boom! Golem was sent veering off course, rolling several times before coming to a halt, looking rather disheveled. Damn it! Don't give him a chance. Use rock throw. The challenger urged, a hint of urgency creeping into his voice. Observing this, Yiye had already deduced the outcome. Golem had no chance left, for the disparity in training was too vast. Struggling to rise, Golem gathered rock-type energy in its hands, conjuring several stones from the air and hurled them at Nidoqueen. Too slow, the champion shook his head, charging forward for a double kick. Nidoqueen advanced rather than retreating, weaving through the gaps between the rocks, and in an instant, it reached Golem's front. With a powerful leap, its strong hind legs carved twin afterimages in the air before delivering a solid kick to Golem's chest. Following two muffled thuds, Golem's massive form could no longer sustain itself, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Golem is unable to battle, the referee announced loudly. The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers and curses. Nidoqueen, Nidoqueen, good grief, yet another loss. The referee approached the center of the arena, pointing to the metal briefcase containing 100,000 league coins, addressing the fervent crowd. Is there anyone brave enough to challenge? For just 1,000 coins to enter, defeat the champion, and this 100,000 league coins could be yours. Soon, enticed by the staggering sum, another participant stepped forward, paying the entry fee and entering the arena. This time, it was a grass-type Oddish, and its trainer, a bespectacled student, appeared visibly anxious. The battle was utterly lopsided. Nidoqueen didn't even afford Oddish the opportunity to unleash a move. With one swift charge, it sent Oddish flying, decisively ending the match. The referee returned to the arena, triumphantly raising the metal briefcase as he proclaimed, the champion Nidoqueen has achieved 2 consecutive victories. Who dares to challenge next? Win one more, and this 100,000 league coins will be yours. If anyone can defeat him, the prize will also belong to you. Yiye felt a stir of temptation. 100,000 league coins was a considerable sum, but more importantly, winning this match could lead to multiple victories, potentially yielding enough points to reach that final 300. The Devil Fruit of Chansey was tantalizingly close. His gaze fell upon the exuberant Nidoqueen, with its high-tier ordinary rating. It was formidable, yet still manageable for his current Charmeleon. As he prepared to part the crowd and step forward, a fleeting glance caught the referee, who was showcasing the briefcase. In his attempt to display it, his sleeve slipped down an inch. It was in that momentary gap that an inverted R tattoo materialized in Yiye's vision. It was Team Rocket. The very same Team Rocket that had raided the Pokémon Center just yesterday. A chill of dread washed over him, extinguishing the fiery resolve that had just ignited within him, replaced by a wave of trepidation. Suddenly, he realized the gravity of the situation. This is far from being a mere gambling brawl at a market. It is a recruitment operation by Team Rocket, a stronghold for acquiring Pokémon. The moment he steps into the fray, the iconic azure flames of his Charmander will be laid bare before these individuals, and the consequences would be dire. The name Team Rocket signifies an endless array of troubles. As Yiye had just lifted his foot to advance, he quietly withdrew it, maintaining a stoic expression as he retreated, reconcealing himself within the throng. Fortuitously, he did not enter the fray. Yesterday, the significant enhancement of Charmander's strength had caused him to become somewhat overconfident. He dared to venture into uncertain waters for a paltry sum of 100,000 and a few hundred points, risking exposure of his most profound secret and inviting the covetous gaze of Team Rocket. Such a transaction would surely lead to a loss that one could scarcely imagine. Upon exiting the chaotic gambling arena, Yiye found himself devoid of any desire to rummage through the market with the system's assistance. Who could tell whether a pair of Team Rocket eyes lurked behind that stall? His footsteps hurriedly took him away from the nearest western gate of the market. Shortly after his figure vanished around the corner, the small, mustachioed vendor selling shoddy CDs was quietly reporting through an antiquated communicator. Yes, that's him, no doubt about it. Most likely a newcomer, and he was quite extravagant. I witnessed him withdraw several bags of goods from the friend shop, which he then stowed into his backpack. A crackle of static emanated from the communicator, as if something was being conveyed. What? He has already left? Damn it! The mustachioed vendor cursed under his breath, kicking a nearby parts box in frustration. He runs fast. Never mind, he's just a small fry. Yiye strode briskly along the main thoroughfare of Shurjian City, deliberately avoiding the shadowy alleyways. His recent experience at the market served as a significant wake-up call. Passing by the Pokémon Center in the city center, he noted that the lockdown had been lifted, restoring its usual bustle, with numerous trainers entering and exiting, their faces reflecting the relief of their Pokémon's injuries being healed. Adjacent to the Pokémon Center stood a grand, modern edifice, the very destination of Yiye's visit, the Shurjian City Trainer Association. On either side of the entrance, two formidable Arcanine lay quietly, while their trainers, two young men clad in black uniforms, stood erect, their gazes scanning every approaching figure. To have two elite Arcanine as sentinels was indeed impressive, Yiye mused silently. Without the need for system detection, the sheer aura of these Arcanines suggested they surpassed Xiaoxia's Gem Star and his own elite Gyarados. Such an imposing display was a testament to the core of the alliance, the Trainer Association. Yiye approached the entrance, which stood resolutely closed. One of the guards fixed his gaze upon him, offering no words but merely raising a hand to indicate a sophisticated scanning device beside the door. Understanding the cue, Yiye retrieved the Pokédex Professor Oak had bestowed upon him. A gentle beep echoed as he swiped the device across the scanner, causing the transparent glass doors to silently glide open. Thank you, Yiye expressed as he prepared to step inside. Just as he brushed past the guard, the latter's gaze inadvertently fell upon Yiye's latest model Pokédex, causing his pupils to narrow imperceptibly. Pallet Town, Professor Oak. Although the guard's expression remained one of official demeanor, a tinge of bitterness stirred within him. He recalled his own past, setting out at the age of 16 without a background, brimming with fervor, yet unable to afford the exorbitant Pokémon training tax, starting with nothing but an ordinary Rattata. To rise above, he had begrudgingly signed an almost servile contract with the Junsha family, trading 20 years of his freedom for a prodigious Houndoom and ample resources. After years of grueling training, he had finally nurtured his Houndoom into an elite Arcanine, earning him a semblance of strength in the eyes of others. Yet, deep down, he understood that being elite was merely the beginning compared to the talents of those from prestigious families and individuals like Yiye, who could afford the Pokémon training tax. Each initial Pokémon distributed by the Alliance, a fully evolved form after 2 stages of evolution, was at least elite level. New trainers brimming with potential numbered scarcely 100 each year in the vast Kanto region. For a trainer of his ordinary background to surpass them, his Arcanine would need to ascend to gym leader level, a leap akin to a Magikarp becoming a Dragonite, transforming from a mere employee of the Junsha family into a worthy investment. Yet, that leap was anything but simple. Returning to the present, he observed Yiye's youthful silhouette, a flicker of envy crossing his gaze. This was the chasm that separated them. Some are born into fortune, while he must struggle and fight for half a lifetime. Chapter 24, Trainer Rating Assessment. The hall of the Trainer Association in Shurjian City presented a pristine and imposing atmosphere, starkly contrasting the chaotic feel of the Pokémon market. Yiye proceeded directly to the front desk. Hello, I would like to register for the Trainer Rating Assessment. Certainly, sir. Please present your Pokédex, replied the young lady at the front desk, her smile impeccably professional. As Yiye placed the latest model of the Pokédex onto the scanning area, the smile on her face momentarily faltered, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes as her movements quickened. Beep. Name, Yiye. Age, 16. Place of birth, Pallet Town. Very well, Mr. Yiye, your application for the rating assessment has been successfully registered. The assessment is scheduled for 2 p.m. today in the Battle Hall on the 2nd floor of the Trainer Association. She returned the Pokédex to Yiye, her demeanor noticeably warmer than before. At that moment, a familiar figure timidly peeked through the door, none other than the bug-catching boy Yiye had encountered at the gambling arena. Following the guard's guidance, he approached another service window with an anxious expression. I would like to register for the rating assessment as well. Of course. Please provide your identification and the 500 Alliance coins registration fee. The staff member at the other window responded in a businesslike manner. Upon hearing the mention of a fee, the bug-catching boy's face fell, his voice tinged with desperation. What? I have to pay? 500. But I lost all my money just now at the market. Yiye, overhearing the commotion, was taken aback. It seemed the fees had not been mentioned during his own registration. Sensing his confusion, the service representative, with an envious tone, quietly explained, Mr. Yiye, you may not be aware, but trainers from families that have consistently paid Pokémon training taxes for over 10 years are recognized as core training subjects by the Alliance. Most basic services, including the rating assessment, are freely accessible to you. The term Pokémon training tax suddenly clicked in Yiye's mind. No wonder the Arcanine trainers at the entrance had gazed at him with such mixed expressions. The root of it lay here. Then, what if I don't have any money? The bug-catching boy exclaimed, on the verge of tears. The staff member beside him, accustomed to such situations, merely pointed towards the task board on the other side of the hall. If you lack funds, you can accept tasks over there. Here, there's a task to collect green caterpillar silk that suits you perfectly, with a reward of 500 Alliance coins. Yiye stood before the electronic screen in the task area for a moment before ultimately turning away. The tasks listed were either trivial undertakings with pitiful rewards or errands devoid of any training value for his Charmander and Chansey. A few lucrative assignments, such as eliminating the Spearow swarm deep within the Viridian Forest or assisting in investigating the whereabouts of Team Rocket, were available, but all required the permissions of an elite trainer to undertake. After a brief exploration of the Trainer Association building, Yiye decided not to linger and headed straight to the nearby Pokémon Center. He intended to provide his Charmander and Chansey with comprehensive care and treatment before the upcoming rating assessment, as well as to deliver the invitation letter for the Elite Four project from senior sister Ling Nai to her cousin Joy. He also planned to call Professor Oak to report his safety and share the photograph of Ho-Oh he captured the previous day. As he stepped into the Pokémon Center, he was greeted by the mingling sense of disinfectant and life energy. The lobby bustled with people, the atmosphere far more relaxed than the previous day, indicating that the aftermath of the attack had subsided. Hello, how may I assist you? Miss Joy at the front desk greeted him with her signature gentle smile. I would like to request a thorough care session for my Charmander and Chansey, Yiye replied, placing his Pokédex and 2 Pokeballs on the tray. After a moment's pause, he retrieved another Pokeball, adding, and please register this Arbok as well, and provide it with healing. The last Pokeball wobbled slightly on the tray, seemingly expressing its discontent. This Arbok, having grown accustomed to the wild, was rather fierce in temperament. So Yiye had no intention of training it himself. He planned to register it, and then list it for sale on the Trainer Association's official network. Miss Joy's gaze lingered on Yiye's brand new Pokédex for a moment before she took it and gently scanned it on a nearby device. After confirming the information and the registered Pokémon were correct, she returned the Pokédex to Yiye with a slight smile. All of your Pokémon are in good condition. Just a bit fatigued. The deep care will be completed shortly. Please wait a moment. As Yiye prepared to retrieve the invitation letter from senior sister Ling Nai from his backpack, a loud, boisterous voice called from behind him. Yiye, you're here too. He turned to see Ash running towards him, excitement radiating from his face, while Pikachu perched on his shoulder appeared lively and energetic, completely shedding its weakness from the previous day. Following him was a tall woman with striking red hair, adorned with a pair of thin-framed glasses, exuding an air of intellect. I can't thank you enough for yesterday. If it weren't for you, Pikachu and I would have been in danger, Ash exclaimed, bowing deeply in gratitude. Pikachu waved its little paw, seemingly quite fond of him. It was just a small effort, Yiye replied, glancing at Pikachu. By the way, I heard the Pokémon Center was attacked yesterday. Are you both alright? At the mention of the attack, Ash's eyes lit up, and he animatedly gestured as he spoke. Not only are we fine, but we also helped a lot. Let me tell you, as soon as we arrived yesterday, Team Rocket barged in. They tried to steal Pikachu and all the Pokémon here. Then, with our delay, Sister Kona arrived. Ash wore a proud expression, continuing, her cloister is incredible. In an instant, it froze all of Team Rocket's Pokémon. Kona? The Elite Four of the Kanto region, the Ice-type Master Kona? Yiye struggled to maintain his composure. He instinctively glanced at the red-haired woman behind Ash, who was watching him with an intrigued expression, her eyes behind the lenses seeming to pierce into his soul. What is an elite-level figure doing in a place like Viridian City, and how fortuitously did she save Ash? Before he could ponder further, the red-haired woman approached with a warm smile and extended her hand. Hello, I am Kona, the acting head here. I must express my gratitude for your assistance yesterday. Without you, it would have been difficult for the Pokémon Center to hold out until we arrived. Her voice was gentle, entirely uncharacteristic of someone in such a high-ranking position as an Elite Four. Yiye shook her cool hand. I am Yiye. Chapter 25, Kona. In the Pokémon Center of Viridian City, Kona, one of the Elite Four of the Kanto region, held a significant position in the Alliance and was also one of the main coordinators of the Elite Four project. At this moment, she should have been basking in the sun and sea breeze on the fourth island of the Seven Islands, enjoying a rare vacation. However, this precious time was disrupted by an email from a friend. Joy Ling Nai had bestowed the valuable Elite Four project slot upon a junior who had just set out. What was more outrageous was that even the precious egg of Ajira, which she had painstakingly helped Ling Nai to acquire, was included. That was a legendary Pokémon. In the email, Ling Nai's words were exaggerated, claiming that his potential far surpassed hers and that giving him the Gyro was not a misallocation of trust. Kona's first reaction was that Ling Nai must have been bitten by a Snorlax. Driven by intense curiosity, she interrupted her vacation on the Seven Islands to personally visit Viridian City. However, before she could meet the main character, she encountered the spectacle of Team Rocket attacking the Pokémon Center. There, she discovered her first surprise. The bond of strength exhibited by the boy named Ash and Pikachu in their moment of peril captivated her. The sheer belief they embodied represented a realm that countless trainers yearned to attain. He would undoubtedly carve out a place among the future top trainers. I heard from Ash that you repelled an entire flock of Spearow in the Viridian Forest, Kona remarked, observing Yiye with keen interest. Just luck, Yiye replied with modesty, and it wasn't solely my achievement. Kona was about to say something further when Miss Joy approached, pushing a cart and interrupting their conversation. Mr. Yiye, your Pokemon's deep care has been completed. Miss Joy returned the 2 Pokeballs to Yiye and picked up the third, adding additionally. This elite-level Arbok has completed its ownership registration and is ready for transfer or transport at any time. An elite-level Arbok? Kona was taken aback by this revelation. Yiye had only recently embarked on his journey, yet he had not only defeated the Spearow flock that elite trainers struggled with, but had also captured an elite-level Arbok. Most ordinary trainers spend their entire lives striving to cultivate a single elite Pokémon, earning respect in small towns, while he, a newcomer just days into his journey, managed to capture one. It was no wonder Ling Nai regarded him as a genius junior, a genius trainer in Ling Nai's eyes, one who could manifest the potential of unified belief so early in his journey. It was astonishing that 2 prodigies emerged simultaneously from the small town of Pallet. Yiye accepted his Pokeballs and then retrieved the carefully preserved invitation letter from his backpack. Miss Joy, could you please take care of this? He handed over the envelope, stating, the person who entrusted me said to deliver it to the local Joy at the Pokémon Center. Miss Joy accepted the invitation, her gaze fixating on the unique seal adorning the envelope. After a meticulous examination, her expression shifted to one of hesitation. In theory, I could assist you with the procedures here. However, Miss Joy instinctively glanced towards Kona, who happened to be present. Since Miss Kona is here, there is no need to traverse the process again. It would be swifter to entrust it to her. What does that mean? Yiye pondered, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. The champion program, the champion? Could it be? Noticing Yiye's confusion, Miss Joy smiled and elaborated, observing Kona's keen interest in their conversation. Miss Kona is one of the Elite Four of the Kanto region, and she is also the principal overseer of the champion program. Indeed, Yiye's understanding crystallized. It was entirely reasonable for the head of such an influential program within the league to be an Elite Four member. Wow, the Elite Four! Exclaimed Ash, his surprise evident as he stood beside them, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Kona is actually a champion-level trainer. How impressive. Kona paid no heed to Ash's enthusiasm. She took the letter from Miss Joy, her eyes scanning the familiar emblem, and a blend of exasperation and affection crossed her features. That girl, Reina, certainly knows how to keep me busy. She opened the letter, briefly glanced at its contents, then raised her gaze to fixate on Yiye. Thus, your assessment, she said, folding the letter with an air of authority befitting a champion-level trainer. I shall be in charge of it. After a moment of contemplation, her tone turned serious. Given your ability to capture an elite-level Gyarados right upon your departure, along with the Pokémon Egg Reina gifted you, merely qualifying for the competition should pose no obstacle for you. At this juncture, her voice escalated. Therefore, The first requirement of your assessment is to participate in the Quartz Conference qualifying round 6 months from now and secure a position within the top 3. Top 3. Ash could not contain his astonishment. That's the Quartz Conference where all trainers from the Kanto region converge. For a novice trainer to achieve such a ranking in their debut competition is unprecedented. The last individual to accomplish such a feat was none other than Drayton, the Dragon-type champion among the current Elite Four. The second task, she continued, raising a second finger, her tone softening yet the content more astonishing. Reina was able to join the champion program because she successfully evolved Electabuzz into its new form, Electivire. This invaluable evolutionary data has filled a long-standing research void within the league and represents a significant contribution. Thus, your task is akin. Within 1 year, you must discover or cause one of your Pokémon to evolve into an entirely new form, be it an undiscovered regional variant or a new evolutionary stage like Reina's. Provided it receives league certification, you will have fulfilled your task. Upon hearing this, even Miss Joy's visage registered surprise. What a jest! To discover an entirely new evolutionary form? Such a contribution is sufficient to etch an ordinary Pokémon researcher's name into textbooks. It is a lifetime's achievement. However, upon hearing this, Yiye felt as if a new door had swung open in his mind. Why was Senior Reina so confident in her ability to join the champion program? It turned out she had been awaiting him here. For someone well-versed in the original narrative like himself, this second assessment task was nothing short of a gift. Moreover, he instinctively recalled the resonance he had experienced with Ho-Oh in the Tohoku forest last night, when Charmander surpassed the developmental threshold of the Devil Fruit, manifesting the ethereal blue flame wings behind him. Wasn't he that an entirely new form? Furthermore, any Pokémon he captured in the future, once infused with the Devil Fruit, would certainly showcase a new state that could be interpreted as a new form. What seemed an almost impossible task to Kono was, for him, exceedingly simple. Observing Yiye's unflappable demeanor, a glimmer of approval flickered in Kono's eyes. To maintain such composure in the face of such stringent conditions was a testament to his character, far exceeding that of the average individual. So how do you feel? Do you possess confidence? Kono regarded him with keen interest. Of course, upon successfully completing such a challenging assessment task, the rewards from the league will far exceed your expectations. Yiye secretly chuckled. Kono could hardly fathom that Reina's Electivire had evolved under his inadvertent guidance. She would be entirely unaware of how manageable this assessment task was for him. Chapter 26. The Assessment. In the Trainer Association of Tokiwa City, under Kono's guidance, Yiye seamlessly entered an office typically inaccessible to ordinary trainers. Kono inserted Yiye's Pokédex into an oddly designed silver terminal, her fingers dancing swiftly across the screen. As a prospective member of the champion program, the league will grant you the privileges of an elite-level trainer. As she spoke, a blue light flickered across Yiye's Pokédex. The next moment, several new icons illuminated before him: elite-level task area, advanced item exchange, and elite-level training ground reservation. Elite-level privileges. This benefit left Yiye agog. It signified that he could finally shed the constraints of his novice status. Whether it was venturing to risky markets or merely gazing enviously at high-reward tasks in the mission hall, it had all stemmed from insufficient privileges. Now, he could finally procure some practical technical machines for Charmander and Chansey. Don't get too excited just yet. Kono's voice jolted him back to reality. Privileges aside, you must still undergo the association's rating assessment to obtain formal trainer certification. Understood, Yiye nodded, finding this entirely reasonable. Just then, the office door was knocked upon, and a staff member peered in, looking somewhat flustered. Champion Kono, Ash from Pallet Town insists on participating in the rating assessment as well. Before the staff member could finish, Ash had already squeezed in from behind, his face brimming with determination and eagerness. If Yiye can participate, so can I. Right, Pikachu? On his shoulder, Pikachu pumped its tiny fists and called out energetically, Pika? Kono regarded the exuberant youth with amusement, though a flicker of admiration danced in her eyes. After a moment's thought, she addressed the staff member, please register him as well. Awesome, Ash exclaimed, leaping with excitement before turning to Yiye. This time, I want to lose to you. Yiye ignored him. Completing the rating assessment might trigger achievement points, perfectly filling the last gap of those 10,000 points. The opportunity to draw a new Devil Fruit was right before him. At 2 p.m., in the battle hall on the second floor of the Trainer Association. The hall was already teeming with activity, hundreds of trainers converging, the air thick with tension and excitement. This venue stood in stark contrast to the rudimentary battle arena he had encountered at the market previously. The specially designed energy-absorbing walls, the electronic scoreboards suspended from the ceiling, and the serious-faced judges seated at the officiating table all exuded the professionalism and rigor of the league. Wow. Yiye, this place is incredible. Just like the league conference on TV. Ash exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he beheld the scene for the first time, while Pikachu perched on his shoulder, equally curious. Surveyed the surroundings. Yiye surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the candidates for the assessment. Most of them, like Ash, still bore the innocence of youth, evidently novices embarking on their journeys. At that moment, the alloy doors on one side of the battle hall slowly slid open. 3 examiners clad in Trainer Association uniforms emerged, pushing a specialized cart filled with Pokeballs, each adorned with badges numbered 1, 2, and 3. They strode to the center of the arena, effectively dividing the spacious battlefield into 3 distinct zones. The examiner seated high at the referee's table seized the microphone, his voice instantly overpowering the murmurs of the candidates. Silence. The ordinary level trainer assessment commences now. The sole objective is combat. The evaluation method was straightforward, yet brutally effective. Nothing was more paramount for trainers than the prowess of their Pokémon. The assessment would be categorized into 3 tiers based on the number and strength of captured Pokémon. Those aspiring to be certified as novice trainers were to proceed to Area 1, while those aiming for intermediate trainer certification should head to Area 2. Those seeking advanced trainer status were directed to Area 3. As soon as the announcement concluded, the crowd erupted in excitement, with most rushing towards the novice assessment zone in Area 1, where a long queue quickly formed. Amidst the throng, Yiye recognized a familiar face, the bug-catching boy who had been unable to pay for registration that morning, now standing anxiously near the front of the line. A few confident trainers, after a moment of hesitation, opted for the intermediate assessment in Area 2. Although the line was shorter, each individual wore a look of pride. In stark contrast, Area 3, the advanced assessment zone, appeared desolate, with the staff there yawning out of sheer boredom. Only after the majority had lined up did a few young trainers, seemingly aged between 25 and 30, saunter over, taking their places at the front of the advanced assessment line. Yiye, which one are we going to? Ash asked, his expression one of confusion, utterly oblivious to the nuances of the situation. Yiye remained silent, his eyes scanning the 3 zones. The novice assessment required defeating a single ordinary, entry-level Pokémon provided by the association. The intermediate assessment demanded the consecutive defeat of 2 ordinary, mid-level Pokémon. Although candidates could switch their Pokémon during the battle, while the examiners could not. Conversely, the advanced assessment required the consecutive defeat of 3 ordinary, high-level Pokémon, with examiners also unable to change their Pokémon. Under the curious and watchful gazes of the crowd, Yiye resolutely strode towards the far-right Area 3. The surrounding trainers gasped, astonished that the young Yiye would dare approach the advanced assessment zone. Has he lost his mind? Going straight to the advanced area? Whispered one. Look at his age. He can't possibly be a seasoned trainer. Another chimed in. What if he can't withstand even a single move from the association's Pokémon? That would be utterly humiliating. Observing Yiye's determination, Ash, in a moment of impulsive fervor, rushed after him. Hey, Yiye, wait for me. He paid no heed to the distinction between levels. Following Yiye felt like the right choice. Thus, the 2 16-year-old novice trainers found themselves at the end of the line for the advanced assessment. The referee at the table also turned his attention to the 2 young newcomers, particularly Yiye, whose affiliation with Champion Kinna was still fresh in his mind. Meanwhile, the assessment in Area 1 commenced. Next up, contestant B, number 37. The bug-catching boy, steeling himself, stepped forward and sent out his Pokémon. I'm counting on you, Sandshrew. The examiner in Area 1 randomly selected a Pokeball from the cart. Come forth. Geodude. A small Geodude materialized on the battlefield. The boy felt a surge of hope. Geodude was a rock type, and Sandshrew, with its ground type advantage, was poised for victory. However, the novice Sandshrew proved no match for the ordinary entry-level Geodude's onslaught, swiftly succumbing to a barrage of rollout attacks. How could this happen? The bug-catching boy could only retreat his Sandshrew, eyes glistening with unshed tears. The assessment continued, and the pass rate in Area 1 was alarmingly low. The Pokémon provided by the association ranged from levels 11 to 15 and were exceptionally well-trained. Some were merely a step away from evolution. Coupled with the calm directives of the examiners, only 1 in 10 candidates succeeded. Occasionally, a few fortunate trainers drew advantageous matchups or possessed Pokémon that exceeded the association's offerings, allowing them to pass. The latter scenario was far more common. Throughout Area 1, anguish cries echoed. In contrast, the candidates in Area 2 appeared significantly more composed. Most had traveled for some time, accumulating both experience and strength. Faced with 2 ordinary mid-level Pokémon, As long as luck did not betray them completely, they could typically leverage type advantages to secure an initial victory, then employ a rotation strategy to win. The pass rate hovered around 50%. Finally, it was the turn of Area 3. The first to step up was a burly man in his 30s, likely a trainer accustomed to rigorous outdoor training. "Go, Zubat," he commanded. "Crobat, let us go?" The fierce Zubat that emerged bore the scars of many battles. The examiner, wearing an expression of concern, deployed a Pokémon from the cart. "Come forth, Electabuzz." With electric-type moves being doubly effective against flying types, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. However, the man's face broke into a smile. "Return, Zubat." In an instant, he recalled his Pokémon, swiftly tossing out another Pokeball. "Go, Rhydon." The massive Rhydon landed heavily on the ground, completely immune to electric-type attacks. Is it possible to do that? Ash watched in awe. The examiner's expression soured. The battle was destined to be a one-sided affair. Though he longed to intervene, the rules forbade him from switching Pokémon. The outcome was all but predetermined. Without the formidable electric-type moves at its disposal, Electabuzz's other attacks merely tickled Rhydon, who effortlessly claimed victory with a single earthquake. Following this, the burly trainer, relying on his Pokémon's depth of experience, secured 3 consecutive victories, successfully passing the assessment. Yiye realized that the advanced assessment tested not only the strength of individual Pokémon, but also the trainer's tactical acumen and the diversity of their Pokémon roster. The subsequent contestants employed similar strategies, tactically switching Pokémon to mitigate type disadvantages, defeating their foes one by one. Naturally, there were also those who fell victim to misfortune. In a critical third round, a young trainer's primary Pokémon, a fierce Monferno, was poised to execute a decisive cross-chop when it unexpectedly stumbled, ensnared by the opposing Victreebel's Vine Whip, thereby missing its chance for a finishing blow. To make matters worse, the Victreebel swiftly turned the tide with a leaf blade. How infuriating! The young trainer was merely a step away from passing the assessment, yet he was compelled to exit the arena in bitter disappointment. Soon after, the contestant ahead of Yiye also successfully completed the evaluation. From the judges' table, the examiner's gaze fell upon the end of the line. Next, number 01, Pallet Town. Yiye. Chapter 27, The Astonishing Arbok. In the battle hall on the second floor of the Trainer Association in Shine City, the contestants of the third assessment arena had finished their evaluations one after another. It was now Yiye's turn. As the examiner announced his name, all eyes in the hall, including those of trainers who had just concluded their assessments, converged upon him. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Yiye stepped onto the third assessment stage, contemplating the release of his Arbok, which had been captured for quite some time and deserved to stretch its metaphorical legs. Although he did not intend to cultivate this Arbok, its elite-level prowess could certainly alleviate some pressure on his Charmander. "Come forth, Arbok." With a flash of white light, an Arbok, significantly larger than its counterparts, materialized in the arena. Hiss! The Arbok emitted a menacing roar, its elite-level presence instantly enveloping the entire battle hall, causing the examiner's complexion to shift dramatically. The previously bustling chatter ceased abruptly. Some novice trainers nearby even felt a tightening in their chests and instinctively stepped back. Elite level. Am I seeing things? That aura is undoubtedly that of an elite Pokémon. What a joke. How old is he? How could a novice trainer possibly possess an elite Pokémon? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. He must be the son of a gym leader, or perhaps a scion of a prominent family. How infuriating. It's truly maddening to see the disparity among people. In the center of the arena, the examiner's face flickered between shades of green and white. Having served as an examiner for 3 years and encountered a myriad of trainers, he had never faced such a situation where a novice trainer summoned an elite Pokémon for a standard trainer evaluation. Was this not a case of bullying? He instinctively glanced up at the head judge in the officiating booth, silently inquiring how to proceed. The head judge responded with a slight nod. Seeing the judge's indication, the examiner took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. "What is it, examiner?" Yiye inquired, noticing the examiner's hesitation. To the examiner, this felt like mockery. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a Pokeball from his cart. There was no turning back now. "Come forth." With another flash of white light, a gloom with a large leaf atop its head appeared in the arena. Upon seeing his Pokemon, the examiner's expression darkened further. It was one thing for a common-level Pokemon to face an elite level 1, but Gloom's grass and poison-type moves would be significantly less effective against an Arbok, whose resistance would have the damage. How could he possibly win? Pokemon, Gloom, type, poison, grass, level, 28, strength evaluation, common level, high tier. After a quick glance at Gloom's stats, Yiye wasted no time and commanded, Arbok, use bite. Hiss. Arbok raised its head and let out a sharp hiss, an invisible pressure emanating from it towards Gloom, activating its Intimidate ability. Arbok then charged forward. Gloom, use Sleep Powder. The examiner, displaying some skill, attempted to stall for time with a status move to wear down Arbok's stamina. However, he could not have anticipated that. Under the weight of level disparity, Gloom would react sluggishly due to the intimidation. By the time Gloom began to conjure the Sleep Powder, Arbok was already upon it. In the next moment, Arbok opened its gaping maw, its sharp fangs sinking mercilessly into Gloom's body. No. Gloom emitted a pitiful shriek, its gathered energy dissipating in an instant. The entire exchange was executed with breathtaking speed. Just when the crowd believed the attack had concluded, the subsequent events took everyone by surprise. Yiye had not even issued a second command when Arbok, showing no signs of halting, violently tossed Gloom into the air with a flick of its head. Before Gloom could hit the ground, Arbok's tail followed suit, delivering a powerful whip that struck Gloom with immense force. With a muffled thud, Gloom was sent flying out of the arena, unable to issue a sound as it fainted, its eyes rolling back in defeat. The onlookers were astounded, witnessing a high-tier common Gloom falling so easily before an elite-level Arbok. Yet, Yiye frowned at this display. The Pokémon's wildness was concerning, given the low level of intimacy. Arbok's aggression exceeded his expectations, even exhibiting tendencies of autonomous aggression. This was not a promising sign. Before the examiner could deploy the next Pokémon, Yiye had already retrieved Arbok into its Pokeball. Arbok's initial appearance was concluded. The remaining 2 high-tier common Pokémon should pose little challenge for his Charmander. Come forth. Charmander. With a flash of white light, Charmander appeared on the battlefield. The atmosphere shifted, becoming somewhat peculiar. Just moments ago, an elite Arbok had dominated the arena. Yet this trainer named Yiye had opted to withdraw it in favor of a pre-evolution Charmander. What was he playing at? Was he throwing the match? Did he wish to provide Charmander with some combat experience? Perhaps he believed it might still win. After all, it was one of the starter Pokémon. As the crowd murmured again, this time with a hint of reverence, the examiner at the third arena dared not relax. He scrutinized the Charmander before him, his brow furrowed. Something was amiss. This Charmander appeared unusually large. Typically, a Charmander would only reach the height of an adult's thigh, yet this one was nearly at his chest. Furthermore, its aura, while not on par with the earlier elite Arbok, was not typical of an ordinary Pokémon either. The examiner took a deep breath, suppressing his unease, and retrieved a second Pokeball from his cart. Regardless, it was certainly preferable to facing that elite Arbok. Come forth. With a flash of light, a robust Charmeleon emerged in the arena. Roar. Upon its entry, Charmeleon let out a provocative roar directed at Charmander. However, Charmander did not rush forward in response to Charmeleon's taunt. Instead, it patiently awaited Yiye's command. Ready. A low growl echoed as the Charmander approached Yiye, seeking a request. Eager and brimming with newfound power acquired just yesterday, it could hardly contain its excitement to test its abilities. My goodness. Look, that little Charmander is almost as tall as a Charmeleon. Is this for real? How could this be possible? The keen-eyed trainers finally discerned the anomaly. Gasps of astonishment rippling through the crowd. Go, Charmander. With Yiye's command issued, it was clear that in this internal battle, fire-type attacks would be inadvisable. Use Phoenix Strike. Chapter 28. The Strength of Charmander. In the Trainer Association's second-floor battle hall, at the third assessment arena, all eyes were fixated on the exceptionally tall Charmander in the center of the field. Opposing it was its evolved form, a Charmeleon, rated at the pinnacle of ordinary strength. To any observer, the outcome seemed utterly predictable. Phoenix Strike. Yiye's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly throughout the battle hall. With a resounding cry, Charmander unleashed a powerful roar, flames flaring high from its tail. In the next moment, a peculiar scene unfolded. Ethereal azure flames ignited from its claws, not raging like ordinary fire, but rather coalescing swiftly into a defined shape. In an instant, those diminutive claws were enveloped in a layer of solidified azure fire, transforming into an elegantly contoured, glistening claw resembling that of a heron. An indescribable sharpness emanated from the azure flame-clad talons. Such theatrics. The judge at Arena 3 felt a jolt of surprise, yet his extensive experience led him to a quick judgment. This was merely a transformation of energy forms, impressive in appearance, but perhaps lacking in true power. Charmeleon, use Fire Fang. Roaring, Charmeleon opened its maw wide as scorching flames surged around its fangs, charging towards Charmander with ferocity. The judge anticipated a fierce collision. Surely, Charmander's ostentatious claws would melt away under Charmeleon's fiery prowess. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his expectations. Just as the two Pokémon were about to collide, Charmander accelerated out of thin air. The Azure claws traced a breathtaking arc in midair, striking precisely at Charmeleon's chest. A dull thud resounded. Charmeleon's forward momentum abruptly halted, its fierce expression frozen in disbelief, swiftly replaced by sheer agony. It looked down, incredulously observing the azure flames voraciously consuming its body. In the next instant, Charmander flicked its wrist and gently swiped its claws. With a resounding crash, Charmeleon's massive form was sent flying like a sandbag, crashing down several meters away, raising a cloud of dust. It struggled briefly before rolling its eyes back, completely incapacitated. One strike, merely one strike. The arena fell into stunned silence. The trainers, who had been chattering moments before, now resembled ducks with their throats grasped, mouths agape but soundless. What had they just witnessed? A Charmander, utilizing an unprecedented move, had effortlessly dispatched a Charmeleon of far superior level. What was that technique? The azure flames were unlike any ordinary fire. Just one strike, and my heavens, that Charmeleon was of upper ordinary rank. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted. Gasps of astonishment, sounds of disbelief, and murmurs of incredulity coalesced into a tremendous uproar, nearly shaking the roof of the battle hall. At the edge of the arena, the judge stood frozen, his mind blank as he gazed at the unconscious Charmeleon, then at the Charmander, which had retracted its azure flames and was calmly flicking its tail. Lost. Just like that, the Charmeleon, on the brink of evolution into a powerful Charizard, had been defeated in a heartbeat by a mere Charmander? This was illogical. This was unscientific. It completely upended his understanding of Pokémon battles forged over 20 years. Remarkable. In the back of the crowd, Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. Trembling with exhilaration, he clutched Pikachu tightly, speechless. Yiye, how could his Charmander be so formidable? Pikachu, did you see that move? Pika Pika. Pikachu also waved its tiny fists, its face alight with shock and determination. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kona, who had maintained her composure thus far, could no longer remain unperturbed. Leaning forward slightly, her delicate glasses slipped down her nose. Her eyes, filled with unprecedented astonishment and curiosity, remained fixed on Yiye's Charmander. A brand new move, a novel application of energy, the ability to condense fire-type energy into a nearly tangible form for attack. This level of control surpassed what an ordinary trainer could comprehend. This was no mere skill development. It was a profound exploration of a Pokémon's intrinsic potential, even a transformation of form. Kona's breath quickened. She finally understood why Reina had claimed that Yiye's potential far exceeded her own. This boy, Yiye, was a prodigy capable of reshaping the very fabric of the Pokémon world. On the judge's platform, the head judge cleared his throat loudly, his voice amplified throughout the hall, pulling everyone's attention back to the proceedings. G01 contestant, Yiye, is victorious. Judge, please send out your third Pokémon. The judge of Arena 3 jolted back to reality. Glancing at Yiye, his expression filled with trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved his final Pokeball from the cart. This was his last hope. Come forth. A flash of white light revealed a Donphan, its sturdy shell glistening in the arena. Excellent, a Donphan. Ground type, effective against fire types. This is the best choice available. Yet, Yiye maintained his calm demeanor, glancing at the Donphan before casting a quick look at the system prompt that had just appeared in his mind. Ding. Charmander has triumphed over its evolved form, and the host has achieved the accomplishment of defeating a stronger opponent, earning 500 points. Ding. The host's total points have reached 10,200, meeting the criteria for the Devil Fruit Lottery. Would you like to draw immediately? Finally, the points had accumulated sufficiently. A triumphant smile crept across Yiye's lips as he turned his gaze toward Donphan. Charmander, use Azure Flame Goose. Chapter 29, The Judge's Collapse. In the Trainer Association's second-floor battle hall, at the third assessment arena, Azure Flame Goose. Yiye's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the hushed arena, reaching every ear. With a decisive cry, Charmander sprang into action, opening its mouth as a fist-sized orb of azure flames rapidly coalesced within. In the blink of an eye, a cerulean fireball coalesced, emanating an eerily high temperature that starkly contrasted with the surrounding air. The Ground King utilized Dig. The examiner at Site 3 felt alarm bells ringing in his mind the moment the Azure Flame Goose took shape. The ground type's inherent advantage over fire was rendered utterly meaningless after witnessing the devastating power that the Azure Flame had unleashed upon the fire dinosaur. His only hope now lay in leveraging the Ground King's expertise in subterranean tactics to evade this bizarre onslaught. Upon receiving the command, the Ground King hastily clawed at the earth, swiftly excavating a hole in the solid terrain, and in an instant, its entire form vanished underground. The Azure Flame Goose, having lost its target, huffed, "Even if your flames are extraordinary, they are futile if they cannot strike." A flicker of relief crossed the examiner's face. However, the next moment, his expression froze in disbelief. The cerulean fireball, instead of dissipating without a target, seemed to possess a will of its own, spiraling through the air as if searching for something. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of azure light, plunging straight into the hole where the Ground King had disappeared. A deafening roar erupted from the depths below, shaking the entire battle hall as the ground trembled violently. From the hole's center, grotesque fissures radiated outward, and billowing clouds of thick smoke mixed with scalding steam erupted from the crevices. How could this be possible? The examiner stood dumbfounded, staring at the cracked earth beneath him. A tracking attack? One that burrows underground? What kind of preposterous technique is this? Before he could process the shock, a thunderous explosion erupted nearby, and the ground before him suddenly detonated. A pitch-black figure was violently propelled into the air by a powerful underground shockwave. It was none other than the Ground King, which had attempted to escape underground. At this moment, it was in a pitiful state, its once sturdy shell charred and riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, while stubborn threads of azure flame mercilessly flickered between the crevices of its armor. Kachak! The little fire dragon had been waiting patiently. It required no command from Yiye. With a sudden burst of energy, it leapt high into the air, catching up to the Ground King still airborne. Its claws, now engulfed in azure flames, transformed into a crane-like shape. Phoenix Strike! With a piercing sound, the claws sliced through the air, and the Ground King did not even have time to emit a cry of despair before it traced a parabolic arc in the air, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena, rendered completely unconscious. For a moment, silence fell upon the entire battle hall, as if a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stood frozen in place, their minds blank. From the Azure Flame Goose's underground dive, to the Ground King being blown out, to the Fire Dragon soaring to deliver the final blow, the entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, too swift for comprehension. That ordinary high-level Ground King, despite the absolute advantage of its type, had failed to launch a single effective attack, utterly defeated in a manner that could only be described as a rout. Gulp. Someone, unsure of who, struggled to swallow. This sound seemed to act like a switch, igniting a wave of fervor throughout the crowd. A monster. This is undoubtedly a monster. Is this truly a novice trainer? After 3 years of travel, I feel like a fool. What is that azure flame? How could it even shatter the ground? My perception of the Pokémon world is about to be reshaped. Whispers of astonishment, gasps of disbelief, and exclamations of admiration coalesced into an unprecedented wave of sound that swept across the second floor. The examiner at sight 3's legs buckled, and had he not steadied himself against a nearby cart, he would have surely collapsed. He gazed at the 2 Pokémon that had been instantaneously defeated, then glanced at the center of the arena where the Fire Dragon stood, basking in the spotlight with flames roaring from its tail, his expression vacant, murmuring to himself. Defeated. Utterly defeated. In his 3 years as an examiner, for the first time, he questioned his own career. Too strong, Yiye. Too strong. In a corner of the crowd, Ash was flushed with excitement, gripping Pikachu tightly as he trembled with exhilaration. That move. The tracking attack. Pikachu. We must learn it too. Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu was equally awestruck by the overwhelming battle, shaking its tiny fists with fervor in its eyes. Meanwhile, at the highest vantage point in the observation area, Kona's previously composed demeanor vanished entirely. She abruptly stood, her glasses nearly slipping from her nose. Her eyes now reflected a tempest of uncontainable surprise. The Azure Flames, a legendary Pokémon of the Unova region? Kona's breaths quickened. She finally understood why Yiye had appeared so calm during the assessment task she had set for him. Cough. Cough. The chief judge forcefully drew everyone's attention back with a heavy cough. He picked up the microphone, his voice laced with an almost imperceptible tremor. Candidate number 01. Yiye, assessment passed. Rating, advanced trainer. With the chief judge's declaration, a system notification echoed in Yiye's mind. Ding. Host has achieved advanced trainer certification, awarded 1,000 points. Ding. Host's total points have reached 11,200. It was accomplished. Yiye, satisfied, recalled the little fire dragon into its pokeball and turned to leave the battlefield. As he walked, the crowd parted before him, each trainer gazing at him with a blend of reverence, envy, and complexity. Yiye. Ash rushed over, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Let us battle. Right now? The fire dragon is tired and needs rest, Yiye casually replied, making his way toward the exit. Just then, Kona stepped into his path. The champion of Kanto regarded him now with a gaze that transcended her initial scrutiny and curiosity, imbued with a newfound respect. Your performance exceeded my expectations. Kona refrained from mentioning the secret of the Azure Flames, instead offering him a gilded card. This is my personal contact information, as well as an emergency contact for the champion program. I look forward to your performance at the court's conference in 6 months. Yiye accepted the card with a nod. He did not linger at the association, politely declining Kona's invitation to dine together, leaving the place that had erupted in excitement due to his presence. Returning to the small street-side inn, he found Misty had yet to return. Yiye locked the door behind him and drew the curtains, plunging the room into shadow. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind delving deep into his consciousness. The blue system interface unfolded before him, the long-accumulated 11,200 points gleaming invitingly. The Devil Fruit system interface activated, revealing a bizarre tree, its trunk adorned with spiral patterns. Dominating the screen, laden with an array of peculiar fruits, each mirroring the tree's intricate spirals. Taking a deep breath, Yiye resolved to act decisively. System. Extract the Devil Fruit. As his words fell, the demonic fruit tree before him was instantly enveloped in dazzling light effects, with countless streams of luminous energy swiftly darting along the spiraled trunk. Ultimately, all the radiance converged at the crown of the tree, where a peculiar fruit began to shimmer. Chapter 30. The Sand Fruit. In the city of Tokawamachi, at a small roadside inn, Yiye sat cross-legged on the bed, clearing his mind of all distractions. Fully immersing himself in his thoughts, the familiar blue system panel unfolded before him, and the digits at the top, representing his points, flickered with a heartbeat-quickening glow. 11,200, sufficient. Without hesitation, he clicked on the long-anticipated demonic fruit system. A bizarre, spirally patterned mother tree occupied his entire field of vision once more. The tree was laden with over 100 uniquely shaped fruits, all adorned with spiral designs, each exuding an aura of mystery. Yiye took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of excitement within him, and issued a mental command. System, extract the demonic fruit. The moment his command was uttered, the demonic fruit tree was engulfed in an extraordinarily brilliant light effect. Countless streams of light darted along the spiraled trunk, moving too swiftly to be captured by the naked eye. Ultimately, all the luminescence seemed to follow a guiding force, converging towards the top of the tree. A fruit, suspended at the highest point, suddenly radiated a blinding light. It resembled a pineapple, its entire surface a earthy yellow, covered with a dense array of spiral patterns, while the green leaves at its apex twisted into an eerie shape. As the light dissipated, the fruit's information clearly materialized before Yiye's eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the natural-type demonic fruit, Sand Fruit. Sand Fruit, natural-type demonic fruit, upon consumption, allows the user to turn any part of their body into sand. Capable of transforming into sand for weapon creation, and can also conjure sandstorms. Weakness, liquids, contact with any liquid, water, blood, will prevent sandification, exposing the physical body. Natural type, and it's the Sand Fruit. Yiye's heart skipped a beat. Instantly, the image of a formidable figure with slicked back hair, a cigar in his mouth, and an air of defiance, the warlord, flashed in his mind. Controlling sand, elemental transformation, summoning all-consuming sandstorms, the potential of this fruit was simply incalculable. In terms of offense, defense, and battlefield control, it was undeniably top tier. If developed to its utmost, it could even erode the cycle of reincarnation, forcibly draining an entire land or even a living being of all its moisture. The euphoric emotions nearly overwhelmed his rationality. He forced himself to regain composure, his mind racing as he began to strategize the allocation of this divine fruit. His gaze immediately fell upon the Pokeball containing Happiny, the mobile fortress plan. This cultivation strategy had been established when he captured Happiny and now appeared exceedingly clear. Happiny possessed exceptional life energy and healing capabilities, complemented by the extraordinary inherited move, Healing Bell, making it the most reliable support in his team. Yet, its glaring weakness was evident, the lack of offensive and defensive measures. The Sand Fruit could perfectly supplement this. Crafting indomitable shields from sand represented the strongest defense. Transforming sand into blades or colossal hands constituted the strongest offense. Enveloping the battlefield in sandstorms to obscure the enemy's vision while inflicting continuous damage represented the pinnacle of control. An all-round Happiny that could attack, defend, heal, and control the field. Just the thought of it sent shivers down Yiye's spine. It would no longer be a mere Pokémon, but a true weapon of war. It was settled. Yiye no longer hesitated. He retrieved Happany's Pokeball from his waist. With a flash of white light, the plump Happany appeared on the bed, affectionately rubbing against Yiye's arm, emitting a soft, nurturing sound. Lucky. Happany, the next step is up to you. Yiye gently patted it, then refocused his attention on the system panel. System, fuse the Sand Fruit with Happany. Ding. Fusion command confirmed. Target, Happany, fruit for fusion, Sand Fruit. As the system's prompt resonated, the power of the demonic fruit flowed from Yiye's hand towards Happany on the bed. Success was within reach. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the next moment, a blinding red warning box popped up before Yiye. Warning. The compatibility of the fusion target Happany with the Sand Fruit is below the critical threshold. 1. Fusion cannot proceed. System analysis. Target Happany. Core energy attribute is life, inherently representing rebirth and healing. Fusion fruit, Sand Fruit. Core energy attribute is erosion, inherently representing decay and finality. The fundamental concepts of the two core energies conflict. Forced fusion would result in the collapse of the target's energy system, with a 999 probability of immediate annihilation. A cascade of red text poured over Yiye like a bucket of icy water, leaving him stunned, his mind blank. Failed. The fusion failed? How could this happen? The system had previously stated that fusion had no adverse effects. System, what is going on? Ding. The fusion technology provided by this system ensures that the fusion process incurs no energy rejection, no genetic collapse, no loss of Pokémon consciousness, and other adverse effects. However, the fundamental prerequisite for fusion is that there must be a minimum compatibility between the Pokémon and the demonic fruit. Compatibility. Yiye mulled over this term. The earlier euphoria vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness. He finally understood where the issue lay. Happany symbolizes life, while the Sand Fruit represents the desolation of all things. Forcing Happany to fuse with the Sand Fruit was akin to attempting to merge water and fire. The result could only be utter annihilation. The perfect mobile fortress plan had collapsed at the very first step. A wave of intense frustration surged within him. He had underestimated the system. He thought that with points, he could infinitely equip his Pokémon with powerful enhancements. But now it seemed the reality was far more complex. Each demonic fruit likely had its most suitable host. Lucky. Happany seemed to sense Yiye's despondency, reaching out its tiny hand to gently touch his cheek, eyes filled with concern. Yiye snapped back to reality. Gazing at the worried Happany, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed the negative emotions. Failure was merely failure. Now was not the time for despair. He still possessed a top-tier natural fruit that needed a new home. Ding. Fusion failed. The Sand Fruit has returned to system space. Please select a new fusion target for the Sand Fruit. A new target. Yiye's thoughts raced as he mentally reviewed his existing Pokémon. Charmander? It had already fused with the Phoenix Fruit. According to the system's uniqueness principle, it likely could not fuse with a second fruit. Arbok. The elite-level Arbok indeed embodies the essence of the Sand Fruit. The combination of poison and sand seems to be a perfect match. However, this Arbok is wild and difficult to tame. Its loyalty is questionable, and most critically, its potential is merely at the gym leader level. To bestow a divine natural fruit upon it would be a sheer waste. Moreover, he had already planned to sell it in exchange for resources. Should he set this divine fruit aside temporarily? Yiye's brow furrowed tightly. Just as he found himself in a quandary, a faint cracking sound unexpectedly emanated from his backpack. The sound was subtle, yet in the hushed room, it rang out distinctly. Yiye's heart stirred, and he swiftly turned to unzip his backpack. The Pokémon egg, a gift from Senior Reina, which he had diligently kept in the incubator, lay quietly within. However, a fine crack was beginning to appear on its originally smooth and hard dark green shell. Chapter 31. Ujira. In a small roadside inn in Tokiwa City, a nearly imperceptible cracking sound came from the backpack behind Yiye. The sound was delicate, yet in the stillness of the room, it resonated with clarity. Yiye's heart raced, and he immediately turned to unzip the backpack. The Pokémon egg, carefully preserved in the incubator, lay silently inside. Yet, a subtle fissure was now distinctly visible on its once pristine shell. It was about to hatch. Yiye held his breath. His mind raced, and a bold idea, exhilarating enough to make his heart race, suddenly surged forth. Ujira, the initial form of the semi-divine Banjira, with its rock and ground attributes. It possesses an unparalleled affinity with the earth and sand. More importantly, upon evolving into its final form, Banjira's ability is Sandstream, a terrifying trait that can permanently alter the weather to a sandstorm. The sand fruit manipulates the power of sand. Bangyra, the sovereign who summons sandstorms. This was nothing short of a match made in heaven. The shadows cast by the previous failure of fusion with Chansey dissipated, replaced by an even more intense excitement and anticipation. He could hardly contain himself as he mentally called out to the system. System, assess the compatibility between the Ujira Pokemon egg and the sand fruit. Ding. Initiating compatibility assessment. Target, Ujira, egg form. Fruit being tested, natural type sand fruit. System analysis. Target's core attributes are rock and ground, embodying resilience and consumption. The fruit's core attributes are erosion, representing decay and finality. Determine that the concepts of both parties exhibit high complementarity, with core energy originating from the same source. Compatibility rated at 973. 97.3. Upon seeing this number, Yiye's heart raced with fervor. Truly, this was the true destiny of the sand fruit. Without any hesitation, he carefully cradled the egg, now cracked, from the incubator in the palm of his hand. System, fuse the sand fruit with the Ujira Pokemon egg. Ding. Fusion command confirmed. Target, Ujira, egg form. Fusion fruit, sand fruit. Compatibility above 90. Initiating optimal fusion plan, fusion commencing. The moment the command was given, the earthy yellow, pineapple-shaped fruit stored within the system's space transformed into a torrent of pure energy, flowing down Yiye's arm and gently infusing into the Pokemon egg resting in his palm. Crack, crack, crack. As the energy flowed in, the fissures on the eggshell rapidly spread at a visible pace, intertwining like a spider's web. The entire Pokemon egg began to tremble violently, a yellowish glow emanating from the dark green shell. Yiye could distinctly sense a forceful, domineering life essence, imbued with a desire for consumption and destruction, awakening within the egg. Suddenly, all tremors and radiance ceased. The Pokemon egg stilled in Yiye's palm. In the next moment, with a loud crash, the hard shell did not shatter into fragments as typical Pokemon eggs do upon hatching. Instead, it disintegrated, turning to sand, cascading down as countless fine grains, forming a small dune on the bed sheet. At the center of the dune lay a creature no larger than a palm, curled up. It was a vibrant blue-green, adorned with a diamond-shaped red pattern on its abdomen, a pointed horn atop its head, and its red eyes tightly shut. Ujira. It had been born. Almost simultaneously, a series of system notifications chimed in succession. Ding. Fusion successful. Ujira has perfectly absorbed the abilities of the sand fruit. Ding. Influenced by the energy of the sand fruit, Ujira's potential has significantly increased. Yiye immediately opened Ujira's panel. Pokemon, Ujira. Attributes, rock, ground. Level 1. Strength assessment, novice level, initial stage. Potential, champion level, high tier. Ability, grit, hidden ability. Inherited moves, Dragon Rage, Dragon Dance, Origin Pulse. Devil Fruit, natural type, sand fruit. Devil Fruit development level, initial stage, excessively high compatibility, has initially mastered elementalization. Evaluation, a creature destined to become a desert tyrant. Please ensure it becomes familiar with its power quickly to avoid unnecessary destruction. Champion level high tier potential. Upon seeing this rating, Yiye's pupils constricted. The egg gifted to him by Senior Reina possessed inherent king-level potential, and now, bolstered by the sand fruit, it had surged to high-tier champion level. This was nearly the pinnacle attainable by ordinary Pokemon. Furthermore, it came equipped with 3 exceptionally powerful inherited moves, notably Dragon Dance. A devastating ability that simultaneously enhances attack and speed had appeared on a Ujira. If it were to grow, a Bangyra capable of Dragon Dance and elementalization. Yiye could scarcely imagine the cataclysmic scene that would unfold. As he reveled in the grandeur of Ujira's panel, the newly hatched Ujira slowly opened its eyes. They were a pair of pure, untainted red orbs. It gazed around in confusion before its gaze settled upon Yiye's face. As the first life it encountered after its birth, an innate sense of kinship blossomed within it. Ujira? It emitted a soft, curious call, its short limbs clumsily moving on the bedsheet as it attempted to crawl towards Yiye. However, the moment its claws brushed against the fabric, the soft cotton sheet began to rapidly transform into sand, centered around its paw. In the blink of an eye, the entire bed, along with the mattress and frame beneath, had morphed into a flowing desert. The Chansey that had been resting on the bed let out a startled cry as it sank into the sand, leaving only its round head exposed. Lucky, Yiye was caught off guard, and he too began to sink downwards. The creature responsible for all this chaos, the newly hatched Yuki, seemed to return to the embrace of its mother, blissfully rolling in the sand. It appeared to revel in this sensation, its crimson eyes brimming with wonder. It opened its tiny mouth and emitted a cheerful chirp directed at the floor of the room. Suddenly, a more astonishing scene unfolded. The hard wooden floor, along with the cement layer beneath, crumbled under an invisible force, transforming into a swirling cloud of yellow sand. The sand billowed upwards, creating a diminutive tornado that connected the ceiling to the ground within the small hotel room, turning the entire space into a miniature indoor desert. Chapter 32. The Surge of Power. In a small hotel on the streets of Tokiwa City, the room had long since lost any semblance of its former state. What was once a relatively tidy space had now completely transformed into a small desert. The tornado of sand connected the ceiling to the ground, emitting a deep, resonant howl as it violently whirled, ensnaring with shavings and cotton fluff in a frenzied dance. Half of Yiye's body was already ensnared in the quicksand, an unceasing tug pulling at his feet, rendering him immobile. Not far away, a hapless Chansey had only its round head visible above the sand, its pink face etched with panic and helplessness. The true instigator of this turmoil, the freshly hatched Yuki, floated contentedly at the center of the sand vortex, seemingly satisfied with its creation. Its red eyes sparkled with curiosity about the world, and it opened its mouth once more to emit another joyful chirp. With that sound, the sand tornado spun even more ferociously, causing the entire room to groan under the strain of its own structure. This situation could not continue. Yiye's mind raced. The predicament was far more dire than he had anticipated. This Yuki, due to its profound affinity with the sand fruit, had mastered elemental transformation from birth. Yet it had no concept of controlling such power. All its actions stemmed from instinct. Forceful commands would be utterly futile and might even be perceived as provocation, exacerbating the situation. He needed to calm it down first. Yiye relinquished his struggle, allowing his body to sink into the quicksand. He centered his thoughts, peering through the howling sand veil directly at the little creature suspended in midair. He did not speak, but conveyed his emotions, soothing, affectionate, and unequivocal trust, through the purest and most direct intent towards Yuki. You are my partner. I am the first person you see when you open your eyes. Trust me. Perhaps it was Yiye's intentions that had an effect, or perhaps the innate sense of familiarity coursing through its veins quelled its playful instincts. Yuki tilted its head, a flicker of confusion crossing its crimson gaze. It felt something. The presence of the person in the sand exuded a comforting and reassuring aura. The joyful chirping ceased, and the tornado of sand began to slow its furious rotation. An opportunity presented itself. Yiye's heart raced, and he attempted to raise his hand, slowly extending it towards Yuki. Come here. His voice was soft yet imbued with a strange calming power. Yuki hesitated for a moment, flapping its tiny arms, and the yellow sand beneath it lifted it gently toward Yiye. Closer and closer it came. Yiye could even make out the diamond-shaped red patterns adorning its body. At last, Yuki's small, gritty paw gently rested on Yiye's outstretched palm. A strange energy surged from the point of contact. Yiye sensed that the power within him resonated faintly with Yuki's overwhelming force. Now was the moment. Stop. As he gently issued the command, he actively guided the resonant energy within himself, attempting to bring it to a state of calm. Yuki seemed to comprehend his meaning. It blinked its red eyes, and in an instant, the rampant yellow sand throughout the room came to a halt. In the next moment, all the sand lost its support, cascading from the air and burying Yiye and Chansey deeper. The room fell silent, save for their breathing. Yiye let out a long sigh of relief, finally managing to regain control of the situation. He patted Yuki resting on his hand, and then glanced at Chansey, which had only its head visible, suppressing a smile. All right, now comes the cleanup. Yiye surveyed the room littered with yellow sand, feeling overwhelmed. If the hotel staff were to see this, the three of them would undoubtedly be treated as terrorists and sent directly to Miss Junsha. They needed to restore the room to its original state before Xia returned. He looked down at Yuki, who was utterly dependent on him. Did you enjoy the game we just played? Yuki gazed at him, perplexed. Now, let us play a more interesting game. With his other hand, Yiye pointed to the sand beneath them. Change it back. He attempted to guide Yuki to revert the sand turned matter. However, Yuki merely stared blankly at him, clearly not understanding what change back meant. It seemed that hands-on teaching was the only option. Yiye concentrated, recalling the abilities of the sand fruit. Erosion and sandification were manifestations of its powers. Therefore, the reverse application would be restoration. He grasped Yuki's paw, placing his palm on the sand beneath them, then closed his eyes, focusing all his thoughts on the concept of restoration. Think of what this place originally looked like, the wooden floor, the white sheets. Under his guidance, Yuki seemed to sense something. The energy within it began to flow through Yiye's palm and gradually seep into the sand. A miracle occurred. The grains of sand beneath them began to writhe and coalesce. The yellow sand gradually lost its color, reassembling into wooden patterns. A solid wooden floor rapidly spread outward from the center of their palms. Next, the once sandified bed, including its cotton stuffing and metal frame, reformed from the sand. In less than a minute, the entire room astonishingly returned to its original state. Although some fine particles of sand remained in the corners and the sheets were wrinkled, at least on the surface, everything appeared unblemished. Exhausted, Yiye collapsed onto the floor, nearly drained of energy. Guiding Yuki through such intricate operations had taxed him far more than engaging in a battle. Meanwhile, Yuki, as the source of energy output, had long since exhausted its strength. Its little head nodded slowly, ultimately finding a comfortable position in Yiye's arms, and fell into a deep slumber, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Gyarados, and then casting a glance at the nearby Blissey, who was anxiously brushing off the dust from its body. Yiye finally wore a wry smile. This fellow was indeed a veritable tyrant of the desert. Just as he prepared to rise and thoroughly tidy the room, a series of urgent and forceful knocks echoed through the air. Following that, the unmistakable, vibrant voice of Kasumi rang out from outside, tinged with a mixture of impatience and complaint. "Yiye, what are you dawdling about in there? Hurry up and open the door. I brought back some delicious food." Chapter 33, The Tokiwa Gym. Tokiwa City. As Yiye walked along the street with Kasumi, the disheveled state of the small inn left her utterly aghast. Fortunately, the structural damage had allowed Gyarados to revert to its original form. When checking out, the innkeeper's face bore an expression more sorrowful than that of a weeping person as he gazed upon the lengthy bill detailing the costs for wall repairs, floor maintenance, and deep cleaning. Without uttering a word, Yiye promptly settled the entire amount with his card, his calm demeanor causing Kasumi, who stood beside him, to blink in disbelief. Strolling through the streets of Tokiwa City, Yiye's fingers brushed against the pokeball containing Gyarados at his waist, and any remnants of elation from acquiring a nature-type Pokémon were now replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility. The power of the Sandshrew fruit was exceedingly terrifying, and Gyarados' innate talent was equally formidable. The combination of the two did not yield a mere companion, but rather a living, breathing young tyrant with the potential for cataclysmic destruction. It was akin to holding a nuclear button in the hands of an infant. Any slight emotional fluctuation could unleash calamity. A secluded period of training away from the throngs of humanity was imperative, not only to teach it to control its powers, but also to instill a proper worldview. Resolute in his decision, Yiye made his way directly to the Trainer Association. Armed with the preliminary membership status granted by Kona's champion plan, he moved unimpeded into the advanced section of the association. At the item exchange counter designated for elite trainers, his Pokédex permissions prompted the attending staff to adopt an exceptionally respectful demeanor. "Hello, I would like to exchange for a batch of technical machines," Yiye stated, dispensing with any unnecessary pleasantries as he began operating the terminal. For Blissey, he selected Protect, Ice Beam, and Thunderbolt to establish a balanced offensive and defensive strategy. For Charmander, he chose Brick Break to expand its striking capabilities, particularly against its most troublesome rock-type foes. Finally, for Gyarados, he opted for Rock Tomb and Heavy Slam as foundational training for energy control. As he completed the series of transactions, millions of Alliance coins flowed out like water, far exceeding the cost of reconstructing a training ground in his own backyard. With a box containing several precious technical machines in hand, Yiye exited the Trainer Association. The two then arrived at the Pokémon Center, where Kasumi hurriedly dashed to a corner public phone booth, seemingly in a rush. Yiye, on the other hand, made his way to the relaxation area, pulling up a detailed map of the Kanto region on the public terminal. He needed to find a suitable beginner training ground for Gyarados. The power of this young tyrant was far too perilous. A secluded training session was essential, not only to teach it control over its strength, but also to establish a proper worldview. As his fingers glided slowly across the map, his gaze swept over various place names. Tokiwa Forest? No, too diverse in species and not extreme enough in environment. Diglett Cave? Too cramped for any proper training. His fingertip eventually settled on a location, Mount Tsukimi. The map magnified, revealing a specially marked area deep within the Tsukimi mountain range. Tsukimi Mountain Crater Mine. The information indicated that this was a region formed by the impact of ancient meteorites, with ores imbued with strange cosmic energy, paradise for rock and ground-type Pokémon. Most importantly, it was remote and complex in terrain, making it an ideal secret training base. This will do. Just as Yiye finalized his plan, Kasumi returned from her phone call. Her expression grim, with hints of urgency and frustration etched across her brow. "What's wrong?" Yiye inquired. "It's those irresponsible sisters of mine," Kasumi exclaimed, plopping down in front of him in exasperation. "There's a heap of issues at the gym that they can't handle, and they expect me to rush back and help. Honestly, what do they think the gym is? A playground?" Yiye was not surprised by her words. He was somewhat aware of the situation at the Hanada gym. "So, when are you planning to leave?" "Right away." A trace of barely perceptible disappointment lingered in her tone as she looked at Yiye, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. "Hey, thanks a lot. Even though you can be pretty infuriating at times, you've really helped me out." Seeing her awkward demeanor, Yiye allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. "I understand." After their brief farewell, Kasumi hurriedly departed from the Pokémon Center, making her way to the bus station. Watching her retreating figure, Yiye turned his attention back to the map. To reach Mount Tsukimi, he would inevitably pass through Nibi City. However, before that, he had one more task to accomplish. His gaze fell upon the large city marker on the map, Tokiwa City, and at the heart of the city, the emblem representing the gym. Prior to setting off for Mount Tsukimi, he intended to acquire the Tokiwa Gym badge. However, the gym leader was no ordinary opponent, Sakaki, the leader of Team Rocket. Yet, with champion Kona in Tokiwa City, Sakaki should not be excessively unreasonable. Following the map's guidance, Yiye traversed several streets, ultimately halting before a building of distinct architectural style, the Tokiwa Gym. Contrary to his expectations of a structure brimming with Pokémon elements and vibrant enthusiasm, this building bore no extraneous decorations, constructed entirely of deep gray rock, with cold, hard lines and sharp angles. Rather than a gym, it resembled a heavily fortified fortress or the headquarters of a large corporation. Only a modest metal plaque beside the entrance, inscribed with the words Tokiwa Gym, confirmed its identity. This place emanated an unmistakable air of intimidation, a fitting reflection of Sakaki's style. Yiye muttered to himself before pushing open the heavy steel door. Inside, the light was dim, and the air was thick with a mingling scent of dust and metal. A man in gym uniform sat at the reception desk, absorbed in polishing a pokeball. Upon hearing the noise, he barely lifted his eyelids and responded in a cool, indifferent tone. "Do you have an appointment?" "No." "Then please leave. The gym leader is not seeing anyone today." The man continued his task, his impatience evident in his tone. "I'm not here to see the leader," Yiye replied, approaching the front desk and placing his Pokédex on the surface with a soft thud. "I'm here to challenge the gym and obtain the badge." The man's actions halted momentarily as he finally raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Yiye's youthful face before breaking into an unabashedly derisive smile. "Obtain a badge? Kid, do you even know where you are? The challenge qualification for Tokiwa Gym requires you to collect 7 badges from other gyms first. By the looks of you, you've just stepped out the door a few days ago. Why don't you go home and drink some milk?" Yiye ignored the man's mockery, gently rapping his knuckles on the screen of the Pokédex. According to the regulations of the Alliance, trainers who have successfully passed the official senior trainer assessment are entitled to challenge any official gym directly to obtain badges. Is it that the Changpan Gym does not adhere to the Alliance's stipulations? His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the vast hall. The man's smile at the front desk froze upon his face. He fixated intently on the red Pokédex and the golden badge icon that had just emerged, signifying the senior trainer certification, his eyes widening with disbelief. A senior trainer? What a jest. How old can this kid be? The man abruptly rose, snatching the Pokédex to verify the information repeatedly, his expression shifting from mockery to astonishment. The information was indeed authentic. "So, can I challenge now?" Yiye inquired. The man took a deep breath, slamming the Pokédex back onto the desk, his demeanor growing serious. "Very well. Since you wish to experience the taste of defeat, I shall oblige." He circled around the front desk, striding towards a door deep within the hall. "Follow me. However, I must caution you. Our gym battles are not comparable to your trivial rating assessments." As the man pushed open the heavy door, a more pungent scent of earth enveloped them. "Kid, I hope your Pokémon have purchased sufficient insurance." Chapter 34, A Decisive Gym Challenge. In Changpan City, at the Changpan Gym, following the man clad in gym attire, Yiye traversed a dim and oppressive corridor. The walls, floor, and even the ceiling were constructed from unrefined, coarse rock, exuding a cold, hard texture that hit him immediately. The lighting appeared dull and yellowish, casting mottled, distorted shadows upon the rocky walls. The air was thick with a robust earthy scent intertwined with the metallic tang of rust, making it feel less like entering a gym and more akin to stepping into an ancient ruin buried deep underground. At the corridor's end stood a pair of even more imposing double stone doors. Rather than pushing them open, the man pressed an inconspicuous button on the wall. A low hum echoed as the stone doors slowly slid apart, revealing the true battle arena behind them. It was a vast underground cavern, the expanse far exceeding any battle room Yiye had ever witnessed at the Trainer Association. The terrain was far from flat, riddled with uneven rock pillars and varying depths of pits, perfectly simulating the most grueling rocky wilderness environment. This terrain naturally favored ground and rock-type Pokémon. A man clad in a referee's uniform awaited at the edge of the arena, his expression solemn. Upon seeing the uniformed man escorting Yiye inside, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. As per gym regulations, Challenger, you must consecutively defeat the 3 Pokémon I send forth to successfully complete your challenge. The uniformed man shed his cumbersome jacket, revealing his well-defined muscular physique. As he flexed his wrists, he ascended to the command platform, a disdainful smile returning to his face. Don't say I'm bullying a newcomer. I'll allow you to attack first. Yiye disregarded his provocation, calmly walking to the opposing command platform. He retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. Come forth, Charmander. In a flash of white light, the relatively larger Charmander appeared upon the rocky battlefield. Upon witnessing Yiye's choice of Pokemon, the man's derision intensified. Charmander? A fire type? It seems I've stumbled upon a grand joke. Kid, are you still half asleep? Challenging me, a ground-type specialist, on this terrain with a fire type? The surrounding rock pillars seemed to silently mock Yiye's audacity. Let me introduce you to despair with my first Pokemon. The man hurled the Pokeball with force. Roar. A resounding roar reverberated throughout the cavern as a robust Nidoking, clad in a tough blue shell, landed heavily upon the arena, causing the ground to tremor slightly. Pokemon, Nidoking, type, poison, ground, level, 35, strength evaluation, elite, beginner, and elite level Nidoking. For a senior trainer, this was already beyond the expected challenge level. End it, Nidoking. Use Earth Power. The uniformed man issued the attack command without hesitation, intent on obliterating this naive child in one fell swoop. Nidoking stomped its feet, causing energy to surge through the cavern floor. A visible wave of earthen energy, tinted in a yellow hue, surged across the rugged ground towards Charmander. Wherever it passed, rocks shattered and dust rose. In the face of this formidable attack, Yiye's expression remained unperturbed. He merely raised his hand and softly uttered 3 words. Blue Flame Gale. With a crack, Charmander opened its mouth, conjuring a fist-sized azure fireball that swiftly took shape. Without a moment's pause, it transformed into a streak of blue light, charging directly toward the oncoming Earth Power. In an astonishing turn of events, as the azure fireball made contact with the yellow energy wave, it showed no signs of being affected by the type disadvantage. The small blue flame gale penetrated through the raging Earth Power effortlessly, as if a red-hot iron had plunged into snow, consuming and evaporating it entirely. The entire process occurred without a single sound. The blue flame's velocity remained undiminished as it pierced through the Earth Power, striking Nidoking's hardened abdomen. Boom. This time, a deafening explosion erupted. The azure flames detonated, transforming into a sea of fire that completely engulfed Nidoking's massive form. The anguished cries were swallowed by the ferocious flames before they could even escape. As the flames receded, the once elite-level Nidoking lay charred and motionless on the ground, its body twitching slightly, clearly having lost all combat capability. The cavern fell into an eerie silence. The uniformed man's jaw dropped, his expression frozen, resembling a petrified statue. One move. His ace Nidoking defeated in a single strike by a non-evolved Charmander? How could this be possible? Next, Yiye's voice shattered the silence. The uniformed man jolted, snapping back to reality. He glanced at Yiye, the previous disdain and mockery erased, replaced by profound astonishment and fear. Gritting his teeth, he recalled the unconscious Nidoking and tossed out his second Pokeball. Go, Geodude. A Pokemon composed of colossal rocks materialized on the battlefield, its four-stout arms emanating an oppressive presence. Rock and ground types had a fourfold advantage against fire types. This was theoretically an absolute superiority. Roll out. The man bellowed, ordering. Geodude curled into a massive stone ball, charging towards Charmander with the intent to crush everything in its path. Fury attack. Yiye's command remained succinct. Charmander's figure vanished just as Geodude was about to collide with it. The next moment, it reappeared above Geodude. The azure flames coalesced into the shape of a crane upon its claws, exuding a sharpness capable of tearing through all, gently gliding from top to bottom across the resilient form of the rock. With a soft hiss, the tumultuous boulder, rolling at high speed, came to an abrupt halt. A streak of blue flame extended from its apex down to its base. In rapid succession, with a crash, the stone body, composed of hardened rock, split cleanly along the line of flame, shards scattering across the ground, revealing a dull energy core within. Another strike followed. The subdued man felt his legs weaken, nearly losing his balance as he leaned against the command platform, gasping for breath. His gaze upon the small fire dragon akin to that of a man who had seen a ghost. "There's another one," Yiye reminded. The man trembled violently, his eyes fixating on the last pokeball in his grasp, his face a canvas of struggle and despair. Ultimately, he stammered, "I yield." At the referee's stand, the judge, who had maintained a solemn demeanor, swallowed hard and took up the microphone, announcing in a dry tone, "Challenger Yiye, victorious." The subdued man, dazed, descended from the platform, presenting a badge adorned with a green leaf motif to Yiye. "This is the green badge." Yiye accepted the badge without a glance, promptly placing it in his pocket, turning to leave. Throughout the ordeal, he exhibited not a trace of triumph, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Just as he was about to step through the stone door, a deep, magnetic voice unexpectedly resonated from the shadows deep within the cavern. "Hold on." Yiye halted, glancing back. Emerging gracefully from the shadows was a tall man clad in a black suit, a sharp-eyed Persian perched elegantly upon his shoulder. A playful smile danced upon the man's lips as he softly applauded. "What a splendid performance." "Sakaki." Yiye's pupils constricted slightly. "It seems you are acquainted with me." Sakaki sauntered to the center of the arena, eyeing Yiye's small fire dragon with keen interest. "You are quite impressive, young man. Would you care to join my ranks? I can offer you everything you desire: power, wealth, and greater strength. Chapter 35, Sakaki. In the underground arena of the Tokiwa Gym, Sakaki's resonant voice echoed through the cavern, each word laced with an irresistible allure. The Persian upon his shoulder squinted its narrow eyes, its sharp gaze fixed on Yiye, as if ready to unleash a lethal strike at the slightest command from its master. The recently defeated gym trainer and the referee standing by the arena were both pale, scarcely daring to breathe. Mr. Sakaki. This name held absolute authority within the Tokiwa Gym, an intriguing proposition. Yiye finally spoke, breaking the oppressive silence. He did not look at Sakaki, but directed his focus onto the Persian. With a thought, a blue panel materialized quietly. Pokémon, Persian. Type, normal. Level, 62. Power assessment, champion level, initial. Potential, champion level, advanced. Evaluation, a battle-hardened killing machine. Beneath its claws lie the wails of countless opponents. Champion level. Indeed, as the leader of Team Rocket, even a single Pokémon accompanying him possessed such terrifying power. Interesting, yet it does not imply my acceptance. Yiye retracted his gaze, finally confronting the formidable man before him. Sakaki's smile remained unchanged, seemingly unfazed by this response. Youthful pride can be a virtue. He leisurely adjusted the collar of his suit, his tone calm, yet imbued with an air of control. "However, you must understand that the league's rules only hinder a genius's growth. They confine trainers with badges and tournaments, dulling their edges, transforming them into obedient sheep. What I offer you is true freedom, the key to liberate your inner tiger from its cage." He took 2 steps forward, his gaze intensifying upon Yiye's small fire dragon, admiration and curiosity deepening. "Your Azure flames are quite extraordinary. The antiquated minds of the League will merely regard them as anomalies, even attempting to seize them from you. Only under my guidance can your power be maximized, your talents truly showcased to the world." His words brimmed with incitement. Any arrogant, power-hungry young trainer would surely be swayed. Alas, he stood before Yiye. "You mean to say what the League cannot provide, you can?" Yiye countered. "Certainly." A hint of arrogance crept into Sakaki's smile. "Power, wealth, rare Pokémon, even a status that transcends the rules." Upon hearing this, Yiye suddenly laughed, a pure, non-derisive laugh, yet distinctly distant. "Mr. Sakaki." He slowly shook his head. "With all due respect, the power you offer is far too weak." The instant those words left his lips, the atmosphere in the cavern seemed to freeze. The gym trainer and the referee stared in terror, their eyes wide, nearly convinced their ears had betrayed them. Insane. This kid is absolutely mad. How dare he declare Sakaki's power as too weak? For the first time, the smile on Sakaki's face faltered. He regarded Yiye with intrigue, a flicker of astonishment crossing his deep-set eyes. He had anticipated various reasons for refusal, be it loyalty to the League, aversion to villainy, or even disdain for associating with such individuals. Yet, he had never envisioned this response. Weak? He, Sakaki, the emperor of the underground world in the Kanto region, the supreme leader of Team Rocket, was being assessed as weak by a mere fledgling. It was, indeed, the most ludicrous joke he had ever heard. Your confidence is quite amusing. Surprisingly, Sakaki did not erupt in anger. Instead, he chuckled with even more intrigue. His expression akin to that of one who had stumbled upon a rare treasure. It appears you have a clear vision for your future path. Since that is the case, I shall not impose. He stepped back, retreating to the edge of the shadows, as if signifying the conclusion of their conversation. This world is vast, young man. When the day comes that you realize your own strength cannot attain the heights you desire, you may seek me out again. My ranks will always welcome someone of your caliber. Sakaki's form vanished entirely into the darkness, leaving behind a profoundly resonant statement. The doors of the Tokiwa Gym shall always remain open for you. As he disappeared, the pressure that had enveloped the cavern dissipated abruptly. The gym trainer and the referee both exhaled in relief, drenched in cold sweat. Yiye did not linger any longer. He retracted the Charmander into its Pokeball, clutching the freshly acquired green badge, and turned away from the heavy stone door without a hint of nostalgia. As he traversed the dim corridor, the piercing sunlight greeted him anew, prompting Yiye to exhale slowly. The brief encounter with Sakaki had proven far more mentally taxing than a typical gym battle. That man was a quintessential tyrant. His danger did not stem from the elite-level Persian, but rather from his uncanny ability to perceive and manipulate the human psyche with ease. This rejection, though it appeared to conclude calmly, left Yiye acutely aware that both he and his Charmander had likely drawn the attention of Team Rocket. Trouble would soon come knocking at his door. He needed to accelerate his path to strength. Lifting his gaze towards the direction of Pewter City, he noted that the road would lead him through the expansive Viridian Forest and across MT Moon. He removed a brand new Pokeball from his waist, one that belonged to a newly hatched Gyarados. His thumb gently caressed the switch of the Pokeball. This creature, which had nearly wrecked the inn upon its birth, was now ready to witness the true essence of this world. Chapter 36, A Modicum of Fame. Meanwhile, on the largest online communication forum for trainers in the Kanto region, Pokémon Voices, a new post surged to the forefront with a viral momentum, claiming the top spot within just an hour. Title: Shocking Revelation. Newcomer Yiye from Pallet Town defeats 3 with his Blue Flame Charmander, decimating the Viridian Gym. The poster, an insider from the gym, exclaimed, "Brothers, I'm in shock. Just moments ago, a newcomer who looked no older than 16 or 17 barged in to challenge the gym. Yes, you heard it right. The infamous Viridian Gym, known as the graveyard for newcomers. He only used a single Charmander, a Charmander that hasn't even evolved yet. And what was the result? The gym's elite Nidoking was taken down in one move. The 4 times weak to fire Onix was also obliterated in a single blow. It was a complete annihilation. The gym trainers surrendered immediately. The most absurd part? That Charmander's flames were blue. I swear I'm not mistaken. It was an eerie blue flame, powerful beyond reason. Yiye maintained a calm demeanor throughout, treating the battle as a mere stroll, collecting his badge before walking away. What is happening in this world? Are newcomers this monstrous now? Attached to the post was a blurry photo captured from a surveillance angle. In the image, the blue flames engulfed the Nidoking, while on the opposite side of the arena stood a tranquil figure of a boy. This post detonated like a deep-sea bomb, igniting the entire forum into a frenzy. 1L Sofa, no way? Is this for real? Are you just trolling for replies? Blue flames? Have you never played a game before? 2L Viridian Gym? I challenged it last year after collecting 7 badges and nearly had a meltdown. You're telling me a newcomer swept through it? 3L Tech Guru. I've analyzed the photo, and there are no signs of manipulation. Moreover, the angle matches that of the internal surveillance of the Viridian Gym. The poster's identity is likely authentic. 4L, wait a minute, Yiye? That name sounds familiar. I just remembered. Yesterday, during the Trainer Association's rating assessment, there was a newcomer named Yiye who passed the advanced evaluation. He is also from Pallet Town. 5L, exactly. I was present. He used an elite-level Gyarados and an oversized Charmander. That Charmander took down a Charizard in one hit. I can't believe he is even more formidable in a gym battle. 6L, Gyarados? Charmander? Elite level? Advanced evaluation? The amount of information is overwhelming. My processor is about to fry. So, a freshly minted newcomer possesses elite-level strength and a Charmander that spews blue flames, and he just decimated the Viridian Gym? 7L. This is beyond genius. This is a monster. He must be the heir of some hidden family undergoing training. 8L. I can't accept this. I've traveled for 3 years, barely collecting 8 badges, and this guy accomplishes what I couldn't in under a week. It's unfair. 9L. Uncle Party. Huh? You think this is the end? I just received information from a friend in Team Rocket, a special intelligence agency. Sakaki himself made an appearance and even invited this Yiye, only to be flatly rejected. The reason? Sakaki is too weak. 10L. 11L. To the one above, is this scoop credible? You're saying Sakaki is weak? This kid must be out of his mind. In no time, the entire forum was ablaze with the name Yiye. A tapestry of emotions, envy, jealousy, skepticism, and admiration, intertwined in the realm of cyberspace. Yiye from Pallet Town. On this day, his name truly resonated across the consciousness of every trainer in the Kanto region. At the Quartz Plateau, within the Alliance headquarters, the atmosphere in the conference room on the top floor was rather peculiar. Interesting. An elderly, gravelly voice shattered the silence of the room. The speaker was a silver-haired woman. Leaning on a cane, Kiku. On the screen before her was a still image captured from the surveillance footage, showcasing the blue flames enveloping a Nidoking. A newcomer had triumphed over 3 opponents in the Viridian Gym using merely a Charmander. Fascinating. On the opposite side of the conference table, a burly man with bulging muscles, Shiba, crossed his arms and scoffed dismissively. A Nidoking and Onix of that caliber? My Hitmonchan could take down all 3 with one hand. The issue lies not in victory or defeat. Shiba, the man seated at the head of the table, finally spoke. He sported a distinctive mane of red hair and donned a black cloak, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect. He was the Kanto champion, Agatha. He extended his finger, lightly tapping the virtual screen to magnify a particular reply beneath the post. 9L, Uncle Party. Ha, you think this is the end? I just received information from a friend in Team Rocket, a special intelligence agency. Sakaki himself made an appearance and even invited this Yiye, only to be flatly rejected. The reason? Sakaki is too weak. This reply caused the air in the room to freeze once more. Shiba's face, previously adorned with disdain, now exhibited a flicker of intrigue. Sakaki had personally intervened and was rejected? A barrage of questions swirled in his mind. Who was Sakaki? A veteran elite trainer, concealing his true prowess, yet disinterested in contending for the title of champion. If he were to face Sakaki, even the 4 elite members could not confidently assert victory. Yet now, a mere rookie had the audacity to declare him weak in his presence? The blue flames Kiku narrowed her eyes, lightly tapping her cane on the ground. This was no ordinary flame mutation. In all my years, I have never encountered such an anomalous hue of flame energy. Agatha rhythmically drummed his fingers on the table. The enigmatic blue flames, the utterly unprecedented growth rate, and the audacity to scorn Sakaki. Rumor has it that Kana has already listed him as a prospective member of the champion program. He rose to his feet and approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the sprawling mountains beneath him. Should we send someone to make contact? Shiba pondered seriously for a rare moment, or perhaps directly induct him into the core training list of the King's plan? No. Adu decisively dismissed the suggestion. The time is not yet ripe. Premature contact would only arouse his wariness towards us. Moreover, I am quite curious. Adu turned around, a slight smile gracing his lips. What heights could someone possibly reach who considers even Sakaki to be too weak? What do you imply? Shiba inquired. We shall observe the unfolding events. Adu's gaze swept across everyone present. Instruct the intelligence department to closely monitor his every move. No form of intervention is to occur. I need to witness his most authentic self. If he is gold, he will undoubtedly shine. Meanwhile, in the town of Masera, which is usually tranquil and serene, an unprecedented uproar erupted today due to a report. In the town square, clusters of residents gathered, excitement igniting their fervor. Did you see? That lad from the Yiye family. Yiye. He has only been out for a few days and has already conquered the Tokiwa gym. Not just conquered. Look at what this post says. After defeating an elite-level Nidoking, he took down a 4-fold restrained Onix in a single blow. Is he even human? The most outrageous part. Check this reply. A young man in a hat raised his screen high, claiming that Sakaki himself had come to recruit him, only to be outright rejected. He even said Sakaki was too weak. At this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence before erupting into uproarious laughter. Ha! Calling Sakaki weak? This lad exhibits some serious gall. Truly a representative of our Masera town. Even the mayor, who rushed over upon hearing the news, wore a grin that stretched from ear to ear, as if he had won the badge himself. Already contemplating whether to hang a championship banner in front of the Yiye family's home, contrasting sharply with the town's excitement. The atmosphere within the Okido Research Institute was far more delicate. Dr. Okido stared at the screen displaying a blurry yet palpably formidable azure flame, his white brows knitting together. Azure flame, he murmured, instinctively stroking his chin. This form of energy completely transcended the theoretical framework of existing fire-type energy. Could it possibly be related to that feather? He recalled the young boy who had confidently speculated about the various evolutionary forms of EV in front of him. He remembered the moment he whimsically gifted that iridescent feather, symbolizing an early investment to the boy. At that time, he merely perceived the youth as extraordinary, with a promising future. Now, however, it seems he had grossly underestimated him. Chapter 37. Training. The clamor of Masera town, the clandestine discussions on the Quartz Plateau, the fervor of online forums. None of these pertained to Yiye, who was walking along the path to Nibi City. He hadn't even glanced at the Pokemon Voice Forum, which had erupted due to him. Those empty accolades and praises held no significance for him. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: how to teach the newly birthed Udra, who possessed world-destructive potential, to gain preliminary control. On the fringes of the Tokiwa forest, sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting dappled spots of light upon the ground. Occasionally, a few oblivious caterpies or diglets obstructed his path, but yet he paid them no heed. He was entirely disinterested in these ordinary Pokemon. His objective was crystal clear: to find a sufficiently remote and sturdy location, a training ground capable of withstanding Udra's tumultuous nature. As he traversed through the forest, the terrain began to rise gradually, and vegetation thinned out. Eventually, Yiye halted before a desolate valley encircled by mountains. Here, not a blade of grass grew. The ground was littered with weathered stones and exposed rock layers, the surrounding cliffs steep, resembling a natural arena. It appeared to be an abandoned quarry. Perfect. Yiye nodded in satisfaction and walked to the center of the valley. He took a deep breath and retrieved a brand new Pokeball from his waist. A flash of white light revealed the palm-sized, blue-green Udra, which appeared on the stony ground. Upon emerging, the little creature curiously surveyed its surroundings. It dug its claws into the gravel beneath its feet, producing a scratching sound, its red eyes brimming with wonder. You? It looked up at Yiye, seemingly inquiring about this place. This is your classroom. Yiye spoke, his voice echoing in the vast valley. Now, let us commence the first lesson. Try to use your own strength to attack that rock. He pointed to a boulder towering at half his height. Udra tilted its head in confusion, but complied nonetheless. It opened its small mouth and emitted a juvenile cry directed at the rock. You. In the next moment, a terrifying event unfolded. Centered on Udra, the ground of the entire valley seemed to come alive. Countless pebbles and fragments were thrust into the air, forming a visible, tawny shockwave that surged towards the rock. This was no skill. It was purely a raw, unyielding outburst of power. Boom! The deafening roar caused the entire valley to tremble violently. The sturdy boulder, upon encountering the sandstorm shockwave, could not endure even for a second before being ground to dust. The residual force of the shockwave crashed against the cliff behind, leaving a massive pit several meters deep, with countless cracks spreading like a spider's web. Above the valley, the debris that had been dislodged rained down like a shower. Meanwhile, Udra, the catalyst of this chaos, simply stared blankly at its claws and then at the wreckage before it, its red eyes filled with confusion. It seemed that it merely wanted to nudge that rock. Yiye's eyelids twitched. He had anticipated that Udra's power would be formidable, but he never imagined it would be to such an outrageous degree. This was no longer a mere issue of control. This little creature was akin to a humanoid disaster generator. Forcing commands and suppression would only yield counterproductive results. It must realize the importance of control on its own. Without uttering a word, Yiye quietly stepped forward, positioning himself between Udra and the cliff that had been blasted open. Once more, he gazed calmly at Udra. This time, the target is me. You. Udra immediately panicked, shaking its small head like a rattle drum, its short arms flailing, seemingly pleading against the idea. It could sense that this person before it was the closest being in the world. It did not wish to harm him. Trust me. Yiye's tone carried a resolute calmness. Use half the strength you just did. No, just 1/10 of that power, to attack me. Udra hesitated. It looked at Yiye, then at its claws that seemed to harbor terrifying strength, becoming ensnared in a conflict of emotions. Yet in the end, it chose to place its trust in Yiye. Cautiously, it lifted its paw and gently waved in Yiye's direction. It had exerted great effort to rein in its power. However, as soon as the energy within it was summoned, it spiraled out of control once more. A sandstorm, slightly smaller in scale than before yet still formidable, reformed and howled towards Yiye, intent on engulfing him. Ujira, frightened, shut its eyes, unwilling to witness the impending scene. Yet, contrary to its expectations, the anticipated sound of impact did not arrive. Instead, a peculiar sound, reminiscent of flames crackling, filled the air. Ujira cautiously opened one eye. It beheld a large little fire dragon that had appeared before Yiye, seemingly out of nowhere. The creature was continuously exhaling a peculiar azure flame. Rather than attacking the sandstorm, The azure flames formed a semicircular, ever-flowing barrier in front of Yiye. The violent sandstorm, upon contact with that azure wall of fire, dissipated silently, akin to snowflakes thrown into a furnace, evaporating and dissolving into nothingness. No matter how ferociously the sandstorm raged, it could not breach that seemingly insubstantial wall of fire. This spectacle utterly overturned Ujira's understanding. It stared blankly at the little fire dragon, captivated by the mysterious and potent azure flames. So, power could be wielded in such a manner? Gradually, the sandstorm subsided. The little fire dragon retracted its flames, turned to Yiye with a nod, and then moved to the side, standing like a loyal guardian, silently watching over. Yiye brushed off the non-existent dust on his clothes and turned his gaze back to the still-dazed Ujira. Did you see that? That is true power, controlled and freewheeling. He extended his hand towards Ujira. Now try once more. Ujira fell silent. It lowered its head, gazing at its own claws, a glimmer of thought illuminating its crimson eyes for the first time. After a prolonged moment, it raised its head again, looking at Yiye with a newfound expression. Slowly, it lifted its paw, this time with excruciating slowness and unwavering focus. A surge of energy gathered at the center of its paw. In the next instant, a small whirlwind of sand appeared out of thin air, swirling before it. The sandstorm was no larger than a basketball, stable and solid, showing no signs of losing control. It had succeeded. A hint of approval finally graced Yiye's face. He understood that from this moment forth, Ujira's sand manipulation abilities had truly been grasped in its hands. The journey of cultivation had only just begun. Chapter 38, Nibi City. A week had swiftly passed in the Valley of Training. The morning sunlight cast a warm hue upon the desolate cliffs. In the valley center, the diminutive Ujira was wholly engrossed. Before it, a sandball the size of a basketball floated steadily, showing no signs of disintegration. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. It was not until a full minute later that the sandball disintegrated with a rustle, scattering into granules upon the ground. Ujira panted heavily, its small body swaying before it dove into Yiye's embrace, emitting contented snores. Yiye stroked the pointed horns atop its head, a satisfied expression gracing his features. From the initial loss of control to now being able to stabilize its energy, this young tyrant's talent exceeded his expectations. Yet, this was merely the beginning. To truly harness this power, a long and meticulous process of refinement awaited. He returned the slumbering Ujira to its pokeball and patted the little fire dragon that stood as a practice partner, currently bored and singeing stones with its tail tip. Let us go, on to the next city. Nibi City. This city seemed as if it had been hewn from the colossal mountains themselves. The streets, buildings, and even the park benches exuded a rugged and resilient texture. A faint dustiness lingered in the air, and the pedestrians, mostly robust and resolute, bore the unmistakable aura of those accustomed to laboring with stone. Yiye's purpose was clear, the Nibi City gym. However, before that, he needed to procure some special provisions for Ujira. After traversing several main thoroughfares, he entered a moderately sized Pokémon supply store. Inside, the shelves brimmed with various items related to rock and ground-type Pokémon, from claw-sharpening stones to specially formulated nutrient soil. Boss, I need 20 portions of the highest quality rock-type energy cubes and 10 sets of ground-type nutrient packages, Yiye stated directly. The store owner, an elderly man with graying hair and a muscular build, paused in his task of polishing a fossil and lifted his gaze, his murky eyes surveying Yiye with sudden interest. At your age, specializing in both rock and ground types? He set the fossil aside and regarded Yiye with curiosity. You have good taste. My stock is the finest in all of Nibi City. As he spoke, he began retrieving the requested items from the shelves. Just as Yiye was about to settle the bill, a young trainer with a camera slung around his neck burst into the store, pointing at Yiye with an exclamation. You are Yiye. This outcry silenced the entire shop in an instant, all eyes converging upon Yiye. Yiye? Which Yiye? Who else could it be? The one who, with a little fire dragon wielding azure flames, single-handedly defeated the Tokiwa gym. No way. Is it really him? How did he arrive in Nibi City? Look, he looks even younger in person than in the photos. My goodness, is he truly a newcomer? Whispers surged like a tide. The few scattered customers in the store converged around him, craning their necks as if they were beholding an extraordinary Pokémon, pointing and murmuring about Yiye. Some had even pulled out their Pokédexes, secretly activating the recording function. The elderly shopkeeper halted his movements, his gaze shifting from admiration to astonishment. So it's him, the one who has been making waves in the Kanto region, Yiye from Masera Town. Yet Yiye seemed utterly oblivious to the commotion surrounding him. He ignored the gazes and murmurs, calmly swiping his card to pay, stashing the supplies into his backpack and turning to leave. Hey, wait a moment. A piercing voice blocked his path. A young trainer with an extravagant hairstyle and fashionable attire, flanked by 2 followers, stood at the entrance, openly displaying provocation. You're that Yiye? You don't seem all that impressive. Everyone on the forum has been singing your praises. Did you buy your way into those posts? Are you brave enough to battle me? Let me see if that little fire dragon of yours is truly as formidable as they say. Yiye halted, turned his head slightly, and cast a fleeting glance at the challenger. Not interested. With that, he walked past the provocateur without sparing him a second glance. That sheer indifference cut deeper than any insult. You. The provocateur's face flushed crimson with rage, his intentions to lash out thwarted by the firm grip of his companion beside him. Do not act impulsively. He is the formidable one who even breached the Tokiwa gym. We cannot afford to confront him. Yiye paid no heed to the commotion behind him. He navigated through the gathering crowd, following the guidance of his map, ultimately halting before a grand edifice hewn from rock. The Nibi Gym. The entire structure resembled a colossal stone fortress, imbued with an overwhelming, primordial sense of oppression. He pushed open the heavy stone door and stepped inside. Within the gym, an expansive rocky arena unfolded before him, devoid of spectator seating, save for the jagged, uneven boulders that conjured an illusion of being ensconced in a mountain's heart. At the very center of the arena sat a man, bare-chested and muscular, whose eyes were closed in meditation. As he slowly opened his eyes, they revealed a narrow, steadfast gaze reminiscent of unyielding stone. I have heard the winds whisper, he said. Rising to his full height, he towered over Yiye, exuding an aura of tranquility and strength akin to that of a mountain. They speak of a fiery storm approaching Nibi City. I did not expect it to be you, Yiye. He clearly recognized Yiye's identity. I am here to obtain the badge, Yiye stated succinctly. I am aware. The man, known as Brock, the gym leader of Nibi City, nodded. I have heard of the dismal defeat at the Tokiwa gym. However, this place is not Tokiwa. His voice resonated with a deep, commanding timbre. In my arena, fire is the most impotent of forces. Without further ado, he ascended the command platform. The rules are 2-on-2. Show me if your flames can melt my rocks. Come forth. My partner. Brock unleashed a pokeball, and a brilliant flash revealed an exceptionally robust Onix, coiled menacingly in the arena, emitting a thunderous roar. Its massive shadow loomed over half the field. Pokémon Onix. Type: Rock, Ground. Level: 32. Strength Assessment: Elite, Initial Stage. An Elite Onix posed an almost insurmountable barrier for challengers at the first gym. It is your turn, Challenger. Brock's gaze was sharp as a blade. Yiye calmly approached the command platform, retrieving a pokeball from his waist. Go, Charmander. A flash of light materialized the sturdy Charmander before Onix. In the presence of such a colossal adversary, its stature appeared diminutive. Outside the gym, those trainers who had come to witness the spectacle began to murmur in astonishment. Another Charmander. Is he truly daring to use it against Onix? Is he mad? This is a type disadvantage. Even if this Charmander's flames are a peculiar azure. Victory seems impossible. A hint of admiration crossed Brock's countenance. Commendable courage. However, in the face of absolute type dominance, courage is meaningless. Onix, use Rock Slide. Brock's command was fierce and direct. Onix roared, and from the cavernous ceiling above, dozens of massive boulders coalesced, hurtling downward like a meteor shower towards Charmander's position, indiscriminately crashing down. Confronted with this attack that sealed off all avenues for evasion, Yiye's expression remained placid, not betraying a flicker of concern. He simply raised his hand gently. Azure Flame. Chapter 39, The Essence of Rock. Nibi Gym, Rock Battle Arena. Dozens of colossal boulders, comparable to millstones, plummeted with a thunderous roar that tore through the air. This indiscriminate area attack confined Charmander to an inescapable fate, seemingly poised to reduce its small frame to mere pulp. Outside the gym, trainers watching through the colossal screen instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending carnage. A resolute determination appeared on Brock's face. This is the might of rock. Heavy, brutal, and devoid of reason. Yet, as the focal point of all this intensity, Yiye stood calmly at the command platform, his brow unruffled. Kana. Charmander's response was a clear, crisp cry. It opened its mouth, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist in an instant. Rather than launching it skyward, the fireball transformed into a lifelike azure firebird, taking flight. The firebird traced an arc in the air, and upon contact with the boulders, the solid energy of the rocks was entirely neutralized and melted away, dissipating into the atmosphere. Thus, the overwhelming onslaught of falling rocks was effortlessly dispelled by a mere azure firebird, with an ease that belied the situation. The Nibi gym fell into an eerie silence. Outside, trainers who had anticipated a spectacle stood agape, their expressions frozen in disbelief, as if witnessing a miracle. The boulders have vanished, vaporized, the rocks reduced to ash. This contravenes the law of energy conservation. Brock's resolute demeanor crumbled, replaced by an unprecedented astonishment. How is this possible? The rocks were incinerated? What is this azure flame? He felt not the suppression that should accompany a type disadvantage. Instead, it seemed as if a higher dimensional energy had executed a dimensional strike against a lower one. Roaring in anger and unease, Onix expressed its discontent at having its attack so easily neutralized, unleashing a defiant roar towards Charmander. This roar snapped Brock back to reality. His breath grew heavy, his chest heaving, and the once confident glint in his narrow eyes was replaced by a grave seriousness. This opponent was far stronger than the rumors suggested. No more testing would be permitted. He must employ the true power that had been passed down through generations at the Nibi gym. It appears I underestimated you. Yiye, Brock's voice had deepened. Yet, the battle has merely begun. With a swift motion, he thrust his arm forward, issuing a command. Onix, manifest our will of rock. Rock armor shelter. As this unfamiliar command left his lips, Onix let out a deafening roar that pierced the heavens. It no longer merely summoned energy. Instead, it crashed its entire body heavily into the ground. Boom! The entire rocky arena trembled violently, an invisible wave radiating outward from Onix. The hard stones of the ground seemed to come alive, shifting and reconfiguring. Countless fragments of rock converged upon Onix, coalescing into a formidable and fearsome armor that enveloped its body. This armor bristled with sharp spikes and angles, rendering the already colossal Onix even more akin to an ancient war beast. But this was not the end. The moment the armor was complete, Onix's massive tail, encased in its new armor, struck the ground once more with tremendous force. Crack, crack, crack. The ground of the arena began to rise violently. Sharp, piercing rock spires erupted from the ground without warning, densely packed and layered, transforming half the arena where the Charmeleon stood into a rocky prison of spikes within mere seconds. These jagged formations sealed off all avenues of escape, forward, backward, and sideways, while even overhead, several intersecting rock spikes completely severed any chance of retreat. This was the true essence of the rock mastery inherited from the Nibi gym. Faced with this sudden turn of events, a look of seriousness finally crossed Yiye's face. The rock mastery, is it? Quite intriguing. He raised his hand and issued a cautious command. Charmeleon, use flame charge, stay vigilant, and observe its tricks. With a fierce battle cry, Charmeleon confronted the overwhelming rock prison without a hint of fear. Verdant flames surged around its right claw, rapidly coalescing into a lifelike, fiery talon, embodying a sharpness capable of rending anything as it swung towards the densest cluster of rock spikes with audacity. It aimed to tear through this rocky confinement with its most formidable strike. Upon collision, a thunderous roar resonated as the fiery talon met the hard rock spikes. The talon's tip effortlessly melted through the foremost spikes, and the ferocious blue flames erupted outward, scorching the surrounding rocks to a brilliant red. However, the sheer number of spikes was overwhelming. With every inch Charmeleon advanced, it faced the relentless pressure and impact from dozens of spikes surrounding it. The rock mastery of Nibi gym harnessed the power of the entire arena, a total energy far beyond what Charmeleon could currently contend with. With a final burst of energy, the blue flames of the talon shattered through a dozen spikes before dissipating into the air. In the confined space, Charmeleon zigzagged to evade the incoming spikes. Yet more were closing in. A spike as thick as a barrel crashed into Charmeleon's flank, leaving it to emit a painful grunt. The force sent it hurtling through the air like a rag doll, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the remaining patch of ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Struggling to rise, the moment it attempted to move, pain radiated from its wounds, causing it to collapse back down. The once vibrant blue flame on its tail now flickered dimly, trembling as if it might extinguish at any moment. Injured, this marked the first time it had sustained such a grievous wound since merging with the Phoenix fruit. Outside the gym, the previous silence shattered, replaced by a cacophony of gasps and cheers akin to a roaring tide. It hit. Brock's attack landed. How powerful. Is this the mastery of Nibi gym? This once invincible Charmeleon has finally been pushed back. Unbelievable. The gym leader even unleashed the rock mastery. This is indeed a gym battle. The crowd's excitement ignited. Witnessing a spectacular conflict of seemingly equal footing, perhaps even a reversal of advantage. Brock stood on the command platform, panting heavily. Executing this move took a tremendous toll on both him and his Onix. Yet, seeing Charmeleon struggling on the ground, a confident smile reminiscent of a victor returned to his face. He had won. Finish it, Onix. Without hesitation, Brock raised his hand, issuing the final command. Use takedown. The massive Onix, clad in rocky armor, roared as it charged towards the downed Charmeleon like a speeding train. It aimed to crush this extraordinary Charmeleon completely with its unyielding body. However, as Brock watched the approaching shadow, no hint of panic appeared on Yiye's face. He calmly observed his Charmeleon, desperately trying to hold itself up, its eyes filled with unyielding determination. Then, he spoke softly. Charmeleon, the warm-up is over. Now, let them witness what true flames are. Chapter 40, Inferno. In the Nibby Gym's rock battleground, a roar, entirely different from before, filled with defiance and fury, erupted from Charmeleon's throat. Reverberating throughout the cavern, the flickering blue flame on its tail surged dramatically. A blazing blue pillar shot skyward, unleashing a torrent of wild energy that radiated outward. The scorching heat wave even left Brock momentarily breathless. What followed was a spectacle beyond comprehension. Behind Charmeleon, within the swirling blue flames, a massive and indistinct silhouette began to take form. It was the majestic outline of a colossal bird, stretching its splendid wings and raising its proud head, each feather composed of the purest blue flames. Charmeleon gradually straightened its posture. The wounds inflicted by the rock spikes began to visibly heal beneath the cover of blue flames. It lifted its head, the depths of its dark eyes now ablaze with two fiery blue orbs, devoid of any trace of pain or fatigue, and filled solely with the purest fighting spirit. Inferno ability activated. The power of the Phoenix fruit, ignited by the brink of death, was fully unleashed. At that moment, Onix's massive form was less than 5 meters away. There was no time to spare. This thought raced through everyone's mind simultaneously. Yet, just as Onix was about to collide with Charmeleon, whoosh, Charmeleon's figure vanished. Boom. Without a target, Onix could not halt its momentum and crashed violently into the rocky prison it had created. The hard rock spikes shattered instantly. The entire arena trembled violently, dust swirling and debris scattering. Where? Brock's pupils constricted as he frantically searched for Charmeleon's figure amidst the dust. A faint blue glow flickered on the other side of the haze. As the dust cleared, Charmeleon stood there, unscathed. Then, it took a step forward. One step, then another, slowly approaching Onix. It moved with a deliberate calmness. But as it advanced, a terrifying scene unfolded. The seemingly indestructible rock spikes, charged with the energy of the entire arena, began to silently twist and contort when Charmeleon was still half a meter away. The surface of the rocks first glimmered with a magma-like crimson hue, and then, without even a second to withstand, they melted into scalding magma, flowing across the ground toward lower ground. Charmeleon continued its stride. An invisible, absolute realm of high temperature seemed to form around it. Any material daring to approach would be directly melted and disintegrated by the overwhelming blue flame energy. The rock mastery inherited from Nibby Gym, the prison of energy condensed within the rocky arena. At this moment, akin to a castle of sand constructed by a child, the arena lay in ruins, effortlessly dismantled, melted, and transformed into a desolate expanse of molten rock by the leisurely movements of the Charmeleon. The entire Nibby Gym was enveloped in a deathly silence. Outside, before the enormous display screen, all the trainers resembled puppets ensnared by a spell. Each frozen in a state of shock, mouths agape, utterly stripped of their ability to articulate. What had they witnessed? It was a rock type, the very element that counters fire. Why, in the face of that azure flame, did it appear so fragile? The once solid rocky terrain beneath its feet had morphed into a flowing, crimson mire. The rock spikes, formed from the energy coalescing throughout the arena, were now akin to ice cubes tossed into a furnace, unable to maintain even their most basic form, silently transforming into scalding magma. Brock's breath hitched. He felt as though he were not standing in a gymnasium, but rather at the mouth of an impending volcanic eruption. The searing heat, the destructive energy, sent tremors coursing through his entire being. The Onix, his most trusted companion, the very embodiment of the strength he had dedicated his life to studying, seemed so feeble, so easily vanquished at this moment. The Onix, clad in its rocky armor and once brimming with bravado, now stood paralyzed, too fearful to move. Its body, composed of stone, sensed an instinctual dread emanating from within. The Charmeleon halted, standing at the center of the sea of magma, surrounded by azure flames that enveloped it like an opulent feathered cloak. The final flame burst. Yiye's command felt like the ignition of a detonator. The Charmeleon's response was a piercing shriek that reverberated throughout the rocky arena. Crack! The colossal phantom of a magnificent bird, composed entirely of pure azure flames, seemed to solidify in that moment, its resplendent wings unfurling with a sudden force. The Charmeleon sprang into action, appearing before the massive Onix in the blink of an eye. It was astonishingly swift. So much so that even the referee on the sidelines failed to trace its trajectory. It raised its right claw, the talon ablaze with azure flames. No longer merely a manifestation of energy, the blue flames compressed and crystallized, rendering the outline of the claw strikingly defined, even emanating a sharpness capable of rending space itself. Without a hint of hesitation, the Charmeleon struck down with its claw. The rock armor, reputed to be the strongest defense of the Nibi gym, crumbled before the azure talon as if made of mere parchment. The once unyielding rock armor, upon contact with the talon, disintegrated into vapor without even undergoing a melting phase. Obliterated into nothingness, the azure talon surged forth, effortlessly piercing the armor and plunging deep into the Onix's sturdy form. Time seemed to slow in that instant. From the point of impact, spiderweb-like cracks in azure began to frantically spread across the Onix's rocky armor and its very body. The next moment, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. This time, it was not flames that burst forth, but rather the shattering of rock. The immense form of the Onix, along with its proud rocky armor, began to fracture from within, exploding in a cacophony of sound. Countless shards of rock, ablaze with azure flames, shot outwards, further pummeling the already devastated magma terrain, creating deeper craters. As the dust settled, only the Charmeleon remained, standing serenely. It slowly retracted its right claw, the once dominant azure flames now receding, leaving only a small flicker at the tip of its tail that continued to burn steadily. Chapter 41, The Indomitable Thistle. The entire Nibi gym, both inside and out, had succumbed to a profound silence. Before the display screen, the trainers who had previously rallied behind Brock were now struck with astonishment. What had they just witnessed? The Nibi gym's ace, the elite-level Onix, had been defeated in a single blow from the Charmeleon. Brock stood motionless on the command platform, his gaze fixed intently on the Charmeleon, which was not particularly large in stature. His rock-type resolve, his lifelong companion, had simply lost? The first. Yiye's calm voice shattered the stillness of the arena. Brock jolted, snapping back to reality. In his eyes, only deep shock remained as he looked at Yiye. But he was the gym leader. Retreat was not an option. Return, Onix. The battered Onix was recalled into its pokeball. He then retrieved an ancient pokeball, worn and etched with fine scratches, emanating a sense of antiquity. This was not a power meant to be employed against novice challengers. Brock's voice was hoarse as he slowly raised the pokeball, casting it onto the battlefield with sincerity. But today, for the honor of the Nibi gym, awaken. Guardian of our lineage, the spirit of rock. A flash of white light enveloped the arena. A roar, heavier and more imposing than that of the Onix, reverberated through the air. A colossal Pokémon landed heavily in the center of the sea of magma. It was even larger than the Onix Brock had previously dispatched. Its rocky exterior a deep, dark brown, as if weathered by eons. Its four muscular arms exuded explosive power. Most importantly, the energy emanating from it was incomparably greater than that of the Onix. Yiye's thoughts stirred. A blue panel appeared before him. Pokémon, Golem. Type, Rock, Ground. Level, 45. Strength Assessment, Elite, High Tier. Potential, Gym Level, High Tier. Evaluation, an ancient guardian that has slumbered for eons. Its body is the most formidable fortress, and its strength is capable of shaking mountains. Level 45, Elite High Tier. The power of this golem far exceeded the typical standards for gym challenges. No matter how unique your flames may be, there must be a limit. Golem, use Rock Tomb. He aimed to seal off that monstrous Charmeleon with absolute power. With a thunderous roar, Golem slammed its four powerful arms into the ground. The entire magma arena, along with the surrounding rocky walls, began to tremble violently. Countless massive stones erupted from the ground, converging from all directions, forming an inescapable net that bore down on the Charmeleon from every angle. This rock tomb, both in scale and speed, surpassed anything witnessed previously. It was truly a web of doom. A grave expression finally surfaced on Yiye's face. The Charmeleon had just endured a high-intensity burst of energy, leaving it greatly fatigued. Confronting this stronger golem head-on was not a prudent strategy. Azure Flame Goose, disrupted. Yiye's command was both clear and swift. Phoenix Strike, tear through its defenses. With an understanding nod, the little fire dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a burst of azure fire that soared not towards the encroaching boulders, but directly toward the face of the formidable Rhydon. Instinctively, Rhydon raised its arm to shield itself. In that fleeting moment, the little fire dragon left behind a fleeting azure afterimage, its body transforming into a streak of light as it narrowly slipped between two colossal rocks on the verge of colliding. Its speed was nothing short of breathtaking. In the blink of an eye, it had already breached Rhydon's defenses. The azure flames coalesced once more upon its right claw. Phoenix Strike. This claw strike harnessed all the remaining power of the little fire dragon, propelled by an unyielding resolve as it fiercely thrust toward Rhydon's fortress-like body. However, a piercing clang echoed through the air. The once invincible claw tip of the Phoenix Strike was unexpectedly thwarted. A faint, earthy-hued glow had manifested on Rhydon's dark brown rocky exterior, firmly repelling the overwhelming azure energy of the Phoenix Strike. It was a successful defense. A grim smile crept across Brock's face, having anticipated Yiye's ambush. It's over. He summoned the last of his strength to issue his final command. Detonation. In an instant, Rhydon's body erupted with blinding white light. A torrent of destructive energy surged within, poised to erupt. It was a close call, with no retreat possible. Just as the radiant light threatened to engulf everything, Yiye's voice resonated once more. Little Fire Dragon, Immortal Thistle. The little fire dragon was on the brink of being consumed by the explosion, yet its movements remained resolute and unwavering. The azure flames encircling its form did not dissipate outward. Instead, they contracted inward in a moment of focus. Countless strands of azure fire intertwined rapidly before the little fire dragon, weaving, entwining, and compressing into a circular shield that perfectly enveloped it. This was the defensive technique. Immortal Thistle, developed by Yiye, tailored to the unique properties of the Phoenix Fruit. With a thunderous boom, the white orb of destruction collided violently with the azure shield at point-blank range. The deafening sound reverberated, causing the entire Nibby gym to tremble. With debris cascading from the rocky ceiling, a violent shockwave of energy erupted, visible as a white gust sweeping in all directions, upheaving the arena that had already been transformed into a sea of molten rock. Outside the gym, the massive display screen flickered under the impact of the shockwave before plunging into darkness. All trainers watching through the screen felt a reverberating roar resonate in their ears. At the epicenter of the explosion, the Immortal Thistle was relentlessly compressed upon contact with the explosive energy. The crisp sound of cracking echoed amidst the thunderous cacophony, seemingly negligible, yet distinctly audible to Yiye. His pupils constricted sharply. He saw a minute crack appear on the azure shield formed of azure flames. Soon after, a second and third fissure emerged, spreading like a spider's web across the surface of the Immortal Thistle. The final strike from Rhydon surpassed all his expectations. This force transcended what an ordinary elite-level Pokémon could wield. Finally, after enduring for a full 3 seconds, the cracked azure shield shattered completely. The residual white explosive energy surged forth like a flood unleashed, unimpeded, devouring the little fire dragon's diminutive form entirely. The little fire dragon's body traced a sorrowful arc through the air before crashing against the rocky wall at the arena's edge with a resounding thud. Dust and smoke enveloped the entire arena, and the explosive white light gradually dissipated. All that remained was Rhydon, its body charred and emitting wisps of azure smoke. Surprisingly still standing, its combat ability seemingly intact. Could this be due to its sturdy ability? Chapter 42, The Gray Badge in Hand. In the Nibby Gym's rocky battle arena, Brock's face bore no trace of victory. His gaze was fixated on the area enveloped in thick smoke. Had he won? As the smoke slowly cleared, a deep indentation appeared before the onlookers. The little fire dragon lay embedded within the pit, its body marked with charred wounds. Some deep enough to expose bone, blood seeping out and staining the rocks below. Its iconic azure flame on the tail flickered weakly, reduced to a mere flicker that seemed on the verge of extinguishing. It had been defeated, though the result was nearly mutual destruction. It was undeniable that Brock's Rhydon had emerged victorious in the end. Little fire dragon. Yiye scarcely had time to await the referee's verdict. He leapt from the command platform, hastening toward the little fire dragon. His heart tightened. Just as Yiye was about to reach the little fire dragon, an unexpected transformation occurred. The seemingly near-lifeless little fire dragon, struggling to move, suddenly emitted wisps of azure flames from its ghastly wounds. The flames were faint, devoid of any heat, yet radiated a peculiar vitality. Beneath the azure fire's glow, the gaping wounds began to visibly twitch and heal at an astonishing rate. The blood that had seeped out seemed to be drawn back into its body by an unseen force. The power of the Phoenix Fruit was awakening. As long as the flames endure, life shall not cease. This scene brought Yiye, who had just reached the vicinity, to a sudden halt. It also left Brock, who was poised to recall Rhydon into its Pokeball, frozen in place. He watched as the little fire dragon was enveloped in azure flames. With a hoarse voice, he opened his mouth, his expression one of disbelief. It's healing itself? The referee was equally dumbfounded, his hand holding the flag caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to lower it or hold it up, engulfed in the greatest confusion of his career. How does one adjudicate this? According to the rules, a Pokémon is deemed defeated once it loses consciousness. Yet this little fire dragon, although it had indeed fainted for a moment, was now evidently recovering. A faint groan escaped from the little fire dragon's throat. It stirred its claws, painstakingly climbing out of the deep pit, inch by inch. Though its wounds had not entirely healed, the bleeding had ceased, and it was no longer in a state of fatal injury. The flickering flame on its tail had regained some vigor, the azure glow illuminating its eyes filled with indomitable spirit. It had risen once more. Although its body trembled slightly, it indeed managed to rise once more, relying solely on its own strength. The entire Nibby gym was enveloped in an eerie silence. Outside, the trainers who had managed to restore the visuals through backup feeds resembled ducks with their necks grasped, rendered utterly voiceless. What was this? A resurrection? A complex emotion surfaced on Yiye's face. Such regenerative ability must undoubtedly come at a tremendous cost. Come back, Charmeleon. Without a trace of hesitation, Yiye approached Charmeleon and withdrew its Pokeball. Charmeleon could no longer continue the fight. The outcome of this battle was far less significant to him than the safety of Charmeleon. Charmeleon looked up at Yiye, its eyes brimming with unwillingness. It still yearned to fight. Obey. Yiye's tone brooked no argument. Charmeleon lowered its head, emitting a plaintive whimper, and ultimately transformed into a beam of white light. Returning to the Pokeball, Yiye held the Pokeball in his palm and turned to the referee at the side of the arena, preparing to announce his forfeit. However, a deep voice intervened before he could speak. No need. Xiaogang slowly lowered his arm. The rock-solid determination on his face entirely replaced by a profound sense of defeat. He recalled his own charred and exhausted Geodude. In this battle, I have lost. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? The gym leader, Xiaogang, conceded? Why? They exclaimed, bewildered, for Charmeleon had also reached its limit. The referee, too, was taken aback, glancing at Xiaogang. Leader, this. Xiaogang's gaze fell upon the Pokeball in Yiye's hand, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. Continuing this battle held no meaning. The ancestral rock techniques of his family had been shattered before the unyielding flames of his opponent. Stepping down from the command platform, Xiaogang retrieved a gray badge from a stone cabinet behind him and approached Yiye. This is the gray badge of the Nibby Gym, which you rightfully deserve. He extended the badge to Yiye. Your Charmeleon is formidable. No, rather, you both are exceptional. Yiye silently accepted the badge, feeling its icy stone texture. He looked at the man before him, whose eyes appeared somewhat dimmed, and suddenly spoke. That move, rock armor, is not a standard gym technique, is it? Xiaogang paused, lifting his head in surprise. It is a secret technique passed down through generations in our family, merging the trainer's will, the Pokémon's power, and the energy of the battlefield into a unified offensive and defensive essence. A remarkably powerful move, Yiye assessed. Had your Geodude withstood for just one more second, I would have been the one to lose. The explosive force indeed exceeded his expectations. Were it not for the Phoenix Berry, Charmeleon would now be resting in the Pokémon Center. Xiaogang shook his head bitterly. There are no ifs. Yiye chose not to elaborate further. He placed the chilly gray badge into his pocket and turned to leave. Charmeleon's injuries required immediate attention. Please wait. As he reached the door, a rough voice called from behind. Yiye halted and turned back. It was a gray-haired man, whose facial features bore a striking resemblance to Xiaogang. This was the former gym leader of Nibby, Xiaogang's father, Wu Nong. At that moment, this man, who had devoted his life to the rock type, wore a complex expression of shock, confusion, and struggle. He approached Yiye hastily, his gaze first falling on the Pokeball belonging to Charmeleon in Yiye's hand. Taking a deep breath, he organized his thoughts. Mr. Yiye, I have a question. Yiye regarded the solemn-faced former gym leader and replied calmly, please go ahead. Wu Nang's lips moved as he finally posed the question that had perplexed him. Your flames, that azure fire, how can it directly melt the energy of the rock type? It's illogical. Rock energy should be the bane of flames. Xiaogang held his breath beside them. This inquiry was equally pressing for him. Yiye did not respond immediately. He gazed down at the Pokeball in his hand, as if sensing the faint breath of his partner within. After a moment, He lifted his head and countered with a question, Master Wu Nong, do you believe that sufficiently high temperatures can melt rock? Wu Nong paused, instinctively answering, of course. Like volcanic lava. Then my question is answered. Yiye's tone was as neutral as if stating a fact. Wu Nong found himself momentarily speechless. This answer, simple yet blunt, carried an irrefutable logic. Indeed, at sufficiently high temperatures, rock could naturally melt. But therein lay the crux of the issue. This was merely a Charmeleon, a Pokémon yet to evolve. How could its flames possibly reach that terrifying temperature, comparable to that of a volcanic core? This transcended the realms of skill and talent. Observing the identical dazed expressions on the faces of the father and son, Yiye opted against further clarification. He nodded slightly as a farewell, then turned away, pushing open the heavy stone door of the gym, his figure vanishing into the blinding sunlight. It was not until the door closed behind him, cutting off the external light, that Wu Nong seemed to awaken from his stupor, exhaling a long, heavy breath. He surveyed the battlefield, now a desolate expanse, nearly melted into a pool of magma, and his mouth twitched in distress. Xiao Gang. Yes, father. Go to the Alliance's logistics department and submit a budget for repairs to our gym, multiplied by 5. Huh. Wu Nong shot him an exasperated glare. What do you mean, huh? If we don't repair this, when the next challenger arrives, there won't even be a place to stand. He grumbled as he approached the edge of the battlefield, using his toe to prod a piece of still steaming charred rock, bringing it up to his eyes. The fracture of the rock exhibited a glass-like texture. This peculiar structure could only form under extremely high temperatures, instantaneously melted, and then cooled. His expression shifted from one of pain over the gym's repair costs to a deep-seated apprehension and astonishment. A monster, Wu Nong murmured, crushing the stone in his hand into powder. A true monster. Chapter 43, An Unexpected Encounter on the Tsukimi Mountain Road. In Nibi City, at the Pokémon Center. This is absurd. You are exhausting its very life force. Nurse Joy, hands on her hips, wore a stern expression, chastising Yiye to the point where he could barely lift his head. Yet he found himself unable to refute her. The power of the Phoenix Berry was indeed tyrannical, but forcing Charmeleon to unleash its regenerative abilities after nearing death inflicted a tremendous burden on its still-developing body. Were it not for Nurse Joy's urgent intervention, it might have sustained irreparable latent injuries. Yes, it is my fault. I will certainly be more cautious next time. Yiye's demeanor was exceedingly sincere. Next time, Nurse Joy's voice rose once more. Yiye promptly fell silent, opting for silence in the face of her admonishment. After finally waiting for Miss Joy to attend to other matters, he let out a sigh of relief, leaning back against the bench while rubbing his throbbing temples. The battle at the Nibi gym had been a stroke of luck. Brock's elite-level Geodude had unleashed a tremendous explosion that nearly approached the threshold of a champion-level attack. Had it not been for the development of the Dragonite's unique ability during training with Yuki, his Charmander would scarcely have had the opportunity to heal using the Phoenix Fruit's powers. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly and accumulate points. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement. Level Up Challenge. 1v2. Reward, 3,000 system points. Beep. Congratulations to the host for achieving first victory at the gym. Reward, 1,000 system points. Beep. The host has triumphed in the Judo Gym Challenge. Reward, 1,000 system points. Beep. The host has secured victory in the Nibi Gym Battle. Reward, 1,000 system points. Since acquiring the Shasha Fruit, Yiye's points had surged to 7,700 after 2 successful gym challenges. The Devil Fruit of Chansey was now within reach, with just 2,300 points remaining. Lost in thought, he overheard the conversation between 2 staff members dressed in Trainer Association uniforms nearby. Ugh, another failure. Tanaka's team just got brought back. 3 elite trainers didn't even catch a glimpse of their opponent. An older man sighed heavily, his face etched with fatigue. What on earth is that thing? The road up to Moonview Mountain has been blocked for a day and a night. Has the league not dispatched stronger personnel? A younger man couldn't help but complain. Stronger? They've already sent the cream of the crop from the association. The older man chuckled bitterly. The problem is, that thing won't engage us directly. The report states it behaves like a ghost, utilizing the complex terrain of Moonview Mountain's mines to lead our team in circles. Moonview Mountain, something peculiar? Yiye's eyes narrowed slightly. His original destination was indeed the crater mine of Moonview Mountain, a remote place brimming with energy, ideal for training Yuki. Now, it appeared this journey had unexpectedly delightful prospects. What kind of formidable entity could thwart the elite teams? If he managed to eliminate it, what rewards might the system offer? Mr. Yiye. Miss Joy's voice interrupted his reverie. She approached, pushing a cart and handing him a fully restored Pokeball. Charmander is fine now, but it has expended a great deal of energy. I recommend letting it rest for 24 hours. Thank you, Miss Joy. Yiye accepted the Pokeball, clearly feeling the warmth and vitality emanating from his partner within. Rising to his feet, he walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window of the Pokémon Center. The architecture of Nibi City was predominantly constructed from stone, rugged in style. In the distance, the circular dome of the Science Museum loomed. Yet Yiye's gaze transcended the entire city, fixating on the mountains to the north of Nibi City, particularly Moonview Mountain, which appeared especially profound under the night sky. A night of silence passed. The following day, Yiye departed from the Pokémon Center, heading directly to the foot of Moonview Mountain. The essential path leading to the mountain had been cordoned off with yellow warning tape, with several solemn-faced Trainer Association staff members stationed there, prohibiting any passage. With the route blocked, a considerable number of idle young trainers gathered, transforming the space at the mountain's base into an impromptu battle arena. Yiye was in no hurry to join. He found a clean rock to sit upon and observed the surrounding battles. Most of the encounters were lackluster, merely showcasing a clash of energy levels devoid of any tactical finesse, until a wave of enthusiastic cheers drew his attention. In the midst of the crowd, a robust Primeape was furiously swinging its fists, each strike sending shards of stone flying. Its opponent, however, was merely a petite EV. Hey, is this even a contest? Fighting types generally dominate normal types, right? Not necessarily. Shigeru's EV has won 3 matches in a row. What? 3 consecutive victories? Is that true, Shigeru? Yiye raised an eyebrow, rising from the rock and weaving into the throng. Indeed, at the other end of the arena stood the familiar spiky-haired boy, arms crossed and exuding an air of confidence. Primeape, close in and finish it with cross-chop, shouted Primeape's trainer, his face reddening with excitement. EV, maintain your distance and use sand attack. Shigeru's commands were calm and collected, reflecting an unexpected maturity for his age. Eevee's movements were incredibly agile, consistently evading Primeape's relentless strikes at the last possible moment. Simultaneously, it flicked its tail, expertly hurling sand into Primeape's face. Once, twice Primeape's assault became increasingly chaotic, its vision obscured by the sand, forcing it to swing wildly and completely lose its accuracy. Now, Shigeru smirked. In a flash, the command was given. Eevee transformed into a streak of white lightning, darting through the gaps in Primeape's errant punches and delivering a fierce impact to its forehead from a sharp angle. Bang! With a resounding thud, the previously formidable Primeape collapsed onto the ground, utterly incapacitated. The outcome was clear. The onlooking trainers gasped in awe. Shigeru's EV has achieved 4 consecutive victories. Shigeru whistled, gazing with satisfaction at his accomplishment, just as he prepared to recall EV. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, his gaze piercing through the crowd until it collided with Yiye's. The moment he recognized his visitor, the smugness on Shigeru's face froze, only to be replaced by excitement. Yiye. Chapter 44, Adventure. At the foot of Moonview Mountain, Route 3. Shigeru's gaze met Yiye's amidst the throng. Yiye, what are you doing here? Shigeru hurried over, with Eevee closely trailing behind him. Let us have another battle. Before Yiye could respond, Shigeru had already issued a challenge. Around them, the other trainers seemed to have overheard something significant, murmuring among themselves. Yiye, is that the monstrous newcomer from the forum? What is his relationship with Shigeru? Fool, they both hail from Pallet Town. Feeling the curiosity of the surrounding crowd, Yiye found himself somewhat exasperated, not wishing to be the center of attention. He declined Shigeru's sudden challenge. Not interested. Shigeru was momentarily taken aback by Yiye's refusal, struggling to find his words. Why you afraid to battle? Shigeru tried to save face. Well, it makes sense. You don't really stand a chance against me. Yiye dismissed him with indifference, turning to leave. Wait. Shigeru, now anxious, hurried after Yiye. Lowering his voice, he whispered, there's a challenge going on. Are you interested? Yiye raised an eyebrow. Observing Shigeru's mysterious demeanor, he waited until they were away from the crowd before inquiring, what challenge? Seeing the spark of curiosity in Yiye's eyes, Shigeru's face brightened as he eagerly explained. Did you see that? The entrance to Tsukimi Mountain has been sealed off by the association. They claim there are dangers within, and we must await the results of their investigation. Xiaomao's tone was laced with disdain. I inquired further. It has been nearly 2 days since the elite team was dispatched, and they returned in utter disgrace, having not even caught a glimpse of their adversary. Isn't it laughable? He paused, excitement flickering in his eyes. Thus, I intend to assemble my own team and venture inside tonight. We shall unravel this enigma. This is a splendid opportunity for fame and recognition. At this juncture, He scratched his head bashfully, his voice lowering. I had initially gathered 5 capable individuals, but one coward, upon hearing that even elite trainers had suffered setbacks, immediately backed out, refusing to go. Therefore, we are still short one member. Xiao Mao finished speaking, his eyes fixed eagerly on Yiye, the meaning in his gaze unmistakable. He needed a sufficiently strong ally to fill this void. Upon hearing this, Yiye understood the situation. Observing Xiao Mao's eager expression, he suddenly felt that teasing this fellow might provide some amusement. He feigned contemplation and spoke slowly. It sounds perilous. Danger is what makes it thrilling. Xiao Mao retorted immediately. Yiye remained unfazed, continuing to pose questions. The elite team has returned empty-handed. If we, as newcomers, enter, are we not merely fodder? Moreover, I am unfamiliar with your teammates. What is their strength? Upon hearing Yiye question his judgment in selecting companions, Xiao Mao's pride was instantly ignited. I personally handpicked my teammates. You need not worry, Xiao Mao declared with confidence. Come, I shall introduce you to them. At the foot of the mountain, beneath several massive boulders, 3 individuals were gathered, taking a moment to rest. One was a tall youth clad in a black coat, exuding an air of arrogance. Another was a demure girl, diligently tending to the leaves of a walking grass. The last was a younger boy, glancing anxiously towards the association's warning line. Upon seeing Xiao Mao approach with someone, their conversation abruptly ceased, and they turned to regard him. Xiao Mao cleared his throat and began the introductions. He first gestured to the proud youth. This is Wenyin, a top 32 finalist from last year's Guandu conference, a senior trainer. Next, he pointed to the quiet girl. This is Xiao Xiao, Wenin's partner, an exceptionally skilled breeder, and also a mid-level trainer. Lastly, he patted the astonished boy. This is Amin, a mid-level trainer from Songzhou Town. After introducing his chosen teammates, Xiao Mao turned to indicate Yiye. This is Yiye, my childhood friend, hailing from a neighboring town. The 3 evidently recognized Yiye from posts on the Pokémon Voice Forum. Upon realizing that the last member was Yiye, their expressions varied. The arrogant youth frowned slightly, his gaze taking on a more scrutinizing quality. The demure girl was filled with genuine curiosity, her eyes involuntarily drifting towards Yiye's waist, seemingly eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary Charmander. The young boy, however, gaped in astonishment, his face a picture of shock. Yet none voiced any doubts regarding Yiye's abilities. Ahem. Xiao Mao was quite pleased with his teammates' reactions, feeling a swell of pride. Clearing his throat, he waved his hand grandly. Since everyone is here, let us finalize our action plan for tonight. Wenin crossed his arms and spoke first, his tone tinged with a hint of arrogance. My plan is simple. My Zubat will handle aerial reconnaissance. Xiao Mao, you will be in charge of ground surveillance. During combat, Amin and I will lead the offensive with our Pokémon, while Xiao Xiao's walking grass will use sweet scent to pacify any wild Pokémon we encounter, thus avoiding unnecessary conflicts. He paused, glancing at Yiye. As for you, since you are a newcomer, stay in the middle of the group and focus on support. This statement, while seemingly tactical, was in truth an assertion of his command, effectively sidelining the most renowned Yiye. Yiye maintained a neutral expression, merely asking, Do you have a map of the Tsukimi mountain caves? This question rendered the group momentarily silent. Wenin's face stiffened. Xiao Mao was taken aback. A map? What map? It's just a cave. We can simply go in, can't we? Observing their bewildered expressions, Yiye added. The elite team was equipped with professional communication devices and night vision goggles, and they still got lost inside. What about us? Will we rely on flashlights? Amin's face turned pale. He suddenly realized he may have underestimated the situation. Xiao Xiao cast a worried glance at Wenin. Wenin's face flushed crimson as he stammered in defense. We can follow the walls. We will surely find our way. Yiye merely acknowledged him with an O and fell silent. Thus, without waiting for further input from Yiye, the group began to strategize their entry into Tsukimi Mountain, aiming to resolve the puzzle that had confounded the Trainers Association of Nibi City. They planned to enter the mountain at midnight, when the association and police's blockade would be weakest. Hearing this, Yiye could not help but roll his eyes. How could these ordinary trainers possess the confidence to tackle a problem that had stymied elite trainers? The 4 were animatedly discussing plans, and ultimately, they agreed upon a time and a gathering point. With that, they dispersed to prepare. Though Yiye had no intention of joining them in their reckless escapade, his Charmander needed time to recuperate and would not be battle-ready until the following day. Yiye wandered through the nearby woods and soon discovered a secluded valley. This place, rarely trodden by human feet, was perfectly suited for clandestine training. As night fell, Yiye set up his tent, ignited a campfire, and simmered a fragrant meat stew. Jirachi was blissfully gnawing on a rock-type energy cube purchased from Nibi City. producing a satisfying crunch as it rapidly digested the power of the sandshrew fruit. Meanwhile, Chansey diligently practiced the thunderbolt technique it had recently mastered under Yiye's guidance. A cluster of electric sparks coalescing in its grasp, albeit still somewhat unstable, yet already formidable. Yiye cradled Charmander's Pokeball close to his warm body, allowing it to quietly absorb the ambient fire energy, hastening its recovery from the exhaustion incurred during the Nibby gym battle. At 9:50 p.m., Xiao Mao and the others paced anxiously at the rendezvous point. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Why hadn't Yiye arrived yet? Surely he wasn't afraid. Xiao Mao kicked a nearby stone in frustration. Wanine scoffed, if he doesn't come, so be it. The four of us can manage. Unbeknownst to him, Yiye had already been branded a coward. At that moment, Yiye was savoring the last sip of his stew, letting out a satisfied burp before crawling into his tent, comfortably lying down. Chapter 45, Smooth Passage. At the foot of Tsukimi Mountain, Road 3. Just as dawn began to break, the mountain's mist had yet to dissipate. Yiye had already packed all his belongings and buried the last remnants of the campfire in the earth, leaving no trace of smoke. After a day of rest, Charmander's breath had steadied considerably. Last night's abandonment of the mission weighed little on his conscience. After all, that group of individuals, claiming to embark on a daring challenge, was more akin to a band of reckless souls willingly offering themselves as fodder. Rather than join them, he deemed it far more efficient to act alone. With his backpack meticulously organized, Yiye made his way toward the barricade erected by the association. Before the warning line, a considerable number of trainers had already gathered, each voicing their grievances. Why can't we pass? I need to get to Hualan City for the gym battle. The area had been sealed off for 2 days. What on earth was the association doing? Not a single announcement had been made. Miss Junsha, along with several association staff members, could only maintain their stoic expressions, repeating a singular phrase: routine investigation, passage is prohibited. Yiye's arrival did not attract much attention. He was merely seen as another eager novice hitting a wall. Excuse me, I need to get through, he stated as he approached Miss Junsha. She glanced at him momentarily before delivering a formulaic response. This area is restricted, please turn back. Yiye did not engage in further pleasantries. Instead, he produced his Pokédex and offered it to her. The vivid crimson casing gleamed strikingly in the morning sunlight. Miss Junsha's brow furrowed slightly. Duty compelled her to accept the device. Upon seeing the information displayed on the screen, her previously impassive demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Trainer, Yiye. Rating, Senior Trainer. Special Privilege, Champion Program, Reserve. Authorization Level, Elite. Miss Junsha's eyes widened in astonishment. Elite level privileges? The Champion Program? Instinctively, she raised her gaze, re-evaluating the seemingly 16 or 17-year-old boy before her, astonished that a freshly minted trainer could already be a contender for the Champion's Reserve. Please hold on. She turned and hurried aside, utilizing her communicator to report the situation. This scene silenced the surrounding trainers, their complaints fading into hushed murmurs. All eyes fell upon Yiye, filled with confusion and curiosity. Who was this boy? What did he show Miss Junsha? Before long, she returned at a brisk pace, handing back the Pokédex to Yiye. My apologies, Mr. Yiye. I was unaware of your identity. Please proceed. Her demeanor had undergone a complete reversal. Other association staff members rushed over, deftly creating a gap in the barricade wide enough for one person to pass through. Mr. Yiye, please. At this moment, the gathered trainers erupted in bewildered chatter. What on earth is happening? Why does he get to pass? The red Pokédex, wasn't that a special model made for the League? Amidst the clamor of envy and admiration, Yiye reclaimed his device, offering a slight nod to Miss Junsha before stepping through the barricade. Just as he prepared to enter the mountain path, Miss Junsha suddenly remembered something and quickly followed after him. Her tone bore a hint of request. Mr. Yiye, last night, several reckless trainers ventured inside. If any trouble arises, could you please assist them? Yiye nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. His figure soon vanished around the bend of the mountain path. Not far along, a subtle tremor rippled through the ground beneath him, accompanied by a deep, oppressive roar emanating from the earth's depths. Yiye halted, listening intently for a moment before veering off the official trail toward the source of the strange sound. Pushing aside a thicket of shrubbery, a dark cave entrance materialized before him. The jagged rocks at the cave's edge bore signs of violent intrusion, and the air was thick with a faint scent of gunpowder and mineral dust. He referenced his map, confirming that this was indeed one of the entrances to the meteorite mine he sought. It appeared the so-called source of danger lay within. Without hesitation, he directed the beam of his flashlight into the cave's depths and released his partner. With a crackle, orange flames ignited at the tip of Charmander's tail. illuminating the area around the entrance. He stepped forward, entering a realm where even elite trainers had previously faltered. As Yiye delved deeper into the cave, he observed his surroundings. Above him, remnants of light bulbs dangled precariously from sporadic electrical wires. This mine, once brightly lit, had clearly fallen into disrepair, rendering the cave dark and foreboding. Continuing onward, he encountered a fork in the path, resembling the gaping mouths of two mighty whales. Both sides led into the unknown darkness. Just as Yiye contemplated his decision, a dull sound echoed from the right passage, growing increasingly distinct. He crouched down, pressing his ear against the rock wall. The noises from the right tunnel became clearer. Without a second thought, he and Charmander ventured into the right passage. If he did not address the impending trouble, he could not practice in peace within the meteorite mine. Meanwhile, deeper within another branch of the meteorite mine, a tremor suddenly jolted the group, led by Wanine, causing him to halt. He quickly turned back to inquire, "Did you feel that?" Xiao Mao, Xiao Xiao, and Ah Ming exchanged serious glances, collectively nodding. It seemed they had indeed arrived at the right location. Wanine suppressed a flicker of unease, a confident smile surfacing on his face. The previous tremor had eluded them. This time, they could not let it escape. Hurry! The group quickened their pace. If they could resolve the Moonlit Mountain incident, they would gain widespread recognition, distinguishing themselves among the novice trainers of the Kanto region. The allure of fame was irresistible for any young trainer just starting their journey. If the notoriety spread widely enough, they might even earn their own title. Trainers with titles enjoyed immense privileges wherever they went, especially for Xiao Mao. He could already envision Yi's astonished expression upon seeing his name splashed across the headlines in Nibi City. After about 10 minutes of exploration, a cacophony of shrill, chaotic sounds surged forth from the cave, reminiscent of a tidal wave. It was the sound of Zubat and Sandshrew. Xiao Mao's expression grew serious, dispelling his earlier fantasies of grandeur. Wait, there's more. Xiao Zhao's voice tightened, clearly anxious. There are also Mankey and Geodude. It's too much, something feels off. The young trainers finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The source of the disturbance was evidently a horde of uncontrollable Pokémon congregating in the confined cave. If they encountered them head-on, they likely wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Come forth, Zubat. Scout ahead. Wanine was the first to regain his composure, instructing Zubat to probe the path. Eevee, Squirtle, prepare for battle. Xiao Mao quickly released his Pokeballs. Oddish, Paras, we rely on you. Machop. As they rounded the cave's corner, the four summoned their Pokémon, ever ready for the impending confrontation. Chapter 46, Team Rocket. Moonlit Mountain, Meteorite Mine. The vibrations beneath my feet grew increasingly pronounced, mingled with a cacophony of chaotic howls and crashing sounds emanating from the depths of the mine. Yiye halted his steps, extinguishing the spotlight, and concealed himself and his little fire dragon in the corner of the cavern. The air was thick with a pungent, earthy odor. Soon, a glimmer of light appeared around the bend, a crimson glow. A throng of Pokémon surged forth. Leading the charge were several Sandshrews, their eyes glowing a menacing red, closely followed by swarms of Zubat, shrieking piercingly in the air. Among them were Monferno, Onix, and Geodude. These Pokémon, typically possessing their own territories and behaviors, now moved like puppets on strings, their eyes reflecting an ominous red light, their expressions twisted in agony and rage, driven solely by one intent, to advance and destroy. They disregarded Yiye and his little fire dragon, surging past them towards another tunnel. Controlled, Yiye observed this chaotic army, his gaze sharpening. He refrained from acting rashly, allowing the out-of-control Pokémon horde to pass before he slowly trailed them from the rear, moving towards the source of the tremors. The mine widened considerably. Ultimately, a colossal underground cavern unfolded before him. At the center of this cavern stood a massive meteorite, towering 3 stories high. The meteorite was jet black, yet it radiated a gentle luminescence akin to moonlight, pure energy emanating from it, nourishing the entire vein. The Moonstone. No, it should be referred to as the Moon Meteorite. At this moment, before the enormous meteorite, over 100 Clefairy and Clefable had gathered. Hand in hand, they formed a vast circle, chanting ancient melodies, their pink bodies shimmering with specks of starlight. These starlights coalesced, forming a gigantic, translucent energy shield before them. Outside the shield, a wild army of Pokémon was relentlessly assaulting it. Behind them, several individuals clad in black uniforms, emblazoned with a red R on their chests, operated a peculiar device. Captain, this is untenable. The Clefairy's command is too uncanny. The energy shield resonates with the meteorite, rendering it unbreakable. The leading man, marked by a prominent scar across his face, was accompanied by a notably imposing Gengar. He gazed greedily at the massive moon meteorite. You incompetent fools. Increase the power. Call forth more wild Pokémon. I refuse to believe these Clefairy can endure indefinitely. Meanwhile, in another branch of the mine, run. They're closing in. A Ming cried out in terror. His Machoke struggling against a frenzied Onix, retreating steadily. Xiao Mao's expression was grim as his Squirtle and Eevee were ensnared by a dozen Zubat and Sandshrew, unable to break free. Wenyan, where's your Zubat? Xiao Mao urged anxiously. It was knocked out. Wenyan's face was grim. Before him, Doduo and Tauros were fending off the majority of the wild Pokémon army. His primary Zubat had long since succumbed to the onslaught of Zubat. Just as they were on the verge of being overwhelmed by the Pokémon horde, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The pursuing Pokémon abruptly halted. As if a switch had been flipped, their ominous red glow fading rapidly. They looked around in confusion, glancing at Xiao Mao and the others, seemingly bewildered as to why they were there. Then, as if recollecting something, they shrieked, SSSSS. Kuga. The now reasoning Pokémon scattered in a panic, vanishing into the shadows of the mine in an instant. The four survivors gasped for breath, exchanging bewildered glances. What just happened? Why did they run away? A Ming asked. Still shaken, Xiao Mao furrowed his brow, peering deeper into the mine, where a faint tremor still persisted. It wasn't that they wanted to attack us, Xiao Mao stated gravely. Something was controlling them from behind. Xiao Mao resolved to continue investigating the source of the anomaly, while a Ming wished to exit the mine. Observing the divergence in their objectives, Wenyan decisively instructed Xiao Xiao to accompany a Ming out to seek help from the Trainer Association, while he and Xiao Mao would delve further into the cave to uncover the root of the wild Pokémon's turmoil. A Ming and Xiao Xiao's figures faded into the darkness of the mine's end, leaving only Xiao Mao and Wenyan in the vast underground space. The atmosphere grew tense. Let us proceed deeper. Wenyan broke the silence. Xiao Mao nodded, opting not to speak further. The two advanced cautiously in the direction of the vibrations. The deeper they ventured, the more intense the unsettling sensation caused by the unique sound waves became, causing their Pokémon to stir restlessly within their Pokeballs. Finally, the end of the mine opened up unexpectedly. The sight before the two youths, who considered themselves somewhat worldly, left them instinctively holding their breath. Several men in Team Rocket uniforms encircled a strange machine. Before them a dark mass of wild Pokémon surged, their eyes glowing crimson, frantically assaulting the shield. Within the shield, hundreds of Clefairy and Clefable encircled the massive meteorite, chanting incomprehensible hymns, constructing a precarious energy barrier. Team Rocket, Wenyan gritted his teeth, as if he had a history with them. It seems that device is the source controlling the wild Pokémon. Xiao Mao lowered his voice. Their Pokémon were now thrashing violently in their Pokeballs, as if on the verge of breaking free. We can't wait any longer. We must stop them, Xiao Mao declared resolutely. Wenyan scanned the battlefield, quickly formulating a plan. We'll draw their attention from the front. He looked at Xiao Mao then. Let Psyduck handle the rest. With that, he retrieved his last Pokeball from his waist. A flash of white light revealed a well-proportioned, deep blue Psyduck at his feet. Psyduck, Wenyan crouched, swiftly issuing commands. Do you see that machine? We'll create a distraction. Take the opportunity to circle behind them and use confusion to shatter it to pieces. Psyduck's eyes glinted red, nodding vigorously before crouching low and silently merging into the shadows of the nearby rock. Observing this, Xiao Mao felt a twinge of irritation at Wenyan's unilateral command, but had to concede that it might be their only chance to break the deadlock. All right, he no longer hesitated, his focus sharpening. Let us cause a ruckus. Chapter 47, Chaos. At the deepest part of the Moonview Mountain, in the crater mine, the immense cavern trembled as energy collided violently. The peculiar device emitted an increasingly urgent hum, visibly sending ripples of sound waves that agitated all the controlled wild Pokémon into a frenzy. The defensive line formed by the Clefairy and Clefable was reaching its breaking point. The colossal energy shield before them had become faint under the relentless barrage of attacks. Hidden in the shadows, Yiye was poised to act. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance of the mine. Team Rocket, you scoundrels, cease this at once. Before the words could escape his lips, two figures surged forth from the shadows. Almost immediately, an ancient-looking Pokeball was hurled into the air by one of them. Come forth, Charizard. With a resounding roar, a flash of white light revealed a Charizard, its imposing stature exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. For the first time, the scarred visage of Team Rocket's executive, Shimoku, displayed a flicker of surprise. The nearby team members recoiled in fear, their eyes fixed on the intimidating creature. Let's join in. Doduo Tauros. Wenyan followed suit, releasing his own Pokémon. To his astonishment, Even after dispatching the inept trainers from the association, there were still stragglers to contend with. Shimoku quickly regained his composure, a cruel smile twisting his lips, recognizing them as particularly plump prey. He had little regard for the two suddenly appearing youths. Gengar, go entertain them. With a chilling cackle, Gengar emerged from the shadows, its crimson eyes locked onto Charizard, its cold presence standing in stark contrast to the fiery majesty of the dragon. The remaining Team Rocket members, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly unleashed their Pokeballs. A flurry of white light erupted as elite-level Pokémon, Weezing, Zubat, and others, materialized and encircled Shimoku, effectively blocking the escape route for Shimoku and Wanine. In the shadows, Yiye raised an eyebrow. An elite Charizard? He recognized the Pokeball as one of Professor Oak's prized possessions. Truly, the grandson of a renowned figure travels with his own bodyguard, he mused silently. As both sides braced for confrontation, the nearby Clefairy clan had already reached their limit. Beep, beep. The energy shield emitted a mournful cry under the relentless assault of a rampaging Onix, its brilliance dimming perilously. This is bad. Shimoku's expression shifted. He could wait no longer. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower on them. Shimoku broke the stalemate, his command slicing through the tension. With a mighty roar, Charizard opened its massive jaws. A searing fireball coalescing in an instant, detonating in midair and transforming into a colossal flame-shaped inferno, hurtling toward the heart of Team Rocket's ranks. The sheer force of this flamethrower was staggering. Shimoku's Gengar flickered and seamlessly melded into the shadows, evading the onslaught. However, the Weezing behind it was not as fortunate. Boom. The flames engulfed it entirely, the explosive energy erupting violently. Weezing emitted a piercing wail as its charred body was sent flying, crashing heavily against the rocky wall, incapacitated. A fleeting moment of pride crossed Shimoku's face, swiftly replaced by a grave expression. The scarred man did not appear the least bit flustered. Instead, a more sinister smile crept across his features. Interesting, it seems today will yield substantial gains. Shimoku licked his cracked lips, his shadowed Gengar's red eyes fixated intently on Charizard. Attack! With Shimoku's command, the battle erupted. Gengar Shadow Ball. Charizard reacted with remarkable speed, opening its mouth to unleash a powerful jet of flame in response. The scorching fire column clashed against the chilling Shadow Ball in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves that rippled through the air, causing everyone's clothes to billow violently. The confrontation resulted in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Wanine's Doduo and Tauros were embroiled in a fierce struggle with the other Pokémon of Team Rocket. The Zubat darted through the air with blinding speed, creating afterimages as it relentlessly harassed the massive Tauros. The elite Arbok, akin to a slippery serpent, ensnared Wanine's Doduo, its three heads spewing venom that forced Doduo to retreat repeatedly, unable to capitalize on its speed. The arena descended into chaotic turmoil. Gengar cackled ominously, its large form vanishing into the shadows without warning. Shimoku's heart raced, prompting him to shout, "Charizard, watch your feet." But it was too late. At that very moment, a claw composed of pure shadow energy shot forth from the darkness beneath Charizard, viciously grasping its leg. Roaring in pain, Charizard retaliated with a dragon claw. Yet the shadowy claw dissipated into mere darkness upon impact, rendering Charizard's strike ineffective. Gengar then re-emerged from the shadows of a nearby rock wall, launching another cunning Shadow Ball aimed at Charizard's vulnerable spot. Use your wings to shield yourself. Wanine's command reached Charizard just in time. Charizard flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that redirected the Shadow Ball, but the immense wings also bore the brunt of the energy, leaving charred marks in their wake. This was becoming overwhelmingly defensive. Gengar's mastery over shadows was unparalleled. Within the shadow-laden cavern, it reigned supreme. Unbeknownst to anyone, at the periphery of the battlefield, a Psyduck stealthily approached, its movements soundless as it circumvented the chaos, fixated on the humming, enigmatic apparatus still whirring ominously. Psyduck was now within mere meters of the device. Yet, a mocking expression crept onto Shimoku's face. He snapped his fingers, and Gengar, previously engaged with Charizard, suddenly appeared in front of Psyduck, unleashing hypnosis. Cackle. Psyduck froze, succumbing to the hypnosis, its cover blown. This is bad. Wanine's pupils dilated in alarm. In an instant, a crackling thunder punch from Gengar struck Psyduck. It was over. The hearts of the two youths sank simultaneously. Just as despair hung heavy in the air, a calm voice resonated from a dark corner of the cavern. Azure Flame. A fist-sized azure fireball shot forth from the shadows. Although its speed was not remarkable, it carried an eerie, vibrant energy. It traced an extraordinary arc in the air, deftly avoiding Gengar. Intercepted. Shimoku's expression morphed into one of furious shock as he let out a primal roar. The Zubat dove down, attempting to knock it from the air with its wings. Gengar, too, had to redirect its Thunder Punch towards the fireball. However, the Azure Fireball narrowly evaded Zubat's interception, then soared upward, eluding Gengar's strike. In a breathtaking moment, it collided with the central control panel of the ominous device. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the apparatus shuddered violently, its control panel flashing with erratic sparks, billowing thick black smoke before falling utterly silent. The mechanical hum ceased abruptly. Chapter 48, The Elite Nidoqueen. As the buzzing sound ceased, the entire cavern was abruptly enveloped in an eerie silence. This stillness was soon shattered. Hiss! Kuga, the once frenzied wild Pokémon, their eyes ablaze with crimson madness, halted their assault in unison. The ominous red glow in their eyes faded at a visible pace, replaced by a sense of bewilderment and confusion. A Sandshrew shook its head, glancing at its sharp claws and then at the flimsy energy shield before it, seemingly oblivious to its recent actions. In the next moment, as if recalling some terrifying memory, it let out a panicked scream, turning to burrow into the nearest mine shaft, tumbling and scrambling until it vanished from sight. Its flight served as a signal. The entire horde of wild Pokémon erupted into chaos. Roars, squeaks, monkeys, Geodudes, Zubats, Rattatas, every Pokémon regained their senses. Propelled by fear of the strange apparatus and anger at their previous manipulation, they surged forth in a tumultuous tide, fleeing in all directions. In an instant, dust filled the cavern, and the scene spiraled into disarray. Soon, only the Clefairy family gathered around the meteorite, along with Shigeru, Wenyin, and the Team Rocket Quartet, remained, as well as Yiye and the Charmander who emerged slowly from around the corner. Ha 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 ha! Shenmue's laughter echoed, undeterred by the destruction of his device. His gaze fell upon Yiye, who stepped from the shadows, alongside his Charmander, its tail flickering with azure flames. The blue flames caught Shenmue's attention, causing him to cease his laughter. He addressed Yiye. I had intended to pay you a proper visit after completing my task, but it seems you have conveniently come to me. Perfect. This saves me quite a bit of trouble. I shall take your Charmander as a report to the boss. With that, he swiftly drew a Pokeball from his waist and hurled it towards the meteorite. A flash of white light erupted. A particularly imposing Nidoking materialized in the arena. This Nidoking was a mass of muscle, its purple skin marred by scars of varying depths. One particularly grotesque scar stretching from its left eye to the corner of its mouth, resembling the knife scar on Shenmue's face. Upon its arrival, a menacing aura radiated, causing even the Charizard left to Shigeru by Professor Oak to instinctively become wary. Shatter it! Shenmue's smile twisted into a sinister grin, his arm gesturing forward, disregarding Yiye and Shigeru entirely, directing Nidoking to assault the Clefairy family instead. Roar! Nidoking bellowed, its robust right arm instantly enveloped in a chilling frost, countless ice crystals coalescing at its fist. Ice Punch! In a heartbeat, its massive form surged towards the colossal moon meteorite. The Clefairy emitted terrified cries, desperately channeling their remaining strength into the shield before them. Yet, before the elite-level Nidoking, all their efforts were in vain. With a resounding crash, the energy shield, forged by the collective might of the Clefairy family to withstand the relentless onslaught of wild Pokémon, cracked under the weight of Nidoking's frosty fist. In the next moment, the entire energy barrier shattered into a flurry of luminous particles, dissipating into the air. As the shield broke, the Clefairy and Clefable collapsed, drained of energy. Shenmue surveyed the now-acquired moon meteorite, a satisfied smile gracing his face, though the scarred visage held a menacing aspect. Now it's your turn, brats, his voice echoed ominously within the cavern. The situation on the battlefield became starkly clear and dire. Team Rocket boasted 2 elite high-tier Nidoking and Gengar, alongside 2 elite low-tier Arbok and Zubat. On their side, Shigeru's Charizard, likely a gift from Professor Oak, though formidable, was firmly locked in Nidoking's sights. Wenyin's Dodu and Tauros appeared lacking against the swifter and stronger Zubat, while his hypnotized Psyduck, entranced by Gengar, was no longer of any use. On Yiye's side, he was left to fend for himself. Humph, does sheer numbers really matter? Shigeru's pride prevented him from succumbing to despair, even as he faced such a daunting scene for the first time. Charizard, show them your strength. Shenmue, as if amused by a jest, scoffed, entirely dismissing Shigeru's bravado. His gaze greedily fixated on the Charmander at Yiye's feet. That flickering azure flame appeared more enticing than the massive moon meteorite itself. Gengar, go and break that kid's limbs, but do not kill the Charmander. Shenmue's command was casual, yet dripped with chilling cruelty. However, Before Gengar could act, a Team Rocket member had rushed forward, eager to assist the boss with this easy target. A mere Charmander. Does Shenmue really need to lift a finger? Watch this. Arbok, go! The elite low-tier Arbok slithered menacingly towards Yiye. In response, Yiye retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. Come forth, Arbok. The same Pokemon, the same command. The smug expression on the Team Rocket member's face froze, quickly morphing into one of derision. Who didn't he know that Team Rocket's Arbok was exceptional? This kid thought he could pit his Arbok against Team Rocket's? He must be out of his mind. Just as he opened his mouth to mock, the next moment, his smile froze in disbelief. The white light dissipated. An Arbok, larger than his own, emerged onto the battlefield. Although both were elite low tier, Yiye's Arbok boasted deeper purple scales, nearing a dark hue, with the signature ghostly face pattern on its abdomen twisted and menacing. Resembling a true fiend risen from the depths of hell. Its slit pupils were filled with primal ferocity and savagery. This was the wild overlord of the Viridian Forest, one that would rather suppress evolution to hone its own prowess. Hiss! Before the two Arbok could even engage, Team Rocket's specimen was already overwhelmed by the imposing aura. Shrinking back in fear and emitting a terrified hiss. Arbok, what's wrong? The Team Rocket member's face paled dramatically. Shenmue's greed intensified. He licked his lips. Interesting. A potential gym-level Arbok. This is truly fascinating. It seems I will return with a bountiful haul today. Just as he spoke, shadows erupted. The previously still Gengar twisted in place, instantly transforming into an untraceable black shadow, darting past the two confronting Arbok, lunging directly at Yiye. So swift, Shigeru and Wenyan could only manage a gasp of alarm. Yet, a small figure had already arrived in front of Yiye. Kana. Chapter 49, Charmander evolves. Kana. Charmander let out a clear roar, showing no signs of retreat, confronting the shadow that moved with unparalleled speed. The azure flame on its tail surged dramatically, tendrils of blue fire rapidly coalescing in its mouth, compressing until a fireball slightly larger than a fist shot forth, aimed at the path of the shadow. As the fireball soared, the air surrounding it warped under the intense heat, revealing its answer. The fireball, no larger than a fist, was no less formidable than the massive explosion produced by the Charizard moments ago. Observing the seemingly unremarkable fireball before him, Gengar, with his scarlet eyes, flashed a hint of derision as he charged forward. Its power was commendable, but it was merely an ordinary little fire dragon. He could hardly be bothered to employ a technique. With a ghostly shift in midair, he effortlessly sent the fireball flying behind him. However, just as Gengar prepared to pounce on Yiye, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind. He spun around in alarm. To his astonishment, the azure fireball, which should have missed, traced a U-shaped trajectory in the air, hurtling towards his back at an alarming speed. Caught off guard, the explosion resonated through the cave. Gengar was struck full force by the fireball, engulfed instantly by the azure flames. What a joke! The Team Rocket member who had released the Arbok looked as if his eyes were about to pop out. An attack that could curve. Xiaomao's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively glancing at the Squirtle in his Pokeball at his waist, then at the imposing Charizard before him. Was the disparity in power really this vast? Even among starter Pokemon? Such remarkable control. On the other side, Wenyan's face was etched with deep shock. He recalled the opponent who had effortlessly eliminated him in last year's Quartz Conference qualifiers. The woman who ultimately claimed the championship, her ace Pokemon, Gardevoir, wielded magical flames with a mastery akin to that of this little fire dragon. That individual was the champion of the Quartz Conference. And Yiye, he was merely a novice embarking on his journey. Humph. As he gazed at the sight of Gengar's explosion, Shinguki's face momentarily registered surprise, soon replaced by an even more intense greed. Enough playing around, Gengar, end this swiftly. He cackled ominously as laughter echoed from all directions. As the smoke slowly dispersed, the anticipated scene of Gengar being severely injured did not materialize. The area was utterly empty. How could this be? Xiaomao exclaimed in disbelief. The power of that previous strike was undeniable. How could it? Yet Yiye's gaze sharpened. He observed that where the explosion had occurred, a doll resembling Gengar was gradually dissipating. It was a substitute. Just before the fireball struck, Gengar had used the move to absorb the fatal damage. Hee. Just as doubt filled the air, the unscathed Gengar emerged from the shadows not far from the explosion. However, when his scarlet eyes turned towards the little fire dragon, they were now filled with a chilling, murderous intent. A mournful cry pierced the stalemate within the cave. It was Wenyan's Duduo. Unable to withstand the onslaught of the Zubat's cross poison, crashing heavily to the ground, teetering on the brink of losing its fighting capability. Duduo. Wanin's complexion turned ashen, his heart racing with urgency. The balance of battle was shattered in that moment. Roar. Meanwhile, Shinguki's Nidoking roared, not granting Xiaomao's Charizard a moment's respite. A brilliant electric current crackled along its robust right arm, and with a deafening thunder punch, it struck true, confronted with the electric attack that exploited its type disadvantage. Even Charizard, despite its formidable strength, let out a painful roar. Yet, Charizard, seasoned in battle, didn't wait for Xiaomao's command. Seizing the opportunity, it captured Nidoking and soared to the ceiling of the cave, executing a body slam against Nidoking. Both Pokémon plummeted to the cave floor, creating a deep crater. For a time, it was indiscernible who emerged victorious. However, the deteriorating situation was far from over. Hee. Gengar emitted a strange laugh, morphing into a blurred shadow, dashing through the air as dark purple shadow balls rained down upon the little fire dragon like projectiles. The little fire dragon continuously unleashed azure flames in an attempt to retaliate, but against Gengar's ghostly speed, all attacks fell short, leaving it to clumsily dodge, resembling a mouse toyed with by a cat. Do you see it, little one? Shinguki crossed his arms, a mocking smile gracing his face. This is the chasm between elite and ordinary. No matter how special your little fire dragon may be, it is merely an unknowing fledgling. Yiye paid no heed to his taunts. His gaze swiftly swept across the battlefield. Wanin was preoccupied with his own troubles. Xiaomao's outcome remained uncertain. Although his Arbok held an advantage, it was evident that the opposing Arbok, under the command of the Team Rocket member, wouldn't yield a resolution anytime soon. The sole point of breakthrough lay with his little fire dragon. He turned his attention to the little fire dragon, still valiantly evading. It bore multiple energy-inflicted scars, and its breath had grown labored. Thanks to its consecutive over-level battles during gym challenges, its level had long surpassed that of a typical evolution. Yet, in pursuit of a more perfect foundation, it had, at Yiye's request, chosen to suppress its evolution, akin to Arbok. However, a solid foundation ultimately existed to bolster its combat prowess. At this moment, the little fire dragon found itself utterly helpless against Gengar's unscrupulous tactics. Just then, Gengar seized upon a moment of vulnerability as the little fire dragon dodged, launching a shadow ball infused with even more potent ghostly energy towards it. There was no escaping this. Shinguki's face broke into a triumphant grin. Xiaomao and Wanin's hearts plummeted. Yet, at that moment, Yiye's voice resonated throughout the cave. Little fire dragon. The beleaguered little fire dragon halted, abruptly turning to face Yiye. Their gazes locked in the air. No excessive words were needed. The bond emanating from the depths of their souls allowed them to instantly comprehend each other's thoughts. A faint smile tugged at Yiye's lips. Do you wish to grow stronger? Then evolve. The instant those words fell, the little fire dragon unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed through the cave. Kana! A blinding white light erupted from its diminutive form, instantly engulfing the oncoming shadow ball, illuminating the entire dark cave as bright as day. Chapter 50. The Fire Tyranitar with Wings. The dazzling white light blossomed within the dim cave. This radiance was so pure and intense that it enveloped the entire cavern in pristine white. The luminous glow emitted by the colossal moonstone paled in comparison to this brilliant light. Meanwhile, Gengar's shadow ball, charged with terrifying ghostly energy, was extinguished the moment the light of evolution emerged. This is the Team Rocket member who had released the Arbok instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes. Disbelief saturating his voice. What a joke. How could a Pokemon's evolution light produce such an uproar? Are you evolving into a divine beast? Shinguki's scarred visage briefly registered astonishment. Evolution? This indeed caught him off guard. But what of it? A freshly evolved Charmeleon would at most be at the elite beginner stage. Could it possibly turn the tide? With this thought, the shock on his face was swiftly overshadowed by an even more intense blend of cruelty and excitement. Just in time. After evolving, the Azure Flame Charmeleon would undoubtedly please the boss even more. On the other side, Wenyan gazed at the unfamiliar light of evolution, his expression a tapestry of complexity. As a seasoned trainer with years of travel behind him, the phenomenon of evolution was far from alien. Yet the magnitude of this transformation starkly contrasted with the modest evolution of Yiye's Charmeleon, akin to the flickering of a candle against the brilliance of the sun and moon. Xiaomao clenched his fists as he observed Yiye's Charmeleon evolve, his heart a tumult of emotions. Once again, Yiye had surged ahead of him. The radiant light began to coalesce, revealing a brand new silhouette that gradually came into focus before the spectators. Its stature surpassed that of any Charmeleon recorded in the Pokédex, tall and slender. With muscles flowing smoothly and bursting with latent power, almost rivaling Xiao Mao's well-developed Charizard. Most striking was the indelible cerulean flame that enveloped its form. The azure eternal flame no longer remained confined to its tail and limbs. Tendrils of this flame poured forth from the Charmeleon's body, ultimately converging upon its back. It lifted its head, the elongated neck tracing an elegant yet powerful arc, opening its mouth to unleash a roar that was starkly different from that of a Charmeleon, more authoritative and commanding. The roar reverberated through the cavern, imbued with a dragon's majesty, causing the very walls to tremble. Accompanying this roar, the cerulean eternal flame on its back coalesced into a pair of magnificent wings, stretching several meters in length. Thus, a Charmeleon, reminiscent of a Charizard yet adorned with the more extravagant and ethereal azure flame wings, made its grand entrance into the depths of the moonlit mountain's cavern. What on earth is this? When Yan's mouth fell agape, his mind nearly short-circuiting. He had witnessed the evolution of the Charmeleon firsthand. However, how could a Charizard materialize when the light of evolution faded? No, that was a Charmeleon embodying fire-type energy with wings. But this was an exaggeration. Where could one find a Charmeleon so elongated, so imposing, so close to the presence of a Charizard? Yet the most extravagant feature was undeniably the pair of wings unfurling behind it, composed entirely of pure cerulean flame. Energy materialization? And to control its form with such exquisite finesse? Could this truly be the feat of a novice trainer in a freshly evolved starter Pokémon? Meanwhile, Xiao Mao's expression was equally captivating. He cast a glance towards the pit where his grandfather's Charizard valiantly battled against a Nidoking in a primal melee. Turning back, he scrutinized the newly emerged Charizard. Aside from its gaudy coloration and flamboyant wing design, the sleek musculature and commanding stance mirrored that of his own Charizard. An indescribable pang of bitterness surged within him. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the Pokeball at his waist, containing his Squirtle. Brother, do you see this? You both emerged from Professor Oak's lab together. Behold the grandeur of your counterpart. And now look at you. When you evolve, do put in a little more effort. I don't expect you to sprout a pair of flaming wings, but surely, conjuring a cannon from water-type energy isn't too much to ask? Or perhaps, when you evolve into a Blastoise, lengthen those cannon arms a bit. So this is talent. Hiraki observed the Charmeleon brimming with extraordinary potential, finally grasping why the esteemed Sakaki would issue such commands for a mere rookie's Charmeleon. This Pokémon transcended the measures of mere potential. It was a miraculous creature capable of altering a trainer's destiny. Hiraki reflected on his own situation. He had been stuck at the elite trainer level for 5 long years, watching as his contemporaries and even juniors shattered their limits while he remained unable to even touch the threshold of gym-level trainers. If only he had possessed such a Pokémon when he first embarked on his journey. He would have undoubtedly risen to become a formidable figure within Team Rocket. Perhaps even one of the Elite Four in Kanto. Why must it be this brat? Snatch it away. Hiraki's breath grew labored, his voice hoarse as he growled to himself and his subordinates. At any cost, seize it for me. As he beheld the newly transformed Charmeleon. No, now a Charizard. He noted that its size had already surpassed that of an ordinary Charizard, which was hardly surprising. As a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user, it possessed tremendous enhancements to its physical prowess and stamina, akin to an indomitable shield. Moreover, possessing the eternal flame, this Charizard had accelerated its development through its resonance with Ho-Oh. Following Hiraki's targeted training, today, under the dual enhancement of the Devil Fruit and the Light of Evolution, its physical capabilities had dramatically reached new heights. For the Charizard species, a Charmeleon was merely in its growth phase. Thus, Yiye's Charizard would continue to mature, until it evolved once more into an extraordinary monster-level Charizard. Just imagine the spectacle when this Charizard underwent Mage Evolution with a Mage Stone, or even Gigantamaxed with a Dynamax Band. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yiye felt a stirring within him, and the blue panel visible only to him materialized before his eyes. Pokémon, Charizard, Eternal Flame Fusion completed. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Level, 26. Skills learned, Phoenix Strike, Azure Flame Goose, Eternal Thistle, Dragon Dance, Flame Charge, Dragon Breath, Fire Fong. Equipped item, Rainbow Feather. Devil Fruit Development Level, Intermediate. Strength Assessment, Elite Level, Beginner. Potential, Champion Level, High. Potential had ascended yet another tier. Its level had significantly increased, jumping straight to level 26, drawing nearer to evolution into Charizard. Truly, this was a Charizard of champion level potential. The Dragon Dance, which had previously eluded it, was now mastered post-evolution, and even the formidable Fire-type move, Flame Charge, typically reserved for Charizards who had undergone rigorous training, was now instinctively understood. The elite-level beginner strength assessment was likely due to the Charizard not yet fully grasping the dual enhancement of its post-evolution physical attributes and capabilities. However, based on its current energy level, it seemed that no Pokémon below the gym level could contend with this Charizard. Even gym-level Pokémon might find it a challenge to face. In the meantime, the newly emerged Charizard slowly turned its head, the cerulean flames flickering in its eyes as it regarded the wary Gengar before it. It sensed the unabashed envy and malice emanating from its foe. In the next moment, the cerulean flame wings on its back unfurled forcefully. With a roar, the Charizard launched itself towards the airborne Gengar with astonishing speed, leaving all present, humans and Pokémon alike, utterly astounded. Chapter 51, 1 against 2. So swift. The eyes of all present, including Hiraki from Team Rocket, involuntarily narrowed. This speed was even more remarkable than that of many flying-type Pokémon renowned for their swiftness. Xiao Mao instinctively took a step back, while Wen Yin beside him swallowed hard, his throat constricting. The three members of Team Rocket next to Hiraki displayed stark terror on their faces. Could they truly contend with such a Pokémon? Gung Gui, faced with the formidable Charmeleon, was taken aback as well, yet, with its vast battle experience, it reacted promptly. Gung Gui executed a swift evasive maneuver in midair, narrowly avoiding the Charmeleon's charge, which was accompanied by a surge of azure flames. This is bad. A warning bell rang in Yiye's mind. The Charmeleon, having just evolved, had experienced an explosive increase in physical prowess and abilities, but it was evident that it had yet to adapt to its overwhelming new form. Indeed, after barreling past Gung Gui, the Charmeleon failed to execute any turn or deceleration, hurtling straight towards the cavern's rocky wall. Boom! A deafening crash ensued, sending debris flying and dust swirling. All present were momentarily stunned, their gazes fixated on the Charmeleon's trajectory. Moments later, as the dust settled, a humanoid, no, draconic, indentation appeared in the once solid rock face. The previously imposing Charmeleon was now awkwardly embedded in the crater, its head down and feet up, with only its two legs and its azure flame tail protruding. The once resplendent azure wings of the Immortal Bird flickered erratically, their energy supply unstable. A muffled chuckle escaped from an unknown source, breaking the tension. This light laughter seemed to trigger a switch. Ha! Hiraki was momentarily taken aback before erupting into unrestrained laughter, clutching his stomach, nearly brought to tears. The scar on his face contorting grotesquely with each convulsion. You're kidding. Is this your ace in the hole? A fledgling remains a fledgling, even after evolving. The surrounding Team Rocket members joined in the raucous laughter, their earlier fear dissipating. The Charmeleon was utterly ineffectual. On the other side, Wen Yin's mouth twitched violently. Torn between laughter and the inappropriateness of the situation, his face flushed crimson. Xiao Mao wore a complex expression, his momentarily rising sense of defeat overshadowed by the farcical scene before him, leaving him unsure of how to respond. The only one maintaining composure throughout was Yiye. He rubbed his brow and sighed. As anticipated, rapid power enhancement leads inevitably to complications. It seems that training to adapt to this newfound physicality must be prioritized. The farce must come to an end. Hiraki finally stifled his laughter, his expression turning icy. Novices, today is simply not your day. Nidoking, Gung Gui, eliminate them. Kakik. Roar. Upon receiving the command, Nidoking let out a mighty roar and swiftly seized the Charmeleon with its left hand, while its right arm charged with electric energy, delivering a powerful blow that sent the weakened Charmeleon flying. Gung Gui cackled ominously, a dark purple energy sphere coalescing rapidly in its hands. It understood that now was the time to strike while the iron was hot. Yiye, make it dodge. Xiao Mao couldn't help but shout. However, Yiye seemed oblivious to his plea and issued a peculiar command instead. Charmeleon, calm yourself, feel your flames. Use Immortal Thistle. At the moment his words fell, the dark purple shadow ball was released, hurtling towards the trapped Charmeleon. Hearing Yiye's command, the Charmeleon ceased its struggles, and its once half-transparent flame wings miraculously stabilized. Roar! With a fierce bellow, the Charmeleon spread its wings wide, then abruptly drew them inward. The azure flames of the immortal fire wings compressed, solidifying into a nearly tangible azure kite shield that enveloped its entire back. The intricate feather patterns on the shield gleamed, exuding an aura of unyielding resilience. In the next instant, the shadow ball, infused with Gung Gui's formidable power, struck. Boom! The clash of purple-black energy against the azure shield sent tremors coursing through the entire cavern. The rampaging ghostly energy lashed out, attempting to shred the thin shield. but was met with the relentless force of the immortal flames, which steadily eroded and countered the assault. It actually held, gasped the Team Rocket members in astonishment. Meanwhile, Xiao Mao's jaw dropped in disbelief. This was the full power of an elite-level Gengar. Just as his Charmeleon unleashed a tremendous blast, it could obliterate an elite-level wielding renowned for its defense. The explosion's aftermath, mingled with shockwaves, bore down upon the Charmeleon, propelling it and the rocky wall behind it inward. Crack, crack. The wall groaned under the strain. Ultimately, the dragon-shaped indentation collapsed entirely, allowing the Charmeleon to break free from the rubble and land securely. Aside from a bit of dust, it appeared entirely unscathed. Before Hiraki could react, Yiye pressed on. Continue the offensive, Azure Flame Goose. Since the Charmeleon was currently struggling with control, it would be best to employ energy suppression for a concentrated assault. Roar. The freshly stabilized Charmeleon let out a roar, its chest heaving as it unleashed an Azure Fireball. The speed was astonishing, nearly imperceptible in its build-up. At the moment it left its mouth, it expanded mid-air, transforming into a lifelike Azure Flame Goose that emitted a sharp cry, diving straight for Gengar. Keck. Gengar reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade and preparing to meld into the shadows. However, the Azure Flame Goose seemed to possess a keen awareness, flapping its wings to veer and continue its pursuit of Gengar. There's no escaping. A look of alarm flickered in Gengar's eyes. In a critical moment, it slapped its own shadow, causing a doppelganger to leap forth, intercepting the menacing Flame Goose. Substitute. The Azure Flame Goose collided with the substitute doll, exploding in a burst of raging flames that engulfed the vicinity. Emerging from the nearby shadows, Gengar observed the doll consumed by fire, noting its own left hand singed from the flames that had spread too swiftly to evade, its gaze filled with trepidation. Hiraki, witnessing the Charmeleon's attack power, furrowed his brow. Years of hard-earned experience warned him that if he continued to underestimate this exceptionally gifted Charmeleon, he might find himself in dire straits. Nidoking, you join in too. I refuse to believe that a newly evolved Charmeleon can take on 2 elite-level Pokémon. Chapter 52, The Awe-Inspiring Flare Blitz. Nidoking, you join in too. I refuse to believe that a newly evolved Charmeleon can take on 2 elite-level Pokémon. Hiraki's voice echoed throughout the cavern. 2 elite-level Pokémon. 1, the ghostly King Gengar, known for its speed and special attack prowess. The other, the ground titan Nidoking, excelling in both strength and defense. This lineup, it was said, could easily overwhelm even a freshly evolved Charmeleon, let alone an ordinary gym leader trainer who might find themselves outmatched. Nidoking unleashed the sands of hell. Shuigmu was the first to strike, intending to neutralize the speed advantage of the fire dinosaur. Nidoking's heavy right leg crashed down upon the ground, sending forth a peculiar wave that rapidly expanded. The rocky terrain beneath the fire dinosaur transformed in an instant into a swirling vortex of quicksand, its powerful suction attempting to drag it beneath the earth. Before Shuigmu could command Gengar to launch a counterattack, Yiye had already conveyed the directive to the fire dinosaur. Upon hearing Yiye's voice, the azure wings of the undead bird flared behind the fire dinosaur, effortlessly breaking free from the quicksand's grip and hovering in midair. A frown creased Shuigmu's brow. He had forgotten that this fire dinosaur could fly. Cursed be the shackles of ingrained thought. Gengar, employ hypnosis to disrupt it. Nidoking, bring it down with rock slide. Shuigmu immediately recalibrated his strategy. Nidoking's strength lay in its ability to learn skills across multiple types, rendering it a formidable jack-of-all-trades. In previous missions, their seamless synergy had often ensured Shuigmu's triumph. Cackling, Gengar's eyes ignited with an eerie purple glow as hypnotic ripples, barely discernible to the naked eye, locked onto the airborne fire dinosaur. Simultaneously, Nidoking roared skyward, summoning the rocky energies of the air, coalescing countless boulders that hurtled toward the fire dinosaur's position. Confronted with this deadly combination, Yiye's expression turned grave. A coordinated 2-on-1 was indeed a formidable challenge. If this passive state persisted, the newly evolved fire dinosaur, still unstable in its form, would inevitably reveal a flaw. A decisive breakthrough was essential. Target Nidoking. With all your might, flame charge. Yiye emphasized the phrase all your might. Understanding the command, the fire dinosaur unleashed a thunderous roar, its azure flames surging to unprecedented heights. A terrifying aura beginning to brew. Flame charge. Shuigmu was momentarily taken aback before erupting into derisive laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. What nonsense. That was an advanced fire-type move mastered only by the rarest Charizard after rigorous training. Did this freshly evolved fire dinosaur truly believe it could wield such power? Merely a bluster. Besides, the clash between the fire-type Flame Charge and the rock-type Rock Slide was not a foregone conclusion. A glint of ferocity flashed in Shuigmu's eyes as he resolutely issued his command. Ignore it. Execute Rock Slide with full force. In the sky, the fire dinosaur became enveloped in a spherical cocoon of azure flames, the surrounding air distorted by the intense heat. It transformed into a meteor composed of azure fire. Hurtling towards Nidoking, Gungue's previously successful hypnosis faded into silence upon contact with the flaming meteor. Moments later, a torrential cascade of rock slide descended. Countless boulders crashed upon the azure meteor. Yet, the momentum of flame charge was merely impeded for an instant. Upon contact with the azure flames, the resilient rocks were unceremoniously pierced through by the fire dinosaur's fierce charge. How could this be? Shuigmu's expression froze as he attempted to command Nidoking to evade. However, the azure meteor had already broken past the rocky blockade, hurtling with cataclysmic force straight into Nidoking. Roar! Nidoking emitted a cry filled with anguish and defiance, only to be sent careening through the air like a discarded sack. With a thunderous crash, its massive form slammed against the cavern's distant wall, triggering a minor landslide that buried half of its body beneath debris. The once mighty Nidoking, having battled valiantly against the fire dinosaur, had ultimately succumbed to defeat. This earth-shattering blow also proved to be the proverbial last straw. The entire underground cavern began to tremble violently. Large chunks of rock and dust cascaded from the cavern's ceiling, as if heralding the apocalypse. Boss, the place is collapsing. A member of Team Rocket cried out in terror. Shuigmu paid no heed. He gazed at Nidoking, now trapped beneath the rubble. His ace companion, who had fought alongside him through thick and thin, had been effortlessly vanquished by a mere newly evolved fire dinosaur. How could this be possible? Shuigmu trembled with rage and fear, the scar on his face twisting grotesquely. He turned, his eyes fixated on Yiye in the distance. Gungue, eliminate that brat. With the opportunity for a 2-on-1 gone, overcoming the fire dinosaur with Gungue alone seemed implausible. If he could not best the Pokémon, he would target the trainer directly. If he could capture that child, he could seize not only this exceptional fire dinosaur, but also the colossal moonstone with ease. Cackling, Gungue's eerie laughter echoed once more as it swiftly comprehended its master's intentions. Its dark, purple form contorted, melding into the shadows of the ground. Yiye, watch out. Xiaomao's voice rang out from nearby, as he and Wenyun struggled to apply high-grade healing ointment to the fire dinosaur's wounds. Hoping for a swift recovery to turn the tide of battle, the fire dinosaur, having just executed flame charge with all its might, was now rendered immobile, unable to return to Yiye's side. Yet, upon seeing Gungue's movements, Yiye remained unfazed. Come forth, Chansey. In a flash of white light, a pink, rotund Chansey was summoned by Yiye. Lucky, having honed its skills, Chansey brimmed with confidence, its strength now at the high tier of the ordinary level, though still inadequate against the high tier of Gungue at the elite level. However, the fire dinosaur's ability to counter-type disadvantages was not something every Pokémon could achieve. This scene left everyone in a state of disbelief. At such a critical juncture, Yiye chose to deploy an ordinary Chansey? Shuigmu's face first registered shock before being overtaken by ecstasy, as he envisioned Yiye being captured by Gungue, successfully completing his mission and bringing the fire dinosaur back to the boss. At that moment, in Yiye's line of sight, a blue data frame flickered in the shadows at the lower left corner, visible only to him. It's here. Now. Chansey, to the left. Lucky. Without a moment's hesitation, Chansey obeyed the command, its rounded body swiftly moving to the left with great force. In that instant, Gungue sprang forth from the shadows. Chapter 53, The Accomplished Chansey. In the shadows, a claw composed of pure ghostly energy emerged, targeting Yiye directly. However, Gungue, eager to prove itself, had not anticipated that its stealth would be discerned. A shadow claw landed solidly on Chansey's belly, pushing it back with great force. Yet it was merely a minor inconvenience. The potent ghost-type energy attack was completely immune to Chansey, a normal-type Pokémon. It even curiously glanced down at the claw embedded in its belly. Lucky, the scene became exceedingly awkward. Gungue slowly extracted its claws from the soft layers of fat, watching its unscathed appendages, then glancing at the innocent-looking Jigglypuff across from it. For the first time, a sense of bewilderment flickered in its crimson eyes. Who am I? Where am I? Did I just get repelled by an egg? Just a mere ordinary Jigglypuff. Gungue, unleash Thunder Punch. Upon witnessing the failed ambush, Shuigmu's face darkened with irritation. He had no choice but to command Gung to continue its assault with Thunder Punch. To his dismay, this wretched little spirit had another ordinary Pokémon. However, his command ultimately came a beat too late. Just as electric energy coalesced around Gung arm, a cyan blue afterimage had already reached Yiye's side. Gotcha! Charmeleon's azure flames resolutely shielded Jigglypuff, cradling both Yiye and Jigglypuff within its embrace. Zila, the Thunder Punch, imbued with the energy of an elite-level Pokémon, struck solidly against the wings of the Immortal Bird. Charmeleon let out a muffled grunt, clearly feeling the impact, yet it endured. Blue Flame Gale. Yiye's command arrived just in time. Almost brushing against its face, Charmeleon opened its mouth and unleashed a cyan blue fireball. Gung, taken aback, was filled with terror. It wished to evade, but it was too late, and the distance was too short. The blue flame gale erupted in its face, engulfing it in a tempest of flames. Before long, Gung charred body fell helplessly from the air, rendered unable to battle. It was over. Watching as his ace fell one after another, Shenmue's expression turned grim. He glanced at his subordinates, a malicious thought surfacing in his mind. You all go intercept that Charmeleon. I will call for reinforcements. We? Deal with that Charmeleon? Several members of Team Rocket were left bewildered. This is an order from the organization. Think of your families and act swiftly. With that, Shenmue dashed towards the nearest mine shaft, not forgetting to recall his Nidoking and Gung into their Pokeballs. The reluctant Team Rocket members had no choice but to release all their Pokemon. Rattata, Beedrill, Pidgey, come forth. Oddish, Diglett, Geodude, you too. Zubat, Rattata, Weezing, go for it. In an instant, nearly 10 ordinary-level Pokemon filled the battlefield. Want to escape? A cold glint flashed in Wenyan's eyes as he seized the opportunity. Golduck, block him. The Golduck that had previously been put to sleep by Gung had already awakened, its eyes flashing red as an invisible psychic force locked onto Shenmue. Shenmue felt an immense force slam into his back, causing him to stumble forward uncontrollably. Just then, a massive rock that had crumbled from above the cavern fell heavily upon his right leg. My leg, no. He gazed at his leg trapped beneath the boulder, letting out a wail of despair. After a moment of lamentation, as he watched the falling debris, his hopelessness morphed into madness. Since escape was impossible, then let them all stay here to accompany me in death. Shenmue's face contorted in rage as he pulled out a specially crafted Pokeball from his waist and hurled it with all his might between Yiye and Xiaomao. A flash of white light revealed a Drowsy, its eyes vacant and body trembling. Upon its appearance, it began to emanate a blinding white light. This was a one-time bomb modified by Team Rocket. Not good. It's a self-destruct. Xiaomao's face changed drastically. Charizard, hold the line. Charmeleon, unyielding Thistle. Almost simultaneously, two commands were issued. Xiaomao's beleaguered Charizard, barely holding its own, moved closer to the abnormal Drowsy, erecting a white energy barrier beside it. Meanwhile, Yiye's Charmeleon positioned itself on the opposite side of Drowsy, its azure wings forming an elegant kite-shaped shield. In the next moment, the world transformed into a blinding white. The explosion from Drowsy was firmly held at bay by the two shields, determined to protect their trainers behind them. Finally, just before the shield shattered, the self-destructing energy of Drowsy could no longer be contained, and both Charizard and Charmeleon narrowly withstood the tremendous blast. However, the residual shockwave from the explosion, which slipped past the shields, became the final straw. Crack, crack, crack. The already crumbling rock layers began to disintegrate at an accelerated pace. The Jigglypuffs and Picus, who had just recovered from energy depletion, emitted frantic cries. They immediately attempted to wield their command skills to erect an energy shield to protect the Moonstone. Yet, perhaps due to the earlier attacks from the Pokémon army, the energy of the Moonstone had been utterly exhausted. No matter how they tried to summon it, the Moonstone remained immovable. Above them, the rock layers crumbled extensively, countless boulders raining down like a torrential downpour, transforming the entire underground space into a grave. The Jigglypuffs and Picus let out desperate wails. Yiye, run! Xiaomao and Wenyan, still reeling from the massive explosion, scrambled to prepare their Pokémon for an escape. However, amidst the chaos and apocalyptic scene, Yiye remained remarkably composed. Come forth, Bagon! A flash of white light revealed a small Bagon, still in its juvenile stage, emerging amidst the swirling dust. Seeing this little Bagon, both Xiaomao and Wenyan were momentarily stunned. What use is releasing such a small creature at a time like this? Turn all the stones on the ground into sand. Yiye conveyed the command to Bagon piece by piece. It was still too young to comprehend the streamlined instructions. Then, gather them together to form numerous rock pillars. Can you manage that? Yo. Bagon tilted its head, seemingly trying to grasp the complex command. In the next moment, as if it understood, it let out a babyish cry and waved its tiny hands. Yo. Chapter 54, The Core of the Moon. Yo. Accompanied by Bagon's adorable cry, an invisible force emanated from its petite body, radiating outward in all directions. The next second, an astonishing scene unfolded before Xiao Mao and Wan Yan's bewildered eyes. The rocks and debris on the ground and in midair seemed to lose their physical form, gradually disintegrating from the edges into sand. Everything transpired silently. Countless grains of sand materialized in the cavern, and as if drawn by some unseen force, they transformed into streams of yellow sand, converging towards the center of the cavern. Wan Yan's throat bobbed, yet he could not utter a word. Beside him, Xiao Mao was equally astonished. That Charmeleon was already remarkable, but he had never anticipated that Yiye would harbor an even more extraordinary Pokémon. Meanwhile, Shenmue, witnessing the miraculous scene before him, was reminded of a past operation with the boss. It was one of Sakake's main forces, Tyranitar. The scene was almost identical to the one unfolding now, as the formidable energy of ground and rock nearly upheaved the entire mountain, obliterating a top-tier trainer specializing in ground-type Pokémon from the Alliance. The vast expanse of yellow sand, under the command of Ujira, appeared to come alive. The sands transformed into serpentine sand pythons, eagerly advancing towards the crumbling rock formations. The sand pythons burrowed into the crevices, tightening their grip and solidifying. A dozen enormous stone pillars erupted from the ground, propping up the cave's keystone, forcibly stabilizing this underground space that was on the verge of becoming a grave. The cave steadied itself. At this moment, Team Rocket also extinguished their rebellious thoughts. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the peculiar forest formed by the sand pillars, their minds a blank slate. Ujira emitted a weary sound, its petite body swaying slightly as it stumbled back to Yiye's side, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. It seemed to lift its head in a gesture of seeking praise. Well done, Yiye remarked, crouching down to ruffle its small head and producing an energy cube from his pocket to offer it. Pikachu and Piku, having regained their composure from the earlier panic, looked upon their home, now stabilized by the sand pillars, and then at the fire dinosaur and Ujira by Yiye's side, their eyes brimming with gratitude and awe. A notably larger Piku, adorned with a small tuft of curly hair atop its head, approached amidst the support of its companions. It appeared to be the leader of this group. Cautiously, it approached Yiye, performing a deep bow before extending its short arms to point towards the massive moonstone in the center of the cave. Piku, it seemed to convey a message. Following its gesture, Yiye turned his gaze toward the enormous moonstone, which had dulled in the aftermath of battle. Suddenly, a soft luminescence akin to moonlight enveloped its surface. Then, before the astonished eyes of all, a minute crack emerged at the center of the meteorite, quietly spreading outward. The crisp sound of shattering echoed throughout the cave. Pikachu and Piku surrounded the meteorite, as if in reverent tribute. Light cascaded from the fissure, gentle yet not blinding, reminiscent of moonlight. At last, under everyone's watchful gaze, the colossal meteorite shattered completely. Countless fragments scattered about, revealing the core of the meteorite. Each shard emitted a pure and soft lunar glow. This was no mere meteorite. It was evidently a vast vein of moonstones, formed from innumerable lunar gems. Within the cave, the only sounds were the rising and falling breaths of the onlookers. Xiao Mao's throat felt parched. Coming from the esteemed Dynamax family, he considered himself well acquainted with rare artifacts, yet the sight before him left him profoundly shaken. The sheer quantity and purity of these moonstones were enough to drive any prestigious breeding family into a frenzy. Piku. The Piku leader gestured toward the shimmering expanse of moonstones, emitting a call of invitation. Yiye understood its intent. It was expressing gratitude for the salvation of their home, permitting him to take a portion as a reward. Thank you, Yiye replied without hesitation, recognizing that to decline would be to insult their goodwill. Just as he prepared to select a few of the purest moonstones, the Piku leader shook its head. It turned, approached the center of the moonstone pile, and bent down, using its small hands to rummage through the stones. Soon, it emerged with a unique stone, presenting it to Yiye. This stone was the size of an adult's fist, entirely translucent and radiating a purer brilliance than the other moonstones. It resembled the brightest star in this celestial river. The Piku solemnly offered this extraordinary moonstone to Yiye. Upon examining the remarkable stone, Ye's mind stirred. Moon core, a pristine crystal formed from the core of a moonstone meteorite, accumulated over millennia, containing the most primordial evolutionary power. Effect, can designate a compatible Pokémon for evolution, significantly enhancing its potential and greatly increasing the likelihood of awakening a hidden trait or a new form. As Yiye accepted the weighty moon core, he nodded at the Pika leader. This gift was one he would graciously accept. It was far more precious than the pile of moonstones on the ground. An artifact capable of enhancing potential was already rare, and if outsiders were to learn that this moon core could vastly elevate a Pokémon's potential, even the Elite Four would be envious. Seeing Yiye accept the moon core, the Pika leader's small pink face lit up with satisfaction. It returned to the pile of moonstones, shortly thereafter presenting several high-purity moonstones to Xiaomao and Wenyang, expressing gratitude for their shared protection of their home. "Thank you," Wenyang said, somewhat taken aback as he received the stones. Looking at the valuable moonstones in his palm, and then at Yiye's distinctly remarkable core, he felt no jealousy, but rather a sense of rightful acceptance. After all, had it not been for Yiye's heroic efforts, they might have already become mere corpses within this collapsing cave. Xiaomao also quietly accepted his moonstone. His ambition to surpass Yiye crushed beneath the weight of this night. Under the leadership of their chief, Pikachu and Piku moved swiftly. They gathered the scattered moonstones, leaving only the energy-less stone fragments behind, before darting into the narrow tunnels of the cave, just wide enough for Piku to pass through. They resembled a troop of squirrels, meticulously hiding their acorns, and soon the resplendent, celestial river vanished without a trace. Having completed their task, the Pika leader performed a deep bow to Yiye before leading its kin into the darkness of the cave. "What shall we do with these people?" Wenyang approached, glancing at the collapsed Shimoku, who had succumbed to the overwhelming impact. The remaining Team Rocket members, now trembling in fear under the watchful gaze of the fire dinosaur, were utterly terrified. Yiye first looked at the distant, wild Arbok, while Team Rocket's Arbok cowered in a corner, shivering in fear. He withdrew his Pokeball, recalling his Arbok. Just as Yiye prepared to speak, he was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. "Over here. I hear explosions. Hurry. I hope they are all right." Chapter 55. The Late Arrival of Miss Junsha. "Over here. I hear explosions. Hurry. I hope they are all right." It was the voices of Aming and Xiao Xiao. Xiaomao and Wenyang perked up, turning their gazes toward the direction of the sound. Yiye swiftly placed the moon core into his backpack, signaling the fire dinosaur to retract its fiery wings and recalling Ujera into its Pokeball. As the footsteps drew nearer, anticipation filled the air. Two familiar figures emerged at the entrance of the mine, trailing behind them a large contingent of uniformed members from the Trainer Association, along with Miss Junsha clad in her blue police attire. As Miss Junsha and the elite squad of the Trainer Association stormed into the cavern and beheld the scene before them, a profound silence enveloped the group. Towering sand columns, clearly not native to the underground, stood ominously. Beneath a massive rock lay a scarred man, reminiscent of the long-wanted Team Rocket executive, Shuki, who had managed to evade capture for years. Scattered nearby were several youths in Team Rocket uniforms, limp on the ground. In the center of the cavern lay a conspicuous crater, evidently caused by external forces, beside which stood a formidable, yet battered Charizard belonging to Xiaomao, and a similarly imposing but equally scarred Charmeleon next to Yiye. The convergence of these elements momentarily overwhelmed the newly appointed Miss Junsha, causing her mind to stall. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the communicator at her waist, opening her mouth to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon Yiye, the prodigious young boy who had made an indelible impression on her, having joined the Elite Four project shortly after embarking on his journey. What on earth had transpired here? Before Miss Junsha could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao Xiao, who had been leading the way, noticed Wenyan, covered in dust, and rushed to inquire with concern, "Wenyan, are you all right?" Before Wenyan could respond, Aming caught sight of Yiye and expressed his astonishment. "Yiye, how did you end up here?" He pointed an accusatory finger at Yiye. "Weren't you supposed to have fled last night?" This remark rendered the atmosphere somewhat tense. Xiao Mao's lips twitched. Yet he remained silent, quietly returning his injured Charizard to its Pokeball. Wenyan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively between Yiye and Aming, his expression darkening. Aming refrained from speaking recklessly. "If it weren't for Yiye, we might have already met our demise here." "What?" Both Aming and Xiao Xiao were taken aback. Yiye, observing the official entourage of the Alliance, understood that Team Rocket could no longer create turmoil. He recalled his battle-worn Charmeleon, then patted the head of his Chansey, signaling it to follow him. Miss Junsha furrowed her brow. Ignoring the boy's squabble, she waved her hand decisively. "First, apprehend the suspects. Medical team, assess the injuries." The members of the association sprang into action, swiftly cuffing several Team Rocket members who offered no resistance. As the medical personnel extracted the unconscious, scarred man from beneath the boulder, a keen-eyed member of the association gasped. It's Shuki, the Alliance's A-rank wanted criminal. A Team Rocket executive. No wonder Captain Tianzhong was led in circles with 2 elite trainers. The mention of his name instantly darkened Miss Junsh's expression. She approached Yiye, Xiao Mao, and Wen Yin, her tone grave. Who can explain what has transpired here? Her gaze flitted between the 3, ultimately resting on Wen Yin, who appeared the most mature among them. Taking a deep breath to gather his thoughts, Wen Yin glanced at Xiao Mao and Yiye before skillfully glossing over some of the more exaggerated details. We entered the mine to investigate the cause of the wild Pokémon disturbances. Here, we uncovered Team Rocket's conspiracy. They were using a special device to control wild Pokémon, intending to excavate this massive meteorite. He gestured toward the remnants of the meteorite, left behind by the Clefairy family. Miss Junsha nodded, recognizing that this aligned with their association's previous findings. And then what? How did the meteorite end up like this? We ended up fighting them, Xiao Mao interjected, his voice tinged with frustration. They outnumbered us and had a high-ranking executive with formidable strength. Miss Junsha's gaze fell upon the ancient pokeball at his waist. Your Charizard does not seem to possess the strength typical of a novice. Xiao Mao's cheeks twitched. This was the last question he wished to entertain. He raised his chin defiantly, masking his inner insecurity with a facade of pride. It was a gift from my grandfather for self-defense. I never anticipated it would actually come in handy. This explanation was plausible, as many prestigious families would provide their descendants with a safeguard during their travels. Miss Junsha ceased her questioning, her attention ultimately returning to Yiye. If Wen Yin and Xiao Mao's accounts sketched the outline of events, the inexplicable traces scattered throughout the scene pointed squarely at this silent boy. And you? Miss Junsha inquired. Ming mentioned that you did not accompany them last night. I merely passed through, Yiye replied innocently. Passed through? Miss Junsha clearly found this hard to believe. I had intended to train my Pokémon at Crescent Moon Mountain. I was surprised to find such a commotion here. Yiye explained with a hint of exasperation. By the time I arrived, they were already engaged in battle. I noticed that the machine Team Rocket had was quite peculiar, so I had my Charmeleon give it a try, and coincidentally, it ended up breaking. As for the sand columns, Yiye vaguely elaborated, my Gible has a natural affinity for controlling rock and ground energy. Seeing that the place was on the verge of collapsing, I simply stabilized it to prevent everyone from being buried alive. His explanation, while sounding plausible word by word, seemed utterly absurd when taken as a whole. Coincidence? A casual effort? To think he could dismantle an apparatus guarded by Team Rocket? That a Gible's innate talent could avert a total mine collapse? Nonsense. You are all spouting nonsense. A weak yet furious shout broke from the stretcher. It was Shuki, who had regained consciousness unbeknownst to them. Junsha, don't believe them. It was that kid and his winged Charizard. Silence. Miss Junsha snapped, cutting him off. What winged Charizard? Not a word from Team Rocket can be trusted. Take him away and ensure he is closely monitored. Shuki's cries gradually faded into the distance. Chapter 56. The training of the 3 young ones half a month later at Crescent Moon Mountain, within the meteorite mine. Nighttime. The searchlight system overhead had been repaired by the association members, casting a bright light that dispelled the darkness of the cavern. A rich aroma wafted from a pot, where Yiye stirred the bubbling meat porridge with a spoon, occasionally adding in diced orange berries and lepa berries for flavor. Not far away, Charmeleon was engaged in specialized training alongside a small Gible. With a roar, a streak of orange energy dashed along the ground at an astonishing speed. After half a month of adaptive training, Charmeleon had begun to grasp the immense power that came with its evolution, no longer struggling to halt its sprint as it had at the outset. Its target was the slowly moving figure of the diminutive Gible. Just as Charmeleon's claws were about to make contact, Gible's small form transformed into a cascade of sand, scattering across the ground. Charmeleon missed its strike, and the tremendous inertia caused it to skid across the ground for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Irritated, it turned back only to see Gible reconstituting itself several meters away once more. Little Yuki let out a cry, tilting her head with an expression of innocent naivety. The Charmeleon, feeling indignant, thought that if it were not for its master's prohibition against using the powers of the devil fruit, it would have already captured little Yuki. It even justified its actions as a form of training. Before little Yuki could continue her mockery, Charmeleon lunged once more, planning to exhaust little Yuki's stamina as it had done previously, and then easily subdue this little comrade. It had been half a month since the incident with Team Rocket. At that time, Miss Junsha had intended to bring Yiye, Xiao Mao, and Wen Yin back to Pewter City to record their testimonies and report to the League for commendation. Yiye had flatly refused. stating that he had come to Moonview Mountain for the purpose of training. Captain Tanaka from the association had attempted to exert pressure due to his status, but upon learning that Yiye was a reserve member of the Elite Four program, he fell silent. In the end, Miss Junsha could only reluctantly leave behind a specially designed communicator for convenient contact. To Yiye, ephemeral fame was far less significant than tangible improvement. He glanced over to see the Pikachu leader instructing a Chansey on how to utilize Heal Pulse. A gentle halo of soft pink light gathered between Pikachu's arms and was then gently directed towards the small Geodude before them, which bore several deep cracks on its body. As the halo passed, the cracks healed at a visibly rapid pace, restoring the Geodude to its former state. Chansey was doing its utmost to concentrate energy in its tiny hands, yet the halo remained somewhat dim, significantly diminishing its effectiveness. The Pikachu leader remained unhurried, repeatedly demonstrating with encouraging sounds. Coincidentally, Yiye had initially intended to find some wild Pokémon for Charmeleon to practice against, while also searching for rare minerals to supplement little Yuki's growth. However, he stumbled upon the Pikachu leader healing an injured Sandshrew with Heal Pulse in a different branch of the mine. At that moment, Yiye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Chansey possessed the recovery skill of Egg Bomb, its limitations in practical combat were considerable. In contrast, Heal Pulse was capable of extending healing abilities to allies in a timely manner, greatly enhancing Chansey's practical utility. Once the Pikachu leader had healed the Sandshrew, Yiye mustered the courage to approach, offering food in exchange, and sincerely requested that it teach Chansey. Without hesitation, the Pikachu agreed, refusing any form of compensation, stating that it was merely repaying Yiye for saving its family. The leader of the Pikachu family seemed to possess a boundless repertoire of skills. It not only taught Chansey Heal Pulse, but also generously imparted various supportive techniques, such as Protect, Minimize, Light Screen, and Sing. Yiye even suspected that if he stayed any longer, this Pikachu could transform Chansey into a perfect support Pokémon. He vaguely remembered that Pikachu could theoretically only inherit Heal Pulse through genetics. Just then, as Yiye was contemplating, Chansey finally succeeded in releasing a complete Heal Pulse. Although the radiance was still not dazzling, it had taken on its initial form. The Pikachu leader nodded in satisfaction, its pink face displaying an expression of pride. Indeed, Chansey had begun to find its footing. All that remained was to integrate a suitable devil fruit. Yiye withdrew his gaze and reopened his system panel. The familiar blue system interface unfolded before him, displaying the series of numbers representing his points at the top, 15,700. A series of system notifications chimed, as if accumulated over a long period, resonating in his mind one after another. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone. First evolution. Reward, 1,000 system points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone. Initial exploration of elite level. Reward, 1,000 system points. Ding! Host has defeated elite level high-class Gengar. Reward, 500 system points. Ding! Host has defeated elite level high-class Nidoking. Reward, 500 system points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone. 100 victories with Charmeleon. Reward, 5,000 system points. 100 victories? Yiye paused momentarily, then quickly understood. Unbeknownst to him, Charmeleon had already fought over 100 battles. He rubbed his nose. The wild Pokémon in the mines had truly drawn the short straw, as those with any strength had been thoroughly beaten by Charmeleon. With 15,700 points, he now had sufficient points to draw a devil fruit. The scene of his previous failure to merge the Sasa fruit with Chansey was still vivid in his mind. The fundamental attribute conflict could not be resolved by sheer willpower alone. To draw the most suitable fruit for Chansey, he needed one more element, luck. Taking a deep breath, Yiye's gaze turned solemn. He stood up and waved at Chansey, who was diligently practicing. Lucky? Chansey looked puzzled, as a few wild Pokémon were still waiting in line for healing, yet it hopped over eagerly. Without further ado, Yiye squatted down and buried his face deeply into Chansey's soft body, taking a deep breath. Ah, the scent of good fortune. Lucky? Chansey was filled with questions, gently patting Yiye's back, as if trying to soothe his sudden outburst. One breath of good luck was not enough for Yiye. His gaze swept over to Charmeleon and little Yuki. You too, come here too. Huh. Charmeleon halted its pursuit, flicked its tail, feeling a sense of familiarity with the scene before it. After a moment of hesitation, it trudged over. Oh, little Yuki, on the other hand, came bounding over excitedly, thinking it was time for a meal. With both hands, Yiye affectionately rubbed Charmeleon's neck, while simultaneously caressing little Yuki's icy head, indulging in a bout of enthusiastic petting. Bring me the luck of Ho-Oh and the divine fortune of a sharpshooter. Finally, his gaze landed on the Pikachu leader. This was the leader of the Pikachu family of Moonview Mountain, having protected the Moonstone for countless years. Perhaps it was, in itself, a walking omen of good fortune. Such auspiciousness could not be overlooked. Under the astonished gaze of the Pikachu leader, Yiye dashed forward, wrapping it in a hearty embrace before employing the same technique once more. Pikachu? The Pikachu leader froze entirely, its signature curls standing on end, its pink face etched with confusion and bewilderment. Is this how you show politeness? Chapter 57, The Healing Fruit. At last, Yiye breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling an overwhelming surge of good fortune coursing through him, he brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes and, feeling satisfied, issued a command to the system. System, draw for me. As soon as the words left his lips, the tree of devil fruits before him was enveloped in dazzling light effects. Countless streams of light darting swiftly through the trunk, ultimately converging at the crown. There, a fruit, entirely pink and resembling a small cantaloupe adorned with golden spirals, quietly illuminated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the superhuman-type devil fruit. Healing fruit. Healing fruit possesses the ability to heal biological injuries. The ability to heal all ailments of living beings can be activated. The pinnacle of this power involves restoring everything to its original state, albeit at the cost of diminishing one's lifespan. The most advanced application of this ability allows for resurrection through the sacrifice of one's own vitality. Please select the Pokémon to be fused. The healing fruit? Surprisingly, it was not the optimal answer he had envisioned. Rather, it was the bounce fruit. That extraordinary fruit, capable of repelling all tangible and intangible entities, was nearly flawless. It could bounce away damage, dispel fatigue, compress air to create terrifying attacks, and even facilitate pinpoint teleportation over vast distances. Offense, defense, support, and mobility, all four elements united. This was the perfect piece of the puzzle he sought to construct the most formidable logistical fortress. Alas, a fleeting sense of regret passed through Yiye's mind, soon eclipsed by the latter part of the description on the panel. Diminishing lifespan, restoring to the original state? This transcended mere healing. The ability to restore damaged objects to their former state could, when pushed to its limits, potentially allow for the resurrection of the deceased. Was this not encroaching upon the domains of Yveltal and Xerneas? With this thought, Yiye's breath quickened. System, assess the compatibility between Chansey and the healing fruit. Yiye suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain composure. Having learned from the misadventure with the Sasa fruit, he would not repeat the same mistake. Ding. Detection in progress. Pokémon. Chansey. Type. Life. Healing. Devil fruit. Healing fruit. Core concept. Life. Restoration. Compatibility assessment in progress. Ding. Compatibility. 991. Assessment result. Perfect match. 99.1%. It worked. Yiye's taut nerves relaxed, a wave of elation surging within him. The team healer he had envisioned was finally taking shape. However, while the healing fruit resolved the ultimate issue of healing capacity within the team, Chansey's offensive shortcomings remained. It seemed he would need to devise a method to obtain a toxic move tutor and find a trainer specializing in the normal type to teach Chansey moves like Double Edge and Mirror Coat to compensate for its deficiencies. A pure healer on the battlefield would merely serve as a target. Only when the healer themselves became a formidable threat to the enemy could they truly be deemed a mobile fortress. A healer who could strike, endure, provide sustenance, and inflict a continuous damage over time state with poison was the ideal team medic in Yiye's eyes. Suppressing his swirling thoughts, Yiye beckoned to Chansey. Chansey, come here. Lucky. Yiye swiftly scooped up the approaching Chansey into his embrace once more. In the next moment, on the system interface before him, the pink devil fruit transformed into a streak of light, instantly merging into Chansey's being. A gentle white light enveloped both Yiye and Chansey entirely. Lucky. Chansey emitted a soft cry, sensing a warm life force continuously pouring into itself from Yiye. This energy resonated harmoniously with its own essence of life, devoid of any sense of repulsion. Instead, it felt akin to myriad streams converging into the ocean, facilitating a momentous leap in its life level. It remained quietly nestled in Yiye's arms, cautious not to move lest it inadvertently harm him, instinctively absorbing this immensely comforting power. Moments later, the light dissipated, and the system's prompt echoed in Yiye's mind. Ding. Superhuman-type devil fruit. Healing fruit fusion complete. With a mere thought, Yiye swiftly called forth Chansey's newly updated panel. Pokémon. Chansey. Type. Normal. Ability. Natural Recovery. Level 31. Mastered Skills. Healing Wave. Egg Bomb. Sing. Heal Bell. Minimization. Light Screen. Protect. Thunderbolt. Strength Assessment. Elite. Beginner. Potential. Champion. Beginner. Devil Fruit. Superhuman Type Healing Fruit. Devil Fruit Development Level. Beginner. Evaluation. The ultimate healing power, directly aligned with the laws of life, possessing infinite possibilities. It was done. With the nearly perfect compatibility of the Devil Fruit, Chansey's potential had astonishingly transcended the elite level, advancing directly to the champion level beginner. This was not merely a boost in potential, but a transformative leap in its life level, a true metamorphosis akin to a koi fish leaping over the dragon gate. Lucky the Chansey in his arms let out a contented whimper, extending its little stubby arms to curiously poke at its own rotund belly. In the next instant, a tangible halo of pink light radiated from its palms, gently sweeping across Yiye's body. In that instant, Yiye felt the fatigue accumulated from days of intensive training in the mines vanish completely, leaving him in an unprecedented state of vigor. Was this the power of the healing fruit? Not only could it heal wounds, but it could also restore mental exhaustion. A smile, uncontainable, finally graced Yiye's face. With this ability, the growth rate of his Pokémon would accelerate beyond measure. While he was lost in thought, the communicator suddenly rang. Yiye retrieved it, revealing Miss Junsha on the line. After a few exchanged words, she abruptly ended the call. Before long, Miss Junsha appeared at the entrance of the cave, where Yiye was enjoying dinner with his three little companions. Mr. Yiye, this is the Alliance's commendation for your disruption of Team Rocket's operations, along with a portion of Alliance contribution points credited to your association's account. She handed over a check from the Alliance, bearing a 7-digit sum in Alliance currency, with a small note in the corner, to be collected by Yiye personally. Additionally, there is a letter for you. Miss Junsha solemnly presented an envelope sealed with the Alliance emblem. Yiye accepted the envelope and opened it. The contents were straightforward. The elite training camp for this year's champion program was set to commence soon, located on the largest main island of the Orange Archipelago, Little Orange Island. All preparatory members must arrive by the end of the month. Those who fail to arrive punctually will be considered as voluntarily forfeiting their benefits within the champion program. The letter was signed by Kona. Inside the envelope lay a first-class ticket issued by the Quartz Alliance to Daitian Island, one of the main islands of the Orange Archipelago. The Orange Archipelago. Upon inquiring with Miss Junsha, Yiye discovered that there was less than half a month remaining until the stipulated date. The travel time by ship accounted for half of that duration. Time was indeed pressing, and the training of the three little ones would have to be temporarily suspended. Oh, there's also some unfortunate news. Miss Junsha recalled something, her expression suddenly darkening. Chapter 58. All elite level. Miss Junsha revealed a piece of mixed news. The Team Rocket executive, Shinoki, had been conclusively found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment by the Alliance Court. Yet her expression was somewhat complex. However, her subordinates had been released on bail just this afternoon. Upon hearing this news, Yiye felt little stir within him. After all, they were merely members of Team Rocket. He was acutely aware that the organization known as Team Rocket, while seemingly a formidable force in the underworld and viewed as a scourge by ordinary trainers, ultimately represented a negligible underground power when confronted by true titans. The so-called League was never merely a matter of the 4 Elite Four and a champion. It extended far beyond that. The Oak family of Pallet Town, a paragon of academia, boasts a vast influence that permeates every facet of research and education within the League. The Watanabe family, led by the Ghost-type champion Kikuko, stands as an equal contender to the Oak family, not to mention the immensely wealthy Sylph Company, which holds the key technologies for Pokeballs and Pokemon transportation. It is no exaggeration to say that the prosperity of Goldenrod City is largely attributed to the presence of this corporation's headquarters in its heart. Looking further afield, the Yulong clan in the Chengdu region is rumored to possess the secret passage to Dragon Island, producing champions across generations and representing a true noble lineage. The Mori family in Yiye Town, seemingly low-key, monopolizes over 60% of the energy cube and healing item supply chain in the Johto region, compelling even the Joy family to tread carefully in their dealings. Additionally, the Zubok family of the Hoenn region, through their Devon Corporation, has innovations that span the globe, effectively defining the modern lifestyle of trainers. Coupled with the two leading families of the League, the Joy and Kunsa families, these entities represent the true rulers of this continent. In stark contrast, Sakaki and his Team Rocket appear as mere hyenas, testing the boundaries of rules in an era of peace. The members of the Champion program, however, are the core nurtured by the League, and with the involvement of senior sister Reina, he has now entered the assessment roster of the Joy family. This was also the source of his audacity to reject Sakaki face-to-face back at the Tokiwa gym. "My apologies, Miss Kunsa, for troubling you to make this trip so late," Yi said, lifting his gaze to the weary Miss Kunsa, as the rich aroma of meat wafted from the pot. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, sample my culinary skills." "No need, this is my grumble." Before Miss Kunsa could finish her sentence, an untimely sound emanated from her abdomen. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she met Ye's smirk, ultimately unable to voice her refusal. Moments later, Miss Kunsa delicately sipped a bowl of steaming meat porridge. Meanwhile, Ye's attention was drawn to the dining habits of his Charmeleon and little Yuki, who were relishing his specially crafted nutritional meal. After half a month of rigorous training, their transformations were nothing short of remarkable. Pokémon, Charmeleon, merged with Phoenix Fruit. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Level, 30. Skills, Flame Burst, Azure Flame, Immortal Thistle, Pineapple Shard, Dragon Dance. Flare Blitz, Dragon Breath. Fire Fong. Item, Rainbow Feather, Strength Assessment. Elite, High Tier. Potential, Champion, High Tier. Devil Fruit. Animal Type Mythical Phoenix Form. Devil Fruit Development Level, Intermediate, at level 30. Charmeleon's evolution was imminent, yet rapid evolution could impede its growth, necessitating a delay even upon reaching the requisite level to ensure a solid foundation. Remarkably, Charmeleon had already ascended to an elite mid-tier rank the day after its evolution, and only yesterday, having fully mastered its burgeoning power. The system's assessment had elevated it firmly into the high tier. Pineapple Shard, a manifestation of Ye's playful ingenuity inspired by the previous wielder of the Phoenix's abilities, had been successfully developed as a potent healing move. On the other hand, Pokémon, Yuki, Type, Rock. Ground, Ability, Sturdy Hidden Ability, Level, 8. Strength Assessment, Elite, High Tier. Potential, Champion, High Tier. Skills, Sandstorm, Desert Prison, Desert Blade, Outrage. Dragon Dance, Devil Fruit. Natural Type, Sand Fruit. Devil Fruit Development Level, Intermediate. The data for little Yuki was even more astonishing, just emerging from its juvenile phase. It was at a mere level 8, yet its strength assessment soared to elite high tier, purely due to its excessive energy level. Being on the cusp of divinity implies an extraordinary potential. After merging with the sand fruit, perhaps the prefix quasi could be discarded altogether. This little one was now a genuine divine beast cub. The so-called gym-level bottleneck was non-existent in its case. The essence of gym-level mastery lies in harnessing one's energy to manipulate environmental forces, thereby minimizing personal consumption while augmenting skill potency. For little Yuki, controlling the energy of rock and earth was as effortless as breathing, and it had even unexpectedly advanced to an intermediate level in fruit development. Provided little Yuki continued to grow, once its energy level peaked, it could effortlessly ascend to gym level without even needing to evolve. The Champion Program Training Camp? Yi gazed at his 3 Pokémon, his eyes shimmering with intrigue, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. He was eager to witness what the pinnacle of talent in this world entailed. Those born into illustrious families, wielding exceptional Pokémon, who had been nurtured by champions from a young age. How would they fare against his own Pokémon? Miss Kunsa sighed contentedly. The bowl of porridge consumed, dispelling much of her fatigue from recent travels. She gazed with surprise at the pot of porridge, then back at Yi. "Did you add any restorative agents to this porridge?" "I added some processed orange berries to help alleviate fatigue," Yi explained succinctly before scooping another spoonful of porridge, blowing on it gently and savoring it leisurely. In truth, this was a health porridge he often prepared for himself in his previous life, with only slight adjustments to the ingredients. Miss Kunsa's elegantly arched brows raised slightly, and she ultimately couldn't resist extending an invitation. "If you ever decide to stop being a trainer, you're welcome to join us in the cafeteria of the Kunsa police station. Your salary would be negotiable." This was the highest form of official endorsement. "Then I shall consider it," Yi replied with a jest, then shifted the topic. "When do you plan to depart?" Miss Kunsa glanced at her watch. "I'll be returning to Nibi City shortly. I still have a mountain of reports to write." Pausing, her tone turned serious. "The Orange Archipelago is unlike Johto. The League's grip there is not as strong, and many regulations are mere formalities. Exercise caution." "Understood." After finishing their meal, the 3 Pokémon expertly helped tidy up the campfire and dispose of the trash, leaving no trace behind. After bidding farewell to the leader of the Pikachu, Yi recalled them into their Pokeballs, leaving only Chansey by his side as he departed the cave with Miss Kunsa. Standing at the exit of Moonview Mountain, the moonlight cascaded upon them. "This is where I shall leave you," Yi stated, halting in his tracks. "Indeed," Miss Kunsa nodded. I'll return to Nibi City. And you? Off to Hualan City, Yi replied, then made his way to Kuray City to await the arrival of the Jekarola ferry. Upon realizing they would be parting ways, Miss Kunsa bid farewell to Yi. She gracefully mounted the motorcycle parked by the roadside, its engine roaring to life as she swiftly vanished into the night. The evening breeze was refreshingly cool. Yi walked alone along the highway leading to Hualan City. Chapter 59, Hualan Gym. The following noon, in Hualan City, at the Pokémon Center, Yi stretched languidly, rising from the soft embrace of the bed. A night of restful slumber had alleviated his weariness. Approaching the front desk, Miss Joy greeted him with a smile, handing over a tray. Mr. Yi, your Pokémon have fully recovered and are in remarkable condition. Their physical prowess is quite astonishing, especially that Charmeleon and Gyarados. Their vital signs are far more vigorous than their peers, which left quite an impression on me. Yi accepted the 4 Pokeballs with gratitude, preparing to depart when a flurry of energetic shouts pierced the air. Make way. Please, make way. An orange figure burst through the door, nearly colliding with Yi while cradling a large tray brimming with Pokeballs. It was none other than Misty. She placed the tray on the counter, placing her hands on her hips and exhaling with relief. Thank you, Miss Joy. All right, leave it to me, Miss Joy responded, unperturbed, as she expertly took the dozen or so Pokeballs. Once finished, Misty finally noticed Yi standing beside her. She blinked in surprise, her face lighting up with joy. Yi, what brings you here? Just passing through, Yi replied succinctly. Passing through? Misty wanted to inquire further, but the words caught in her throat, and her cheeks inexplicably flushed. After a moment of hesitation, she seemed to summon her resolve, inhaling deeply before offering a slight bow. I wanted to thank you for saving me from the lake back in the Viridian Forest, and I'm truly sorry. I had a quarrel with my family and ran away from home. Her voice grew softer with each word, her gaze dropping lower, resembling a child who had misbehaved. Those 3 insufferable sisters left all the mess at the gym for me to deal with while they went shopping. I was so upset that I ran off, and I was in a terrible mood those days, taking it out on you. I genuinely apologize. Having poured out her feelings, Misty squeezed her eyes shut, awaiting Yi's response. Yet, the anticipated mockery or indifference did not come. A light chuckle resonated above her. So, the Gyarados you mentioned was actually a runaway Magikarp? Not a Magikarp. Misty snapped back, her expression indignant. That was definitely a Gyarados. And that is not the point. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Yi smiled. Well, I accept your apology. It's good that you can let it go. His simple words inexplicably eased the tension within her, as though the weight upon her heart had finally lifted. She exhaled deeply, only to remember something, placing her hands on her hips, her expression igniting with the fighting spirit characteristic of a gym trainer. Since you've come to Hualan City, you certainly won't miss the chance to challenge the gym, right? Misty's gaze turned serious as she scrutinized Yi from head to toe. I must warn you, our Hualan gym is not an easy hurdle to clear. If you wish to earn my badge, you must bring your best. With her chin slightly lifted, an air of youthful pride adorned her features. Witnessing Misty's spirited resolve, Yi's smile broadened. He understood well how invaluable such unadulterated passion for battle was to a trainer. Then I certainly cannot miss this opportunity. With his affirmation, Misty's eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved. I'll be waiting for you at the gym. In the afternoon, at Hualan Gym, the interior design resembled a vast indoor aquatic paradise. The azure waters occupied the majority of the space, dotted with pink lily pad-like floating platforms serving as footholds for challengers. Surrounding the pool, the audience was seated, and on the most comfortable loungers by the poolside were Misty's 3 sisters, Sakura, Ayam, and Peony, indulging in afternoon tea, each clad in vibrant, extravagant swimwear. Alas, another boring challenger, the eldest, Sakura, yawned, stirring her lemonade languidly. I hope this wraps up quickly. I have a nail appointment to get to. The second sister, Ayam, applied her lipstick, not even bothering to glance at the arena. Only the youngest, Peony, lifted her eyelids slightly, glancing at Misty on the podium. Misty seems rather fired up today. Misty stood resolutely on the opposite side, oblivious to her sister's casual banter. She had shed her usual casual attire for a snug red swimsuit, exuding professionalism and competence befitting a gym trainer. With a flick of her orange ponytail and a confident smile, she called out, "Are you ready, Yi? Then let the Hualan Gym challenge begin. The rules are 2-on-2, until one side's Pokémon are unable to battle." As her words faded, Misty was the first to throw a Pokeball. Go, one of my ace Pokémon, Starmie. In a flash of white light, a massive Starmie, adorned with a ruby in its center, landed on the water's surface, causing ripples to spread across. Its elite-level presence radiated fiercely. Now it's your turn, Yi calmly observed, retrieving a Pokeball of his own. A flash of white appeared on the floating platform opposite him, revealing a round, pink figure. Lucky. The curious Chansey surveyed its surroundings, the floating platform slightly sinking under its weight. Uffed. Sakura, sipping her drink, nearly spat it out. He sent out a Chansey? Is he joking? He must be utterly clueless about battling. It seems he's quite the novice. I chuckled, returning to her mirror. Misty's smile faltered. Yiye was actually using a Pokemon renowned for healing and support in a gym challenge? What a blatant display of contempt. Are you underestimating me? Misty's tone carried a hint of indignation. Don't think that just because you saved me in the Viridian Forest, I will go easy on you. Without providing an explanation, Yiye simply remarked, you talk too much. You. Misty was taken aback, taking a deep breath to channel her anger into determination. If you're so confident, let me show you the true power of the Hualan Gym. Starmie Surf. Upon receiving the command, the ruby at Starmie's center gleamed, and the water's surface surged violently, a towering wave lifting Starmie high, crashing towards Chansey on the platform. Protect. Yiye's voice was calm and steady. With a swift motion, Chansey waved its short arms, conjuring a transparent energy barrier before it. Splash. The wave collided with the barrier, its force significantly diminished, and the remaining water splashed against Chansey, causing its plump body to wobble slightly. Chansey. The Pokemon looked down at its damp belly, adopting an expression of innocent bewilderment. The three sisters and the loungers voiced their confusion in unison. Sakura straightened her posture. Isn't that barrier a bit too effective? Don't get cocky. Try again. Use rapid spin. Misty commanded, undeterred. The gem starfish began to spin, unleashing dozens of golden energy arrows that sliced through the air, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat for the Happiny. This maneuver was inescapable. Nevertheless, Yiye showed no inclination to have Happiny move. The golden arrows struck Happiny, erupting into clusters of tiny energy sparks. But aside from making it resemble a pink target struck by fireworks, they inflicted no significant harm. Happiny even felt a slight itch and extended its small arms to scratch itself. How could this be possible? The lipstick in Changpu's hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Was that Happiny's special defense a monstrous anomaly? Peony also abandoned her languid demeanor, her expression growing grave. Since energy attacks were futile, it was time to employ physical assaults. Gem Starfish, use rapid spin. Xiaoxia gritted her teeth, determined to forsake her ranged advantage and attempt to break the deadlock with a close-range attack. It's over. Yiye's voice resonated. Happiny Thunderbolt. Lucky. Happiny received the command, and a flicker of electricity danced across its round body, gathering into a powerful current in an instant. What? Thunderbolt. The three sisters jumped up from their lounge chairs, disbelief etched on their faces. Before Xiaoxia could voice her concerns, a robust bolt of golden lightning erupted from Happiny, striking the approaching gem starfish with blinding speed. Water conducts electricity. Boom. Water splashed everywhere, and the current wreaked havoc across the pool. Moments later, the surface calmed, revealing the gem starfish spinning helplessly, having lost its fighting capability, and slowly rising to the surface. Chapter 60, The Flattering Hualan Sisters. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Xiaoxia stared blankly at the scene, while her sisters, aghast, gaped as if they had seen a ghost, rendered speechless. Xiaoxia silently recalled her Pokeball, pausing in contemplation. When she looked up again, the defiance and fury in her eyes had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and resolve. Yiye, I admit I underestimated you before. However, what follows will showcase my true strength. I hope you take this seriously and stop holding back. Let your Charmeleon face me head-on. She placed all her pride and stakes on this final battle. Well done, Xiaoxia. Sakura cheered on her sister, eager to witness the might of Gyarados. Indeed, it is time to unveil the true prowess of our gym. As you wish. Yiye recalled Happiny and retrieved another Pokeball. Xiaoxia also produced her last trump card, a Pokeball etched with unique patterns. Roar. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the gym, a colossal figure burst forth from the water. It was an exceptionally massive Gyarados, its eyes brimming with a fierce aura, exuding an elite-level pressure that thickened the air in the entire gym. Charmeleon. Yiye calmly threw the Pokeball. Roar. A clear dragon's cry sounded as Charmeleon, nearly the size of Charizard, landed on the floating platform, its cerulean flames flickering gently, releasing an aura that was both hot and noble, in stark contrast to Gyarados. That Charmeleon is enormous, and its flames are blue? Changpu remarked uneasily. Fear not. Type advantages are absolute. In a water arena, fire-type Pokemon cannot stir up waves, Sakura reassured, forcing herself to remain composed. Go, Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Xiaoxia aimed to strike first, Gyarados opened its large maw, and the vast water energy in the aquatic battlefield converged wildly, forming a terrifying water column over 1/2 meter in diameter, hurtling toward Charmeleon with an intent to annihilate. Since this is Xiaoxia's request, I shall not hold back. Facing this wall-shattering assault, Yiye's command was refreshingly simple. Charmeleon, flame charge. Charmeleon let out a mighty roar, its cerulean flames surging dramatically. Its entire body transformed into a cerulean comet, unwavering and defiant, charging directly into the fearsome water blast. Has it lost its mind, taking a water-type move head-on? Sakura exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, a scene that made the Hualan sisters question their very existence unfolded. The unstoppable water cannon faltered the instant it made contact with the cerulean flames, unable to withstand even a second. The water was evaporated. The hydro pump was dried up. Peony's voice trembled. The cerulean comet surged forth with unstoppable momentum, effortlessly tearing through the hydro pump, crashing into Gyarados' massive form with cataclysmic force. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, Gyarados had no time to emit a cry of despair before being hurled away. Its massive body crashing into the wall at the back of the gym and sliding down lifelessly, devoid of all vitality. Charmeleon gently landed on the floating platform, retracting its flames, yet the residual heat it emanated turned the entire gym into a sauna. The water in the pool evaporated at a visibly rapid pace, bubbles frothing at the surface, as if it were on the verge of boiling. The pool, our most expensive heated pool, is going to be boiled dry. Changpu clutched her head, a look of utter despair on her face. Xiaoxia stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. Her strongest Gyarados, the very pillar of her gym, had been instantaneously defeated by Charmeleon's direct assault. Charmeleon, extinguish your flames, Yiye reminded. If this continues, the gym will truly be destroyed. Under Yiye's command, Charmeleon's cerulean flames gradually subsided, ultimately vanishing completely. Yet the lingering warmth it left behind wreaked havoc in the gym. The entire indoor pool resembled a colossal pot boiling over, with bubbles rolling at the surface, rising thick clouds of white mist that rendered the space humid and stifling. The air was saturated with the unmistakable scent of boiling water. In the audience seats, Sakura, Changpu, and Peony were utterly stupefied. Their pride, the lavishly constructed heated pool that served as both a battleground and aquatic paradise, was being boiled dry at an alarming rate. On the wall, the colossal Gyarados, felled by a single blow, was embedded within the cracked structure, its eyes rolling back, completely unconscious. Shock. Besides shock, they could think of no other words to describe the surreal events before them. Xiaoxia stood at the command platform, her orange hair dampened by the steam, sticking to her cheeks. She remained motionless, like a puppet with its soul extracted. This Charmeleon was far beyond what a trainer of her caliber could contend with. She felt that even the most renowned gym leaders would likely meet a dismal fate against this formidable Charmeleon. That gentleman, Yiye, the eldest sister, Sakura, was the first to regain her composure, donning a somewhat ingratiating smile as she hurried down from the audience area. She carefully approached Yiye, holding out a glass of freshly retrieved orange juice from the refrigerator. You've worked hard. Please have something to quench your thirst. Her voice was sweet to the point of being cloying, a stark contrast to her previous languid and frivolous demeanor. Indeed, the second sister, Changpu, trailed closely behind, clutching a pristine towel in her hand. Mr. Yiye, your Charizard is truly formidable. I have never encountered such a powerful Charizard before. The third sister, Mewtwo, was even more direct. She adjusted her swimsuit in an attempt to present her most perfect self, then spoke in a tone she deemed alluring. Mr. Yiye, might I inquire if you would be interested in extending your stay in Hualan City? We could offer you a proper tour, showcasing our hospitality. The three sisters, shedding their earlier laziness and arrogance, surrounded Yiye with eager attentiveness, chattering incessantly like three peacocks in courtship. They were not fools. A novice trainer capable of nurturing a Charizard that could obliterate an elite Gyarados in a single move was a person of immense potential, undoubtedly worthy of their family's cultivation. Should they manage to forge a connection with him, it would be worth constructing not just one, but 10 swimming pools. Yiye observed them calmly. He neither accepted the glass of orange juice nor acknowledged the towel. The badge, he stated succinctly. The smiles of the three sisters froze on their faces, and the atmosphere abruptly turned awkward. Sakura swiftly retrieved the droplet-shaped blue badge from the referee's stand, presenting it with both hands. Here you are, this is what you deserve. Yiye accepted the badge, placing it in his pocket before turning to leave. He had no interest in wasting time with these women of questionable intentions. Wait, Mr. Yiye. Mewtwo, undeterred, once again positioned herself in front of him. Could you leave a contact number? It would be great to exchange insights on Pokemon cultivation. Yiye halted, glancing back at her. His gaze was tranquil, yet pierced through her with an unsettling clarity, making her feel as though her hidden thoughts were laid bare. No need, he replied coolly, circumventing her and walking towards the exit without a backward glance. The three sisters stood in place, watching his retreating figure. Their expressions a blend of embarrassment and regret for the opportunity lost. Only Xiaoxia remained silent throughout, her emotions unvoiced. She silently recalled her Gyarados. Gazing at the dilapidated walls and the nearly drained swimming pool, a profound sense of helplessness and shame washing over her. Alone, she approached Yiye, who was now standing at the entrance of the dojo, seemingly awaiting her arrival. "I'm sorry," her voice trembled imperceptibly. She had believed that by inheriting the dojo and training diligently each day, she had become strong enough. Yet today, Yiye's appearance felt like a resounding slap, forcefully awakening her to reality. She was still far from sufficient. Yiye regarded her. The girl before him had shed her earlier pride and stubbornness, resembling a defeated rooster. Head hung low, he refrained from uttering platitudes of consolation. "The hydro pump is incredibly powerful," he remarked, his voice soft yet audible to Xiaoxia. "Your Gyarados' training is commendable. It's evident that you've invested considerable effort." Xiaoxia's head shot up, bewildered by his words. Was he, in fact, offering her comfort? "Your passion for water-type Pokemon is genuine," Yiye continued. "That pure sentiment outweighs the significance of victory or defeat in battle." These words struck her like a warm current, reaching the softest corners of her heart. He did not mock her weakness nor belittle her failures. He saw her. He recognized the fervor she held for water-type Pokemon. All the suppressed grievances, frustrations, and the anger of being underestimated by her sisters surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Tears, large as beans, cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes. She did not weep for her defeat. Rather, it was the first time someone truly understood her perseverance. Yiye remained silent, merely observing her as she released her emotions. After a considerable time, Xiaoxia wiped her face with the back of her hand. Raising her head, her tear-streaked eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness. "Yiye," she exclaimed, as if expending all her strength. "I swear, one day, I will defeat you fair and square on the grandest stage with my water-type Pokemon." This was no longer the impulsive declaration of a little girl, but a solemn vow from a trainer, staking her dignity and passion on the line. Yiye nodded, acknowledging her challenge. "I am preparing to go to Korea City. To board the Jekarola," he mentioned casually. "Where to?" Xiaoxia instinctively inquired. "To the Elite Trainer Program's special training camp." Just a simple phrase, yet it detonated like thunder in Xiaoxia's mind. The Elite Trainer Program. That super elite initiative which only recruited the most exceptional talents from around the globe. She finally understood why Yiye was so formidable. Chapter 61. Toxic Learning Machine. Hualan City, Trainer Association. The interior decor here was far more opulent than that of Jinpan City, with a greater influx of trainers, each bustling with purpose. Yiye did not linger in the task hall, but headed directly to the internal area. "Greetings, may I see your trainer rating?" A courteous staff member politely intercepted him. Yiye produced his Pokédex, gently scanning it across the verification device. Beep, elite level permission authenticated. The mechanical tones signaled, and the staff member's professional smile instantly turned respectful. "Mr. Yiye, how may I assist you?" "I wish to exchange items from the internal shop." Under the staff member's guidance, Yiye entered a special shop not open to the public, where shelves displayed numerous rare items and nutritional products seldom seen in the market. Yiye's gaze swiftly bypassed those and settled on a shelf protected by special glass at the back. There, a collection of discs radiating different energy waves lay on display. Skill learning machines. "I would like to exchange for toxic." Yiye pointed to one of the purple discs. The staff member's expression clearly faltered for a moment, hesitatingly reminding him, "Mr. Yiye, toxic is classified as a high-level status-changing move, requiring a substantial amount of alliance contribution points for exchange. Moreover, although its power is formidable, its usage conditions are quite stringent, rendering it unsuitable for routine battles." This was a subtle form of persuasion. The move, toxic, was well known within trainer circles, yet very few opted for it due to its slow activation. In the fast-paced realm of battles, it was rare for trainers to squander a precious opportunity to attack with a move that could not inflict immediate damage. "That is of no concern. I want this." Yiye's stance was unequivocal. "Understood." Seeing Yiye's determination, the staff member ceased further discussion and promptly began processing the transaction. Utilizing the alliance contribution points he had earned from thwarting Team Rocket's schemes at Moonview Mountain, Yiye effortlessly covered the required exchange points. He obtained a brand new toxic learning machine. Highway number 6 connects the vibrant city of Hualan with the tranquil town of Kai, offering breathtaking scenery along its path. On one side, lush, verdant forests flourish, while on the other, gentle streams meander gracefully. As Yiye strolled along, he pondered which type of Pokémon he should nurture next. Just as he was deep in thought, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupted from a nearby fork in the forest. Hey, I advise you to be sensible. Hand over that Vulpix, or you'll be forced to return home on your back today. Don't push your luck. We're from the fighting dojo of Jinhuang City, and you're not someone we take lightly. Yiye halted in his tracks, turning his gaze towards the source of the commotion. He beheld several youths clad in matching white martial arts uniforms, their buzzed haircuts accentuating their well-built physiques. Encircling a frail boy who appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, the boy clutched a trembling Vulpix tightly in his arms. His face a portrait of defiance mingled with fear. I want to give her to you. This Pokémon was left to me by my father. Oh, quite spirited. Aren't you? Sneered the leader of the group, who stood taller than the others, his muscular arms a testament to years of rigorous training. He was the senior among them. Senior, why waste your breath on him? Just take it. One of his impatient companions urged. Exactly. It's just a Vulpix. Our dojo has plenty. It's this brat-ass attitude that's infuriating. The senior reveled in the attention, cracking his knuckles with a satisfying pop as he advanced menacingly towards the encircled boy. I'll give you one last chance. Will you hand over the Vulpix voluntarily? Or shall I pry it from your grasp? His expression was laced with mockery and malice. The boy recoiled in fear, retreating until there was nowhere left to go. Despair clouded his eyes as he scanned the surroundings, hoping for a savior. At that moment, the dojo's senior noticed Yiye standing a short distance away. He scrutinized Yiye, a disdainful smirk creeping onto his face upon realizing that he was merely a boy of similar age. What are you staring at, kid? He barked impatiently. If you don't want trouble, scram. This doesn't concern you. Yiye disregarded the taunt, his gaze fixated on the Vulpix in the boy's arms. The creature's fur was remarkably vibrant compared to its kin, and its limbs appeared unusually agile. Even in fear, its eyes radiated an extraordinary spirit. It was indeed a high-quality Vulpix. No wonder these thugs were tempted. The fighting dojo of Jinhuang City held a notorious reputation in the Kanto region, known for their tyrannical behavior, often bullying newcomers and forcibly seizing Pokémon. However, due to the dojo master's formidable strength, many trainers who had suffered at their hands were left with no choice but to endure in silence. Yiye had no intention of intervening. Yet, the senior's command to scram ignited a spark of resolve within him. He detested being addressed in such a commanding tone. When Yiye did not leave, but instead approached them, the senior's expression darkened. Hey kid, are you deaf? Two of the senior's lackeys stepped forward, blocking Yiye's path. I told you to scram, didn't you hear? Yiye halted, gazing at them with an air of calm authority. Step aside. His voice, though quiet, carried an undeniable weight. The two dojo disciples exchanged glances, seeing mockery reflected in each other's eyes. Kid, you're quite bold, aren't you? Do you know who we are to speak to us like that? Yiye chose not to engage further. Instead, he produced a Pokeball. At this sight, the senior erupted in laughter. What? You want to fight? He flexed his wrist, a cruel smile plastered across his face. How delightful. It's been a while since I've had a good workout. Come forth, Machoke. His companions unleashed their Pokemon as well, one a Machop and the other a Mankey. The trio of fighting-type Pokemon surrounded Yiye, exuding an intimidating aura. Senior, why bother with this insignificant character? My Mankey could make him cry for his mother with a single punch. Onlookers had long been drawn to the commotion, only to sidestep the scene upon realizing it was the dojo at play, fearing the flames of trouble. The encircled boy's flickering hope extinguished as he assessed the odds. 3 opponents, 3 fighting-type Pokemon, against a lone stranger. The disparity was glaringly evident. Just as everyone anticipated that Yiye would summon a powerful Pokemon to counter the threat, a flash of white light erupted. A diminutive creature, entirely clad in a vibrant blue-green hue and barely reaching Yiye's knee, appeared in the midst of the confrontation. Well, the newly summoned Bagon tilted its head quizzically, surveying the intimidating trio before it. A moment of silence enveloped the scene, soon disrupted by uproarious laughter. Ha! What do we have here? A Bagon? Or a mere hatchling? Is this kid here for comic relief? Senior, I'm about to die from laughter. He actually thinks a Bagon, which is weak to fighting types, can take us on? The senior was doubled over with laughter, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. Kid, I take back my previous words. You're not just arrogant, you're foolish. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you. Just take your pet, and get lost before you become an eyesore. Yet, Yiye remained unmoved, standing resolutely in place, devoid of even the slightest excess of expression. The Bagon, seemingly attuned to its master's will, took a small step forward. That seemingly insignificant movement unleashed an overwhelming, mountainous aura from its petite form. The weight of that aura felt like an invisible hand, squeezing the throats of all present. The raucous laughter that had echoed through the forest abruptly ceased. The three dojo disciples' faces froze, their expressions of mockery and disdain now rigid as if cast in ice. The derision in their eyes was swiftly consumed by a burgeoning sense of fear. What is happening? How can such a tiny creature exude this level of intensity? The pressure emanating from the Bagon surpassed even that of their dojo master's prized Machamp. Gulp. The senior's Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably, and a sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The Machoke, along with the Machop and Mankey, halted in their tracks, their bodies taut and trembling, gazing at the little Bagon with palpable dread. This was the most primal instinctive reaction of any creature when faced with a natural predator. What are you doing? The senior felt the heat flush to his cheeks, humiliated before his two underlings and the gathering crowd, as his Pokémon stood paralyzed under the gaze of the opposing creature. This was nothing short of a disgrace. Charge at them. He bellowed his command, his voice shrill, yet it was merely a facade of bravado. Tear it apart with a cross slash. Under the trainer's stern directive, the three fighting Pokémon suppressed their innate trepidation, roaring as they forcefully summoned the energy within. Their palms aglow with a radiant white light, charging towards Ujira. The boy ensnared in the middle felt his heart leap into his throat. The Vulpix cradled in his arms burrowed its head deeper in fright. Nevertheless, throughout the ordeal, Yiye's expression remained unchanged. Just as the trio of Pokémon was about to reach Ujira, a single, unremarkable word escaped his lips, Sandstorm. At that very instant, a flicker of light glimmered in Ujira's innocent, wide eyes. There was no cataclysmic explosion of energy, nor were there dazzling, spectacular effects from intricate moves. The shift occurred right beneath the feet of the three fighting Pokémon. The solid ground, without any forewarning, seemed to lose all its support, instantly transforming into a swirling vortex. It was quicksand, a hell of sand that collapsed downward in a frenzied spiral. Haga, Kuli, the momentum of the trio surged forward, abruptly halted as they found themselves devoid of footing, their massive bodies losing balance and plunging uncontrollably downward. They struggled in terror, flailing their arms in an attempt to grasp something. Yet all they could manage was a handful of the ever-escaping yellow sand. The quicksand appeared almost alive, possessing an irresistible, overwhelming pull that inexorably dragged them underground. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, the once formidable trio of fighting Pokémon had been consumed by the yellow sand up to their chests, their fierce countenances replaced by a palpable panic. Throughout this entire episode, Ujira remained utterly still, merely observing with a tilted head and those naive, wide eyes, curiously watching the three behemoths floundering in the sand. All the onlookers seemed petrified, their mouths agape in disbelief. The bullied boy stood there, rendered speechless. Even the Vulpix in his arms cautiously peeked out, its amber eyes brimming with astonishment. The three disciples of the fighting dojo were utterly dumbfounded. They stared blankly as their Pokémon struggled helplessly in the sand, their minds a blank slate. What kind of move is this? A quicksand hell? Can we leave now? Yiye's voice shattered the silence. He raised his hand, recalling Ujira into its pokeball. With Ujira's disappearance, the quicksand hell instantly returned to tranquility, reverting to solid ground. The three fighting Pokémon lay slumped in the pit, their bodies coated in sand, their eyes swirling, having lost all combat capability. Who on earth are you? The senior brother stammered, his earlier arrogance completely evaporated. Yiye chose not to respond, calmly walking past them to stand before the besieged boy. This utter disregard felt more humiliating than any mockery to the senior brother. Watching Yiye's retreating figure, he trembled, ultimately unable to utter a single word. Staggering, he hurriedly retrieved his Pokémon, beckoning his two terrified disciples to flee the scene in disarray. Thank you. The boy, now facing Yiye, stammered nervously, unable to articulate his gratitude coherently. Clutching his Vulpix, he bowed deeply before Yiye. My name is Xiaoyu, and this is my Vulpix. Yiye nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze shifting to the Vulpix nestled in Xiaoyu's arms. Its fur gleamed with a radiant sheen, subtly shimmering with a golden hue, clearly indicating it had been raised exceptionally well. Why did they attempt to seize your Pokémon? Because my Vulpix is the only memento my father left me. Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. My father was a formidable trainer. He said this Vulpix has great potential and that I must take good care of it. The fighters from the Golden City Dojo are notoriously overbearing. They coveted my Vulpix and tried to forcefully buy it from me. When I refused, They Xiao Yu's voice trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. In any case, I am immensely grateful to you. If it weren't for you, it was merely a trifling effort, Yiye interjected. He turned to continue on his way. Wait a moment. Xiao Yu hurriedly caught up, rummaging through his backpack for a while before producing an old, somewhat tattered map, meticulously folded into a square. The edges of the map were worn, and the paper had yellowed with age. Please, you must accept this. Xiao Yu extended the map with both hands, his expression gravely sincere. This is something my father left behind. He said the destination on this map conceals a secret. He mentioned there are very special stones that can enhance the strength of Fire-type Pokémon. Chapter 63, Magishur. Special stones that can amplify the power of Fire-type Pokémon. Yiye accepted the yellowed, aged map, his fingers gently tracing the rough texture of the paper. Xiao Yu nodded earnestly, a seriousness in his demeanor that belied his youth. That's what my father said. He spent many years searching for this place, but regrettably, he never got the chance to go before his voice trailed off. Yiye unfurled the map. The writing was somewhat blurred, depicting the outline of an island, surrounded by dense annotations that appeared remarkably professional. However, when his gaze swept over a circled location in the bottom right corner, he paused momentarily. Little Orange Island. It was astonishingly close to the site of the Elite's training camp. For an experienced trainer to hold such a place in such high regard, marking it as a location capable of enhancing Fire-type Pokémon, could not possibly be unfounded. Yiye stowed away the map, observing the anxious boy before him. Gripping the hem of his garment tightly, he was not one to take advantage of others. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a technical machine from his backpack. Here, take this. Xiao Yu instinctively accepted it, but when he saw the words flamethrower inscribed on the disc, he was utterly taken aback. This is far too precious. I cannot accept this. He hurriedly attempted to return the technical machine to Yiye. This is the flamethrower, a coveted skill for Fire-type Pokémon. It's a regulated item in the League's shops, commanding exorbitant prices in the black market, and its authenticity is often dubious. If my Vulpix were to learn this move, its power would undergo a qualitative leap. I don't need it right now, Yiye replied in a calm tone. Moreover, I dislike being indebted to others. Consider it a trade. With that, he offered no further opportunity for Xiao Yu to refuse, turning on his heel to continue towards the direction of Kure Leaf City. Xiao Yu stood there, dumbfounded, cradling his Vulpix in one arm while tightly clutching the invaluable technical machine in the other, gazing at Yiye's retreating figure, lost in thought for a long while. 2 days later, in Kure Leaf City, as the largest port city in the Kanto region, the air here was imbued with a salty, humid essence of the sea breeze. The colossal ship, the Jekarola, lay serenely docked at the harbor, resembling a steel behemoth poised for departure. As Yiye stepped into the Pokémon Center, he prepared to conduct a final inspection for his Pokémon before embarking. The lobby buzzed with activity. Groups of trainers animatedly engaged in spirited discussions. Have you heard? A formidable newcomer has emerged in Kanto, apparently hailing from Pallet Town. You mean that guy who defeated the Gyarados at the Cerulean Gym with just one move from his Charizard? I've heard that too. It said his Charizard breathes blue flames. Not just that. I also heard he possesses a Banette that buried 3 fighting gym apprentices Pokémon alive with its sand tomb. Is that for real? A rookie trainer with a Banette? What kind of aristocratic trainer is this? Yiye paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow ever so slightly. It was astonishing how quickly such exaggerated rumors spread within just a few days. From a Gyarados to a Banette? Ignoring the increasingly outlandish gossip, he strode directly to the front desk. The location of the Leaf Gym was unmistakable. The building, exuding a rugged military aesthetic, stood out prominently within the city. Inside the gym, a group of muscular men clad in camouflage vests engaged in various strength training exercises, the air thick with the scent of sweat and steel. Stop right there. Kid, this is the Leaf Gym. If you wish to challenge us, you must register over there. A burly man lifting weights cast a glance at Yiye, gesturing toward the registration area with his chin. Yiye approached, where another similarly hefty individual was in charge of registrations. Name and origin. Yiye, from Pallet Town. Upon hearing Pallet Town, the man looked up, a flicker of realization crossing his face, swiftly replaced by blatant disdain. Oh, so you're that lucky kid. His voice boomed, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the gym. The training men paused, casting curious glances at Yiye. Luck? Is that him? The one who won against the Pewter and Cerulean gyms with his Charizard? I heard his Charizard breathes blue flames. Wonder what trick he used. Who cares about the color? In front of our gym leader, it's all worthless. A wave of unrestrained commentary and laughter echoed throughout the gym. At that moment, heavy footsteps reverberated from deep within the gym. A tall man dressed in American military attire sporting a golden buzz cut, strode forth with purpose. He wore sunglasses, and a smug smile adorned his face. He was none other than the gym leader, Majishur. Oh, what amusing little creature has brought such joy to my Pokémon. Majishur's voice boomed, laced with mockery. He approached Yiye, surveying him from above as if he were merely an ant. Let me guess. You're the little brat from the countryside, named Yiye? I've heard you defeated Brock and those useless girls, and now you think you're quite impressive. Don't you? Yiye remained silent, simply gazing at him with calm composure. This dismissive demeanor seemed to infuriate Majishur. He removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of aggressive eyes. Listen here, kid. I don't care what despicable tactics you employed, but in my gym, your little tricks are utterly useless. Strength. Only absolute strength is true power. I hold the utmost contempt for weaklings like you who rely on luck and type advantages to win. Majishur spread his arms wide, bellowing at his subordinates. Today, I shall personally shatter your ridiculous confidence before everyone. Let this bunch of Kanto softies witness what true Pokémon battles entail. The burly men behind him erupted in raucous cheers. Our gym leader is formidable. Let him witness the might of the Leaf Gym. Satisfied with their reaction, Majishur turned his gaze back to Yiye, his smile growing increasingly sinister. I won't bully you too much, little one. Here's the deal. I'll only send out one Pokémon. You may send out anyone you wish. As long as your Pokémon can withstand my Ace-S Thunderbolt without falling, you win. What do you say? Am I being generous enough, kid? At these words, the room fell silent for a moment before erupting in even louder laughter. This was no longer a challenge. It was a blatant humiliation. To have a Pokémon withstand Majishur's Ace Raichu's full-powered Thunderbolt? Not even seasoned elite trainers would dare claim their Pokémon could accomplish such a feat. Amidst the cacophony of mockery, Yiye finally spoke up. Is that all? His voice was soft yet distinctly cut through the noise. I hope your Pokémon can live up to your grandiose claims. Chapter 64, The Desert Blade. Yiye's retort momentarily halted the clamor within the gym. Majishur's smile faltered, then contorted into a more menacing expression. An interesting little brat, still defiant even when facing doom. He cracked his neck, producing an unsettling sound. All right, I shall ensure your demise is clear-cut. Come forth, my strongest partner. Majishur hurled a Pokeball into the center of the arena. With a flash of electricity, a Raichu, far more robust than its counterparts, with a tail as thick as a cable and radiating wild electrical energy, emerged. Raichu's electric sacs sparked with blinding arcs, and its formidable presence made the air feel charged. The muscular men in the gym erupted into thunderous cheers. It's the gym leader's Raichu. That kid is done for. To them, this battle held no suspense whatsoever. All eyes were fixed on Yiye, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the legendary Charizard with its blue flames. They wanted to see whether the mysterious blue flames would prevail or if the gym leader's indomitable lightning would reign supreme. Under the weight of countless gazes, Yiye finally made his move. He retrieved a Pokeball from his waist, his motions deliberate and unhurried. Majishur, arms crossed and a cruel smile on his lips, had already envisioned the moment he would command Raichu to unleash a maximum-powered Thunderbolt upon the Charizard, reducing it, and the kid's laughable pride, to ashes. However, when Yiye threw the Pokeball and the white light dissipated, what emerged was not the imposing Charizard but a small, entirely blue-green creature, barely half Raichu's height, appearing utterly harmless. Oh, the little Bagon blinked its innocent large eyes, curiously observing the crackling yellow creature before it. The gym fell into a profound silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The fervor on the faces of the muscle-bound men froze. Majishur's cruel expression also became momentarily petrified. Moments later, someone burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Immediately following was a tumultuous uproar of laughter, akin to a landslide or tsunami of mirth. Ha! Am I seeing things? He sent out a mere Curlia? Or perhaps just a newly hatched pup? Has he been rendered utterly speechless by the gym leader? To pit a ground type against an electric type, relying on type immunity for a cunning advantage? This lad is remarkably naive. Majishur doubled over in laughter, tears almost streaming from his eyes. Kid, you truly are a genius. He pointed at Yiye, gasping for breath between fits of laughter. Do you think you can disgust me with such tactics? You believe that type immunity renders you untouchable? Yet, the laughter abruptly ceased. Majishur's expression darkened, transforming into a stormy visage, as if water could be wrung from it. He sensed his dignity had been thoroughly trampled upon. This was no longer a challenge. It was a humiliation. It was the most blatant contempt from that rural brat towards him, the master of the withered leaf gym. Very well. Majishur ground out through clenched teeth, his fists cracking ominously. You have successfully enraged me. I have changed my mind. The flames of fury ignited in his aggressive eyes. Raichu, use Thunder Wave. Smash that little creature into a pulp. Since you wish to exploit the ground type, I shall render this ground type creature utterly incapacitated. Raichu responded to its trainer's furious command, its currents of electricity retracting, replaced by a fierce fighting energy. Its robust paws glimmered with blinding light, slicing through the air as it descended upon Kirlia. Faced with a strike powerful enough to shatter stone, Yiye's expression remained a stoic mask, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He merely uttered 2 words. Sandstorm. Yo, Kirlia chirped, a flicker of subtle brilliance passing through its innocent eyes. The transformation transpired beneath Raichu's feet. The once impenetrable battleground, forged from steel and concrete, seemed to lose its essence in that moment. The ground morphed into sand. A colossal whirlpool of quicksand erupted, centered around Kirlia, spinning wildly. Raichu? Raichu's momentum faltered abruptly. It found itself teetering, the ground beneath it giving way, causing its entire body to lose balance. The strike it had presumed would be a sure hit grazed Kirlia's scalp and plummeted into the quicksand, stirring up a mere puff of powerless dust. In a panic, it attempted to retract its arm, only to realize it was being inexorably drawn towards the vortex's center by an overwhelming force. The raucous laughter of the gymnasium was suddenly stifled, as if an invisible hand had grasped it, leaving only silence in its wake. All present stood agape, astonished by the bizarre spectacle. Ma Jishu's fury morphed into incomprehensible horror. Why had the ground transformed into sand? How could the quicksand hell extend over such a vast area? In the instant his mind faltered, Yiye's cold voice resonated once more. Desert Blade. Kirlia raised its head, its eyes radiating brilliance. In that fleeting moment, the quicksand of the entire gym seemed to respond to a summons. Rising into the air, endless yellow sand coalesced, ultimately forming a colossal sand blade, stretching over 10 meters long and exuding a heavy aura. The blade loomed above Raichu, casting a shadow that obscured all light. Raichu, Raichu! Raichu felt a tremendous threat and frantically struggled to escape the quicksand, but it was in vain. It gazed up at the massive sand blade overhead, its eyes betraying a flicker of fear for the first time. Ma Jishu snapped back to reality, his voice hoarse from shouting. Raichu, quick, use quick attack to dodge. However, it was too late. The sand blade struck down with an unforgiving force. Boom! A resounding thud echoed. As the dust settled, the battleground restored itself to its original solid state, save for a massive crater that bore witness to the extraordinary event that had just transpired. At the center of the pit lay Ma Jishu's once proud ace, Raichu, eyes rolled back, embedded in the cracked earth, utterly unable to continue the fight. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the feat, crushing the gym, Withered Leaf. Reward, 3,000 system points. The system's notification echoed in Yiye's mind. The entire gym was enveloped in a deathly silence. The once arrogant muscular men stood as if petrified, mouths agape, their faces etched with terror and confusion. Ma Jishu stood frozen, his body trembling slightly, unsure whether from rage or fear. At that moment, a long, sonorous horn sounded from the direction of the harbor. Yiye recalled Kirlia into its pokeball. He did not cast another glance at Ma Jishu, striding directly towards the corner where the now dumbfounded registrar stood, taking the trembling orange badge from his hand. Having completed this, he turned and walked towards the gym's exit. Under the gaze of all those filled with awe, fear, and disbelief, he did not pause for a moment. Just as he was about to step outside, he halted but did not look back. It seems your Raichu is not as tenacious as your words. With that, he vanished into the blinding sunlight beyond the door. Chapter 65, Senior Sister Reina. Outside the Withered Leaf gym, the sunlight was somewhat blinding. Yiye emerged from the shadows, followed by the astonished and awestruck gazes of the muscular men behind him. The horn from the harbor sounded again, as though urging him onward. Yiye quickened his pace, heading straight for the dock. Along the way, the trainers noticed the freshly acquired orange badge at his waist, casting curious glances his way. Many recognized him as the newcomer from Viridian City, who had recently stirred up quite a commotion in the Kanto region. It's him, the one with the Charizard. Yiye. He really did challenge the Withered Leaf gym, and he obtained the badge. Good heavens, gym leader Ma Jishu is notoriously dismissive of Kanto trainers. He actually managed to win? Whispers erupted, merging into a cacophony, but Yiye paid them no mind, focused solely on boarding the steel giant named the Jessica Laura. The dock was bustling with activity, alive with excitement. The Jessica Laura sat quietly at the harbor, its massive hull gleaming with a metallic sheen, exuding an air of luxury that enveloped anyone standing before it. A long line formed at the boarding entrance, predominantly made up of young trainers around Yiye's age, their faces alight with eagerness and anticipation. Clearly, this vessel represented more than just a journey for them. Make way. Don't block the path. A brash voice shattered the order of the queue. 3 young individuals clad in golden gym uniforms, their expressions haughty, brazenly disregarded the line, striding confidently towards the boarding area. Their chests bore the emblem of the psychic gym from Goldenrod City. The trainers, forced aside, dared not protest. The tyranny of the Goldenrod gym was well known in the Kanto region, and none wished to provoke them over such trivial matters. What utter lack of manners! Not far behind Yiye stood a young man, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses and an air of refinement, who furrowed his brow and murmured softly. Beside him was a girl with short purple hair, clutching an EV, her expression icy and detached, as though completely indifferent to the happenings around her. Yiye's attention was not on the queue jumpers. Instead, he noticed a few staff members in Alliance uniforms near the ship's gangway, their expressions grave. They were meticulously verifying the identities of each passenger boarding the vessel. Evidently, this voyage was anything but ordinary. The 3 disciples from the Golden Gym quickly pushed their way to the front, presenting their tickets with an air of entitlement. The staff member in charge took the tickets, scanned them with a device, and then lifted his gaze. I apologize, but your tickets are for standard cabins. Please proceed to the boarding area at Gate 2. What? Standard cabins? The leader's voice rose sharply, indignation spilling forth. We are disciples of the Golden Gym. You expect us to board with those commoners? This is the Alliance's regulation. The staff member replied, his expression unchanging, his tone mechanical. Regulation? Let me remind you, our master is Lady Naz. If we miss our opportunity to attend the Elite Trainer Program's specialized training camp, can you bear the consequences? At the mention of the Elite Trainer Program, the crowd around them stirred with intrigue. Were they also attending the program? 3 spots from the Golden Gym this year? Truly remarkable for a psychic gym. The bespectacled youth's eyes behind the lenses glimmered with concern. The purple-haired girl beside him finally glanced up, her gaze lingering for a moment on the 3 Golden Gym disciples. Yet, the staff remained unmoved. Preliminary members of the Elite Trainer Program hold specially issued invitations and exclusive tickets, not ordinary ones. He returned the tickets and gestured for them to step aside and not impede the other passengers. The faces of the 3 young men flushed a deep crimson. They had intended to flaunt their status, only to be publicly exposed as fools. The faint sounds of snickering from the crowd deepened their humiliation. As they readied to retreat, the leader caught sight of the composed Yiye among the queue. Noticing Yiye's plain attire and youth, his simmering resentment found an outlet. What are you staring at? Bumpkin. He sneered, glaring at Yiye. Haven't you seen a large ship before? This place is beyond your reach. Be gone. Yiye did not even lift his eyelids, treating the insult as if it were merely a gust of wind. He simply stepped forward, proceeding at a leisurely pace toward the boarding area. The blatant disregard felt like a deeper affront to the disciple from the Golden Gym, who was about to erupt, but then saw Yiye produce an envelope from his pocket. Yiye extracted a first-class ticket to the Orange Archipelago, issued by the Quartz Alliance. From the envelope, its texture and design were worlds apart from the ordinary tickets, adorned with a shimmering silver feather motif. The staff's expression transformed instantly upon seeing the ticket, the mechanical demeanor replaced by genuine respect. He accepted the ticket with both hands, gently scanning it on a specialized device. Ding. Preliminary member of the Elite Trainer Program, Mr. Yiye, identity confirmed. First-class guest, welcome aboard. The staff member bowed deeply to Yiye, then promptly stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. At that moment, the atmosphere felt as if it had frozen. The 3 Golden Gym disciples stood as if struck by lightning, their expressions a vivid tableau of shock and disbelief. They had just told an official member of the Elite Trainer Program to leave. The realization sent a tremor through their legs. The refined youth in the back adjusted his glasses, eyes wide with astonishment. Beside him, the purple-haired girl's usually calm gaze flickered with intrigue for the first time. Yiye, unfazed by the myriad glances directed at him, followed the staff member up the exclusive gangway to the ship, the Jekarola. The interior of the vessel surpassed his expectations in opulence, with floors polished to a mirror sheen, dazzling crystal chandeliers, and impeccably dressed guests, all showcasing the grandeur of this voyage. Mr. Yiye, your room is in the top-level VIP suite number 7, the staff member announced, leading him to an ornate door that clearly boasted a high cost. The captain will visit you shortly to wish you a pleasant journey. Yiye accepted the golden room card, swiping it to unlock the door. The room was spacious, almost akin to a small suite. with a vast floor-to-ceiling window offering an unobstructed view of the endless Azure Sea. He casually tossed his backpack onto the plush sofa, sinking into it with a deep sigh of relief. Finally, he had made it. Just as he prepared to retrieve his Pokeballs to let Charizard and the others stretch their legs, a knock echoed at the door. Yiye was puzzled. Was the captain arriving so soon? He rose, approached the door, and opened it. Standing outside was not a middle-aged man in a captain's uniform, but a familiar figure clad in a white dress, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders. A mischievous smile adorned her face as she waved at Yiye. "Oh, Junior. Surprised to see me on board, aren't you?" Chapter 66. The Qualification Matches. Standing at the door was senior sister Reina, dressed in a crisp white dress. Her long hair casually draped over her shoulder, a familiar playful grin lighting up her face. "Ah, Junior." Reina waved the golden rune card in her hand, identical to the one Yiye possessed. "Surprised to see me on board, are you?" Senior sister, Yiye stepped aside to let her in. He was indeed taken aback. "What are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be here?" Reina retorted with a self-assured air, unceremoniously taking a seat on the sofa and plucking a grape from the fruit platter on the table, popping it into her mouth. "I'm one of the teaching assistants for this elite trainer program, responsible for guiding you little monsters." She scrutinized Yiye, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "But speaking of surprises, you are the most astonishing of all. I left the capital only for a short while, and your reputation has already spread far and wide. You're Charizard, defeating an elite Gyarados in a single blow. And I heard you captured a Bangira, burying those 3 disciples from the Golden City fighting Gym alive with Santum." Reina's tone brimmed with teasing. Yiye raised an eyebrow. The speed and distortion of rumors were always astonishing. "It's just a Gila." "Gila?" Reina's eyes lit up. "The egg hatched. Show it to me." Yiye shook his head. "It's resting." "How stingy." Reina pouted, but she didn't press further. Her visit was not merely for reminiscing. "Come with me." She rose from her seat and approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, pushing open the door that led to the balcony. The sea breeze caressed her face, carrying with it a hint of salt and moisture. From the balcony of the top-tier VIP lounge, one could gaze down upon the entirety of the cruise ship's deck. Reina leaned against the railing and gestured towards the clusters of people below. "Do you see? The preliminary members of the Heavenly King Project are mostly aboard this vessel," she remarked. Yiye followed her finger, his gaze lingering on a few individuals. "The one wearing glasses, do you see him?" Reina pointed to the studious young man who had previously stood behind Yiye. He was engaged in conversation with several others, seemingly deep in discussion as complex data flickered across the tablet in his hand. That's Fumio, hailing from a family of scholars, renowned for his terrifying data analysis skills and tactical simulations. It is said that no Pokémon can keep secrets from him. His battle style is as precise as a machine. Yiye's attention shifted to another figure. A purple-haired girl cradling an Eevee sat alone in a corner on a reclining chair, her eyes closed in contemplation. The Eevee lay quietly across her lap, oblivious to the surrounding clamor, yet its occasionally lifted eyelids revealed a sharpness that belied its diminutive size. "That is Cheyenne." Reina's tone grew more serious. "The granddaughter of the Ghost King, Kikuko, and the most outstanding prodigy of the Watanabe family this generation. Don't be deceived by her single Eevee. No one has ever witnessed her true strength, as all challengers have been effortlessly dispatched by that very Eevee. The legacy of a king's descendant. No wonder she exudes such an aura. Aside from them, there are several formidable opponents, such as the young heir of the One Corporation from the Hoenn region and the successor of a gym leader from Sinnoh. In essence, this training camp is a revelry among monsters." Reina turned to face Yiye. "So, do not grow complacent just because you have defeated a few gyms in the Kanto region." "I understand," Yiye replied calmly. Just then, the crowd on the deck erupted in a commotion. The 3 disciples of the Golden Gym, whose identities had been exposed at the boarding point, approached Fumio and Cheyenne with dark expressions, seemingly seeking to ingratiate themselves. The outcome was predictable. Fumio merely adjusted his glasses and exchanged a few polite, yet distant words before turning his attention elsewhere. As for Cheyenne, she didn't even bother to open her eyes. The trio met with a disheartening rejection, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Upon turning, they caught sight of Yiye and Reina standing on the balcony. As soon as they recognized Reina, a notable figure within the elite circles of the league, they visibly recoiled. However, when their gazes fell upon Yiye, their fear transformed into unabashed resentment, with the leader of the trio making a provocative gesture towards him. "A bunch of fools," Reina scoffed, a powerful aura befitting a gym-level trainer briefly radiating from her. The 3 men, as if struck by lightning, turned pale and dared not glance back, disappearing into the crowd. Naz, the leader of the Golden Gym, is a woman with an excessively protective and twisted nature. You'd best not give them any leverage during the training camp, Reina advised. Otherwise, even I may not be able to intervene on your behalf. Yiye remained noncommittal. He was not concerned about those petty clowns. What truly piqued his interest were opponents like Fumio and Cheyenne, trainers who specialize in data analysis excel at exploiting weaknesses, and the unfathomable strength of Cheyenne's EV intrigued him. He wondered how his Charizard and Yveltal would fare against such genuine top-tier talents. At that moment, a soft beep sounded as the ship's announcement system suddenly activated. A steady, resonant voice echoed throughout the entire Gekarola. Good afternoon, all participating preliminary members of the Heavenly King Project. I am the chief coordinator for this training camp, Genji. All conversations on the deck ceased as everyone turned their attention towards the source of the voice. On the balcony, Reina's expression grew serious. Genji, the Dragon King of the Hoenn region and one of the longest-serving kings in the league, was indeed overseeing this training camp. In order for everyone to quickly familiarize themselves with each other's strengths and to facilitate a more targeted training experience, the league committee, in conjunction with the captain, has decided to commence the first activity of this training camp aboard this vessel ahead of schedule. The voice paused, seemingly to heighten the suspense. The atmosphere on the deck shifted to one of tension as all breaths involuntarily slowed. After a few seconds, Genji's voice resumed, imbued with undeniable authority. Now, I announce the commencement of the shipboard ranking matches for the preliminary members of the Heavenly King Project. All members, please assemble immediately at the battle arena on Deck 1. Chapter 67. The first battle. Genji's voice reverberated like thunder across every corner of the Gekarola, and the relaxed expressions of the young trainers, who fancied themselves geniuses, vanished in an instant, replaced by excitement, tension, and gravity. The shipboard ranking matches. Those 5 words dropped like a boulder into a serene lake, creating ripples that stirred up a tempest. Are we starting already? Reina's arm resting on the railing tensed. Genji truly acted with remarkable decisiveness, allowing no time for preparation. Yiye, on the other hand, remained composed. For him, the timing of the start was inconsequential. What mattered more was the significance of this ranking match. The league wouldn't orchestrate such an event without a profound purpose behind it. As expected, Genji's voice soon echoed again, addressing the collective curiosity. This shipboard ranking match will employ a point-based system. The victor of each battle will earn 3 points, the loser 1 point, and in the event of a draw, both parties will receive 2 points. At the conclusion of the ranking matches, the accumulated points will directly determine the allocation of resources for each participant during the early stages of the training camp, including but not limited to accommodation conditions, Pokémon nutrition levels, and priority access to training facilities. Now, all members, please proceed immediately to the battle arena on Deck 1. Your personal terminals will display the match information for the first round. With that, the announcement ceased, and the atmosphere on the deck shifted from tense to frenzied. Directly related to resource allocation, the league is making quite the bold move. In other words, if one were to lose this battle, they would start off at a disadvantage? Hurry, let us see who my opponent is. The crowd surged like a tide towards Deck 1. Reina turned to Yiye, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a blend of concern and excitement. Junior, it seems your leisurely holiday is about to be cut short. For your first battle, do try not to lose too embarrassingly. I will do my best, Yiye replied calmly. He retrieved his Pokédex, and indeed, a new notification had popped up on the screen. Heavenly King Project Preliminary Members Shipboard Ranking Match. Round 1. Matchup: Yiye vs. Lei Wu. Battle Arena, Zone A, Waterfield. Upon seeing the name of his opponent, Yiye displayed little reaction, while Ling Nai arched an eyebrow. Lei Wu. I seem to recall him. He is the son of the fighting dojo master from the Hoenn region, renowned for his aggressive tactics and a wildly unrestrained style. It seems you've encountered quite a formidable foe in the first round. Let us go take a look. Yiye stowed away his Pokédex and stepped out of the room ahead of her. The first deck had been transformed into a massive battle arena. A series of standard-sized battlefields were lined up, encircled by energy shields to ensure the aftermath of the battles would not affect the ship's structure. At this moment, the holographic projection above displayed the battle information of all participants. As Yiye and Ling Nai exited the elevator, they were immediately enveloped by the powerful aura of prodigies. Almost all competitors had gathered. The data stream prodigy, when Yiye, was engrossed in his tablet, his fingers dancing across the screen as he analyzed the details of his opponent. Cheyenne, the granddaughter of the Kiku King, leaned against the railing in a corner, cradling her EV, eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. Meanwhile, the 3 disciples of the Golden Dojo huddled together, their faces lighting up with schadenfreude upon spotting Yiye. "Look, boss, that kid-s opponent is Lei Wu. Haha. Fortune smiles upon us." Lei Wu is notorious for his ruthless tactics. His Froggy is capable of punching through steel plates. The leader of the disciples wore a grin that betrayed his malicious delight. He had recently leveraged his Master Nasi's connections within the Alliance to manipulate the matchmaking system ever so slightly. While he could not directly dictate the outcome, he ensured that Yiye faced the most troublesome adversary possible. His intent was to humiliate this arrogant boy in front of all the prodigies, leaving him utterly defeated in the first round. "Good luck, kid," he mouthed mockingly from a distance. Yiye, however, did not even spare him a glance, making his way straight towards the A-Zone battle area. This blatant disregard only fueled the disciple's frustration, leaving him to seethe in silence, cursing inwardly. "Humph, soon enough. You'll be the one crying." Before the A-Zone battle area stood a tall, muscular youth with dark skin and bulging muscles, arms crossed, exuding impatience. This was Yiye's opponent, Lei Wu. As Yiye approached, Lei Wu scrutinized him with disdain. "You're the Yiye from Masera Town? You look rather frail. Don't let me knock you to tears with a single punch." His voice was gruff and laced with provocation. The matchmaking system of the Alliance had become increasingly absurd, allowing even the most inconsequential trainers to participate. Curious onlookers among the trainers nearby turned their attention to the commotion. "It's the aggressive Lei Wu. Who's his first-round opponent?" "Oh, it seems to be the recently famous Yiye, the one who used the Charizard." Excitement brewed amongst the crowd. This should be entertaining. Lei Wu's Froggy is an elite-level powerhouse, especially effective against fire types. With the water terrain and the considerable strength disparity, this battle seems to have no suspense. Amidst the discussions, nearly everyone believed Yiye was destined for defeat. Ling Nai stood at the sidelines, arms crossed, though she feigned indifference. A glimmer of anxiety flickered in her eyes. She understood all too well that even if Yiye's Charizard was formidable, facing an elite-level Froggy on water terrain left little room for hope. At that moment, the referee in the center of the arena blew the whistle. "Trainers, please send out your Pokémon," Lei Wu bellowed, hurling a Pokeball into the central pool. "Come forth, Froggy. Show this kid what true power looks like." With a splash, a Froggy, significantly more robust than its peers, emerged from the water, landing gracefully on the floating platform. The overwhelming pressure of its elite status instantly enveloped the arena, thickening the surrounding air. All eyes turned to Yiye, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the legendary Charizard. The disciples of the Golden Dojo were prepared to revel in the spectacle of the Charizard being drenched by the Froggy's water cannon. However, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Yiye calmly retrieved a most ordinary Pokeball from his waist and gently tossed it into the arena. A flash of white light revealed not the imposing Charizard, nor the rumored Banette capable of burying its opponents, but rather a round, pink figure that appeared harmless, even somewhat endearing. "Luck." The Jigglypuff blinked curiously, feeling the sway of the floating platform beneath its feet, then waved its tiny arms amicably at the Froggy across from it. The smile on Lei Wu's face froze. The schadenfreude among the Golden Dojo disciples turned into sheer disbelief. Even Cheyenne, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, opened them in confusion. The data stream on Yiye's tablet came to a halt, his brow furrowing as he found no tactical model in his database for using a Jigglypuff against a powerhouse. Someone could no longer contain their laughter, leading to a cascade of uproarious guffaws. "Did I just see that correctly? A Jigglypuff? He sent out a Jigglypuff? Has he given up on all hope? Using a normal-type Pokémon against a fighting-type Pokémon? This is the most absurd battle I've seen all year." Ling Nai was equally taken aback, her mouth agape as she stared at the innocent-looking Jigglypuff on the field, and then at the composed Yiye, her mind a blank slate. What on earth was this junior thinking? Chapter 68, The Nemesis of Aggressive Tactics. "Kid, are you mocking me?" Lei Wu's face darkened, veins throbbing on his forehead. He felt his dignity had been challenged in an unprecedented manner. Using a Jigglypuff to battle him? This was not mere disdain. It was a flagrant humiliation. He would have preferred Yiye to dispatch his legendary Charizard and face his Froggy in a straightforward contest. This current scenario, even if he won, would render him a laughingstock. "I know you're eager, but don't rush." Yiye's voice was calm. Yet, to Lei Wu, these words stung more than any taunt. "All right, very well." Enraged, Lei Wu smiled through gritted teeth, pointing at Yiye, his voice quivering with fury. "Since you desire humiliation so much, I shall oblige. Froggy, use Dynamic Punch. Send that pink Jigglypuff flying into the water." He had resolved to crush this arrogant brat and his ludicrous Pokémon with the most brutal, merciless means possible. With a resounding splash, Froggy surged forth, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Its massive right arm swelled with muscle as a tempestuous fighting energy coalesced around its fist, forming a visible white cyclone. Boom! The floating board beneath it suddenly sank, and its entire body propelled forward like a cannonball, accompanied by a piercing howl that tore through the air, charging towards the Chansey with unrelenting force. The explosive punch, one of the formidable moves in the fighting category, wielded immense power and possessed a high probability of leaving the opponent in a state of confusion. This punch had the potential to deform an entire truck. The spectators on the sidelines, who had previously been mocking, were now gasping in astonishment. Lei Wu was serious about this. With this punch, that Chansey would likely be rendered incapable of battle. Such cruelty, to unleash such a heavy blow on a support Pokémon. The disciples of the Golden Gym wore expressions of excitement and anticipation, as though they could already envision Chansey being sent flying by a single punch. While Yiye's face turned ashen, Renai's heart raced, instinctively taking a step forward, nearly crying out. Yet, in the face of this thunderous blow, Yiye's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even issue a command to evade. Lucky, Chansey tilted its head, gazing at the formidable figure charging towards it, seemingly perplexed. In the next moment, a deafening thud resonated. The fist of the Frogadier, capable of splitting stones, struck solidly against Chansey's rotund belly. The immense force shattered the floating board beneath Chansey into splinters, and its entire body was sent careening backward, like a pink projectile, crashing heavily against the energy shield behind it before rebounding and splashing into the water, creating a massive wave. It was over. Lei Wu crossed his arms, letting out a cold snort, his face reflecting a sense of vindicated satisfaction. A single blow was all it took. The surrounding audience collectively sighed in regret. Alas, it was indeed too much to expect. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, a mismatch of epic proportions. However, just when everyone assumed the battle had concluded, bubbles began to rise to the surface of the water. Then, that pink figure bobbed up from the depths, swaying slightly. It was utterly unscathed. Not even a trace of damage remained on its belly. Lucky, Chansey floated on the water's surface, shook its head to discard droplets, and leisurely swam to a new floating board, regaining its footing. It even yawned, as if that earth-shaking punch had been no more bothersome than a mosquito bite. The arena fell into silence. The satisfaction on Lei Wu's face froze. He stared incredulously at the unaffected Chansey, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? His Frogadier, an elite-level powerhouse, unleashed a full-force explosive punch. Even a Snorlax wouldn't be able to withstand it unscathed. What in the world was happening? Was this Chansey's defensive capability monstrous? No, wait. It wasn't just defense. Look, at the moment Frogadier's fist struck it, a flash of pink light seemed to emanate from Chansey. When Yiye, the data genius, fixated intently on his tablet, in that fleeting instant, his energy detection device had captured an extraordinarily peculiar energy fluctuation. That energy seemed to transform a significant portion of the physical damage into some form of pure life energy the moment Frogadier's attack connected with Chansey. Then it was absorbed by Chansey? What kind of infernal ability was this? On the battlefield, Lei Wu shook off his shock, his face ashen as he gritted his teeth and issued another command. If physical attacks were ineffective, then he would resort to energy attacks. Frogadier, use water cannon. With a mighty roar, Frogadier opened its mouth wide, and the water elements within the arena converged frantically, forming an immense blue water column that shot towards Chansey with unprecedented speed. This time, Yiye finally issued a command. Hold your ground. Lucky, Chansey clasped its little hands in front of itself, and a green energy shield materialized instantly. Boom! The water cannon slammed into the shield, producing a thunderous roar and enveloping the area in a mist of water. However, as the mist dissipated, the shield remained steadfast and scathed. Damn it! Keep attacking. Don't stop! Lei Wu roared, nearly mad with fury. Frogadier retaliated with fervor, unleashing water cannons like a torrent towards Chansey, one after another. Boom! 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 The entire A-Zone arena was cloaked in the sounds of water cannons and the enveloping mist. Yet, no matter how ferocious the attacks became, that pink figure remained steadfast on the floating board, too lethargic to even flinch. It even had the leisure to use its egg move, retrieving an egg from its belly pocket and leisurely munching away. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left speechless. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided exhibition. What kind of monster was this? Lei Wu gazed at his panting Frogadier and the nonchalant Chansey enjoying its snack, his composure shattered. He had never experienced such a frustrating battle in his career. He felt like a fool, swinging his fists with all his might only to strike a mass of cotton. achieving nothing while exhausting himself. It was over. Just then, Yiye's command rang out once more. Chansey, toxic. Lucky. The leisurely Chansey, with half-eaten egg in tow, suddenly glinted with determination in its eyes. It opened its mouth, and a deep purple, ominously charged toxic energy silently shot towards the gasping Frogadier. At that moment, Frogadier, drained from consecutive moves, was at its most sluggish. Uffed. The toxic liquid struck it squarely, instantly melding into its skin. Frogadier's body jolted violently, an eerie purple hue emerging on its skin. This is bad. Frogadier, quickly use Water Pulse. Lei Wu's face changed drastically as he hastily commanded. But it was too late. The effects of the toxic had already begun to take hold. Thunderbolt. Yiye's icy voice delivered the final order. Lucky. Chansey shoved the half-eaten egg back into its pocket, and its rotund body erupted with blinding golden lightning. What? A Chansey can use Thunderbolt. And with such power. What a jest. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, a golden bolt of lightning swiftly engulfed Frogadier, which had already been weakened by the toxic. Water conducts electricity. Under the toxic status, a Pokémon's defensive and special defensive capabilities plummet. Electricity raged, and water splashed everywhere. Moments later, as the lightning faded, the surface of the water became tranquil once more. Lei Wu's once proud Frogadier, eyes rolled back, its body charred and tinged with an eerie purple, floated lifelessly on the surface, utterly devoid of combat capability. Chapter 69, When Yiye arrives. In the A-Zone arena, with Frogadier incapacitated, the victor is declared to be Yiye, the contestant from Pallet Town. The referee blandly announced the result of the match. On the entire first deck, silence reigned supreme. Everyone appeared as if petrified, staring vacantly at the scene where a Chansey, having retracted its electrical charge, resumed munching on half an egg retrieved from its pocket. Their minds utterly blank. One? Just like that? With a Chansey, nearly motionless, it had somehow outlasted an elite-level Frogadier, ultimately delivering a counterattack with a Thunderbolt? What kind of absurd strategy is this? No. Can this even be termed a strategy? It is nothing short of cheating. That fellow, is he a devil? Indestructible, capable of self-healing, and then inflicting a toxic curse before finishing with a Thunderbolt. Who can withstand that? I never wish to see a Chansey on the battlefield again. It has left me traumatized. In the audience, whispers finally broke out, but the tone was devoid of the previous mockery and disdain, replaced instead by deep apprehension. The three disciples of the Golden Gym had already lost their earlier arrogance, their faces pale. Defeated? Lei Wu actually lost. To a Chansey? The leading disciple felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. He had anticipated witnessing Yiye's humiliation, yet instead, he bore witness to the birth of a monster. The thought of having provoked such a being previously made his legs tremble. Meanwhile, the data prodigy, when Yiye furiously tapped on his tablet, the screen inundated with a cascade of intricate data. Eventually, he paused, exhaling deeply, his eyes behind the lenses filled with astonishment and fervor. Damage conversion, self-healing, toxic erosion, high-energy electricity, he murmured to himself, a perfect fusion of offense and defense, self-sustaining with killing capabilities. This transcended the conventional notion of Pokémon battles. What an abhorrent style. He raised his gaze to the boy calmly retracting the Chansey into its Pokeball, his perception entirely transformed. Initially, he regarded Yiye as a competent adversary. However, now, the threat level Yiye posed in his mind skyrocketed to the utmost. In a corner, Ziyuan, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, slowly opened her placid violet eyes. For the first time, she regarded the boy standing at the center of the arena with utmost seriousness. Her Eevee lifted its head from her embrace, its sharp gaze equally fixated on Yiye. Quite intriguing. A subtle smile graced the corners of Ziyuan's lips. At the sidelines, senior sister Lingnai gaped, unable to close her mouth for what seemed an eternity. She rubbed her eyes and pinched her cheeks to assure herself she was not dreaming. What did I just witness? Stumbling over her words, she approached Yiye, Jr. What did your Chansey eat to grow like that? Is it truly a Chansey? Perhaps, Yiye shrugged, his expression betraying no trace of victory. As if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, he stepped before the dazed Lei Wu, extending his hand. Good match. Lei Wu lifted his head, gazing at Yiye's calm face, then at his outstretched hand, his countenance oscillating between green and white. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and grasped Yiye's hand. I lost. He forced the words through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse, but I will reclaim my honor. With that, he withdrew his Frogadier, turning away to merge into the crowd. Yiye observed his departing figure, noncommittal. His choice to employ a Chansey rather than a Charmeleon or a Gyarados was deliberate, aimed at concealing his true strength. The Elite Training Camp, a den of hidden talents. Revealing one's trump card prematurely, without knowledge of all opponents' capabilities, would be the height of folly. What he sought was to instill a profound and inscrutable impression in the minds of all these talents, leaving them guessing and bewildered. This way, he would maintain an absolute psychological advantage in subsequent endeavors. The results so far seemed exceptionally promising. He glanced at Yiye, who was closely observing him, and at the violet-haired girl clutching her EV, her sharp eyes fixed on him. He knew that from this moment onward, he had been recognized as a genuine rival by these top-tier prodigies. Ding! The holographic projection began updating the results of the first round of battles. Yiye's name surged from the middle of the rankings, leaping to the top alongside several other victorious trainers, all tied with 3 points. Following his name was a distinctive golden mark, first victory dominance. This denoted that he was the trainer who concluded his match in the first round with a significant advantage. The appearance of this mark stirred a wave of commotion across the deck. All eyes instinctively refocused on the seemingly unremarkable boy, achieving fame in a single battle. The impact of the first round of rankings was more profound than anticipated. The battle information between Yiye's Chansey and Lei Wu's Frogadier swept through the entire Jekarola ship like a tempest. For the following hours, wherever Yiye went, he felt the mixed gazes of reverence, curiosity, and trepidation surrounding him. Those who had previously looked down upon him for being a newcomer from Shinshin Town had now retracted their arrogance. No one dared to regard him as an ordinary novice who merely rose to fame by chance. A trainer capable of transforming a healing-type Pokémon into an indomitable fortress of both offense and defense had surpassed their understanding of Pokémon mastery and development. Yiye remained entirely unfazed. He returned to his VIP suite, leisurely preparing special nutritional meals for his Charmeleon and Gyarados. Meanwhile, Chansey reveled in the top-tier energy cubes provided by the League, its belly pocket containing a fragrant pink poke puff that Yiye had just awarded it. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door. Yiye opened it to find Yiye, the data prodigy, standing outside. He retained his scholarly demeanor, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, cradling his prized tablet. Yiye, do you mind if I come in for a moment? His tone was courteous, yet his eyes sparkled with the fervor of a researcher encountering a rare specimen. Is there something you need? Yiye stepped aside to let him in. Nothing of great importance. I am simply very intrigued by your Pokémon and would like to discuss it with you. Yiye unabashedly seated himself on the sofa, then turned his tablet towards Yiye. On the screen was an exceedingly complex 3D data model of Chansey, flanked by a dense array of data and analysis reports. According to my observations and calculations, Yiye's fingers danced across the screen. Your Chansey's ability to disregard Frogadier's attack stems from a rather unique energy conversion capability. It can, at the moment of receiving physical or energy attacks, forcibly convert a portion of the damage into pure life energy, thus repairing itself. This transformation efficiency, based on my preliminary estimations, exceeds 70%. In other words, the opponent's attacks not only failed to inflict any harm, but, paradoxically, served to recharge it. Coupled with its inherently high HP and special defense, as well as the ability to maintain such an absolute defensive maneuver, it theoretically stands invincible. Furthermore, the move, Toxic, is nothing short of brilliant. It flawlessly addresses the inherent weakness of Chansey's insufficient offensive capability, transforming a battle from a mere test of strength into a slow and torturous demise. Ultimately, employing the move, Thunderbolt, to decisively finish off the swift Frogadier creates a perfectly executed tactical closure. Yiye spoke fervently before lifting his gaze, his eyes reflecting an almost obsessive admiration towards Yiye. I am quite curious. How did you conceive such a revolutionary strategy? There exists no reference within the current tactical frameworks. Yiye calmly listened to him, internally astonished. This individual indeed possesses remarkable skills. Merely through a single battle, he managed to analyze the capabilities of the healing berry with astonishing accuracy. Such data analysis and logical deduction abilities are indeed formidable. Inspiration struck, and he thought of it. Yiye casually remarked. He could hardly disclose that this was an advanced tactical philosophy he brought from another world. Yiye evidently found this explanation unconvincing, yet he refrained from pressing further, simply retrieving his tablet. Yiye, your prowess has far surpassed my expectations. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to face you once more in the upcoming battles. No sooner had he uttered these words than both trainers' Pokédexes simultaneously emitted a notification sound. The matching information for the second round of the ranking competition had arrived. Yiye glanced at his Pokédex. Second round. Battle pair. Yiye versus Yiye. Battlefield. Zone C. Standard Arena. The atmosphere instantly grew somewhat charged. When Yiye's expression shifted from shock to an almost uncontrollable excitement. It seems we won't have to wait long. He adjusted his glasses, a sharp light glimmering off the lenses. Then, I shall see you in 1 hour at the Zone C arena. With that, he rose politely to bid farewell and exited the room. Observing his retreating figure, Yiye's lips curled into a playful smile. A trainer specializing in data analysis? Quite intriguing indeed. 1 hour later, at the Zone C battleground, the confrontation between Yiye and Wenyi captivated nearly everyone's attention. One was a prodigious newcomer who had just made a name for himself using support Pokémon. The other, a long-established scholar genius renowned for his terrifying data analysis skills. This duel was perceived by many as a clash of two extreme styles. Would Yiye's unorthodox tactics prevail, or would Wenyi's all-encompassing data analysis prove more lethal? Trainers, please send forth your Pokémon. The referee's voice echoed. It is you, Charmeleon. Yiye was the first to toss out his Pokeball, this time not concealing anything. Roar. The imposing silhouette of Charmeleon appeared, its fiery and noble aura causing the temperature of the arena to rise palpably. Wenyi, upon seeing Charmeleon, appeared entirely unfazed, a confident smile gracing his face. Yiye, I know you are formidable. However, in the face of data, no powerful Pokémon is without flaws. He raised his tablet, the screen projecting Charmeleon's detailed data analysis onto the holographic screen above the arena. Charmeleon, level 30, elite high tier. Proficient in the move, Flame Charge. With an energy fluctuation peak of A, estimated cooldown of 12 seconds. Dragon Breath, energy fluctuation B, cooldown of 4 seconds. Flame Fong, energy fluctuation B, cooldown of 3 seconds. Furthermore, regarding your two unique Azure Flame moves, based on the footage I gathered from the Hualan Gym and the Korea Gym, one is a remote tracking flame, which I have named Azure Flame Goose. Its energy structure is extremely unstable, requiring additional energy to change direction, with a maximum turning angle of 47 degrees. The other is a close-range claw strike, Phoenix Strike, which boasts tremendous power but requires a 0.3-second energy accumulation process to initiate. Wenyi's voice resonated clearly throughout the battleground. With each data point he articulated, gasps arose from the audience on the deck. Everyone was awestruck by Wenyi's terrifying information gathering and analytical capabilities. He resembled a player with a goddess eye view, unveiling Yiye's secrets one by one before the eyes of all. So Yiye, when he confidently adjusted his glasses, a smile of absolute control gracing his features. In the face of my data web, your Charmeleon harbors no secrets. Arise, my partner, Porygon-Z. He tossed forth a special Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, a uniquely shaped Pokémon, composed of data streams, materialized on the battlefield. Porygon-Z, an upgraded form of Porygon carrying dubious patches, possesses an extremely volatile temperament but boasts formidable special attack capabilities. In this battle, your defeat is inevitable. Wenyi gazed at Yiye as if proclaiming an established fact. Wenyi's confidence was not unfounded. As he revealed Charmeleon's complete data, including those deeply concealed move details, the entire first deck erupted in excitement. Good heavens, Wenyi is terrifying. He can even calculate the move cooldowns? How can they possibly compete? Yiye's cards have been completely exposed. He stands no chance now. Porygon-Z is a monster of special attack output, and Charmeleon's special defense isn't high. Should a flaw be exposed, it could lead to an instant knockout. Chapter 71, The Breakthrough by Carrara. In the audience, nearly everyone sided with Wenyi. To them, this battle seemed devoid of suspense. A completely exposed opponent versus an analyst wielding total control over the data. This was hardly a fair contest. Senior Ling Nai's brows were tightly knitted. She recognized Yiye's strength, but Wenyi's exhibited capabilities had transcended the realm of ordinary trainers. This was no longer a battle, it was a dimensional assault. However, in the face of the overwhelming data analysis and Wenyi's unwavering declaration, Yiye's expression remained remarkably composed. He even took a keen interest in the data displayed on the holographic screen. Well analyzed, he nodded, as if commending a student. Some of the data is even more precise than my own estimations. This nonchalant demeanor caused Wenyi's brow to furrow slightly. Something is amiss. He is far too calm. A trainer whose cards have been entirely revealed should not react in this manner. He is either feigning composure, or he possesses deeper cards that I have yet to uncover. Just as the alarm bells rang in Wenyi's mind, Yiye made his move. He raised his hand, recalling Charmeleon back into its Pokeball. Roar? Charmeleon looked at its master with confusion, yet it transformed into a beam of red light and returned to the ball. This action left everyone in stunned silence. What was he doing? Retracting his fire dinosaur? Was he conceding defeat, aware of his own inadequacy? When Yiye's heart sank heavily, his greatest fear had materialized. Yiye indeed had a hidden trump card. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Yiye retrieved another Pokeball from his waist. "Since you are so fond of analyzing data," Yiye remarked. A faint smile gracing his lips as he looked at Yiye. "Why not analyze this?" He gently tossed the Pokeball into the air. A flash of white light illuminated the arena, revealing a diminutive creature, entirely adorned in shades of blue and green, barely reaching Yiye's knee. "Oh!" The little Bagon blinked its innocent, wide eyes, curiously inspecting the peculiar data-formed duck before it. Once again, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. "Bagon, didn't Senior Ling Na say he had captured a Banjuru? Why was it a Bagon, and a newly hatched one at that? Had he lost his mind?" Using a Bagon to confront a multi-type Pokemon Z, the spectator's mind struggled to keep pace with Yiye's unconventional strategy. First, he had triumphed over a powerful swimmer frog with a Chansey, and now he was countering Yiye's multi-type Pokemon Z with a mere newborn Bagon? What sort of convoluted thought process did this fellow possess? When Yiye was equally bewildered, his tablet screen suddenly erupted with a line of ominous red warnings. Warning: unknown Pokemon data detected. No matching information in the database. Tactical analysis impossible. Yiye's pupils constricted in shock. An unknown Pokemon? How could that be? His database was linked to the most prestigious archives of the league, encompassing all known Pokemon information worldwide. Even the most extraordinarily rare shiny Pokemon or regional forms were documented. What was so unique about this Bagon that the system could not recognize it? How about it? Yiye observed Yiye's ghostly expression, his smile broadening. "Does your database contain any information on my Pokemon?" Yiye's complexion darkened considerably. He felt akin to a well-prepared surgeon, ready to perform a flawless operation, only to discover that the patient's anatomy was entirely different from all his anatomical knowledge. This fear of the unknown and the panic of losing control made his heart race for the first time. "Stop with the theatrics." Yiye inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. "No matter what tricks you employ, it is futile in the face of absolute power. Multi-type Pokemon Z, lock on." He resolved to forego any further analysis, opting instead for the most straightforward and brutal approach to conclude this unsettling battle. The eyes of multi-type Pokemon Z glowed red, a crimson reticle locking onto the Bagon in the arena. The lock-on ability ensured that the next attack would hit without fail. "Now, use Hyper Beam," Yiye commanded loudly. This was the ultimate move of multi-type Pokemon Z. With the lock-on's assistance, this strike was unavoidable. The body of multi-type Pokemon Z began to morph, its cannon-like mouth opening wide as a devastating energy, capable of obliterating everything in its path, gathered with ferocious intensity. The very air in the arena twisted under the weight of that energy. Everyone held their breath, knowing that this attack would surely vaporize the seemingly fragile Bagon in an instant. Yet, in the face of this lethal strike, Yiye remained composed, wearing an expression of calm indifference. He merely uttered 2 words: "Sandstorm." The moment those words left his lips, the Bagon let out a sound, and a flicker of subtle light sparkled in its innocent eyes. A transformation occurred. The hard battleground, crafted from special alloys, appeared to lose its solidity. The ground morphed into sand. Endless grains of yellow sand erupted from beneath Bagon's feet, swirling and rising as if imbued with life. In an instant, the entire arena area turned into a small desert, shrouded in billowing yellow sand. The Bagon's body began to dissolve, merging seamlessly with the desert around it. Elementalization. Boom. At that very moment, the Hyper Beam from multi-type Pokemon Z was unleashed. That destructive beam, imbued with unparalleled power, tore through the air, crashing down onto the spot where Bagon had just stood. However, it found nothing but emptiness. The Hyper Beam left a deep, smoldering trench in the sand, kicking up a feeble cloud of dust. What just happened? How did the arena turn to sand? Where did the Bagon go? Everyone gaped in astonishment at this bizarre scene. Yiye, however, was utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the chaotic, erratic gibberish flashing on his tablet, juxtaposed with the sand-covered battleground, now entirely out of his control. His data, his analyses, his strategies, at that moment, all of them had become worthless. Chapter 72. Yiye's collapse. The detection equipment malfunctioned. Energy fluctuations abnormal. Environmental data unreadable. Target vanished. A barrage of red error messages flooded Yiye's tablet, the blaring alarms striking his nearly shattered mind like a death knell. The data world he had prided himself on crumbled before his eyes. He had lost control of the battlefield. It was akin to being blindfolded and deafened, cast into an unknown, perilous dark forest. How could this? How could this happen? When Yi mumbled, his face as pale as paper, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He could not comprehend it. Why had the arena transformed into sand? Why had the Bagon vanished into thin air? This transcended the realm of Pokémon battles. It resembled the legendary powers of deities that could alter the environment. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. When Yi shook his head frantically, unwilling to accept his own assessment. How could a novice trainer possess a Pokémon that wielded the power of domain manipulation? This had to be some form of illusion. Some rare transformation move unrecorded in his database. Multi-type Pokémon Z. Clinging to a shred of hope, he shouted, "Use Tri-Attack. Execute an indiscriminate assault on the entire arena. Force it out." He endeavored to break through this terrifying unknown domain with the most primal and violent means. Multi-type Pokémon Z received the command and began to spin rapidly. Its cannon aimed at the sandy ground below. Flames, frost, and lightning. Three distinct energies cascaded from the heavens like a torrential downpour, relentlessly bombarding the expanse of sand below. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions echoed incessantly as dust swirled in the air, intertwining with bursts of fire and arcs of electricity, transforming the entire sea zone into a veritable hell on earth. Yet, regardless of how intense or frenzied the onslaught, that yellow sandy domain remained steadfast and unyielding. Aside from the craters blasted into its surface, which were swiftly filled by the flowing sands, there was no discernible change, and the diminutive figure remained conspicuously absent. It resembled a specter, a grim reaper hidden beneath the sands, coldly and mockingly observing the futile attacks of the ridiculous duck flailing in the air. Futile. Yiye's icy voice resonated in Yiye's ears. "In my realm, your data holds no value whatsoever." Yiye's body trembled violently. He lifted his gaze towards the indifferent youth standing beyond the boundaries of the domain. In that moment, clarity struck him. He realized he had been mistaken from the very beginning. He believed he had discerned Yiye's strategy, convinced he was in control of the situation. Little did he know. In the eyes of his opponent, he was merely a capering fool, full of self-importance. That azure fire dinosaur and that poison egg were merely distractions. Smoke screens cast to confuse all. The unassuming and seemingly feeble Jirachi was, in fact, his true trump card, capable of crushing everything in its path. "It is over." Yiye raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers. His voice, though quiet, cut through the din, overwhelming all sounds on the battlefield. The desert, a funeral. The moment his words fell, the previously tranquil yellow sandy realm seemed to come alive. The endless sands began to whirl violently, rising into the air, coalescing into gigantic hands of sand that exuded a heavy aura. Hundreds, if not thousands, of these colossal sandy hands loomed ominously, obscuring the sky and completely sealing off the expanse above the sea zone. Diverse Beast Z, get out of the way. When Yi, finally jolted from his stupor by the apocalyptic scene, screamed in terror. Yet, it was too late. Just as Diverse Beast Z attempted to ascend, a massive hand of sand descended from above, ensnaring its body with a vice-like grip. Following this, a second, third, and fourth hand joined the fray. Countless sandy hands surged forth, akin to a frenzy of sharks drawn by the scent of blood, enveloping the struggling and wailing Diverse Beast Z, dragging it inexorably towards the sandy ground below. No, when he cried out in despair. He watched helplessly as his Pokémon was gradually consumed and submerged by the endless yellow sands. Ultimately, with the last flicker of data light vanishing, tranquility returned to the battlefield. Only the slowly shifting sands bore witness to the events that had transpired, ensuring they were not but a figment of the imagination. Moments later, the sands settled, revealing the ground's original hardened state, save for a vast pit left at the center. Meanwhile, Yiye's once proud Diverse Beast Z lay at the pit's bottom, eyes rolled back, fully incapacitated for battle. Oh, that small figure had, unbeknownst to anyone, reappeared on the battlefield. It tilted its head, gazing curiously at the colossal creature it had buried in sand, its innocent, wide eyes brimming with intrigue. The entire first deck was engulfed in a deathly silence. Everyone stood dumbfounded, mouths agape, as if collectively choked, unable to utter a single word. If Yiye's prior victory with the egg had shattered their perceptions, then this triumph with Jirachi obliterated their worldview entirely. Was this the power that a newly born Jirachi could wield? The Sea Zone's Diverse Beast Z has lost its combat capability. The victor remains Yiye from Viridian Town. The referee's voice shattered the stillness. Beads of cold sweat lined his forehead. After years of officiating, he had never witnessed such a bizarre duel. When Yiye stood there in a daze, lost and empty, like a puppet deprived of its soul. He had lost, utterly, completely. His once prized data world was crushed to dust beneath Yiye's overwhelming power, leaving no room for resistance. I have lost, he murmured, his legs giving way as he sank to the ground. The surrounding spectators, finally emerging from their stupor, gazed at the calm youth who was retracting Jirachi into its pokeball, their eyes devoid of any contempt. This individual was far from a mere rookie. He was an unmitigated monster. What in the world was that move? Desert Funeral? I have never heard of it. That is not a move. That is a domain. A power only accessible to Pokémon of the elite level. Chapter 73, Yiye vs. Ziyuan. A newcomer wielding a Jirachi capable of mastering a domain? This was beyond absurd. I understand now. I finally comprehend. No wonder the rumors spoke of him having captured a Banjirachi. That was clearly a Jirachi. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. They had previously deemed such rumors too outrageous, too exaggerated. Yet now, it was evident that those tales were not only accurate, but perhaps even understated. The three disciples of the Golden Pavilion, once pale, now appeared ashen. The leading disciple trembled like a leaf, a faint scent of fear emanating from his trousers. The mere thought of having dared to provoke such a being with divine-level power made him want to slap himself and dig a hole to hide away. Yiye paid no heed to the myriad of complex gazes surrounding him. He strode directly to the kneeling Wenyi. Wenyi looked up at the elevated, placid face. His eyes filled with a tumult of emotions, shame, reluctance, shock, but most prominently, a profound respect and submission. I have lost, he stammered, his voice hoarse. I know. Yiye replied calmly. May I ask you a question? Wenyi gazed at him, his eyes beseeching. Ask, what exactly is your Jirachi? This was the answer he yearned to uncover, the question that lingered in the minds of all present. Yiye regarded him, silent for a moment before slowly speaking. It is the Sand King. Those 5 simple words struck Wenyi's heart like a hammer. The Sand King. So that was it. He had been facing a sovereign. It was a loss he could accept. Wenyi managed a bitter smile, rising to his feet as he deeply bowed to Yiye. Yiye, I, Wenyi, am thoroughly convinced. He lifted his head, his gaze now devoid of arrogance, replaced by an unprecedented sincerity and gravity. From this day forth, I am willing to be your data support, analyzing all your adversaries and formulating every tactic for you. I have but one request. Please allow me to remain by your side and witness the rise of an emperor. He came to a realization. If he could not conquer, then he would join. To offer his analytical prowess in service of such a formidable future champion would be his greatest honor. Yiye regarded him with mild surprise. He had not anticipated that this seemingly arrogant scholar possessed such resolute determination. A top-tier data analyst is an invaluable asset to any trainer's team, and Yiye had no grounds to refuse. Very well, he nodded, signifying his agreement. A relieved smile spread across Wenyi's face. He knew he had made the right bet. At that moment, the holographic screen refreshed with the results of the second round, and Yiye's name remained prominently at the top with a score of 6 points. Close behind were several trainers, each boasting 2 victories. But one name stood out distinctly. Ziyuan. Points, 6. She was the only other trainer, aside from Yiye, to maintain an unblemished record with 2 decisive victories. Suddenly, the ship's intercom crackled to life, heralded by the steady voice of Master Yuanji. Congratulations to all preparatory members for completing the first 2 rounds of the ranking matches. I now announce that the final round of the ship's ranking matches is about to commence. In consideration of time constraints, the final round will consist of a single duel. The contestants will be the top 2 ranked trainers on the leaderboard, competing for ultimate supremacy. The victor will be crowned the champion of this ranking event and will exclusively receive the highest initial resources. As his words faded, the holographic screen dimmed, leaving only 2 names shimmering in golden light at the center. Final duel. Yiye vs. Ziyuan. The atmosphere on Deck 1 ignited, reaching a fever pitch. The 2 titans were finally set to clash. Yiye against Ziyuan. As their names appeared on the holographic display, the entire Jekarola ship seemed to quiver under the weight of the palpable tension. The breaths of all the trainers on the deck quickened involuntarily, their eyes alight with barely contained excitement and anticipation. This was no mere final match. It felt like a prelude to a monumental showdown between future kings. One was Yiye, a monstrous newcomer wielding a Charizard and a formidable Gyarados, known for his enigmatic tactics and unfathomable strength. The other was Ziyuan, the granddaughter of the Ghost Master Kiku, a prodigious talent from the Watanabe family, who had effortlessly triumphed over all her adversaries with her singular EV, showcasing overwhelming prowess. Who among them was the stronger? The answer remained elusive. Yet everyone knew that the impending battle would undoubtedly be one of the most thrilling encounters they would ever witness in their lives. Are they finally going to face off? Murmured senior sister Ling Nai, her beautiful eyes glimmering with unprecedented fervor. She understood better than anyone the true terror of Zi Yuan SEV. The two trainers who had previously challenged her had been seasoned elite trainers, yet they hadn't even managed to graze that EV before being swiftly dispatched. The power demonstrated by that EV transcended the innate limits of its species, and Yiye was a being that defied conventional understanding. What sparks would ignite when these two collided? She could hardly contain her eagerness to find out. When Yiye, just appointed as Yiye's data support, immediately sprang into action, his fingers flying over the tablet as he sought to retrieve every scrap of information on Zi Yuan and her EV. However, his excitement quickly turned to disappointment. Information on Zi Yuan was woefully scant. Aside from her identity as Kiku's granddaughter, there was nearly nothing to be found. Furthermore, footage of her EV's past battles had been classified as top secret by the Watanabe family, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders. This is troublesome, when Yiye furrowed his brows. With no data on the opponent, this battle would rely solely on Yiye's ability to adapt in the moment. In the center of the battlefield, Yiye and Zi Yuan stood facing each other. Unlike the arrogance and confidence displayed by his previous opponents, Zi Yuan bore no superfluous expressions. She simply stood there, cradling her seemingly innocuous EV, her calm purple eyes fixated steadily on Yiye. Yet, from the depths of that serene gaze, Yiye sensed a formidable battle intent that rivaled that of his Charizard and Gyarados. This was a true, pure genius born for combat. Referee, may we begin? Zi Yuan's voice was as icy and devoid of emotion as her gaze. Of course, the referee, momentarily daunted by her commanding presence, promptly blew the whistle. The final showdown begins now. Trainers, please send forth your Pokémon. As the announcement concluded, Zi Yuan gently placed her EV on the ground. EV, go? EV. The creature called out, striding elegantly to the center of the field. It appeared to be an ordinary EV, perhaps even smaller than its peers. Yet no one dared to underestimate it. Yiye, without a moment's hesitation, declared, Charizard, take the stage. He threw the Pokeball into the arena. Since his opponent was Zi Yuan, he decided to extend her due respect by engaging her with his most powerful Pokemon. Roar! The Charizard emerged, its fiery majesty clashing vigorously with Eevee's seemingly tranquil aura, creating ripples of unseen energy in the air. Charizard against Eevee? Yiye actually chose Charizard? Isn't he utilizing Gyarados, who possesses domain mastery? It seems he intends to confront Zi Yuan head-on with his strongest Pokemon. The spectators buzzed with excitement. The battle was about to erupt. Charizard, Blue Flame Gale. Yiye launched the first attack, seeking to gauge the Eevee's capabilities. Charizard opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of azure flames that morphed into a blazing firebird, soaring towards Eevee at an acute angle. In the face of this formidable fire-type assault, Zi Yuan remained impassive. She simply uttered 3 words, Shadow Ball. Eevee. In an instant, a dense and ominous ghostly energy surged around Eevee. It opened its tiny mouth, launching a rapidly spinning black sphere composed of shadow energy directly at the Blue Flame Gale. Boom! The flames and shadows collided violently at the center of the arena, erupting into a thunderous roar as they both dissipated in a spectacular display. The outcome was a draw. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in utter astonishment. Eevee, capable of utilizing Shadow Ball, wasn't that a move exclusive to Ghost-type Pokemon? Moreover, the potency of that Shadow Ball was astonishingly on par with Yiye's Blue Flame Goose. How could this be possible? Reina's pupils constricted sharply. She was aware of Cheyenne's formidable EV, but she had never anticipated it to be this powerful. However, what left them even more astounded was yet to come. Just as the smoke from the collision of Shadow Ball and Blue Flame Goose lingered, Cheyenne had already issued her second command. Flamethrower. Boy! The spectral energy enveloping Eevee dissipated instantaneously, replaced by an equally intense and fiery energy. It opened its small mouth once more, unleashing a robust, orange-red beam of flames that pierced through the smoke, hurtling towards the fire dinosaur with remarkable speed. A fire-type move. This Eevee could also wield Flamethrower. Roar! The fire dinosaur was taken aback, but it reacted swiftly, spewing forth a blue flame of its own, which collided violently with the Flamethrower. Boom! The blue and orange flames, 2 distinct hues, wrestled fiercely in the air, neither yielding to the other, until they ultimately exploded simultaneously, creating a scorching wave of heat. Once again, the outcome was a tie. The entire first deck was enveloped in a profound silence. Everyone stood agape, as if they had encountered a ghost, unable to utter a single word. And Eevee, capable of using both Ghost-type Shadow Ball and Fire-type Flamethrower, and both with powers comparable to elite-level high-tier Pokémon? What manner of creature was this? How could an EV possibly wield moves from both Ghost and Fire types simultaneously? After a brief silence, the audience erupted into a cacophony of astonished exclamations and disbelief. The events unfolding before them had completely transcended their comprehension. An EV could only learn moves within a limited attribute range. They had never even heard of an EV like Cheyenne's that could unleash flames. No, that was incorrect. The genius from the data stream, when Yiye stared intently at his tablet, his fingers turning pale from the pressure. On his screen, the energy fluctuation curve of EV was oscillating in an exceedingly bizarre manner. Its energy core was remarkably unstable. It was rapidly switching between Ghost, Fire, and even electric and water energy fluctuations. This was not merely the acquisition of moves from other attributes. It was as if several distinct energy sources resided within its being. It could summon any one of them at will when needed. When Yiye arrived at a chilling conclusion that sent shivers down his spine. In the arena, Yiye's expression grew serious for the first time. He understood that Cheyenne's EV was extraordinary, but he had never imagined it would be extraordinary to this extent. Ding. Special Pokémon detected, conducting data analysis. Analysis complete. Pokémon, EV, ancient form. Type, normal. Ability, Chaos Bloodline, hidden ability. Level, 35. Strength assessment, elite level, high tier. Potential, champion level. Chaos Bloodline, an exceedingly rare trait derived from the primordial genes of the mythical. EV possessing this trait harbors gene fragments of all its evolutionary forms, allowing it to temporarily summon partial powers of all evolutionary forms during battle, utilizing moves of their respective types. Warning: each invocation of the Chaos Bloodline's power imposes tremendous strain on the Pokémon's body. Frequent use could even pose a life-threatening risk. As the information on the system panel vividly presented itself in Yiye's mind, even with his composure, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Mythical genes. This EV possessed mythical genes. No wonder this EV could be so rule-breaking. It was far from an ordinary EV. It was a living repository of Pokémon genes with limitless potential. Just as Yiye was reeling from this revelation, Cheyenne issued her third command. Thunderbolt. Boy! The fire-type energy once again dissipated from EV, replaced by crackling, furious electric energy. A golden bolt of lightning erupted from its diminutive form, striking towards the fire dinosaur with blinding speed. Chapter 75. War of Attrition. Use Dragon Breath to block it. Yiye snapped back to reality, issuing his command loudly. Roar. The fire dinosaur took a deep breath, unleashing a shockwave infused with dragon energy from its mouth, colliding forcefully with the golden lightning. Boom. An explosion ensued. Yet this time, the fire dinosaur was pushed back slightly by the force of the blast. For the first time, it found itself at a disadvantage in terms of power. So fast, so fluid in its attribute switching. Yiye's heart sank. Cheyenne's EV had reached an exquisite level of energy transition. Shadow Ball, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt. A continuous stream of attacks flowed seamlessly, leaving no opportunity for the opponent to recover. Had it been any other trainer facing such an unprecedented, unpredictable assault, they would have likely crumbled under the pressure. But Yiye did not falter. After the initial shock, he regained his composure. His mind began to race. The Chaos Bloodline, while formidable, was not invincible. The glaring red warning on the system panel represented its greatest and most perilous weakness. Burden. Every time the attribute switched, every time it utilized a power that did not belong to it, would impose a tremendous strain on EV's body. This meant that this battle could not be won through brute force. They must engage in a war of attrition. They needed to prolong the fight until EV could no longer bear the burden of the Chaos Bloodline. Realizing this, Yiye's gaze sharpened with newfound determination. He looked at the expressionless girl across from him, resembling an iceberg, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You are indeed strong. Your EV is formidable as well. However, regrettably, you have encountered me, a being possessing the phoenix within me. Fire Dinosaur. Yiye's voice rang out again, but this time, his command left everyone in disbelief. Next, abandon all attacks. Move around the arena at your fastest speed, evading all of its assaults. What? Abandon the attack? What is Yiye planning? Is he going to endure a passive onslaught? No. Look at the flames on the fire dinosaur. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, the blue flames of immortality enveloping the fire dinosaur surged dramatically. A torrent of immense, life-infused energy surged forth from its being, incessantly mending the minor injuries it had sustained in the recent explosion, restoring it to its peak condition in an instant. Roaring, the Charizard let out a thunderous cry, transforming into a streak of azure light as it began to move at an astonishing speed across the arena. Its velocity was so extraordinary that it left behind a series of ethereal blue afterimages. At last, a hint of concern creased Ziyuan's brow for the first time. She observed the Charizard, darting about the field, deliberately avoiding a direct confrontation with her, then glanced at Yiye, whose expression conveyed a stubborn refusal to engage. An inscrutable calmness flickering momentarily in his eyes. Could he have seen through it? A tempest of disbelief swelled within Ziyuan. How could this be? The secret of the Chaos bloodline was the greatest trump card of her Watanabe family. Apart from her and her grandmother, the formidable Kiku, there was no one else in the world who knew of it. To safeguard this secret, the family had even expended tremendous energy to erase all battle records concerning this EV. It could be said that this EV was her most powerful and clandestine ace, meticulously prepared for the King plan and the forthcoming global tournament. Yet now, this secret, concealed for years and deemed inscrutable, had seemingly been unraveled by a boy she had known for less than a day. In merely a few minutes of battle, Ziyuan found it impossible to accept this reality. She would rather believe it was mere coincidence, that Yiye had been intimidated by her multi-attribute attacks, opting for a passive, evasive strategy. Do you think hiding away will be of any use? Ziyuan's voice turned icier than before. EV Water Pulse, she commanded once more, determined to unleash a more potent and concentrated assault to compel Yiye and that Charizard to confront her head-on. Bree. The electrical energy surrounding EV dissipated, replaced by a gentle yet formidable surge of water energy. It opened its small mouth, unleashing a dense blue energy sphere composed of high-density water elements, propelling it predictively towards the rapid trajectory of the Charizard. Water Pulse not only boasted considerable power, but also had a chance of leaving the opponent in a state of confusion upon impact. However, just as the Water Pulse was about to strike the Charizard, it roared. The Charizard's speed surged once more, executing an astonishing right-angle turn, narrowly evading the blow. Boom! The Water Pulse detonated upon hitting the ground, sending rippling blue waves across the arena. What? Ziyuan's pupils constricted once again. This explosive acceleration and sharp turning, the Charizard's mastery over its own power had reached a truly terrifying level. Futile. Yiye's voice echoed calmly. Your attack cannot reach it. Is that so? A flicker of anger finally crossed Ziyuan's face. Then let us test this. EV Ice Beam. Bree. The water energy enveloping EV instantly transformed into a chilling ice energy. A beam of icy blue light, imbued with absolute zero, erupted from its mouth, freezing the very air in its wake. The ice beam was rapid, nearly instantaneous. This time, let us see how you evade. Yet, in the face of this unavoidable assault, Yiye wore a cunning smile. Charizard, use spikes. Roaring, the swiftly moving Charizard abruptly halted, its azure flames unfurling into a magnificent and sturdy flame shield that stood before it. Sizzle. The ice beam collided heavily with the flame shield, producing a piercing sound. Ice and fire, two utterly contrasting energies, clashed violently, eroding and counteracting each other. A veil of white steam billowed from the point of impact, obscuring the view of all present. Several seconds later, as the energy of the ice beam waned and the steam gradually dissipated, the Charizard stood resolutely in its place. The flame shield, though dimmed, remained unbroken, while the energy expended in withstanding the attack was swiftly replenished by the flames of immortality. In contrast, on the other side, Ziyuan's EV, after employing 4 different attribute moves in succession, was visibly panting. Its bright eyes were shrouded in an imperceptible weariness, its petite body trembling slightly, seemingly beyond its control. The burden of the Chaos bloodline was beginning to manifest. Chapter 76. The End of the Ranking Matches. Witnessing this scene, everyone comprehended. They finally grasped Yiye's strategy. I see it now. I completely understand. Although that EV could utilize multiple attribute moves, each use exacted a significant toll on itself. Meanwhile, Yiye's Charizard possessed nearly limitless recovery capabilities. In this comparison, the scales of victory had begun to tip. This battle was no longer a mere contest of strength. It was a duel of tactics and endurance. The spectators were enlightened, their gazes toward Yiye shifting from confusion to reverence. This youth not only commanded a monstrous Pokémon, but also possessed formidable observational skills. Ziyuan's expression darkened considerably. She bit her lip fiercely, her nails digging painfully into her flesh from the intensity. She was losing. Unwilling. She could not accept defeat. EV. She looked at her partner, now showing signs of exhaustion. A glint of determination flickering in her eyes. Could it fight once more? Bree. EV sensed its trainer's will, forcefully suppressing its fatigue, straightening its stance, and reigniting its fiery fighting spirit. It could lose, but it could never surrender without a fight. Very well. A poignant smile graced Ziyuan's face. Then let us wager everything. EV, the final trump card, Destruction Beam. As Ziyuan summoned all her strength to utter this final command, the entire deck one seemed enveloped by an invisible, resolute aura. All held their breath, aware that this last strike would determine the ultimate victor of this climactic duel. Bree. Eevee unleashed a defiant roar towards the heavens. It forced all the remaining energy of different attributes within its body to merge and compress at this very moment. Ghost, fire, electricity, water, ice. 5 distinct energies collided and entangled wildly within its diminutive form, ultimately converging into an unprecedented torrent of gray energy, steeped in destruction and chaos. This was no longer merely a destruction beam. It was the culmination of all the powers of the Chaos bloodline, a final strike that wagered everything. The gray energy beam tore through space, its passage accompanied by a mournful wail of the burdened fabric of reality. Faced with an assault powerful enough to rival that of a legendary Pokémon, Yiye's expression finally revealed an unprecedented gravity. He understood that this blow was unavoidable, and indeed, it must not be evaded. It represented his opponent's dignity and pride, wagered in full. In response, he too had to confront it with the utmost resolve, shattering it head-on. This, after all, embodies the highest respect a trainer can accord to another. Charizard. Yiye's voice rang out, resounding and resolute, echoing throughout the arena. We too stake everything. Unleash your mightiest flamethrower. Roaring with determination, Charizard sensed its master's will, and its golden draconic eyes ignited with an insatiable combat fervor. The cerulean flames of its eternal fire blazed to their zenith in that moment. Its entire form transformed into a colossal meteor, ablaze with cerulean flames, unflinching as it surged directly toward the cataclysmic torrent of gray energy. The cerulean meteor collided with the gray beam. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, they clashed fiercely at the center of the arena. A thunderous roar erupted, an unprecedented, deafening sound that instantly engulfed the entire ship, the Gekalola. The deck trembled violently beneath their feet. The energy shields surrounding the arena flickered madly, emitting a piercing overload alarm. The blinding light compelled everyone to instinctively shut their eyes, as they felt themselves ensnared within a cataclysmic energy storm. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps mere seconds, or perhaps minutes passed, when the brilliance finally receded. When the cacophony ceased, and tranquility returned, all eagerly opened their eyes to behold the spectacle before them. The entirety of Zone C's battlefield had been utterly obliterated, replaced instead by a vast, unfathomable pit. The edges of the pit bore remnants of the battleground, melted by searing heat and corroded by chaotic energy. At the two ends of the pit lay the aftermath. Ziyuan's EV, battered and bruised, lay helplessly on the ground, its eyes rolled back, completely devoid of fighting spirit. It had ultimately succumbed to the backlash of that power that transcended its limits. On the other side, Yiye's Charizard knelt, gasping for breath. Its cerulean flames had dimmed significantly, as if they might extinguish at any moment. The magnificent wings of flame had vanished. Clearly, the recent clash had exacted a tremendous toll on it. Yet, it still stood. It had triumphed. Eevee has lost its fighting capability. Therefore, the ultimate champion of this ship's ranking tournament is contestant Yiye, the judge announced with a trembling voice, declaring the final outcome. A hush blanketed the arena, swiftly followed by thunderous applause and cheers. He won. Yiye has triumphed. What an extraordinary spectacle. This is undoubtedly the most riveting battle I have ever witnessed. Both are monsters, true titans. Amidst the jubilant uproar, Ziyuan quietly approached, carefully cradling her unconscious EV in her arms. There was no trace of disappointment over her loss, nor any bitterness, only a serene acceptance of having encountered a worthy adversary. She stepped closer to Yiye, who had recalled Charizard and regarded her with calm composure. From this day forth, Ziyuan lifted her gaze, her cool violet eyes fixed intently upon Yiye. You cannot lose before I defeat you. With that, she uttered no more, clutching her EV, and turned to vanish into the crowd. Yiye watched her retreating figure, pausing in silence. Had he gained another rival? Just then, the Gekalola sounded its prolonged horn once more. In the distance, a lush and vibrant island emerged at the horizon's edge. The Orange Archipelago had arrived. The ship's ranking tournament was merely an appetizer. The true challenge was only just beginning. Chapter 77. The elite trainer training camp. The sound of the Gekalola's horn signaled the conclusion of this maritime journey, heralding the commencement of a new challenge. Yiye descended the ship's deck with the flow of the crowd. the solid ground beneath his feet snapping him back to reality from the echoes of the recent pinnacle confrontation. On the dock, a row of sleek black vehicles awaited silently. Several staff members clad in black suits, their expressions stern, approached to verify the identities of Yiye, Wenya, and dozens of other young trainers, before guiding them into the vehicles. As the scenery of the Orange Archipelago rapidly receded beyond the windows, the vehicle veered toward increasingly secluded paths. Ultimately, after traversing a lengthy underwater tunnel, an isolated island came into view. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, but upon entering and passing through an imperceptible energy barrier, the breathtaking interior left everyone gasping in astonishment. This place bore no resemblance to an island. It was more akin to a futuristic technological metropolis. Towering silver edifices, levitating magnetic tracks, and ubiquitous holographic projection devices showcased the advanced technological prowess of this locale. Is this the elite training camp? Senior Reina's voice carried a hint of awe. Though she served as an assistant, it was her first visit to this legendary site. Yiye remained silent, calmly observing his surroundings. He understood that the League's ability to gather the most exceptional talents here was indicative of its formidable foundation. The spectacle before him was merely the tip of the iceberg. The vehicle finally halted before a vast circular plaza. Upon disembarking, all were immediately struck by the somber atmosphere that permeated the central square. "Welcome to the Elite Academy." A steady and authoritative voice resonated from all directions. Everyone looked up to find a colossal holographic projection materializing above the plaza. The face of the dragon-type champion of the Hoenn region, Soji, appeared in midair, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. His gaze swept over each young individual present, the intangible pressure causing many hearts to race. From this day forth, you are no longer the acclaimed prodigies of the outside world. You are merely prospective members of the Elite Academy. Here, all your past honors, identities, and backgrounds are rendered null. Soji's voice bore no hint of emotion. Icy and unyielding as ancient ice, the Elite Academy operates under a singular principle: points reign supreme. As his words echoed, a larger holographic screen rose in the center of the plaza. It displayed a list of all the new students, each name accompanied by a corresponding score. Yiye, points, 1,000. Zun, points, 1,000. Wenya, points, 1,000. Each of you begins with an initial score of 1,000 points. Within the academy, points dictate everything. Your provisions, your training resources, the level of facilities available to you, and even your ability to remain here all hinge upon your points. Yuan Ji's voice resonated, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of all the newcomers. There are myriad ways to accrue points: by completing tasks assigned by the academy, excelling in periodic assessments, or, he paused, his gaze sharpening, challenging your fellow students and seizing points from them. The moment these words escaped his lips, a palpable hush fell over the assembly. Instinctively, everyone's eyes darted towards their companions, and the previously harmonious atmosphere grew subtly tense. In the depths of their gazes, each person discerned a flicker of wariness and hostility. The Academy's leaderboard updates in real time. At the end of each month, the bottom 10 students in the points ranking will be directly eliminated, stripped of their status as prospective members, and sent back to their hometowns. Remember, the path to greatness is never a gentle game of make-believe. It is a treacherous tightrope paved with the bones of countless failures. I do not care whether you are a dragon or a worm. From this moment on, you must compete and strive. My words have been spoken. I wish you all good fortune. Yuan Ji's holographic image gradually faded, yet every word he uttered was indelibly etched in the minds of all present. A profound silence enveloped the square. It was brutally harsh, too brutal. They had scarcely arrived, and already they were served a bitter lesson. Yiye gazed at the enormous leaderboard, his expression tranquil. He had anticipated this mode of ruthless selection. To cultivate true strength, one must employ the most stringent methods. Points? Intriguing. He found himself rather fond of this system, for under such rules, strength is the sole currency of value. At that moment, a stir erupted at the far end of the square. A group of students, clad in uniforms distinct from those of the newcomers, marched forward under the leadership of an imposing figure. At the forefront stood a tall young man with fiery red hair, hands casually tucked in his pockets, a defiant grin gracing his face. His commanding presence enveloped the newcomers, instilling a suffocating pressure. "Ah, the little ones of this year have finally arrived," he remarked, surveying the gathering of newcomers with unabashed disdain. His gaze lingered briefly on Zun and Ling Nai, momentarily captivated by their beauty, before swiftly shifting away. Ultimately, his attention settled on Yiye, who had remained composed throughout. You must be the newcomer who made quite a stir on the boat, Yiye. The red-haired youth tilted his head, inspecting him with keen interest. Yiye merely lifted his eyelids to glance at him, remaining silent. Heh, quite arrogant, the red-haired youth chuckled, amused by Yiye's dismissive attitude. I am Wu, a second-year student, currently ranked first on the leaderboard. He gestured towards the colossal ranking board. The crowd instinctively looked up, where a name shimmered with blinding golden light at the very top. Wu. Points. 52,340. Over 50,000 points. A staggering 50 times the initial points of these newcomers. All present were struck with shock at this terrifying figure. What manner of monster is this? Wu relished the astonished gazes directed at him, turning his attention back to Yiye, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I've heard you're quite the brash one. But allow me to remind you, in the Tianwang Academy, newcomers must embody the spirit of newcomers. Don't think that winning against a few amateurs outside makes you anything special. He stepped closer to Yiye, a wave of scorching heat emanating from him. Here, if you're a dragon, you must soar. If you're a tiger, you must lie low. Do you understand, newcomer? A blatant provocation. This was a display of power. All eyes were fixed on Yiye, eager to witness how this newly minted prodigy, who had dazzled on the boat, would respond to the challenge posed by the second year's top student. Ziyuan's brow furrowed slightly. When Yiye adjusted his glasses, his fingers instinctively tracing patterns in the air, as if calculating something. Yet, Yiye's reaction defied all expectations once more. He simply cast a nonchalant glance at Wu, then turned to address Ling Nai beside him. Senior, where's our dormitory? I'm a bit hungry. I'd like to check out the cafeteria first. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. The air seemed to thicken, time itself pausing in that moment. All the newcomers, including the older students who had gathered to watch, were rendered motionless, staring vacantly at the boy who casually inquired about the cafeteria. Wu's defiant smile froze in place. The second-year students behind him wore expressions of incredulity. Ling Nai's mouth hung agape, unable to find her voice, as the multitude of conciliatory words she had prepared lodged in her throat. This was a complete disregard. It was far more piercing than any retort or counterattack, for it signified that, in the eyes of the other, one did not even qualify to be considered a rival. You were merely an inconsequential stone by the roadside, while he was simply hungry and wished to dine. Ha ha. Wu finally broke free from his stupor, emitting a couple of dry laughs, his complexion reddening like a cooked liver from years of fire-type Pokémon training. A wave of heat, intense enough to distort the air, erupted uncontrollably from him, causing the ground beneath to darken slightly. Kid, you've got guts. He glared at Yiye's retreating figure, each word spat out as if forced through gritted teeth. I hope your bones are as tough as your tongue in the points ranking competition in half a month. With that, he turned abruptly, leading his equally perturbed entourage away from the square without a backward glance. The tense confrontation concluded in an unexpected and anticlimactic fashion. Only after Wu and his companions had vanished did the atmosphere in the square begin to flow once more. The gazes of the newcomers towards Yiye became exceedingly complex. Admiration, wariness, but more so, a kind of pity typically reserved for a warrior facing insurmountable odds. On the very first day, he had already managed to offend the formidable Wu, the second year's top student and leader on the leaderboard. The days ahead would surely not be easy. Junior, Ling Nai approached Yiye, her expression a mixture of amusement and exasperation. You were a bit too impulsive just now. Wu is not someone to be trifled with. Is he strong? Yiye turned his head, genuinely inquiring. Stronger than you can imagine, Ling Nai sighed. His ace Pokémon is a dazzling fire beast, already reached the quasi-king level. In the academy, aside from a few freakish third-year seniors, no one can match him. Oh, Yiye acknowledged with a nod, then continued. So, where's the cafeteria? Ling Nai. She felt as though she had struck cotton with her fist. This junior's thought process was indeed unlike that of ordinary people. Under the guidance of the staff, the newcomers were swiftly assigned to their respective dormitories. Most of the dorms were standard single rooms, approximately 20 square meters, simply furnished yet fully equipped with all necessary amenities. As Yiye, the champion of the ship's ranking competition, was escorted to the top floor of a standalone dormitory building. He was greeted with a sight that even the worldly wise Reina could not help but exclaim in awe upon opening the door. This was no mere dormitory. It was a lavishly decorated presidential suite. The spacious living room boasted magnificent floor-to-ceiling windows with breathtaking views, a dedicated nutrition meal preparation room, and even a small indoor battle arena equipped with an energy simulation system. A smart terminal on the wall clearly displayed his credentials. Student. Yiye. Permission level. S. Champion privilege. Resource allocation. Top tier. All training facilities, with the highest priority for use. This was the reward for securing first place, and Yiye adjusted his glasses. Contemplating the opulent arrangement with a sense of wonder, the academy was unequivocally conveying that only the strongest were deserving of such luxuries. Yiye, however, felt little about it. He approached the technologically advanced nutrition preparation station and was pleasantly surprised to find an array of exquisite fruits and high-energy minerals available. He nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his ravenous Pokémon would not be lacking in nourishment for the foreseeable future. Once settled, Yiye politely declined Reina and Yiye's invitation to explore the academy together, choosing instead to remain solitary in his room. He first activated the long-unseen system panel. Strongest trainer system. Host, Yiye. Points, 9,700. As the champion of the ship's ranking competition, he had received an additional reward of 2,000 points from the system, bringing his total to 9,700 points after accounting for the rewards from previous gym challenges and successive battles. He was now just 300 points shy of the 10,000 required for the next Devil Fruit lottery. 300 points. He sequentially opened the panels for Charizard and Garchomp. Pokémon, Charizard. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Level, 35. Mastered skills, Flame Charge, Blue Flame, Spiky Shield, Dragon Dance, Flare Blitz. Equipped item, Rainbow Feather. Strength assessment, Elite level, Top tier. Potential, Champion level, High tier. Devil Fruit, Zoan type Phoenix form. Devil Fruit development level, Intermediate. As Yiye gazed at Charizard's panel, memories of the final clash with Zishuan's Chaos EV rushed to his mind. That Flare Blitz had nearly drained all of its Phoenix power, and the magnificent wings of flame still required time to coalesce. They needed ample rest. Yet that battle was worth it. Now at level 35, he was but a step away from evolving into a Blaziken. Upon evolution, both its physical form and mastery over flames would undergo a profound transformation, allowing the power of the Phoenix fruit to be fully unleashed. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Yiye's eyes. He longed to witness just how formidable a Blaziken endowed with Phoenix power could become. Pokémon, Garchomp. Type, Rock, Ground. Ability, Stamina, Hidden ability. Level, 16. Strength assessment, Elite level, Top tier. Potential, Champion level, High tier. Mastered skills, Sandstorm, Desert Prison, Desert Blade, Dragon Dance. Devil Fruit. Nature type, Sand Fruit. Devil Fruit development level, Intermediate. In an instant, a smile crept across Yiye's lips upon viewing this set of data. This was his greatest surprise. Despite being only at level 16, Garchomp's strength assessment was on par with Charizard's at level 35, both classified as elite top tier. The compatibility of the sand fruit with Garchomp was astonishingly high. This little fellow required no deliberate training. Merely playing in the sand, eating, and sleeping allowed its strength to grow rapidly, utterly unreasonable. The king of sand was not just an idle whim of his. This little creature was destined to rule the desert. Yiye's data analysis system crumbled before it, serving as the best proof. Its only current shortcoming lay in its temperament. Seemingly sensing its master's gaze, Garchomp, who was playfully riding a disc-shaped automatic cleaner like a skateboard in the corner of the living room, turned back to Yiye and called out, its large eyes brimming with innocence. Yiye couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. This little one was still just a child. Pokémon, Blissey. Type, Normal. Ability, Natural Cure. Level, 32. Mastered skills, Heal Pulse, Egg Bomb, Sing, Heal Bell, Minimize, Light Screen, Protect, Thunderbolt. Strength assessment, Elite level, Mid-tier. Potential, Champion level, Initial tier. Devil Fruit, Superhuman Healing Fruit. Devil Fruit development level, Intermediate. While Blissey's strength had not progressed rapidly, Yiye felt the utmost satisfaction. The battle with Lei Wu had thoroughly validated the feasibility of his poisonous milk strategy. What delighted him even more was the seamless fusion of the healing fruit with Blissey's life energy, which had unwittingly elevated the development level of the Devil Fruit to Intermediate. Now, Blissey could even disseminate the nearly conceptual restorative power of the healing fruit through Heal Pulse. This signified that it had evolved from a mere team medic into a veritable spring on the move. With it in the team, their endurance and margin for error would reach a terrifying level. Chapter 79, Larvitar Egg. Having confirmed the status of all his Pokémon, Yiye felt a sense of reassurance. He did not linger in the room any longer but departed the dormitory, intent on heading to the main building of the Elite Academy. The reward for winning the ship's ranking competition encompassed more than just this luxurious suite. The main building of the Elite Academy was a silver-white spire that pierced the clouds, with an interior space of astonishing magnitude. Unlike the bustling trainer associations outside, here there was no cacophony of voices, only the hurried figures of individuals and an atmosphere thick with elite energy. Most staff members clad in uniforms moved briskly, and occasionally, Yiye spotted a few students adorned with different badges. Their palpable aura signified that none were weaklings. Yiye recalled the information Reina had shared along the way. The academy was divided into introductory classes, formal classes, and graduation classes. They, as newcomers, currently belonged to the introductory class. Only by excelling in the upcoming ranking competition in half a month and completing the academy's assessments could they advance to the formal class. As for the graduation class, it comprised the academy's top-tier individuals, each of whom was rumored to possess the strength to contend with the current champion. S-level permission certification approved. Welcome, student Yiye. As Yiye placed his Pokédex on the terminal in the main hall, a gentle electronic female voice resonated. Instantly, a personalized interface exclusive to him emerged on the holographic screen, clearly listing the various privileges he was entitled to as the ranking competition champion. Champion rewards, pending collection. 1 Academy points, x 5,000. 2 premium nutrition meal recipes, x 3. 3 designated skill learning device, up to champion level, x 1. 4 exclusive training room, grade A, access x 1 month. Gazing upon this array of bountiful rewards, Yiye felt a momentary quickening of his breath. 5,000 Academy points. This is nearly half of a new student's initial points. Furthermore, the designated skill learning device possesses an immeasurable value. Without hesitation, he opted to claim all of them. System notification. Host achieves the title of Newcomer King. Reward, 3,000 system points. In his mind, the system's notification chimed in timely fashion. Yiye glanced at his system panel. Points, 12,700. A total of 12,700 points. Not only sufficient for a single draw from the Devil Fruit lottery, but also with a surplus remaining. Suppressing the immediate urge to draw, Yiye redirected his attention back to the Academy's system. He refrained from hastily redeeming the skill device and instead navigated to the Resource Exchange Center. A vast virtual marketplace unfolded before him in an instant. From ordinary healing potions and pokeballs to rare evolutionary items and high-quality energy cubes, a dazzling array of goods was available. Yiye's S-tier privileges allowed him to access numerous hidden shelves that ordinary students could not even peruse. His gaze swiftly scanned the shelves, ultimately settling on the section labeled Student Trading Zone. Unlike the official exchange center, this platform allowed students to freely post trading information. A recently published trading notice captured his attention. Publisher, Duze 2nd year. Item for trade. Unknown attribute Pokémon Egg X1. Academy certified. Internal energy highly active. Immense potential. Desired items. Poison core, or high-quality poison-type energy cube recipe, or a direct offer of 5,000 points. A Pokémon egg? Yiye's heart stirred, and he immediately activated the system's exploration feature on this information. Ding. Exploration initiated. Item, Ralt's egg. Status, healthy, contains faint spatial energy fluctuations, hatching conditions are stringent. Potential assessment, near champion level. A Ralts with near champion level potential. Moreover, it harbors spatial energy. Is this not the perfect foundation for his future psychic-type powerhouse? Yiye's eyes ignited with fervor. This egg he must secure. He promptly sent a communication request through the trading platform. Moments later, the connection was established. A pallid young man with a gloomy demeanor appeared in the holographic projection. What do you want? Duze's voice was hoarse, laced with impatience. Greetings, senior. I am the freshman Yiye. I am very interested in the Pokémon egg you posted. Yiye was straightforward. Yiye. Duze paused momentarily, then scrutinized him, a trace of disdain flickering in his dark gaze. Oh, so you are the newcomer king who caused quite a stir on the ship. What? Are you interested in my egg? He smirked. Do you have a poison core? Or perhaps, do you possess 5,000 points? My points are temporarily insufficient, Yiye replied honestly. Huh, then don't waste my time. Duze snorted derisively, preparing to terminate the communication. However, Yiye, unhurried, interjected. I possess something that might pique your interest even more than 5,000 points. Oh, Duze halted his actions, a playful expression emerging on his face. Do tell. I am curious to see what a newcomer can offer. Yiye wasted no time. He directly produced a pokeball from his waist, with a flash of red light. The formidable, imposing Arbok he had captured in the Viridian forest materialized beside him. Upon its appearance, Arbok's cold serpentine gaze swept the surroundings, emitting a menacing hiss, exuding the wild aura of an elite-level powerhouse. On the other end of the projection, Duze's pupils dilated in disbelief at the sight of the Arbok. As a trainer specializing in poison types, he immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this creature. With a perfect physique, a wild gaze, and an overwhelming presence far surpassing its peers, this was undoubtedly a prime specimen. A wild elite-level Arbok? Duze's voice trembled with incredulity. Indeed, Yiye replied calmly. A wild leader captured in the Viridian Forest. Its strength is formidable, yet it is wild and difficult to train. I propose to exchange it for your egg. What do you think? Duze's breathing quickened, his heart pounding furiously. An egg whose potential was uncertain, and even if it hatched, its outcome was unknown, traded for a highly capable elite-level Arbok? This transaction was a no-brainer. He was on the verge of agreeing immediately, but the words were caught in his throat, suppressed by an inexplicable jealousy and resentment. Why? Why could a mere newcomer present such an exceptional Pokémon so casually? How much effort and resources had he expended to nurture his current main team? No, he couldn't let it be so easy for him. I can trade with you. Duze fixed his gaze on Yiye, forcibly suppressing the wild joy within, forcing a peculiar smile onto his face. But you must add another condition. Speak. Chapter 80. The Surgical Fruit. Duze scrutinized Yiye and the imposing Arbok at his side, a rare spark of interest flickering across his gloomy face. How intriguing. He stroked his chin, as if admiring a piece of art. To offer a ready elite-level gem in exchange for this uncertain egg, you certainly have some audacity, newcomer king. He neither outright rejected nor immediately accepted, instead shifting the conversation with a hint of amusement. How about this? I am inclined to agree to this transaction in principle. However, since you are the most prominent figure among this year's newcomers, you must allow me, as your senior, to ascertain whether you are worthy of this investment. This statement surprised the onlookers, who had expected a straightforward transaction, only to find Duze wishing to impose additional conditions. Oh, how does the senior intend to evaluate this? Yiye maintained his composure, as if he had anticipated that the other party would not easily agree to the deal. Quite simply, we shall add a clause to our transaction. In the presence of system oversight, I will provide you with the egg first. However, the clause stipulates that if you do not rank among the top 10 in the freshman points ranking competition in half a month, it will indicate that you are unworthy of possessing the egg's potential. At that time, you must perform a task for me, the value of which must be equivalent to that of this Arbok. What say you? Do you dare to sign this contract with the additional clause? This was no longer a simple transaction. It was a test laden with considerable risk. Should Yiye fail, the consequences would be dire. To the observers, this clause appeared excessively harsh, with the best course of action being to forego the trade. However, Yiye shook his head, a smile of astonishment blooming on his face. Much to Duze's surprise. Senior, do you truly hold me in such low regard with this additional clause? Duze was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? The top 10? Yiye let out a light chuckle. That goal lacks challenge and is utterly unworthy of the value of this egg. Let us amend the terms. He extended a finger. I will take first place. Silence enveloped the resource exchange center. The sound of a pin drop could be heard as everyone stared at the audacious boy. Duze was equally dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such audacity from his counterpart. Yet, instead of anger, he burst into laughter. Ha! Well, a bold newcomer. I like your spirit. He clapped his hands, his earlier mockery transforming into genuine excitement. Since you wish to alter the terms, the stakes must be equally high. If you fail to claim first place, you shall give me this Abeloth for free. And return this egg. Yiye's expression remained unchanged. Agreed. And if I succeed, then the egg belongs to you. And I shall gift you a unique recipe for a superb poison energy cube worth 5,000 points. Duze replied without hesitation, pointing at Yiye with a beaming, confident smile. Yiye, I shall remember you. I look forward to seeing if your abilities match your bravado. In the presence of countless astonished witnesses, the two formalized this astonishing agreement through the Academy's terminal. The egg was promptly transferred to Yiye. When the details of this extraordinary contract appeared on the Academy's public channel, the entire King Academy erupted into chaos. Yiye, undeterred by the tumultuous discussions behind him, calmly retrieved the pristine white egg, which radiated a faint spatial fluctuation. Duze, after leaving a remark about meeting in the ranking competition, departed with satisfaction, eagerly anticipating nurturing his unruly Abeloth. Upon returning to the opulent presidential suite, Yiye carefully placed the egg into the room's professional incubator, setting the most suitable temperature and energy environment. Having completed this, he redirected his focus to his system panel. The rewards from the ranking competition, coupled with the system achievements, had altered his points balance. Points, 12,700. Sufficient. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. System, initiate the Devil Fruit Lottery. Ding. Command received, consuming 10,000 points. Commencing Devil Fruit Lottery. Before his eyes, a colossal wheel began to spin rapidly, adorned with a variety of devil fruit designs. Yiye's heart raced uncontrollably. The last healing fruit had transformed his team. What would this one yield? Finally, as the wheel gradually slowed, the pointer came to rest on a fruit emanating a gentle glow, shaped like a heart. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the superhuman surgery fruit. The moment Yiye read those 4 words, his pupils contracted sharply, and his breath caught in his throat. It was the fruit revered as the ultimate devil fruit, its value surpassing even that of the natural type. Images of the white beret-clad, scythe-wielding surgeon flashed through his mind. Room, slaughterhouse, scan, cardiac arrest. This fruit's abilities were designed to create miracles. Ecstasy, an indescribable exhilaration surged within him. If utilized correctly, this fruit held strategic value that could eclipse even that of the phoenix fruit and the sansan fruit. Just then, the larvitar egg in the incubator began to emit a faint sound, and delicate blue patterns illuminated the milky shell. It was about to hatch. Yiye's heart stirred. He immediately used the system to scan the egg. Ding. Detecting high-energy wave compatibility between the surgery fruit and larvitar egg. Compatibility assessment in progress. Compatibility, 988. An almost perfect compatibility. Yiye's gaze ignited with fervor. Indeed, the core ability of the surgery fruit is to create a manipulable space, room. And this larvitar egg inherently contains spatial energy fluctuations. The two were a match made in heaven. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the system to fuse the surgery fruit with the larvitar egg. Command received, fusion commencing. As the words fell, the heart-shaped surgery fruit transformed into a pure blue data stream, slowly merging into the egg within the incubator. Then, an extraordinary event transpired. Centered around the egg, a visible, translucent pale blue spherical space instantaneously expanded, enveloping the entire incubator room. The fusion had inadvertently activated the core ability of the fruit. Crack. Cracks began to emerge on the eggshell. However, these were not typical fractures. The edges of the cracks were smooth and even, as if an invisible scalpel had precisely cut along the most flawless trajectory. Moments later, under Yiye's eager gaze, a small, pale hand slowly emerged from a seamless incision in the shell. Chapter 81, S-Class Mission. The hand that extended from the shell was delicate and white, exuding a fragile aura akin to that of a newborn. Yet, what followed defied the laws of physics. Crack, crack. More fissures appeared on the immaculate shell. Strangely, the shell did not splinter. Rather, it was sliced open with invisible, razor-sharp surgical precision along perfect geometric lines. The fragments of shell, instead of falling, seemed to lose gravity, gracefully floating and rotating within the pale blue room space, ultimately reassembling in midair into a hollow, artistic egg shape. The entire process was serene, elegant, imbued with the precision and beauty of a surgical operation. A petite figure emerged from the dissected shell. It was Larvitar. Its pristine white body and the green cap atop its head appeared more vibrant, edged with a metallic sheen. It opened its eyes, which shone with a red hue, devoid of the usual dazed expression of a newborn Pokémon. Instead, they resembled 2 high-precision scanners, calmly and curiously analyzing this new world. Eventually, its gaze settled on Yiye. A natural sense of affinity coursed through their mental link, yet simultaneously, Yiye felt a scrutinizing presence, as if it were assessing his bodily structure, bone density, and even cellular vitality. He promptly accessed its system panel. Pokémon, Larvitar, surgical form. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Ability, Trace. Level, 1. Strength assessment, ordinary level, beginner. Potential, near champion level. Devil Fruit, superhuman surgery fruit. Devil Fruit development level, beginner. Mastered skills, call, telekinesis, room, prototype. Indeed, Yiye suppressed the overwhelming joy within. This Larulus was destined for greatness from the very moment of its birth. Larulus, the little creature wobbled on its feet, seemingly acclimating to its new body. It curiously surveyed the room, ultimately pointing its tiny finger at a glass of water on a nearby table. Was a smaller, more unstable light blue room unfurled instantaneously around its fingertip. In the next moment, the glass was silently and precisely sliced in half. Yet not a single drop of water spilled. The water remained encased in an invisible membrane, retaining its original form, suspended in midair, with ripples dancing on the surface from subtle vibrations. Slaughterhouse, Yiye murmured to himself. This was indeed one of the core abilities of the surgery fruit. Larulus seemed to find this amusing. It gently waved its tiny hand again. The two halves of the glass seamlessly rejoined, returning to their original state. Not a hint of a seam visible. The suspended water also plopped back into the glass with a soft sound. The entire process flowed like a serene river, imbued with an indescribable, eerie beauty. A Pokémon that had just been born for a minute exhibited such intricate control over its fruit's abilities. This was not mere strength. It was a dominion at the level of law. Yiye gazed at this little creature, a resolution forming within him. From now on, you shall be called Rose. Larulus? The little one tilted its head, seemingly savoring the meaning of the name, before happily calling out in agreement. With this delightful surprise settled, Yiye's thoughts returned to the pressing reality before him. The additional clause in the transaction with Duze, the freshman point ranking competition, first place. He activated the terminal on his wrist and accessed the task system of the King Academy. He was still short of a few points for the next system reward, and he needed to familiarize himself with the Academy's operational model swiftly to accrue more resources. He swiftly skimmed through the routine collection tasks and training tasks, his brow furrowing slightly. These tasks were far too slow. Just then, his finger glided to a halt. At the very top of the task list, an S-level mission, highlighted in blood red, stood out prominently. Task level, S. Task name, Distorted Forest Purification Operation. Task location, Forbidden Zone 7, Distorted Forest. Task description, investigate the source of the energy anomaly in the distorted forest, collect pollution samples, and attempt to purify the core area. Note: Pokémon in this area are affected by unknown energy, exhibiting violent behavior and extreme aggression, with moves that carry bizarre mental pollution effects. Recommended number of executants, 3 to 5, formal class students. Task reward, 8,000 Academy points, 300 Alliance contribution points. 8,000 Academy points. Such a reward was enough to make any newcomer envious. However, the glaring S-grade designation and the mention of the Forbidden Zone extinguished any greed. Yet, a flicker of interest appeared on Yiye's face. Mental pollution? Now that was intriguing. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to accept the mission on the task interface. Ding. Student Yiye, you have successfully accepted the S-level task, Distorted Forest Purification Operation. Please report to the task center within 24 hours to receive specialized equipment. Almost simultaneously with his confirmation, the internal communication channels of the entire King Academy erupted. Did I just see that right? That S-level purification mission was accepted by someone? The acceptor is Yiye, that newly enrolled freshman king. Has he lost his mind? That cursed place. Last month, a second-year elite team entered, and 3 were brought back seriously injured, still languishing in the medical center. Is he out of his mind? Or does he have no idea what that mission entails? A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Yiye's name once again reverberated throughout the academy in an incredibly impactful manner. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid series of knocks echoed at the door. As Yiye opened it, when Yiye and senior sister Ling Nai rushed in, flustered. Yiye, have you gone mad? Quick, you can still cancel the mission. Wenye's face was ashen, his tablet rapidly refreshing various data about the distorted forest, each entry more alarming than the last. Failure rate, 83, injury rate, 45, and no one has been able to approach the core area within 300 meters. Junior, this is no joke. Senior sister Ling Nai's expression was unprecedentedly serious. The distorted energy there is bizarre. It can directly erode the mind, causing Pokémon to lose their sense of friend or foe and even backfire on their trainers. This is not a place one can charge into relying solely on strength. Their concerns were palpable. However, before Yiye could respond, a mocking laughter drifted in from outside the door. Yanwu swaggered in with his entourage, blocking the entrance. He scrutinized Yiye, his gaze akin to that of a vulture eyeing carrion. Oh, is that not our rookie king? What's this? Did you make a foolish bet with someone and are now eager to earn points back? He leaned in closer, a malicious grin plastered on his face. My advice? Go to the task center, kneel down and cry for them. Maybe they'll cancel the mission for you. Don't end up with no points earned and your life lost in the woods. Then I want to have the chance to make you beg for mercy in the ranking competition. His followers erupted in laughter. In the face of such blatant mockery and threats, Yiye's response was eerily calm. He didn't even glance at Yanwu. Instead, he turned to Wenye. Wenye, pull up all the data on the distorted forest, including every failure report and every record of energy fluctuations. I want the most detailed information. Then he looked at senior sister Ling Nai. Sister, does the academy have any items that can resist mental interference? The smile on Yanwu's face vanished completely. A violent aura flared from him. Just as he was about to explode, a cool voice froze the atmosphere once more. Distorted forest. Ziyuan had appeared at the other end of the corridor unbeknownst to anyone. Cradling an Eevee, she stood there quietly, her violet eyes fixated on Yiye. I'll go too. Chapter 82, Distorted Forest. Ziyuan's appearance was like a shard of ice dropped into a boiling pot of oil. The entire corridor's atmosphere shifted into something even more bizarre. The mockery on Yen Wu's face froze, and he stared in disbelief at the aloof girl holding the Eevee, momentarily at a loss for words. What did she just say? She wants to go too? Following this inexperienced newcomer into the dreaded Area 7, which even seasoned students dread to tread. Ha ha ha. Yen Wu seemed to have heard an outrageous jest, stifling a dry laugh that was tinged with a palpable sense of indignation. He felt utterly affronted. First, he was completely overlooked by this newcomer, Yiye, and now, even the brilliant prodigy of this year's cohort, Ziyuan, whom he held in high esteem, had chosen to align herself with Yiye. How delightful. A madman. And now another one. Yen Wu's expression darkened considerably, and a violent surge of fiery energy emanated from him, warping the air around him with its searing heat. If you wish to embark on this perilous journey together, then I shall oblige. He glared fiercely at Yiye and Ziyuan, his teeth gritted as he spoke. I look forward to witnessing your bodies being extracted from the twisted forest. I wonder if you will still maintain your bravado then. With that, he flung his hand dismissively and stormed off with his equally bewildered entourage, his retreating figure marred by a hint of disarray. Thus, a confrontation brimming with tension was effortlessly disrupted by Ziyuan's nonchalant remark. In the corridor, a temporary tranquility descended. Senior Sister Reina and Wunya exchanged glances, both reflecting profound concern and confusion in their expressions. Yiye paid no heed to Yen Wu's departure. He merely turned to Ziyuan, gazing at her with calm resolve. The reason? No superfluous words, simply two direct syllables. Ziyuan met his gaze, her violet eyes as tranquil as a still pond. You owe me a duel. Her voice, like her demeanor, was cool and devoid of emotion. Until then, you are forbidden from losing to anyone else, or perishing in this place. I see. Yiye understood now. This woman feared that her designated opponent might falter along the way. He scrutinized Ziyuan and then glanced at the Eevee nestled in her arms, which regarded him with equal composure. A formidable ally, endowed with multi-attribute offensive capabilities. This was undoubtedly a significant asset in exploring the unknown territories. Very well. Yiye surprisingly nodded in agreement. However, you shall heed my command within the team. Ziyuan said nothing, simply cradling her Eevee, nodding slightly in acquiescence. Wait. Yiye. I must join too. Wunya, witnessing the unfolding scene, hastily adjusted his glasses and rushed forward, his face flushed with excitement. I am your data support. This was our agreement. In this energy anomalous, unknown area, without my data analysis and on-site modeling, your operational risks would increase by at least 200%. He waved his tablet, which was already filled with dense preliminary analysis reports regarding the twisted forest. I must participate. His tone was imbued with the stubbornness and determination of a scholar. Yiye regarded him thoughtfully. A top-tier data analyst, a formidable offensive force with chaotic bloodlines, and himself. This ad hoc team appeared to be quite well equipped. Fine. Yiye nodded once more. Senior Sister Reina, please escort us to the mission center, and also, find out how many points are needed to exchange for the heart piece amulet, which can resist mental disturbances. Oh sure. Senior Sister Reina, still caught up in the dramatic unfolding of events akin to a theatrical play, instinctively complied and quickly began operating her terminal. The heart piece amulet is a Class B restricted item. One requires 1,500 points, so for the three of you, that amounts to 4,500 points. Reina's voice quivered slightly, for even before embarking, merely preparing the necessary items would deplete a significant portion of a new student's savings. Exchange for 3. Yiye spoke decisively, as if 4,500 points were merely a trifling figure. The 5,000 points he had just received as a reward for the sailing competition had yet to warm in his possession before they were to be spent. Yet, for the impending unknown dangers, this investment was entirely worthwhile. At Tianwang Academy, in the mission center, when the peculiar trio formed by Yiye, Ziyuan, and Wunya arrived and confirmed their intent to undertake the S-rank mission to purify the twisted forest, the staff member responsible for their reception repeatedly verified their information 3 times. Upon receiving affirmative responses, the staff member processed their paperwork with a look of bemusement, as if regarding them as fools, and issued them specialized mission equipment. 3 sets of deep gray protective suits, capable of shielding against the majority of anomalous energy incursions. 3 high-precision biometric monitoring wristbands, linked in real time to the Academy's medical center. Additionally, a tactical backpack filled with emergency medicine, high-energy sustenance, and concentrated water resources. Lastly, 3 heart-piece amulets, exuding a faint fragrance and a gentle touch. When Yiye handed the amulet to Ziyun, she merely cast a fleeting glance at him, accepted it, and wordlessly hung it around her neck. Winya, on the other hand, treated the amulet as a treasured possession, carefully stowing it close to his person while muttering analyses of its energy composition. Preparations complete, the trio did not linger any longer. With the aid of the Academy's maglev train, they swiftly arrived at their destination, Area 7. As the train doors opened, a wave of cold, damp air, laced with the scent of decaying vegetation, engulfed them. Before them loomed a towering isolation wall, constructed of a special alloy, standing several dozen meters high. The wall bore the blood-red warning, Area 7, entry prohibited without permission, a sight that was jarring to behold. The sole entrance to the isolation zone was a massive gate, shimmering with an energy aura. Several fully armed security personnel, their expressions solemn, stood guard at the entrance. After verifying the trio's mission information and requiring them to sign a lengthy waiver of life and death, the head of security regarded them with a complex gaze. Especially directed at Yiye. "Young man, I do not understand why you have chosen to accept this task." He spoke gravely. "I merely wish to remind you, in the Twisted Forest, do not trust everything you see, not even your own judgment. If you sense something amiss, retreat immediately without hesitation." "Thank you for the warning," Yiye replied calmly. "Good luck to you all." The head of security said no more and waved his hand. With a piercing alarm and the roar of machinery, the colossal alloy gates slowly began to rise. An eerie, shadowy world, filled with uncertainty and peril, unfolded before the trio. Beyond the gate lay the Twisted Forest. The trees there exhibited a bizarre, unnatural growth pattern, their roots and branches intertwining like struggling phantoms. A faint, gray-black mist enveloped the air, shrouding the depths of the forest in an aura of mystery. Merely standing at the entrance, one could feel an invisible, bone-chilling cold and a peculiar energy field that stirred a sense of agitation and oppression in the mind. Wenye's complexion had grown pale. He tightened his grip on the tablet. Taking a deep breath, Ziyun narrowed her violet eyes slightly, while her Eevee perked its ears in vigilance. Yiye's expression remained utterly unchanged. He merely lifted his hand, gently releasing the newly hatched rose from its specially designed incubator. Lalu, the tiny creature, having just entered the world, curiously surveyed its unfamiliar surroundings. Its crimson eyes sparkling with analytical intrigue. Yiye softly patted its head. Then, under the watchful gaze of all, he took the first step, boldly entering the forest that symbolized death and madness. Chapter 83, Twisted Crystallization. As Yiye's foot touched the eerie forest floor, it felt as though the entire world had been muted. The cacophony of the outside world was completely severed by the heavy alloy gate. A chill, damp, and putrid atmosphere mingled with an indescribable, unsettling energy, enveloping the three of them in an instant. Warning: high concentrations of unknown psychic interference particles detected. Field energy is eroding mental barriers. Wenye's tablet emitted a sharp alarm, his already pallid face turning even more ashen. On the screen, the green waveform representing their mental state plummeted towards the yellow zone of contamination at an alarming rate. This place was even more sinister than described in the reports. Wenye's voice trembled. He could feel his temples throbbing, a nameless fury rising from within, rendering everything in his sight intolerable. Ziyuan's brows furrowed tightly, her Eevee's fur bristling, emitting a low growl as it vigilantly scanned the surrounding twisted trees, resembling phantoms. This energy even affected its chaotic bloodline, causing various energies within it to stir uncontrollably. Only Yiye remained unperturbed. He did not even glance at Wenye's tablet, nor acknowledge the intensifying psychic pressure. Instead, he lowered his head and gently stroked the curious little creature at his feet. Rose. Lalu. The newborn larvitar looked up, its red eyes filled with pure confusion. "Unleash it." Yiye's voice was calm and clear. Rose seemed to comprehend, or perhaps not, but instinctively, through the primal bond with its master, it raised its delicate little hand. Buzz. A nearly imperceptible, pale blue, translucent spherical domain unfolded silently around Rose, enveloping Yiye, Ziyuan, and Wenye within its protective embrace. Room. A miraculous scene unfolded. The instant the domain expanded, Wenye felt his frayed nerves plunge into a refreshing spring, sweeping away all negative emotions. The alarm on his tablet ceased abruptly. On the screen, the waveform representing their mental state instantaneously rebounded from the dangerous yellow zone to a healthy green. This. Wenye stared, dumbfounded, at the small creature by his side. then glanced at the pale blue membrane that enveloped them, rendering his mind completely blank. It created a safe zone. It filtered out all those psychic contamination particles. How could this be possible? A mere newborn Pokémon. Ziyuan also sensed the transformation within this space, her violet eyes betraying an unprecedented astonishment. She looked down at the larvitar named Rose, then up at the perpetually calm boy. Just how many secrets does this man harbor? Let us proceed. Without elaboration, Yiye crossed his arms and stepped deeper into the forest, with rooms serving as their absolute mobile fortress. The greatest threat within the twisted forest, the pervasive psychic contamination, had been entirely negated. The trio traversed the warped woodland, as though traversing two distinct realms. Outside room lay a shroud of gray-black mist, gnarled trees, and maddening whispers. Within room, the air was crisp, visibility clear, and an atmosphere of tranquility prevailed. When Yi trailed behind, fingers swiftly dancing across the tablet screen, documenting every data point of the domain Rose had created, muttering fervently, lost in a scholar's fervor. Ziyuan silently walked alongside Yi, her attention predominantly fixated on the tottering Rose. Rustle. At that moment, an unusual sound emerged from the nearby thicket, a scent of chaos and anguish wafting toward them. Ziyuan's EV instantly assumed a battle stance, ghostly energy flickering around it. Wait. Yi raised his hand, halting her. He gazed at the quivering bushes, advancing 2 steps rather than retreating. A Pokémon stumbled out from the thicket. It was a Monferno, but its condition was alarming. Its fur was matted together, coated in a black, viscous substance akin to oil. Its eyes were bloodshot and wild, with foul drool dripping from its maw. Its movements were erratic, occasionally slamming its head against nearby trees, at other times tearing at its own fur, as if enduring immense torment. Roar! The Monferno spotted Yi and the others, its frantic gaze consumed by primal aggression. It let out a roar and charged at them recklessly. Ziyuan's EV had gathered a shadow ball composed of dark energy, ready to strike. Rose. Yi spoke again, his voice still steady. Scan. Lalu. Rose's crimson eyes ignited with determination. An invisible grid, formed by a myriad of intricate data strands, materialized, enveloping the charging Monferno entirely. In the next moment, a remarkably detailed holographic three-dimensional model was constructed on one Yiye's tablet. The bones, muscles, nerves, blood vessels, and even the flow of energy within the Monferno were clearly marked in different colors. My heavens, when Yi gazed at the screen, breath caught in his throat. This transcended data analysis. This was a divine perspective. Found it. Yi's voice snapped when Yi backed to reality. He pointed to the core of the holographic model. When Yi zoomed in, at the center of the Monferno's life and mental core, a black crystal, irregular and the size of a fingernail, was embedded deep within. This crystal pulsated like a heart, each beat releasing torrents of distorted, chaotic black energy, contaminating the Monferno's entire energy circulation system, bringing it endless agony and madness. This is the root of the distortion. As the Monferno barreled into room's vicinity, mere meters away, Ziyuan's EV prepared to act. Yet Yi issued another command that left everyone bewildered. Rose. He regarded the suffering Monferno, his voice devoid of any emotion. Surgery. Rose's delicate hand sliced through the air with a gentle yet decisive gesture. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, as if the very fabric of space had pressed the pause button. The frenzied blaze monkey, caught in its wild charge, abruptly froze in place, suspended in a moment of dynamic tension. In the wake of this surreal stillness, under the astonished gaze of Ziyuan and Yiye, the blaze monkey's body was silently cleaved into numerous pieces by invisible, razor-sharp blades, following the most exquisite anatomical trajectory. Its head, torso, and limbs were flawlessly separated, each incision as smooth as glass, with not a drop of blood spilled. These dismembered parts floated eerily in midair, maintaining the posture of its violent advance. It was still alive, its consciousness lingering in the fleeting second before the attack. At the center of its severed chest cavity, a pulsating black crystal was meticulously extracted, hovering independently in the air. Yi extended his hand, and with a mere gesture, the black crystal slowly glided above his palm. He gazed at this distorted gem, then glanced at the distant trees still trembling violently. So it was not the forest that twisted the Pokémon, but rather these entities that had birthed this woodland. The moment he finished his thought, the black crystal above his palm began to tremble violently. A piercing, otherworldly scream filled with malice and insanity erupted within the depths of the trio's minds, reverberating with a chilling intensity. Get out. Chapter 84, Exploration. The sharp mental shriek plunged into their brains with ferocity. Ah! Winya screamed, clutching his head, collapsing to the ground in a daze. The screen of his tablet was instantly flooded with blinding red alerts, a frenzy of garbled text dancing wildly before it ultimately went black with a sharp crack. Ziyuan's body quivered violently. She let out a muffled groan, her face turning pale in an instant. The EV in her arms emitted a pained wail, its body flickering with uncontrolled energy from 5 different elemental types: black ghostly energy, blue water energy, purple electric energy, colliding chaotically within its small form, threatening to tear it apart. The chaotic bloodline had spiraled out of control. Only Yiye remained utterly still, unfazed. His brow merely arched slightly. The psychic assault was indeed formidable. A typical trainer might have succumbed to madness, rendered a fool. Yet for him, it was merely a bothersome noise. He looked down at the black crystal above his palm, thrumming with malicious psychic waves. Then he glanced at Rosa, who was curiously tilting her little head at the crystal. The newly born Ralts seemed unaffected. Its room space shielded it from external physical and energy intrusions, yet this direct assault on the soul still penetrated its defenses. However, for Rosa, this so-called mental attack appeared merely as data to be analyzed, understood, and indeed, dissected. Yiye could even sense through their psychic link that Rosa was not experiencing pain, but rather a curiosity akin to discovering a new toy. It was noisy. Yiye issued a simple command to Rosa: silence it. Ralts. Rosa chirped brightly, raising her small hand and making a cutting gesture toward the floating black crystal. With a soft pop, it sounded as though a television had been unplugged. The piercing, vengeful psychic scream that had been wreaking havoc in Winya and Ziyuan's minds abruptly ceased. The black crystal above Yiye's palm continued to emit an ominous aura. Yet the core essence, belonging to an unknown entity, was entirely severed, transforming into a pure, unanchored mass of negative energy. Instantly, Winya and Ziyuan's anguish evaporated. They gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat, their expressions toward Yiye and the small figure at his feet beyond the realm of mere astonishment. It was a look of sheer horror. With a firm grip, Yiye crushed the soulless black crystal into powder. The dark dust dispersed into the wind. Not far away, the disassembled blaze monkey's various parts began to reassemble under the influence of the room space. It staggered to its feet, the madness in its crimson gaze having faded, replaced by an expression of bewilderment and fragility, as though it had survived a calamity. It glanced at its hands, then at Yiye, and bowed deeply in gratitude before turning to limp away into the depths of the forest. It was free. What? What was that? Ziyuan finally regained her composure from the shock, looking at Yiye, her voice trembling slightly from the overwhelming astonishment. She had encountered countless powerful Pokémon and extraordinary abilities. Yet what had unfolded before her transcended her comprehension. A unique power. Yiye offered a response that was as good as silence. He turned to Winya, who was still clutching his head, his expression vacant. Can you continue analyzing? Huh. Yes. Winya, as if waking from a dream, scrambled to restart his tablet, fingers flying across the screen. The intensity of the psychic shock just now exceeded 3,000 Hz. It had reached the level of a quasi-champion ghost-type Pokémon unleashing a full-force psychic attack. Yet the source of this assault was merely a small energy crystal. Yiye, I understand now. You were right. These crystals are mobile sources of pollution. They possess no intelligence of their own, but behind them lies a powerful will controlling everything. This will is the root cause of the entire twisted forest. Then we shall locate it. Yiye's tone remained calm. And sever it. The team pressed on. Yet the atmosphere had shifted dramatically from when they first entered. Winya took the lead, fully recovered from the psychic shock, even entering a state of exhilaration. He connected his tablet to his goggles. In his view, the world transformed into a map composed of data streams. 37 degrees to the left front, 62 meters away. Energy reaction level C, detected 3 sources of pollution. Straight ahead 100 meters, energy reaction level B, pollution sources concentrated, estimated target number exceeding 10. Species scan in progress. It's a Rattata swarm. Ziyuan silently followed alongside the team, her EV no longer exhibiting a defensive stance, but rather displaying an eager readiness for battle. As the team as primary attacker, she realized her role seemed somewhat diminished. Any trainer, when faced with a horde of rampaging Pokémon, would instinctively brace for a fierce confrontation. Ziyuan held the same conviction. When Winya reported the presence of an entire Rattata swarm tainted by pollution, her EV had already leapt to the ground, ignited with the fervor of battle. The negative repercussions brought forth by the chaotic bloodline, following the recent mental shock, were forcibly suppressed, transmuted into a pure desire for battle. It yearned for a vigorous conflict to unleash its pent-up energy. Specters, flames, and lightning, various energies of differing attributes began to swirl around its form. Wait. Yiye's voice resonated once more. Ziyuan paused her movements, tilting her head slightly, a trace of confusion flitting through her violet eyes. Wait again. Before she could voice her inquiry, Yiye had already advanced to the forefront of the group, accompanied by Rose. Lalu. The newly emerged Lalus let out a small yawn, its tiny hands waving gently in the air. A soft hum echoed as the pale blue room space expanded silently, enveloping the area ahead where faint rustlings could be heard. Scan. Operate. Rose's petite hand playfully moved through the air as if engaged in a game. Time once again came to a standstill. Ziyuan and her Eevee watched in astonishment as a dozen Rattata, which had just erupted from the underbrush, brimming with mania and brutality, suddenly froze mid-air. In unison, the bodies of the Rattata were deconstructed by an invisible blade into countless perfect geometric modules. Dozens of black crystals, varying in size, were precisely extracted from their cores, suspended in the air. Finally, they were reassembled. In a mere 3 seconds, the Rattata returned to their original form, bewildered as they landed on the ground, shaking their heads, the madness and agony in their eyes replaced by sheer terror towards the 3 humans before them. With a collective scream, they scattered, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, the black crystals that had been severed from them disintegrated into powder under Rose's manipulation. Chapter 85. The Darkened Circle Bear. The air was left with only the slowly dissipating dust of the black crystals. Ziyuan stood rooted in place, her Eevee still poised in an aggressive stance, its battle fervor unspent, forcefully restrained by the sudden disappearance of its targets. An indescribable sense of awkwardness arose between the girl and her Pokémon. This was the third occurrence. Ziyuan glanced down at her equally bewildered Eevee. The Eevee looked up, its deep purple eyes searching its master's gaze, perplexed as to why, whenever it yearned for a fight, the villains simply recovered and fled. At that moment, a roar filled with endless pain and fury erupted from the depths of the forest, causing the very earth to tremble violently. A presence far more formidable and savage than any Pokémon previously encountered surged forth like a tsunami. Yiye's tablet erupted with a chilling alarm. Warning! Warning! A-class energy response detected. The target is rapidly approaching. The source of contamination's crystal is in a state of hyperfrequency resonance. The intensity of the mental pollution field is escalating exponentially. Before the warning could conclude, a colossal, twisted tree, requiring several people to encircle, was violently shattered by a forceful impact. A massive silhouette emerged before the trio. It was a circle bear, an enormous creature towering over 3 meters, grotesquely muscular. One half of its body was covered in a writhing black slime, and the white ring on its chest and abdomen had morphed into a pitch-black vortex. A fist-sized black crystal was embedded at the center of the vortex, pulsating with each beat, creating visible ripples in the surrounding space. Its presence caused the room space that Rose had expanded to flicker unsteadily, as if subjected to tremendous interference. Lalu, Rose's small face displayed an unprecedented seriousness, sensing a disquieting force. This is it. Ziyuan's voice brimmed with excitement, as if she had finally found her outlet for venting. Stepping forward, she advanced, while her Eevee leaped to the ground, radiating an unparalleled battle spirit. This one is mine, Ziyuan declared with an undeniable tone. She craved a genuine confrontation. Yiye observed the enormous circle bear, then glanced at the grave expression on Rose's face. He fell into silence for 2 seconds before slowly nodding. When Yiye document all of its attack patterns and energy fluctuations. With his consent, a subtle smile finally graced Ziyuan's lips. Now Eevee, use flamethrower. The instant the command was issued, Eevee transformed into a streak of black lightning, unleashing a concentrated flamethrower, exuding a terrifying aura, directly aimed at the circle bear's face. Roar! The circle bear faced the assault without flinching, its claws, coated in black slime, swiped forward with ferocity. A violent wave of malevolent energy coalesced in midair, forming a shadowy claw that intercepted the flamethrower with ease. The explosion failed to halt the claw's momentum, which continued to pursue Eevee with relentless intent. Water Pulse. Ziyuan commanded without hesitation. Eevee executed a nimble flip in midair, its energy swiftly shifting from fire to water, a spiral stream of water erupting from its mouth, perfectly meeting the dark claw. Boom! The clash of water and malevolence erupted in a thunderous roar. Each attack from the circle bear was grandiose, imbued with devastating strength, infused with a potent pollution energy. Yet, under Ziyuan's direction, Eevee danced through the tempest of assaults like the most elegant of performers. Its attributes rapidly oscillated between water, electricity, and fire, each transition impeccably countering the Circle Bear's subsequent strike and retaliating with utmost precision. Yiye's eyes remained fixated on the battlefield, his fingers nearly leaving an imprint on the tablet, exclaiming in awe. Perfect. The control over energy is simply exquisite. The talent of the chaotic bloodline is being maximized in her hands. Yiye observed in silence. Ziyuan's command prowess was indeed unparalleled among her peers, without exception. She and Eevee had reached a level of profound understanding. Now, deliver the final blow. Ultimate impact. Seizing the Circle Bear's moment of vulnerability, Ziyuan issued her last command. Eevee's entire energy transformed into pure physical force, enveloped in a white halo of destructive energy. It became an unstoppable meteor, hurtling towards the Circle Bear's gaping chest. This strike was destined to obliterate it entirely. However, in the very instant Eevee was about to make contact, the frenzied Circle Bear abruptly ceased all movement. Slowly, it lowered its head, the madness and agony in its eyes giving way to a glimmer of clarity. It gazed at the pulsating black crystal in its chest, a hint of relief gracing its visage. In the next heartbeat, the fist-sized black crystal in its chest suddenly radiated with blinding light. Buzz! The fist-sized black crystal radiated with an unparalleled brilliance. A tempest of destructive energy brewed within, on the brink of eruption. Alarm bells rang. The energy index had surpassed its critical threshold. It was set to self-destruct. Yiye's scream pierced the air, reverberating with an unbearable sharpness. He watched in horror as every value bar on his tablet turned crimson in an instant, only for the screen to flicker and plunge into utter darkness. It was over. That thought consumed his mind. At the same moment, Ziyuan's pupils constricted to their utmost limit. She could sense the terrifying energy brewing within the bear-like creature, potent enough to flatten everything within a 100-meter radius. Even if Eevee were to use Protect immediately, it would be utterly futile against such a close-range explosion. Yet, just as the cataclysmic light threatened to engulf everything in its path, a voice broke through. Roru. Yiye merely uttered the name of Ralts softly. Disassemble it. Rallo. Ralts nodded emphatically, her red eyes shining with unprecedented brilliance. Taking a step forward, her petite hand reached out towards the imminent explosion of the bear, grasping the air with determination. Chapter 86. The Operation. Time did not come to a standstill. Yet, in Ziyuan and Yiye's perception, the world had frozen. The destructive light, poised to annihilate everything, did not erupt as anticipated. In that fleeting moment, as Ralts clenched her tiny hand, the entire world was cleaved apart, centered around the grotesque bear. An incomprehensible surgical realm descended, a realm governed by unfathomable laws. The bear's form, along with its impending energy core, was simultaneously dissected by countless invisible scalpel-like forces. Faster than the speed of light, Ziyuan watched in awe as the bear's massive body, along with the blinding orb of self-destruction at its chest, was flawlessly segmented into hundreds of irregular, suspended cubes. Each cube contained a fragment of bodily tissue and a portion of the violently severed destructive energy. The energy flickered and swelled frantically, yet was locked within those diminutive cubes by an imperceptible, absolute spatial barrier, unable to escape. What should have been an apocalyptic explosion was thus suspended in a bizarre, tranquil, and almost artistically aesthetic manner. The Eevee in Ziyuan's arms felt its energy solidify in shock, half a protect shield coalescing at its mouth, caught in a limbo of indecision. Rallo. Ralts's small face paled from the exertion of managing such colossal energy, but her actions remained steadfast. In the air, her tiny hand gently made a pinching motion. Among the hundreds of energy cubes suspended mid-air, the fist-sized black crystal, the source of all chaos, was meticulously extracted. Immediately afterward, Ralts performed a flicking gesture. With a soft pop, the imprisoned destructive energy was simultaneously ejected into an unknown dimension, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. The spatial integrity was restored. The disassembled bodily tissues began to rapidly and precisely reassemble under the influence of the room. Bones realigned, muscles reconnected, blood vessels stitched, and nerves reestablished. With a thud, the enormous bear landed safely on the ground, entirely unharmed. The black slime covering its body had completely dissipated, and the grotesque black vortex on its chest vanished, restoring its original white ring. It struggled to rise, its massive bear eyes devoid of madness and pain, replaced only by a profound bewilderment, as if awakening from a deep slumber. The bear slowly turned, its steps imbued with an unprecedented steadiness. gradually vanishing into the shadows of the forest. Ziyuan swayed slightly, her mind blank, her heart racing with a tumult of tension and subsequent shock, nearly leaping from her chest. She looked down at the equally dazed Eevee in her arms. The overwhelming energy, capable of shattering walls, had been forcefully contained. Caught in limbo, it lodged uncomfortably in Eevee's throat, making it want to roll over in distress. What was this? A hard-fought battle, poised on the brink of victory through her commanding prowess and Eevee's ultimate explosive potential, had been thwarted by the enemy's choice of self-destruction, a bid for mutual annihilation. Yet, a mere baby Pokémon, just days old, waved a hand and effortlessly dismantled an explosion that could obliterate everything. No, it was not merely dismantled, it was deconstructed. Ralts tugged at Yiye's pant leg, her small face etched with fatigue. Simultaneously managing and suppressing such vast energy had drained her immensely. Yiye scooped her up, his other hand slowly applying pressure. Crack! The incredibly hard black crystal shattered into countless fragments in his palm. The malevolent will within emitted a silent, unwilling wail, dissipating completely. Having completed this, Yiye turned to Ziyuan, still lost in thought. How do you feel? Ziyuan jolted back to reality, raising her head to reveal a myriad of complex emotions swirling in her beautiful purple eyes. There was shock, confusion, but more than anything, an unprecedented sense of bewilderment. Words failed her momentarily. Just then, a thunderous rumble shook the entire forest. What was happening? An earthquake? Yiye nearly stumbled, his tablet rebooting. The data streams on the screen spiraling into chaos once more. No, it wasn't an earthquake. Yiye's pupils dilated in terror as he pointed around, his voice laced with panic. It's the trees. The trees are moving. Everyone gasped in horror as they witnessed the previously distorted trees around them spring to life. Their roots emerged like thick serpents from the ground, intertwining like a myriad of monstrous hands, frantically converging toward the room space occupied by the three. The twisted branches transformed into sharp whips, slicing through the air with a menacing whistle, striking fiercely against the pale blue spatial barrier. Bang! 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 Each strike sent violent tremors through the room, dimming its hue with each impact. The will concealed deep within the forest, enraged at the failure of its infection strategy, abandoned subtlety in favor of brute force. It resolved to summon the entirety of the forest's might to crush this irksome safe zone and everyone within it. Ralts's face turned ashen, sensing an unprecedented pressure, the spatial barrier groaning as if on the verge of shattering. It couldn't hold. The collective force of this energy has surpassed even the might of the highest tier. It is drawing upon the very lifeblood of the entire forest. When cried out in despair, Ziyuan immediately entered a state of combat readiness, and Eevee leaped from her arms, poised for action. Yet, as she gazed upon the multitude of twisted roots and branches surging from all directions like a relentless tide, her heart sank to the depths of despair. An assault of this magnitude could not possibly be resisted by merely one or two Pokémon, unless the entire forest could be reduced to ashes. Yiye, observing the apocalyptic scene outside, finally lost his previously stoic demeanor. He furrowed his brow slightly. It was unbearably noisy. He gently handed the exhausted Rose to Ziyuan, who instinctively accepted her. Then, he retrieved another Pokeball from his waist. A Pokeball of vibrant crimson, adorned with what appeared to be flowing flame patterns. This moment was destined to be your stage. Yiye pressed the button on the Pokeball. A flash of red light erupted. Roar. Chapter 87. Charmeleon Evolves. Emerging from the crimson light was a Charmeleon. Yet its physique was more elongated and agile than any of its kind recorded in documents. Most unsettling was the tangible heat radiating from its body. The air ignited, crackling with a soft sound, each breath akin to inhaling molten lava. Bang, bang, boom. Around them, the chaotic onslaught of twisted roots and branches had already shattered the crumbling room space, surging forth with a madness intent on tearing everything to shreds. The malevolence emanating from the forest enveloped them entirely. Yiye regarded the Charmeleon before him. Burn. A single word. Simple, direct. Roar. The Charmeleon lifted its head, responding to its master. In the next moment, a circle of azure flames erupted from the Charmeleon's body, exploding outward with tremendous force. Blue flame. This was no ordinary fire. It was the flame of the mythical phoenix. The spread of the flames was not rapid. It resembled a delicate, tranquil, azure carpet, unfurling gracefully in all directions. However, everything that came into contact with this blue carpet underwent an unimaginable transformation. Those grotesque, frenzied roots, capable of crushing steel, turned to white ash the instant they encountered the blue flames. The twisted energy affixed to the trees, which had posed an insurmountable challenge for one and Ziyuan, stood no chance against this azure flame, being purified utterly. 1 tree, 10 trees, 100 trees. Wherever the azure flames spread, chaos and distortion disintegrated into nothingness. The ferocious assault of the entire forest appeared laughable and pitiful in the face of this ethereal blue carpet of death. Ziyuan stood frozen, cradling the exhausted Rose, while her EV pressed tightly against her leg. She watched as the tranquil blue flames continued to spread. Just moments ago, she had been exhilarated by her perfect synergy with EV in their arduous battle against the mutated bear Pokémon. Yet, Rose's unfathomable abilities had completely overturned her understanding of psychic types. And now, the flames of this Charmeleon shattered her comprehension of fire energy entirely. The blue carpet persisted in its expansion. It ignored physical barriers, seemingly possessing its own will, converging along unseen energy pathways deep into the heart of the forest. Suddenly, a silent, piercing mental wail, filled with profound agony and unwillingness, erupted in the minds of the three. It was more intense than any previous occurrence. Yet it ceased abruptly as if someone had uttered a final curse before their death, only to have their throats silenced. The will residing deep within the forest was purified. Silence fell. The frenzied dance of the forest ceased. The chilling malice that had weighed upon their hearts dissipated into thin air. In the atmosphere, only the faint scent of ash lingered. The azure flames receded like a tide, rolling back into a cascade of pure energy that flowed entirely into the Charmeleon. Around them, an area exceeding 100 meters in diameter was rendered a pristine safe zone, scorched clean. And just as the last wisp of azure flame returned to its body, the Charmeleon erupted in a blindingly brilliant white light. It had absorbed the negative energy of the entire forest, purifying it completely. This immense experience finally shattered the last shackle binding its body. The light of evolution. Roar. The Charmeleon released a roar that intertwined pain and joy, its voice transforming dramatically amidst the luminescence, becoming more elevated, more regal, and imbued with a draconic resonance. Within the cocoon of light, its form elongated rapidly, rising higher. Before the astonished gazes of Ziyuan and Wan, a pair of magnificent, powerful wings, seemingly forged from flames, burst forth from its back, tearing apart the confines of its cocoon. Before the evolution light could fully dissipate, an ancient, thunderous dragon-s roar echoed throughout the silent forest. Roar. Accompanying this dragon-s roar, a terrifying wave of heat surged outward, instantly vaporizing the remaining ash on the ground, creating a visible, distorted vacuum force field. Wen and Ziyuan were compelled to step back several paces, exerting all their strength to withstand this searing breath that alone could warp reality. As the light faded, a Dragonite stood majestically before Yiye. Its size eclipsed that of any known Dragonite, more elongated and streamlined, exuding explosive power. Merely standing there, without any action, the surrounding air naturally ignited with countless tiny sparks. When gazed at the Dragonite, his expression one of awe, as if witnessing a miracle, the fervor of faith crumbling and being reborn. This is not a Dragonite, he murmured hoarsely, his voice dry and raspy, all biological, energetic. And evolutionary theories regarding Dragonites must be entirely discarded and rewritten. Ziyuan remained silent. She simply fixated on the Dragonite, her arms around Rose turning white from the tension. Her EV, hailed as a rare marvel with chaotic blood coursing through its veins, stood rigidly at her feet, trembling involuntarily. This was an absolute suppression at the level of life itself. At that moment, the terrifying beast, seemingly capable of incinerating the heavens and the earth, slowly turned around. Its dragon eyes, ablaze with azure flames, fixed upon Yiye. All pressure, all heat, all fury, converged at that instant. It lowered its proud head, gently nuzzling Yiye's shoulder with its forehead, emitting a low, rumbling sound filled with affection and joy, akin to a great cat returning home to its master after a fierce battle. Yiye extended his hand and gently patted the fiery yet harmless cheek of the creature, feeling the profound connection between them, as if their very souls had intertwined. At last, I have waited for you, he murmured softly. Having completed this momentous task, Yiye turned to gaze at his two companions, still caught in a daze. The mission is accomplished, he declared, his tone as tranquil as if nothing extraordinary had transpired. We should return. When Yiye swallowed hard, surveying the vast, charred expanse of over 100 meters in diameter, the once thriving forest now reduced to a stark white clearing. His eyes fell upon the tranquil Charizard resting beside Yiye, and he struggled to comprehend the reality before him. Are we really going back? Have we truly purified the number 7 restricted area? He questioned incredulously. A zone classified as S-grade, notorious for having thwarted countless elite teams from the academy. Dubbed the rookie meat grinder, was seemingly cleansed by a mere novice team in less than half a day. Who would believe such a tale? Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared. Growing closer, beams of intense light pierced the sky from the forest's edge, followed by the shrill whine of high-speed aircraft slicing through the air. The Academy's emergency response unit had arrived. Clearly, the recent terrifying energy surge and the collective disappearance of life signals within the forest had finally drawn the attention of the Academy's higher-ups. Dozens of armed aircraft emblazoned with the Academy's insignia hovered above the clearing, searchlights illuminating the ground as bright as day. The doors opened, and a contingent of security personnel clad in black combat gear, exuding an intimidating presence, along with several solemn-faced researchers in white lab coats, descended rapidly, forming a tight perimeter. As they beheld the scene at the center of the encircled area, every one of them was taken aback. The horrific battlefield they had anticipated, the uncontrolled energy source. Even the bodies of fallen students were conspicuously absent. Instead, there lay a vast, impeccably scorched circular pit, within which stood 3 seemingly unscathed newcomers. The lead figure, a middle-aged man adorned with the insignia of the Academy's chief instructor, bore a face weathered by time, etched with disbelief. His gaze swept over the dazed Yiye and the pale, complex-eyed Ziyuan, ultimately settling upon the calm youth standing at the forefront. Alongside the Charizard, an entity that defied all known parameters in terms of size, color, and presence. The chief instructor's pupils dilated sharply. His wrist-mounted detector emitted an almost inaudible buzz, signaling an extreme level of danger. The data was beyond his comprehension, surpassing the limits of his military-grade device. Yet he could feel it, the overwhelming, catastrophic pressure emanating from the Charizard, a force comparable to that of the Academy's most esteemed deans. Chapter 88. The Disappearance of the S-Class Restricted Zone. Chief Instructor Lei Zhan felt his mind falter. He had led teams through uncontrollable secret realms, quelled uprisings of quasi-divine beasts, and engaged in direct confrontations with hostile organizations. What kind of chaos had he not witnessed? Yet the spectacle before him transcended all prior experience. An S-Class death zone had been reduced to a flawless, over 100-meter-wide white clearing, with all negative energies and spiritual taint evaporated into thin air. And this transformation was wrought by 3 first-year students. Particularly striking was the youth at the forefront and the creature beside him. Lei Zhan's gaze was riveted upon the Charizard. As an elite trainer specializing in fire-type Pokémon, his own Charizard had been deemed a champion-level seed by the Academy's dean. Yet, in comparison to the one before him, his carefully nurtured ace seemed like a stunted variant. Size, aura, energy level, these were beings from entirely different dimensions, a true calamity incarnate. Report. Life signs in the area are stable, no hostile targets detected. Report. All pollution energy source signals have vanished. The energy rating of Zone 7 has been downgraded to safe. The communications device crackled with the bewildered and astonished reports of his subordinates. Safe. The very notion of safety emanating from the number 7 restricted area was inherently abnormal. Lei Zhan took a deep breath, forcing himself to quell the tempest of emotions within, and stepped forward. He endeavored to project an air of authority, but with each step closer, the unconscious heat radiating from the Charizard pricked his skin painfully. Students Yiye, Ziyuan, and Wenyi, he intoned, his voice tinged with an involuntary dryness. Can someone explain to me what has transpired here? Before Yiye could respond, Wenyi interjected, as if he had found an outlet for his pent-up excitement, nearly bouncing on his feet. Instructor, it's the data. It's groundbreaking data. He brandished his recently rebooted tablet, its screen displaying a chaotic array of graphs. We discovered the core of the pollution source, a type of energy crystal. However, its purification method completely overturns existing theories. And then there's this Charizard. The energy peak released during its evolution shattered my detector's limits. This isn't mere evolution. It's a leap in life forms. When he spoke in a frenzy, his words tumbling out chaotically, the surrounding security personnel exchanged glances, regarding him as if he were unhinged. Lei Zhan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. While he did not grasp the entirety of Wenye's ramblings, he understood the significance of exceeding detector limits and the concept of a leap in life forms. This meant that the boy's seemingly mad proclamations could indeed hold truth. His gaze shifted back to Yiye. Report to the chief instructor. At last, Yiye spoke. His tone as unruffled, as if he were recounting the most mundane of tasks. We ventured deep into the forest, located the core of the pollution, and thoroughly purified it. The mission is complete. Lei Zhan's mouth opened and closed in disbelief. Found it. Purified it. Completed it. The nonchalance with which Yiye articulated his accomplishments belied the enormity of resolving an S-grade dilemma that had plagued the academy for years. As if he had merely tidied up a room. Lei Zhan's gaze shifted beyond Yiye to the figure of Ziyuan, who cradled the unconscious Ralts in her arms. Her complexion remained pale, yet the confusion in her eyes had dissipated, replaced by a more complex and profound expression. Meeting Lei Zhan's gaze, she offered a slight nod, choosing silence. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Lei Zhan felt a pulsing throb at his temples. He finally understood that this incident transcended the simplicity of a task completion report. These three newcomers, particularly Yiye, represented a phenomenon far greater than the Twisted Forest itself. "You three, come with me back to the main building immediately," Lei Zhan commanded with a newfound gravity, "until the matter is thoroughly investigated. All communication with the outside world is prohibited. I will submit the mission report directly to the dean." With no further ado, he turned sharply, signaling his team to regroup. The colossal Charizard, at Yiye's signal, transformed into a radiant crimson light and returned to its Pokeball. The intense heat that had the power to distort the very air around them dissipated, allowing Lei Zhan and the surrounding security personnel to finally breathe normally. The group boarded their aerial vehicle and swiftly returned to the academy's main building. Throughout the journey, when Yi continued to mutter to himself, clutching his tablet in a futile attempt to repair the data and reconstruct the model, Ziyuan, on the other hand, remained silent. Her gaze fixed on the slumbering Rose in her arms, lost in her own thoughts. Leaning against the window, Yiye calmly observed the rapidly passing nightscape of the academy below, seemingly indifferent to the impending interrogation. He was mentally tallying the gains from this operation. 8,000 academy points from the S-rank mission, 3,000 system points for achieving the newcomer king title. The purification of the Twisted Forest, as a significant event, would undoubtedly trigger a new system achievement, and the rewards and points would be considerable. More importantly, Yiye glanced down at the red Pokeball at his waist. His trump card was finally back in its rightful place. The aerial vehicle landed on a secret helipad on the top floor of the main building. Lei Zhan led the trio into a room constructed entirely of special alloys, devoid of any windows. "Wait here, you are not permitted to go anywhere," he stated curtly before turning and exiting the room, the heavy alloy doors slamming shut behind him. Inside, a temporary silence enveloped them. When Yi, having finally relinquished his futile efforts with the tablet, looked up at Yiye with eyes brimming with fervent admiration. "Yiye, could you possibly allow me to collect a small sample of cells from your Charizard?" Before Yiye could respond, Ziyuan's soft yet clear voice interrupted. "Yiye." She lifted her gaze, her violet eyes locking onto his with an unprecedented seriousness. "I retract what I said earlier." Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the corridor, Lei Zhan strode purposefully, his expression gravely serious. He activated an encrypted communication channel, his voice low and urgent. To the dean's office. A few seconds later, an aged and authoritative voice emanated from the communicator. "Lei Zhan, what is the matter?" "Dean," Lei Zhan stood at attention in the empty corridor, rendering a standard military salute. "The incident in Zone 7 has been resolved." "Oh, your efficiency seems to be improving. What are the casualty figures? Which team was responsible?" Reporting to the dean, there were no casualties. Lei Zhan paused before continuing. The task was executed by 3 new students from the introductory class. On the other end, there was a prolonged silence lasting 10 seconds. The aged voice resumed, this time with a hint of incredulity. "Continue." "Dean, the source of pollution in the Twisted Forest has been entirely eradicated. The energy index in that area is now cleaner than that of the Academy's back garden." Chapter 89, the first in the points competition. Inside the room, the heavy alloy door sealed off all external sounds. Wenye's fervent request felt jarringly out of place amidst the silence. Before Yiye could respond, Ziyuan's cold voice rang out once more. "Yiye." She raised her head, her beautiful violet eyes reflecting an intricate blend of emotions. "I take back my previous statement." "Oh," Yiye finally reacted, turning to regard the talented young woman who had been at odds with him since they boarded the vessel. Ziyuan took a deep breath, as though grappling with a profoundly difficult decision. Cradling the sleeping Rose, her arms tensed with determination. "On the ship, I stated that you were not to lose to anyone before I defeated you." Her voice was soft yet distinctly clear. "Now, I retract that statement, because I realize." Ziyuan lightly bit her lower lip, a bittersweet expression mingling with a sense of relief crossing her otherwise composed features. "I am simply not your match." Upon uttering this confession, it was as though she had shed a heavy burden. Acknowledging the insurmountable gap between herself and Yiye required more courage than defeat itself for a girl of her stature. Beside them, when Yiye gaped, momentarily forgetting his desire for cell samples, he was astonished that the proud granddaughter of the Ghost King, Hukan, would voluntarily concede this point. Yiye remained silent, simply listening. So, Ziyuan's gaze sharpened once more, yet this time, the sharpness was devoid of combative spirit. Instead, it bore a new, unwavering determination. From this day forth, I shall no longer be your adversary. I will become your follower. I will trail behind you, observing, analyzing, and learning from you, until the day I can genuinely witness your back, at which point I shall challenge you anew. With that, she seemed to expend all her strength. Retreating silently to a corner of the room, still cradling Rose, and fell into silence once more. The room returned to its tranquil stillness. In the dean's office, after a prolonged silence, the aged voice resonated once again, tinged with a trace of incredulity. Continue. Lejean swallowed hard, feeling cold sweat trickle down his back. Even communicating through the communicator, the weight of the dean's presence was suffocating. Dean, the source of pollution in the Twisted Forest has been completely eradicated. The energy index in that area is now cleaner than that of the Academy's back garden. Once again, there was silence on the other end, this time lasting even longer. Lejean could almost hear the faint sound of a teacup lid gently colliding with the cup itself. That new student, Yiye, and his Charizard, are they the key to eradicating the source of pollution? Yes, Dean. The image of the eerie blue flames and the terrifying beast capable of distorting reality resurfaced in Lejean's mind. I cannot accurately describe what it was. My detector overloaded and burned out the moment the energy erupted. All I can say is that it was not merely flame. It resembled a form of purification on a level of laws. Laws. The aged voice, for the first time, carried a genuine emotional inflection, a mixture of astonishment and admiration. An intriguing little fellow. Dean, the 3 new students are currently in confinement. What do you propose? Bring them to my office. Now. With that, the communication was severed. Lejean exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow as he turned and strode purposefully towards the confinement room. He understood that a storm capable of shaking the very foundations of the King Academy was on the horizon. With a resounding thud, the heavy alloy door slowly swung open. Lejean's stern visage appeared at the threshold. You 3, follow me. His gaze swept over the trio, lingering on Yiye for an extra moment. The dean wishes to see you. Wenye's body jolted, excitement and anxiety flickering across his face. Ziyuan stood from her corner, still cradling Rose. Silently trailing behind Yiye, a group of individuals traversed the elongated, technologically sophisticated alloy corridor, ultimately halting before an unassuming wooden door. Lejean refrained from entering. He merely bowed respectfully towards the door. The dean, I have brought them. Please allow them to enter. An aged yet commanding voice resonated from within. The wooden door silently slid open, revealing a scene that left Wenye and Ziyuan momentarily stunned. Contrary to their expectations of an office brimming with futuristic technology, or mountains of documents and instruments, they found themselves in what resembled an ancient, ethereal garden suspended in the air, adorned with exotic flowers and plants. The gentle sound of flowing water, the crisp chirping of birds, mingled with a faint aroma of tea, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Beneath a grand bonsai tree sat an elderly man clad in a simple gray robe, his hair and beard white as snow, leisurely savoring his tea. He appeared as an ordinary grandfather from the neighborhood, devoid of any formidable aura or intimidating presence. Yet, when his gaze gradually shifted from the teacup to the trio, when he felt his breath catch, while Ziyuan's body tensed instantaneously, it was an ineffable sensation, as if every secret, from the depths of their beings to the annals of their pasts, was laid bare under the scrutiny of those murky, yet seemingly all-seeing eyes. Only Yiye remained composed, even taking the opportunity to observe a few seemingly ordinary cat-eye dogs napping in the corner of the garden. Please, have a seat. The elder gestured towards the stone bench opposite him. The 3 complied and sat down. I am Long Zaki, he introduced himself, his voice warm and inviting. I am the gatekeeper of this academy. A tumultuous wave of astonishment surged through Wenye and Ziyuan simultaneously. Long Zaki, a legendary figure of the previous generation in the Alliance, renowned alongside Professor Oki and Granny Kiku, he was hailed as the living legend of dragons. He was indeed the dean of the academy. Lejean has already informed me about the situation in the Twisted Forest. Long Zaki's gaze eventually rested upon Yiye, imbued with a hint of pure curiosity and inquiry. Could you enlighten me on how you accomplished this? His tone bore no semblance of interrogation, but rather that of an elder engaging in casual conversation with a junior. I identified the source of the ailment and excised it. Yiye provided a response that was as simple and seemingly dismissive as before. However, Long Zaki chuckled at this, his laughter resonant and clear. Well said. He nodded, appearing genuinely pleased with the answer. Now that the task is complete, let us discuss your rewards. He raised his teacup and took a delicate sip. The basic reward for an S-rank mission is 8,000 Academy points and 300 Alliance contribution points, which will be promptly credited to your terminals. Furthermore, given that you, as newcomers, have flawlessly resolved a lingering issue that has plagued the Academy for years, the Academy Council has decided to bestow an additional special reward. Long Zaki set down his teacup and uttered a sentence that rendered Wen Yi and Zi Yuan utterly speechless. From this moment forth, the three of you are promoted to formal class students, enjoying A-rank privileges. Moreover, his gaze once again fixed on Yi. I have heard that you made a wager with a second-year student named Duze. First place in the new student points ranking competition, Yi replied calmly. Indeed. Long Zaki nodded. You have won that wager. Henceforth, you shall be recognized as the first place in this year's new student points ranking competition. As for the ranking competition itself, a playful smile crept across the elder's face. There is no longer any need to hold it. Chapter 90, The Chief Challenge. Long Zaki's words fell like a deep-water bomb into the tranquil lake of their understanding. No need to hold the ranking competition? Wen Ye's mouth formed an astonished O, nearly causing his tablet to slip from his grasp. This Dean, surely this defies protocol? Long Zaki lifted his teacup, blowing away the rising steam. A glimmer of amusement flashing in his murky eyes. Protocols are meant to constrain the ordinary, not to bind the extraordinary. He lowered his teacup and gazed at Yi. You single-handedly purified the entire number 7 restricted zone, salvaging millions of Alliance currency and maintenance budgets for the Academy, while averting potential student casualties in the future. Do you believe that such an achievement is a poor trade for first place in the new student points ranking? When Yi was rendered speechless, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Was it a poor trade? Not at all. It was an undeniable profit for the Academy. Trading a mere title for a substantial and tangible accomplishment was an exchange anyone could calculate. As for that fellow named Duze, Long Zaki's tone carried a subtle hint of disdain. His family donates a considerable sum to the Academy each year, but that amount is hardly sufficient to earn my favoritism. After stating this, the elder paid no further attention to the two utterly dumbfounded youths, instead retrieving from his robe an ancient medallion crafted from an unknown black stone. The medallion bore an exquisitely carved dragon head. This is your true reward. Long Zaki pushed the medallion towards Yi. It serves as the key to the dragoness lair. The Academy has its share of restless individuals like yourself. That place is reserved for you. There, rules do not apply, only strength and weakness. Yi extended his hand, accepting the icy medallion. Thank you. He refrained from further inquiries. Yet from Long Zaki's brief remarks, he comprehended that it was a true arena for monsters to clash. Very well. You may take your leave now. Long Zaki waved his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away a fly. Lei Zhan will escort you to the formal class dormitory for re-registration. Remember, from this day forth, you are formal students. Do not behave like newcomers causing trouble everywhere. With that, the elder resumed sipping his tea, closing his eyes to relish the moment. As Yi, Zi Yuan, and when Yi exited the aerial garden that housed the dean's office, the sky outside had completely darkened. Chief Instructor Lei Zhan stood at the entrance like a stoic guardian, his expression inscrutable as he regarded the trio, particularly lingering his gaze on Yi for an extended moment. He asked no further questions, merely stating succinctly, "Follow me," just as they turned to leave. Both Wen Yi and Zi Yuan's personal terminals vibrated urgently on their wrists. Instinctively, Wen Yi raised his hand to glance at the notification. In an instant, his countenance shifted dramatically. It was a push notification from the Academy's internal forum, its title glaring in bold font at the top. Breaking news. This year's new student points ranking competition has been cancelled. Yi from Shinshin Town has been personally designated by the dean as the top scorer. Beneath the message was a photograph, seemingly taken surreptitiously, of Yi and the others exiting the aerial garden. This announcement detonated like a nuclear bomb, igniting a frenzy throughout the entire Academy. In mere minutes, the comments below have surged into the thousands, causing the entire forum to lag under the overwhelming influx of traffic. What a farce. The ranking matches have been cancelled? By what right does he claim the top spot? This reeks of conspiracy. It is undoubtedly the most scandalous incident in the history of the Academy. I demand an explanation from the administration. Yi from Newtown? Never heard of him. A beneficiary of connections, perhaps? A relative of Professor Oak? Those above, Your information is outdated. This individual just enrolled today and has already undertaken an S-level mission, successfully advancing to the official class. An S-level mission? Just based on that, I wager 500 points that he must have relied on connections to get through. Indeed, that Zi Yuan is the granddaughter of King Kiku. There must be some hidden agenda at play. Anger, skepticism, jealousy, and vitriol, various negative emotions are practically spilling from the screen. Following this, a user with the ID, Flame Warrior Never Looks Back at Explosions, posted a new pinned message. Rules are the foundation of the Academy. Today, someone has trampled upon those rules. I do not care what his background is, in my eyes. He is merely a coward who dares not participate in the ranking matches and must rely on favoritism to ascend. Yiye, I, the second-year champion, Yin Wu, hereby challenge you. If you possess even an ounce of dignity as a trainer, meet me in the central square. I shall demonstrate that the title of champion at Tianwang Academy is not earned through connections, but through sheer might, one punch at a time. This post instantly ignited the emotions of everyone present. Senior Yin Wu is formidable. Let us crush that privileged upstart. Support Senior Yin Wu. Uphold the fairness of the Academy. Coward. Yiye, if you have the guts, come out. When also gazed at these disgraceful comments, trembling with rage, his face turning the color of a pig's liver. Nonsense. This group knows nothing. His fingers flew across the terminal as he attempted to draft a lengthy exposition to unveil the truth about the distorted forest and vindicate Yiye. However, a hand gently pressed down on his wrist. It was Yiye. No need. Yiye did not even glance at his terminal. His tone was calm, as if discussing a matter entirely unrelated to himself. Just a bunch of sore losers making noise. Why bother with them? But one was frantic. They are slandering you. Yiye ignored him, following Lejean forward. Zi Yuan silently trailed behind, casting a glance at the forum contents, her violet eyes revealing no sign of disturbance. Her thought was simple. Whoever dares to come, just retaliate. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the central square. From a distance, they could see that the square was already packed with students who had rushed over upon hearing the news. The densely packed crowd blocked the square entirely. At the very center of the throng stood a tall youth with an arrogant red mohawk, arms crossed, exuding defiance. It was indeed Yin Wu, the second-year champion. Beside him stood a remarkably robust duckbill fire beast, seemingly shouldering 2 cannon barrels. The prowess of this duckbill fire beast had evidently reached the quasi-king level. Just standing there, the air around it shimmered, distorted by the heat. He has arrived, someone in the crowd shouted. All eyes suddenly focused on Yiye and his companions as they emerged from the main building. The previously raucous square fell silent for a brief moment. Then, a wave of discussions erupted, even louder than before. Is that him? He doesn't look particularly impressive. Shoo, keep it down. The chief instructor is beside him. Yin Wu also spotted Yiye. A cruel smile spread across his defiant face as he entirely disregarded Lejean, who walked in front, and pointed a finger ominously at Yiye. You are Yiye? His voice, amplified by energy, echoed throughout the square. I expected you to cower like a turtle in your dormitory. Since you are here, let us dispense with the pleasantries. With a swift motion, Yin Wu signaled. The duckbill fire beast stepped forward, causing the ground of the square to tremble. A terrifying wave of heat erupted from the duckbill fire beast, radiating outward. The surrounding students gasped and stumbled backward. Now, right here, in front of all the faculty and students of the academy, let us have a duel to determine who is the true champion. Yin Wu's fighting spirit soared to its peak. However, facing his aggressive challenge, Yiye did not even spare him a glance. His gaze transcended Yin Wu, fixated instead on the imposing duckbill fire beast. Chapter 91, Jigglypuff vs. Duckbill Fire Beast. Yiye's gaze lingered on the duckbill fire beast for a full 3 seconds. His reaction plunged the entire square into a peculiar silence. Everyone anticipated a fierce confrontation or a fiery exchange of insults. Yet Yiye simply observed the challenger's ace Pokémon with a calm, almost scrutinizing demeanor. Yin Wu's smile stiffened under this complete disregard, feeling as though his fist, charged with energy, had struck a cloud. No, it was even more disheartening than hitting a cloud. Have you finished looking? Yin Wu's voice finally broke, tinged with a mix of irritation and humiliation. Coward, do you lack the courage to even look me in the eye? The crowd began to stir, whispers echoing anew. What is he doing? Is he too scared to act? I believe he is trying to find the duckbill fire beast's weakness. How naive. With quasi-king level power, even if there are weaknesses, he wouldn't be able to discern them. Chief Instructor Lejean stood by, brow furrowed, not intervening. He too wished to see what this peculiar individual, personally named by the principal, intended to do. Just as the impatience and mockery among the crowd reached a crescendo, Yiye finally withdrew his gaze from the duckbill fire beast. He shook his head. Then, he emitted a faint, nearly imperceptible chuckle. This sound struck Yenwu's already taut nerves like a searing iron brand. What are you laughing at? Yenwu's eyes reddened. Yiye finally lifted his gaze, meeting Yenwu's eyes directly. Yet, within his bland expression lay an emotion utterly unfamiliar to Yenwu. It was neither anger, nor anxiety, nor fear. It was disappointment. Unmasked disappointment. I am laughing at it. Yiye extended a finger, pointing distantly at the imposing duckbill fire beast. Its energy core is unstable, its foundation frail. Its level has been artificially inflated through resources and drugs, hasn't it? The manipulation of fire energy is woefully crude, limited to the simplest forms of spraying and condensing, unable to achieve even the most basic transformation. The most lamentable thing is, Yiye's voice paused as he observed Yenwu's face transition from flushed to bewildered, delivering the most merciless words. Its potential has been completely exhausted. Quasi-King level is its terminus. It shall never advance further in this lifetime. Yiye's voice, though soft, struck with the force of thunder from the heavens, piercing through the ears of every individual present with chilling clarity. The entire central square fell into an oppressive silence, a deathly hush enveloping the crowd. Bewildered, they pondered the implications of what they had just heard. A newcomer, brazenly addressing the assembled faculty and students, had subjected the second-year champion's prized Pokémon to a public denouncement that bordered on humiliation. Words like energy core instability, exhausted potential, and never reaching the pinnacle of mastery cut through the air, each one a dagger thrust into Yenwu's heart. The color drained from his face in an instant. His mouth agape, breath hitching in his throat, yet he found himself unable to utter a single word. For Yiye's assertions were undeniably accurate. His ducky fire beast had indeed been the product of his family's extensive resources and countless rare herbs, painstakingly elevated to near-king level within a mere 2 years. He was acutely aware of the consequences of such an endeavor, potential overextension, but he remained indifferent. His singular desire was for speed, power, and an undisputed position at the top. This was his greatest secret and his deepest pain. Yet now, this secret had been laid bare before all by a newly enrolled student, delivered with a dismissive tone that belied its significance. How could he know? By what right did he possess such knowledge? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. While the technical terminology eluded their grasp, they could read the horror and panic etched on Yenwu's face. The shock, fear, and incredulity conveyed everything. Could it be true? How could he discern such truths? Was he gifted with the power of insight? You lie. Yenwu finally regained his voice, though it was sharp, hoarse, and laced with a feeble bravado. You slander me. You sow discord among us. Commander Lejean. Enough. A cold reprimand cut through his words. Not from Yiye, but from the silent figure of Commander Lejean. His expression bore an unprecedented gravity. He could not fathom how Yiye had perceived the truth, yet he recognized its validity. For he himself had evaluated Yenwu's ducky fire beast, arriving at conclusions that mirrored Yiye's almost verbatim, though he had refrained from voicing them. Shall the challenge continue? Lejean directed his gaze towards Yiye, ignoring Yenwu. Challenge. Yiye chuckled at the absurdity of it, his eyes returning to the agitated ducky fire beast, which had grown restless due to its master's emotional upheaval. With it, he shook his head, disappointment evident in his demeanor. More pronounced than before. It is far too weak. It is unworthy to be my Charizard's opponent. That declaration became the final straw that broke Yenwu's composure. Aya! He let out a primal roar. I will destroy you. Ducky fire beast. Unleash your mightiest flame burst. Burn him to ashes. As the command was issued, the near-king level ducky fire beast's mouth ignited with a blinding red light. A torrent of heat, potent enough to melt steel, began to coalesce ominously. The surrounding students screamed in terror, scrambling backward. Lejean's expression shifted dramatically, poised to intervene and avert the impending chaos. However, Yiye was quicker. He refrained from unleashing his Charizard. Instead, he removed the most innocuous-looking Pokeball from his waist. Such a trivial matter does not require your intervention. He murmured to the other Pokeballs at his side, then gently tossed the pale pink Pokeball forward. A flash of red light revealed a round, pink, seemingly harmless Jigglypuff, cradling an egg in its hands. Lucky. The Jigglypuff tilted its head curiously at the ducky fire beast, on the verge of rampage. Once more, an eerie silence descended upon the arena. The crowd, bewildered, questioned their own perceptions. A Jigglypuff? In the face of a near-king level ducky fire beast, he had sent forth a Jigglypuff? Was this a resignation to defeat, a choice to succumb in the most humiliating manner? Even Yenwu, who had lost his rationality, faltered, his expression contorting in disbelief and absurdity. Only Yiye remained unfazed, his countenance unchanged as he calmly issued a command that would be etched into the memories of all present. Jigglypuff, play with it. Chapter 92. Humiliation. The arena was enveloped in silence. The minds of everyone present struggled to process the sheer absurdity of the scene unfolding before them. A Jigglypuff? Against a near-king-level ducky fire beast, he had chosen to deploy a Pokémon renowned for its gentleness and healing abilities? Yen Wu's face twisted in rage, flushed a deep shade of crimson as he glared at Yiye, his chest heaving with fury, nearly on the brink of explosion. He would have preferred to be annihilated by a king-level Pokémon than endure this mockery. You seek your own demise. The thread of reason snapped entirely. Yen Wu unleashed a frenzied roar. Ducky Fire Beast, use your most powerful big word explosion. The Ducky Fire Beast, sensing its master's fury, intensified the blinding red glow emanating from its mouth, gathering a terrifying heat as the air around them screamed in agony. In the next moment, a colossal fiery letter surged forth, carrying enough heat to sear the very ground of the square, hurtling towards the seemingly insignificant Jigglypuff with unrelenting force. Get out of the way. The crowd erupted in frantic cries, some timid female students shutting their eyes in dread, unable to bear witness to the impending carnage. Commander Leijon's pupils constricted, his body tensing instinctively, ready to intervene and save the Jigglypuff. Yet, as a trainer, Yiye remained motionless. Just as the world-ending big word explosion was about to engulf the Jigglypuff, he languidly uttered two words. Hold fast. A thin, seemingly fragile green energy shield materialized before the Jigglypuff in an instant. Boom! The cataclysmic flames collided forcefully with the shield. The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the square. Scorching shockwaves, mingled with embers, surged outward, sending the front-row students tumbling in disarray. The epicenter of the square was consumed by a blinding inferno. It's over. A common thought emerged in the minds of all. Such a terrifying assault could incinerate not just a Jigglypuff, but even a Geodude would be reduced to cinders. Yen Wu gazed at the roaring flames, a cruel, triumphant smile spreading across his face as he gasped for breath, the exhilaration coursing through him nearly making him tremble. Yet his smile lasted for scarcely 3 seconds before it became utterly frozen on his face. The flames had receded, revealing a vast charred pit in the center of the square, its edges still oozing molten lava. At the very heart of this abyss, the plump little Happiny remained, standing serenely as if untouched by the chaos around it. Not even a hint of singe marred its form. The delicate green shield that had once enveloped it had vanished, as if the cataclysmic strike moments ago had merely brushed past like a trivial warm breeze. To the astonishment of all, Happiny yawned, tilting its head with a look that seemed to question, is that all? As it regarded the towering ducklet, whose bulk was a mere fraction of its own. Once again, the central square was enveloped in a profound silence. What had previously felt absurd now descended into the realm of the surreal. The spectators' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as they fixated on the unscathed Happiny, their worldviews shattered into irreparable fragments. No, it was impossible. The smile on Yen Wu's face solidified, replaced by a mask of disbelief and astonishment. He muttered to himself, as though confronted by a specter. This simply could not be. Use toxic, came the calm voice of Yiye, breaking through his stupor. Make it quiet. With a casual flick, Happiny sent forth an inconspicuous little purple energy sphere that lazily drifted towards the ducklet. Dodge! Get out of the way! Yen Wu screamed, as if he were a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. The ducklet, snapping out of its daze, noticed the lethargically approaching purple orb and clumsily twisted its massive body to the side. With a soft thud, the toxic sphere grazed its shoulder before striking the ground behind it, eroding a small crater. It dodged. Yen Wu's heart momentarily lightened, but before he could catch his breath, he caught sight of a mischievous smile creeping onto Yiye's face. Who told you there was only one? Yen Wu froze in shock. He gazed in horror at a small pool of purple liquid that had inexplicably materialized beneath the ducklet's feet. That was the toxic residue from earlier. The vile purple substance began to creep up the ducklet's legs like a malevolent parasite. Roar? The ducklet, caught off guard, suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness wash over it, as a sinister purple aura flickered across its surface. It was poisoned. Curse it. Curse it all. Yen Wu had completely lost his composure, his face contorted in fury as he pointed at Yiye. Do you think this is enough to secure victory? Use Thunder Punch. Smash it into a pulp. With a furious roar, the ducklet unleashed a colossal fist crackling with blinding golden electricity, lumbering forward with heavy steps towards Happiny. Yet, in the face of this ferocious assault, Happiny did not flinch. Instead, it plucked a small piece from the egg it had been cradling and popped it into its mouth. Lucky. After a couple of chews, a gentle white light enveloped it, enhancing its vitality. In the next moment, the electrified fist collided with Happany's rotund belly. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the square, prompting everyone to instinctively close their eyes. However, the anticipated sight of Happany being sent flying never materialized. Instead, it wobbled back slightly like a weeble, only to sway back again. The ducklet's thunderous blow felt like a mere trivial massage to the resilient Pokémon. The ducklet was bewildered. It glanced at its own fist and then at the Happany, which was rubbing its belly with an innocent expression, a question mark slowly emerging above its massive head. Meanwhile, the poison within it flared up once more, causing an almost imperceptible stiffness to creep into its movements. How could this be? Yen-Wu stood frozen, his mind a chaotic jumble. A full-force attack from a quasi-legendary Pokémon, and yet it could not even breach the opponent's defenses? What manner of creature was this? But the ordeal was not yet over. Yen-Wu, like a desperate gambler clutching at the last straw, his eyes ablaze with fury, shouted, "Use flamethrower. Keep it coming. I refuse to believe I can't burn you to ashes." The ducklet opened its mouth again, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged relentlessly towards Happany. However, this time, Happany could not be bothered to defend itself. It simply stood amidst the flames, allowing the inferno capable of melting gold and iron to wash over its body. Then, before the eyes of all, it plucked another piece from its egg and stuffed it into its mouth. Lucky. Once more, a soft white glow radiated from it, instantly healing all fire damage as it manifested. This spectacle utterly shattered Yen-Wu, as well as the mental fortitude of every onlooker present. What were they witnessing? A Pokémon standing in the full force of a quasi-legendary ducklet's flamethrower, casually snacking? Yiye's earlier remarks echoed ominously in their minds like a curse. The energy core is unstable, the foundation is weak. Indeed, the ducklet's flames, while appearing fierce, dwindled in strength after scarcely 10 seconds due to its inability to sustain them. Meanwhile, the poison within it continued to deepen. Its breaths grew increasingly labored, and its movements sluggish. In stark contrast, Happany remained rooted in place, utterly unperturbed, perhaps even a touch bored. It was over. Yiye, having lost interest in the unfolding drama, surveyed the ducklet, now kneeling on one knee due to poisoning and exhaustion, along with the utterly disheartened Yen-Wu, and issued his final command. Consecutive slaps. Lucky. Having endured a barrage of attacks, Happany finally launched its first and last offensive. A radiant smile spread across its small face. In the next instant, the fatigued ducklet had no time to react as Happany's tiny hand, imbued with energy, struck it squarely. Roar! The ducklet's massive body soared backward like a kite severed from its string, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily at Yen-Wu's feet. It twitched a couple of times, eyes rolling back, completely incapable of continuing the fight. Silence engulfed the arena. Yiye recalled the still lively Happany and turned to face the chief instructor Lejean, his expression calm yet tinged with impatience. "Now, can you take us to the dormitory?" Chapter 93, The Map. Yiye's voice, though soft, struck like a hammer upon the hearts of everyone in the central square. Time seemed to have been momentarily suspended. The charred pit, the unconscious fire-breathing duck-billed beast, the forlorn and defeated warrior, and the leisurely Jigglypuff, calmly grooming its claws as if nothing had transpired. All these elements coalesced into a grotesquely absurd tableau. The chief instructor, Lejean, swallowed hard. He felt an unsettling dryness in his throat. He had contemplated numerous possibilities. Yiye refusing the challenge. Yiye unleashing that terrifying Charizard to obliterate the opponent, or even Yiye facing defeat. Yet, he had never envisioned the scene before him. A Jigglypuff, standing motionless, having ground down a near-elite duck-billed beast through sheer persistence. Cough. Lejean's heavy cough shattered the stifling silence, his voice awakening all the students who had been momentarily stunned. A myriad of gazes converged once more upon Yiye, but this time, the previous skepticism, disdain, and envy had been replaced by fear and reverence. If this was cowardice, then what did that make them? Lejean's expression reverted to its usual sternness, yet he was acutely aware that his inner turmoil belied his composed exterior. He cast a penetrating glance at Yiye, then turned aside, gesturing for him to proceed. This way. His voice had grown significantly somber. Yiye said nothing further, stepping forward to follow. Wen Yi and Ji Yuan immediately fell in line behind him. A peculiar scene unfolded as the trio followed Lejean. The dense crowd ahead parted like a tide cleaved by an invisible blade, retreating frantically to either side to create a wide passage. No one dared to obstruct their path. All heads bowed, avoiding any contact with Yiye's gaze. The most vociferous followers of the warrior who had previously boasted on the forum now wished they could bury their heads in the ground, trembling uncontrollably from fear. When Yi trailed behind Yiye, observing the reactions of the surrounding crowd, feeling an indescribable exhilaration rising from within, lifting his spirits, he straightened his back, feeling a sense of pride as if he too shared in Yiye's glory. Stealing a glance at Yiye's profile, he noted the calm demeanor devoid of any arrogance or pride, as though the monumental duel that had just reverberated throughout the academy was merely a trivial matter to him. This stark contrast intensified Yiye's admiration to a fervent degree. Ji Yuan, meanwhile, silently cradled Rose, bringing up the rear. The group traversed the eerily silent square. No one paid heed to the warrior still sprawled on the ground or the unconscious duck-billed beast. The stark reality of victors and vanquished was vividly illustrated within the academy walls. Soon, they arrived at another section of the institution. Unlike the standardized dormitories of the freshman area, this was a meticulously arranged enclave of standalone villas, each boasting its own garden, training ground, and energy recycling system. Here lay the residences of the officially recognized students. With A-class privileges, they were free to select any unoccupied villa. Lejean halted before the most strategically positioned villa, retrieving 3 virtual cards from his terminal and handing them to the trio. Your identity information has been updated. From this moment onward, you officially possess all A-class privileges within the academy, including the authority to issue mandatory guidance tasks to junior students. As he uttered this, he cast a pointed look at Yiye. Understood. Yiye accepted the card, effortlessly swiping it to unlock the villa's door. Lejean watched his nonchalant demeanor, his eyelid twitching slightly. Was this young man truly just a freshman who had been enrolled for less than a day? One last reminder. Lejean's tone grew grave. Today's events conclude here. I will handle matters with the warrior. However, I do not wish to see any further incidents of this nature arising from personal disputes within the academy. Should you disregard the rules again, Chief Instructor? Yiye interjected. Interrupting him, he turned to Lejean, a hint of unusual emotion flickering in his calm eyes for the first time. Do you believe he is stronger, or am I? Lejean was momentarily taken aback, instinctively preparing to respond, but the words failed to materialize on his lips. Was there truly a need for inquiry? Rules are established to protect the weak. Yiye's tone was unassuming, yet it sliced through the stark reality like a knife. Thus, it is you who should issue the warning, not I. With that, he disregarded the stunned Lejean, stepping into the villa. The door swung shut behind him with a soft thud, leaving Lejean standing alone in the night breeze, his expression shifting in tumult. After a lengthy pause, he exhaled a deep, resigned sigh, a trace of bitter self-mockery crossing his features. He had been schooled by a mere freshman. Inside the villa, opulent lights illuminated automatically. The spacious living room, equipped with a holographic ecological simulation system and an energy transfer elevator leading to the top-tier training grounds, all underscored the prestigious status of the officially recognized students. I'll be living next door. Feel free to call me anytime. When Yi exclaimed cheerfully, having settled his belongings, and hurried over to shout at Yiye's door. He had fully immersed himself in the role of Yiye's chief data officer. Ji Yuan stood a short distance away, cradling Rose, nodding gently at Yiye in greeting before making her way to another villa. Yiye returned to his room, casually tossing his backpack onto the sofa. He did not indulge in the high-tech amenities nor admire the night view outside. Instead, he quietly sat on the sofa, retrieving the ancient black talisman inscribed with a dragon's head from his pocket. Dragon's Lair, he murmured the name, his fingertips gliding over the cold surface of the talisman. According to the academy's headmaster, Old Longqi, that place was the true sanctuary of monsters. The phrase piqued his interest. Just as his fingertips brushed the vividly carved dragon's eye on the talisman, an unexpected change occurred. A faint, ancient dragon's roar resonated in his mind without warning. The black talisman in his hand suddenly radiated a dim, profound light. The talisman levitated into the air. Almost immediately, the sculpted dragon's head appeared to come to life. Its eyes ignited with 2 glowing points of crimson. A miniature map composed purely of energy projected from the talisman, hovering before Yiye. Chapter 94, Dragon's Lair. The dragon's roar that echoed from the depths of his consciousness was ancient and vast, imbued with a transcendental authority that spanned across time. Yiye's fingers lingered on the talisman's surface, distinctly sensing something awakening within the enigmatic black stone. The levitating talisman glowed ever more profoundly, and the carved dragon's head was fully animated. From the mouth of the dragon's head emerged a meticulously crafted 3-dimensional map. This was a miniature, dynamic energy sandbox encompassing the entirety of the Titan Academy Island. Mountains, forests, buildings, and even the subterranean energy conduits and secret passages lay bare within this sandbox. Streams of energy, varying in intensity, coursed through every corner of the sandbox like the veins of a body, ultimately converging into several radiant nodes. Among these, the aerial garden of the Academy's principal, Long Qi, stood out as the most resplendent. Another node, nearly as luminous, resided deep within an unmarked region beneath the Academy. This was the inner world of Titan Academy, a coliseum existing beyond all rules. Its members were solely those students possessing monstrous potential, personally recognized by Principal Long Qi. Here, the victor would claim everything, while the vanquished would lose all. Academy points and Alliance contribution points held no value in this realm. The only currency of the Dragon's Lair was the Dragon Crystal. Each victory over an opponent allowed one to plunder a certain amount of Dragon Crystals from them. These crystals could be exchanged for items that could never manifest in the Academy's outer world. Insights on cultivating champion-level Pokémon, lost technique discs, legendary Pokémon tissue samples, or even a chance to make any request of Principal Long Qi. This was the true core of Titan Academy, a crucible that, through the most brutal laws of the jungle, sifted and nurtured true monsters. As information poured in, beside the three-dimensional map, a phantom leaderboard composed of dark golden light gradually materialized. Dragon's Lair leaderboard. First place, Tyrant. Dragon Crystals, 12750. Second place, Ghost Shadow. Dragon Crystals, 9880. Third place, Oracle. Dragon Crystals, 9750. 10th place, Bulwark. Dragon Crystals, 4300. The leaderboard contained only 10 code names, each followed by a string of numbers. For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed Yiye's face. It was not the terrifying numbers that stirred him, but rather these code names. Tyrant was likely the legendary third-year chief, reputed to have once faced and defeated one of the current 4 Heavenly Kings. Ghost Shadow reminded him of a certain trainer skilled in ghost-type Pokémon. Oracle was most probably a powerful psychic. These individuals represented the true apex of Titan Academy. Someone like Yin Wu didn't even qualify to ascend this leaderboard. At the very bottom of the leaderboard, a line of new text, emitting a faint glow, slowly surfaced. Newcomer. Yiye. Dragon Crystals. 0. How intriguing. A barely perceptible smile curved at the corner of Yiye's lips. This was precisely the place he sought. To learn, train, and participate in competitions in a methodical manner? Too slow. For someone like him, who possessed the soul of an adult and was well-versed in the trajectory of the future, that was tantamount to wasting his life. He needed to amass the strongest power at the swiftest pace. And this Dragon's Lair was the fastest elevator to the summit. Just as he finished processing this information and prepared to stow away the token, the dark golden leaderboard suddenly flickered. A new message appeared in the form of a system notification. Newcomer protection period has ended. System automatically matched welcome battle. Opponent, 37th place, Venom Fong. Battle time, 24 hours later. Battle location, training, ground 9. Note, this battle cannot be refused. If the newcomer is absent, 100 Dragon Crystals will be deducted as punishment, and the qualification to enter the Dragon's Lair will be permanently revoked. Beneath the information was a bright red countdown that pulsed slowly. 235958. Yiye regarded the notification with a slight arch of his brow, not even granting a moment to catch his breath. Just handed the key and promptly thrown into the arena. Venom Fong, he mused, lightly tapping the illusory leaderboard with his finger. A blurry silhouette and basic information materialized before him. Codename, Venom Fong. Name, unknown. Grade, 3rd year. Specialty, poison. Record, 35 wins. 19 losses. Dragon Crystals, 210. A seasoned member ranked 37th, specifically tasked with testing the strength and caliber of newcomers. If victorious, he would seize his first bounty from the opponent. If defeated, Yiye's gaze settled on the penalty of losing 100 Dragon Crystals. He was currently at 0. If he lost, it would mean he would bear a debt of 100 Dragon Crystals. In a realm governed by the principle of survival of the fittest, a newcomer burdened with debt would inevitably become an easy target, exploited repeatedly until they could no longer rise again. Truly merciless. Yiye deactivated the light screen. The glow of the token faded, reverting to its ancient appearance, quietly resting back in his palm. The room fell silent once more. Yet, Yiye's heart stirred with a tinge of excitement at this sudden challenge. Pressure? No. This was an opportunity. An opportunity for him to solidify his foothold in the Dragon's Lair at the fastest pace and announce his arrival. He rose, walking to the window of the villa, overlooking the brilliantly lit night scene of the academy. How many others, shrouded in the shadows of those tranquil buildings, had received challenges or invitations from the Dragoness lair? Just like him? What kind of terrifying existence was the top-ranked tyrant? Yiye chose not to dwell further on these thoughts. He turned and made his way toward the energy elevator leading to the top-level training ground. 24 hours. He needed to ensure that his Pokémon was in the best condition to face this welcome battle. Especially Yiye pressed the crimson Pokeball at his waist. His newly evolved Charizard required a genuine battle to fully stabilize its surging power. And it seemed that this fellow named Venom Fong would serve as an excellent whetstone. The elevator ascended slowly, and Yiye's figure vanished from the room. Meanwhile, at the other end of the academy, in a dark, sunless basement of a villa, a gaunt young man with purplish lips toyed with an identical black token. Before him, a similar light screen hovered, displaying the very welcome battle notification sent to Yiye. A newcomer, Yiye? The young man let out a raspy laugh, reminiscent of a serpent flicking its tongue. A genius from Newtown? Just enrolled and already purified Zone 7, even designated by the principal as the top newcomer? He licked his purplish lips, his murky eyes glinting with greed and malice. What a delectable feast awaits. The system unexpectedly delivers such a splendid prey directly to my doorstep. He slowly rises, and behind him, a colossal Arbok gradually elevates its upper body, its golden eyes glinting with a chilling intent to kill. Inform the others, the sinister youth commands. Addressing the shadows of the basement coldly, this newcomer named Yiye is the quarry of my poison fong. Anyone who dares to interfere shall be my enemy. From the shadows comes a low murmur of acknowledgement, followed by an inconspicuous silhouette that swiftly vanishes from sight. 24 hours. Poison Fong gazes at the countdown displayed on the luminous screen, a morbid excitement flickering across his visage. I hope you can bring me a modest surprise. Chapter 95, Preparations for War. The transport lift smoothly halts at the pinnacle of the villa. The door silently glides open, and a melange of scents, grass, earth, and pure energy assails the senses. This is a vast ecological training ground, fully equipped to accommodate multiple standard battles. Beneath his feet lies a soft, lush lawn, encircled by high-intensity energy barriers capable of simulating various extreme environments, such as forests, deserts, and snow-capped mountains. Yiye strides to the center of the training arena and unfastens the crimson Pokeball from his waist. He gently tosses it, and a flash of red light reveals a sleek and powerful Charizard, surpassing its kin, looming over the lawn. It emits no thunderous roar. Instead, it quietly stretches its wings, seemingly forged from flames. This simple action causes the surrounding air to visibly distort, a palpable heat rising. An overwhelming pressure, emanating from the essence of life itself, envelopes the entire training ground. Yiye issues no commands. He merely observes his companion, feeling the profound bond that seems to intertwine their very souls. He senses the surging energy within Charizard, a force so immense it threatens to overflow. This energy, having consumed and purified the negative essence of the entire twisted forest, bestows upon it a fearsome gift. Such power has elevated its life level, yet it momentarily lacks precise control over this newfound strength, like a child wielding a mighty weapon, yet knowing only to swing it recklessly. What Yiye requires is not a beast that merely spews destructive flames, but a sovereign of fire who can wield every ounce of power to its utmost potential. Sit. He speaks calmly. Charizard, its eyes ablaze with cerulean flames, blinks in confusion, tilting its enormous head slightly. Nevertheless, it obediently folds its wings and lowers its massive form before Yiye. Yiye extends his hand, gently pressing it against Charizard's searing forehead. Feel it. Master it. His voice is soft, yet through their mental connection, it resonates clearly within Charizard's consciousness. Charizard closes its eyes, beginning to navigate the vast torrent of energy within it, akin to a monstrous flood. The cerulean flame at the tip of its tail dances wildly, fluctuating between a slender flicker and erupting into a towering wall of fire. Yiye does not rush. Instead, he gradually guides Charizard with his mental prowess, helping it to familiarize itself with, perceive, and ultimately harness this nascent power. This is a lengthy and tedious process. Meanwhile, beneath the shadows of the King Academy, an obscure network of communication stirs with the arrival of a new message. A newcomer has entered the dragon's lair. Oh, so soon this year? Has the dean finally found a worthy plaything? Do not underestimate this newcomer. I just gleaned some insider information from Lejean. Zone 7 was single-handedly cleared by him. What? That newcomer, the meat grinder? Is that true? Moreover, the system has paired him against Poison Fong for his welcome battle. Poison Fong. TSK. That lad is no pushover, infamous for his ruthlessness. It seems the system aims to give this newcomer a harsh introduction. There's a spectacle to behold. I've already placed my bets on how long the newcomer can survive under Poison Fong's hand. I wager 3 minutes, putting down 10 dragon crystals. I bet 1 minute. You see, Poison Fong has recently developed a new hybrid toxin specifically designed to disintegrate opponents. Newcomers are often unstable. A mere touch will shatter them. Tomorrow at Training Ground 9, I must secure a good vantage point. These concealed monsters, veiled behind code names, harbor no welcome for the newcomer, only excitement and anticipation. In the dark, damp basement, the sinister youth, Poison Fong, slowly injects a peculiar liquid bubbling with violet hues into a specially designed syringe. He lifts his gaze towards the unusually massive arbok looming before him. This arbok bears distinctive dark golden patterns on its abdomen, its cold vertical pupils devoid of any emotion. Come here, my dear. Poison Fong emits a raspy laugh. The arbok obediently bows its head, opening its gaping maw wide enough to swallow a cow. Without hesitation, Poison Fong plunges the syringe forcefully into the creature's upper jaw. The arbok emits a pained hiss, its colossal body thrashing violently, causing cracks to splinter the surrounding stone walls. A thick, sweetly acrid purple mist billows from its form, saturating the basement with an ominous hue. Poison Fong gazes at his writhing partner with a morbid, obsessive smile. Excellent. Just like that. Rage, suffer. Accumulate all this resentment. He extends his tongue, licking his purplish lips. I shall make him understand that in the face of absolute poison, all talent and effort are but a farcical joke. Time ticks away, second by second. Within the training arena, on the top floor, the cerulean flame on Charizard's tail has ceased its violent dance. It has grown calm and solid. Under Charizard's will, the flame begins to undergo exquisite transformations, sometimes morphing into a sharp sword, at other times into a heavy shield, or dispersing into countless tiny flame butterflies, dancing gracefully in the air. The mastery over its power is beginning to show results. Yiye slowly withdraws his hand. He senses that although Charizard remains fatigued, its gaze has transformed into one of unprecedented brilliance and confidence, a composure born from thoroughly mastering its own strength. Yiye glances at the time on his personal terminal. Only 1 hour remains in the countdown of 24 hours. He recalls Charizard, then sits cross-legged and closes his eyes. He does not engage in further training, but allows his mind to settle into tranquility, adjusting his mental state to its peak. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion uses its full strength. He will not underestimate his opponent simply due to their lower ranking. That individual named Poison Fong, who has managed to survive in the dragon's lair, a place teeming with monsters, and possesses his own ranking, cannot possibly be a simple character. Time had reached its final second. The black token in Yiye's hand trembled slightly. The cold mechanical notification echoed once more in his mind. Battle time has expired. Please proceed immediately to Training Ground number 9. Yiye opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. He brushed off the bits of grass clinging to his clothing, tidied his attire, and then walked steadily towards the teleportation lift. Training Ground number 9. Nestled deep within the subterranean levels of the academy, was a private coliseum meticulously designed for the members of the Dragon's Nest, completely isolated from the outside world. Upon his arrival, he found himself confronted by a massive gate forged from an unknown black metal, looming ominously at the end of a dimly lit corridor. At the center of the gate, a grotesque dragon head was intricately carved, identical to the design on his token. Yiye reached out, gently pressing the black token into the recess at the dragon's brow. A hum resonated, and 2 crimson lights ignited within the hollow eye sockets of the dragon head. Identity confirmed. Newcomer. Yiye. Combat Arena activated. Chapter 96. The First Battle of the Dragon's Nest. With a resounding metallic creak, the colossal gate adorned with the dragon head slowly swung open. Behind it lay an expansive underground cavern, reminiscent of an abandoned Roman amphitheater. Surrounding the cavern were tiered seating areas, obscured in darkness, extending upward into the void. Numerous piercing gazes, filled with scrutiny, amusement, and malice, descended from the shadows, converging upon the newcomer who had just stepped into the arena. The air was thick with the acrid scent of rust mingled with an unidentifiable liquid. Oh, here comes our rookie king of the year. A raspy, chilling voice, akin to a serpent's hiss, slithered from the far end of the arena. Emerging from the shadows was a gaunt youth with purplish lips, his murky eyes gleaming with unmasked greed and cruelty. Behind him loomed a gargantuan arbok, its size dwarfing that of ordinary specimens, coiling like a small mountain. The dark golden patterns on the arbok's abdomen emitted an ominous purple glow, and tendrils of sickly, Sweet venom seeped from the cracks between its scales. Poison Fang. Poison Fang. Let the newcomer experience the welcoming ceremony of the dragon's nest. I've wagered 20 dragon crystals that he won't last 2 minutes. Excited murmurs and raucous cheers erupted from the darkened audience. Poison Fang reveled in the attention, extending his long tongue to lick his purplish lips, offering Yiye a sickly smile. I hear you purified zone number 7. I hear the dean bypassed protocol to promote you as the top freshman. Quite the impressive resume. His tone dripped with exaggerated admiration. Yet anyone could discern the deep-seated mockery beneath it. Unfortunately, in the dragon's nest, such accolades are utterly worthless. He pointed a finger at Yiye, his gesture reminiscent of a chef presenting a dish ready for consumption. And today, you are my prey. In the face of this blatant provocation and the malice emanating from all directions, Yiye merely lifted his head calmly, his gaze surpassing the menacing Arbok and landing squarely on Poison Fang's face. Your words are equally valueless. In an instant, the smile on Poison Fang's face froze. The tumultuous noise from the audience came to an abrupt halt. No one anticipated that this seemingly ordinary newcomer would dare to respond so defiantly to Poison Fang. Ranked 37th in the dragon's nest. Very well, very well. Poison Fang's chest heaved violently, and he let out a hoarse, wheezing laugh, reminiscent of a winded bellows. I admire bold prey. It makes the hunt all the more flavorful. Before the words had fully left his lips, he suddenly waved his hand. Arbok. Toxic zone. Hiss. The massive Arbok reared its head and let out a piercing hiss. Instead of spewing venom, it unleashed a dense, deep purple miasma. The toxic fog spread with astonishing speed, swiftly engulfing half of the arena and completely enveloping Yiye. Even more alarming, as the fog swept over the rugged stone floor, it emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion, accompanied by rising plumes of white smoke. It's over. It's Poison Fang's new move. This toxic zone will relentlessly erode the opponent's stamina and spirit while greatly enhancing the potency of Arbok's poison attacks. The newcomer is doomed. The audience in the shadows erupted with exhilarated judgment. However, just as everyone expected Yiye to be thrown into chaos by the sudden onslaught of the toxic domain, Yiye simply unclipped a crimson pokeball from his waist. He didn't even glance at the area shrouded in venom. Instead, he gently tossed the pokeball forward. Come out and take a breath. A flash of red light erupted. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar, filled with authority and power, reverberated throughout the cavern. A vibrant blue flame exploded from the heart of the toxic fog. A sleek and agile Charizard, its tail ablaze with a ghostly blue flame, flapped its massive wings and ascended gracefully into the air. Its dragon eyes, ignited with blue flames, coldly surveyed the enormous Arbok below. An overwhelming force emanating from its very essence, descending upon its foe. What? Poison Fang's malicious grin vanished entirely. The uproar in the audience ceased abruptly. What were they witnessing? The Charizard, merely making its entrance, had completely dismantled Poison Fang's proud toxic zone? What in the world was that ethereal blue flame? Impossible. Poison Fang cried out in disbelief. My mixed toxins can corrode any energy. How could it corrode? Yiye's voice rang out, leisurely and laced with mockery. In the face of absolute temperature, your filthy poison is merely a joke. These words ignited Poison Fang's fury. A joke? I shall show you who the real joke is. He bellowed, his visage contorted with rage. Arbok, use your poisonous fangs to crush its throat. With the command issued, the massive Arbok vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, its colossal form materialized behind the Charizard. It opened its gaping maw, two fangs glistening with a ghostly purple light, akin to daggers dipped in venom, lunging viciously towards the Charizard's slender neck. The speed was blinding, the angle treacherous, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience cloaked in darkness. Yet, in the face of this lethal strike, Yiye did not even turn his head. Dragon Claw. At the moment the command was given, the Charizard, soaring in midair, executed a swift and agile maneuver that belied its size. A layer of emerald green energy blades enveloped its right claw. Swoosh. A piercing sound of tearing flesh echoed. Blood erupted like a fountain. All onlookers were struck with horror as they witnessed the Arbok's venomous fangs, capable of crushing steel, fail to make contact with the Charizard's form. Before it could even reach its target, the colossal head of the Arbok was brutally torn open by a clawed appendage, leaving a gaping wound down to the bone. A chilling shriek escaped the Arbok, its massive body plummeting to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, kicking up a cloud of dust. In a single move, merely one strike, the ace of the Poison Fang, ranked 37th in the Dragon's Lair, had been dealt a devastating blow by this rookie Pokémon. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Poison Fong stared blankly at the Arbok, which lay convulsing in a pool of its own blood. He felt as though an invisible hand had tightly clenched his heart, threatening to still its beats. Yiye regarded him with calm detachment, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Now who is the true fool? Ah! The utmost humiliation and excruciating pain shattered Poison Fong's sanity. His murky eyes were veined with madness. You forced my hand. This is your doing. He howled like a beast, disregarding the writhing Arbok on the ground. If conventional battle cannot vanquish you, then I shall take down both you and your trainer. Die for me. He suddenly produced a remote control from his pocket and pressed down violently. The fallen Arbok ceased its convulsions. Its icy slit pupils were instantly replaced by a frenzied crimson hue. In the next moment, ignoring the severe injury atop its head, its massive form twisted and leapt up with a terrifying intensity, targeting not the Charizard in midair, but Yiye, standing at the edge of the arena. Chapter 97. The Ambush. The gargantuan Arbok charged like an uncontrollable battering ram, exuding a nauseating scent, directly towards Yiye. Its pupils, now infused with bloodlust, reflected nothing but primal destruction. The deep, bone-exposed gash on its head did not incapacitate it. Rather, it ignited its ferocity. A mixture of blood and brain matter streamed down its face, rendering its already grotesque visage even more horrific, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Die! You shall perish. Poison Fong's roar echoed throughout the vast arena, filled with a morbid delight. He had lost. In the Pokémon battle, he had suffered a crushing defeat, utterly humiliated. Yet he cared not. The rules of the dragon's lair proclaimed that the victor reigned supreme, but nothing was said of the means employed. As long as he could eliminate this rookie, all the humiliation he endured today would be avenged tenfold. In the darkness of the spectators' stands, the previously silent gazes reignited with excitement, greed, and anticipation. What they desired to witness was never about a splendid battle, but rather the bloodshed, the death, the struggle. The fall of a genius newcomer was far more exhilarating to their jaded senses than a mere ordinary victory. Insanity. That lunatic Poison Fong has truly lost his mind. Attacking the trainer himself is a grave taboo in the dragon's lair. He would be stripped of everything and cast out of the academy. So what? If this newcomer is rendered incapacitated, then all the shame he suffered today would be restored. Worth it. Let the show begin. How will this rookie evade? His Charizard is in the sky, unable to rescue him in time. Murmurs and whistles erupted once more. In the air, the Charizard's deep blue eyes suddenly narrowed, emitting an enraged roar as its massive body swooped down. However, the Arbok's speed was too swift. Under the stimulation of the remote control's specially designed high-frequency waves, it expended all its vitality, unleashing a speed far beyond the ordinary. The Charizard's intervention appeared to be futile. All eyes were fixated on the boy standing at the edge of the arena, seemingly paralyzed with fear. They could almost envision him being bitten in half by that gaping maw, crushed into a bloody pulp by that massive frame. Yet, was Yiye truly paralyzed by fear? No. His heart was as tranquil as an ancient well, devoid of even the slightest ripple. What a pathetic creature. When a trainer places their hopes of victory in such underhanded tactics, they have completely forfeited their right to be called a trainer. Yiye didn't even bother to glance at the charging Arbok. His gaze remained fixed on the twisted face of Poison Fong, consumed by ecstasy. Just as the foul maw of the Arbok was less than 3 meters away from him, Yiye finally moved. He casually unfastened a seemingly inconspicuous gray pokeball from his waist. Then, with a gentle toss towards the ground before him, he uttered, "Play with it." His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. A flash of white light enveloped the arena. The clamor from the audience abruptly ceased. The manic laughter on Poison Fong's face froze. All were left in stunned silence. What did they see? A diminutive Pokémon, barely reaching the knees of an adult, appearing somewhat adorably naive, of a dull gray hue? What was that creature? A Dano? In the shadows, a knowledgeable third-year student hesitantly pronounced the name. What a joke. He intends to use a Dano to confront a rampaging Arbok? Has he lost his mind? Is he surrendering? The poor little thing will be ground to dust. Mockery and pity echoed throughout the stands. Yet, in the next instant, all voices were silenced as if an unseen hand had gripped their throats. The newly summoned Dano, seemingly harmless, faced the oncoming colossal beast with only a slight tilt of its head. It merely raised one of its short legs and gently stomped its foot on the ground before it. Such a seemingly endearing gesture. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying force, as if emanating from the very depths of the earth, erupted. Centered around the Dano, the once solid rocky ground abruptly transformed into an ocean of swirling sands. The sands surged forth as if animated, sweeping in all directions at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the entire arena was engulfed by a sea of quicksand. Save for the 1-meter radius surrounding Yiye's feet, the once menacing Arbok, about to collide with Yiye, suddenly found its massive form sinking. The ground beneath it had lost all support, morphing into a voracious whirlpool of quicksand. Hiss hiss. For the first time, a glimmer of confusion flickered in the Arbok's frenzied brain. It could not comprehend why the solid ground had suddenly turned to sand. It struggled, attempting to maneuver its enormous body from this sandy abyss. However, the more it fought, the faster it sank. The swirling yellow sands appeared as countless frigid hands, ruthlessly clutching at its form, dragging it inexorably toward the abyss. No, what is this? The maniacal laughter upon the venomous fangs transformed entirely into terror and bewilderment. He stood in a daze, gazing at the scene before him, akin to a divine miracle, feeling his understanding utterly shattered. Altering the terrain? Instantly turning the rocky surface of the arena into sand? Could this truly be the work of a Gyarados? This was no mere technique. This was a domain, a power so godlike that only legendary Pokémon could wield it. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. If the might of Charizard was within their grasp of comprehension, then the power exhibited by this Gyarados had surpassed all conceivable limits. In the darkened stands, countless gazes were riveted upon the small figure standing amidst the yellow sands. No longer was it the adorable Gyarados they once knew. It had transformed into a deity, wielding the dominion over sand. Yiye watched the Arbok, futilely struggling in the quicksand, unable even to emit a cry of despair, his eyes devoid of any compassion. He slowly raised his hand and, with a gentle snap of his fingers, commanded the desert, a burial ground. In that instant, a thunderous upheaval erupted. Countless colossal hands, forged from densely compacted sand, surged forth from the quicksand, ensnaring the massive Arbok in a hellish embrace, layer upon layer, until it was entirely enveloped. The Arbok emitted its final, piercing wail, a sound that echoed through the arena. In the next moment, all the sandy hands tightened violently. A dull thud resounded, akin to a watermelon being crushed. Blood, mingled with flesh and bone fragments, seeped through the crevices of the sand, staining the once golden expanse with a shocking dark red hue. The once formidable Arbok left no complete corpse behind, as it was utterly consumed and pulverized by the sandy sea. The wind blew, the yellow sands dissipated, and the ground returned to its original, unyielding rocky form, as if the terrifying sandy domain had merely been an illusion. Only the large pool of gruesome blood in the center of the arena, along with the quivering, damp, and trembling figure of the venomous fangs, bore witness to the truth of what had transpired. Yiye recalled the Gyarados. The Charizard, suspended in midair, gradually descended, quietly standing behind him. The arena remained shrouded in a chilling silence, where even the drop of a pin could be heard. Yiye did not glance at the audience, nor did he look at the gruesome remnants on the ground. He stepped forward, one deliberate stride after another, until he stood before the venomous fangs, looking down upon this thoroughly shattered being. Then, he slowly crouched down and calmly posed the question that had been interrupted earlier. Now, who do you think is the prey? Chapter 98, Alliance. Yiye's voice was soft, yet it fell like a hammer upon the already crumbling psyche of the venomous fangs. Ah! The venomous fangs collapsed to the ground, mouth agape, emitting incoherent sounds from his throat. In his murky eyes, only the purest fear remained. He gazed at the calm, almost indifferent face before him, feeling as though he were staring at a monster. A Charizard capable of vaporizing toxic spaces with flames upon its entrance. A Gyarados that could transform the entire arena into a deadly sea of sand with a mere stomp. Was this truly a newcomer? Not even the top 10 beasts of the dragon's nest could boast such outrageous power in their rookie days. What manner of existence had he provoked? The sheer terror rendered him speechless, his body reacting faster than his mind. A hot tide surging forth, and the acrid scent of urine pervaded the air. He had been terrified into submission. Yiye caught the whiff of that odor and subtly frowned, then rose to his feet and stepped back a pace. He had no desire to engage in further dialogue with such filth. He reached into the venomous fang's possession and extracted the black token, intricately carved with a dragon's head. He then gently tapped his token against that of the venomous fangs. Buzz! Both tokens illuminated with a faint red glow. A virtual screen materialized before Yiye. Battle concluded. Victor, newcomer Yiye. Defeated, 37th Venomous Fangs. According to the Dragon's Nest rules, the victor shall claim 50 Dragon Crystals from the defeated. Transferring Dragon Crystals. Venomous Fangs, Dragon Crystals, 210, 105. Newcomer Yiye, Dragon Crystals, 105. Congratulations. You have secured your first earnings in the Dragon's Nest. As Yiye beheld the number on his token shift from 0 to 105, a hint of satisfaction finally graced his countenance. Though modest, it marked a beginning. He casually tossed the Venomous Fangs token back onto him and turned to depart from this place, reeking of rust and urine. Throughout, he did not spare the Venomous Fangs another glance. This complete, intrinsic disregard was far more devastating than any humiliating words could ever be to the Venomous Fangs. Meanwhile, the monsters in the audience, having gradually recovered from their overwhelming shock, found the atmosphere within the arena had not returned to its former clamor. Instead, it had descended into an even more oppressive, chilling silence. All eyes were fixated on the figure slowly making its way toward the exit. Their gazes held no trace of the previous amusement or disdain. In its stead lay gravitas, caution, and profound dread. What did I just witness? Was that a domain? A voice from the crowd trembled in the darkness. Silence. That cannot be a domain. It's just a Gyarados. How could a Gyarados possibly command a domain? Another voice countered, yet it too was laced with uncertainty. But if it's not a domain, how could it instantaneously alter the entire terrain? And that desert burial, such power is beyond the reach of ordinary techniques. That Charizard too. It shattered the Venomous Fang's toxic space upon its arrival. What was that azure flame? I've never seen anything like it. Who is this newcomer? There's no record of such a figure in the Academy's archives. I wagered 20 dragon crystals he wouldn't last 2 minutes, and now. My dragon crystals. Muffled discussions echoed in various corners. Their gazes toward Yiye resembled that of spectators beholding a prehistoric behemoth cloaked in human guise. The unknown inspired terror, and the power Yiye had displayed had transcended their comprehension entirely. At the apex of the Dragon's Nest, within a well-appointed, entirely private box with the finest view, a well-dressed youth adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles delicately lowered his glass of red wine. His gaze, penetrating through the one-way energy barrier, was curiously fixed upon Yiye. Behind him, in the shadows, stood a figure clad in a black bodysuit, seemingly devoid of substance. How intriguing. The young man in golden-rimmed glasses dabbed his mouth with a silk handkerchief, emitting a soft chuckle. A dragon, wreathed in unknown blue flames. And a Curlia that seemingly grasped the rudiments of a domain. This time, the director had indeed procured an extraordinary toy. He was the leader of a minor faction within the Dragon's Lair, codenamed Oracle, a monster ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. Ghost Shadow, what do you think? He asked without turning his head. The shadow behind him slowly uttered 2 hoarse words. Very strong. Is that all? The smile on Oracle's face widened. Though Poison Fong was a weakling, his toxic domain posed a challenge even for those within the top 20. Yet, before this newcomer, it felt as fragile as paper. The most fascinating aspect was that Curlia. In Oracle's eyes, a glimmer of wisdom and greed shone. That was not a domain, at least not a complete one. It resembled a talent, an innate, absolute mastery over sand. Oracle rose, approached the barrier, and looked down upon everything below. The secrets surrounding this newcomer were far more abundant than we had anticipated. Convey my words. Elevate this newcomer's danger level to extreme, until we uncover his true nature. Our people are forbidden from provoking him. Understood. Ghost Shadow's form gradually melded into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Oracle resumed his seat on the sofa, gently swirling the red liquid in his glass. Yiye, you say? What an intriguing name indeed. Unbeknownst to him, he had already attracted the attention of those at the pinnacle of the Dragon's Lair. At this moment, he ambled leisurely towards the enormous metallic gate. He could sense the reverent and fearful gazes lingering behind him. Excellent. The purpose of establishing authority had been achieved. He had conveyed to all, in the most shocking and unreasonable manner, that this newcomer was not to be trifled with. This, at the very least, would spare him from unnecessary troubles in the short term. Just as he was about to step through the gate, a somewhat frivolous voice, laced with mischief, rang out from the other side of the audience. Hey, newcomer. Yiye halted his steps. He turned around, following the direction of the voice. There, in the second tier of the audience, sat a youth clad in a flamboyant shirt, with flamboyant pink hair, casually resting his chin on one hand. A grin plastered across his face. Beside him stood an elegantly poised, lively-eyed puppet. Well played. Clean and crisp. I like it. The pink-haired youth flashed a thumbs up at Yiye. Interested in joining me? Chapter 99, Puppet Master. Join you? These 3 words caused Yiye's brow to arch slightly. He regarded the pink-haired youth in the audience, along with the seemingly well-trained puppet beside him, his expression calm. Another one. It seemed his previous performance had indeed drawn considerable attention. However, the condescending tone, as if offering charity, irked him. Who are you? Yiye inquired coolly. Me? The puppet master feigned amusement, dramatically pointing to himself. You haven't even heard of the illustrious name of Puppet Master? Puppet Master? Yiye searched his mind for this moniker. 15th on the Dragon's Lair leaderboard, adept at utilizing psychic and fairy-type Pokémon, renowned for his bizarre tactics and control strategies. He was a formidable opponent. Yet, to Yiye, he was merely skilled. Never heard of you. Yiye's response was succinct, direct, and devoid of emotion. The puppet master's smile faltered momentarily. The puppet beside him shook its fist at Yiye in discontent. Suppressed laughter rippled through the darkness of the audience. Within the dragon's lair, the puppet master was a notable figure, leveraging his high rank and the backing of formidable allies, often acting with great flair. Yet today, he had unexpectedly faced a setback before a newcomer. Clearing his throat, the puppet master coughed twice to mask his embarrassment, quickly readjusting his expression to don a nonchalant smile once more. No worries, now you know me, right? Newcomer, I must advise you. His tone adopted a hint of a senior imparting wisdom to a junior. Dragon's Lair is a treacherous place. Mere strength is far from sufficient. You defeated Poison Fong today, which is quite impressive. However, you have also incurred the wrath of Serpent's Den behind him. The individuals from Serpent's Den are a band of lunatics, eager for revenge. Within 3 days, they will seek you out like hyenas scenting blood. He paused, leaning slightly forward, lowering his voice as if divulging a grand secret. However, if you join us, Phantom Theater, I can assure you that Serpent's Den won't dare lay a finger on you. What do you think? Consider it? He flashed Yiye a self-assured smile, believing himself to be quite charming. So that's it. Forming alliances, are we? Yiye instantly grasped the other's intentions. This so-called dragon's lair was indeed as he had surmised, not merely a gladiatorial arena, but a microcosm adhering to the most primal laws of the jungle. Here, factions existed, struggles ensued, and interests were exchanged. The puppet master had recognized his potential and sought to recruit him as a henchman. Unfortunately for him, he had chosen the wrong person. Yiye had never been one to submit to others. What you mean is, Yiye regarded him coolly. If I become your subordinate, I will gain your protection. Clever. The puppet master snapped his fingers, his smile growing brighter. It's a relief to converse with someone intelligent. I don't need it. Yiye blandly uttered 3 words. The puppet master's smile froze once more. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence, as no one had anticipated that this newcomer would so decisively reject the overtures of a top 15 expert. This was no longer mere audacity. It was arrogance. It was ignorance. What did you say? The puppet master's expression darkened, a hint of cold malice flashing in his peach blossom eyes. I said, I do not require anyone's protection. Yiye's tone remained calm. As for that so-called Serpent's Den, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the darkness of the audience, as if he could pierce through the shadows and see the malevolent faces lurking within. They had better not come to provoke me. If they do, I will ensure they share the same fate as this mess on the ground. His voice was soft, yet carried the chilling weight of a winter wind, sweeping across the entire arena. Insanity. Utter madness. A newcomer, having barely stepped into the dragon's lair for a day, audaciously dared to provoke a long-established faction. The audience, gazing upon Yiye's serene profile, felt a chill ascend from their feet to the crown of their heads. They finally comprehended that this newcomer was neither merely bold nor ignorant. He truly regarded no one with any measure of respect. Very well, very well. The puppeteer's chest heaved violently as he emitted a low, suppressed chuckle, rife with fury. How audacious! I have underestimated you. He fixed his gaze on Yiye, his eyes akin to those of a man staring at a corpse. I shall observe how long this so-called newcomer king can survive in this dragon's lair without the protection of our Phantasm Theater. I hope your bones are as resilient as your tongue. With that, he ceased further conversation, abruptly flicking his sleeve, accompanied by his magical wall puppet, and vanished into the shadows of the corridor. Yiye, disinterested in such a gesture, turned away, retracting his fire-breathing dragon, and strode through the massive metallic gate without a backward glance. The heavy sound of metal scraping echoed behind him. The colossal dragon-headed gate sealed shut, completely isolating the tumult, malice, and prying eyes from the arena. In the dimly lit corridor, only Yiye's unhurried footsteps reverberated. He raised his hand, inspecting the black token in his grasp. The surface of the token, beside the inscription, Newcomer Yiye, displayed a number representing the quantity of dragon crystals, which had transformed from a vibrant crimson 0 to 105. A cold, mechanical notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, you have completed your first battle in the dragon's lair. Achievement, initial brilliance unlocked. Reward, 1,000 system points. Current total points, 21700. Not bad. A barely perceptible smile graced the corners of Yiye's lips. This venture proved profitable. Not only had he acquired dragon crystals, but he had also conveniently amassed a significant sum of system points. More importantly, he had finally discovered a venue where he could swiftly accumulate power. As for the so-called Serpent's Den and the Puppeteer's threats, he dismissed them entirely. In this world, only absolute strength constitutes an eternal truth. The so-called factions and alliances, when confronted with true power, are but fragile illusions, easily shattered. His sole objective was to engage in relentless combat, to grow ever stronger, strong enough to instill fear in all, strong enough to compel all rules to yield to him. Upon returning to his villa, Yiye proceeded directly to the sofa at the center of the room. He did not rest. Instead, he placed the black token upon the coffee table before him. With a gentle tap of his fingertip upon the token, a virtual light screen composed of dark golden radiance materialized anew. This time, Yiye's gaze did not linger on the leaderboard but directly clicked on an icon resembling a treasure chest located in the upper right corner. Dragon's Lair Treasury. The screen flickered, revealing an exquisite exchange list before Yiye. The items here were entirely different from those he had previously encountered at the Trainer Association. Gone were the conventional healing potions, Pokeballs, and energy cubes. Instead, he was presented with rare treasures capable of driving any external trainer into a frenzy. Skill Disc, Dragon Dance. Price 800 Dragon Crystals. Skill Disc, Trick. Price 800 Dragon Crystals. Skill Disc, Swords Dance. Price 800 Dragon Crystals. Just this array of powerful enhancement skill discs, which were nearly impossible to acquire in the outside world, dazzled Yiye. These skills represented a qualitative leap for any Pokémon. He continued to scroll downward. Item: Life Orb. The wielder's attack power is significantly enhanced, but each strike incurs a minor loss of stamina. Price: 1,500 Dragon Crystals. Item: Choice Scarf. The wielder's speed is greatly increased, but only the first move chosen upon entry may be used. Price: 1,500 Dragon Crystals. Item: Assault Vest. The wielder's special defense is greatly enhanced, but status moves cannot be utilized. Price: 1,500 Dragon Crystals. These items, typically limited to top-tier trainers capable of exchanging vast contribution points in official league stores, were readily available here for those possessing sufficient dragon crystals. Yiye's heart raced with excitement. This was precisely the place he yearned for. His gaze continued to delve deeper into the list, where even more outrageous items began to emerge. Breeding Insights. Champion DUI's breeding notes for Dragonite, Fragment. Contains core insights on how to raise a Dratini into a champion-level Dragonite, as documented by the Dragon-type Champion DUI. Price: 5,000 Dragon Crystals. Research Document. Professor Oak's Speculations on EV's Evolutionary Forms, Draft. An early research manuscript by Pokémon Professor Oak, containing profound insights into the unknown evolutionary forms of EV. Price: 6,000 Dragon Crystals. Body Sample. Dragonite's Reverse Scale. A scale shed from an enraged champion-level Dragonite, imbued with pure and violent dragon energy, usable to enhance the potential of Dragon-type Pokémon. Price: 12,000 Dragon Crystals. Legendary Feather. A mysterious feather radiating a spectrum of colors, seemingly connected to legendary Pokémon. Price: insufficient permissions to view. At this point, Yiye's breath hitched. Insights from Champions. A professor's top-secret manuscript. The bodily essence of legendary Pokémon. Any one of these items, should it make its way to the outside world, would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed. Yet here in the Dragon's Lair, they were displayed like wares on supermarket shelves, each marked with a price, awaiting sufficiently powerful individuals to claim them. The Elite Academy. Headmaster Longqi. This place was even more insane and unfathomable than he had imagined. Yiye forcibly suppressed his excitement, glancing at his meager balance of 105 dragon crystals, feeling akin to a pauper who had stumbled into a luxury boutique. This paltry sum could not even purchase the most inexpensive skill disc. Poor. Too poor. He must devise a way to swiftly acquire more dragon crystals. Yiye closed the treasury interface and reopened the dark golden leaderboard. His gaze slowly traversed from top to bottom. First place, Tyrant, Dragon Crystals, 12750. Second place, Ghost Shadow, Dragon Crystals, 9880. Third place, Oracle, Dragon Crystals, 9750. These formidable figures in the top 10 were not opponents he could afford to provoke at this moment. Their dragon crystal counts spoke volumes. To accumulate such a quantity, their strength likely surpassed that of ordinary trainees, possibly even reaching near elite or elite levels. To challenge them recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Yiye possessed enough self-awareness. His gaze continued downward, scanning the 10th, 15th, and 20th positions. His fingers paused over a codename. Rank 28. Phantom, Dragon Crystals, 860. Name, unknown. Grade, second year. Specialty attributes, Ghost, Dark. Record, 41 wins, 25 losses. Phantom, a trainer adept in the art of illusion and elusive maneuvers. Her trump card is an extraordinarily rare Zoroark, endowed with the power of illusions. During battles in the Dragon Lair, she frequently employs Zoroark's deceptions to masquerade as other Pokémon, catching her opponents completely off guard. She is indeed a formidable adversary. For the vast majority of trainers, illusions are nearly insurmountable. You can never ascertain what you are truly facing. All your tactical arrangements and type advantages may be rendered utterly futile by a single illusion from the opponent. However, for Yiye, such an opponent is precisely the one he relishes and finds most manageable. This is because he possesses an abundance of methods to unravel the so-called illusions. Charizard, with its ability to distort the very air around it through its overwhelming heat, serves as a supreme illusion shatterer. Furthermore, Yiye's sandstorm technique is refreshingly straightforward. In the blinding sandstorm that obscures all sight, no illusion holds any significance. I can't even see your illusions. Who are they meant to deceive? Most crucially, the quantity of dragon crystals held by this phantom is quite substantial, 860. Should he emerge victorious, in accordance with the plundering rule of 50, he could acquire a total of 430 dragon crystals in one fell swoop. Coupled with his existing 105, that would amount to 535 dragon crystals. While still insufficient to procure the most elite treasures, it would at least enable him to purchase a more affordable technical disc to enhance his team. It's her. A glimmer of determination flickered in Yiye's eyes. Without hesitation, he gently tapped on Phantom's codename. An option box materialized. Do you wish to challenge Phantom? Yes. Challenge has been sent. According to the Dragon Lair rules, the challenge party has 1 hour to consider. If accepted, the battle will take place in 24 hours. If declined, the challenger will forfeit 10 dragon crystals as a processing fee. Please wait patiently. Having completed these actions, Yiye deactivated the holographic screen and leaned back against the soft sofa. He did not immediately commence his training. The recent battle, particularly Yiye's full-powered eruption, had significantly drained his mental faculties. He needed rest. He closed his eyes and began to meditate, allowing his mind to settle into tranquility. Meanwhile, at the other end of the academy, within a pink villa infused with the essence of youth, a girl with long silver hair cascading down to her waist, her features exquisitely doll-like, was simultaneously applying a facial mask and idly scrolling through the internal forum of the Dragon Lair. TSK. That useless Toxin Fong has been taken down again. Serves him right. Rookie champion? Yiye. What a ridiculous code name. Utterly laughable. He took down Toxin Fong's modified Arbok with Charizard and Gila? Now that is somewhat intriguing. The girl, none other than Phantom Xiaoming, currently ranked 28th in the Dragon Lair, was about to close the forum to attend to her nails when her personal terminal on her wrist suddenly vibrated. A scarlet notification, visible only to Dragon Lair members, popped up. Yiye has challenged you. Do you accept? Chapter 101, Zoroark. Yiye has challenged you. Do you accept? Staring at the glaring scarlet text on the screen, Xiaoming's mask nearly cracked due to her expression of shock. She was stunned for a full 3 seconds before abruptly sitting upright on the sofa. Surely, I'm not mistaken? Rubbing her eyes, she scrutinized the message once more. Challenger, Rookie Yiye. Yes, indeed. The very rookie that had just stirred up a commotion in the forum. He dares to challenge me? Xiaoming's mind struggled to comprehend this unexpected turn of events. After a brief moment of astonishment, an uncontrollable fury surged from deep within her. How dare he? In a fit of rage, she tore off the mask from her face, revealing a complexion slightly flushed with indignation. A rookie who just defeated a worthless opponent like Toxin Fong dares to challenge me? Who does he think he is? The top-ranked tyrant of the Dragon Lair? How utterly presumptuous. Infuriated, she paced back and forth in her room, her chest heaving with agitation. She was all too aware of Toxin Fong's capabilities. A bottom-tier trainer ranked 37th, merely scraping by in the Dragon Lair through underhanded poison tactics and modified Pokémon. What is there to boast about in winning against such a pathetic foe? This newcomer, Yiye, has the audacity to challenge a seasoned expert ranked within the top 30 based on such a hollow victory? This is not mere confidence. It is a blatant affront. What does he think he is? The second Toxin Fong? A soft target? A stepping stone for his ascent? How infuriating. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Seizing a cushion from the sofa and hurling it to the ground with force, An elegant Zoroark emerged silently from the shadows of the room, nuzzling against Xiaoming's leg and emitting a few soothing whines. "Ollie, do you think I should accept?" Xiaoming cradled her Zoroark, stroking its silky fur, and asked, fuming. Zoroark tilted its head, a glint of mischief flashing in its eyes. "You think so too, don't you?" Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. This audacious rookie has dared to extend his challenge, and it would be remiss of me not to oblige him. He wishes to use me as a stepping stone to elevate himself. Then let me demonstrate that stepping stones can sometimes be quite painful, even to the point of breaking. A confident smile returned to Xiaoming's face. Her anger had transformed into a fervent battle spirit. While she held disdain for Toxin Fong, she maintained a fundamental assessment of Yiye's capabilities. The ability to dispatch a modified Arbok with a single blow using Charizard indicates he is at least intermediate level among quasi-champions. And that peculiar Gila, capable of altering the battlefield. Although the forum members had exaggerated its prowess, claiming it as a domain, Xiaoming was unconvinced. To her, it was merely a relatively rare and expansive sandstorm technique, augmented by a touch of surprise, enough to fool Toxin Fong, who lacked experience. What is the big deal about a Charizard and a groundhog? Xiaoming scoffed disdainfully. Once my Ollie ensnares him with its illusions, no matter if it's a dragon or a rodent, they will all become my playthings. She held unwavering confidence in her ace. Her Zoroark was no ordinary Zoroark. Its illusions could not only mimic appearances, but could even replicate certain energy waves and move effects, blurring the line between reality and illusion, making it nearly impossible to discern the truth. Unbeknownst to the multitude of presumptuous challengers, many have succumbed to her beguiling illusions. A novice, regardless of the formidable prowess of their Pokémon, invariably lacks the battle experience and mental fortitude, which undoubtedly constitutes their Achilles heel. As long as confusion ensues, victory shall be within easy grasp. Moreover, since he has dared to challenge me, according to the rules, should I emerge victorious, I shall seize all of his dragon crystals. In Xiaoming's eyes, little stars twinkled. 105 dragon crystals. Though not an exorbitant amount, free money is money not to be dismissed. Just the other day, I had my eye on that deceptive gem in the vault, and I was a tad short on dragon crystals. This is a serendipitous windfall. With this thought, Xiaoming's spirits soared from gloom to brightness. Without further hesitation, she promptly tapped the Accept button on the luminous screen. Following this, she accessed the public forum of the Dragon's Nest and, with fervent keystrokes, crafted a new post, investing 10 dragon crystals to pin it atop the forum. To the newcomer King Yiye, I accept your challenge. I hear you are rather arrogant? Excellent. I relish teaching arrogant novices a lesson. Tomorrow, at training ground number 9, I shall impart to you the true essence of illusions and the meaning of despair. Clean your neck and prepare to be my stepping stone, little boy. The moment the post was dispatched, the Dragon's Nest forum erupted once more. Goodness. The Illusion Master has accepted. It's happening. Just finishing a match with Venom Fong, and now facing Illusion. What does this newcomer intend? Is he aiming to conquer the leaderboard? A thrilling spectacle awaits. The Illusion Master's Zoroark is notoriously troublesome. The newcomer is in for a rough time. I've placed my bets. I wager on how long the newcomer king can endure. I bet on the Illusion Master, resolving the battle within 3 minutes. I wager 5 minutes. The newcomer's Charizard possesses considerable destructive power, and the Illusion Master will likely engage in a preliminary skirmish. Do you think this newcomer possesses any hidden cards? Perhaps a third or fourth Pokémon. Absolutely impossible. It is unfathomable for a novice to possess 2 such formidable Pokémon. That would be akin to smoke rising from ancestral graves. The entire Dragon's Nest simmered with anticipation due to this unexpected duel, with all eyes fixated on the imminent clash between the representatives of the new and old powers. Yet, the other protagonist of this event, Yiye, remained blissfully unaware. He continued to meditate quietly on the sofa with his eyes closed, until the black token beside him vibrated gently once more. The cold, mechanical notification echoed in his mind. The opponent has accepted the challenge. Battle time. In 23 hours and 59 minutes. Battle location, training ground number 9. Yiye slowly opened his eyes, his gaze, as tranquil as a still pond. Accepted, has it? He rose, stretched his body, and then, at a leisurely pace, made his way towards the teleportation elevator leading to the top-tier training ground. 24 hours. That will suffice. Chapter 102, Training with Giraffe. In the colossal ecological training arena atop the villa, Yiye stood at the center of a lush, soft lawn, surrounded by a simulated rocky environment reminiscent of the gladiatorial arenas he had previously battled in. A high-intensity energy barrier completely isolated this space from the outside world. He unfastened the dull gray pokeball from his waist and tossed it gently. A flash of red light illuminated the scene as the petite giraffe materialized once more on the field. Giraffe nuzzled affectionately against Yiye's pant leg, lifting its small head to gaze at him with its innocent crimson eyes. It bore no resemblance to the terrifying monarch capable of conjuring a sea of deadly sands with a mere wave of its hand. It appeared more like a clingy child. Yiye crouched down, stroking its somewhat coarse head. He could distinctly sense the immense power within Giraffe, perfectly melded with the sand shard fruit. The earlier desert funeral, though seemingly effortless, had exacted a considerable toll on Giraffe's stamina and spirit. After all, it had only recently come into existence. Like an infant possessing the strength to overturn tables, yet tiring immensely after a single exertion. "You've worked hard." Yiye's voice was gentle. Giraffe. The creature joyfully shook its head, as if to say it was far from weary. Yiye smiled softly, then stood tall, his expression returning to one of calm resolve. "Next, we shall embark on a new training regimen." He regarded Giraffe and, through their mental connection, conveyed his intentions with clarity. Tomorrow's opponent excels in the art of illusion. Illusion is a technique that disrupts both vision and psyche. There are myriad methods to counter it. The simplest approach is to wield absolute power to obliterate all illusions, along with reality itself. However, such a method is excessively taxing and rather crude. Yiye shook his head. "What I require is not a mere beast of brute force, but a true sovereign capable of maximizing every ounce of power. Thus, we shall employ a more astute strategy. Do you recall the sandstorm you conjured previously?" Giraffe nodded. "That was no ordinary sandstorm. It was your domain. Within your domain, you are the sole ruler. Yet, your current domain is still too rudimentary." Yiye extended a finger, gesturing towards the open training ground. "You merely transform the rocks into sand and summoned a storm. This only serves to obscure vision and inflict continuous damage. But what if you could control your domain with greater finesse? For instance, unleashing the sandstorm solely around your opponent while ensuring our side remains untouched. Imagine if every grain of sand in your domain became your eyes and ears, allowing you to perceive even the most elusive transformations of your adversary. Furthermore, a glint of sharpness flickered in Yiye's eyes. Imbue your domain with the capability to confound your opponent. Employ illusion against illusion. This is the ultimate method of countering." A glimmer of understanding flickered in Giraffe's innocent eyes. It nodded, as if grasping the concept. "Excellent," Yiye remarked with satisfaction. "Now let us attempt this. Release your sand domain. But this time, do not let it envelop the entire arena. Try to compress and condense it, covering merely the 10 meters in front of you." With the command issued, Giraffe inhaled deeply, closed its eyes, and began to summon the power within. It lifted its short legs once more and gently stomped the ground. Boom! The yellow sand surged forth once again. Yet, this time, it did not instantly engulf the entire arena. Instead, it formed a swath of swirling sand approximately 15 meters in radius directly before Giraffe. The area was still somewhat larger than Yiye had requested, and the edges of the sandy expanse were unstable, continuously expanding outward. Giraffe's little face bore a strained expression. Releasing power is simple. However, the challenge lies in precisely controlling the released power within a defined scope, with the difficulty increasing exponentially. Focus your mind. The voice of Yiye resonated through the mental link, echoing in the mind of Ujjaira like a calming balm. Feel the rhythm of each grain of sand. Command them with your will, bind them. Ujjaira gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Under his utmost control, the ever-expanding sandy terrain gradually began to contract inward. 15 meters, 14 meters, 13 meters. This was an extraordinarily taxing endeavor. Yiye offered no urgency, merely standing by in quiet guidance. He understood that such meticulous mastery over one's power was a rite of passage for all formidable beings. Only by thoroughly mastering one's strength could one navigate the tumultuous battlefield with grace and aplomb. Time trickled by, second by second. On the Longshua Forum, discussions surrounding the impending clash between Yiye and Phantom surged in intensity. An array of analytical posts and predictions flooded in, with the majority favoring the seasoned Phantom. After all, illusions were far beyond the comprehension of novices. Meanwhile, Yiye had fallen silent since issuing his challenge, seemingly evaporating from existence. "I bet that newcomer is frightened. Hiding in his villa," some speculated. "It's understandable. After all, Phantom himself has entered the fray with bold words. If it were me, I'd be terrified too. TCH. A fight he initiated. He must see it through, even if it means shedding tears. If he doesn't show tomorrow, he'll forfeit outright and lose 100 dragon crystals, which would be utterly humiliating. Such scornful remarks were rife on the forum. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in a forgotten corner, an exemplary training regimen targeting illusions was quietly unfolding. 20 hours later, within the top-tier training arena, the once turbulent domain of sand lay calm before Yiye. It had transformed into a tranquil, solid expanse, its radius meticulously confined to a 10-meter circular area. More astonishingly, atop the sandy surface, the grains began to coalesce, forming another manifestation of Yiye. This sandy doppelganger not only mirrored his appearance precisely, but also exhibited an uncanny synchronization in movement. When it tilted its head, so did the sandy Yiye when it leaped. The sandy doppelganger followed suit. A sand clone. Mastery over his power had reached an advanced level. A satisfied smile graced Yiye's face as he slowly withdrew his hand. He sensed that although Yiye was mentally exhausted, an unprecedented confidence and composure radiated from his gaze. It was the formidable self-assurance that came from completely mastering one's own strength. Come back, take a well-deserved rest. Yiye beckoned as he retracted Yiye. Glancing at the time on his personal terminal, he noted that less than an hour remained before the battle commenced. He refrained from further training, instead sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes to elevate his mental state to its zenith. He never entered a battle unprepared. As time approached its final second, the black token in Yiye's hand trembled slightly. The battle time has arrived. Please proceed to training ground 9 immediately. Yiye opened his eyes and stood slowly, his gaze tranquil and profound, akin to an unfathomable, frigid abyss. Illusions? He hoped his opponent tomorrow would provide him with a modicum of surprise. Chapter 103, The Domain of Sand. The underground arena number 9, still steeped in the scent of rust and blood, bore a much graver atmosphere than before. The audience, shrouded in darkness, was packed to capacity. Nearly every member of the Longxue faction had come to witness whether this audacious newcomer could continue to weave miracles or would be decisively subdued by a well-established expert. At one end of the arena, the silver-haired girl known as Phantom, Xiaoming, awaited with anticipation. Clad in a sleek black combat suit that accentuated her alluring figure, she crossed her arms, a faint, inscrutable smirk gracing her lips, her gaze condescending, as if victory were already assured. There were no Pokémon by her side. Yet everyone knew her most elusive and formidable ace lay hidden in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal blow. Phantom exudes an intense aura today. Of course, who wouldn't be enraged after being openly challenged by a newcomer? I sense this newcomer is in for a rough time. Phantom seems genuinely serious. I've wagered 50 dragon crystals, betting that the newcomer will be carried off within 3 minutes. Whispers of speculation surged through the audience. Yet few placed their hopes on Yiye. After all, Phantom's illustrious reputation had been built upon a series of hard-fought victories. With a dull metallic grinding sound, the dragon-headed gate on the opposite side creaked open. A tall figure emerged at a leisurely pace from the darkness beyond the door. It was Yiye. He maintained his calm demeanor, as if he were out for a stroll in the park rather than participating in a life-or-death struggle. This unflustered attitude only deepened Xiaoming's frown. What a pretense, she scoffed inwardly. So you are Yiye? Xiaoming's voice carried a tone of condescension. He appeared even more ordinary than she had imagined. You've got guts to challenge me. Yiye raised his head, glanced at her, and remained silent. This disregard reignited Xiaoming's fury. Very well, she sneered. If you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she abruptly waved her hand. Come forth, Gengar. Show him what you're made of with Shadow Ball. At her command, the shadows behind her twisted ominously. A Gengar, grinning wickedly, materialized. With outstretched arms, it conjured a dark purple energy ball filled with ominous energy, hurling it towards Yiye with ferocity. It's Gengar, Phantom's second ace. The battle begins with a grand move. It seems Phantom is truly furious. Gasps rippled through the audience. However, in the face of this sudden assault, a playful smile crept across Yiye's face. Gengar? A trivial technique. He couldn't even be bothered to retrieve a Pokeball. Instead, he merely spoke 2 words into the empty arena, Sandstorm. In that instant, the entire arena trembled violently, without warning. Under the astonished gazes of all present, the once solid rocky ground transformed into a swirling tempest of yellow sand. The blinding dust cloud enveloped the entire arena in an instant. The ominous Shadow Ball, upon colliding with the sandstorm, vanished without a trace as if it had been swallowed by the earth itself. What? The cold smirk on Xiaoming's face froze. Her beautiful silver eyes were filled with disbelief. This move again. He, astonishingly, did not even need to summon a Pokémon to unleash such a formidable sandstorm. What kind of ability is this? The spectators were rendered utterly speechless. Although they had heard of Yiye's previous triumphs, witnessing this scene with their own eyes brought a shock that transcended the limits of language. This was far beyond their understanding of Pokémon battles. Impossible. This could not possibly be his own power. Xiaoming quickly recovered from her astonishment, her gaze fixed intently on the swirling yellow sandstorm. It had to be the Gyarados. It must be hiding within the grains. Gengar, use your psychic to extract that little rodent. The command was issued. A sinister blue light flickered in Gengar's eyes. An invisible mental force surged forth, sweeping across the entire sandstorm area like a tidal wave. However, in the next instant, Gengar's body trembled violently, letting out a muffled cry of agony. The psychic net it had conjured was instantly ravaged, as if pierced by countless tiny needles, collapsing in an instant upon entering the storm. This sandstorm can even obstruct psychic detection. Xiaoming's heart sank. Her prideful illusions and Gengar's psychic assault had turned into mere jest without a target. The situation seemed dire. Stay calm. It is merely a sandstorm. Xiaoming forced herself to regain composure. Gengar, ascend into the sky. Attack from above. Gengar immediately complied, transforming into a shadowy figure, rising upwards. Yet, just as it was about to escape the storm's grasp, a small, dusty gray figure sprang forth from the sand below with a ghostly swiftness. It was the Gyarados. Its tiny paws were cloaked in a sharp blade forged from densely packed sand. Desert blade. Swoosh. Blood sprayed forth. Gengar barely had time to react before this lightning-fast strike tore open a gaping wound from below. Gengar. Gengar let out a piercing wail, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting heavily into the sandy abyss, stirring up a cloud of dust. No, that is not Gengar. Upon witnessing Gengar's descent, Xiaoming's initial panic transformed into a cold, triumphant smirk. The fallen Gengar twisted as it landed, morphing into a graceful Zoroark. Meanwhile, the real Gengar silently materialized behind the Gyarados. Its fist, enveloped in potent energy, was raised high, aimed at the unsuspecting back of the Gyarados. Spirit Bomb. It is over. A victorious smile graced Xiaoming's face, luring the opponent into attacking with an illusion, then delivering the decisive blow with the true strike. That was the essence of her phantom strategy. However, just as Gengar's Spirit Bomb was about to descend, a chilling, emotionless voice resonated from the heart of the sandstorm. In my domain, your illusions hold no significance. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the Gyarados, facing away from Gengar, abruptly transformed into a handful of flowing sand, scattering to the ground. Gengar's fist struck nothing but air. What? Xiaoming's smile froze completely. That was also a ruse. Where's the real Gyarados? She was horrified to see that beneath Gengar's feet, the once tranquil sand had suddenly morphed into a massive, swirling quicksand vortex. Chapter 104. The Sand Emperor. The instant the quicksand vortex manifested, a powerful suction emanated from beneath Gengar, anchoring it firmly in place. This is bad. Gengar quickly used Shadow Sneak to escape. For the first time, true panic washed over Xiaoming's face. She finally recognized the grave mistake she had made from the outset. She believed she was the one orchestrating the illusions to toy with her opponent. In reality, from the moment she stepped into this sandstorm domain, she had unwittingly found herself ensnared in a far grander and more authentic illusion. The Gengar that had been struck was a decoy. The Gyarados that had launched the attack was also a mere illusion. How on earth did he accomplish this? To create a mirage so lifelike with sand? Gengar heard its master's command and immediately attempted to merge with the shadows beneath. However, it was horrified to discover that in this dimly lit sandy realm, the light was entirely obscured, leaving no shadows for it to blend into. Its most cherished ability of stealth had been utterly nullified. How could this be? Xiaoming's mind went blank. All her strategies, all her proud techniques, became a mere farce in the face of this eerie sandy domain. But it wasn't over yet. Xiaoming, being a top 30 expert, possessed psychological resilience far beyond that of the ordinary. She quickly regained her composure, her eyes burning red as she let out a frenzied roar. Gengar, fire the most powerful hyper beam at the ground. If escape is impossible, then we shall obliterate this domain. Gengar roared, opening its mouth wide as violet-black destructive energy began to gather furiously. But would Yiye grant it that opportunity? Too slow. A cold voice, like a grim reaper's decree, echoed in Xiaoming's ears. Desert, funeral, boom. The entire sandy expanse erupted once more. This time, it was not merely a giant hand of sand. The entire quicksand vortex transformed into a colossal maw, ready to devour heaven and earth. Before Gengar could unleash its hyper beam, Its ethereal form was completely engulfed by the endless yellow sands. Not even a cry of despair could escape its lips. The sea of sand returned to its tranquil state, as if nothing had ever transpired. No, no. Xia Ming stared blankly at the empty sand, her body trembling uncontrollably. Had her Gengar been annihilated? Along with her disguised Zoroark, were they both devoured alive by this terrifying sea of sand? I concede. The ultimate fear finally crushed her last remnants of fighting spirit. She screamed those two words. If this continued, she had no doubt she would meet the same fate as her Pokémon, ground to dust by the yellow sands. As her surrender echoed, the oppressive sandstorm gradually dissipated. The dusky sand transformed back into solid rock. In the center of the arena, Yiye's figure slowly emerged. At his feet, the diminutive Jira gazed up innocently at him, as if seeking praise. Opposite them, Xia Ming lay slumped on the ground, her face pale, drenched in cold sweat, as if she had just emerged from the water. Her two ace Pokémon had been rendered completely incapable of battle, lying unconscious not far away. The entire arena fell into an eternal silence once more. All the spectators stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone, utterly motionless. In their minds, only the cataclysmic desert funeral remained. The formidable Phantom, ranked 28th in the dragon's lair and renowned for her mastery of illusions, could not endure even 3 minutes before Yiye. All her techniques and strategies were utterly suppressed by that terrifying domain of sand. What manner of creature is this fellow? It's utterly frightful. Could it truly be a Kyogre? I feel as if I am facing a Groudon. The domain of sand, the sand clone, and that final desert funeral have completely redefined my worldview. If anyone dares to suggest that this newcomer succeeded by mere fortune, I shall be incensed. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the audience erupted into a cacophony more fervent than any prior. Within the private box, the countenance of Oracle displayed, for the first time, a cessation of his playful smile. His eyes, seemingly capable of perceiving all, were filled with gravitas. Ghost Shadow, I retract my previous words, he slowly exhaled, releasing a sigh of resignation. That was not merely a nascent form of a domain. That was a fully realized, masterfully manipulated, perfect domain. No response emerged from the shadows. Yet Oracle understood that his companion's heart was far from tranquil. A newcomer possessing a Pokémon that commands a domain. This news, if disseminated, would reverberate throughout the entire Elite Academy and even the entire league. Immediately, his threat level was elevated to the utmost. Oracle's voice took on an unprecedented seriousness. Until the principal issues a clear stance, we Oracle Hall must not oppose him. Unbeknownst to Yiye, he had been unequivocally categorized as an untouchable entity by the upper echelons of the dragon's lair. Calmly, he approached Xia Ming. He refrained from hurling any taunts, as there was no need. The glaring disparity in strength served as the finest testament. He extended his hand. Xia Ming trembled, instinctively offering her dragon head token with both hands, her demeanor akin to a defeated nation surrendering to the victor. Yiye accepted the token and deftly completed the transfer of dragon crystals. Dragon crystal transfer in progress. Phantom, dragon crystals, 860-430. Newcomer Yiye, dragon crystals, 105-535. Observing his burgeoning balance of dragon crystals, Yiye nodded in satisfaction. He returned the token to Xia Ming, then reclaimed his Kyogre, turning to depart. Wait. A tremulous, reluctant voice called from behind. Yiye halted but did not turn back. Who are you? Xia Ming bit her lip, voicing the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Why is your Kyogre so powerful? Yiye paused for a moment, then uttered a phrase that would be etched into the memories of Xia Ming and all present in the arena for eternity. It is not a Kyogre. It is the Sand Emperor. With that, he ceased to linger and strode through the gate, leaving behind a crowd rendered speechless and a silver-haired girl in a daze. The Sand Emperor? Chapter 105, The Tyrant. Those 4 words, like an incantation imbued with magic, reverberated in the vast Colosseum. Xia Ming sat on the ground in a trance, repeatedly mulling over this overwhelmingly domineering title, her mind replaying the obliterating domain of sand. Indeed, such power and control could not be possessed by a mere Kyogre. To call it an emperor would be no exaggeration. She had lost, and not unjustly. A wry, bitter smile emerged on Xia Ming's face. Struggling to rise, she retrieved her 2 unconscious Pokémon, then, weary and without looking back, vanished into the dark passage. She needed time to digest the impact of today's events. As the 2 protagonists exited, the previously silent audience erupted like a powder keg. The Sand Emperor. Goodness, that moniker is incredibly cool. From this day forth, I shall be the Sand Emperor's #1 fan. Anyone who disparages him shall face my wrath. Did you see that expression on Phantom's face? It was as if his faith had crumbled. Tragic. Not just Phantom. I feel as though my own faith has shattered. I always believed that battles relied on strategy, type advantage, and experience. Today, I have realized that in the face of absolute power, those things are utterly meaningless. 2 battles. Merely 2 encounters. And this newcomer named Yiye has completely overturned our understanding of the term newcomer. Newcomer King? No, that title no longer suits him. From today onwards, his codename in the Dragon's Lair should be Sanzar. Indeed, Sanzar Yiye. That name is invigorating. Excitement, admiration, fervor, various emotions spread throughout the crowd. Strong individuals, regardless of locale, command respect. Yiye, through 2 indisputable and overwhelming victories, has wholly conquered this assembly of monsters who worship only strength. Within half an hour, the internal forum of the Dragon's Lair was inundated with posts concerning him. Breaking news. Newcomer King Yiye creates miracles, crushing Dragon's Lair's 28th Phantom in 3 minutes. In-depth analysis. The terrifying aspects of the Sand Domain. Is it talent or a devil fruit? Sand Emperor. The birth of a new legend in the Dragon's Lair. Poll. Do you believe that Sanzar Yiye's strength can rank among the top in the Dragon's Lair? Yiye's name resonated throughout the Elite Academy's inner world overnight. He was no longer the newcomer to be scrutinized and toyed with. He had become a true, universally acknowledged supernova. Many who once harbored covetous thoughts of exploiting him promptly extinguished such notions after viewing his battle footage against Phantom. What a joke. To challenge a creature capable of wielding a domain at will? That is not a challenge. That is suicide. The prominent factions within the Dragon's Lair issued strict orders to their members until they ascertained the true nature of Sanzar. No one is to provoke him. In an instant, Yiye's name became a taboo within the Dragon's Lair, one that none dared to approach lightly. Unfazed by the external turmoil, Yiye returned to his villa. The first thing he did was open the interface of the Dragon's Lair treasury once more. Gazing at his 535 dragon crystals, he felt a newfound sense of confidence. Although he still could not afford the exorbitantly priced top-tier treasures, he could at least exchange for some highly cost-effective items. His gaze roamed over the dazzling array of products. Skilled Disc, Dragon Dance, priced at 800 dragon crystals. This is quite impressive, whether for Charizard or for Gible. It can significantly enhance their speed and attacking prowess. Unfortunately, it still falls short in certain aspects. Item. Evolutionary Stone, a stone imbued with peculiar energy, capable of facilitating the special evolution of certain specific Pokémon. Price, 500 dragon crystals. This item holds considerable allure for him. If he is not mistaken, it is indeed the kind of stone that allows EV to evolve into a special variant. However, he does not currently possess an EV. Pass. His gaze continues downward. Ultimately, his finger halts on a seemingly unremarkable gray stone. Item. Everstone, a stone imbued with mysterious power, when held by a Pokémon, prevents it from evolving. Price, 200 dragon crystals. The Everstone. In the outside world, many breeders utilize this item to maintain their Pokémon's adorable forms. However, to Yiye, this stone possesses far greater strategic significance. His Gible has only just been born at a low level. Yet, due to the enhancement provided by the Sassy Berry, its power has already reached an exceedingly formidable level. At this rate of growth, it won't be long before it evolves into Gabite or even Garchomp. Evolution certainly brings a comprehensive enhancement of base stats. However, it also introduces a dilemma: size. The imposing stature of Garchomp, akin to a mountain, indeed exudes an overwhelming presence. Yet, in numerous instances, a larger size also signifies a lack of agility, making it an easy target. In contrast, Gible's current compact form, combined with the elusive elemental abilities granted by the Sassy Berry and its ghostly movement style, represents the quintessential assassin configuration. Therefore, before Gible has fully mastered the power of the Sassy Berry and learned Dragon Dance, Yiye is resolute in his decision to prevent its evolution. He intends to develop Gible's assassin traits to their utmost potential. And this, Everstone, is the pivotal item for realizing his strategic vision. This is the one. Without hesitation, Yiye expended 200 dragon crystals to acquire the stone. Exchange successful. Item has been deposited into your private storage cabinet. He now has 335 dragon crystals remaining. After a moment's contemplation, he perused the list of skill discs and discovered a skill with an exceptionally high cost-performance ratio. Skill Disc, Protect, creates an energy shield to guard against opponents' attacks. Price, 300 dragon crystals. Protect, renowned as a versatile skill, holds irreplaceable strategic importance in both singles and doubles battles. It can be employed to evade critical damage, prolong rounds, probe the opponent's moves, and await the opportune moment. For a tactical master like Yiye, a single protect can yield countless variations. He plans to teach this skill to his Roserade. Originally, Roserade's defensive capabilities in its surgical space were already impressive. If it were to learn protect, its defensive capacity would become utterly flawless. Exchange. Exchange successful. Item has been deposited into your private storage cabinet. With 2 transactions, he has spent a total of 500 dragon crystals. Yiye's balance now rests at a meager 35 points. A return to square one. However, he feels no regret. Money holds significance only when it is spent and transformed into tangible combat power. After completing these transactions, Yiye rose and approached the private storage cabinet by the villa's entrance. He input his password, and the cabinet door opened. Inside lay a gray stone and a silver disc, quietly awaiting his grasp. Yet, just as Yiye was about to retrieve these 2 items, the entire Dragon Den system suddenly erupted with a violent, alarm-like reverberation. A crimson, all-channel system announcement forcibly intruded into the view of all Dragon Den members. Warning! Warning! The highest authority item in the Dragon Den treasury, Eye of Prophecy, has just been exchanged. Exchanger, the first of the Dragon Den, the Tyrant. Chapter 106. Discussion. The highest authority item in the Dragon Den treasury, Eye of Prophecy, has just been exchanged. Exchanger, the first of the Dragon Den, the Tyrant. This blood-red system announcement detonated like a deep-water bomb, once again stirring up colossal waves in the recently tranquil Dragon Den. No way. Did I just see that right? Eye of Prophecy. Isn't that the legendary treasure worth a staggering 10,000 dragon crystals? The Tyrant actually exchanged it. My goodness. What on earth does he intend to do? The Eye of Prophecy. Isn't that what our Hall of Prophecy leader has long coveted? It is said that wearing it can greatly enhance psychic abilities, even allowing glimpses into fragments of the future. But the Tyrant is not a psychic type. What does he need that for? You all fail to understand. The Tyrant is making a declaration. He is not only the strongest in power, but also in wealth. He is sending a clear message to all who harbor thoughts against him. How domineering. Spending 10,000 dragon crystals as if it were nothing. This is the true worth of being number 1 in the Dragon Den? The entire Dragon Den forum was instantly ignited by this announcement. Everyone's attention shifted from the Emperor Yiye to the legendary figure who truly stands atop the pyramid of the Dragon Den, the Tyrant. Meanwhile, within the esteemed King Academy, in a luxurious standalone villa positioned to overlook the entire island, the spacious living room remained unlit. Only the moonlight streaming through the windows and the massive holographic screen before him cast a cold glow. The screen was looping the footage of Yiye's battle against Phantasm. Again and again, a tall young man, his muscular physique resembling sculpted rock, sat quietly on the sofa, shirtless. He did not watch the highly discussed battle. His gaze was fixed on the corner of the holographic screen, where the recently appeared blood-red system announcement caught his attention. He is none other than the first on the Dragon Den leaderboard, the legendary third-year chief of the Academy. A true monster, rumored to have defeated one of the current 4 heavenly kings in direct combat. The Tyrant. He observed the announcement with a blank expression. In his deep black eyes, there was no joy, no pride, only an unfathomable, profound stillness. As if exchanging for a priceless treasure were as mundane to him as purchasing a bottle of water by the roadside. He had stood at the pinnacle for too long. So long that he no longer felt any excitement or challenge. The people within the Dragon Den appeared to him as nothing more than a flock of helpless, fledgling birds, unworthy even of his glance. Gradually, he shifted his gaze away from the system announcement and focused on the battle footage. His eyes bypassed the vast desert of sand and the disoriented Phantasm. Ultimately, they settled on the face of the newcomer, who remained inexplicably calm throughout. Emperor. The Tyrant's lips finally curled into a barely perceptible, chilling arc. How intriguing. It had been ages since he encountered such an interesting newcomer. The tranquility exuded was not feigned, but rather a composure stemming from absolute confidence and indifference towards all. This aspect mirrored his own demeanor. A low growl, resonant and seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, echoed through the shadows of the living room. A colossal Banchilas, its skin resembling a dark green armor, marred by grotesque scars, emerged from the gloom. Merely standing there, it rendered the air around it seemingly stagnant. A primal, ruthless aura of oppression, deeply rooted in the essence of life, pervaded the entire room. If Yiye's Jira was the sovereign of the desert realm, then this Banchilas was the tyrant capable of annihilating everything. It sensed its master's unchanging mindset, manifesting a subtle fluctuation. Its murky eyes, seemingly ignited by the fires of hell, turned to gaze at the small, earth and gray Jira on the screen. A familiar scent of kin. Yet, it felt somewhat different. The little creature bore a power that was both familiar and foreign, eliciting a sense of recognition and bewilderment within it. The tyrant extended a hand, gently patting its companion's head. "Do not rush," it spoke, its voice gravelly and deep, devoid of any emotion. "He is still too weak. I shall crush him with my own hands when he is able to crawl before me." With that, he extinguished the screen, plunging the room once more into a suffocating darkness and silence. Unbeknownst to Yiye, he had already caught the attention of the ultimate boss lurking within the dragon's lair. He even paid no heed to the system announcement that had stirred a tempest. To him, it was inconsequential. He retrieved the Stone of Permanence and the skill disc for guard from his storage cabinet, then turned and re-entered the training ground on the top floor. He first released Jira. The creature affectionately scampered over, rubbing against his leg. Yiye secured the gray Stone of Permanence around Jira's neck with a specially crafted energy rope. "From this day forth, you shall wear this. Until you fully master your powers, I do not wish for you to evolve." "Jira?" The creature tilted its head, seemingly puzzled, yet it obediently nodded. It unconditionally trusted and executed any decision made by Yiye. After settling Jira, Yiye summoned his beloved Happiny. "Lucky." The Happiny instinctively broke off a small piece of the egg from its pouch and offered it to Yiye. He opened his mouth and consumed the morsel. Imbued with pure life energy, a warm sensation instantly coursed through his body, revitalizing much of the energy he had expended during training and battle. "Thank you," Yiye said with a smile, gently patting the round head of Happiny. Having completed these tasks, he turned his gaze towards his true ace within the team. He unfastened the brilliant crimson pokeball from his waist. "Come forth, Charizard." A flash of red light illuminated the space. "Roar." A commanding dragon's roar reverberated throughout the training ground. The slender, agile Charizard, its tail ablaze with azure flames, gracefully descended before Yiye, its piercing blue eyes fixed upon its trainer, awaiting his command. After the recent intensive training, Charizard had begun to gain a preliminary grasp of the surging power within. Yet, it was not enough. Yiye sensed that, apart from the flames of the phoenix, a force belonging to dragons was stirring restlessly within Charizard. This power was potent but unstable, causing its moves, such as Dragon Claw, to fluctuate unpredictably in strength. Now was the time to address this issue. Chapter 107, Energy Conflict. In the training ground, Yiye observed Charizard calmly. This partner, who had accompanied him since his youth, now emanated a power that astonished even him. Purifying the negative energies of the entire Twisted Forest had served as a rebirth for Charizard. A portion of the immense energy was absorbed by the Phoenix's flames, transforming into the purest life force, elevating its level and strength to that of a high-tier champion. Meanwhile, another, more ferocious and primal energy, seemed to awaken something slumbering deep within its bloodline, the power of dragons. These two forces clashed within Charizard like water and fire, light and darkness, creating an extremely unstable balance. This instability was the reason for Charizard's erratic power output in battles. During the recent encounter in the dragon's lair, the strength of its Dragon Claw had far exceeded its usual capabilities, an accidental explosion of dragon power ignited by the Phoenix's flames. While the power was indeed formidable, such uncontrollable energy was utterly unacceptable to Yiye. "Roar?" Charizard sensed Yiye's probing gaze, tilting its massive head in confusion. It too felt the anomaly within itself. The impulse to unleash the uncontrollable force, to wreak havoc, stirred a sense of agitation within it. It yearned for battle, longing to vent that power. Yet, it trusted its trainer more. "Do not fret." Yiye extended a hand, gently pressing it against Charizard's searing forehead, calming its restless emotions through their mental link. "I understand your discomfort. Two entirely different forces are clashing within you. Anyone would find it unbearable. But this is also an opportunity." Yiye's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brightness. An opportunity to become stronger. The Phoenix was an ethereal creature, a mythological being symbolizing the pinnacle of flames. The dragon, too, was a powerful being at the apex of the food chain, representing the ultimate strength. If these two powers could be perfectly fused, what terrifying existence would Charizard evolve into? Yiye's heart raced with excitement at the thought. This challenge was not only daunting, but exhilarating. To merge these forces, sheer brute force would not suffice. Yiye rapidly pondered in his mind. He needed to find a catalyst, a key that could simultaneously harness both forces, allowing them to collide and meld within a controllable range. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Rare items? Unique training methods? Or perhaps a specific skill? His gaze instinctively fell upon the personal terminal on his wrist. He opened Charizard's skill list. He directly bypassed the props and evaluations, lingering in the realm of skills. His gaze settled upon a particular name, Dragon Dance, a supreme enhancement technique of the dragon type, embodying both fortification and aesthetic appeal. Through the execution of a mysterious and potent dance, it significantly elevates the user's attack and speed. In the game of his past life, this was a skill formidable enough to allow countless Pokémon to obliterate deities. Yet, at this moment, for Yiye, it held an even more profound significance. Dragon Dance was not merely a skill, it was a unique method to channel and harmonize the latent dragon energy within. Though Charizard bore the name of a dragon, it lacked the dragon attribute itself. Nevertheless, it could inherit a multitude of dragon-type moves, such as Dragon Rage, Dragon Claw, and Dragon Tail. This indicated that within its lineage lay the dormant essence of true draconic genes, which had long remained in slumber. Now, due to the immense energy emanating from the Twisted Forest, this latent gene had awakened. If Charizard could harness Dragon Dance, could it not be possible to actively guide and control that ferocious dragon power, transforming it from a conflicting adversary of the Phoenix Flame into a partner capable of coexistence, and even fusion? The moment this thought sprouted in Yiye's mind, it took root and flourished with fervor. It was feasible, absolutely feasible. This was, without a doubt, the optimal solution tailored for Charizard. The sole dilemma was Yiye glanced at the exquisite dragon-type items in the Dragon Vault, and then at his meager balance of 35 points. Feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Poverty. Utterly impoverished. He must acquire more dragon crystals swiftly. Yiye closed the luminous screen, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed the urgency simmering within him. One must eat a meal bite by bite, and traverse the path step by step. Patience was essential. He redirected his focus back to Charizard before him. Before seeking that key, let us embark on other endeavors. Yiye patted Charizard's neck. That dragon energy, though unstable, was not entirely unusable. What you must do now is familiarize yourself with it, feel it, and attempt to harness it independently without invoking the Phoenix Flame. Roar. Charizard nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. Excellent. Yiye took several steps back, pointing towards the far end of the training area, where a solid rock wall simulated by energy stood. Use your most familiar move, Dragon Claw, but this time, refrain from infusing it with any powers of the Devil Fruit. Focus solely on that crimson energy to strike the wall. With the command given, Charizard inhaled deeply, closing its eyes as it began to follow Yiye's guidance, seeking to perceive that unfamiliar, tempestuous force within. This was a daunting process. The energy surged like a wild stallion, untamed and rife with destructive intent. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Flame it had grown accustomed to resembled a gentle stream, ever eager to envelop and soothe the wild stallion. Charizard had to exert its will to forcibly separate these two powers. Its body began to tremble slightly, beads of sweat forming on its brow. The azure flames on its tail flickered violently. After a full 5 minutes, Charizard suddenly opened its eyes wide. Within the depths of its azure dragon pupils, a fleeting flash of violent crimson erupted. Roar. It emitted a suppressed growl as its right claw became enveloped in a dense, almost tangible blade of crimson energy. This represented a purer, more primal form of dragon power. In the next instant, it swung its claw fiercely. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped, crimson claw slash, several meters long, was unleashed, crashing into the distant rock wall. The wall, composed of high-intensity energy capable of withstanding most attacks below the champion level, was cleanly cleaved open, leaving a smooth, bottomless fissure that glimmered like a mirror. Surrounding the crack were no signs of burning, only the void left behind by the most unadulterated force obliterating everything in its path. Witnessing this scene, Yiye's pupils constricted sharply. Such terrifying destructive power. This was merely the most fundamental Dragon Claw. What if it were the more potent Dragon Tail, or even Dragon Dive? Yiye could scarcely fathom the implications. Yet, he also noted that after executing this move, Charizard's body swayed noticeably. The crimson energy on its right claw dissipated rapidly, replaced by errant streams of uncontrolled energy escaping outward. Clearly, that strike had placed an immense burden on it. Come back. Yiye quickly recalled Charizard. It needed to rest and assimilate the insights gained from the recent experience. Yiye gazed thoughtfully at the crimson pokeball in his hand. The development of dragon power held even more potential than he had imagined. Yet it was fraught with danger. He must acquire Dragon Dance post-haste. Just as he resolved to visit the Dragon Vault's mission hall first thing in the morning to seek tasks that could rapidly yield dragon crystals, the doorbell of his villa rang unexpectedly. Ding dong. Yiye raised an eyebrow. Who could be visiting him at this hour? Chapter 108. An uninvited provocation. Yiye approached the door and peered through the visual intercom on the wall, recognizing the figures standing outside. One tall, one short, two familiar silhouettes, Wenyi and Ziyuan. Yiye casually pressed the door open button. The door slid open silently, and Wenyi, with an expression brimming with excitement and admiration, eagerly stepped inside. "Boss, you finally decided to open the door." He hurried in, taking 3 steps at once, cradling his beloved tablet, his face flushed with enthusiasm. "You have no idea how popular you are at the academy right now." Following closely behind him, Ziyuan maintained her cool demeanor. She entered quietly and settled onto the couch in the living room, resembling an emotionless backdrop. "What is going on?" Yiye poured a glass of water for each of them and casually inquired. "Not just popular. It's exploded." When Yiye's fingers flew across the tablet screen, pulling up the internal forum of the academy. Look. He thrust the tablet towards Yiye. The homepage of the forum was nearly overrun with posts about him. Emperor Yiye, a once-in-a-century true monster of the Champion Academy. Technical analysis. How that Chansey withstood a quasi-champion level explosion. On how a qualified follower should cling tightly to the Emperor's thigh. A plethora of posts, ranging from analysis to flattery to gossip, flooded the screen. The name Yiye, along with his newly minted alias the Tsar, has become the most sought-after phenomenon at the Heavenly King Academy. You cannot fathom the frenzy surrounding the recording of your match against Yanwu. It has sold like hotcakes on the Academy's trading platform, fetching an astonishing 100 Academy credits per copy, with demand far surpassing supply. One was practically brimming with excitement, as if the profits were his own. Furthermore, your footage of defeating Venom and Phantom in the Dragon Cave has been driven to exorbitant prices. Now, throughout the Academy, from the seasoned third-year students to the fresh-faced newcomers, who does not know of the illustrious name Yiye the Tsar? Oh, Yiye's reaction remained unfazed. He has never been one to concern himself with such ephemeral fame. What he truly cared about were tangible matters. "Is there any intelligence regarding the Dragon Cave?" Yiye inquired. "Indeed. Of course." When instantly perked up, once again manipulating his tablet to pull up another document. "Boss, ever since your last directive, I have been diligently gathering information on the high-ranking students within the Dragon Cave. Look at this." He pointed to a code name on the screen. Rank 15, Puppet Master, Dragon Crystals, 1550. This individual is the one who attempted to recruit you at the Colosseum, only to be shot down by you. He is the second in command of the Phantom Theater faction. The leader of this faction, known as the Magician, ranks 7th in the Dragon Cave and is a rather enigmatic figure. It is said that his Pokémon can blur the lines between reality and illusion, making him a formidable opponent. The Puppet Master is petty and vindictive. Having been humiliated publicly by you last time, he will surely harbor a grudge. Although he may not dare to confront you openly now, he will undoubtedly seek to undermine you covertly. Yiye nodded noncommittally upon hearing this. Just a jester, hardly worth my concern. And here is another. When scrolled to another faction's profile. Faction, Serpents Denver. This is the faction of the Venom you defeated. Their leader, codenamed Serpent King, ranks 19th in the Dragon Cave and boasts a trump card, a king-level Seviper, whose toxic tail is wielded with masterful precision. The members of this faction are as treacherous as their name suggests, preferring underhanded tactics. By eliminating Venom, you effectively slap their entire faction in the face. While they may currently be cowed by the power of your sand domain, they are unlikely to let this slide quietly. Like snakes lurking in the shadows, they may strike at any moment. Wen's face bore a hint of concern. "I understand." Yiye remained calm. "When soldiers approach, I shall meet them. When water rises, I shall bury it. If they truly lack vision and dare to trouble me, I do not mind offering a few more sacrifices to the desert funeral of Giratina. Boss, you must not let your guard down." One, noticing Yiye's nonchalant demeanor, became increasingly anxious. The waters in the Dragon Cave are far deeper than you imagine. Beyond these overt factions, there are many solitary monsters, each more troublesome than the last. Especially, Wen's expression turned grave as he swiped to the top of the Dragon Cave leaderboard. The lofty name, reminiscent of a king, caught their attention. Rank 1, Tyrant, Dragon Crystals. The number of Dragon Crystals had exceeded the display limit, turning into question marks. Tyrant, Wen uttered, his voice trembling slightly. The most formidable monster since the Academy's inception. The chief of the 3rd year, a truly invincible presence. There are numerous legends surrounding him. Some say he single-handedly defeated an entire 2nd-year class without sustaining a scratch. Others claim that during a field internship, he decisively vanquished a wild, peak-level Dragonite. There are even rumors that he once fought to a draw against Shiba, one of the Elite Four, during an informal battle. When recounted these astonishing achievements, And even Yiye's expression revealed a subtle shift upon hearing the last tale. A draw against Shiba? While it was only an unofficial match, it sufficed to indicate that this tyrant possessed power far beyond that of an ordinary student. It is likely that he has achieved true, elite-level combat prowess. His trump card is a monstrous Bangelas. Wen's voice dropped even lower. A Bangelas, also referred to as a tyrant, just like him. The image of Giratina's small figure floated in Yiye's mind. How fortuitous. Boss, you must not provoke him. When urged seriously, he is a madman, a pure combat fanatic obsessed with power. In his eyes, everyone else is merely an ant to be crushed at will. I understand. Yiye slowly nodded. This tyrant was indeed an adversary worthy of serious consideration. Yet, he remained merely an opponent. He glanced at Wen's face, filled with concern, and suddenly asked, "Is there a place in the Dragon Cave where one can rapidly earn dragon crystals?" Wen was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yiye to pose such a question. Earn dragon crystals? Boss, you currently have quite a few, don't you? After defeating Phantom, you should have over 500, right? Not enough. Yiye shook his head. Well, Wen scratched his head in contemplation. There are several ways to quickly earn dragon crystals. The fastest is, of course, to continue challenging higher-ranked opponents. The higher the rank, the more dragon crystals you receive. However, the risks are immense. The top 20 in the Dragon Cave are all tough nuts to crack. The second option is to take on tasks from the mission hall. The Dragon Cave system periodically issues high-difficulty tasks from the Academy's upper echelons, even from the Alliance headquarters. Completing these not only rewards dragon crystals, but also Alliance contribution points. However, these tasks come with a frightening mortality rate, making them less than cost-effective. As for the third option, Wen's face took on a peculiar expression. It's to go to the betting arena. The betting arena? Yiye raised an eyebrow. Yes, Wen nodded. It is the most chaotic and thrilling place in the Dragon Cave. You can bet on yourself to win or on others to win. The odds are high, and one can either amass wealth overnight or lose everything just as quickly. The winner takes all from the loser, including all dragon crystals and items. Upon hearing this, Yiye's eyes sparkled with interest. The betting arena? This place seemed intriguing. Just as he was about to inquire further, Xiwen, who had been quietly seated on the sofa, suddenly spoke up. Someone is coming. Her voice remained as frigid and devoid of emotion as ever. Yet, within her violet eyes, a fleeting glimmer of icy battle intent flickered, almost imperceptibly. Yiye and Wen Yi were momentarily taken aback. The next moment, a resounding crash erupted, akin to the thunderous impact of a battering ram against a gate, reverberating unexpectedly from the entrance of the villa. Following that, a brazen voice, dripping with malice and provocation, boomed through the energy amplifier, echoing throughout the entire villa district. Yiye, get out here, you bastard. We, this serpent's den, have come to deliver a clock to you. Chapter 109, The Rules. That thunderous sound detonated like a clap of thunder within the serene villa district. It was swiftly followed by a barrage of malicious and arrogant insults. Yiye, get out here, you bastard. We, this serpent's den, have come to deliver a clock to you. The atmosphere in the living room plummeted to freezing point. Wen Ye's face, previously flushed with excitement, turned ashen in an instant. The tablet in his hands fell to the ground with a thud, unnoticed by him. Serpent's den, his lips trembled, his teeth chattered. How dare they? This was the villa district for formal students. The Academy's regulations clearly prohibited any form of private combat, let alone such brazen acts of violence. How could they openly violate the rules? They had arrived. The once silent Xiwen had, unbeknownst to anyone, risen to her feet. From her waist, she unfastened a pitch-black poke ball emanating a sinister aura. In her stunning violet eyes, there was no hint of fear, only a cold and fierce battle intent. In her understanding, since the adversary had come to their doorstep, they should retaliate in kind. It was as simple as that. However, as the provoked party, Yiye remained utterly unmoved. He even picked up his glass of water, leisurely taking a sip. Boss, you. Wen Yi, observing Yiye's nonchalant demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to weep. This was not the time for leisurely sipping water. The people from the Serpent's Den had breached their territory. We must contact Instructor Lejean. Contact him for what? Yiye set down his glass, speaking with an air of indifference. To seek justice. Wen Yi replied with conviction, asserting that their blatant violation of Academy rules would not go unnoticed by Instructor Lejean. Rules? Yiye seemed to find the notion amusing. Turning to Wen Yi with a calm gaze that conveyed a sense of profound understanding. Wen Yi, you must remember, rules are always meant to restrain the weak. When you are strong enough, you become the rule. Those words struck Wen Yi like a bucket of cold water, dousing him, awakening him to reality. Indeed. Hadn't the boss said something similar to Instructor Lejean before? The Serpent's Den dared to so brazenly confront them, undoubtedly emboldened by a sense of security. They were confident that the Academy's higher-ups would not impose severe repercussions for such trivial matters. After all, in a place like the Tianwang Academy, as long as no lives were lost, the upper echelons often turned a blind eye to student conflicts and skirmishes. They even relished such competition, for it was only through the most brutal rivalries that true strength could emerge. Bang! Another deafening sound resonated. This time, the villa's door, forged from a special alloy capable of withstanding the full force of elite Pokémon, was ripped open with a cacophony of screeching metal. 3 figures, exuding an air of arrogance, swaggered through the shattered entrance. The leader was a tall, slender young man with long, dark green hair and an effeminate appearance, wearing a chilling smile reminiscent of a venomous serpent. His narrow eyes scanned the living room before finally settling on Yiye. Flanking him were 2 burly henchmen, their physiques imposing and brutish. At his feet slithered a spoon-shaped snake, over 5 meters in length. Its body cloaked in black scales adorned with eerie purple patterns around its abdomen, raising its triangular head and flicking its crimson tongue. An overwhelming, terrifying aura emanated from the spoon-shaped snake, causing the temperature in the living room to plummet several degrees. When Ye's body trembled uncontrollably, his personal terminal automatically displayed data on the intruders. Dragon's Lair rank 19, Serpent King, Ace Pokémon, King Class Spoon Snake. The Serpent King, the leader of the Serpent's Den, had personally arrived. Are you Yiye? The Serpent King's voice was cold and hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against glass. He strode to the center of the living room, his narrow eyes brazenly scrutinizing Yiye, like assessing a lamb awaiting slaughter. You don't appear to be anything extraordinary, he sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. So, you're the one who incapacitated my underling, Toxic Fong? Yiye remained silent, merely observing the Serpent King before gesturing towards the now utterly ruined door. This door? The Academy's repair estimate stands at 3,000 Academy credits, including compensation for mental distress, loss of work, and cleaning fees. Let's round it up to a total of 10,000 credits. Will you pay by card or transfer? The living room fell into a profound silence. The smile on the Serpent King's face froze. His henchmen stood dumbfounded. Even Ziyuan, who had been poised for battle, and the trembling when Yiye regarded Yiye with expressions of disbelief, as though witnessing an alien. Big brother, is now really the time to discuss compensation? They've come barging in. Ha. After a brief silence, the Serpent King erupted with laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke imaginable, clutching his stomach as tears of mirth nearly spilled from his eyes. 10,000 credits? Are you joking with me? He straightened up, his narrow eyes gleaming with malice and mockery. Kid, haven't you grasped the gravity of the situation? He pointed at the spoon-shaped snake at his feet. Do you see that? A king-class spoon snake. He then gestured to his henchmen. Do you see them? Every one of my Serpent's Den elites possesses quasi-king-class strength. Right now, it's the 3 of us against you, and you stand alone. He advanced step by step towards Yiye, his smile growing increasingly sinister. What you should be doing isn't discussing some nonsense about compensation. You should be kneeling, bowing your head, begging me. Plead with me to only break your legs today, instead of turning you and your pitiful Pokémon into mincemeat to feed the Magikarp. His henchmen echoed his cruel laughter, convinced that the outcome of this encounter was already sealed. This naive newcomer was destined to meet his demise. However, in the face of this blatant threat of death, Yiye's countenance remained devoid of any expression. He simply gazed calmly at the Serpent King and then slowly shook his head. 3 individuals? He murmured, as if to himself. He then turned his gaze to the sofa, where Yiye sat, his face a mask of tension throughout. His eyes drifted to Ziyuan, who had already placed her hand on her Pokeball, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Finally, his gaze returned to the Serpent King's face, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold, disdainful smirk. I believe you may have miscalculated. Chapter 110, The Gamble. Miscalculated? The smile on the Serpent King's face faltered slightly. Following Yiye's gaze, he glanced at the 2 on the sofa. One appeared to be a frail bookworm, while the other was a seemingly even more delicate young girl. Then, he erupted into laughter once more. Ha! Boy, you can't be suggesting that these 2 useless individuals are your allies? He pointed at Yiye, laughing uncontrollably. A coward who doesn't even dare to take out a Pokeball? He then gestured towards Ziyuan, his derision intensifying. And a little girl who hasn't even matured yet? Yiye, are you jesting? His 2 subordinates were also doubled over with laughter. Boss, I think this kid has been scared silly and is rambling nonsense. Exactly. With these 2, I could crush one with a single hand. When Yiye, flushed with anger from their unabashed mockery, opened his mouth, yet could not muster a single retort. He understood that their words held a grain of truth. After all, even if they were only 3 aspiring champions, any one of them would be more than a match for him. However, Ziyuan's reaction was starkly different from Wenye's. Her face remained impassive, yet the icy battle intent in her violet eyes seemed almost tangible. Slowly, she rose to her feet. A powerful aura, rivaling that of the 2 subordinates opposite her, erupted from her petite frame. "Who are you calling a little girl?" Her crisp voice rang through the living room. The laughter of the Serpent King and his lackeys came to an abrupt halt, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. An aspiring champion. The burly subordinate who had earlier boasted of crushing Ziyuan with one hand now found his voice faltering. He could distinctly sense the potent energy emanating from the seemingly harmless young girl, a force capable of standing toe-to-toe with him. How is this possible? A girl who appears even younger than Yiye is also an aspiring champion? Are all this year's newcomers monsters? The Serpent King's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He reevaluated the girl he had previously overlooked, noting her striking purple hair and equally icy violet eyes. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. "You are the granddaughter of the Phantom Champion, Juzi, aren't you Ziyuan?" He exclaimed in disbelief. He had only heard whispers of this prodigious girl from internal reports. He had never imagined she would be associated with Yiye. "Do you still think we miscalculated?" Yiye's voice resonated softly. The Serpent King's expression flickered between uncertainty and anger. One Yiye was already a formidable challenge. Now, with the addition of the equally inscrutable Ziyuan, he felt an unfamiliar twinge of unease. "Humph, so what?" The Serpent King swiftly suppressed his unease. With a disdainful snort, he donned his menacing grin once more. "Having one more aspiring champion is indeed unexpected, but that is all it is. Before my champion-level serpent, the 2 of you are merely slightly larger ants. Today, no one can save you." He swung his arm violently, bellowing with murderous intent. "Attack together. Dispose of them." Just as his 2 subordinates were about to unleash their Pokémon, Yiye spoke again. His voice remained calm, yet it carried an irresistible allure. The Serpent King instinctively raised his hand to halt his subordinates, his gaze fixed intently on Yiye, eager to discern what trickery the young man was plotting. "This is far too mundane," Yiye remarked, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Since you have come seeking vengeance, and I happen to be in need of something, why not engage in something more exhilarating?" "More exhilarating?" The Serpent King narrowed his eyes. "Indeed." Yiye nodded. "I have heard that there exists a place within the dragon's lair known as the Arena of Wagers. The victor can claim everything from the vanquished. Since you have made such an effort to confront me today, why don't we have a decisive battle where we wager everything?" "Wager everything?" The Serpent King's heart leapt. He scrutinized Yiye's eerily calm eyes, momentarily unable to fathom the young man's intentions. "Boss, don't listen to him. This kid is undoubtedly up to something," one subordinate urged. "Exactly. Let us just eliminate him and be done with it. Why waste time talking?" "Silence," the Serpent King barked. An intrigued look spread across his face. "A wager. I find that term appealing. Within the dragon's lair, there is nothing more thrilling than a high-stakes gamble. How do you propose to wager?" The Serpent King inquired. "Very simply." Yiye extended a finger. "A one-on-one match. I, along with my Pokémon, will accept any challenge from anyone in your serpent's den. A wheel battle is also permissible. If you can defeat me in a single match, then you win. If you prevail," Yiye paused. His tone is nonchalant as if discussing a trivial matter. "My life, along with all my dragon crystals, items, and Pokémon, will belong to you. But if you lose," his gaze swept over the Serpent King and his 2 subordinates. "I demand half of all the assets in your serpent's den within the dragon's lair. Furthermore, from this day forth, whenever your serpent's den members encounter me, they must steer clear. Do you dare to gamble?" Yiye's voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder within the living room. Wenye's eyes widened in shock, resembling saucers. He seized Yiye's arm, his voice trembling. "Boss, are you out of your mind? This is the Serpent's Den. Their leader, the Serpent King, is a champion-level powerhouse. You let go," Yiye replied coolly, uttering 2 words. Wenye's hand recoiled as if struck by lightning. He gazed at Yiye's calm profile, feeling a profound realization that his leader had truly lost his mind. Wagering his very life against half of the opponent's fortune? This was no mere gamble. It was a reckless gamble for life itself. Ziyuan stood frozen, her icy eyes betraying an unprecedented surge of emotion. She looked at Yiye, parted her lips as if to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. She chose to place her trust in him. Across from them, the Serpent King and his 2 lackeys were equally taken aback after hearing Yiye's wager. They exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with absurdity and shock. Was this young man courting death? challenging any one of them in a one-on-one duel, in a wheel battle at that. Who did he think he was? The tyrant of the dragon's lair? After a brief moment of astonishment, a wave of ecstasy surged within the Serpent King. Fearing that Yiye might retract his statement, he bellowed, "All right, I accept your wager. Everyone here can bear witness." He pointed at Yiye, his grin warped into something grotesque. "Kid, you are the one seeking death. Don't blame me for being ruthless." He could already envision himself triumphantly trampling this arrogant newcomer underfoot and seizing his two immensely promising Pokémon. Wealth was within reach. Indeed, he had come to the right place today. "Let us begin," Yiye stated, his face devoid of expression. He simply regarded the Serpent King and then spoke calmly. "Who among you shall come forth to meet your demise?" This seemingly casual remark landed like a resounding slap across the faces of the Serpent King and his two companions. Just moments ago, the Serpent King had been riding high on a wave of euphoria. Now, his countenance darkened in an instant. Impudent fool. A burly henchman behind him could no longer contain himself. With a furious roar, he stepped forward, retrieving a deep purple pokeball that emanated a palpable aura of toxicity. "Boss, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Let me handle this arrogant brat. I will rip that foul mouth of his to shreds." The Serpent King nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. He intended for his subordinate to test this young man's capabilities, to see if he possessed any hidden trump cards beyond that Kirlia. Swift and decisive. "Do not waste time with idle chatter," the Serpent King commanded coldly. "Understood." The burly henchman grinned menacingly, hurling the pokeball forward. "Arise, my ace in the hole, King Scorpion." A flash of purple light illuminated the room. A colossal creature, draped in a tough purple shell, with pincers resembling gigantic scissors and a tail tipped with a menacingly gleaming stinger, emerged in the center of the living room. A powerful aura, indicative of a peak Quasi-King level Pokémon, erupted forth. This King Scorpion had evidently been meticulously nurtured, its strength even surpassing that of the previously modified Poison Fang Pokémon. "Behold, kid," the burly henchman declared triumphantly, gesturing toward his King Scorpion. "This is my strongest partner. Its poisonous stinger would strip the skin off even a King-level Pokémon with a single hit. You'd best kneel and beg for mercy while you still can." Yiye's complexion paled further as he stared at the intimidating King Scorpion. His tablet had already begun to analyze the opponent's data. Pokémon, King Scorpion, type, poison, dark, level, 58, strength assessment, peak Quasi-King, ability, sniper, damage triples when hitting a critical point, peak Quasi-King, and a King Scorpion endowed with the terrifying sniper ability. This was disastrous. His leader had truly overstepped this time. When he felt his heart plummet. Yet, Yiye's expression remained as tranquil as ever. He didn't even bother to open the system panel. He simply lifted his gaze to regard the clawing King Scorpion and slowly shook his head. "Is this all?" Those two words, light as a feather, were laden with unabashed disappointment. "What did you just say?" The burly henchman's eyes flared with rage. "You're seeking death. King Scorpion, use cross scissors and tear him to shreds." With the command issued, King Scorpion roared, its massive pincers crossing in a flash of blinding white light. Charged towards Yiye with astonishing speed, creating an ear-splitting sound as it sliced through the air. "Boss, watch out." When Yiye screamed in alarm, Ziyuan instinctively tightened her grip on her pokeball. However, Yiye remained rooted in place, utterly unmoving. He casually unhooked a dusty pokeball from his waist and tossed it lightly to the ground before him. Once again, he executed this familiar motion with this seemingly unremarkable pokeball. The Serpent King felt a sudden jolt of unease wash over him, a foreboding sense creeping into his mind. With a flash of white light, the innocuous-looking Kirlia reappeared before everyone's eyes. "Kirlia?" Kirlia tilted its head, observing the enormous purple scorpion barreling toward it, its innocent red eyes glimmering with curiosity. "This little mouse again." The burly henchman's expression morphed into a cruel grin upon seeing Kirlia. "Perfect. No need to hunt you down. Today, you shall witness what true power is." He vividly imagined his King Scorpion cleaving the diminutive creature in half, a gruesome spectacle. Yet, just as King Scorpion's gleaming scissors were about to make contact with Kirlia, the little Pokémon merely lifted its short leg and gently tapped the ground. Boom! A familiar scene unfolded once more. The entire living room, no, the entire villa, was abruptly engulfed in a tempest of yellow sand. The sturdy floor, expensive furniture, and splendid chandeliers, all were obliterated in an instant, consumed by the swirling sands. A blinding cloud of dust obscured everyone's vision. "What? Not again." The Serpent King and his lackeys screamed in disbelief. They felt the ground beneath their feet give way, their bodies plunging uncontrollably downward. King Scorpion, too, was caught in the chaos. Its massive form, propelled forward by inertia, plunged into the quicksand, instantly submerging half of its body. Roar! Roar! King Scorpion thrashed in terror within the quicksand, but the more it struggled, the faster it sank. The swirling yellow sand, as if imbued with life, ensnared its body, rendering it immobile. How is this even possible? The burly henchman stood dumbfounded before the miraculous scene unfolding before him. His mouth agape as if one could fit an egg within. His prized possession, the apex dragon King Scorpion, which he held in such high regard, had not even laid a finger upon its adversary before being ensnared by this bizarre sea of sand. Do not panic. Use the poisonous spikes. Scatter them across the entire arena. The Snake King bellowed, swiftly recovering from his shock and directing his command at his subordinates. As long as it succumbs to poison, it will not sustain this domain. Yes, the poisonous spikes. The burly henchman, awakening from his stupor, immediately relayed the order to the Dragon King Scorpion, which was struggling against the quicksand. Dragon King Scorpion, quickly use the poisonous spikes. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King Scorpion gritted its teeth against the excruciating pressure of the sand, and the venomous stinger at the tip of its tail suddenly ignited with brilliance. Countless shimmering, purple-hued, diamond-shaped spikes erupted from its tail like celestial flowers scattering in the wind, showering the entire sandy domain. Once these poisonous spikes touched the ground, this sea of sand would transform into a treacherous swamp of lethal toxins. However, just as those spikes were about to descend into the sandy abyss, a chilling voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated from the eye of the sandstorm. In my domain, who permitted you to litter? The moment the words fell, a fierce gust swept across the entire sandy expanse. The swirling yellow sand seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, retracting at an astonishing speed. All the poisonous spikes, poised to land, were caught in the tempestuous winds of sand, whirling high into the air. Then, to the astonishment of all present, the swirling sands coalesced into a larger, more formidable entity, a Dragon King Scorpion. This sand-formed Dragon King Scorpion was strikingly lifelike. It suddenly unfurled its pincers and voraciously devoured all the airborne poisonous spikes. Then, it slowly turned its head, gazing down with hollow eyes crafted from sand, coldly surveying the genuine Dragon King Scorpion struggling below in the quicksand. In the next instant, the Sand Dragon King Scorpion violently swung its colossal pincers, forged from densely compacted sand, targeting the now utterly petrified purple scorpion below. Chapter 112. Instant Annihilation of the Dragon King Scorpion. The sand-formed Dragon King Scorpion was even larger than the burly henchman's pride. It possessed no life, no emotion. Its hollow eyes, made of sand, coldly locked onto the immobilized purple scorpion, paralyzed by fear and quicksand. The genuine Dragon King Scorpion emitted a bewildered, terrified wail, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Why did this monstrous doppelganger exist? Why did it exude an aura more terrifying than its own? The burly henchman was utterly flabbergasted. He stood transfixed, staring at the majestic Sand Dragon King Scorpion, feeling as if his mind had turned to mush. Mimicry? No, this was beyond mere imitation. That Sand Scorpion had even consumed the poisonous spikes just expelled by his Dragon King Scorpion. What kind of cursed ability was this? How could this be happening? His lips trembled, struggling to form a coherent sentence. The Snake King and his other henchmen wore expressions more grotesque than that of an encounter with the supernatural. They prided themselves on their extensive experience within the dragoness lair, having witnessed myriad bizarre abilities. Yet, the ability to absorb an opponent's attacks and manifest them into a monstrous form to retaliate was utterly unheard of. This transcended all boundaries of Pokémon battles. In my domain, the cold voice of Yiye echoed once more through the sandstorm. I am the sole arbiter of rules. The moment the words ceased, the Sand Dragon King Scorpion sprang into action. It forcefully swung its colossal pincers, composed of high-density sand, executing the Dragon King Scorpion's most cherished finishing move, the cross scissors. However, this strike, wielded by the Sand Emperor himself, was 100-fold more terrifying than the original. The piercing sound of slicing air resounded once more. The gigantic sand pincers, imbued with the power to shatter steel, descended upon the Dragon King Scorpion, which had completely surrendered to its fate. No, Dragon King Scorpion, quickly evade. Use Protect. The burly henchman finally snapped back to reality from his profound stupor, unleashing a desperate, despair-laden roar. Yet, it was far too late. The Dragon King Scorpion, ensnared by quicksand, was unable to move, let alone activate Protect. It could only watch helplessly as the identical monstrosity swung its gargantuan pincers, capable of reducing it to mere pulp, drawing ever closer. With a resounding thud, reminiscent of a sledgehammer striking a rotten watermelon, the silence of the room was pierced. The once mighty dragon King Scorpion, at the pinnacle of its prowess, was unable to withstand even a single second beneath the crushing blow of the sand pincers. Its robust purple exoskeleton shattered like fragile eggshells. Viscous purple-black blood, mingled with ruptured innards, gushed forth from the cracks in its shattered shell. The immense body convulsed twice within the quicksand before it succumbed entirely, devoid of all vitality. One strike, instant annihilation, using your own technique, your own form, to obliterate you completely. A gust of wind swept through. The imposing sand dragon King Scorpion gradually dissipated, transforming back into swirling yellow sand, merging into the domain once more. The oppressive sandstorm began to subside. The once dusty air reformed into a solid floor and exquisite furniture, as though the cataclysmic scene just witnessed had been but an illusion. Only in the center of the room, the lifeless carcass of the Dragon King Scorpion and the large pool of foul-smelling, dark purple blood beneath it bore testament to the reality of the events that had transpired. Gulp. When struggled to swallow, his gaze fixed upon the grim corpse, a chill coursing through him from his toes to the crown of his head. So ruthless. He stole a glance at Yiye's profile, which remained eerily calm and devoid of expression. Ziyuan silently withdrew her hand, which had been poised over a pokeball. To return the favor in kind, to simulate an opponent's form and technique using sand, and then to crush them with greater power. This strategy, this terrifying mastery of one's own strength, she mused, was something she could never hope to achieve. Meanwhile, the Snake King and his two henchmen were utterly petrified. They stared blankly at the wretched corpse of the Dragon King Scorpion, their minds a complete void. Especially that burly henchman. His legs gave way, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to his knees. His gaze was hollow and vacant, his lips murmuring incessantly, "Dead, dead. My Dragon King Scorpion is dead." That was his most formidable companion, nurtured through arduous labor from a mere little pincered scorpion over the span of more than a decade. Just like that, it was gone, not even able to withstand a single blow. Now, whose turn was it? Yiye's icy voice shattered the oppressive silence of the living room. His gaze fell upon the Serpent King and his remaining subordinate. The last henchman, upon receiving Yiye's penetrating stare, trembled uncontrollably, instinctively wishing to retreat. Yet, his feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, utterly immobile. An unprecedented dread gripped his heart like an invisible hand, rendering even the act of breathing a strenuous endeavor. What jest is this? To march forth to certain death? Even the pinnacle of quasi-king level, the Dragon King Scorpion, was slain in an instant. How could his own bat, just barely stepping into the threshold of quasi-king level, hope to do anything but serve as a mere filler? Useless. The Serpent King glared at his inept subordinate, cursing under his breath. Yet within him, a tempest of turmoil surged. He fixated on Yiye's feet, where the still innocent-looking Garchomp tilted its head, his eyes brimming with both apprehension and a glimmer of greed. Domain. It was undoubtedly the power of a domain. This newcomer truly possessed a Pokémon that commanded such strength. If he could seize this Garchomp, wouldn't the Serpent King then have a chance to challenge the top 10, perhaps even the top 3, of the Dragon's Lair? This thought took root in his mind. Growing wildly, rationality warned him that this newcomer was an absolute monster not to be trifled with. Yet, greed whispered like a devil in his ear. What is there to fear? No matter how strong he is still just a newcomer. Your superior is a true king-level Pokémon. Are you truly afraid of a Garchomp that hasn't even reached its final form? If you can vanquish him, this prodigious creature will be yours. The Serpent King's breathing grew increasingly labored. A frenzied light flickered in his elongated eyes. It's a gamble. Fortune favors the bold. Kid, I admit, I underestimated you. The Serpent King slowly straightened his posture. The king-level superior coiled at his feet, finally opened its cold, golden slit-like eyes. A pressure far more terrifying than that of the Dragon King Scorpion, emanating an authentic king-level aura, crashed down upon them. Wonye's complexion instantly turned as pale as a sheet, feeling as though a mountain was crushing him, each breath becoming an arduous task. Ziyuan let out a muffled groan, her fair face paling, instinctively retreating a half-step. Only Yiye remained unperturbed, standing his ground, calmly observing the king-level superior that was gradually raising its head, flicking its crimson tongue. He then recalled the Garchomp, which seemed to sense the pressure and was eager to battle. Return, your task is complete. Having done so, he unfastened another pokeball from his waist. The warm-up was over. He gazed at the Serpent King, a menacing smile curving his lips. Next, allow me to demonstrate what true despair entails. Chapter 113, the king-level Charizard. Yiye's action of recalling Garchomp was deceptively light. Yet, this motion struck the Serpent King and his remaining subordinate like an invisible hammer, landing heavily upon their hearts. That terrifying monster, which had merely stomped its foot to transform the entire villa into a sea of death, was so easily recalled. The warm-up was over. To pit a pinnacle quasi-king Dragon King Scorpion against a domain holding Garchomp as mere warm-up, the henchman behind the Serpent King felt his legs tremble. He fixated on the dark purple blood and flesh that belonged to the Dragon King Scorpion, which had begun to congeal on the ground. A chill erupting from his spine and surging towards his mind. He no longer wished to fight. He just wanted to go home. The King Academy was far too perilous. Meanwhile, the Serpent King, after a brief silence, wore a more twisted expression on his delicate face, a mixture of greed and madness fueling his excitement. Excellent, excellent. What a fine warm-up. He fixed his gaze on Yiye, his narrow eyes gleaming with predatory intent. A monster. This newcomer holds not just one, but multiple monsters. That Charizard. He had seen it in the records, the one that had torn apart the modified Wheezing with a single strike in the Dragon's Lair Coliseum. Now, is he finally going to unleash it? The Serpent King felt not fear, but rather an exhilarating tremor coursing through his body. A Garchomp with domain power. A Charizard with bizarre blue flames. As long as he could eliminate this newcomer, these two boundlessly promising creatures would all belong to him. This was no mere fortune. This was a divine opportunity for meteoric ascension. Kid, I intend to see if your second Pokémon can match the tenacity of your tongue. The Serpent King extended his tongue, moistening his parched lips, a murderous intent radiating as he gestured. The king-level superior coiled at his feet finally sprang into action. The immense serpent, over 5 meters long, glided silently, its vast form casting a chilling reflection upon the polished floor. The serpent's head rose high, its cold golden slit-like eyes locking onto Yiye. Hiss! The crimson tongue flickered. An authentic king-level pressure, tenfold more terrifying than that of the Dragon King Scorpion, surged like an invisible tsunami, sweeping through the entire living room. Ugh! When Yiye let out a muffled groan, his face instantly drained of color. He felt as though an invisible mountain was crushing him, each breath akin to inhaling molten iron sand, his mind darkening from oxygen deprivation, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Ziyuan's delicate face paled further. Instinctively, she took half a step back, positioning her body in front of Yiye, while retrieving a Pokeball from her waist. The aura of a quasi-king level Pokemon erupted, laboriously granting her a small foothold amidst this tempest of pressure. Her eyes were filled with intensity. This is what true king-level power looks like. Just the oppressive aura alone is enough to suffocate a quasi-king level trainer. If a battle were to ensue, how horrifying would that scene be? Yet, at the eye of the pressure storm, Yiye remained steadfast, his countenance unchanged. The terrifying pressure that could crush the spirit of an ordinary trainer felt like a gentle breeze against him, stirring not a single ripple. He merely observed the king-level superior, now poised for attack. Then, he gently tossed the crimson Pokeball forward. Come forth, Charizard. A flash of red light erupted. Roar. A dragon's roar, entirely distinct from the previous, resonated throughout the villa. The roar of the dragon had transcended mere ferocity. It now embodied an ancient and noble force derived from the depths of its bloodline. In a resounding explosion, a more intense and domineering aura erupted from the crimson light. The kingly pressure of the Gyarados, in the face of this overwhelming presence, melted away like snow under the blazing sun. The temperature in the living room surged abruptly in an instant. The moisture in the air was instantaneously vaporized, producing a faint crackling sound. Yiye and Ziyuan felt a sudden lightness wash over them, as the suffocating pressure dissipated. In its place arose a searing sensation, as if standing on the brink of a volcano, with their brows seemingly singeing from the heat. They looked up in astonishment. There, a lithe and majestic figure, far surpassing any dragon they had ever encountered, hovered gracefully in midair, flapping its wings, which blazed with ethereal blue flames. Its scales were no longer the ordinary orange-red, but rather a deep, molten gold that shimmered with the weight of ancient power. Its eyes, no longer gentle blue, now glowed with an intimidating blue flame, as if they could pierce through all illusions. Most striking was the cluster of eternal blue flames at the tip of its tail, unfurling like the resplendent feathers of a phoenix, sending ripples through the very fabric of space with each flicker. Simply by existing, it became the focal point of this realm, the sovereign of flames, the center of all creation. This was Yiye stood transfixed, gazing at the supremely majestic dragon in the air, while his tablet emitted a shrill alarm, overwhelmed by the data. On the screen, The energy index of the dragon had completely surpassed the limits, morphing into a blood-red manifestation of extreme lethality. Boss, your Dragon ISNT merely at the pinnacle of elite status, is it? This aura. He stammered, feeling his perception being relentlessly shattered throughout the night. Ziyuan too gazed up, her cold violet eyes reflecting a rare emotion of astonishment. She had witnessed many powerful fire-type Pokémon and had even encountered Yiye, one of the Elite Four, the legendary king of volcanoes. Yet, none had instilled in her such an overwhelming and visceral sense of pressure as the dragon before her. This was not just strength, it was an absolute, life force-derived oppression. As if it were destined to reign at the apex of all fire-type Pokémon, the singular king. Heavens, a king level. The Serpent King and his lone remaining subordinate stood utterly dumbfounded. The snarls and arrogance that once adorned their faces had evaporated, replaced by shock, terror, and an unacknowledged hint of fear emanating from the depths of their souls. A second one. This newcomer possesses a second king-level Pokémon. What madness is this? How can a mere rookie, who has been here for less than a month, command such power? Even the top-ranked tyrant of the Dragon lair only managed to cultivate his Tyranitar to king level in his second year. The Serpent King muttered in disbelief. His once mighty king-level Gyarados, now subdued, sensed the lethal threat emanating from the dragon above. It coiled, its forked tongue flickering rapidly, its golden slit pupils fixated on the adversary, as if confronting a formidable foe. The warm-up is truly over. Yiye's voice resonated softly. He lifted his gaze to his fully matured partner, pride and satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Then, his gaze returned to the Serpent King, the warmth transforming into an icy chill. Now, allow you to witness what true despair entails. Charizard, flame charge, he commanded. A thunderous roar erupted from the dragon in the air. In the next instant, its colossal form was enveloped in a layer of even more radiant and searing eternal blue flames. This was no ordinary fire. It was a purifying flame born from the peak of vitality. With no hesitation, no delay, the Charizard transformed into a blue meteor, hurtling towards the king-level Gyarados below, which stood utterly daunted by the overwhelming force. The speed was such that it left a brilliant trail of blue flames in its wake. Danger! Gyarados, defend yourself. The Serpent King finally snapped back from his shock, unleashing a frantic, terrified roar. However, his commands arrived too late. In the face of the dragon's divine assault, any reaction appeared futile. The Gyarados couldn't even muster the strength to lift its tail. The blue meteor, a harbinger of death and despair, struck it squarely. There was no explosion, no collision, only a chilling hissing sound that sent shivers down spines. Under the horrified gazes of all present, the once mighty king-level Gyarados, its armor like black scales, was effortlessly pierced and vaporized by the ethereal blue flames, as if they were mere parchment. Its massive body was cleanly traversed from one end to the other by that blue meteor. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The Charizard's form appeared behind the Gyarados, slowly folding its wings, the blue flames gradually extinguishing to reveal its regal golden body. Behind it, the king-level Gyarados still maintained its proud stance, yet its form was marred by a gaping, charred cavity, its edges crystallizing like glass. A gentle breeze drifted in through the shattered doorway. With a soft sound, the Gyarados' massive body split into two halves. Then, under the spellbound gazes of all, those severed parts crumbled like weathered sand sculptures, disintegrating into a cloud of black ash that vanished into the air. The king-level Gyarados left not even a trace of its existence, utterly erased from this world. Chapter 114, The Bet. The living room lay in profound silence. The only remnants in the air were the acrid scent of burnt protein. Yiye stood rooted, his mouth agape, but no sound escaped. Dead. The leader of the Serpent's den, ranked 19th in the Dragon's lair. His genuine Gyarados, capable of exerting pressure that could unsteady even the quasi-kings, has simply vanished, erased in a single blow, leaving no ashes behind, but rather obliterated to dust. Yiye's mind buzzed with disbelief. He had previously thought that the Tyranitar, which could stir up a sandstorm with a stomp, was the most ludicrous creature in existence. Now he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Compared to the fire-breathing dragon before him, enveloped in an ethereal blue flame, that Gyarados was nothing more than a docile and adorable infant. Both were capable of instantaneous annihilation. Gyarados' desert funeral could at least be forced into a semblance of explanation by the term domain. But what of this fire-breathing dragon? It was the simplest, the purest, the most unreasonable of all. It merely charged forward, and then its adversary vanished from this world. What, indeed, was that azure flame? How is it that an energy defense of the pinnacle level crumbled before it like mere tissue paper? When also felt his worldview being repeatedly shattered by his superior and those two monstrous creatures this evening, he began to question his existence. Meanwhile, Zun's reaction, though less exaggerated than when S, revealed a storm brewing within her perpetually cool violet eyes. She fixated intently on the fire-breathing dragon, which had effortlessly dispatched its equal without so much as altering its breathing pattern. She could distinctly sense that power. It was not merely fire. It transcended the elemental, embodying a higher, purer force, one of the laws themselves. Zun recalled the twisted forest. Back then, when it was merely a Charizard, it had used this very flame to purge the forest of its impurities. Though she had been astonished at the time, she had thought it merely a special talent for countering malevolent energies. She was mistaken, gravely mistaken. It was not a counter. It was an absolute, indiscriminate obliteration. Whether it was the vile negative energy or the pinnacle-level poison energy, the outcome remained singular before such flames. Purification. Erasure. Is this truly your trump card? Zun mused. Observing Yiye's calm silhouette, she finally understood why, during their battle aboard the ship, he had employed such convoluted tactics against her EV. It was not that he could not win. Rather, the moment he unleashed this fire-breathing dragon, the confrontation would cease to be a duel and devolve into a one-sided massacre. Was he merely preserving his pride? This thought brought an unnatural flush to Zun's cool cheeks. This man, as the other principal in this unfolding drama, the Snake King and his remaining lackey had been rendered into stone. They stared blankly at the spot where the spoon snake had disintegrated into ashes, their minds a void. Especially the Snake King. The pallor drained from his androgynous face, leaving it ashen as parchment. His throat emitted a wheezing sound, lips trembling, yet unable to form a coherent syllable. The spoon snake, born from a single egg, nurtured with untold effort and resources, even deploying the family's forbidden techniques to cultivate this pinnacle-level companion. It was the very foundation upon which he built his existence. It was the source of his arrogance. Gone, not even lasting a second? No, this cannot be real. The Snake King murmured in a daze, unable to accept this brutal reality that suffocated him. He would rather believe he was dreaming. He raised his hand, straining with all his might, and struck himself hard across the face. The sharp crack resonated in the silence. The searing pain on his cheek reminded him that this was all too real. His trump card was lost. His confidence was gone. His future had vanished along with that handful of ashes. Thud! The Snake King's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of flesh without bones. The arrogance, cruelty, and greed in his eyes evaporated entirely, leaving only emptiness, confusion, and an all-consuming despair. It was over for him. Without the pinnacle-level spoon snake, he, the Snake King, had become the greatest joke in the dragon's lair. He could envision those whom he had once oppressed, who had dared not speak out against him, descending upon him like sharks sensing blood, tearing him to shreds. Fear gripped his heart, rendering him breathless. His remaining lackey fared no better. The moment the spoon snake was annihilated, the burly man rolled his eyes back, foaming at the mouth, and fainted from sheer terror. Yiye calmly regarded the utterly broken Snake King before him. There was no trace of pity in his gaze. This was the outcome he desired. When cutting weeds, one must eliminate the roots. Those who dared to intrude must be crushed with the most direct, the most ruthless, and the most unreasonable methods, obliterating them along with their dignity and hope. Only thus could he instill fear in the petty. Only then could he secure the dragon crystals he sought. Yiye stepped forward, approaching the prostrate Snake King. He looked down upon the man who had lost everything. Now let us discuss the matter of stakes. Yiye's voice remained calm, yet it rang in the Snake King's ears like a death sentence. The Snake King shot his head up. He beheld Yiye's face, cold and indifferent, and his body began to tremble violently. The stakes, he recalled. He had made a wager with this devil, risking everything. If he lost, he would have to surrender half of the assets of the Snake Cave in the dragon's treasure vault. Furthermore, the people of the Snake Cave would witness his retreat. No. The Snake King writhed backward, as if trying to evade the most terrifying monster in existence. You cannot do this. You mustn't. He screamed, his voice hoarse and desperate. That half of the assets represented everything their faction had painstakingly accumulated over years. Taking half would break the very backbone of the Snake Cave. And with the loss of his trump card, the Snake Cave would be finished. I'll give you all my dragon crystals. I'll give you everything I possess. The Snake King pleaded incoherently. Please, spare us. Spare the Snake Cave. Spare you? A chilling smile finally graced Yiye's face. You were not so generous with your words earlier. He slowly crouched down, aligning his gaze with the Snake King's eyes, which were filled with despair. I remember someone wanted to shred me and my Pokémon and toss us into the sea to feed the Kingler. That statement pierced the Snake King's heart like a poisoned dagger. The color drained from his face entirely. Indeed, he had said just that. How arrogant. How insufferably proud. Now, how utterly ridiculous it seemed. The Snake King opened his mouth, but could emit no sound. I am a man of my word. Yiye reached out, retrieving the black dragon head token from the Snake King's embrace. He waved the token before the Snake King's eyes. Since it is a wager, one must accept the consequences. Yiye gazed into his eyes, now drowned in fear and despair, and spoke each word deliberately. Now fulfill your promise. Chapter 115, Yiye. Fulfill your promise. Yiye's voice, devoid of warmth, reverberated through the silent parlor, striking at the nerves of everyone present. The Snake King lay on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. His gaze was fixated on the black dragon head token in Yiye's hand. The light in his eyes extinguished completely. He found himself devoid of any bargaining power. The wager of the dragon's lair was an unyielding decree, etched by the hand of the Academy's headmaster, Long Qi. To transgress this edict meant to forfeit everything, to be expelled from the Academy like refuse. Such a fate was more excruciating than death itself. I give. The voice of the Serpent King was hoarse and parched, each syllable seeming to draw upon the last remnants of his strength. He slowly closed his eyes, a murky tear cascading down his pallid cheek. Regret consumed him. He should not have allowed avarice to cloud his judgment, provoking this monster cloaked in the guise of a newcomer. Yiye watched his unraveling with indifference. He gently tapped his token against that of the Serpent King. A hum resonated as both tokens illuminated simultaneously, conjuring a virtual screen before Yiye. This was no mere interface for the transfer of dragon crystals, but a more austere and intricate asset liquidation process. Detected the establishment of a duel agreement. Victor, Yiye. Loser, Serpent King. Bet content. The loser must pay the victor 50 of the total assets held by their faction, Serpent's Den, in the Dragon's Lair treasury. Commencing liquidation of Serpent's Den total assets. The progress bar on the screen began to pulse. The Serpent King fixed his gaze on that progress bar, each movement causing his facial muscles to twitch. Every single point within represented the blood and lives of their entire faction. Now, all of it was being ruthlessly and legally stripped away by that newcomer, piece by piece. The progress bar reached its conclusion. Liquidation complete. Total asset assessment of Serpent's Den. 3,240 dragon crystals, various items, and skill discs equivalent to 1,850 dragon crystals, totaling 5,090 dragon crystals. According to the agreement, 2,545 dragon crystals will be transferred to the victor, Yiye. Does the victor wish to convert items and skill discs into dragon crystals? 5,090 dragon crystals. This figure struck the Serpent King like a heavy hammer to his chest, causing his breath to falter. This was the entirety of Serpent's Den's wealth. Yiye's eyes glimmered at the sight of the number. It was even more substantial than anticipated. Clearly, this Serpent's Den had plundered quite a bit from the populace within the Dragon's Lair. Retain the items and skill discs as they are, and proceed with the direct transfer. Yiye spoke in a calm tone. Dragon crystals were a hard currency, but those rare items and skill discs, which held no value outside, were the true essence of their worth. Command confirmed. Initiating asset transfer. The Serpent King watched helplessly as the numbers representing his faction's assets were severed in an instant. Darkness engulfed his vision, and his body swayed, nearly collapsing. Transfer complete. Yiye, current total assets, 3,080 dragon crystals. Acquired items, Toxic Pearl X1, Black Sludge X2, Light Clay X1. Acquired skill discs, Toxic Fong, Venom Surge. Coil. Gazing at the soaring balance and the lengthy list of newly acquired rare resources, Yiye finally allowed a genuine smile to curve his lips. This was the correct way to amass wealth. He casually tossed the now worthless token back to the Serpent King. His gaze swept over the charred remains of the Dragon King Scorpion that reeked of burnt flesh, as well as the still foaming subordinate. Yiye's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Dispose of your refuse properly. His voice was icy, leaving no room for dissent. And for this door? A fee of 10,000 Academy points must be credited to my account before dawn. Should I fail to see it? Yiye's lips curled into a playful smirk, a grin that sent chills down the Serpent King's spine. I wouldn't mind paying a visit to your Serpent's Den once more. I understand. The Serpent King jolted, scrambling to his feet, his voice reduced to its most primal fear. Resentment? He dared not entertain such thoughts. All he desired was to flee this den of horrors, immediately. He hurriedly gathered the dismembered remains of the Dragon King Scorpion, neglecting his unconscious companion, and stumbled out of the villa, vanishing into the night. The living room fell silent once more, littered with debris and the unfortunate figure still in a stupor. Yiye's mind was a blank slate. A faction that had dominated the dragon's lair for years had been utterly dismantled by their leader alone. The trump card had been neutralized, half of their assets seized, and now they owed a repair fee of 10,000 points? Such was the nature of tyranny. Such was the forcefulness. He observed Yiye's calm profile, feeling as if he were gazing upon a deity walking amongst mortals. Boss. Yiye's voice trembled. Are you even human? Yiye raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Ahem. What I mean is, boss, you are incredible. You are my god. Yiye immediately switched to a sycophantic grin, his survival instincts on high alert. Yiye, disinterested in his flattery, turned his attention to the silently observing Ziyuan. Thank you, he stated calmly. Ziyuan's body quivered ever so slightly. She lifted her head, her violet eyes swirling with complex emotions. She shook her head, her voice still cool yet tinged with an unrecognized tremor. I did nothing. Your mere presence was sufficient, Yiye replied simply and directly. This statement, though plain, sent ripples through the depths of Ziyuan's heart. For the first time, she realized the feeling of being acknowledged and protected was profound. She silently lowered her head, clutching the EV in her arms, attempting to conceal the uncontrollable warmth flushing her cheeks. Meanwhile, deep within the dragon's lair, in a room filled with peculiar dolls, a young man with pink hair, codenamed Puppet Master, was grimly polishing a finely crafted pokeball. Suddenly, his wrist terminal vibrated. An announcement from the dragon's lair system appeared before him. Announcement: Student Serpent King and Student Yiye have completed a high-stakes duel. In 50 of Serpent's Den, total assets have been forcibly allocated to Yiye. Note: due to the death of Serpent King as Pokémon, his strength rating and ranking within the dragon's lair will be reassessed. With a clatter, the Pokeball slipped from the Puppet Master's hand, falling to the ground. The malice on his face froze instantly, replaced by an unmistakable expression of shock and terror. He had been plotting his revenge against Yiye, seeking to regain the dignity he lost in the arena. But now, the Serpent King, that top-tier Serpent King, had actually lost, and so thoroughly that half of his capital had been seized. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the dragon's lair leaderboard, in a training room perpetually shrouded in darkness, a figure resembling a towering iron statue slowly opened his eyes. His terminal displayed the same announcement. He gazed at the name, Yiye, remaining silent for a moment. Then, a smile filled with brutality and battle intent crept across his chiseled features. Zar is it? At last, a worthy adversary has arrived. The man, codenamed Tyrant, rose to his feet. Behind him, a Banquilas of formidable size opened its own pair of crimson eyes, brimming with a desire for destruction. Chapter 116, The Immortal Bird. The living room lay in utter disarray. The minion, rendered unconscious by fear, sprawled in the center of the villa like a heap of discarded flesh. The air was tainted with a noxious blend of burnt and foul odors, exceedingly unpleasant. When Yiye surveyed the scene, his complexion paling as nausea surged within him. He was a data analyst, accustomed to orchestrating strategies behind a screen, a cerebral worker. The gruesome, brutal spectacle, rife with primal violence, overwhelmed him. He leaned against the sofa, retching, yet producing nothing. Ziyuan fared slightly better, though her cool visage bore a hint of barely perceptible pallor. Silently, she approached the window, flung it open, and allowed the night breeze to waft in, diluting the stench within. However, her gaze persistently lingered, almost unconsciously, on the unervingly calm figure before her. Yiye. He appeared unperturbed. He retracted the draconic creature capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the earth, then approached the unconscious minion, giving him a kick. Hey, wake up. The minion showed no reaction, continuing to foam at the mouth. Yiye furrowed his brow. He turned to Yiye. You drag him out. Huh, me? Yiye pointed at himself, his face a portrait of reluctance. Drag this guy? Are you joking? My legs are still shaking. What else? Yiye retorted. Yiye glanced at Yiye's placid gaze, and then at Ziyuan, who stood poised to draw her blade at any moment, swallowing hard. Relenting, he grimaced and approached, pinching his nose as he seized one of the minion's legs, exerting all his strength to pull him towards the door. The sensation was akin to dragging a dead pig. Yiye paid him no further heed, instead taking a seat in front of the sofa. He activated his personal terminal, accessing the Dragon's Den interface. Observing the sum of 3,080 dragon crystals in his account, his spirits lifted somewhat. Despite the unpleasantness of the ordeal, the gains were tangible. He perused the items inherited from the minion's lair: venomous pearl, black sludge, light clay, all rare items of toxic and auxiliary nature. Although he had no use for them, selling them on the trading platform would yield considerable academy points. He then opened the skill disc list: Venomous Fang, Venom Surge, Coil. Most were venom-based techniques, but one, Coil, piqued his interest. Coil could simultaneously enhance the user's attack, defense, and accuracy, an exceptionally comprehensive strengthening skill. If taught to Ujira, paired with the elemental transformation of the sand fruit, its melee capabilities would become even more formidable. However, Ujira's primary task remained mastering the domain of sand. This skill could be set aside for now. Boss, it's taken care of. When Yi gasped as he re-entered, collapsing onto the sofa, panting heavily. He felt as though he had never exerted himself so physically in his life. Yi acknowledged, shutting off the display. Boss, what do we do next? When Yi looked at Yi, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of fear. He genuinely felt apprehensive about his leader now. Decisive in action, ruthless in demeanor. A mere disagreement and opponents were reduced to ashes. What do you mean? What do we do? Yi shot him a glance. The serpent's lair? When Yi exclaimed, urgency in his tone. You've incapacitated the Serpent King and his ace today and seized half their assets. The people from the lair will surely seek vengeance. Vengeance against me? Yi chuckled as if he had heard something ludicrous. A faction whose leader had been dismantled on the spot, and whose ace had been reduced to mere remains. What could they possibly use to retaliate against me? They should be more concerned about surviving under the jaws of those hyenas drawn by the scent of blood. Yi's voice was calm, yet cut through the stark reality like a blade. When Yi was taken aback, upon reflection, it indeed made sense. With the Serpent King fallen, the lair would disband. The dragon's den had never shown compassion for the weak. A serpent lair stripped of its fangs and venom would be devoured by other factions until nothing but bones remained. Realizing this, when Yi's heart finally settled somewhat, yet another, more terrifying thought struck him. What about the tyrant? When Yi's voice dropped even lower. Boss, you've stirred up such a commotion today. That monster must be aware. Well, Yi's mind conjured the moniker of the top scorer on the leaderboard, along with the ace Banquilas. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips. He'd better come. I, too, wish to witness firsthand what this so-called tyrant is truly made of. Upon hearing this, when Yi's eyes nearly bulged. My heavens. Boss, what are you planning? You've just toppled the Serpent King, and now you want to challenge the final boss? Your rate of advancement is astonishingly rapid. Not even a rocket could match your speed. Just as when Yi contemplated further protests, Ziyun, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. What is the fire of your draconic creature? Her voice remained cool, yet her violet eyes betrayed a glimmer of undeniable curiosity and inquiry. This question had lingered in her mind since their encounter in the Twisted Forest. That ethereal blue flame exuded an aura of sanctity and purification while simultaneously possessing the power to annihilate all. How could such disparate attributes coexist within a single flame? Yi turned his head to regard her. He did not provide a direct answer, but instead posed a question in return. What do you think happens to a bird after it dies? A bird? Ziyun paused, clearly taken aback by Yi's seemingly nonsensical query. After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly replied, it rots, turns to dust, and returns to nature. No. Yi shook his head, fixing his gaze on Ziyun's perplexed eyes. He slowly articulated 3 words. It becomes ashes. And then, from the ashes, it is reborn. Reborn from ashes? Both Ziyun and Wen Yi were momentarily stunned. They mulled over those 4 words, as if a flash of lightning had pierced through the fog of their minds. They recalled the legendary divine bird, the immortal phoenix that rose from the flames. Could it be? Their faces simultaneously reflected a look of horror. They gazed at Yi as though they beheld a true myth. Chapter 117, The Perfect Level Dragon Dance. The living room fell into an eerie silence. Shattered furniture, charred floors, and twisted door frames silently bore witness to the one-sided massacre that had just transpired. The acrid stench of smoke and filth still lingered in the air. Wenya and Cheyenne stood frozen in place, as if their souls had been whisked away by Yi's nonchalant proclamation of rebirth through the phoenix. The mythical creature, the immortal bird, bathed in flames yet unscathed, eternally unyielding. They gazed at Yi, this youth whose calm demeanor seemed as if he had merely shared a morose jest. Yet it unveiled to them the sacred realms of divinity. Wenya's mind felt utterly shattered. The screen of his ever-present tablet flickered with an array of dense formulas and data models, which, at this moment, appeared to him as nothing more than a grand jest. Data could calculate energy levels and predict the trajectory of techniques, but how could one quantify immortality? What formula could encapsulate the essence of rebirth? He felt as though his entire cognitive framework had been gently pulverized by Yiye's soft-spoken words, rendering it irretrievable. In Cheyenne's violet eyes, a tempest brewed. As the granddaughter of the ghost King Jakuko, she had been privy to many secrets of legend from a young age. She was aware of the existence of beings that transcended the ordinary boundaries of life. Yet, she had never envisioned that one day, a companion wielding divine power would manifest before her, and that its master would be but a peer in age. As she observed Yiye's serene silhouette, an overwhelming chill of helplessness surged from the depths of her heart, instantly freezing her limbs. After their defeat on the ship, she had been unwilling to accept the outcome, attributing it solely to her EV's lack of finesse. Witnessing the pure flame of the cleansing world in the forest had left her astonished, though she rationalized it as a formidable gift to counter evil. Until this moment, when the words Immortal Bird slipped from Yiye's lips, did she finally come to despair, realizing the unfathomable chasm that lay between her and this man. It was not merely a disparity of skill and experience. It was a profound divide of existential hierarchy, the eternal gulf between mortals and myth. She understood now that he had stood from the very beginning on a cloud she was not even worthy to gaze upon. Instinctively, Cheyenne clutched her EV tighter, its steady breaths offering her the only solace amidst the turmoil within her heart. Enough! Yiye's voice shattered the suffocating silence. He turned to face his two disoriented companions, his tone unembellished. Today's events conclude here. Let us return and rest. His words bore no emotional weight, yet they carried an undeniable finality. Wait, boss, Yiye stammered, struggling to reclaim some semblance of lucidity from his dazed state. Countless questions lodged in his throat. Was that really the immortal bird? What exactly is the devil fruit? Who are you? But as he met Yiye's tranquil, unwavering gaze, all his inquiries evaporated in an instant, leaving him utterly speechless. From those eyes, he discerned a silent admonition. Do not inquire further. I understand. Yiye managed to swallow hard, retrieving his tablet from the ground as if it were a lifeline, bowing deeply to Yiye. Then, boss, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. With that, he dashed out of the villa, nearly frantic with the overwhelming pressure of the moment. Cheyenne, too, rose from the sofa. She asked nothing. Instead, she cast a profound glance at Yiye with her intricate violet eyes, then cradled her EV and quietly turned to depart. In the instant she pivoted, her cool profile was briefly illuminated by an unnoticed glimmer. That glimmer held shock, acceptance, resentment, and a flicker of aspiration, a spark of yearning to gaze upward. The living room was left in solitude, with only Yiye remaining. He surveyed the chaotic scene, his brow furrowing slightly. Opening his personal terminal, he contacted the logistics department of the academy, succinctly requesting the highest level of cleanup and repair. The A-grade authority meant imperial-level service. Having completed this task, he did not rest. Instead, he walked directly to the sofa and closed his eyes. Yet his mind raced. The battle in the Serpent's Den had appeared to be a resounding victory, yet hidden perils loomed. The sand domain of Kira was an inescapable lethal maneuver. But the toll on mental fortitude was staggering. With its current capacity, executing the desert funeral twice within a day would be its limit. And then there was the Charizard. Yiye's frown deepened. The uncontrollable power of the dragon was akin to a bomb buried within it. It could unleash unparalleled force, but might also obliterate its possessor in the next heartbeat. Such uncontrollable might hung like a sword over his head, a threat that must be resolved. He had already discovered the key to unlock this conundrum. Dragon Dance. Yiye opened his eyes once more and accessed the treasure interface of the dragon's lair. A dazzling array of items appeared before him. He bypassed the rare artifacts, his fingertips precisely halting at the skill disc section. Skill disc, Dragon Dance. By channeling the inner dragon power, perform a mysterious and ancient dance, significantly enhancing attack and speed. A top-tier augmentation technique for dragon types. Price: 800 dragon crystals. This was it. Looking at his account balance of 3080, Yiye felt no stirring of emotions. He clicked on Redeem. Confirm expenditure of 800 dragon crystals to exchange for the skill disc Dragon Dance. Confirm. Redemption successful. The item has been issued to your private storage cabinet. Your dragon crystal balance, 2280. The balance diminished in an instant, yet Yiye's expression remained unchanged. Money was merely a tool. As long as it enabled the Charizard to master its power, he wouldn't flinch at spending 800, 8,000, or even 80,000 dragon crystals. He rose and strode towards the storage cabinet by the villa's entrance. At that moment, the cleaning robots from logistics had efficiently restored the living room to its pristine state. Even the shattered door had been replaced, looking as if nothing had ever transpired. Yiye entered the password and opened the cabinet door. Inside lay a new disc, entirely enveloped in a deep purple hue, featuring a vividly depicted ancient dragon. Dragon Dance. Yiye grasped it in his hand. The disc felt cool to the touch, and a pure, ancient draconic aura slowly emanated from it, flowing into his palm. Excellent. A hint of anticipation curled at the corners of Yiye's mouth. Holding the disc, he turned and walked directly towards the energy transport lift leading to the top-level training ground. He could hardly contain his eagerness. When the flames of the phoenix's rebirth intertwined with the wild dance of the ancient dragon within this singular Charizard, what a magnificent tapestry would it weave. The transport lift ascended silently. Yiye's figure, along with the disc shimmering with mysterious purple light, vanished within the room. Chapter 118. Mastering the Dragon's Power. At the apex of the villa, the vast ecological training ground was isolated from the outside world by an energy barrier, creating an utterly private space. Yiye stood in the center of the training field, the environment around him configured into the most robust, alloy-like barrier composed purely of energy. He understood that the training to come might cause quite a commotion. Taking a deep breath, he unfastened the crimson pokeball from his waist. "Come forth, Charizard." He gently tossed it into the air. A flash of crimson light illuminated the scene as the majestic, golden-hued Charizard descended gracefully before Yiye, its wings aflame with ethereal blue fire. With a deep roar, the Charizard lowered its massive head, affectionately nuzzling Yiye's shoulder. It sensed the unusual gravity in the demeanor of its trainer, who bore an expression of solemnity tinged with seriousness. What lay ahead was a crucial training session. Yiye, eschewing any superfluous words, extended his hand and affixed a purple disc inscribed with the skilled dragon dance upon Charizard's forehead. Simultaneously, he forged a mental link, articulating his intentions clearly into the depths of Charizard's consciousness. The draconic power within you is formidable but perilous. It resembles a wild stallion, untamed and unruly, and you are not yet capable of mastering it completely. This disc contains the perfect technique of dragon dance. Learn it, master it, and then harness that power entirely for your own will. With a resonant roar, Charizard's dragon eyes flickered with understanding. It nodded firmly, its gaze imbued with determination and trust. Excellent. Yiye stepped back, granting Charizard ample space. Now let us commence. As his words faded, the purple disc upon Charizard's forehead erupted into brilliance. Streams of pure data, manifested as waves of purple information, surged into Charizard's mind. In an instant, everything regarding dragon dance, the movements, rhythms, and energy manipulation techniques, was assimilated by the Charizard. Yet, as the flow of information concluded and Charizard endeavored to awaken the dormant draconic force within, an unforeseen calamity ensued. Boom! A tempestuous, almost uncontrollable crimson draconic aura exploded from Charizard's being. Simultaneously, another force, representing life and purification, the ethereal blue flames of the phoenix, ignited upon its surface as if sensing a challenge. Red and blue, destruction and rebirth. The clash of these two polar opposites, the epitome of divergent powers, unleashed a primal and intense confrontation within Charizard. Roar! Charizard emitted a howl of profound anguish and suppression, its body trembling violently. Beneath its shimmering golden scales, veins bulged grotesquely like writhing worms. One half of its form was engulfed in the tumultuous crimson draconic energy, while the other half blazed with the fierce azure flames, the terrifying heat melting the metallic ground beneath into flowing molten iron. In that moment, ice and fire ceased to be allies, transforming into relentless adversaries. This is not good. Yiye's expression turned gray for the first time. He had anticipated the difficulty of the fusion process, but he had not foreseen such an intense conflict between these two forces. This was no mere rejection. It was a battle of mutual annihilation. If this continued, Charizard's body would inevitably succumb to the overwhelming clash of these powers and collapse from within. Charizard, calm down. Listen to my voice. Yiye immediately unleashed his mental energy without reservation, forcefully intervening in the chaotic consciousness of Charizard. Abandon resistance. Do not suppress either force. You are not their battleground. You are their master. Guide them rather than oppose them. Yiye's voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through the tumultuous sea of Charizard's consciousness. Roar! Charizard's eyes, which had begun to dull, regained a glimmer of clarity. It heard. Yes, it heard the voice of its trainer. Guide. Yes, guide. With immense effort, Charizard endured the agonizing rending of its body and began to follow Yiye's instructions, attempting to control the two forces that had spiraled into chaos. This was an exceedingly arduous process, akin to asking an ordinary person to halt two high-speed trains hurtling towards each other with bare hands. Each passing moment tested its will as if it were facing a slow, torturous execution. Meanwhile, in the neighboring villa, Yiye wore a troubled expression as he gazed at the latest posts refreshing on his tablet from the Dragon's Lair forum. Shock. The puppet master declares that within 3 days, he will ensure that the Tsar Yiye cannot survive in the Dragon's Lair. The Serpent's Den is entirely disbanded. Former members have been divided among the major factions, and the Serpent King has vanished without a trace. In-depth analysis. What ambitions lie behind the tyrant's exchange for the Eye of Oracles? The entire Dragon's Lair had devolved into utter chaos due to the turmoil instigated by Yiye and the tyrant. Yiye genuinely feared that his superior would be ensnared in a terrifying vortex that he could scarcely fathom. As he sighed heavily, a sudden, piercing alarm erupted from his tablet. Beep, 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 beep. The radar graph representing energy levels was instantaneously cloaked in a void of darkness, signifying destruction. What is this? Yiye's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He was horrified to see that the point on the radar representing Yiye's villa was emanating chaotic energy fluctuations tenfold. 100-fold more terrifying than those detected during the final boss's self-detonation in the Twisted Forest. No, something has happened to the boss. Yiye's mind buzzed, emptying of thought. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped from the sofa and dashed frantically towards Yiye's villa. Yet, upon reaching the villa's entrance, he was violently repelled by an invisible, high-intensity energy barrier. Activate the highest level of security lockdown. Prohibit all entry and exit. A cold mechanical voice echoed from the villa's security system. Open the door. Let me in. Yiye pounded on the impervious energy barrier, his voice trembling with fear and despair. Boss, are you all right? However, within the villa, there was no response. Only the terrifying energy fluctuations that sent shivers down his spine, continuing to escalate. In the training ground, Charizard's condition had deteriorated to an alarming extent. Its consciousness was on the brink of collapse under the relentless assault of the two forces. We cannot continue like this. Something catastrophic will truly occur. Sweat beaded on Yiye's forehead. His mental energy had been pushed to its limits, yet he could barely maintain the last shred of clarity within Charizard. A different approach was necessary. A direct confrontation was futile. Then, Yiye's eyes glimmered with resolve. Charizard, listen. Since we cannot suppress it, then let it all go. Do not concern yourself with them any longer. Forget their existence. At present, allow your mind to dwell on but a singular thought. Dance. Dance that proud, majestic dance belonging to the great dragon. Let the dance become an instinct of your very being. Let the rhythm be your soul will. Master them through your dance. Allow them to become a part of your performance. This notion is audacious, perhaps even deemed insane. On the precipice of two energies poised to explode. To refrain from channeling them, instead opting to dance. This is akin to igniting a cigarette atop a powder keg. Yet, Yiye has no alternative. This is the only solution he can conceive to break the deadlock. The blurred consciousness of the Charizard, upon hearing the word dance, instinctively responded with a flicker of recognition. Its body, trembling violently, began to attempt movement. Lift a foot. Spin. Each action was exceedingly arduous and clumsy. With every sway, explosive bursts of red and blue energy erupted. The entire training ground trembled violently under this terrifying energy shock. Nevertheless, the Charizard did not cease. In its mind, only Yiye's clear and resolute voice remained. Only that ancient dragon dance, etched deep within its soul. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. It is unclear how much time passed. When the Charizard took its next step, a miracle occurred. Its clumsy movements suddenly transformed into fluidity. Its trembling body gradually regained stability. Most astonishing of all, the two forces, originally clashing fiercely within it, the fiery red dragon energy and the ethereal blue flame, began to flow and swirl in a profound trajectory, harmonizing with its dance. They no longer attacked one another. Instead, they entwined like two divine dragons in pursuit of one another. The red dragon energy took on the shape of dance steps, brimming with power and dominance. The ethereal blue flames manifested the intent of the dance, suffused with grace and rebirth. With every breath, every movement, destruction and rebirth achieved an unprecedented, perfect harmony within this ancient dance. Boom! The moment the Charizard completed its final dance step, an indescribable, terrifying aura, a fusion of the powers of both laws, erupted from within it. Red and blue lights intertwined and swirled around it, ultimately coalescing into a brilliant dragon-shaped totem that pierced heaven and earth. At the center of that totem, the Charizard slowly opened its eyes. Deep within its ethereal blue dragon pupils, a fleeting glimpse of profound, crimson golden light flickered, as though it contained the entirety of the cosmos. Chapter 119, The Puppeteer's Gamble. The energy fluctuations within the training ground gradually subsided. Yiye gazed upon the Charizard before him, a surge of unprecedented astonishment welling up within him. The crimson golden light deep within its ethereal blue pupils had completely merged, no longer a conflict of two powers, but a wholly new existence. The Charizard's aura became deep and restrained, its scales glimmering with a faint metallic sheen, and the flames upon its wings were no longer purely ethereal blue but interwoven with delicate crimson golden patterns. "How do you feel?" Yiye approached, gently caressing the Charizard's head. A low, resonant growl escaped the Charizard, imbued with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. It could distinctly feel the two forces that were once at odds within it now flowing harmoniously, akin to two interwoven rivers converging into a more vast ocean. Yiye nodded slightly. Through their mental link, he could sense the Charizard's current state. Perfect. It even exceeded his expectations. Let us give it a try. He stepped back, allowing the Charizard ample space. The Charizard understood and slowly rose to its feet. It did not rush to unleash any powerful techniques, but instead gently lifted its right claw. A small flame ignited in the center of its paw. This flame was diminutive, no larger than a fist, yet Yiye sensed an unprecedented threat emanating from it. It was not merely high temperature, but a more essential force of destruction. The flame's color was peculiar, while the core remained ethereal blue. A faint crimson golden halo encircled its edges, the two colors blending seamlessly. With a gentle sweep of its claw, the tiny flame shot forth, colliding with the training ground's alloy wall. There was no explosion, no deafening roar. The moment the flame touched the wall, it melted through the solid meter-thick alloy as silently as a hot knife through butter, leaving behind a perfectly round hole. The edges of the hole were smooth as glass, devoid of any burrs. Yiye raised an eyebrow. Such control had reached the realm of artistry. Excellent. Now, let us try the dragon dance. The Charizard nodded. Taking a deep breath, it began to dance. This iteration of the dragon dance was entirely distinct from the previous one. Every movement of the Charizard flowed seamlessly, elegant yet powerful. Its body spun through the air, its wings carving graceful arcs, and the trajectory of its tail carried an enigmatic rhythm. More importantly, as the dance progressed, the aura emanating from the Charizard steadily ascended. It was not the explosive fury of before, but a restrained and profound growth, akin to a hidden spring in a secluded mountain, appearing tranquil yet brimming with boundless power. When the dance concluded, the Charizard's aura had nearly doubled in strength. A perfect level dragon dance. Yiye nodded in satisfaction. The Charizard had completely mastered the two forces within its body, even merging them into a more formidable existence. At that moment, the door to the training ground was violently pounded upon. Boss, are you all right?" Yiye's anxious voice called from outside. Yiye then recalled that the earlier energy fluctuations were indeed quite significant, likely alarming this fellow. He approached the door and released the security lock. As the door swung open, Yiye rushed in, his face a mask of panic. "Boss, are you okay?" "The energy fluctuations I detected just now were simply..." His words faltered abruptly as he beheld the Charizard standing in the center of the training ground. The aura, the pressure emanating from it caused his legs to weaken instantly. If the previous Charizard had been a live volcano, the current one was akin to a star on the verge of eruption. Yiye's mouth opened and closed in disbelief, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. "It's all right," Yiye replied nonchalantly, "just some training." "Some training?" Yiye glanced at the perfect round hole in the training ground wall, then at the metallic traces on the ground that had been melted and re-solidified by the intense heat, his lips twitching slightly. "This is what you call some training? This is evidently a forbidden experiment." However, he is wise enough not to inquire further. Some knowledge can be detrimental to one's well-being. "Well, that is satisfactory." Yiye chuckled awkwardly and said, "By the way, boss, there's something I believe you should be informed about." "Speak." "The puppeteer has issued a threat on the forum, claiming he will make it impossible for you to remain in the Dragon's Den within 3 days. Yiye's voice carried a hint of concern. Although his strength did not match that of the Serpent King, the puppeteer was cunning and had considerable connections within the Dragon's Denver. If he truly intended to target you upon hearing this, Yiye displayed no change in his expression. "Is that all?" "Huh." Yiye was taken aback. "I mean, is that such a trivial matter?" Yiye reiterated. Yiye nodded, somewhat perplexed. "Boss, your reaction seems rather subdued. After all, this is the puppeteer, the 5th-ranked individual in the Dragon's Denver. While his strength may not rival the top few, His devious methods make many reluctant to provoke him. Yet, Yi merely waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Is there anything else? There's also the tyrant. When Yi swallowed hard. According to intelligence, he has exchanged for an item called the Eye of the Oracle, a level 39 artifact. It is said to reveal all information about an opponent, including their strength, weaknesses, and even combat habits. This news piqued Yi's interest slightly. He had heard of the Eye of the Oracle. It was indeed a troublesome item that could provide a substantial informational advantage during battle. It appeared that the tyrant regarded himself quite highly. I understand, Yi nodded. You may return now. When Yi wished to say more, but upon seeing the calm in Yi's eyes, he ultimately refrained and obediently exited the training ground. Silence enveloped the training arena once more. Yi approached the Charizard, gently stroking its scales. It seems we are soon to face a true challenge. The Charizard lowered its head, nuzzling Yi's palm. There was no fear in its eyes, only a fierce determination. Yi smiled, eager to witness the outcome when the Charizard, perfectly fused with two powers, confronted this so-called tyrant. Yet before that, a small nuisance required attention, the puppeteer. A glint of cold resolve flashed in Yi's eyes. Since the opponent had delivered himself to his doorstep, he could hardly be blamed for being unkind. He activated his personal terminal and entered the Dragon Den forum. Sure enough, the hottest post on the front page was the puppeteer's threat declaration. The replies beneath the post had already surged into the thousands, most being mere spectators reveling in the drama. Yi chose not to respond, but instead sent a private message to the puppeteer. I hear you intend to make it impossible for me to stay in the Dragon Den? Within a minute, a reply arrived. Bizarre? I never expected you to contact me directly. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Seeking mercy? Yi regarded this message with a chilling smirk. Mercy? I merely wish to inquire how you plan to make my stay unbearable. With mere words? After sending this, the puppeteer fell silent for an extended period. When he finally replied, anger permeated his words. You are quite arrogant, newcomer. But arrogance comes at a cost. Tomorrow night at 8, in the arena, I will show you what despair truly means. Yi's eyes darkened further upon reading this message. Very well, he responded. However, I have a condition. What condition? Let us wager all our points and items. These words prompted an extended silence in the chat interface. After a while, the puppeteer replied, Are you certain? Certain. Yi's response was concise and resolute. What's wrong? Afraid? Another pause ensued. Ultimately, the puppeteer sent his final message. Fine. Tomorrow night at 8, in the arena. I will make you regret coming to the King Academy. Yi observed this message and closed the chat interface. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the pitch-black sky outside. Tomorrow, let the entire King Academy witness what true strength is. Chapter 120, Intelligence. The fervor of the Dragon Den forum erupted dramatically. The life and death wager between the puppeteer and the czar, Yiye, soared to the top of the forum's trending list within mere hours. The reply count skyrocketed from a few hundred to over 50,000. What the hell? Is this for real? All points and items? Has the puppeteer lost his mind? Although the czar is a newcomer, he managed to defeat the Serpent King, and his strength cannot be underestimated. What do you know? The puppeteer's insidious tactics are no joke. The czar is likely to face dire consequences this time. I can't wait for tomorrow night. This will undoubtedly be the most thrilling showdown of the year. The forum buzzed with fervent discussions and analyses, as various threads emerged predicting the outcome. Some supported the puppeteer, asserting that his years of experience and connections in the Dragon Den far surpassed those of a newcomer. Others favored Yi, given his ability to directly vanquish the Serpent King. However, the majority simply craved the spectacle. The King Academy was never short of prodigies, but high-stakes confrontations that captured the attention of the entire institution were a rarity. A life-and-death battle wagering one's entire fortune was an event that occurred but once in a decade. The arena's administrators were overwhelmed by the influx of requests to witness the duel, receiving tens of thousands of applications in just a few hours. The arena itself could only accommodate 5,000 spectators. Ultimately, the Academy was compelled to activate a holographic live-streaming system to allow more students to view the confrontation online. Meanwhile, deep within the Dragon's Den, in a training room perpetually shrouded in darkness, the man codenamed Tyrant quietly observed the trending post on the forum. His sharply defined face bore an unsettling calm, betraying no emotion. Interesting, he murmured softly, his voice deep and reminiscent of whispers from the depths of hell. Czar, how will you choose to deal with this jester? Behind him, a colossal Gyarados slowly opened its crimson eyes. It could sense its trainer's anticipation for the duel on the morrow. The tyrant rose and approached the window of the training room. Through the thick, specially crafted glass, he surveyed the entire Dragon's Den area. The densely packed villas resembled chess pieces on a board, with him as the one orchestrating the game. If you can swiftly and decisively deal with the puppeteer, a cruel smile curved his lips. Then our confrontation may prove to be more exhilarating than I had anticipated. Simultaneously, within Yiye's villa, when Yiye clutched his tablet, a grim expression etched across his face as he scrolled through the forum. Boss, are you really going to wager everything against the puppeteer? His voice brimmed with deep concern. Although he may not match the Serpent King in strength, he is exceedingly treacherous. And having operated in the Dragon's Den for so many years, who knows what underhanded tactics he might employ. Yiye, seated on the sofa as he conducted a pre-match physical examination of the Charizard, replied without raising his head, "Do not worry, I am fully aware of my limits." However, when Yiye wished to express something further, but was silenced by a mere glance from Yiye. "Do you truly believe that with my current strength, I would be bested by someone inferior even to the Serpent King?" When Yiye opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from voicing a counterargument. Indeed, on paper, Yiye overwhelmingly surpassed the puppeteer. Yet, the crux of a confrontation has never solely been a matter of raw power. The puppeteer's position as the fifth ranked in the Dragon's lair is not solely a testament to his combat prowess. His cunning and treachery are renowned throughout the King's Academy. When Yiye recalled a duel from the previous year, an opponent who was evidently stronger than the puppeteer fell victim to the latter's insidious schemes due to underestimating him. That unfortunate soul now languished in a hospital bed, reportedly suffering severe psychological trauma, possibly never to engage in Pokémon battles again. "Boss, should I perhaps investigate the puppeteer's background?" When Yiye tentatively inquired. For knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Yiye lifted his head and regarded Yiye. "That would be acceptable, but do not appear overly eager. I do not wish for anyone to perceive that we are fearful." Yiye nodded vigorously, clutching his tablet as he made his way outside. Upon reaching the threshold, he turned back. "Boss, there's one more thing. Regarding Ziyuan, what about her? She has been inquiring about you all day." When Yiye replied, his expression somewhat peculiar, particularly concerning your Charizard's phoenix-like abilities. "I sense she seems interested in you." Yiye raised an eyebrow. Ziyuan interested in him? That was an unexpected revelation. However, he had no time to ponder such trivial matters. The impending duel was paramount. "Understood. You may attend to your affairs." When Yiye nodded and departed the villa, the living room fell silent once more. Yiye resumed his examination of Charizard, ensuring its condition had returned to peak performance. "Do you possess confidence for tomorrow's duel?" Charizard emitted a low growl, its eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. Yiye nodded in satisfaction. After today's intensive training, Charizard had achieved a qualitative leap in strength. The flawless fusion of Phoenix Fire and Dragon Power endowed it with combat capabilities rivaling those of champion-class Pokémon. A mere puppeteer was trivial in comparison. Yet, Yiye did not allow himself to grow complacent. He activated his personal terminal and began perusing the data concerning the puppeteer. The puppeteer's true name, age, and origins remained shrouded in mystery. This individual had seemingly materialized in the King's Academy, with all personal information meticulously concealed. The only certainty was that his ace Pokémon was a Hypno. Hypno, a quintessential Psychic-type Pokémon, boasted an exceptionally high IQ and formidable psychic abilities. In the hands of an experienced trainer, Hypno could unleash combat power far exceeding its level. It was said that the puppeteer's Hypno had already attained elite status and mastered numerous rare Psychic-type techniques. "Psychic-type, you say?" Yiye mused, stroking his chin. Psychic types could indeed prove troublesome, particularly against Pokémon adept in mental assaults. Nevertheless, he was not without countermeasures. Yiye rose and approached the villa's storage cabinet. He input the password, opened the door, and retrieved a small Pokeball. This is Rose's Pokeball. Although she is merely a Ralts at a low level, her ability to utilize surgery berries may yield unexpected benefits at a crucial moment, especially against Psychic-type Pokémon. Yiye stowed Rose's Pokeball safely and returned to the sofa to continue contemplating his strategy for tomorrow. Time passed inexorably, and night deepened. Just as Yiye prepared to rest, the doorbell of the villa rang out unexpectedly. He furrowed his brow. Who could be visiting at this hour? Yiye approached the door and peered through the display screen, revealing the visitor's silhouette. Ziyuan stood outside, cradling an Eevee, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Yiye opened the door. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Ziyuan did not respond immediately. Instead, she gazed silently at Yiye. In the dim glow of the porch light, her cool visage appeared even more beautiful. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "I wish to discuss something with you." "About what?" "About tomorrow's duel." Ziyuan's voice was soft, yet imbued with resolve. I possess some intelligence regarding the puppeteer that may prove useful to you. Yiye pondered briefly before stepping aside. Come in. Ziyuan nodded, entering the villa while holding Ev. In the living room, they sat facing one another. Ziyuan placed Ev on the sofa and then turned her gaze to Yiye. The puppeteer is far more perilous than you might imagine. Her tone was earnest, devoid of jest. He is not merely a trainer, but an expert in psychological warfare. He excels at disrupting his opponent's judgment, ensnaring them in traps of his design without their awareness. Yiye listened intently, refraining from interruption. Last year, a student named Lei Ming challenged him. Ziyuan continued. Lei Ming was evidently superior to the puppeteer, with his ace being an elite-level Raichu. Logically, this duel should have posed no challenge. But what was the outcome? Lei Ming was defeated catastrophically. A flicker of anger ignited in Ziyuan's eyes. The puppeteer employed a form of psychic interference during the battle, causing Lei Ming to hallucinate. Ultimately, Lei Ming's Raichu attacked its own trainer amid the chaos. Yi's expression sharpened. Are you suggesting he will resort to cheating in the duel? Not cheating. Ziyuan shook her head. All the methods he employs are within the bounds of the rules. However, those tactics. She paused, a look of disdain crossing her face. Those tactics are utterly despicable, completely contravening the spirit of Pokémon battles. Yi nodded. He now comprehended why when Yi harbored such concerns. The puppeteer was indeed a dangerous adversary, not solely due to his strength, but because of his underhanded methods. Thank you for the warning, Yi regarded Ziyuan, but I am curious, why are you sharing this with me? Ziyuan hesitated for a moment, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She opened her mouth as if to articulate something, but ultimately held her tongue. I simply do not wish to see a true stronghold fall victim to such vile tactics. Yi observed the slight flush on Ziyuan's face, gaining insight into her feelings. It seemed when Yi had not erred, this icy beauty harbored sentiments for him that were decidedly different. However, now was not the time for such reflections. I understand, Yi rose. It is getting late. You should rest. I will exercise caution in tomorrow's duel. Ziyuan also stood, cradling Ev from the sofa. Yi, she suddenly spoke, her voice as delicate as a feather. Yes? Make sure you win. Upon uttering these words, Ziyuan turned and departed from the villa, leaving Yi standing alone in the living room. As he gazed at Ziyuan's retreating silhouette, a faint smile graced his lips. An intriguing girl, indeed. However, the impending duel tomorrow remained his primary focus. He approached the window, contemplating the pitch-black night sky outside. In the distance, the dragon's lair was ablaze with light, as countless students buzzed with excitement over the forthcoming confrontation. A puppeteer, huh? A glint of coldness flickered in Yi's eyes. Let me see what abilities you truly possess. Chapter 121, Unconventional Strategy. The following day, the entire King Academy was enveloped in an atmosphere of restless anticipation. In the cafeteria, library, and training grounds, discussions regarding the evening's duel echoed through the air. Some were analyzing the strengths of both competitors. Others speculated on the treacherous tactics the puppeteer might employ, while a few had even begun placing bets on who would emerge victorious. In terms of odds, the puppeteer held a slight advantage. After all, he had operated within the dragon's lair for many years, boasting profound depth, while Yi, despite his formidable prowess, was ultimately just a newcomer. Nonetheless, a notable number of individuals wagered on Yi's victory, particularly those who had witnessed him vanquish the Serpent King firsthand. They knew well the terrifying power that lay within this seemingly tranquil youth. Yi remained oblivious to these discussions. He adhered to his usual routine of attending classes, training, and researching the development of devil fruits. Everything appeared so serene, as if tonight's duel bore no relevance to him. This calm demeanor, in fact, led more individuals to place their faith in him. After all, true strength is never swayed by the cacophony of external voices. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi was training in the back garden of the villa, honing his skills in controlling the sand domain under Kira's guidance. Though small in stature, the little creature exhibited an astonishing talent for manipulating sand. Under its command, the garden's sand morphed into an array of forms, sometimes resembling sharp swords, at other times shields, and even lifelike representations of animals. Excellent. Maintain this rhythm. Yi nodded in satisfaction. Remember, the essence of controlling sand lies not in brute strength, but in mental focus. You must perceive the sand as an extension of your own body. Boss. When Ye's voice abruptly interrupted the training from within the villa, Yi furrowed his brow. When Yi was generally aware of boundaries and wouldn't disturb his training without cause. Something significant must have occurred to elicit such urgency. What is the matter? Yi retracted Kira and stepped inside the villa. When Yi stood in the living room, his expression somewhat grim. He held a tablet, the screen displaying the Dragon's Lair forum interface. "Boss, something's gone awry." Yiye's voice trembled with anger. "That bastard, the puppeteer, has posted some outrageous content on the forum." Yiye took the tablet and directed his gaze to the screen. At the top of the forum's homepage, a post titled "Revealing the True Face of Sand Emperor Yiye" was prominently displayed. The author of the post was none other than the puppeteer. Yiye clicked on the post and swiftly skimmed through its contents. In the post, the puppeteer claimed to possess knowledge of Yiye's dark past. He alleged that before arriving at King Academy, Yiye had abused his Pokémon, even resorting to dangerous experiments to gain formidable power. The post was accompanied by several photographs, seemingly depicting Yiye engaged in some form of cruel training with Pokémon. The images were blurry, yet they bore a semblance to Yiye's figure. Most infuriating was the puppeteer's concluding statement: "A person like this is utterly unworthy of being called a trainer. Tonight's duel shall serve as retribution for all the Pokémon he has harmed." The number of replies beneath the post surged rapidly. While most individuals expressed skepticism towards these accusations, some began to believe the puppeteer's assertions. "I knew it. How could a newcomer be so powerful? Turns out he trains Pokémon in this manner. Disgusting. A scum who abuses Pokémon. Wait, those photos look so fake. They must be doctored. Regardless of the truth, I just don't like this Sand Emperor. He's too arrogant." After perusing the post, Yiye's expression remained unchanged. He returned the tablet to Yiye, speaking in a calm tone. "Is that all? Boss, aren't you angry?" Yiye questioned, perplexed. "This guy is clearly slandering you. Moreover, the timing is too convenient, evidently aimed at disrupting your mindset before the duel." Yiye shook his head. "Anger? Why should I be angry?" He walked to the sofa, his tone as tranquil as if discussing the weather. "A defeated dog, making a final struggle before succumbing to my might. This little ploy serves no purpose other than to expose his inner fears." Yiye paused, then recalled Yiye's consistent demeanor. Indeed, this man had never wavered in the face of external noise. Whether praise or slander, to him, it was merely fleeting. "Should we retaliate?" Yiye cautiously inquired. "I could have someone investigate the origin of those photos to prove they're fabricated." "No need." Yiye waved his hand. "Facts speak louder than words. After tonight's duel, all doubts will dissipate." He rose and made his way to the training room. "Now, I must prepare for the final showdown." When Yiye watched Yiye's retreating figure, a surge of admiration swelling within him. This was the true embodiment of a strong individual, unmoved by the external world, solely focused on his aspirations. Time elapsed, and the night finally descended. The Coliseum of King Academy was now thronged with spectators. All 5,000 seats were filled to capacity, with the aisles brimming with people. More students, unable to enter the venue, congregated in dormitories, cafeterias, and libraries, watching the much-anticipated duel via holographic broadcasts. In the center of the arena lay a standard Pokémon battlefield. Surrounding it were high-intensity energy barriers, ensuring that the fluctuations of energy during the battle would not harm the audience. At precisely 8 o'clock, the puppeteer made his entrance. He was a man of average height, appearing to be in his 30s, wearing a silver mask that concealed all but his piercing eyes. His arrival incited a frenzy among the spectators. "Puppeteer! Puppeteer!" His supporters began chanting rhythmically, their voices reverberating throughout the arena. The puppeteer walked to one end of the battlefield, quietly awaiting the arrival of his opponent. Minutes later, Yiye also appeared at the entrance. In stark contrast to the puppeteer's flamboyance, Yiye's entrance was understated. Dressed in a standard academy uniform, his expression remained as placid as a still lake, as though he were attending an ordinary classroom discussion. Yet, this very tranquility left a more profound impression. The audience erupted into even more fervent cheers. "Sand Emperor! Sand Emperor! Yiye! Yiye!" The two opposing chants intertwined within the arena, creating a unique auditory effect. Yiye strode to the opposite end of the battlefield, facing the puppeteer from afar. The arbiter of the arena is an esteemed elder, his voice resonating through the amplification system, addressing the audience. "Esteemed scholars, welcome to this evening's extraordinary duel." The combatants, the puppeteer ranked 5th in the Dragon's Lair, facing off against the newly ascendant powerhouse, Yiye. This encounter will unfold in a one-on-one format, with each side dispatching a single Pokémon until one succumbs to the loss of combat capability. Furthermore, as per the agreement between the contenders, the vanquished shall forfeit all Dragon Crystal points and items. Upon hearing this proclamation, the audience erupted into a cacophony of thunderous cheers. Such a high-stakes confrontation, wagering everything, is exceedingly rare in the annals of the Elite Academy. Now, let both sides summon their Pokémon simultaneously. No sooner had the referee's voice faded than the puppeteer sprang into action. He procured a dark violet pokeball from his waist, raising it high. "Arise, my companion. Let all behold what true power is." With a flash of red light, a towering Alakazam materialized in the arena. This Alakazam was clearly unlike any ordinary specimen. It boasted a robust physique, its muscular contours distinctly visible. Most striking were its eyes, which, instead of radiating the gentleness typically associated with its kind, glimmered with an eerie purple luminescence. A champion-level Alakazam. Gasps erupted from the knowledgeable onlookers. Alakazam is already a premier psychic-type Pokémon, and a champion level 1 possesses almost mythical mental prowess. Yiye cast a glance at the opposing Alakazam, his expression betraying no emotion. He slowly retrieved the Pokeball of his Charizard. "It's your turn, old friend." With a flash of light, the formidable Charizard emerged onto the battlefield. As Charizard fully materialized, an eerie silence fell over the entire arena. The overwhelming presence, the sheer aura emanating from it was palpable, even through the energy barrier separating it from the spectators. Particularly striking was the unique essence that enveloped Charizard, a mysterious power intertwining shades of crimson and azure, evoking a profound reverence from the depths of the souls present. "What caliber of Pokémon is this?" Murmurs floated through the audience. "It feels even more potent than champion level." "Wait, this aura. It seems reminiscent of the legendary." The whispers faded, replaced by an awestruck silence. On the battlefield, the two Pokémon faced each other from a distance. The Alakazam's eyes flickered with purple light, warping the very air around it due to its formidable psychic force. Charizard remained poised, its wings gently flickering with flames, yet each onlooker could sense the terrifying power concealed beneath its calm exterior. "The battle begins." The referee's voice rang out, marking the commencement of this highly anticipated confrontation. Chapter 122, The Defeat of Alakazam. No sooner had the referee's words dissipated than the puppeteer eagerly issued commands. "Alakazam, use Psychic." Instantly, Alakazam's eyes burst forth with blinding purple light, unleashing an invisible psychic wave towards Charizard. This psychic attack was not only immensely powerful, but also capable of directly assaulting the opponent's consciousness, plunging them into a state of disarray. Yet, in the face of this terrifying mental assault, Yiye's demeanor remained as tranquil as a still lake. "Purifying blue flame." His voice was soft, yet Charizard immediately comprehended the command. Ethereal blue flames erupted from Charizard's maw, colliding head-on with the psychic shockwave. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly intangible psychic force ignited upon contact with the ethereal blue flames, as if it had become a corporeal entity. The clash of purple psychic energy and azure flames resonated in the air, producing a cacophony of piercing shrieks. Ultimately, the purifying blue flame triumphed, incinerating the psychic attack entirely. The audience erupted in astonished exclamations. "Incredible! The flames can actually incinerate a psychic assault. What sorcery is this? It's utterly unscientific. Psychic energy is intangible. Wait, that blue flame. Where have I seen it before?" The puppeteer's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that his opening strike would be so effortlessly thwarted. However, he remained composed, swiftly recalibrating his strategy. "Alakazam, use illusion." Alakazam raised its hands once more, this time not launching a direct assault, but weaving an elaborate illusion. Suddenly, the entire arena transformed. The previously open space morphed into a lush forest, towering trees obscuring the sun, with countless vines ensnaring Charizard from all directions. This was Alakazam's signature technique, reality illusion. It could conjure hyper-realistic phantoms, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, leading the opponent to defeat amidst the chaos. The audience was awestruck by the grandeur of the illusion. Astounding! Is this the prowess of a champion-level Alakazam? This illusion seems utterly real. Yet, as Yiye surveyed the illusory forest, a smirk of disdain graced his lips. An illusion? He chuckled softly before issuing commands to Charizard. "Dragon Dance." Charizard slowly closed its eyes, beginning to dance gracefully in place. Each movement was elegant, infused with a sense of power, every step resonating with a profound rhythm. As the dance progressed, Charizard's aura began to surge dramatically. More importantly, as the dragon dance unfolded, the encroaching vines began to fade into unreality. The draconic blood coursing through Charizard granted it formidable resistance to various psychic attacks. Coupled with the purifying capabilities of its sacred flame, no illusion could escape its scrutiny. "What?" the puppeteer exclaimed in disbelief. He could not fathom why his prideful reality illusion had failed. Yet, Yiye afforded him no time to ponder. Flare Blitz. Upon completing the dragon dance, Charizard's eyes snapped open, ignited by blazing flames. It unfurled its wings, charging like a meteor ablaze towards Alakazam. Alakazam hurriedly attempted to evade using teleport, but it found itself paralyzed, not by any move, but by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Charizard. This was the innate ability of Dragon-type Pokémon, Dragon's Might. Under the weight of absolute level superiority, Alakazam was rendered incapable of any reaction. Boom! Flare Blitz struck Alakazam with tremendous force, sending it hurtling several meters away. Crashing heavily against the energy barrier at the arena's edge, Alakazam struggled to rise, but its body was scorched, movement rendered exceedingly difficult. The audience was in an uproar. Is this it? Alakazam couldn't withstand even a single blow? What manner of creature is that Charizard? The puppeteer's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that his meticulously crafted strategy would be so thoroughly dismantled. Yet, he did not concede. Alakazam, use Recover. Injured, Alakazam strained to gather its psychic energy, attempting to mend its wounds. However, he would not allow his opponent the luxury of recovery. Azure Flame Gale. The Charizard opened its massive jaws, unleashing a bird of fire composed purely of azure flames that soared directly towards the healing Alakazam. This azure flame bird was not only immensely powerful, but, more importantly, imbued with the sacred might of the Phoenix, capable of obstructing all healing and restorative effects. The azure flame bird struck Alakazam with pinpoint accuracy, and the resulting explosion enveloped it entirely in flames. When the fire subsided, Alakazam lay prostrate on the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. The entire Colosseum was plunged into a deathly silence, as everyone was left in shock by the overwhelming disparity in power. This was no duel, it was a one-sided massacre. The referee stood frozen for several moments before regaining composure to announce the outcome. The victor is decided. The winner is Yiye. A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience. Emperor! 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 The synchronized chants reverberated throughout the Colosseum. However, just when everyone believed the confrontation had concluded, the puppeteer suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh. Ha! Did you think this was the end? He produced a peculiar device from his pocket, a fist-sized black sphere pulsating with an eerie red light. This is a special gift I prepared for you. A mental bomb. Without hesitation, the puppeteer activated the device, and the black sphere exploded with blinding red light. A terrifying mental shockwave radiated outward from the sphere, overwhelming even energy shields. The students in the audience clutched their heads in agony, many collapsing on the spot. This mental bomb was a distinctly prohibited dangerous object, capable of indiscriminately attacking the minds of everyone in the vicinity, inflicting permanent psychological trauma. The puppeteer clearly intended to perish alongside Yiye. Yet, in the face of this sudden mental assault, Yiye remained composed. He gently stroked Charizard's neck. Purify all. Charizard let out a mighty roar, its ethereal blue flames surging forth. The Phoenix's fire transformed into a colossal flame barrier, shielding Yiye and the surrounding audience. As the horrific mental shockwaves met the flame barrier, they dissipated instantaneously, akin to snow melting beneath the scorching sun. The Phoenix's flames not only incinerated all malevolence, but also purified all negative energies. A mere mental bomb could not breach this sacred shield. Once the mental shockwaves had fully dissipated, Charizard retracted the flame barrier. The puppeteer stared in disbelief at the unscathed Yiye, his eyes filled with incredulity. Impossible. This cannot be, he murmured, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yiye approached the puppeteer, each step resonating heavily in the silent Colosseum. Is this truly all you have? His voice was soft, yet it instilled an unprecedented fear in the puppeteer. Aye. The puppeteer stammered. But Yiye had already closed the distance between them. Remember, this is the price for provoking me. Yiye extended his hand, gently patting the puppeteer's cheek. This gesture, seemingly tender, felt to the puppeteer like a thunderbolt, causing him to crumple to the ground. It was not physical harm, but rather a complete suppression of his spirit. In the face of absolute strength, all the puppeteer's schemes appeared utterly ludicrous. Yiye turned and walked away, not casting another glance at the puppeteer. To him, this individual was no longer worthy of his time. The students in the audience gradually regained their composure, and upon witnessing the scene on the arena floor, erupted into fervent cheers once more. This battle had decisively cemented Yiye's position within the Heavenly King Academy. From this moment forth, no one would dare to underestimate this youth from Pallet Town. The cheers within the Colosseum continued for a full 10 minutes. Yiye recalled Charizard and exited the battleground. His stride remained steady, as if he had merely completed an ordinary class assignment. The students in the audience rose, eager to catch a glimpse of the miraculous young man. Some raised their arms in wild cheers, others brandished communication devices to capture the moment. while a few even leaped onto their seats in an effort to attract Yiye's attention. Emperor, look over here. Yiye, can I get your autograph? So cool. That Charizard is a monster. Yiye paid no heed to the uproar. He walked directly toward the Colosseum's exit, where a figure awaited him. Yiye. Excitement and admiration were etched across Yiye's face. As Yiye approached, he nearly trembled as he spoke. Boss, you're incredible. Yiye glanced at Yiye and nodded slightly. Let us go. It's time to attend to business. The two departed the Colosseum, heading towards the management center of the Dragon's Nest. According to regulations, all of the puppeteer's points and items would be transferred to Yiye that very night. This fortune was vast enough to make any student instantaneously wealthy. Students encountered along the way automatically made way, their eyes filled with reverence. Some bold individuals attempted to greet him quietly, but most merely watched from a distance, too intimidated to approach. Boss, Yiye remarked as they walked. The forum has completely exploded. Do you know how many people are discussing tonight's duel? No, and I don't care. 300,000. The entire forum server of the Heavenly King Academy is nearly overwhelmed. Yiye exclaimed, gesturing excitedly, and it's not just our academy. Students from several other top academies are also following this event. Some say you possess the strength to challenge the strongest students from other academies. Yiye's pace faltered slightly. Other academies, you say? Indeed, in just 6 months, the annual inter-academy exchange competition would take place, gathering the strongest students from the 8 academies for a high-level contest. That would be the true stage to showcase strength. There's one more thing. Yiye lowered his voice. There's been movement from the tyrant's side. Yiye raised his head. What kind of movement? He just sent over a note. Yiye produced a slip of paper from his pocket, which bore a single sentence. Yiye took the note, which read in neat handwriting. 3 days from now, same location, same rules. It seemed he could hardly wait. Yiye tucked the note away. Very well. Once the business is concluded, I shall meet this tyrant. The two arrived at the management center. The staff member responsible for the point transfer was a middle-aged female teacher, who displayed a hint of awe upon seeing Yiye. Student Yiye, please present your student card. Yiye handed over his student card. The teacher took the card, manipulated the terminal for a few moments, and then her eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? What's wrong? Yiye inquired, leaning in with curiosity. The teacher pointed at the numbers on the screen, her voice trembling. The puppeteer's point balance is 876,000 points. Yiye gasped in astonishment. Over 800,000? How long has this guy been saving? Yiye, however, remained calm. It was not surprising for the puppeteer, who had operated within the dragon's nest for quite some time, to accumulate such points. Moreover, this sum was no longer astronomical in light of his current circumstances. In the item list, the teacher continued, a total of 37 various items, including 2 rare items and 1 legendary item. Legendary? This time, even Yiye was somewhat taken aback. The female teacher nodded, pulling up the details of the item. It was a time hourglass, said to have the ability to triple a Pokémon's speed at a critical moment, lasting for 30 seconds. Yiye squinted. A time hourglass. What a remarkable treasure. Though it could only be used once, its potential to turn the tide of battle at a crucial juncture was invaluable. Clearly, the puppeteer had put everything on the line. Confirm the transfer, Yiye stated. With a flurry of operations, a vast fortune was officially transferred into Yiye's possession. His current point balance had surpassed 1 million, making him one of the wealthiest students in the entire Champion Academy. As he departed from the management center, Yiye was still in shock. Boss, you're now a millionaire. In Champion Academy, points equate to everything. Whatever items you desire, whichever training grounds you wish to visit, or any professor you wish to request for private guidance, all is within your reach. Yiye took the lead in the conversation, however, at this moment. I am more concerned about another matter. What is it? The tyrant's background. Yiye halted his steps, gazing at Yiye. Help me gather all the information on him. The more detailed, the better. Yiye nodded vigorously. Leave it to me. The next morning, Yiye was engaged in his daily training within the villa's training room. His giraffe was practicing the move sand prison, with countless grains of sand forming various shapes under its control. After days of training, the little creature had made significant progress in mastering the sand fruit. Meanwhile, the Happiny was honing its heel pulse, with a gentle green light coalescing in its hands before slowly radiating outward. This skill not only healed injuries, but also purified negative statuses, making it an indispensable support skill in team battles. As for the Ralts, it was diligently practicing the room skill. Although it could only create a small surgical space at present, Yiye sensed that as its comprehension of the surgical fruit deepened, the power of this skill would become increasingly formidable. Yiye nodded in satisfaction. Each Pokémon's growth was progressing smoothly, especially with the enhancement of the Devil Fruit, allowing their advancement to far exceed that of similarly leveled Pokémon. A knock echoed at the training room door. "Come in." When Yiye entered, clutching a thick stack of documents. "Boss, I have gathered all the information you requested." He placed the materials on the table, his expression grave. "However, I must warn you. This tyrant is far more dangerous than we imagined." Yiye paused his actions and approached the table to peruse the documents. The information was extensive, detailing not only the tyrant's basic data, but also his battle records and tactical analyses over the years. The tyrant, whose real name and age remained unknown, seemed to have appeared out of thin air at Champion Academy, with all background details meticulously concealed. Yet, his accomplishments were indisputable. Over the past 3 years, the tyrant had participated in 123 official duels, boasting a record of 123 victories with 0 defeats, 0 losses. Even more alarming was that in these 123 matches, 92 concluded with the opponent's Pokémon rendered unable to fight, while the remaining 31 ended with the opponents conceding defeat voluntarily. In other words, no one had ever lasted more than 10 minutes in a straightforward confrontation against him. His ace was a Tyranitar. When he pointed to a photograph in the documents, claiming that this Tyranitar had achieved champion-level strength and possessed many rare skills. Yiye scrutinized the image of the Tyranitar. It was an enormous quasi-divine Pokémon, standing over 3 meters tall, its body encased in a tough, bluish-green exoskeleton. Most striking were its eyes, which glowed with a cold, bloodthirsty light. Are there other Pokémon? Yes, but the information is scant. When you flip through a few pages, according to witnesses, he had at least 3 more Pokémon, yet no one had ever witnessed their true strength. The tyrant's battles were always swift, typically resolved solely with his Tyranitar. Yiye continued to sift through the documents. In addition to the battle records and Pokémon information, there were descriptions of the tyrant's personal style: cold, ruthless, and unscrupulous. In battles, the tyrant never showed mercy. On several occasions, when an opponent's Pokémon had clearly lost the ability to fight, he would still command his Tyranitar to continue attacking, inflicting unnecessary harm. The Academy had warned him multiple times, but the tyrant always found technical loopholes to ensure his actions did not violate the rules. "This fellow is a dangerous individual," when he summarized. "Boss, are you certain you want to confront him? Perhaps we should consider other options." "No need." Yiye closed the documents, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Since he has come to me, let him witness what true strength entails." He walked to the window, gazing at the distant black villa deep within the dragon's lair. That was the tyrant's lair. The duel 3 days hence would determine who was the true sovereign of the dragon's lair. Chapter 123, The Champion-Level Tentacruel. 3 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. Yiye experienced a tranquil period, engaging in regular training and attending classes without any extraordinary preparations. This calmness left when Yiye in a state of anxious urgency. "Boss, do you really not need to devise any special strategies?" When Yiye paced back and forth in the villa, "That tyrant is not at all like the puppeteer." Yiye was feeding energy cubes to his giraffe, not even lifting his head. "Strategies? Yes. For instance, exploiting the weaknesses of his Tyranitar or utilizing type advantages. Do you think I require them?" When he opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Indeed, given Yiye's current strength, it seemed he truly did not need any elaborate tactics. However, the tyrant was different. That guy had never been defeated in 3 years, and he acted with ruthless efficiency, far from a pushover. The doorbell rang. Yiye approached the door, checking the visitor on the display screen. It was Ziyuan. Today, she was not holding her EV, her hands clasped behind her back, her expression somewhat tense. "Come in." Ziyuan entered the living room, her gaze lingering on Yiye's face for a few seconds. "Today, you're going to face the tyrant." "Indeed." "I." Ziyuan bit her lip. "I brought you something." She retrieved a delicate box from behind her and handed it to Yiye. The box was light, and a faint sound of movement emanated from within. Yiye opened it to reveal a blue badge, intricately carved with complex patterns, radiating a soft glow. "What is this?" "A talisman." Ziyuan's voice was soft. "My grandmother gave it to me. It is said to protect the bearer from mental attacks." Yiye picked up the badge for a closer examination. Its material felt unique, exuding a soothing energy that indeed seemed capable of calming the mind. "This is a precious item." "It's nothing." Ziyuan's face flushed slightly. "As long as you return safely." Yiye looked at Ziyuan, the usually icy girl now clearly displaying her concern. "Thank you." He fastened the badge to his chest. "I will take good care of it." Ziyuan nodded and turned to leave, but paused at the doorway. "Yiye, you must win." Upon uttering these words, Ziyuan hastily departed, leaving Yiye standing at the doorway, deep in thought. When also emerged from the living room, a suggestive smile gracing his face. Boss, it seems your romantic prospects are quite promising, he remarked. Yiye shot him a glare. Enough chatter, let's prepare to set off. As night descended, the arena was once again filled to capacity. Tonight's audience surpassed the last, with numerous professors and administrators from the academy in attendance. After all, this was a showdown between the top two contenders in the Dragon's Lair, with the victor poised to become the new sovereign. The tyrant arrived early. Standing at one end of the battlefield, his imposing figure clad in a black mask that concealed all but his chilling eyes. Unlike the insidious demeanor of the puppeteer, the tyrant exuded a sense of raw, unadulterated violence and murderous intent. Whispers erupted among the spectators. The tyrant seems even more terrifying than before. Can you feel that oppressive aura? I can scarcely breathe sitting here. Will the Tsar prevail? I'm beginning to worry. At precisely 8 o'clock, Yiye made his entrance. In stark contrast to the tyrant's ostentation, Yiye's arrival remained understated. Yet it was this very tranquility that hushed the crowd. The collision of their distinctly different energies created a captivating contrast within the arena. The referee, the Academy's president himself, underscored the significance of this duel. Tonight's battle will adhere to the 3v3 rules. The president's voice resonated through the loudspeakers. Both sides will take turns sending out Pokémon until one side's Pokémon can no longer fight. He paused. Moreover, as per the agreement, the defeated will surrender all points and items, and the president will be leaving the King's Academy. The audience erupted in gasps. Leaving the academy? This wager was far more consequential than anticipated. The tyrant chuckled darkly. Tsar, I hope you are prepared. Yiye remained silent, merely observing his opponent. The first match begins. The tyrant acted first, retrieving a black pokeball from his waist. Arise, claw that rends all, Drago moles. A massive Drago mole emerged, evidently trained to a superior degree. Its size exceeding that of its ordinary kin, its steel claws glinting ominously. Yiye also produced a pokeball. Yukira, your time has come. The diminutive Yukira appeared, presenting a stark contrast to the colossal Drago mole. Murmurs rippled through the audience, many expressing concern over the noticeable disparity in size. Yet Yiye knew that Yukira's true power far surpassed what was apparent. Drago mole dig. The tyrant commanded without hesitation. The Drago mole instantly burrowed into the ground, moving swiftly beneath the surface. This was its specialty, utilizing the element of surprise to deliver a fatal blow. Desert Prison, Yiye intoned softly. Yukira's eyes lit up, activating the Sand Fruit's ability. The ground of the battlefield began to transform, the once solid rock becoming fluid sand. The Drago mole, moving underground, suddenly found its environment altered. The familiar soil morphed into shifting sands, impeding its progress. Worse yet, these sands began to constrict, forming a colossal cage that ensnared the Drago mole within. What? The tyrant exclaimed. He had never witnessed such a capability. A ground-type Pokémon could manipulate sand directly? This defied all logic. The Drago mole struggled desperately, but the desert prison tightened its grip. Ultimately, it was forced to emerge from the ground, its body ensnared and immobilized by the sand. Desert Blade. Yukira raised a tiny hand, and countless blades formed from sand materialized in the air, launching towards the Drago mole in unison. Thud, thud, thud. The desert blade struck true, eliciting agonized cries from the Drago mole. While the power of each sand blade was modest, their sheer number and strategic angles proved overwhelming. Drago mole, break free. Use Earthquake. The Drago mole unleashed all its might, its body swelling as it attempted to shatter the desert prison. Simultaneously, it employed the Earthquake skill, hoping to disrupt the sand structure through vibrations. However, Yukira's Sand Fruit had already reached an intermediate development level, granting it far superior control over the sand. No matter how the Drago mole struggled, the sand remained steadfastly ensnaring it. It's over. Sandstorm. A colossal sandstorm began to swirl around Yukira, barreling toward the confined Drago mole. The storm was infused with countless fine grains of sand, each carrying tremendous force. The Drago mole let out a final, desperate wail within the storm before collapsing, utterly incapacitated. The audience fell into a brief silence before erupting into thunderous applause. Incredible that Yukira, though so small, possesses monstrous strength. The tyrant's expression darkened considerably. Retrieving the Drago mole, his murderous intent intensified. So you are indeed the Sand Tsar, he gritted through clenched teeth, but your luck ends here. The tyrant produced a second Pokeball, this one a deep purple. Arise, Toxapex. A gigantic Toxapex appeared, exuding a noxious purple mist that thickened the air around it. More alarmingly, this Toxapex's power was evidently at the champion level. Yiye narrowed his eyes. The tyrant is serious now. Yukira, return, he called, withdrawing the little one before producing another Pokeball. Ralts, it's your turn. The petite Ralts appeared, appearing fragile and delicate. Whispers of concern rippled through the audience, many fearing that Yiye was courting disaster. Yet Yiye understood Ralts's capabilities well. The surgical fruit, in certain circumstances, could prove more formidable than any combat skill. Toxapex enveloped the arena in toxic mist. Toxapex opened its massive maw, unleashing a thick, purple fog that swiftly cloaked the entire battlefield. This toxic mist not only inflicted continuous damage but also paralyzed the opponent's nerves, hindering their ability to fight. However, Ralts stood resolutely still, seemingly unaffected by the miasma. Room. An invisible, transparent sphere expanded from Ralts, swiftly covering half the battlefield. Within this space, Ralts was the undisputed sovereign. Before Toxapex could comprehend the shift, it found its body behaving erratically. It attempted to move, but its limbs coordinated poorly. It sought to unleash its skills, yet the flow of energy was forcibly redirected. The audience erupted in confusion. No one grasped what had transpired. They merely witnessed the diminutive Ralts make a gesture while the champion-level Toxapex struggled to act normally. The tyrant's expression shifted dramatically. What is this ability? Yiye offered no reply, merely nodding at Ralts. Scalpel. Ralts extended a tiny hand, and an invisible scalpel materialized within the room space. This blade could sever anything, including the toxic circulatory system within Toxapex. Snip. Toxapex's body stiffened before it slowly toppled to the ground. It suffered no external wounds, yet the circulation of toxins within its body was severed, rendering it incapable of maintaining normal physiological functions. Chapter 124, Champion Level. The audience fell silent, as if in a graveyard at midnight. The mighty toxic stinger jellyfish lay motionless on the ground, its enormous form devoid of life. There was no blood, no wounds, nor even a trace of battle. Yet, it had undeniably lost its combat capabilities. The tyrant fixed his gaze on the diminutive larvitar at the center of the arena, his murderous intent nearly palpable. He could not fathom what had just transpired. A larvitar, with a level of less than 10, had instantaneously vanquished his king-level toxic stinger jellyfish? Impossible. His voice rumbled like a beast's growl. Rose withdrew the room space, her petite form appearing even more delicate against the battlefield. However, no one dared to underestimate this seemingly inconspicuous larvitar now. A cacophony of astonished murmurs erupted in the audience. What kind of technique was that? I have never witnessed such an ability. That larvitar seemingly did nothing at all. Yiye retracted Rose, his expression calm. The powers of the surgical fruit indeed defied common sense. Yet this was the formidable nature of the devil fruit. Without understanding the mechanics of such abilities, even the mightiest of opponents could fall in an instant. 20. The referee announced the score. The tyrant's breathing became labored. He had managed his dragon lair for 3 years without encountering such an enigmatic adversary. Very well. The tyrant raised his head, madness intensifying in his eyes. It seemed he must take this seriously. He produced his final pokeball. It was an elite ball, entirely black, adorned with intricate engravings that exuded a suffocating aura. Arise, Tyranitar. A brilliant red light flashed, and a colossal Tyranitar appeared on the battlefield. The audience fell into a hushed awe. This Tyranitar towered over 3 meters. Its greenish-blue shell marred by scars of battle. Its eyes, a pure crimson, held no emotion, only an instinct for slaughter. More terrifying was the oppressive aura it emanated. This was the true terror of a champion-level Pokémon, causing the students in the audience to instinctively recoil. As Tyranitar materialized, the temperature of the entire arena plummeted several degrees. The air was rife with a stifling atmosphere that made it difficult to breathe. Yiye narrowed his eyes. This Tyranitar's strength had indeed reached the champion level and was evidently subjected to specialized training. Judging by the bloodlust radiating from it, this creature had undoubtedly been involved in numerous violent encounters. Sand King. The tyrant's voice grew hoarse. Do you still believe victory is assured? Tyranitar emitted a low growl, its voice reverberating throughout the arena, causing the energy barrier to tremble slightly. Yiye did not immediately send out his Pokémon. Instead, he observed Tyranitar with keen interest. The creature's physique was intriguing, its muscle definition more pronounced than that of an ordinary Tyranitar, clearly having undergone some form of enhancement training. Furthermore, its gaze reminded Yiye of animals he had seen in illegal fighting arenas in his past life, those that existed solely for combat, stripped of all other emotions. What have you done to it? Yiye suddenly inquired. The tyrant paused momentarily, then erupted into mocking laughter. What have I done? I have merely transformed it into the perfect fighting machine. He caressed Tyranitar's shell, recounting 3 years of rigorous training, 12 hours a day, coupled with specially formulated substances, and... He hesitated, a perverse delight flickering in his eyes, and the necessary psychological conditioning. Now, it has completely forgotten fear, pain, and compassion. Its existence serves but one purpose: slaughter. A collective gasp of horror swept through the audience. This training method had utterly contravened the fundamental principles of Pokémon training. Yiye's expression turned icy. He had witnessed many brutal training methods, but the tyrant's complete distortion of a Pokémon's nature was unprecedented. This was no longer training. It was torment. I see. Yiye retrieved his Charizard's Pokeball, realizing that today he would not only teach the tyrant a lesson, but also liberate this Tyranitar. The tyrant cackled maniacally. Liberation? Who do you think you are? A savior? He pointed at Tyranitar. Look at its eyes. It only desires to tear you and your Pokémon apart. Tyranitar indeed gazed intently at Yiye, its murderous intent unmistakable. Yet Yiye noticed a faint glimmer of light deep within the crimson depths, perhaps a remnant of this Tyranitar's last vestiges of sanity. Arise, Charizard. A flash of red light. And the majestic Charizard appeared on the battlefield. The moment it fully materialized, a terrifying pressure, infused with the power of dragons and the flames of the phoenix, erupted forth. The students in the audience experienced the profound shock that resonated from the very depths of their souls. Though Charizard's aura was not as ferocious as Tyranitar's, it was no less commanding. More importantly, the light in Charizard's eyes was crystal clear, a beacon of wisdom and reason, starkly contrasting the madness reflected in Tyranitar's gaze. The two champion-level Pokémon stood facing each other, a tense atmosphere reminiscent of a storm brewing in the air. Tyranitar, Shadow Ball. The tyrant struck first. The massive Tyranitar opened its jaws, rapidly condensing a shadow ball the size of a basketball within. This shadow ball was more than 10 times more potent than a standard one, crackling with dark electricity on its surface. The shadow ball hurtled toward Charizard with blinding speed, nearly invisible in its trajectory. Yet Charizard merely lifted a wing, and a barrier of azure flames formed instantaneously before it. The shadow ball collided with the barrier, producing a tremendous explosion, yet the azure flame shield remained steadfast. Purifying azure flames, Yiye commanded calmly. Charizard opened its mighty jaws, unleashing a massive azure fire column toward Tyranitar. The temperature of the fire column was so high that it warped the very air around it. Tyranitar crossed its arms defensively across its chest, bracing itself against the azure flame assault. Charizard's attack left charred marks on its shell, but the damage was not severe. Excellent defense, Yiye acknowledged with a nod, but this was merely the beginning. He gently stroked the amulet given to him by Ziyuan, feeling the warm power it emanated. Dragon Dance. Charizard began to dance gracefully in the air, its movements imbued with elegance and strength. As the dance progressed, its aura surged dramatically. The tyrant's expression shifted. Tyranitar, do not give it a chance. Rock Tomb. Countless massive boulders erupted from the ground, hurtling toward the dancing Charizard. However, Charizard's movements were too agile. It twirled and soared through the air, deftly evading every attack. The Dragon Dance is complete. Charizard's aura had reached an astonishing level. It now possessed the combat prowess of a champion-level peak. Now, allow me to demonstrate true power. Yiye's gaze sharpened. Wing attack. Charizard's wings ignited with fierce flames. But this time, the flames were not merely azure. They shimmered with an exquisite interplay of azure and golden hues. It descended like a meteor, its target unmistakably aimed at Tyranitar. The tyrant's pupils constricted, for the force of this assault exceeded his expectations. Tyranitar, Hyper Beam. Tyranitar opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a formidable orange beam directed at the descending Charizard. The two forces collided midair, erupting into a deafening explosion. The shockwave from the blast swept through the entire arena, causing even the energy barrier to tremble violently. As the smoke cleared, Charizard hovered in the air, its flames still blazing fiercely upon its wings. Meanwhile, Tyranitar knelt partially, its carapace displaying visible fissures. The audience erupted into a frenzy. Such a confrontation transcended the standards of the Academy. It was a true championship-level battle. The tyrant's expression twisted into a grimace. Not enough. Far from sufficient. He withdrew a purple syringe from his cloak. Tyranitar, unleash your final strength. Without hesitation, he plunged the syringe into Tyranitar's neck, injecting the entirety of the violet liquid within. In an instant, Tyranitar's physique began to transform. Its muscles swelled. The crimson glow in its eyes intensified, and its aura surged to unprecedented heights. Yet, at the same time, its rationality rapidly dissipated. What is this? Yiye furrowed his brow. Berserker Serum. The tyrant cackled madly. It can triple a Pokémon's combat prowess in a short span, at the cost of complete loss of reason. But now, Tyranitar has become the perfect killing machine. Indeed, Tyranitar, post-serum, had grown significantly stronger. Yet Yiye noted that the last flicker of light in its eyes had vanished entirely. Now, Tyranitar had devolved into a mere beast. This is too much. Yiye's voice turned frigid, appalled at the tyrant's actions against his own Pokémon. He turned to Charizard, their gazes meeting in the air. Granite Liberation. Chapter 125, Liberation. The berserk Tyranitar emitted a thunderous roar, laden with inhuman agony. Under the serum's influence, its body expanded dramatically, its already imposing figure increasing by a third. The turquoise carapace began to redden, as if it were a block of iron heated by the violent energy within. Most terrifying were its eyes. The original crimson had morphed into a pitch black, devoid of any sanity, filled solely with primal destruction. The students in the audience recoiled, even through the energy barrier. They could sense the chilling malice. One clenched his fists anxiously in the stands. He had encountered many powerful Pokémon, but never one so grotesquely distorted. Boss, one murmured, worry for Yiye gnawing at his heart. Yiye gazed quietly at the Tyranitar before him, a profound fury bubbling within. It was not anger at the battle, but at the tyrant's abhorrent actions. In his worldview, Pokémon were companions, friends, comrades fighting side by side. Yet the tyrant had turned his Pokémon into this abomination. This was no longer training, it was abuse. Tyrant. Yiye lifted his head, the coldness in his eyes sending tremors through the audience. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? The tyrant laughed maniacally. What am I doing? I am pursuing power. Absolute power. He pointed at the frenzied Tyranitar. Look at it now. This is the perfect battle weapon. No fear, no hesitation, only pure destruction. Suddenly, Tyranitar moved. Its speed multiplied several times over. The massive form exhibiting astonishing agility. Its formidable arms swung, each punch imbued with the might to shatter mountains. Charizard swiftly ascended to evade, but Tyranitar relentlessly pursued. It leapt high, reaching over 20 meters, its colossal fist aimed at Charizard's abdomen. Charizard flapped its wings to retreat, yet Tyranitar's assault was too swift. The fist grazed Charizard's flank. A low growl of pain escaped as the flames of battle ignited in its eyes. Blue flare. Yiye commanded with unwavering composure. Charizard spread its wings, unleashing a multitude of azure fireballs that rained down upon Tyranitar. Tyranitar did not flinch nor evade, allowing the fireballs to bombard its body. The explosive flames enveloped it entirely, yet as the smoke dissipated, Tyranitar remained firmly planted, its carapace marred by more charred marks, but the injuries were not fatal. The Berserker Serum had not only amplified its offensive capability, but also significantly bolstered its defensive resilience and pain threshold. Now, Tyranitar felt no pain. Futile, the tyrant laughed triumphantly. Tyranitar has surpassed its limits. Your Charizard, no matter how strong, cannot. His words were abruptly interrupted by Yiye's icy voice. You are mistaken. Yiye stepped forward to the edge of the battlefield. The strength of Charizard does not lie in sheer destructiveness. He raised his hand, gently caressing the amulet at his chest. The words of Ziyuan echoed in his mind. You must win. Its true power resides in the unwavering flame within its heart. Upon hearing this, Charizard's eyes sparkled even brighter, understanding Yiye's meaning. Its opponent was no longer the ordinary Tyranitar, but a pitiful entity stripped of reason. Defeating it was not the challenge. The true difficulty lay in how to grant it genuine liberation while achieving victory. Immortal Thistle. Charizard's body ignited with a gentle blue flame. Devoid of searing heat, radiating only pure light. This fire transformed into countless azure blossoms, scattering across the battlefield. As the flowers touched the ground, the arena was suffused with a dreamlike blue hue. The tyrant frowned. What is this? Decorative fireworks? Yet, Tyranitar's reaction was peculiar. As those blue flowers made contact with its form, its movements began to slow, not due to paralysis, but for a deeper reason. Within the radiance of those blossoms, a faint glimmer flickered in the depths of Tyranitar's black pupils. It was a remnant of its consciousness. The true purpose of Immortal Thistle was not to attack, but to purify. It could eradicate all negative states, including mental distortions and anguish. Tyranitar's movements gradually decelerated, the darkness in its gaze slowly fading. The effects of the Berserker Serum rapidly dissipated under the purifying influence of the eternal flame. No, the tyrant bellowed in fury. Tyranitar, continue fighting. Tear that Charizard apart. But Tyranitar could no longer hear his commands. Surrounded by the blue flowers, it slowly lifted its gaze to Charizard above. That expression was no longer one of maddened bloodlust, but rather gratitude. It finally recalled what it once was. The exhilaration of first encountering a trainer in its youth, the clumsiness and effort of learning new skills, the joy of achieving its first victory. All memories buried under the serum and potions resurfaced in that moment. A single tear trickled down Tyranidar's eye. It was the first tear that fell in 3 years. A profound silence enveloped the audience, as everyone felt the sheer gravity of the moment. This transcendent exchange of emotions resonated deeply within each soul present, stirring their hearts. The tyrant's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding scenario. This was impossible. It had been completely under my control. It should not possess its own consciousness. You are mistaken. Yiye's voice echoed throughout the arena, no matter the suffering endured. A Pokémon spirit shall never be extinguished. Their yearning for beauty and thirst for freedom shall remain eternal. Bankyra slowly turned its head to gaze at the tyrant. That look instilled an unprecedented fear within the tyrant, not fear born of power, but a fear rooted in conscience. In Bankyra's eyes, the tyrant saw accusations, pain, and 3 years' worth of suppressed rage. Be Bankyra's? The tyrant's voice trembled as he spoke. What are you doing? I am your trainer. Bankyra's rose, its massive form appearing particularly majestic against the backdrop of blue flowers. It glanced at the tyrant, then up at the Charizard in the sky. Then, in an unexpected gesture, it knelt, not before the tyrant, but before Yiye and Charizard. This act was one of gratitude, of release, and of supplication. It was imploring Yiye for true freedom. Yiye understood Bankyra's intent. He nodded, a flicker of sadness and respect in his eyes. I comprehend, he said to Charizard, granting it the last vestige of dignity. Charizard nodded in return, slowly descending to stand before Bankyra's. The two colossal Pokémon faced each other, devoid of hostility, only mutual understanding and respect. Charizard extended its claw and gently caressed Bankyra's head. This was a gesture of solace, as well as farewell. Bankyra's closed its eyes, its visage reflecting a tranquility it had not known in 3 years. Phoenix Strike. This time, the Phoenix Strike lacked ferocity. It radiated pure light. The azure flames enveloped Bankyra's, not inflicting pain, but bestowing warmth. Within the flames, Bankyra's body began to glow, a luminous sign of its soul's purification. When the light dissipated, Bankyra's lay upon the ground. Yet its face retained a serene expression. This was not death, it was liberation. The arena fell into a prolonged silence. Many spectators were moved to tears, profoundly affected by the scene before them. This was not merely the conclusion of a duel, it was a redemption of life. The tyrant slumped to the ground, his gaze vacant. He could not accept this outcome. His Bankyra's, the perfect weapon he had forged over 3 years, had chosen such an end. Why? He murmured. Why did this happen? Yiye approached him, devoid of triumph, only filled with deep disdain. Because you never regarded it as a partner. Yiye looked down upon the tyrant. In your eyes, it was but a tool, an instrument. You granted it power, yet stripped away its soul. The tyrant lifted his head, defiance etched in his eyes. So what? Power is everything. As long as one is powerful enough, anything can be attained. That is erroneous. Yiye shook his head. True power derives from trust and bonds. You shall never grasp this truth. At that moment, the referee finally came to his senses and announced the duel's outcome. The victor has been determined. The champion is Yiye. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. But this ovation was imbued with a unique sentiment. It was not merely a celebration of the victor, but a farewell to the liberated Bankyra's. In accordance with the agreement, the tyrant relinquished all points and items, subsequently escorted away by the Academy's security personnel. From that day forth, he would be expelled from the Champion Academy, never to return. Yiye recalled Charizard, standing quietly in the center of the battlefield. The blue flowers continued to dance in the air, marking the conclusion of this extraordinary confrontation. When Yiye rushed down from the stands, tears glistening in his eyes. Boss, you did the right thing, he said, his voice choked with emotion. That Bankyra's is finally free. Yiye nodded, though his heart felt heavy. Victory was indeed significant, yet he yearned for a world devoid of such tragedies. Just then, an unexpected voice resonated. An extraordinary duel. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man in a black suit striding into the arena. His gait was steady, his gaze sharp, exuding an air of authority. Who are you? Yiye inquired, furrowing his brow. The man smiled as he produced a business card. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Akamatsu, a representative of Mr. Adak, the champion of the Unova region. Upon hearing the name of the Unova champion, gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. Adak was one of the men standing atop the world. Mr. Adak is quite intrigued by your prowess, Akamatsu continued. He wishes to invite you to participate in next month's Champion Challenge. Yiye narrowed his eyes. The Champion Challenge? That is an elite event reserved for the strongest trainers from each region. Typically, only gym leaders are qualified to receive such an invitation. Why? Akamatsu gestured towards the battlefield. The recent duel speaks for itself. You not only possess champion-level strength, but more importantly, you harbor a true trainer's heart. He paused. This is the quality Mr. Adak values most. Yiye pondered for a moment. Participating in the champion challenge would indeed be an excellent opportunity to enhance his strength and reputation, as well as to engage with the world's top trainers. I need to contemplate this. Of course. Akamatsu handed Yiye a specially crafted business card containing detailed information. However, I must remind you that the challenge commences in merely 1 month, leaving you little time to prepare. With that, Akamatsu turned and departed, leaving Yiye to reflect. The champion challenge, was it? Yiye glanced at the card in his hand, a flicker of anticipation lighting his eyes. Perhaps it was time to step beyond the confines of the Champion Academy and prove himself on a grander stage. Chapter 126, The Champion Challenge. In the depths of night, Yiye sat alone on the balcony of his villa, idly toying with the black business card. The moonlight bathed the card in a soft silver glow. The card was made of a unique material, its texture reminiscent of a high-grade alloy, inscribed with simple text, Invitation to the Unova Region Champion Challenge. Below it was an exquisite emblem, symbolizing the authority of the Champion League. When Yiye sat beside him, eager to speak but at a loss for words. The impact of tonight's duel weighed heavily on him, especially Bankiraz's final choice, prompting him to reevaluate many aspects of Pokémon battles. Boss, when Yiye finally spoke, are you really going to participate in the Champion Challenge? Yiye did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed up at the myriad of stars twinkling in the night sky. In a place like Tianwang Academy, one seldom encounters such a pristine night sky. The stars twinkle like diamonds scattered across a black velvet canvas. Do you think I should participate? Yiye retorted. When he scratched his head, I'm not certain. The Champion Challenge is a world-class event, featuring only the most elite trainers from various regions. Given your current prowess, you certainly qualify to compete. But what? However, the preparation time is too short. When Yiye's voice hinted at concern, you have merely a month to prepare, and you still need to manage your academic commitments. More importantly, those competitors possess extensive experience in major tournaments, while I am merely a newcomer who has been enrolled for just a few months, Yiye interjected, taking the lead in the conversation, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, on the surface, his credentials seemed rather superficial. Yet, unbeknownst to Yiye's true strength far surpassed appearances. Moreover, his understanding of this world was likely more profound than that of many seasoned trainers. Just then, the doorbell of the villa rang. Yiye frowned. Who could it be at this hour? He approached the door and, through the display screen, beheld an unexpected figure. Ziyuan stood outside, cradling an EV in her arms, her expression somewhat complex. Is there something you need at this late hour? Yiye inquired as he opened the door. Ziyuan bit her lip, appearing to muster considerable courage. I heard about the Champion Challenge. Her voice was soft, yet clear in the stillness of the night. Word travels fast. Yiye remarked as he stepped aside. Come in and sit down. Ziyuan entered the living room, and when Yiye, sensing the moment, discreetly excused himself to return to his room. With only Yiye and Ziyuan remaining in the living room, the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Are you going to participate? Ziyuan asked directly. I'm still contemplating, Yiye replied honestly. What do you think? Ziyuan paused for a moment, then lifted her gaze to meet Yiye's. Under the warm glow of the lights, her eyes sparkled with a remarkable brightness. I believe you should compete, she said, not for any other reason, but because you possess the capability. I watched your match tonight. Your strength manifests not only in your fighting prowess, but also within your heart. She hesitated for a moment, her voice softening further. A trainer like you deserves to stand on a larger stage, allowing more people to witness the true essence of Pokémon battles. Yiye was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Ziyuan to support his decision so fervently. Aren't you worried? He asked. You must be aware of the dangers associated with the Champion Challenge. Ziyuan nodded. Of course I am concerned. Her cheeks flushed slightly. But I have greater faith in your strength. Moreover what? I will be here waiting for your return. Ziyuan's voice was as faint as a whisper, but Yiye heard her clearly. Her words infused the living room with an even more intimate atmosphere. Observing the faint blush on Ziyuan's cheeks, Yiye felt a warm surge within. In this unfamiliar world, having someone care so deeply for him was indeed a blessing. Thank you, Yiye said sincerely. With your words, I feel reassured. Ziyuan's face reddened further as she stood, still holding EV. I should head back now. There are classes tomorrow. As she reached the door, she turned back. Yiye, yes? Regardless of the decision you make, I will support you. With that, Ziyuan hurriedly departed, leaving Yiye standing at the door with mixed emotions. He returned to the balcony, and picked up the black business card once more. At this moment, he had nearly arrived at his conclusion. He would participate in the champion challenge, not to prove anything, nor to attain any glory, but because it was a necessary step on his journey to becoming stronger. In this world, countless secrets awaited his discovery, and many formidable opponents were eager to be challenged. If he remained in the relatively safe confines of Tianwang Academy, he would never reach the true pinnacle of strength. Furthermore, through tonight's duel, he had recognized a crucial truth. In this world, many trainers, like Tyrant, were twisted, and many Pokémon, like Bangilas, suffered greatly. If he could grow stronger, perhaps he could alter the course of such tragedies. With this thought, Yiye's gaze solidified with determination. Yiye, he called out loudly. Yiye rushed out from his room. What is it, boss? Help me contact Qisong. Yiye stood up and declared. I accept the invitation. Yiye paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. Watching Yiye's excitement, Yiye couldn't help but smile. Though this fellow's strength was not remarkable, his loyalty was undoubtedly unwavering. The following morning, the entire Tianwang Academy was shaken by a piece of news. The newly crowned ruler of the Dragon's Lair, Yiye, had accepted the invitation to the Unova Region's Champion Challenge. This announcement caused an even greater uproar than the duel from the previous night. After all, the duel was merely an internal affair of the Academy, whereas the Champion Challenge was a world-class event. The forums erupted once again. Wow, the boss is going to participate in the Champion Challenge. Isn't that a bit insane? He has only been enrolled for a few months. Support Yiye. Bring glory to Tianwang Academy. Stop joking around. The Champion Challenge isn't child's play. The competitors are all monstrous-level trainers. Voices of support and skepticism rose and fell, but the predominant sentiment was one of astonishment and disbelief. In the cafeteria, Yiye quietly enjoyed his breakfast, completely oblivious to the whispers and furtive glances from his fellow students. Yiye, a gentle voice called from behind him. Turning his head, he recognized a familiar figure. It was the vice principal, a kind-looking middle-aged woman. Vice principal, Yiye nodded politely. May I have a word? The vice principal's expression was warm, yet Yiye sensed the concern in her gaze. They moved to the garden outside the cafeteria. After gathering her thoughts, the vice principal spoke. Regarding the champion challenge, I believe you should consider this matter with caution. Her tone was earnest. I know your strength is considerable, but the champion challenge is entirely different from the duels within the academy. I understand, Yiye nodded, but I have made my decision. The vice principal sighed. Did you know? In the 30 years since Tianwang Academy was established, only 5 students have participated in the champion challenge. 3 were eliminated in the first round. 1 barely made it to the second round, and only 1 achieved a top 8 finish. She paused, a flicker of pain flashing in her eyes. The student who placed in the top 8 suffered severe mental trauma after the competition and is still undergoing treatment. This revelation took Yiye by surprise. It seemed the brutality of the champion challenge exceeded his expectations. What are you trying to convey? Yiye asked directly. What I mean to say is that while youthful enthusiasm is commendable, one must also act within their limits. The vice principal's expression was serious. You are now the ruler of the Dragon's Lair, enjoying a significant status within the academy. Why take such a risk? Yiye remained silent for a moment before raising his gaze to meet the vice principal's. Because I want to become stronger. His voice was calm, yet resolute. In this world, there are many things I need to protect, and many changes I must bring about. If I remain ensconced in my comfort zone, I shall never ascend to that lofty pinnacle. The vice principal gazed at Yiye with a complex swirl of emotions. Within the depths of the youth's eyes lay a maturity and resolve that transcended his years, a gaze she had once encountered in another. You remind me of someone, she remarked with a bittersweet smile. A decade ago, there was a similarly tenacious student. No matter how I dissuaded him, he insisted on participating in the champion challenge. And what was the outcome? He secured the second place. A flicker of pride danced in the vice principal's eyes. Now, he is the champion of the Chengdu region. This revelation took Yiye by surprise. It seemed not all competitors met a tragic fate. It appears you ultimately supported his decision, he noted. The vice principal nodded. Indeed. For I saw that same spark in his eyes. She looked directly at Yiye, whose gaze mirrored that of the young man from her past. She extended her hand and gently patted his shoulder. Now that you have made your decision, the academy shall fully support you. But remember, the competition is merely a means to an end, not the end itself. The true priority lies in safeguarding yourself and your Pokémon. I will, Yiye affirmed with a solemn nod. Once the vice principal departed, Yiye stood alone in the garden, contemplating his training regimen for the forthcoming challenges. A month's preparation time was indeed rather brief, yet he felt confident in facing the trials ahead. Moreover, he still possessed a few hidden cards yet to be revealed. At that moment, his communicator chimed. "Mr. Yiye, this is Akamatsu." The tone of the voice was formal. "Congratulations on your invitation. I now need to confirm a few details. Please proceed." First, the registration information. The competition will commence on a Saturday in 1 month. At the headquarters of the Unova region, there will be a total of 16 participants, employing a single elimination format. Yiye nodded. From 16 to 8, then 8 to 4, 4 to 2, culminating in the finals. To reach the end, a total of 4 battles will be required. Next, the rules of engagement. Each match will consist of a 6v6 team battle, with no substitutions allowed during the fight. The side that loses all 6 Pokémon will be defeated. A 6v6 team battle? This regulation was more stringent than Yiye had anticipated. It implied that he needed to prepare 6 formidable Pokémon. Currently, he only possessed 4: Charizard, Gyarados, Rosalia, and Chansey. While each was strong, he still required 2 additional key players. Lastly, Akamatsu's tone grew serious. The participants in this competition are all highly skilled, including 3 current gym leaders and 2 former champions. Are you certain you wish to participate? Yiye's gaze sharpened. Gym leaders and former champions? It seemed the stakes of this tournament were indeed significant. I am certain. His response was unwavering. Excellent. Akamatsu replied with a hint of respect. Then I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Yiye. I look forward to witnessing your performance. After the communication ended, Yiye remained deep in thought. The issue of assembling a team of 6 Pokémon needed prompt resolution. Furthermore, given the 6v6 rule, he would need to devise a more comprehensive tactical system. It appeared the upcoming month would be exceedingly busy. Chapter 127, The Shiny Gyarados. After deciding to partake in the Champion Challenge, Yiye began to formulate a detailed training plan. The configuration of 6 Pokémon indeed posed a challenge, as he currently possessed only 4, still lacking 2 mainstays. He sat in the training room, unfurling a world map before him. Based on his recollections, several locations might yield suitable Pokémon. Sweet Citrus Island was a promising choice, with its intricate aquatic environments serving as habitats for various water-type Pokémon. "Boss, what are you looking at?" When Yiye entered, carrying a cup of coffee. "I'm considering where to find new team members," Yiye replied, pointing to Sweet Citrus Island on the map. "What do you think?" When Yiye leaned in for a closer look. Sweet Citrus Island is indeed quite splendid. It boasts a wealth of water-type Pokémon, and the wild ones are generally quite powerful. However, what? Yiye inquired. The environment there can be perilous, particularly in the deep-sea regions. Formidable wild Pokémon often roam. Just 2 years ago, trainers went missing there. Yiye nodded slightly. Danger often accompanies opportunity. The more treacherous the locale, the greater the likelihood of encountering truly powerful Pokémon. When shall we set sail? When Yiye asked. Tomorrow, Yiye concluded, folding the map. Time was of the essence, and he needed to act swiftly. That evening, Yiye routinely checked the system's marketplace. His points balance had surpassed 1 million, enabling him to exchange for some advanced items. While browsing the marketplace interface, a particular item captured his attention. Item name: Charizard Mega Evolution Stone. Effect: allows Charizard to Mega Evolve, significantly enhancing its combat prowess. Price: 100,000 points. Mega Evolution. Yiye narrowed his eyes, recognizing the item's value. Mega Evolution could grant a Pokémon an extraordinary leap in capability, dramatically enhancing its battle strength. Though costly, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Without hesitation, Yiye chose to make the exchange. Exchange successful. Item has been issued to your backpack. A stone radiating a fierce glow materialized in Yiye's hand. The surface was etched with intricate runes, and he could feel the immense energy it contained upon touch. Charizard. Yiye summoned his ace. Upon its emergence, Charizard immediately sensed the aura of the evolution stone, letting out an excited roar as flames ignited in its eyes. This is the Mega Evolution Stone. Soon, you will be able to Mega Evolve, Yiye informed Charizard, offering the stone. However, now is not the time to use it. Put it away for safekeeping. Charizard carefully accepted the evolution stone, feeling the power within. Although it could not fully grasp it yet, it was eager to experience the sensation of Mega Evolution. The following morning, Yiye packed his belongings, preparing to journey to Sweet Citrus Island. "Boss, I want to go with you," when Yiye proposed. "No need," Yiye replied, shaking his head. "You should stay at the academy to handle some affairs. Besides, the environment on Sweet Citrus Island is indeed dangerous. I can navigate more easily alone." When Yiye hesitated, wanting to say more, but upon seeing Yiye's resolute expression, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Yiye approached the dormitory building where Ziyuan resided and sent her a message. "I'm going on a trip and may not return for a few days. Shortly, Ziyuan replied. Where are you going? Be careful. Sweet Citrus Island. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Okay, I'll be waiting for your return. Reading those few words on the screen filled Yiye with warmth. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. Sweet Citrus Island, located in the southeastern seas of the Kanto region, is an archipelago comprised of 7 small islands. The climate is temperate, the waters crystalline, and it serves as a paradise for various water-type Pokémon. The ferry Yiye boarded arrived at the main island in the afternoon. The moment he stepped onto the dock, a refreshing sea breeze enveloped him, carrying the faint scent of salt and freedom. The island's architecture was distinctive, predominantly featuring Mediterranean-style white walls and red-tiled roofs. Coconut trees swayed gently in the wind, and the number of tourists was minimal, mostly consisting of ordinary individuals here for vacation. Yiye did not linger on the main island. Instead, he directly rented a small boat to venture towards the uninhabited outer islands. According to the data, certain locations are the true habitats of wild Pokémon. A small boat glided across the Azure Sea, with water-type Pokémon occasionally leaping from the depths on either side. The lazy, floating agate jellyfish and schools of koi fish danced through the water, while the majestic winggull occasionally soared through the air. The ecological environment here was undeniably splendid. Leaf mused to himself. Half an hour later, he arrived at a secluded island devoid of any man-made structures, maintaining its pristine natural state. Lush jungles enveloped most of the land, and the coastline was intricately winding, forming numerous natural bays. Leaf docked his small boat in a concealed cove and commenced his exploration. His goal was clear, to find a powerful and highly potential water-type Pokémon, preferably one with a dual dragon attribute, allowing for a splendid fusion with the Azure Dragon Fruit. In his recollection, although Magikarp appeared feeble, its evolved form, Gyarados, was an incredibly formidable Pokémon. Particularly, the shiny Gyarados not only boasted stunning aesthetics but also surpassed its ordinary counterparts in strength. Leaf made his way to a deep water area on the northern side of the island. The water was crystal clear, revealing swaying aquatic plants beneath the surface. He took out his fishing rod and began to patiently wait. As time ticked by and the sun began to dip lower in the sky, just as Leaf thought he might return empty-handed, the fishing rod suddenly jerked violently. Something had taken the bait. Leaf quickly began to reel it in, but the force beneath the water was greater than he had anticipated. The rod bent into a bow shape, nearly being dragged into the depths. After a few minutes of a tug-of-war, a golden Magikarp was finally pulled ashore. No, not golden, but a light golden hue. Leaf's eyes widened. This was a shiny Magikarp. Moreover, the aura it exuded clearly indicated its strength far exceeded that of a regular Magikarp. Pokémon, Magikarp, shiny. Type, water. Ability, swift swim. Level, 15. Strength assessment, elite level, initial. Potential, champion level, top tier. Seeing the information displayed by the system, Leaf's heart soared with joy. A shiny Magikarp with champion-level top-tier potential. This was an extraordinary stroke of luck. It is you. Without hesitation, Leaf tossed out an empty Pokeball. A red light enveloped Magikarp, and the ball wobbled on the ground before emitting a satisfying click. Capture successful. Leaf immediately released Magikarp. Under the glow of the setting sun, its scales sparkled brilliantly, a sight to behold. From this moment on, you shall be my companion. Leaf crouched down and gently caressed Magikarp's head, assuring, I will make you stronger. Magikarp blinked its large eyes, seemingly comprehending Leaf's intentions. It gently swished its tail fin in acceptance. Leaf accessed the Devil Fruit system. Extracting the fruit would incur a notable expense, yet it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Chapter 128, Shadow Fruit? Azure Dragon Fruit. As the sun set, the shores of Sweet Orange Island were bathed in golden hues. Leaf sat upon a rock, gazing at the newly captured shiny Magikarp. The little creature swam back and forth in the shallow waters, its light golden scales shimmering in the sunset. System, initiate fruit extraction. Would you like to spend 10,000 points for fruit extraction? Confirm. A golden light coalesced before him, and a black fruit gradually materialized. Its surface bore peculiar patterns, resembling twisted shadows. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Superhuman Series Shadow Fruit. Leaf squinted. The Shadow Fruit. This possessed a fascinating ability. It could manipulate shadows, create shadow clones, and even seize other shadows. Its versatility in battle was immense, serving both offensive and supportive roles. However, this fruit would not serve him for the time being. He had more pressing objectives. Extract again. Would you like to spend 10,000 points for fruit extraction? Confirm. This time, the light was a deep blue. emanating a mysterious majesty. As the radiance dissipated, a fruit, entirely deep blue and etched with dragon scale patterns, appeared in his hand. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Phantom Beast Series Azure Dragon Fruit. Leaf Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Azure Dragon Fruit. This was the most powerful fruit within the Phantom Beast series. Moreover, it was a perfect match for Gyarados. He approached the water's edge and touched Magikarp. Hold on. You will gain true power. Magikarp's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, yet trusting Leaf Yi, it nodded in agreement. In an instant, a transformation occurred. Magikarp's body began to radiate light, the light golden glow intensifying. Within the brilliance, its form rapidly evolved, expanding from half a meter long to a colossal 20-meter-long Gyarados. However, this Gyarados appeared entirely distinct from its ordinary brethren. Its scales were a pure gold, shimmering with a divine glow under the sunlight. Majestic dragon horns sprouted from its head, and 4 sharp claws emerged from its sides. Most remarkably, its eyes were no longer the fierce crimson typical of Gyarados, but a profound blue, imbued with wisdom and majesty. Pokémon, Gyarados, shiny Azure Dragon form. Type, Water, Dragon. Ability, Intimidate, Compound ability. Level, 28. Strength assessment, Elite level, top tier. Potential, Legendary level. Devil Fruit, Phantom Beast Series Azure Dragon Fruit. Devil Fruit development level, Initial. Mastered skills, Hydro Pump, Hurricane, Rain Dance, Azure Dragon Strike, Dragon Breath. Legendary level potential. Leaf Yi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was no ordinary Pokémon. It was a true divine beast. Gyarados glided gently before Leaf Yi, its massive head brushing against his palm. This gentle demeanor starkly contrasted with the ferocity typically attributed to Gyarados. The Azure Dragon Fruit not only endowed it with formidable power, but also tempered its temperament. You shall be called Azure Dragon now. Leaf Yi bestowed upon it a new name. Azure Dragon nodded, emitting a low dragon's roar. The sound possessed a sacred rhythm that brought a sense of tranquility to the heart. Leaf Yi was satisfied as he recalled Azure Dragon. With 5 main Pokémon secured, he was only one short. In his mind, a target had already formed, the millennium-old Gengar from the Young Girl Gorge. According to his memories, the Young Girl Gorge was located in a northern port city of the Kanto region, a place rife with supernatural legends. If this Gengar could fuse with the Shadow Fruit, it would undoubtedly become a pivotal force in his team. The combination of Ghost type and Shadow manipulation would render it nearly invincible on the battlefield. As night fell, Leaf Yi decided to spend the night on the island, setting off for Young Girl Gorge at dawn. The night on Sweet Orange Island was exceptionally serene, the only sounds being the waves crashing against the rocks. Leaf Yi built a campfire on the beach and took out portable picnic supplies. Come forth, everyone. Let us dine together. 5 Pokémon appeared simultaneously. Charizard perched beside the campfire, while Jira, curious, dug in the sand. Happiny began preparing food, and Rosalia quietly sat beside Leaf Yi, with Gyarados swimming in the sea. Observing this warm scene before him, Leaf Yi was enveloped by a long-lost sense of tranquility. In a previous life, within a world brimming with steel and concrete, he had never experienced such a way of living. Tomorrow, we shall venture to a new place, Yiye remarked as he roasted fish. It may be fraught with peril, yet we shall gain new companions. Charizard thumped its chest, signifying its readiness. Ujira hopped excitedly, brimming with anticipation for the new adventure. Chansey brought forth the freshly grilled fish, the aroma wafting through the air. Rose took delicate bites, her movements graceful as those of a noble lady. After satisfying their appetites, Yiye reclined on the beach, gazing up at the star-studded sky. In this world, free from industrial pollution, the heavens shone with unparalleled brilliance. System, display current status. Host, Yiye. Point balance, 676,000. Number of Pokémon, 5. And used fruits, Shadow Fruit, X1. The points were sufficient, ample to meet the forthcoming expenses. The strength of his 5 main Pokémon was commendable, and with the impending capture of the Millennium Gengar, the champion challenge should present little trouble. Lost in thought, Yiye gradually drifted into slumber. The sea breeze caressed him, the bonfire dimming, while his 4 Pokémon instinctively gathered around him, keeping watch through the night. At dawn, Yiye was awakened by the calls of seagulls. The rising sun painted the sea in hues of gold and crimson. After packing his belongings, he boarded a boat back to the main island, and then took a flight to the northern region of Kanto. The Maiden Gorge lay nestled within a desolate mountain range, seldom graced by human presence. Yiye rented an off-road vehicle and began his journey along the rugged mountain path toward his destination. The road grew increasingly treacherous, ultimately necessitating a trek on foot. Gnarled trees lined the path, their dense foliage shielding the sunlight entirely. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the air, punctuated by the distant calls of unknown creatures. This place was indeed rather sinister. Yiye surveyed his surroundings, his hand resting on a pokeball. After approximately 2 hours of walking, he encountered a deep ravine. At the entrance stood an eroded stone tablet inscribed with the words Maiden Gorge. Legend had it that a beautiful maiden once resided here, only to perish for some unknown reason, her spirit transforming into Gengar to guard this land. Yet, such tales were mere myths, and the reality was likely far less romantic. Taking a deep breath, Yiye stepped into the gorge. The interior of the ravine was even darker, with towering rock walls pressing the sky into a narrow line. The ground was slick, covered in a thick layer of moss. The air was infused with the essence of various ghost-type Pokémon, sending chills down one's spine. After walking for a while, Yiye sensed something amiss. The temperature around him was dropping, not due to natural causes, but rather a supernatural chill. Come forth, Rose. He summoned Ralts to sense the environment. Rose closed her eyes, her psychic abilities radiating outward. Moments later, she pointed toward the depths of the gorge, where a strong, ghostly presence lingered. Her voice carried a hint of tension. Yiye nodded and pressed onward. The deeper he ventured into the gorge, the more peculiar the atmosphere became. Some weaker ghost-type Pokémon began to appear, yet they merely observed from a distance, too timid to approach. At last, at the deepest part of the gorge, Yiye beheld his target. It was a naturally formed cave, its entrance adorned with ancient runes. A swirling mass of purple mist hovered at the cave's mouth, vaguely revealing the outline of Gengar. However, this Gengar was unlike any he had encountered before. Its size was greater, its purple hue darker, and it was encircled by enigmatic runes. Most importantly, the oppressive aura emanating from it suggested that its power was at least of the elite level. The Millennium Gengar sensed Yiye's arrival and slowly turned. Its eyes were pure white, devoid of pupils, exuding an ancient and profound wisdom. Human. An aged voice resonated within Yiye's mind. What brings you here? The ability to communicate telepathically startled Yiye. This Gengar's intellect surpassed his expectations. I wish to invite you to become my partner, Yiye stated forthrightly. Join me in becoming stronger. The Millennium Gengar fell silent for a moment, its white eyes scrutinizing Yiye intently. An intriguing human. For a millennium, you are the first to dare extend such an invitation to me. So what is your answer? I am willing to accompany you. The Millennium Gengar's tone held a trace of curiosity, yet it continued. You must prove your strength. If you cannot conquer me, how can you hope to survive in the world beyond? Yiye smiled knowingly. It seemed this Millennium Gengar possessed quite the personality. Then let us commence, he declared. Retrieving Charizard's Pokeball. Allow me to show you true power. Chapter 129. Charizard Mage Evolution. The Millennium Gengar floated at the cave's entrance, the purple mist swirling around it. Those pupil-less white eyes fixed on Yiye, imbued with the depth of 1,000 years. Interesting. The aged voice echoed once more in Yiye's mind. Your aura is quite unique, unlike that of an ordinary human trainer. Yiye raised an eyebrow, recognizing the Millennium Gengar's keen perception. It had detected his anomaly. Yet, this was to be expected, for a ghost-type Pokémon that had lived for a millennium possessed wisdom and intuition far beyond the ordinary. Will you accept my challenge? Yiye tightened his grip on Charizard's Pokeball. The Millennium Gengar nodded slowly. It has been long since I encountered a challenger worthy of my attention. Come forth. Let me witness your prowess. As the words left its mouth, the temperature within the cave plummeted, and the surrounding rock walls began to frost over. The purple mist surrounding the Millennium Gengar rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire cave in an eerie atmosphere. Come forth, Charizard. A flash of red light heralded the majestic arrival of Charizard within the cave. Upon entering, it immediately sensed the oppressive presence of the Millennium Gengar. Yet it showed no signs of retreat. Instead, it excitedly unleashed a torrent of flames. The Millennium Gengar's white eyes flickered momentarily at the sight of Charizard. The aura of a phoenix? Fascinating. What unique power has your Charizard acquired? Yiye did not respond, but instead issued his command. Charizard, use Flame Charge. Instantaneously, Azure flames engulfed Charizard, transforming it into a blazing streak of light as it charged toward the Millennium Gengar. The temperature within the cave surged dramatically, contrasting sharply with the chill emanating from the Millennium Gengar. In an instant, the Millennium Gengar vanished from sight. Charizard's attack missed entirely, the Azure flames colliding with the cave's back wall, leaving behind a vast charred mark. Shadow Strike. The aged voice resonated from all directions as the Millennium Gengar's form flickered throughout the cave. Its speed was astonishing, nearly impossible for even Yiye's dynamic vision to track. Suddenly, the shadow beneath Charizard began to writhe, a surge of black energy emerging from it, coiling around Charizard's legs. Phoenix form. Yiye reacted immediately. Azure Flame. Charizard's body instantly transformed into Azure Flames, incinerating the black energy upon contact. Countless Azure Fireballs danced within the cave, each one carrying the sacred pressure of the Phoenix. The Millennium Gengar reappeared, its expression turning grave. Holy fire! Your Charizard is indeed extraordinary. Purple energy coalesced around the Millennium Gengar, forming a massive barrier that repelled all Azure Fireballs. Two distinctly contrasting forces collided fiercely within the cavern, emitting a piercing shriek. Shadow Balls. Dozens of black energy spheres erupted from the 1,000-year-old Gengar, densely blanketing the entire cave. The power of these Shadow Balls was astonishing. Each one was capable of severely injuring an elite-level Pokémon. Charizard adeptly dodged in midair, surrounded by Azure Flames that formed a natural shield. However, the sheer number of Shadow Balls proved overwhelming, and several eventually struck their target. Roar! Charizard let out a pained cry, its body swaying in the air before finally stabilizing. Yiye frowned. The might of the 1,000-year-old Gengar was indeed formidable. The pressure of a champion was no trifling matter. Yet, he remained composed, for he was accustomed to facing such opponents in the Champion Challenge. Charizard utilized the Mega Evolution Stone. Yiye retrieved the Evolution Stone that radiated a fiery glow. Charizard's eyes brightened as it swiftly flew to Yiye's side, touching the Evolution Stone with its claw. In an instant, blinding light filled the cave. The energy within the stone harmonized perfectly with the Phoenix power within Charizard, resulting in a remarkable transformation. When the brilliance faded, a brand new form of Charizard emerged within the cavern. Its size had increased significantly, its body now a deep blue, with azure flames igniting its shoulders and wings. The horns atop its head had grown more imposing, and its eyes sparkled with the sacred radiance of the Phoenix. Charizard has completed Mega Evolution. Current status: Mega Charizard X, Phoenix form. Type: Fire Dragon. Power level: Champion level, initial. A flicker of astonishment crossed the 1,000-year-old Gengar's eyes. What is this power? It enables Charizard to evolve once more, and into a special form embodying legendary strength? Its tone was imbued with profound admiration. As a being that had lived for a millennium, it had encountered countless powerful Pokémon, yet nothing like this had ever graced its presence. Now, it is our turn to counterattack. A glint of cold light flashed in Yiye's eyes. Dragon Dance. Mega Charizard soared gracefully, intertwining azure flames with draconic energy to create a dazzling spectacle. Its momentum surged, soon matching that of the 1,000-year-old Gengar. Impossible. For the first time, the 1,000-year-old Gengar exhibited a fluctuation of emotion. How could a mere Charizard reach such heights in such a short span? Yiye smirked. This is the terrifying nature of the system. While an ordinary trainer would require decades to cultivate a champion-level Pokémon, he achieved it in mere months. Blue Flame Gale. Mega Charizard spread its wings wide, unleashing a multitude of azure fireballs from its wings. Yet, these fireballs were unlike any before. Each harbored the majesty of the dragon type, their power amplified several-fold. The 1,000-year-old Gengar hurriedly erected defenses, layers of purple barriers stacking upon one another. However, the sheer might of Mega Charizard's assault was too overwhelming, shattering the barriers one after another. Shadow Clone. The 1,000-year-old Gengar's form fragmented into dozens of copies, attempting to evade the onslaught. Yet, the number of azure fireballs was even greater, enveloping the entirety of the cavern. Boom. The sound of explosions reverberated through the valley as the cave's rocky walls were cracked and splintered. As the dust settled, the 1,000-year-old Gengar's figure wavered in the air. Its purple mist dimmed significantly. You have won. The 1,000-year-old Gengar's voice carried a hint of fatigue. It truly did not expect to encounter such a powerful trainer in this era. Yiye nodded, signaling Mega Charizard to revert from its battle state. Once the evolution ceased, Charizard returned to its original form, yet its eyes still sparkled with exhilaration. So, will you become my partner? Yiye produced an Ultra Ball. The 1,000-year-old Gengar fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. A millennium of solitude had been ample. Perhaps it was time to explore the world beyond. It voluntarily flew towards the Ultra Ball, enveloped in a crimson light. The Pokeball wobbled on the ground several times before emitting a successful capture notification. Yiye contentedly stowed the Pokeball, the final piece of his puzzle finally in place. His roster of 6 primary Pokemon was officially complete. Charizard, Gyarados, Dugtrio, Roserade, Chansey. And now this 1,000-year-old Gengar. Each possessed remarkable potential and unique abilities, forming a team with virtually no apparent weaknesses. Yiye immediately released the 1,000-year-old Gengar, extending his right hand. Take my hand, hold on, and you shall gain greater strength. The 1,000-year-old Gengar regarded Yiye's outstretched hand, a flicker of uncertainty dancing in its eyes. Yet, recognizing Yiye's prowess, it chose to trust him. A surge of black energy enveloped the 1,000-year-old Gengar, its form beginning to transform. Its originally simple purple hue deepened, and countless black tendril-like shadows began to materialize around its body. Pokémon, Gengar. Type, Ghost, Dark. Ability, Shadow Tread. Level, 50. Power rating, Champion level, High tier. Potential, Legendary level. Devil Fruit, Superhuman Shadow Fruit. Devil Fruit development level, High tier. Learn skills, Shadow Ball, Curse, Shadow Clone. Shadow Manipulation, Shadow Prison. Legendary level potential. A gleam of satisfaction sparkled in Yiye's eyes. The Gengar of now was no longer an ordinary ghost-type Pokémon, but a true sovereign of shadows. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Shadow Mage. Yiye bestowed upon it a new name. Shadow Mage nodded, its voice resonating within Yiye's mind. I sense an unprecedented power. Thank you, my master. After recalling all his Pokémon, Yiye began his journey outward. With 3 weeks remaining until the Champion Challenge, there was ample time for targeted training. As he exited the Maiden's Gorge, twilight had descended. The setting sun bathed the valley in a golden-red hue. Yiye took out his communicator and dialed Wenye's number. Boss, how are things on your end? Wenye's voice came through. Mission accomplished. Yiye responded succinctly. Book me a flight back to the academy for tomorrow afternoon. Understood. By the way, boss, there's news from the academy. What news? The participant list for the Champion Challenge has been released. Wenye's tone grew grave. There are a few particularly fearsome individuals among them. Yiye raised an eyebrow. Do tell. First is the current champion of the Unova region, Alder. Though aged, his strength remains terrifying. Next is the former champion of the Sinnoh region, Cynthia, renowned as the most beautiful champion and one of the strongest as well. Wenye paused before continuing. Then there's Karenai from the Kalos region, along with Professor Kukui from the Alola region. Just these 4 alone are top-tier champion-level existences. Yiye nodded. This lineup of participants was indeed extravagant. It was worthy of a world-class event. However, rather than fear, he felt a surge of excitement. Are there others? Yes, there are several gym leaders from various regions, as well as some formidable independent trainers. Wenye's voice betrayed his concern. Boss, do you really have confidence? As Yiye gazed at the distant sunset, a confident smile graced his lips. Rest assured, I shall make them aware of what true strength entails. After concluding the call, Yiye embarked on a solitary journey along the mountain path. 3 weeks may appear brief, yet for him at this juncture, it is ample time. The configuration of his 6 primary Pokémon has reached perfection. The next step is to refine their tactics and enhance their synergy. More importantly, he still possesses several trump cards yet to be revealed. The system shop offers a plethora of items, and as long as his points are sufficient, he can procure anything. Moreover, his understanding of this world stands as an unparalleled advantage over other trainers. The Championship Challenge? Let the storm rage with greater ferocity. Chapter 130. The challenge approaches. Within the training room of the Elite Academy, Yiye diligently devised specialized training plans for his 6 Pokémon. With merely 3 weeks remaining until the Championship Challenge, time is pressing but not insufficient. The primary challenge now lies in achieving cohesion. Yiye sketched tactical formations on the blackboard, while each Pokémon possessed formidable individual strength. They required enhanced teamwork as a unit. Charizard lounged in a corner, while the Azure Dragon swam gracefully in a specially designed large pool. And Gible practiced precision control over sand. Chansey prepared nutritional meals nearby. Rosalia sat quietly beside Yiye, and Shedinja lurked within the shadows, barely perceptible. First and foremost, the tactical combinations. Yiye picked up a piece of chalk. Charizard would dominate the skies and serve as the main attacker. The Azure Dragon would command the waters and exert dragon-type pressure. Gible would control the terrain. Rosalia would provide spatial support. Chansey would handle healing logistics. And Shedinja would execute reconnaissance and interference. He turned to his 6 Pokémon, but this was merely the foundational configuration. True championship-level battles demand adaptability and seamless transitions. When he entered, carrying a stack of documents. Boss, here is the detailed information I gathered on the other competitors. Yiye took the documents and quickly perused them. Cynthia's mainstay was Garchomp. Adakam was proficient in fire and bug types, and Professor Kukui was well-versed in various attribute combinations. Each opponent was formidable in their own right. Intriguing. Yiye set down the documents, realizing this competition would be exceptionally thrilling. In the following week, Yiye immersed himself in rigorous training. He aimed not only to elevate his Pokémon's individual prowess, but, more crucially, to forge a flawless team synergy. Outside the training room, Zishuan occasionally stopped by. She invariably stood silently at the door, observing Yiye's focused training through the glass. Are you worried about him? When Yiye approached Zishuan, she shook her head, yet the concern in her eyes was undeniable. He always does this. Once he decides to pursue something, he commits wholeheartedly. That's the charm of our boss. When Yiye remarked with a smile. But rest assured, given his capabilities, he should have no trouble in the championship challenge. Inside the training room, Yiye was testing new tactical combinations. Azure Dragon, Summon Rain. Rosalia, teleport onto the Azure Dragon's back. Gible, blanket the field with Sandstorm. Rain began to pour from the heavens, merging with the sandstorm conjured by Gible to create a muddy terrain. Rosalia utilized teleportation to appear atop Azure Dragon, forming an aerial combat unit. Charizard, stand by in the skies. Shedinja, conceal yourself in the mud. Chansey, erect a light wall for protection. The 6 Pokémon swiftly took their positions, establishing a 3-dimensional defensive formation. This configuration provided both ranged fire support and close-quarters assault capabilities, while also balancing defense and healing. Yet Yiye remained unsatisfied. He understood that true powerhouses possess their own secret weapons, and his trump cards extended far beyond these. System, purchase the Z-Ring. Z-Ring 100. 000 points. Purchase successful. A bracelet exuding a spectrum of colors appeared in Yiye's hand. This was a special item from the Alola region, enabling Pokémon to unleash incredibly powerful Z moves. He proceeded to purchase Fire Z, Water Z, Dragon Z, Psychic Z, Ghost Z, and Rock Z. Purchase successful. Total expenditure, 300,000 points. 6 Z crystals of varying colors were neatly arranged before Yiye. With these, his Pokémon could unleash extraordinary power at critical moments. Just as Yiye focused intently on his training, an unexpected event unfolded outside the academy. What? Someone is challenging the dragon's lair. Yiye received an urgent call from Yiye. Yes, and it's no small matter. Yiye's voice was tinged with tension. It's Carney, the gym leader from the Kalos region. She wishes to duel you before the championship challenge. Yiye furrowed his brow. Carney was the gym leader of the fighting type. Her strength was indeed formidable. Where is she now? She has already passed the first 3 challenges of the dragon's lair and is waiting for you at the 4th challenge. According to the rules, as the reigning champion, you must accept her challenge. Yiye stowed away the Z-Ring and the crystals. I will be there shortly. At the battle arena of the 4th challenge in the dragon's lair, Carney stood on one side of the battlefield. She appeared to be a young girl. Her golden hair tied into a ponytail, clad in professional fighting attire. You are the Emperor Yiye? Carney scrutinized him, looking younger than she had anticipated. Yiye ascended the battle stage. Challenging the dragon's lair is your right, but I am curious about your true intentions. Carney smiled. It's simple. I want to see just how powerful this promising newcomer is ahead of the championship challenge. If you cannot even defeat me, you ought to reconsider your ambitions. The audience seats were already filled with students. Such impromptu challenges invariably attracted significant attention, especially when the challenger was a renowned gym leader. Then let us begin. Yiye retrieved a Pokeball. I shall not hold back. That's precisely what I desire, Carney replied, also retrieving a Pokeball. Come forth, Lucario. A majestic Lucario appeared on the battlefield, its eyes gleaming with the thirst for battle. As a dual-type fighting and steel Pokemon, Lucario excelled in both speed and attack power. Lucario. Level, 45. Strength evaluation, Elite, mid-tier. Yiye nodded. This Lucario was indeed impressive, yet insufficient to pose a threat to him. Come forth, Gible. The desert child emerged onto the battlefield, immediately beginning to emit sand that blanketed the ground. Carney narrowed her eyes. Gible? An interesting choice. However, fighting types have an advantage over rock types. Are you certain you wish to use it? Yiye did not respond, but instead issued a command. Sandstorm. A violent sandstorm instantly engulfed the entire arena, obscuring Lucario's form within the swirling sands. Quick attack, Carney shouted. Lucario transformed into a streak of white light, dashing towards Gible with astonishing speed. Yet just as it was about to strike its target, Gible suddenly vanished. Sandveil, Yiye calmly stated. Gible utilized the ability of Sandveil to meld into the sandstorm, completely disappearing from sight. Lucario's attack missed, as it cautiously scanned its surroundings. Aura Sphere. A blue energy sphere shot forth from Lucario's paws, but the interference of the sandstorm significantly diminished its accuracy. Desert Prison. The sand on the ground suddenly came alive, reaching towards Lucario like a gigantic hand. Carney reacted swiftly. Bone Rush. Lucario conjured an energy bone club in its grasp. relentlessly striking at the sands that sought to ensnare it. Yet, the quantity of sand was overwhelming and continued to multiply. The spectators in the stands were left agape, utterly astonished. This was not the fighting style one would expect from a Gible. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary desert sovereign, Sandshrew. Impossible, Kearney gasped. How can your Gible wield such a formidable sand technique? Yiye offered no explanation, instead issuing further commands. Desert Blade. Countless razor-sharp sand blades coalesced in the air, densely shooting towards Lucario. Each shard of sand was imbued with tremendous destructive power, capable of slicing through steel. Lucario desperately evaded, but movement was rendered exceedingly difficult amidst the sandstorm's constraints. Ultimately, several blades struck their mark, leaving scars upon its body. Lucario Mega Evolve, Kearney exclaimed, retrieving an evolution stone. A dazzling radiance enveloped Lucario, and as the brilliance dissipated, a brand new form of Mega Lucario emerged onto the battlefield. Its physique was more robust, its steel spikes sharper, emanating a formidable aura. Mega Lucario. Power assessment. Champion level, high tier. Yiye raised an eyebrow. This was becoming intriguing. Indeed, Mega Evolution significantly enhances power. Yet he possessed his own countermeasures. Gible, it's time to get serious. He produced a rock Z crystal, embraced this power. The Z crystal resonated with the Sandshrew fruit within Gible, and potent energy converged upon the little creature. Although Gible had yet to evolve, under the augmentation of the Z move, its presence rivaled that of Mega Lucario. Cataclysmic Impact. This was a rock-type Z move, wielding astonishing might. Gible's form was enveloped in rocky energy, hurtling like a colossal meteor towards Mega Lucario. Kearney's expression shifted dramatically. Steel Fist. Mega Lucario's fists gleamed with a metallic sheen as they met Gible's Z move head-on. The two forces collided mid-air, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. As the dust settled, both Pokémon panted heavily, yet it was evident that Gible was in a slightly better condition. Let us finish this. Yiye raised his hand, Draconic Fury. Gible unleashed an enraged roar, a crimson light flickering in its eyes. The power of the dragon type merged with the Sandshrew fruit, resulting in a qualitative leap. The final impact concluded the battle. Mega Lucario fell to the ground, unable to continue. Kearney recalled her Lucario, her expression a tapestry of complexity. I concede. Your strength has indeed surpassed my expectations. Approaching Yiye, she extended her hand. I look forward to our rematch in the championship challenge. Yiye grasped her hand. As do I. After Kearney departed, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. However, Yiye's emotions remained largely unperturbed, for he knew that the true challenge lay ahead. Back in the training room, Yiye resumed his prior training regimen. This minor episode had proven one thing. His strength had garnered recognition from the outside world. Yet it also signified that more would now regard him as a target. Boss, your performance was spectacular. When you exclaimed excitedly, Kearney looked positively green as she left. Yiye smiled briefly, but soon reverted to a serious demeanor. Kearney was merely an appetizer. The true feast awaited him.